In the dimly lit corridor, several oil lamps hung from the walls on both sides with iron chains. The faint light cast eerie shadows, and a sense of oppression permeated the surroundings. The corridor was littered with corpses, some dressed in slave clothes, others in ordinary garments. A pungent stench of decay and death permeated the air. Their faces were contorted, revealing deep fear and disbelief. Some even died before they could draw their knives. The previously silent space was suddenly filled with the sound of footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a handsome man dressed in a black suit, wearing a black hat and holding a black umbrella in his right hand, appeared in the corridor. He was not from this world. 3 months ago, he accidentally traveled to another world, took the place of a dead slave trader, and inherited that person's identity. More importantly, he activated a cheat code that allowed him to select and train special characters through a virtual prompt. These corpses were killed by the original owner. Now, Bright has fully absorbed all the information, and his task now is to erase all traces left by the original owner. Bright walked past corpses, each one instantly engulfed in flames. The flames spread rapidly, illuminating the entire corridor. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the dungeon. He glanced around, then snapped his fingers lightly. As the snap ended, bursts of flame erupted from the corpses, quickly engulfing the entire area. Bright turned to leave. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a slight movement in the iron cage on his left. Their figures seemed to be moving slightly. Bright was startled and instinctively looked towards the iron cage. The moment he looked up, a virtual notification box appeared before his eyes. Elf, Sivir Wendy. Name, Sivir Wendy. Cursed age, 19. Race, elf. Identity, abandoned elf princess. Talent, power of all things unawakened. Accompanying ability, natural force level 2, skill, archery L1. Thorn poison curse, do not touch. Anyone who touches it will be burned by 1,000 poisons. The person cursed will die at the age of 20. Selectable for cultivation. Bright stared at the virtual frame before him, his gaze sharpening. Yet another special individual capable of seeing virtual frames. However, the curse on this elf was different from the one Bright himself used. Perhaps it was because she already carried a curse that she did not die. Bright didn't delve into that. He stepped forward, and the iron cage clicked open as Bright forcibly pulled it open. Stepping into the cage, with the help of the faint firelight, Bright finally saw the scene before him and the appearance of the elf. In the corner, a figure huddled, dressed in tattered clothes, hugging her knees. Seeing someone enter, she mechanically raised her head, staring blankly at Bright. She wore a magic-suppressing collar around her neck. Her face was dirty, and her indistinct features vaguely revealed a pair of beautiful light purple eyes and a head of messy light purple hair. She huddled in the corner, like a soulless puppet. Looking at the sprite before him that could display tooltips, Bright decided to take her away from this place. He removed his black hat, his face expressionless and still aloof. Although he knew that a smile might have been more appropriate at this moment, Bright was not good at smiling. Rather than putting on a fake smile, he preferred to face everything with his true self. I apologize, Lady Elf. Due to some special circumstances, I'm only now coming to fetch you. My name is Bright, and I'm the owner here. I believe we will have a wonderful time. In the dimly lit dungeon, a faint light shone on the elf. When Wendy heard these words, she slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with numbness and indifference. Perhaps it was the elf's tenacious vitality that allowed her to survive despite her dire situation. Sivir Wendy's spirit was already dead. She had lost all hope. She was sold to a human kingdom and forced to sign a slave contract. Although she knew little about the human realm, she knew that elves like her either died or became playthings for others. Hearing Brett's words, Sivir Wendy found them utterly laughable. Humans are always like this, using masks of hypocrisy to conceal the darkness within. Only when you lower your guard will they bare their fangs and begin their attack. She herself was once utterly deceived by human hypocrisy, which led her to this state. She had seen through humanity. They were nothing but liars, and she could never believe a word they said. However, she was now powerless to resist. After emerging from the dungeon, due to Sivir Wendy's special status, Bright completely concealed her face with a black robe. Their current location is in a remote border territory of the Ysani Empire. Based on the information left by the previous Bright, Bright has a certain understanding of his situation. He is currently in the Ysani Empire in the Central Continent. Although the empire has the name of an empire, It is actually the most chaotic of the three great empires. The Emperor of Iceni died suddenly 3 months ago, plunging the empire into chaos. The deceased emperor did not leave any will, so the empire's princes are fighting endlessly for the throne. Faced with this situation, how could princes and nobles have time to care about ordinary people? The entire empire was plunged into chaos. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation to gain profit, some wanted to seize power, and some sought wealth. The previous Bright came to the Iceni Empire also seeking personal gain, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly went mad. Walking on the gravel-paved ground, the common people around him would instinctively avoid him. Because Bright was wearing clothes that only nobles could afford, ordinary people naturally dared not provoke nobles. Behind Bright was a figure shrouded in a black robe, with Sivir, Wendy following closely behind. Soon, the two crossed the street and arrived at a somewhat secluded spot, a quaint 2-story house. Bright pushed open the door, and a series of crackling sounds came from inside. "Erica, how many times have I told you? Your toys can only be in the backyard." Hearing the strange noise, Bright knew who was causing trouble, so he spoke up directly. "Hee, it's Mr. Bright, you're back." A small figure peeked out from behind the door. Seeing it was Bright, she was just about to come out, but when he saw that there were other people behind him, he immediately retreated back into the room and secretly observed the situation outside through the crack in the door with his light green eyes. Bright shook his head, placed the black umbrella by the door, and took off his hat, putting it on the rack beside him. He then said to Sivir Wendy, "Don't mind her. Erica is a very easy girl to get along with. She's just a little afraid of strangers right now." Seeing this, Sivir Wendy visibly froze. It was completely different from the slave traders she had imagined. In her mind, slave traders should be ruthless, cruel, and vicious people who could torture slaves using extreme methods. But the Brett before her seemed somewhat different. Bright took off his coat, revealing a brown short-sleeved shirt underneath. He loosened the collar and finally felt a sense of comfort. Those despicable merchants, even though they gave them the correct sizes, the clothes were still a bit tight. They must have cut corners. Besides several rooms, there is a living room on the first floor. There's a table in the living room, next to a gray sofa, and on the other side, all sorts of odds and ends are piled up. Bright walked to the table, poured 2 glasses of warm water from the kettle, and handed one of them to the elf standing there. "Don't be put off by this. It's just plain water," he said casually. "I don't really like drinking weird stuff." Of course, there aren't any expensive drinks here either. Bright continued drinking his water. Sivir Wendy stared blankly at the water glass in her hand. This was the second time she had been momentarily stunned. The glass was still warm, making it feel somewhat unreal. A deep sense of disgust flashed in her pale, purple eyes. The slave traders hadn't mistreated her so far. In fact, they'd even given her water. She sneered inwardly. Those hypocritical humans always liked to pretend to be kind. Sivir Wendy wasn't moved by their behavior. She believed this was just Brett's pretense. He must think that if he treated her a little better, she would obey and strive to become a fine commodity in his hands. As this thought deepened, Sivir Wendy felt an even greater loathing for Bright before her. He held her slave contract, yet he pretended to be a kind person. It disgusted her. Humans were born liars. Sivir Wendy pursed her chapped lips, and then the water glass in her hand shattered with a crack, and lukewarm water dripped down her palm onto the floor. She raised her head and looked at Bright with her light purple eyes. There seemed to be something in her eyes, even a hint of pleading, as if she was begging him to end everything for her. "Phew," Bright sighed, already mentally prepared. He glanced at Sivir, said nothing more, thinking that he could just deduct the cost of the teacup from her later. Bright was very generous. "By the way, what's your name?" Bright asked casually. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sivir Wendy's eyes. She so wished Bright would get angry and end her life. "Wendy," she replied in a dry voice, unwilling, but her pride wouldn't allow her to lie. However, she didn't give her full name. "Wendy." Bright wasn't surprised, muttered a couple of times, and then ignored it. It's worth noting that in this world, the language of elves is the same as that of humans. Although elves also have an ancient language, they don't use it most of the time. After finishing his water, Bright glanced at his pocket watch, then stood up and said to Sivir Wendy, "Your room is the first one on the left, but given the current situation, I suggest you take a shower and change your clothes first." "Of course, this is just my suggestion. The choice is yours. I need to go upstairs now. If you have any questions, you can ask Erica." As he spoke, Bright glanced at Erica, who was peeking through the crack in the door. Her light green eyes looked a little nervous. He said loudly, "Erica, if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you show Wendy around the place? Remember, don't touch her." Hearing the sound, the small figure behind the door froze. Mr. Bright had discovered her. Erica was so frightened that she hesitated to move. "Mr. Bright, may I have my toy, keep this lady company?" Bright's lips twitched. Thinking of the toy's potential explosion, he immediately replied, "No." Without giving Erica a chance to refuse, Bright went straight upstairs. Downstairs fell silent. Sivir Wendy stood in the living room, staring blankly around. A room? A bath? Changing clothes? She thought she had misheard. This slave trader had just left her here alone? Wasn't he worried she would escape? She lowered her head in thought, then realized that Bright wasn't afraid of her escaping because he had a slave contract in his possession, and the dwarf girl behind the door probably wouldn't be able to stop her escape. Thanks to the elves' exceptional eyesight, Sivir Wendy saw the little girl's figure from earlier. Her skin was not brown. She was clearly a hybrid of human and dwarf, a race often unacceptable in this world. Behind the door, Erica nervously twisted her hands, feeling somewhat lost. She really wanted the toy to keep the fairy sister company, but Mr. Bright disagreed, so she had to give up the idea. On the second floor, at the very back, there is a round window through which you can see the backyard. There are 2 bookshelves by the window and a rectangular desk in the middle. As soon as Bright went upstairs, the round light fixture turned on, illuminating the entire attic with white light. Although he was already used to this, Bright couldn't help but marvel at Erica's terrifying talent. With just a simple reminder, she created this automatic sensor lamp. Although it used magic rather than technology, it was still amazing. However, Bright would have been even happier if her toy hadn't suddenly exploded. Bright rummaged through the pile of slave contracts and finally found Wendy's slave contract among a bunch of discarded ones. He had assumed all the slaves were dead and hadn't looked closely, but he hadn't expected there to be a survivor among them. Bright sat down in his chair and began to ponder. Having been in this world for 3 months, Bright had come to the conclusion that it was both dangerous and mysterious. It was home to creatures he had only ever seen in movies in his previous life. Elves, orcs, dwarves, monsters, strange beasts, and even the enigmatic existence of magic. As for danger, Bright realized he was living in an extremely unstable era. The Elven Kingdom in the north was embroiled in unprecedented chaos. The orcs in the west were locked in fierce battle with the Holy Knight Empire, and the Valdi Empire in the east suffered heavy losses due to a tidal disaster. Meanwhile, in the Iceni Empire where he lived, the emperor had suddenly died 3 months ago, and the princes were embroiled in a power struggle, plunging the empire into chaos. Bright rubbed his temples, a headache washing over him. He truly didn't know why he had come to this dangerous world. Chapter 4: The Hypocrisy of the Slave Traders. Bright knew he couldn't dwell on his headache any longer. Survival was the most pressing issue, and that suddenly appearing notification box became his only hope. Bright could trigger a prompt whenever he encountered a special person or demi-human, and Erica was the first special demi-human he encountered. This girl, half dwarf and half human, although abandoned, gave Bright his first understanding of what a prompt was. To be precise, the prompt box is like a nurturing game. Bright can use it to raise Erica, and as Erica grows, Bright can also gain corresponding ability upgrades. Erica's progress is mainly reflected in her physical strength and control over fire. Despite her seemingly petite and weak appearance, she actually possesses enormous energy. Brett would always unconsciously think of her sudden, explosive toys. Perhaps only Erica's superhuman physique could withstand them. After finishing tidying up Sivir Wendy's affairs, Brett began to browse the books on the table. The world was still unfamiliar to him, and books were the fastest way to understand it. Downstairs, Erica hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to go out. She couldn't ignore the task Bright had given her. Pushing open the door, Erica looked at the elf standing in the corner and was suddenly stared at by those light purple eyes. Startled, she instantly transformed into a streak of black light and quickly hid behind the sofa. Sivir Wendy paid no attention to the little girl's actions and said casually, "In the third room on the left." From behind the sofa came Erica's clear, slightly flustered voice. "Sister, your clothes are over there. Mr. Bright prepared them for you." Erica didn't dare look at Sivir, only lowering her head nervously, her face as red as a ripe apple. Sivir Wendy responded softly with a thank you. She didn't know if Erica was sincere or had ulterior motives, but at least the other person had expressed goodwill, so she politely replied. Upon entering the bathroom, Sivir Wendy was stunned. Clothes were neatly arranged inside. Even underwear was provided. She had expected the slave traders to be more ruthless, but they were surprisingly thoughtful. However, she knew in her heart that this thoughtfulness was nothing but a hypocritical tactic. After washing herself, she looked at herself in the mirror and realized that she hadn't bathed in a long time. Once the grime was washed away, her gaze lingered on her clothes. Brett had prepared a complete wardrobe, including not only coats but also underwear. After getting dressed, a rare look of embarrassment crossed Sivir Wendy's face. She knew she couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the living room, Erica was still sitting behind the sofa, fiddling with a doll. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and Erica turned her head curiously to look. But when she saw Sivir Wendy standing in the doorway, she was immediately stunned. The elf before her had long, light purple hair that cascaded down her back, and wore a white and blue dress with white knee-high socks on her long, slender legs. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, as if it had been meticulously sculpted by the heavens. However, her eyes lacked sparkle, and she looked somewhat tired. Wow! Erica had never seen such a beautiful older sister before, and she was momentarily stunned, causing the puppet in her hands to fall to the ground with a crisp crack. Then came a huge explosion. Bright, who was upstairs, heard the sound and immediately knew that it was Erica causing trouble again. He stood up from his desk, walked to the railing, and shouted, "Erica!" Just as he was about to scold Erica, Bright saw Sivir Wendy standing there and paused for a moment. Although he knew that elves were usually naturally beautiful, he was still stunned by the sight before him. Soon, Bright regained his composure and said to Erica, "Mr. Bright." Erica lowered her head, her face full of guilt. She knew she had messed up, but she really hadn't meant to. The doll, which seemed to have stable magic, had exploded after being dropped. While Brett was scolding Erica, Sivir Wendy returned to her room. The room was simple and clean, with a bed, a wardrobe, a mirror, and a doll beside it. A beautiful starry sky could be seen through the window. Although there wasn't much, it all felt somewhat unreal to her. She began to wonder what Bright was trying to do. That evening, Bright arranged for the three of them to have a simple dinner at the table. During this time, he again warned Erica not to get close to Sivir Wendy. Although Erica was sometimes clever, she could also be careless and needed to be reminded several times. Sivir Wendy didn't react to this. She knew she was cursed, and that this power was not to be underestimated. After dinner, Sivir Wendy returned to her room and lay on her bed. Looking out the window at the starry sky, her eyes were vacant. She knew that everything before her was just a temporary illusion. Once Bright achieves his goal, his true colors will surely be revealed. Sivir Wendy silently thought, her fingers gently touching the slave mark on the back of her neck. Don't be fooled by appearances. Chapter 5: The Humiliation of Sivir. For the next 7 days, apart from the occasional explosions coming from the backyard, Sivir's life was quite peaceful, as if she were living in a dream. The slave trader, Bright, made no demands other than feeding her. Sylvie was filled with doubt. What was Bright thinking? She had provoked him several times, but each time he had coldly ignored her. She began to wonder if this slave trader was really as gentle as he appeared. However, on the 8th day, Bright finally told her to go to the backyard. "Go to the backyard and change into these clothes," Bright said, handing her a set of casual clothes. Sivir wasn't surprised. On the contrary, she felt this was normal. Were the slave traders finally about to reveal their true colors? Her inner disgust made her feel that she was destined for this. She looked at the clothes in her hand, a resolute glint in her eyes, and thought to herself, no matter what he does, she will not bow down. Upon reaching the backyard, Sivir heard Bright scolding Erica. The dwarf girl had her head down, tears dripping onto her intertwined fingers as she sobbed softly. Sivir watched this scene without feeling any emotion. Instead, she felt Bright's hypocrisy was once again laid bare. "Wah!" Erica sobbed softly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bright, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have put the props in there." Bright rubbed his temples. Clearly, his trouble wasn't that Erica had broken the workbench, but that the child was crying too much. After dealing with Erica's matter, Bright finally noticed Sivir standing there. Judging from her condition, she had clearly recovered well. Her previously thin and pale face had regained some color. Bright decided to begin training her. He opened the virtual window, reviewed information about elves, and prepared for her first training session. regarding the curse on her. The virtual window had already offered suggestions, but it required some special materials and couldn't be resolved immediately. It would take time. Next, he looked at the talent option. Talent is the cheat code in this world. Awakening talent can transform an ordinary person into a powerful one. Talent awakening conditions: 1. Use the power of nature to cultivate flowers and plants. 2. Cultivate a forest species. 3. Reach level 5 in the power of nature. After reviewing these conditions, Bright turned his attention to the skills and physical options, preparing to begin with basic training. Sivir, seeing Bright standing there motionless, felt nothing but disdain. She was once an elven princess. How could she submit to the orders of a human slave trader? A short while later, Bright took out a small notebook from his pocket and began to write something down, saying, "Wendy, if you don't mind, I'll call you that. Let's begin training." Bright's tone was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Sivir's feelings. Sivir stood there, refusing to react. She still believed she could not possibly obey a human's commands. Even now, as a slave, the dignity of an elf remained within her. "I only ask one thing of you. Kill me, and I will thank you for your mercy." Sivir's voice was calm, but every word sounded exceptionally firm. Her face was expressionless, as if death did not frighten her. Bright shook his head slightly, expressionless. "I'm sorry, I can't meet your requirements. As a qualified slave trader, it's my duty to train you into an excellent commodity." Upon hearing this, Sivir lowered her head, her body beginning to tremble slightly. She felt as if she had heard the most humiliating words. Disciplining a product? You deserve to die. Suddenly, Sivir erupted, raising her arm sharply to try and grab Bright's neck. But just as her hand was about to touch Bright, her face suddenly turned deathly pale, and a sharp pain in her abdomen made her instantly kneel on the ground. "Slave contract!" Sivir couldn't help but shout. "That damned slave contract!" Bright remained standing, not even moving an inch despite her outburst. He glanced calmly at Sivir kneeling on the ground, his tone still composed. "Have you had enough, Miss Wendy? If so, please begin today's training." Chapter 6 Rules. "You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't listen to you." Sivir struggled, enduring the excruciating pain in her abdomen, and said coldly. At this moment, she felt that the human before her was nothing more than a disguised demon, finally revealing his true colors. Her heart was filled with rage. Bright didn't respond, but silently put his notebook back in his hand. He continued to maintain the identity of Bright, the slave trader, for a simple reason. This identity allowed him to do anything without explanation, bringing him immense convenience. Bright picked up the black umbrella, gently lifted Sivir's chin with the handle, and calmly said, "I know you're angry, but it's pointless. The only thing you need to do is create value for me. I can respect you, fulfill your wishes, and even give you your freedom." A flash of anger crossed Sivir's eyes as she tried to break free from the umbrella's grip on her chin, but she was utterly powerless and remained at Bright's mercy, feeling an unbearable humiliation. "Kill me," she shouted angrily. "You human!" Sivir wanted nothing more than to kill Bright immediately, but she knew she was powerless to do so. Bright sighed, his voice turning icy. "It seems you still haven't understood me." He pulled a gold pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and said, "Time is running out for today. Let's begin training." "Ah, human, I said it. Either you kill me, or I kill you," Sivir said through gritted teeth, her eyes resolute, her inner pride still preventing her from yielding. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than her body suddenly changed. "No, how is this possible?" Sivir was shocked to find herself out of control, her body rising on its own and walking in a certain direction. Soon, she was brought to a newly renovated field, her arms outstretched, green light emanating from her palms. When the green light shone on the field, the Earth's aura suddenly changed, as if it had come back to life. Sivir was utterly shocked. Her body was completely out of her control. The pain of the slave contract was nothing compared to Bright's control over her body. She couldn't even sense any magical fluctuations. It was utterly unbelievable that this human could control her like this. Bright stood to the side, silently observing everything. He knew that the nurturing on the virtual platform wasn't entirely guided by him. Sometimes, forcibly binding a character was unavoidable. "You did a good job today, Wendy," Bright said softly, turning to repair the workbench Erica had damaged. Time passed, and noon soon arrived. Sivir recovered from her manipulated state, her face showing exhaustion. Prolonged use of the power of nature had nearly drained her strength. Bright brought the food to the backyard, put it down, and said to her, "Miss Wendy, you have a 2-hour lunch break. Please continue training this afternoon." Sivir heard Bright's words, but she did not turn to look at him. She was filled with disgust, but also a sense of unease. Bright's abilities instilled a deep fear in her. After Bright left, Sivir was left alone in the backyard. She sat down on the ground without a care, wiping the sweat from her brow, her stomach growling with hunger. The aroma wafting through the air made her turn her head, and she saw a large loaf of bread and a bottle of milk on the table. Sivir couldn't help but swallow hard. Though she resisted, the hunger in her stomach was irresistible. She knew that if she didn't eat, Bright would force her. She looked up and, sure enough, saw a figure in the second-floor window. Bright was watching her. Damn it! Sylvie felt a surge of humiliation and gritted her teeth. She decided that rather than be forced to eat, she would eat it herself. So she got up and walked to the table, silently telling herself that no matter what Bright did, she had to persevere. At that moment, by the second-floor window, Bright withdrew his gaze, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was he a slave trader or the director of an orphanage? Besides nurturing Wendy, he also had to supervise her meals. Bright gently raised his right hand, a glint of green light flashing in his palm. It was all worth it. Chapter 7: Sivir's Provocation. In the backyard, Sivir was eating bread and drinking milk. These things were completely foreign to her just a few months ago. Back then, she was merely a princess of the Elven Kingdom, with servants preparing sumptuous meals for her every day. Now, even a simple piece of bread had become a luxury. Sivir bit into her bread, her heart filled with complex emotions. She had once lived a life of peace and tranquility, but now she was forced to endure all of this, and a deep loathing filled her. Her gaze swept over the food in her hand, a cold smile playing on her lips. Bright was the devil who had brought her to this state. Just then, a clear voice came from behind her, breaking her reverie. "Sister Wendy, why did you kill Mr. Bright?" Sivir didn't turn around, but continued eating her bread and coldly replied, "The Mr. Bright you speak of is a devil." The voice continued, and Erica remained firm in her statement. "Mr. Bright is not a demon. He is a very good person. I will not agree to anything that Wendy would do to Mr. Bright." Hearing this, a mocking smile flashed across Sivir's face. That devil had indeed played the role of a good person in front of Erica. Her anger grew even stronger. She thought, "Today I will expose your true colors." Sylvie didn't turn around, but continued calmly, "Mr. Bright is a devil." "How do you know he isn't?" She sneered. "He's a slave trader. People who become slave traders are either devoid of conscience or utterly evil. Do you really think a slave trader would be a good person?" Erica firmly retorted, "Mr. Bright is a good man. He's very kind to me." A trace of sadness flashed in Sivir's eyes. Erica was still like a child, naively believing in Bright's goodness. In her eyes, Bright was undoubtedly a hypocritical devil. "Erica, you are still too young to understand many things," Sivir's tone softened. "But I can tell you clearly that Bright is a devil, and he is hiding his true nature very well." Erica lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. "Mr. Bright said that Wendy is 19 years old and should call you sister. He also said that you are just a child among the elves." These words stunned Sivir. Brett knew her age. A chill ran down her spine. She suddenly felt as if Brett could see right through her. A shiver ran down her spine, and she began to doubt whether she could truly escape this man's control. "You don't understand. He's a devil. Everything he's doing is a lie," Sivir said urgently. "He's making us improve our abilities and train us. Also, he can sell us for a higher price. Remember, Erica, we're just commodities in his hands." Erica was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear Wendy say anything bad about Mr. Bright anymore. I don't like it." With that, Erica left, clutching the bread. Sivir watched her retreating figure, sneered, and muttered to herself, "Just you wait, Erica. I'll show you what Bright really is." Unbeknownst to her, Sivir hadn't noticed that a glimmer of light, never before seen in her otherwise lifeless eyes, had begun to flicker. Meanwhile, Bright was reading on the second floor. Suddenly, Erica quietly ran upstairs. She usually jumped into Bright's arms, begging for a hug, but today she just stood there with her head down, her fingers intertwined, looking somewhat uneasy. Bright frowned slightly when he saw her. Normally, Erica would enjoy her lunch alone, Why had she suddenly come to him today? Erica, is something wrong? Bright put down his book and looked up at her. Erica lowered her head, her short green hair swaying gently with her movement. Bright knew that Erica wasn't as carefree as usual. Something seemed off about her. Bright approached her, gently stroked her hair, and knelt down. Tell me, Erica, what happened? Erica looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, which seemed ready to spill at any moment. She couldn't help but sob, tears streaming down her face. Wah, Mr. Bright? Mr. Bright, she choked out. I just heard from Sister Wendy that Mr. Bright is going to sell me. Chapter 8, A Guilty Sivir. Wah. Mr. Bright, Erica will be good and won't let those toys suddenly explode. Wah, please don't sell Erica, okay? Erica cried, pleading with Bright. Her voice was filled with pleas and unease, and tears streamed down her face. Bright was stunned. He hadn't expected Erica to cry for this reason. When he had said it, he felt a headache coming on. That elf refused to train properly, yet she kept saying these things to Erica. Bright gently ruffled Erica's short hair, his tone as gentle as possible. No, Erica, you're so cute. How could I possibly sell you? Wah, really? Erica wiped away her tears and looked up at Bright, her cute little face still wet with tears. Bright nodded. Really? Wow, I knew it. Mr. Bright wouldn't abandon Erica. Erica smiled excitedly and rushed to hug Bright. She had never had any truly happy memories. Only since meeting Bright had she found stability. To her, Bright was her whole world. Bright gently patted Erica's back and lifted her up. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly heard a soft breathing sound. Bright turned his head and couldn't help but laugh. Erica, who had been acting like she was dying just moments before, was now asleep. Bright chuckled, picked Erica up, and walked to the window. From there, he could clearly see the backyard. Soon he noticed Sivir. She was eating bread, occasionally taking a sip of milk. Bright's heart skipped a beat. He thought, this elf is bored again. Looks like I'll have to train her for a few more hours today. After arranging Sivir's training, Bright sat down with Erica in his arms and continued reading, trying to keep the page turning as quiet as possible. He knew that Erica would be frightened if she woke up and found herself not beside him. Time passed, night fell, and the stars twinkled. Sivir dragged her weary body slowly into the living room. She felt utterly exhausted. Her body had been working beyond its limits all day. Bread and milk alone couldn't replenish her energy. She had never attempted to unleash her power for an extended period before, and today had nearly drained her strength. When she entered the living room, she saw Brett still sitting there reading, the lights still on. Sivir was somewhat surprised, and a cold smile crept across her face. That devil really had boundless energy, still sitting here so late. Nevertheless, Sivir didn't want to show him any signs of fatigue. With a cold expression, she forced herself not to look at Brett and walked straight to her room. However, just as she passed the sofa, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Sit down." Sivir froze. She hesitated for a moment, then pretended not to hear and continued walking towards the room. "Sit down. Don't make me say it a third time, unless you want to train outside all night. Actually, I encourage that kind of behavior." Hearing Bright's words, Sivir trembled slightly. She was furious, yet powerless to resist. Despite her extreme dissatisfaction, she ultimately walked to the sofa opposite Bright and sat down, relatively far away. She thought to herself, she'd rather train than sit in front of this devil. However, Bright's strange abilities forced her to compromise. She didn't want to experience being controlled anymore. Bright continued flipping through the book, saying, "Miss Wendy, you can do whatever you want, but please don't bewitch Erica. She's just a child. I don't care what you think of me, but I don't want you imposing your ideas on Erica." Sivir sneered, "Bewitched Erica? I'm telling you the truth. How could a slave trader like you be a good person?" Bright continued calmly. Erica was abandoned by her biological parents. When I first met her, she was almost starving to death. She was an inhuman, and no one gave her anything. Street thugs always stole the food she found. Bright put down his book, looked directly at Sivir, and said in a serious tone, "This afternoon, I don't know what Miss Wendy said, but Erica cried very hard. I don't care what you think of me, but please don't make things difficult for Erica. She's a kind child and very fragile." Bright rose and left, leaving behind the words, "Miss Wendy, I believe you are intelligent. Get some rest." Sivir sat there quietly, Bright's words striking her heart like a hammer blow. She didn't know if Bright was telling the truth or not, but if he was, what difference was there between her and this devil? The next day at noon, Sivir tried to find Erica, but couldn't locate her. She sat in a chair, looking at the bread in her hand, feeling a pang of disappointment. Although she wasn't sure if Bright was telling the truth, she realized she should perhaps apologize. Just as she was about to pick up the bread, she noticed a small doll on the table, placing a piece of bread onto her plate. Chapter 9, Mysterious Noble, Stone Man's Tears. What is this? Sivir looked at the small doll on the table, a question lingering in her mind. Her gaze quickly swept around, and sure enough, in a corner, she saw a pointed ear. Here, only Erica possessed elven ears. She frowned, her doubts deepening. Why would Erica give me the bread? But this question was quickly replaced by a more pressing matter. Sivir knew she couldn't just sit there. She had more important things to do. She didn't go to that corner, because she knew Erica was a shy girl. Erica! Erica was startled by the voice and instantly shrank back, hurriedly saying, Wendy, I didn't mean any harm. I just saw you were very tired yesterday, so I thought I'd give you some bread. I can't eat much myself, so I gave it to you. Sivir was stunned. She hadn't expected Erica to give her such an answer and didn't know how to respond for a moment. She opened her mouth and whispered, I'm sorry, Erica. Erica looked up, clearly not understanding why Sivir suddenly apologized. After a moment's thought, a gleam of joy flashed in her eyes, and she exclaimed excitedly, Wow, does Winnie know that Mr. Bright is a good person? Sivir's expression froze. She wanted to retort, but hesitated when she saw Erica's expectant gaze. Finally, she nodded woodenly. Seeing Sivir nod, Erica smiled broadly. Although she remained hidden in the corner, not daring to fully emerge, the light in her eyes made Sivir feel a little more relaxed. For the next few days, Sivir was still forced to unleash her abilities in that field every day. Erica would always secretly give her some bread during this time. The distance between the two was slowly closing, but Erica still didn't dare to face Sivir alone and maintained a certain distance. A few days later, the purple orchid seedlings in the field grew rapidly, already reaching 20 centimeters in height, with vibrant green buds. At this rate, they would soon bloom. Sivir knew this pace was abnormal. All the changes were the result of her releasing natural energy every day. Erica would occasionally sneak to the edge of the field to carefully observe the rapidly growing seedlings. Wendy, won't these flowers look beautiful when they bloom? She had asked. Sivir wasn't sure what the flowers looked like, but seeing Erica's expectant gaze, she softly replied, They should look pretty. The next morning, Sivir woke up, sat in her room, and stared blankly at the sky outside the window. She knew that what followed would be the same as before. Her body would uncontrollably move towards the fields and begin to unleash her powers. But today, unlike usual, time had passed, yet she remained seated in the room, motionless. She had complete control over her body, which surprised Sivir. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, wondering if Bright had stopped forcibly controlling her. After all, Bright had forcibly controlled her many times. This ability must consume a considerable amount of his power. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. Erica's clear voice came from outside. Sister Wendy, the master is taking us out today, and he asked me to tell you. Out! Sivir was a little puzzled. What was that devil Bright up to now? Soon, on the cobblestone street, a carriage that looked neither luxurious nor ordinary was slowly moving along. The driver was a man dressed entirely in black robes, whose exposed joints looked somewhat unnatural, as if they had been attached, making him resemble a doll. Inside the car, Sivir peered out through the curtain, a complex expression on her face. She never imagined that the little Erica who had been around her waist just moments before would transform into a tall, imposing man. Sivir was stunned. She knew Erica liked tinkering with dolls, but she never imagined she could create such a massive form and control it freely. It was simply unbelievable. If it were a high-level doll maker, Sivir might be able to understand, but Erica was still just a child. She looked away, glancing silently at Bright, sitting to her right. That devil seemed to love reading. He even carried a book with him when he went out. Though reluctant, seeing Bright engrossed in his own world made Sivir relax a bit. If he did nothing, Sivir would only become more tense. Outside, Erica drove the carriage along, while Bright had already come across a story in the book, his expression subtly shifting. The book mentioned the legend of dragons, piquing Bright's curiosity. Dragons were rare in this world, and their appearances were always accompanied by momentous events. Records say that 100 years ago, During the division and war within the Elf Kingdom, some saw the legendary forest dragon standing atop an ancient tree, overlooking the conflict. Furthermore, 1,000 years ago, the Central Continent was home to several powerful human kingdoms, which, after a millennium of struggle, ultimately succumbed to 3 great empires. Legends of dragons frequently surfaced, becoming symbols of mystery and uncertainty. Bright couldn't contain his curiosity, imagining how exciting it would be to see a dragon in person. Although it was unlikely he would see one now, he secretly hoped that he would have the opportunity to witness its true form someday. Soon after, the carriage stopped outside a general store. "Sir, we've arrived." Erica's voice came through the puppet. Bright put away his book and stepped down from the carriage. "I need to go in for a bit. You all wait here and don't wander off." Erica nodded, controlling the puppet. Sivir watched Bright leave, finally letting out a sigh of relief, then turned away without saying a word. Bright entered the general store. The interior was sparsely furnished, with old shelves scattered throughout. A young man immediately approached, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Bright, welcome. We have everything you could possibly need. We guarantee you'll be satisfied." Bright smiled slightly, knowing in his heart that this was an information shop. He wasn't there to buy anything, but rather to gather intelligence. He took off his hat and followed the man toward the back door of the shop. Soon, the two entered a small room. The room was simple, with only one window and a stool, partitioned off with wooden planks. Bright sat down, and just as he did, a hoarse voice came from the window. "Mr. Bright, what do you need to know today? By the way, I heard you have an elf. We'd like to buy it. How about 3 gold coins?" Bright wasn't surprised that the other party knew about Sivir. After all, information brokers always had access to such information. But he was curious why no one had wanted to buy Sivir before, but now the information broker was showing interest in her. "I'm sorry, I have my own rules. That elf hasn't been properly trained yet, so I can't sell it for now." The other person's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. That slave trader who will do anything for money actually has his own rules? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. All right, I respect Mr. Bright's rules. Consider this a pre-order. The other party smiled and said, "Mr. Bright, if you are interested in selling that elf, remember to come to me." Bright seemed thoughtful and asked, "Why do you want to buy it from me now? Why didn't you buy it before?" The other party was silent for a while before answering. "Since Mr. Bright often comes to my place, I will tell you this information for free. A few days ago, they started collecting elves. I don't know the specifics of what they're doing. I'm just a servant." Bright's heart tightened. Collecting elves? This meant there was a larger force operating behind the scenes, possibly some royal family or noble. If Sivir's identity were exposed, Bright would have to consider taking her and Erica away from this place. Bright gently shook his head and slowly said, "My purpose in coming here today is to purchase information about the Stone Tear." Chapter 10 Market, Forest Species, Stone Tear. This thing isn't anything special. I recently received some news about Stone Tear, and the target location is near our territory. How much? Stone Tear isn't very useful, but it's quite rare. 1 silver coin. With a soft flick of his finger, Bright sent a coin flying from his hand, spinning twice as it landed on the table. Then a wrinkled hand reached out from the window, quickly took the coin, and handed Bright a note. Having obtained the information he wanted, Bright got up and left the room. Outside the window, the old man remained seated, fiddling with the silver coin, seemingly deep in thought. "Bright, the elf. Someone come here." Just then, a burly man entered, bowing his head and asking, "Master, what are your orders?" "How many spirits have you collected so far?" the old man asked. The burly man pondered for a moment and replied, "Sir, we have 5 spirits here alone." The old man continued to fiddle with the silver coin and muttered, "5? That's about 10. Keep looking. If you still can't find any, go to Mr. Bright's place. He has 1 spirit there too." The burly man nodded, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "Understood, sir." Outside, Erica sat seemingly upright in the carriage, but her eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings, everything brimming with curiosity. She quickly saw Bright emerge from the grocer's shop, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sir, what do we do next?" Bright thought for a moment. Today, he had originally planned to take Erica and Sivir out for a walk. After all, staying in one place for too long could make one feel numb. However, after what had just happened, he still felt it was best to remain cautious. Seeing Erica's expectant eyes, Bright sighed and decided to let them relax a little. "Let's take a walk along the street. There are some new goods at the market. Let's go check them out." "Okay. Sir," Erica responded happily. driving the carriage towards the market. Bright shook his head. Erica seemed to completely overcome her fear of strangers whenever she donned the doll costume. She also spoke more fluently. In the carriage, Sivir coldly turned her face away as soon as Bright entered. Bright glanced at her, then suddenly asked curiously, "Do you know who placed the curse on you?" Upon hearing this, Sivir's face instantly darkened, her anger almost overflowing. But she still didn't answer Bright's question. "It seems you know who did it," Bright said calmly. "So what if I know? Are you going to laugh at me?" Sivir's emotions erupted, tears welling in her pale purple eyes, a mixture of anger and sorrow. Bright didn't intend to mock her. His tone was calm. "I think the person who cursed you isn't necessarily a bad person. It's because of this curse that you appeared before me completely intact. If there were no curse..." Bright paused, not continuing. Sivir should understand that without this curse, she might have long since become someone else's plaything. "Ah, you expect me to thank her? It's because of her that I've fallen to this state. You want me to thank my enemy? I wish I could kill her. And I don't think appearing before you is a good thing. You hypocritical slave trader." Bright remained silent. He didn't know what had happened to Sylvie, only that she was an abandoned elven princess. As for her specific experiences, Bright knew nothing. His words were based solely on speculation. He knew that the elves possessed many curses, some capable of causing a swift death or a lifetime of suffering. But the one who cast the curse had chosen an extremely complex and rare one, the Curse of Thorns. This curse forced Sivir to be extremely cautious, hesitant to approach others. Bright felt this was more like a form of protection. Though extreme, it at least temporarily saved her life. Moreover, Sivir is an elven princess. Bright didn't know the specifics of the Northern Elven Kingdom, but from what he'd heard, it was in its most chaotic state in a century. Sivir's escape from that situation must have been due to someone secretly helping her, though she herself was unaware of it. The carriage traveled in silence until it finally arrived at the market. The market was bustling with activity, and there were many more carriages lining the road. Pedestrians came and went in an endless stream, and even some strange figures moved among them. "Sir, I have a spot here. Would you like me to park for you?" A man dressed in coarse cloth approached, and said with a smile, "5 copper coins will do." Chapter 11, The Sacred Beast of the Elf Race. Erica didn't answer immediately, her gaze secretly drifting towards the car. Bright had instructed her that if she appeared in doll form, she should speak as little as possible to avoid revealing her identity. Only after seeing Bright's agreement did she nod. The man immediately showed a delighted expression. After they disembarked from the carriage, Bright gestured for Sivir to follow behind him. After all, Sivir's status was special, and it was safest for her to stay close behind him. Wow! As soon as Erica stepped into the market, her eyes filled with curiosity. She looked around, and everything before her was new and alluring to her. The market was bustling with people, and vendors lined both sides of the street, selling fruit, groceries, and even slave traders. There were circus performances and street performers. It was a lively and vibrant place where you could find anything. Sivir entered the human market for the first time. The bustling atmosphere made her feel uncomfortable, especially the sheer number of humans. She felt a sense of disgust at the sight of so many people on the street. Soon, Erica stopped in front of a candy store, staring intently at the candies displayed outside, her hands clenched tightly, looking somewhat greedy. Bright glanced at the candy and realized he hadn't bought Erica any sweets lately. He used to buy them occasionally, but he'd been so busy lately that he'd forgotten. So he said, "Go buy some, Erica, but only the 10 copper coin kind. Eating too much will give you cavities." "Thank you, Mr. Bright." Erica ran happily towards the stall. Bright looked at Sivir. "Miss Wendy, you can buy some if you want to eat them." "Need not." Sivir decisively turned her head away, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on the candy, a strange longing welling up inside her. She remembered hearing in the Elven Kingdom how delicious human candy was. She had never had the chance to try it. However, Bright's offer disgusted her, and she would rather not eat than accept the devil's charity. But just then, Erica ran back with a piece of candy, her eyes filled with reluctance yet determination, and handed it to Sivir. "Hey, Wendy, this is for you." Sivir was taken aback, not expecting Erica to offer her candy. Before she could react, Erica had already run back to Bright's side, happily asking, "Would you like some, sir?" Bright shook his head. "No." Erica was a little disappointed, but she still happily took a bite of small candy, her eyes lighting up. "Delicious." Sivir stood there, staring at the candy in her hand, when suddenly a sweet aroma wafted towards her. She licked her lips, unable to resist the urge to taste it. Gurgle. Her stomach rumbled involuntarily, and finally, Sivers secretly lowered her head and put the candy in her mouth. The moment she took a bite, the sweetness spread instantly, leaving her intoxicated. Tasty! Sylvie was lost in the sweet scent until she noticed that Bright and Erica were looking at her. She woke up with a start, her face flushed, and she hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. No, no, no. It wasn't what I wanted to eat. Erica gave it to me. That's why I ate it. Brett glanced at her, his eyes silent, seemingly tacitly approving of her little secret. Eat if you want. I'm not a picky person. It's just candy. Erica felt a sense of relief seeing Wendy's flustered expression. She had thought Wendy didn't like the candy she had given her. For the rest of the journey, everyone remained silent. Erica was still very excited, glancing around from time to time, while Siver kept her head down, remaining silent like a tortoise. Bright focused intently on observing everything around him. Although the world was unfamiliar, he continued to learn about it. As they walked through the market, a familiar voice called out to Bright. Hey, isn't this Bright? Bright stopped and looked toward the source of the sound. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, and behind him stood a row of slaves, their necks and ankles bound by chains, dressed in coarse linen clothes, their expressions numb. Bright, still as cold as ever, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Are these two slaves you recently acquired? His gaze swept over Siver, and seeing her outstanding appearance, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. You actually have such high-quality goods, Bright. Sell them to me. How about 100 silver coins? Upon hearing this, Siver's heart tightened, and she glared angrily at the middle-aged man. She wished she could kick that lewd face away. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Bright, her heart pounding with anxiety. Would he sell her off? Bright did not respond immediately, but simply stared at the strange beast in the iron cage. The middle-aged man wasn't angry when he saw that Bright didn't react. Everyone knew that Bright was always cold-hearted. Not for sale, Bright replied simply, then walked toward the iron cage. The middle-aged man looked somewhat disappointed, but still maintained his smile. All right, Bright, whatever you want. Bright ignored him and focused his gaze on the white tiger cub in the cage. The appearance of this white tiger stirred something in Bright's heart. Although there were many strange beasts in this world, this little white tiger looked exactly like the white tiger in his original world. What, Bright? Are you interested in this little guy? This little guy is just ordinary, with no special abilities. I didn't originally plan to adopt it, but after thinking about it, it seemed like it might be a rare breed, so I brought it home. Bright frowned. Could this little white tiger really be a special being? Suddenly, he heard Sivers whisper in his ear, Buy it, Bright. If you buy it, I'll train it properly. Bright looked at Siver, who clearly had developed some kind of affection for the little white tiger. It seemed this little fellow was no ordinary white tiger. Despite his doubts, Bright bought the white tiger cub without hesitation for a silver coin. On the way back, Bright noticed that Siver was trying her best to suppress her emotions. He looked down at the sleeping white tiger cub and a question arose in his mind. What was so special about this white tiger cub that could excite Siver so much? That night, in the living room, the little white tiger was let out and was playing at Bright's feet. Siver stood to the side, her eyes filled with excitement. Bright looked at Siver. Miss Wendy, can you give me an explanation? Siver hesitated for a moment, looked at the little white tiger, and finally said in a low voice, It might be the sacred beast of the elven race, the white tiger. Bright looked at her in surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. A sacred beast? Are you sure? Chapter 12, The Self-Disciplined Siver. Looking at the little white tiger cub shaking incessantly in his hand, Bright couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. TSK, TSK, TSK. So you really are a sacred beast. That's rather surprising. The little white tiger howled, completely oblivious to what the humans in front of it were saying, and frantically waved its two front paws, trying to break free from its restraints. Stop calling me, little one, you're filthy. I'll take you to wash up. In the bathroom, ignoring the white tiger's resistance, Bright threw it directly into the water. It's actually a female. A wolf. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Siver woke up early in the morning, got dressed, and washed up. Then he went to that familiar field and unleashed his power on the seedlings inside. This time, the demon didn't control her. She acted on her own. She, Siver Wendy, wasn't as untrustworthy as humans, Once she promised, she was going to do it. Even though this matter is very humiliating. Snort. Consider it an opportunity to improve one's abilities, preparing for future escapes or breaking of the contract. Moreover, after so many days of training, Sivir felt that her abilities were about to take another step forward. Good morning, Miss Wendy. I am very pleased to see you training so hard. Suddenly, a voice rang out, instantly turning Sivir's relaxed expression into a serious one. My slightly comfortable mood this morning was instantly shattered. This devil is up so early? Had he gone mad? Sivir didn't turn around, but even without turning around, she could roughly guess that the devil was definitely standing at the window watching her. At this moment at the window, just as Sivir had expected, Bright was standing right there. When I saw that the Pokemon below was really training hard, I nodded with satisfaction. It's like seeing a rebellious daughter suddenly become very obedient to you. What's with this inexplicable feeling of being moved? Oh, at that moment, Sivir was training hard when she suddenly heard the voice of the sacred beast. She couldn't help but turn her head away, and then Sivir saw. The sacred beast was also taken to the backyard by that demon. The sacred beast, having already been cleansed, now looked even more holy and adorable. Ahem, of course, this is definitely because the sacred beast is still young. It will definitely be incredibly powerful when it grows up. Miss Wendy, this little one is in your care. I hope you can let me see the splendor of the sacred beast. Sivir was secretly watching from the side when she suddenly heard these words. She froze on the spot, almost in disbelief. Did the demon just return the sacred beast to itself like that? Really? Miss Wendy, seeing the elf standing there in a daze again, Bright called out once more. Actually I don't know how sacred beasts are raised. Opposite, Sivir lowered her head, her face somewhat embarrassed, and said it. This is a sacred beast. It had always been a legendary creature among the elves. If it weren't for her royal lineage and knowledge of some secret histories, even she wouldn't have recognized the sacred beast. As for how to cultivate sacred beasts, she had absolutely no idea. Bright, looking at the elf standing there with an embarrassed expression, well, I guess I was overthinking it. We shouldn't have too high expectations for this trashy elf. She should just focus on her training. So, even this Pokemon doesn't know how to train it. So what should we do with this little guy? Suddenly at this moment, the little white tiger, who had been lying there rolling around on the grass, suddenly stood up and ran over to Sivir. A sacred beast? Sivir was puzzled. What was the sacred beast doing here all of a sudden? The next second, Sivir and Bright saw that. The little white tiger actually ran to the middle of the flower seedlings, which was where Sivir released the power of nature, and then lay there, occasionally twitching its fluffy little ears, looking quite comfortable. Seeing the scene before her, Sivir was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Miss Wendy, show the little guy your power. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sivir was startled, and then she saw the human appear beside her without her noticing. Upon hearing these human words, Sivir seemed to have thought of something as well, and the green light in her hand flared up again. Then the two saw the little white tiger, bathed in green light, comfortably roll over, and even seeming to feel it wasn't enough, get up and try to rush towards the palm emitting the green light. However, it wasn't tall enough, and even with its hopping and jumping, the little white tiger couldn't reach it. Seeing the sacred beast's movements, Sivir crouched down and touched the little white tiger's head with her palm. She then saw the little white tiger close its eyes comfortably. Sivir stroked her head, gazing at the fluffy, adorable little face, seemingly influenced by the white tiger's emotions as well. Sivir's lips curled up, revealing a smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Seeing Sivir smile, Bright paused for a moment. This seemed to be the first time he had ever seen the elf smile. He didn't say anything afterward and quietly left. It seems the method for raising sacred beasts is also related to the abilities of the spirits. Now that we know, there's no need to stay here. And since it's a sacred beast of the elves, it must be a forest creature, right? And Bright, who had returned to his chair in the backyard, glanced at the elf squatting there. Now, all the prerequisites for her to awaken her talent have been met. So all that's left to do is wait. Bright was also very much looking forward to seeing what Sivir would be like after she awakened her abilities. After thinking for a moment, Bright looked away, sat down in a chair, and picked up a book to read. A few more days passed. During this period, Sivir was very disciplined. Get up, train, pet the little white tiger, a routine of 3 points. Occasionally, Erica would secretly go to see the little white tiger. Moreover, since the arrival of the little white tiger, it's noticeable that Sivir has changed somewhat. For example, her beautiful light purple eyes, which used to be lifeless, now have a lot more sparkle in them. Her personality has also become a little more lively, at least not as cautious as before. In the living room, Bright looked at the map on the table, deep in thought. This is a rough sketch of the surrounding area. The intelligence we received earlier indicated that the information about the Stone Man's tears was located in a nearby forest. But in this world, forests often mean danger. No one knows what unknown creatures might roam the forest. Chapter 13, Unexpected Anomaly. Therefore, after receiving the news, Bright did not go immediately. Instead, they are making some preparations. Familiarize yourself with the terrain and prepare some essential items. Today, with everything prepared, it's time to set off. After all, the Stone Golem's tear is an important item for breaking Sivir's curse. Stone Man's tears. Legend has it that this tear-like substance dripped from a special stone. When humans first discovered it, they were amazed and thought it was some extraordinary and rare item. After humans took it back and studied it for a long time, they finally came to the conclusion that this thing is completely useless. If there's anything useful about it, it's that the Stone Man's tears are rare and have some collectible value. News of the Stone Man's tears in the nearby forest was good news for Bright. After all, there's no need to spend a lot of time searching anymore, and the curse on Sivir can be removed as soon as possible. Bright doesn't want a short-lived elf. After glancing at the map again, Bright put it away. Before long, on the streets outside the territory, the road surface was full of potholes and stones. Erica was still controlling the puppet as it drove the car outside. Originally, Bright hadn't planned for Erica to drive, but she insisted, so he had no choice but to agree. After thinking about it, there's no harm in doing it this way. Firstly, it allows Erica to experience the outside world more. Secondly, it can improve her proficiency with the dolls. I just hope that once her proficiency increases, the dolls won't suddenly explode again. Inside the carriage, Bright sat at the head of the table, holding a book and reading. Beside her, Sivir was holding a white tiger cub in her arms, and she was stroking it from time to time. As time passed, the carriage soon reached the edge of the forest. Mr. Bright, shall we rest here for a while? Erica's voice came from outside. Bright took out his pocket watch and checked the time, realizing it was already noon. There was still some time away from their destination, so they said, let's rest here for now. Soon the group found a relatively spacious open space. Bright prepared himself by scattering the potions he had prepared beforehand around the area. This would repel insects and other pests, and also scare away strange beasts. Erica manipulated the puppets to spread out on the open ground. Sivir, meanwhile, sat in the tree, constantly observing her surroundings. Initially, Sivir wanted to resist somewhat, but when the demon held the sacred beast in his hand, Sivir gave in. Up in the tree, Sivir muttered to herself, somewhat angrily, just wait. One day I'll escape from here with the sacred beast. Sivir looked up, greedily inhaling the fresh air around her. The scent of the forest was indeed the most comforting. The air in human towns was simply unbearably polluted. Touching the trunk of the large tree beside her, Sivir couldn't help but recall the time just a few months ago when she was still in the Elf Kingdom, sitting under the giant tree, happily swinging on a swing. How could I have imagined back then that she would fall to such a state in just a few months? Father, mother. Two familiar faces involuntarily flashed through Sivir's mind. Although she knew the situation had been terrible, she still felt a sense of anticipation, a longing to see her parents again. As she thought about it, tears welled up in her eyes. Noticing her own strange behavior, Sivir wiped away her tears, but couldn't help herself. She turned around and sat behind a tree branch, sobbing softly. After arranging the surroundings, Bright stretched his slightly sore neck, looked up, and didn't see the elf. So they walked this way. Upon reaching behind the tree and looking up, I saw the elf sitting there, quietly weeping. Bright thought the elf was up to some trick again, but it turned out she was just hiding there crying all by herself. Snort! Sivir, whose eyes were already red from crying, noticed Bright, but ignored him, snorted coldly, then turned her head away, hugged her legs, and continued to cry quietly. Bright didn't linger, but instead took a pack of tissues from his pocket and tossed it at him. Remember to wipe your tears after you're done crying. I don't want those useless tears to hinder your vigilance. Sivir looked at the paper in her hand, feeling quite hesitant. If that guy had spoken normally, she might have accepted his offer. During meals, Sivir didn't show anything unusual. She just sat there quietly eating her lunch. Soon, after finishing their meal and packing their things, the group boarded a carriage and left. But no one noticed. Right where they had just eaten, a hairy arm suddenly appeared and lingered in the spot where they had been. At 5 p.m., inside the carriage, Bright checked the time. Based on the carriage's speed, they had now covered approximately 2/3 of the distance to their destination. They have now entered the forest. However, Bright glanced outside and, for some reason, felt that something was amiss. They've been far too quiet on their journey. However, encountering strange beasts or even insects was rare. Keep in mind that this is in the middle of a forest, and such a peaceful situation is rare. Erica. Suddenly, Bright called out to Erica outside, but received no response. Erica. Seeing the sudden change in the atmosphere around the carriage, Bright's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lifted the curtain with his right hand. However, Erica, who was supposed to be sitting in the driver's seat, was nowhere to be found. And suddenly, countless eyes appeared all around, yet they seemed illusory. The next second, Bright suddenly felt his body falling, and the carriage disappeared. In that instant, Bright regained his balance and stood firm, preventing himself from falling. Clang! Meanwhile, the sleeping sprite was completely unaware of what was happening. He fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? Sivir was awakened by the pain in her buttocks. She rubbed it and stood up, looking around with a puzzled expression. She realized that they seemed to be being watched by an alien. On the other side, "Sir, are you still there?" "That's so strange." Outside the carriage, Erica also sensed something was amiss. "So I thought I'd ask the gentleman." After waiting for a while, there was no response. "Mr. Bright, are you asleep?" Erica curiously lifted the curtains to look inside, but she didn't see the gentleman or even Wendy. There was only this one little white tiger lying in the spacious carriage. Upon seeing Erica, the little white tiger let out 2 loud howls. Chapter 14 Trapped. I don't know either. It seems we've been targeted by some kind of outcast. No wonder it's been so quiet all the way here. We've fallen into a trap. Bright glanced at the illusory eyes around him and said slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he quickly straightened his clothes, took out his pocket watch, and glanced at the time. The pocket watch is fine. It's still turning. In other words, they were simply temporarily moved from one place to another by that alien creature. I glanced at the black umbrella in my hand. It was still there. So Bright wasn't in a hurry. He stood there, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking. He rarely smoked. He always carried some with him, and only smoked on special occasions. For example, just standing here right now is so boring. Bright wasn't in a hurry. Since he hadn't died or been restrained immediately, it meant that this other creature's abilities weren't very strong, or at least not much stronger than his own, since it does not exceed the standard. Now that he and Sivir have been suddenly transported here, that alien creature must have expended a lot of energy. Transfer? Illusion. Looking at the dense array of blood-red eyes around him, Bright muttered something. Bright remained calm, but Sivir, standing beside him, was far from composed. Outliers. They've now been targeted by an alien species, and one capable of teleporting them at that. Sivir looked around and found that they were enveloped by this bizarre scene before them. Sivir could also feel that her breathing seemed unnatural in this illusion. Sivir glanced at Bright, who was still standing there smoking, and gritted her teeth. This guy didn't seem scared at all. Does he have some solution? Sivir couldn't help but think. But the next second she shook her head fiercely, inwardly cursing herself. Sivir, Wendy, when did you become so weak? You were actually leaning on a stranger just now. After glancing at the motionless Bright, Sivir closed her eyes, and a faint green light appeared on her body. Sylvie is sensing the surrounding plants. Since this is in the forest, as an elf, she might be able to establish a connection with the surrounding plants, and perhaps something will turn out differently. However, after a few minutes, Sivir opened her eyes filled with disappointment. Why? She can sense the plants around her, but she can't connect with them? It was as if something was blocking their way. This barrier was something Sivir couldn't break through with her own abilities. What kind of ability is this? At this moment, Sivir was filled with confusion. The eerie atmosphere grew stronger, and Sivir felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Without realizing it, Sivir felt a little dizzy, and her vision seemed to be slowly sliding downwards. Just as she almost fell, suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her awake. "Come stand on my side." Not far away, Bright leaned against a tree, slowly puffing on a cigarette. Despite feeling somewhat unwilling, Sivir, who had regained some of her composure, hesitated for a moment before walking towards the location of the demon with her head down. She can't die here yet. The elven sacred beast is still in that demon's hands. If she had been alone before, Sivir would have died without hesitation. But things are different now. The moment Sivir saw the sacred beast, her thoughts changed. She has only one thought right now. That is, before he dies, he must send the sacred beast of the elves back to the elven kingdom, because it is the hope of the elves and the possibility of ending the century-long war between the elves. Reaching the demon's side, Sivir leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. To her surprise, the situation around the demon had actually eased somewhat. Unable to resist, Sivir glanced curiously at the demon beside her. This guy is getting more and more mysterious. He's clearly a human, but the power within him is stronger than that of this elf. Is he human or a monster? The monsters lurking around seem to be wary of the human beside her. Otherwise, how can we explain the phenomenon just now? Although this can be seen as a tacit admission that she is not as powerful as this human, it is a fact that Sivir has to admit. What a monster! Sivir couldn't help but mutter to herself. That terrifying ability to control people was one thing. But now even that mysterious anomaly knew that compared to her and Bright, Sivir was just a weakling. After finishing his last puff of cigarette, Bright said, "Miss Wendy, one should know one's place. You almost died just now. I just didn't want to stand there and wait to die. Besides, I'm not human, I'm an elf." Sivir muttered to herself. Bright automatically ignored the second sentence. Always be careful, especially in unfamiliar environments. Be more careful next time. I won't always be there for you. Oomph. Who wants you? You know you're the one who brought me to this forest. Sivir muttered to herself, turning her head away from Bright. But after hearing what Bright had just said, a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. This inexplicable emotion made Sivir feel a little scared, so she wanted to avoid that devil. That's all. A while passed. Sivir sat on the ground, leaning against a tree, and couldn't help but ask Bright, do you have a way to leave? Sivir's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Bright is so mysterious and powerful, and from the beginning when they were trapped until now, that demon has remained completely unassuming. It was as if they weren't the ones who were trapped. Therefore, Sivir had a vague feeling that the demon might have a solution. No. However, the next second, Bright's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Sivir froze on the spot. No? No. No. You have no way to escape. So why are you acting like it's none of your business? Not nervous at all. You see, we're currently trapped by an unknown alien species. Look at those blood-red eyes all around us. They could kill us. Sivir was stunned for a moment. Chapter 15 waiting, then a sudden explosion. She had initially thought that the demon, with his nonchalant demeanor, must have a way to escape. But now, the demon actually said he couldn't do anything about it either, which left Sivir completely dumbfounded. Before this, countless thoughts had run through her mind. But I never considered this possibility. Perhaps even Sivir didn't realize that she was inadvertently relying on Bright, believing that the mysterious human had a solution. I glanced at the elf sitting there, seemingly utterly despondent. Bright's lips twitched. Please, he's not a god, he's not omnipotent. On the contrary, I've only been in this world for about 3 months. Compared to you, a 19-year-old elf, you should know more than me, right? But you know nothing. Looks like you're a useless elf princess. Just when Sivir felt hopeless, she heard the demon's voice again. This anomaly is well hidden. If we try to deal with it from within, it might take a long time. However, from the outside, it's simple. That alien's ability can only affect us inside the illusion. Then, what should we do? Sylvie was very puzzled. Even if she knew there was a way out from the outside, they were trapped here and couldn't get out. How could they solve the problem from the outside? Beside him, Bright glanced at the black umbrella in his hand and said, "Just wait, it's almost time." What's almost here? Sivir asked with a puzzled look on her face. Why is it that I understand every single word you say, but I don't understand them when they're put together? However, just as Sivir was confused, with a loud bang, suddenly, a huge explosion rang out from nowhere. Upon hearing the sound, Sivir jumped to her feet, looking around in shock. She felt the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly. What's going on here? What's that sound? Before Sivir could even react, several more explosions rang out. Bright remained calm, as if he had expected it, but upon hearing the first explosion, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. The power was quite great. Sivir was astonished to discover that after the explosions, the surrounding illusory space was disappearing at a visible speed. Soon, those eerie blood-red eyes completely disappeared. After the fog dissipated, Sivir realized that she and her companions were still in the forest, but several unusually large craters had appeared around them. Mr. Bright. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Not far away, Erica, controlling the puppet, rushed over and hugged Bright tightly, excitedly saying, "Sir, I've found you." Mr. Bright's sudden disappearance startled Erica. Okay, I got it. Erica was great this time. She was a big help. Bright pushed Erica away from his embrace. If Erica were in her lowly form, Bright wouldn't have thought much of it, but Erica is currently piloting a 1.8-meter-tall male puppet. Therefore, Bright decisively pushed Erica away. I'm glad I was able to help you, sir." Erica smiled happily as she received the praise from her husband. Bright walked toward the carriage and saw that the elf behind him was still in a daze. So he said, "My black umbrella was made by Erica. Erica has a special ability, so she can find my location based on the black umbrella." Black umbrella? Upon hearing this, Sivir looked at the black umbrella in Bright's hand, feeling somewhat amazed. Keep in mind, even she couldn't break through the illusion's barrier, yet Erica could find someone's location through a black umbrella. It's simply unbelievable. What was that explosion just now? Sivir asked curiously. "En explosion." Erica, standing to the side, pointed to the corner of her mouth with her right hand, as if she had thought of something. The next second, she became somewhat embarrassed. "That, Sister Wendy, the explosion just now was caused by Erica." "Sivir, the forest exploded, the backyard exploded, and the doll that exploded." Suddenly, Sivir seemed to realize something. Actually, those were made from Erica's failed attempts. Those were just failed attempts. The master said that if anything bad happens, Erica should use those failed experiments as weapons. Erica could sense the man's location, but couldn't see him, so she panicked and threw some failed attempts around the area. Inside the doll, after saying these words, Erica's entire face turned bright red. Opposite, Sivir opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back down. Well, maybe I should have thought of Erica a long time ago. I was still quite surprised. Is this a failed experiment or an explosion of magic? On the other side, Bright looked around as if searching for something. Since the illusion has dissipated, it proves that the other creature was influenced by Erica. Either leave, either they're injured. The next second, as if sensing something, Bright walked toward a certain direction, while behind him, Sivir and Erica looked on curiously. Reaching a patch of grass, Bright used his black umbrella to move the weeds in front of him and saw an animal that looked like a monkey lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Found it. Upon seeing the monkey, Bright was certain that it was the same strange creature that had attacked them earlier. Judging from the situation, he must have fainted. Unconsciously, Bright considered a possibility. Perhaps this guy was just unlucky, landing right in the middle or on the edge of the explosion. "Wow, sir, what's that? Is it a small animal?" Sivir and Erica followed behind. Sivir said with some surprise, "An outcast." Perhaps because she was an elf, she was able to tell at a glance that the creature lying on the ground was not an ordinary animal, but a frightening alien. Immediately afterwards, Sivir saw the demon take out something that looked like a bracelet and tie it around the other creature's neck. Okay, that should solve the problem. After securing the chain, Bly nodded. He was quite confident in the Erica chain. Although the explosive power of this chain wasn't very great, it was enough to instantly obliterate the alien's neck. As long as this outlier is even slightly wary, it won't act rashly. Chapter 16, an outcast with an extremely strong will to survive. The alien woke up quickly. Its first reaction upon waking was to try to escape, but the next second it found that its feet were bound and it couldn't escape at all. Looking up, the creature saw a human staring straight at it, which startled the alien. Sir, it seems to have woken up." Upon seeing the little monkey awaken, Erica, who was squatting in place, immediately called out hurriedly. Hearing the sound, Bright came over. The reason he didn't kill the anomaly earlier was because Bright was somewhat curious. After all, outliers are very rare. Furthermore, aliens can also be sold as slaves, and rare aliens can fetch a high price depending on their abilities. Recently, with the addition of Sivir, daily expenses have increased, and the money left by Bright is almost gone. So we still need to make money. Bright estimated that this anomaly in front of him could be sold for around 100 gold coins. Since the other party wants his life, he has no reason to pity them. You want my life? I'll sell you for money. Is that fair? After checking that the creature had no obvious injuries, and considering that a fully recovered alien could fetch a higher price, Bright said to Erica, Erica, put it in your other toolbox. It should sell for a good price. Besides, when Sivir heard that Bright was going to sell this oddball for money, she couldn't help but shudder and felt a chill run down her spine. I couldn't help but think to myself, he really is a devil. He is not afraid of outsiders, and even wants to sell them. Sylvie glanced at Bright out of the corner of her eye, and beneath his handsome face, she seemed to see a demon. Hiss! That terrifying guy. Yes, sir. After hearing what the man said, Erica obediently prepared to put the little monkey in the toolbox. At first, Erica didn't know that it was this little monkey that attacked her husband, and she even thought the little animal was cute. After learning about it later, Erica disliked the little monkey. It was a bad monkey because it had attacked the gentleman, and Erica didn't like it. On the ground, the creature seemed to understand Bright's words. Upon hearing that Bright wanted to sell it, it immediately panicked. It was jumping around on the spot, but it seemed to sense the unknown danger on its neck, so it did not immediately flee. Sir, this little monkey has gone mad. Erica was startled by the sudden movement and hurriedly said. Bright also looked over curiously. At this time, Sivir's voice came from behind. It seems to be begging for mercy. On the other side, the alien, seeing that a human seemed to understand it, cried out again. Sivir frowned and then said, It says it knows the location on the map, and it knows where what you're looking for is. Bright turned his head and looked at Sivir with a strange expression. Could this elf understand what other beings were saying? Seeing Bright's questioning gaze, Sivir immediately became anxious. Me, I'm an elf princess, after all. I'm an elf. Elves are born with the power to communicate with all things, and I've also learned some exotic languages before. So I can understand some of what this strange creature is saying. It's actually somewhat useful. Bright withdrew his gaze and said casually. Upon hearing this, Sivir immediately became angry. What do you mean? How am I useless? Wow, Wendy is amazing. Erica praised from the side. Sivir, who was just about to get angry, calmed down after hearing Erica's praise. She waved her little fist at the demon's retreating figure and muttered something under her breath. For Erica's sake, I won't hold it against you. Ignoring Sivir's actions behind him, Bright walked up to the alien and looked down at it. You're saying you know the location on the map and what we're looking for? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The oddball nodded quickly. They were even gesturing wildly while saying something. Bright turned to look at the elf behind him, his meaning clear. Seeing that she was being looked at, Sivir quickly turned her head away. It says it's willing to take you there. As long as you agree to let it go, it won't bother you again. After receiving the reply, Bright, holding the black umbrella, looked at the alien and said, From the moment you attacked me first, you have no right to negotiate with me. Lead the way. If it's really as you say, I'll consider letting you go. The monkey seemed to understand what Bright was saying. It squatted there, scratching its ears and cheeks for a while, before finally lowering its head to indicate its compliance. Behind, seeing this, Sivir curled her lip. This demon is just as ruthless as ever, never suffering any loss. So led by that oddball, the group drove the carriage through the forest for a while, and soon stopped outside a cave. The front is a cave-like opening, and behind it is a lush forest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon arriving here, the strange creature cried out again. What is it saying? Bright asked the elf beside him. Sylvie recalled for a moment, then said, It said that what you want is in here, and you have to let it go. Bright stepped down from the carriage and looked down into the cave. The opening wasn't large, just wide enough for an adult to fit through. Is the stone man's tears inside? Bright thought for a moment, then said to the people behind him, Let's go in and take a look first. Erica, you stay here and watch the carriage. Wendy and I will go inside. Bright didn't let Erica in. Firstly, the carriage outside needed someone to watch over it, and he didn't want to go in and find the carriage stolen. Secondly, to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring, just like before. The reason for bringing Sivir in was twofold. Firstly, she could understand the language of the other beings. And also just in case. At times, Even Bright had to admit that elves were indeed much more perceptive than humans. They could sense things that humans couldn't. So Bright, holding the rope binding the monkey-like creature, headed towards the cave entrance. Seeing that the human hadn't let it go and was even planning to take it into the cave, the monkey-like creature immediately became anxious. They jumped up and down, pulling on the chains, not wanting to enter the cave. Chapter 17, Wolf-like Anomalies, Dance of the Sword. Seeing the unusual movements of the monkey, Bright's eyes sharpened slightly. You don't want to go in? But Bright didn't care about the feelings of this alien creature. The next second, he used a little force to pull it in. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The unknown cave was very quiet, except for the occasional sound of dripping water. The monkey was always walking in front. It looked very reluctant. Its fur stood on end after it entered the cave. However, Bright didn't care whether it was willing or not, and used the black umbrella in his hand to drive it inside. Lastly, after entering the cave, Sivir cautiously followed behind Bright, carrying a torch. I don't know why. It always felt there was something eerie about the cave, though it couldn't quite put its finger on why. It just kept following closely behind Bright. Sivir thought that even if they encountered danger, this demon would surely be able to handle it. That's all. The two hadn't walked for long when, at first, the tunnel could only accommodate one person at a time, but as you go further in, the tunnel becomes wider and can now accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the unknown water grew clearer and clearer, as if it were right in front of me. As they went further in, Bright noticed that the creature became increasingly resistant, as if something inside was something it feared. Seeing this, Bright secretly prepared himself. Soon, after passing through several complex tunnels, the two arrived at the entrance of cave. But this time, the strange creature clung tightly to a stone pillar, refusing to move forward, and kept chattering away. It says what you want is right in front of you, and now it wants you to let it leave. Behind him, Sivir spoke up. That's not up to you. Now that you're here, you should go in and take a look. Bright said something expressionlessly, then raised his black umbrella and swung it towards the stone pillar. With a click, the broken stone pillar, along with the monkey-like creature on it, flew out of the cave entrance. Upon seeing this, Sivir's expression turned strange. This power is still without using magic. He really is a monster. Chirp, chirp, chirp. From inside the cave came the panicked cries of monkeys and other strange creatures. Bright then stepped into the cave. But even he was stunned when he saw the situation before him. Unlike the previous narrow tunnels, the space here is much more spacious, and it doesn't look like a cave at all, but more like the outside. Streams of water with a faint glow flow down the walls, like the Milky Way in the sky. On the opposite side of the stone wall, tiny stones, resembling water droplets, are embedded in the wall. Tears of the Stone Man. Bright instantly recognized the water droplet embedded in the stone wall. That was his goal for this trip, the Stone Man's tears. He had seen the illustrations of the Stone Man's tears before he came, so it was not difficult for him to recognize it. However, Bright saw that. The monkey that had been terrified and hesitant to enter was now sitting on a rock, watching them with a cunning look and excitement in its eyes. I didn't realize it was actually an ape. Seeing this, Bright muttered something under his breath. What is acting as an ape? Behind him, Sivir looked puzzled upon hearing the word. What puzzled her even more was the nature of this strange creature in front of her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. A strange monkey stood on a stone pillar, hands on its hips, chattering incessantly. Wendy, what is it saying? Bright picked up the black umbrella in his hand and asked the elf behind him. It says we're doomed. It also said that it deliberately tricked us into coming in, and that humans are so easy to fool, and so on. Oh, really? Hearing these words, Bright remained calmly standing in place. The monkey-like creature was temporarily bound by chains, preventing it from attacking itself. If it did, the chains around its neck would self-destruct. The monkey-like creature hasn't made a move yet, clearly wary of the chains around its neck. So, who gave him the courage to rebel? Bright glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Just then, Bright saw a dark shadow suddenly appear in front of him. With a loud bang, Bright's body flew uncontrollably toward one of the walls. It slammed heavily against the wall. Roar! At the same time, at the spot where Bright had just been standing, the figure of a colossal beast appeared. A strange beast, 1 meter tall and 2 meters long, suddenly appeared there. This strange beast had bluish-gray skin like armor, and incredibly ferocious fangs. It looked similar to a coyote, but its body was much larger. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast appeared, letting out a series of low growls, but made no further move. Its scarlet eyes seemed to be looking at Sivir or at the pit. Behind the strange beast, the monkey-like creature, upon seeing the human being sent flying, immediately cheered joyfully, clapping and jumping around. Not far away, Sivir stood frozen in place, feeling her body trembling slightly. She was angry. What did she see? She saw that the mysterious demon was actually knocked away by the wolf-like monster in front of her. This suddenly appearing wolf-like behemoth was also an anomaly. Sivir could clearly sense its difference from wild beasts. But Sivir was somewhat skeptical. That man was a demon. How could you be defeated so easily? But for some reason, she should be happy that the demon was defeated. But why can't I feel happy? On the contrary, Sivir is now somewhat angry. Sivir's right hand then reached for the dagger hanging at her waist. She felt she should do something now. However, just as Sivir was about to make her move, a familiar voice came from the pit. "Miss Wendy, could you please move a little further away? I'm worried that the fluctuations later might affect you. After all, you are an important commodity to me." From the deep pit in the stone wall, a figure slowly walked out. Bright's appearance isn't great right now. His black suit has several cracks and is covered in dust. After coming out, Bright dusted himself off, took off his coat, and tossed it toward the elf's location, saying, "Miss Wendy, could you please take this?" Sivir. Bright doesn't have time to pay attention to Sivir's feelings right now. Bright straightened his sleeves and walked step by step toward the wolf-shaped creature. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared between his fingers. Bright lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Have I been too relaxed lately? I was attacked by aliens outside before, and now I've been attacked again inside. It seems that one can't be too careless." After sighing for a while, at this time, in a virtual frame that was out of sight of outsiders, a virtual frame appeared in front of Bright. Guidance mode is now activated. Selectable characters. Erica. Sivir Wendy. Choose Sivir Wendy. Character selected. Please select the skill to teach. Sword Dance, Jungle Leap, Perfect Shot. Choose Sword Dance. The moment he made his choice, Bright felt as if his body had gained a new muscle memory related to swordsmanship, allowing him to unleash the elven swordsmanship, Sword Dance, entirely with this muscle memory. This character has not yet learned this skill. The tutorial mode will end in 30 minutes. 30 minutes? That's enough. Bright muttered to himself, then twisted the black umbrella and pulled out the handle. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Bright's hand, followed by a burst of flame that appeared out of thin air from his palm and instantly covered the entire sword. Bright, holding a flaming longsword in his right hand, said to the elf standing to the side, "Miss Wendy, I suggest you observe carefully what's coming next, as this will be part of your training." Chapter 18, Elven Swordsmanship, Bright's Admonition. Before him stood Brett, unharmed. Both the people on both sides and the outsiders were stunned. On the opposite rock, the monkey-like creature roared in panic. It seems even it didn't expect that the human would survive. The wolf-like creature growled at Bright, its scarlet eyes gleaming with a wary light. Sivir, who was standing to the side, was still in shock when she heard what Bright said to her. Sivir. Sivir hadn't quite grasped what was going on and didn't understand what the demon meant by those words. The next second, she saw the demon walk directly towards the wolf-like creature. The wolf-like anomaly was not to be outdone. Suddenly, several wind blades appeared around it. The moment Sivir saw the wind blade, her expression changed immediately. It can summon a significant magical attack. A level 3 outcast. However, when Sivir looked at Bright, especially after seeing his actions, her face was filled with disbelief. Those familiar moves, those familiar actions. Hidden memories surfaced in Sivir's mind. She saw that Bright was holding a flaming longsword and was in a pose that she recognized very well. This is the dance of the sword. How is this possible? Why would a human know the swordsmanship of the elves? At this moment, Sivir was utterly shocked. You should know that the dance of the sword is the ultimate sword technique of the elven race, and even she had only seen her father use it a few years ago. And now, he actually saw this sword technique again in a human. However, what Sivir saw next shocked her even more. The human was fighting a wolf-like alien, watching his movements. Sivir's eyes were filled with disbelief. During Bright's duel with the wolf-like alien, she could tell that the human's sword dance proficiency had reached a terrifying level. It was even possible that her own father didn't have that level of skill. A terrifying thought crossed Sivir's mind. The fact that a human could perform sword dance was already surprising enough for her. But how come his skill level is even higher than his own father's? Her father is the king of one of the major kingdoms of the elves, and his strength is terrifying. And now, a human sword dance proficiency is actually at such a terrifying level. For a moment, Sivir's heart was filled with complex emotions. She desperately wanted to rush over and ask that human why he knew their elven swordsmanship. But Sivir knew she couldn't bother him, at least not now. On the other side, Bright held a flaming long sword, his body moving like a graceful elven dancer. With each flash, another wound appears on the wolf-like alien's body. Roar, roar, roar. The wolf-like anomaly let out a defiant roar. Not long after, with a loud bang, the wolf-like creature could not hold on and fell to the ground. Seeing the wolf-like alien lying on the ground, already incapacitated, Bright stopped. He deliberately didn't kill the alien. After all, living outcasts can bring more value to themselves and can be sold for a higher price. However, Bright turned to look at the monkey-like creature standing on the rock, took his long sword, and walked towards it. On the stone, chirp, 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 chirp. The monkey looked terrified. Even it hadn't expected that its companion would be no match for this human. It lay trembling on the rock, making sounds as if begging for mercy. It said it was wrong and it will never do it again. Please let it go, or something like that. Behind him, Sivir looked at Bright with a complicated expression and offered to translate what the monkey-like creature had said. Bright approached the monkey-like creature, looking at the one that was constantly begging for mercy. Without any hesitation, with a wave of his right hand, the monkeys and other creatures were sent to different locations. Bright then took a bag from his person and put the monkey-like creature's corpse inside. Although it's dead, it's still an anomaly, so it can still fetch a good price. Watching Bright kill the alien without hesitation, Sivir opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated and remained silent. After collecting the body, Bright went to the stone wall and removed several pieces of stone tiers. As he walked past Sivir, Bright didn't turn around and calmly said, "I know you're wondering why I killed that alien directly. It could have been sold for a very good price. But, Miss Wendy, I hope you will always remember one thing. Under any circumstances, and whenever possible, do not leave yourself with any hidden dangers. Things that you may consider insignificant in normal times could be fatal to you in the future. Whether or not another alien appeared just now, I would have killed this alien. The reason I didn't have it first was because it still had some value to me at that time, so I let it live a little longer. From the moment it tried to kill us, it lost the right to negotiate with me. Not to mention that this alien is somewhat intelligent, so is even less likely to be allowed to live. Today is just the day we met. Perhaps before that, others have already lost their lives at its hands." Sivir stood there, watching Bright's retreating figure with a complex expression. These words were destined to leave a deep impression on her. Even years later, when Wendy sat on the elf throne and looked back, these words still helped her a great deal in her life. Outside, "Wow, sir, where did you find such a big dog?" Beside the carriage, Erica stared at the wolf-like creature lying on the ground, her face full of curiosity. "It's not a dog, it's a very bad monster. Erica must not touch it." Upon hearing the man say that the big dog was a monster, Erica immediately withdrew her outstretched hand. If the gentleman says it's a monster, then this big dog must be a monster, and yes, a bad one at that. Besides, Sivir has been silent since just now. Whether it was the sword dance Bright just performed, or those words, this human is becoming more and more mysterious. Just who is he? An ordinary slave trader would not possibly possess the elven swordsmanship techniques. Now that we have the stone man's tears, there's no need to stay in the forest any longer. Bright had originally planned to spend 3 days searching, but he found it in just 1 day. So he headed back early. Because they had to carry the wolf-like creature, their return journey was a little slower, taking a full day. Upon entering the city, Bright's carriage attracted a large crowd because of its wolf-like appearance. Chapter 19. Sivir's Transformation. The next day, in the morning, in the grocery store, an elderly man with white hair was somewhat surprised after hearing his servant's report. "You're saying Bright captured a live alien from the forest?" "Yes, sir. Many people in the territory have seen this. The white-haired old man stroked his chin as if talking to himself. Wasn't it said that all of Bright's henchmen were dead? How did he manage to capture this anomaly? It's still a level 3 anomaly. Could he have trained new thugs? That's impossible. It hasn't been that long. The white-haired old man thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? You go to Bright's place later and invite him to the auction in 3 days." "Yes, sir." After saying that, the servant left. After the servant left, the white-haired old man sat there, lost in thought. Previously, Bright was not eligible to participate in the auction, because he currently had no slaves or goods. And as for the elf, in the old man's eyes it was already his, only temporarily entrusted to Bright. He will retrieve it when needed. But now that Bright has an anomaly in his possession, he can participate in the auction, since anomalies are rarely auctioned here. That's considered a lucky draw. Of course, the most important thing is the elf that Bright has. Let's see if we can get it from him in 3 days. Around noon, Erica disappeared somewhere. Sivir was the only one standing in the backyard, unleashing her power over the field. However, Sivir was distracted at the moment, her mind preoccupied with other things. "Miss Wendy." Suddenly, a voice startled her from the chaos. Then Sivir saw that the human had somehow appeared behind her. Upon seeing Bright, Sivir opened her mouth, just about to voice the doubts that had been weighing on her mind for so long. On the other side, Bright produced an ordinary iron sword from somewhere and tossed it to Sivir. At the same time, he also had an ordinary iron sword in his hand. Bright took the iron sword and swung it around briefly. Although it wasn't as handy as his black umbrella, he figured he'd just make do with it for training. "I know you have a lot of questions, Miss Wendy, but don't ask me. I won't tell you. The only thing you need to do right now is train." Sivir was about to ask a question when she was rebuffed, gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction. "That despicable demon. If you don't want to say, then don't say. I don't want to ask yet." Glancing at the iron sword in her hand and at Bright's current actions, Sivir seemed to have realized something. She looked up at Bright with some uncertainty. "I couldn't help but think to myself, is this demon going to teach me the dance of swords?" Although she had heard the demon mention this in the cave yesterday, saying it was part of her future training, Sivir hadn't really believed it at the time. She couldn't believe that this demon would teach her sword dance. If the goal is simply to train an excellent slave, training her abilities alone would be sufficient. But he even taught him the dance of the sword. Wasn't this demon worried that he would escape after increasing his strength? Or even forcibly break the contract? For a moment, Sivir was also somewhat confused about what this human wanted to do. Opposite, seeing that Sivir was distracted, Bright struck her on the head with his iron sword. It made a thud. "You." Feeling the pain in her forehead, Sivir clutched her head, gritted her teeth, and glared fiercely at Bright. "Next is teaching time. I hope you will study hard, Miss Wendy. If you lose focus again, this iron sword will once again appear on Miss Wendy's head." After saying that, Bright walked to a recliner and sat down, then took out a book from his pocket and started reading. Sivir stood there, staring at Bright, who was already lying there reading, her mind reeling. Wasn't the plan to teach her swordsmanship? But what are you doing lying there now? Sure enough, this devil was just fooling himself. However, just when Sylvie thought Bright was lying to her, the next second, her body started moving on its own like a puppet. That familiar feeling. Sivir. She looked at herself holding the iron sword and began to swing it in a familiar motion. At this moment, Sivir was utterly shocked, because she realized that the move she was using was a sword dance move. Soon, about 2 hours have passed. Sivir stopped moving, ignoring Bright sitting there. She quickly closed her eyes and tried to recall what she had just done. Those are memories of her practicing sword dance. She can't just forget them like that. She has to recall them quickly. Seeing that Sivir didn't continue, Bright pinched his glasses, put the book on the table, and then walked over with his iron sword. Arriving before the elf, Bright said to Sivir, "Now, repeat the actions you just performed from memory, and I will be watching." Sivir, who had been reviewing the movements, opened her eyes, glanced at Bright with her light purple eyes, and then, as he instructed, picked up the long sword and began to swing it. Thump! Sivir's hand was slapped by the iron sword, and she heard Bright's indifferent voice in her ear. "You raise your hand." Sivir gritted her teeth in pain, lowered her arm a little, and continued to swing the iron sword in her hand. During this period, Sivir had lost count of how many times Bright had struck her body with his iron sword. After each blow, her entire body ached. However, The effect is quite obvious. Despite being unfamiliar with the sword technique, Sivir felt much more familiar with the dance of swords after the adjustment she had just made. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she could master the sword technique. Thinking of this, Sivir watched Bright's retreating figure with a complicated expression. This human is really teaching her swordsmanship. But why is that? Is it really just to get her a good price? I don't know why. After spending so many days together, except for the first day, this devil has not mistreated her until now. You could even say they're doing quite well. Looking back now, it seems that what happened on the first day was also due to her own fault. Without realizing it, Sivir's initial thoughts began to waver. Is this human really a bad person? Sivir gripped her iron sword tightly. Whether this human is good or bad, she will eventually escape from here. She will escape her current predicament and return to the Elf Kingdom to seek revenge. Suddenly, Sivir seemed to have figured something out. She is still very weak, Sivir had to admit. The man in front of her was the only one who could help her at the moment. Involuntarily, Sivir looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Sivir, Wendy, it's time to bow your head and face reality. You are no longer that noble elven princess, but a lowly slave. Here, no one will respect you because of your status. On the contrary, it can bring you terrible danger. The stubbornness in your heart seems more like a joke to others. Chapter 20 Auction House. News about the elves. In Sylvia's eyes, Bright is like an endless treasure trove, constantly exuding mystery and allure. This attracted Sivir to explore it. Just when you think you understand him, he becomes even more mysterious. Bright's voice came to my ears again. You have 2 hours of that state every day, so cherish it. After each training session, I will watch you practice again, just like before, and I will point out any areas that I am not satisfied with. If the move doesn't satisfy me, I will still strike with my iron sword without hesitation. As he spoke, Bright walked towards the door without looking back at Sivir's expression. It's not hard to guess that the proud elf is probably glaring at him with a face full of anger right now. But Bright didn't care and casually added, "By the way, Miss Wendy, as I just said, you don't have a choice. Other places, I can." However, Bright hadn't finished speaking. Sivir's voice came through, this time without anger, but much gentler. "Mr. Bright, you did the right thing. I will train even harder from today onwards. Please do not hesitate to offer your guidance. I'm sorry for everything I did before." As she spoke, Sivir lowered her head. She doesn't need that useless dignity now. She needs power. Location at the entrance. Bright was uncharacteristically stunned for a moment. Even he hadn't expected Sivir to say that so suddenly. This was the first time he had ever heard the other person call his name. So he turned around and looked at Sivir. Sivir seemed to sense something, and just then she looked up and their eyes met. Sivir remained unfazed, her gaze fixed firmly on Bright. Seeing the look in the other person's light purple eyes, Bright clapped his hands, then turned and walked into the door. "Then, Miss Wendy, please work even harder from now on." After saying this, Brett seemed to be in a good mood, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, revealing a rare, faint smile. Because he finally saw a trace of human life in Sivir. Before, she was like a walking corpse, completely devoid of life. And now, although he didn't know what had happened to Sivir, at least Brett sensed something different about her. So, abandoned fairy princess, please continue to strive in the future. Bright silently added a sentence in his mind. Sivir only looked away after Bright had disappeared from sight. She let out a breath, her heart pounding. Heaven knows how much determination she had just made. However, the result was good. She now felt a surge of energy within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Picking up the iron sword, Sivir once again swung it according to her memory. On the other side, in the living room, just as Bright sat down, he heard a knock on the door. Not long after, an invitation card bearing a gold seal had appeared on the table. This is an invitation to the auction. As slave traders, putting their slaves up for auction was also a sales channel. Bright tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making soft sounds. I'll most likely have to attend this auction, since I'm planning to sell the unusual items I have. And there's one more thing he needs to find out. That's why someone would suddenly buy up elves. After all, he already had an elf, and Bright wouldn't feel at ease until he figured out the other person's purpose in acquiring the elf. The Pokemon in his possession had a rather special identity, and if it were exposed, he might be in danger. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, at night, the auction will be held in the only auction house within the territory. During the day, the territory, which was not usually inhabited, suddenly became filled with many outsiders, who clearly knew about the auction and did not want to miss it. After parking the carriage, Bright walked in front, followed by a person shrouded in a black robe. "Hey, Bright, haven't seen you in a few days. I heard you've got yourself a monster." "Sure, Bright." I was surprised when I heard that. As soon as I arrived at the auction house, I ran into an acquaintance. The person in front of me was the slave trader I had met at the market that day. After that, Bright made a point of finding out his name, and now it's come in handy. "Mullen," Bright said coldly, "the auction is about to begin. Now is not the time for us to chat outside." Upon hearing Bright's voice, the bearded middle-aged man called Mullen smiled. "That's true. Haha, let's go in then." After entering, the auction house was a large circular building, and it was filled with people all around. However, as sellers, Bright and his group naturally had their own designated spots. Then, led by a female slave, the group arrived at a relatively quiet place where most of the people sitting were sellers who had listed items for sale at the auction house or were slaves. Several people greeted Mullen with joy and began chatting. "Alas, I learned about the auction too late this time, so I didn't prepare anything good." Luckily I was prepared. Not long ago, I went to other cities and got a few pretty young ladies from noble families. I trained them well. I hope I can sell them for a good price later." At this moment, Marin, with a full beard, sat in his seat and said with a smile, his hand behind the female slave next to him, seemingly doing something. "Marin, you really aren't afraid. You dare to lay a hand on a noble lady. Aren't you afraid that those nobles will join forces to deal with you?" "What's there to be afraid of? I went to a very far place to get it. I'm very skilled at it. They won't be able to find me here. And even if they do, so what? The guys I keep aren't just for show. You're making me quite eager to try it out. How about you take me with you next time, Mullen?" The group talked. Most of these people were slave traders. After all, slave traders dealt with more than just slaves. They would collect anything of value. Of course, slaves were simply the most readily available commodity in the hands of these merchants. Bright sat there listening quietly, and occasionally, some information that was of value to him would emerge from their conversations. Bright glanced at Sivir beside him, and seeing that she didn't make any drastic moves, he felt relieved. Before coming, Bright had considered not bringing Sivir. Because Sivir has fallen to her current state and gone through so much, she, who is inherently righteous, can only empathize more deeply and wish she could kill those evil people. Therefore, Bright was worried that Sylvester would lose control of her emotions. However, after some thought, he decided to bring Sivir along, considering it extracurricular training. Seeing that Sivir remained still and stood quietly to the side, Bright felt relieved. This elf seems to have grown quite a bit. Behind Bright, Sivir lowered her head, listening to the words spoken by the humans, struggling to control her inner rage, her hands clenched into tight fists. But she knew that if she took action, it would cause trouble for Mr. Bright and also for herself. Therefore, Sivir had been trying her best to suppress her emotions and secretly scrutinize the faces of these people. "If I get the chance later, I'll kill them in secret. These trash don't deserve to live in this world." Opposite, Marin seemed to be in a good mood, drinking several glasses of wine in large gulps and pulling the female slave next to him into his arms. "Actually, those noble ladies are nothing compared to me. This time, I prepared a female elf." Upon hearing this, Brett, who was sitting to the side, narrowed his eyes and glanced at Marin. At the same time, she whispered to Sivir behind her, "Miss Wendy, I don't care what you hear next, but please calm down. I don't want me to take action to calm you down." Upon hearing the word elf, Bright knew he had to remind Sivir. Although she had maintained a good image until now, Brett was uncertain when it came to matters concerning her own kind. Really, Sivir's anger reached its peak the moment she heard the word elf. Fortunately, Brett's voice came to her ears at this moment, and Sivir calmed down, but her beautiful face was still full of anger. On the other side, upon hearing news of the female elf, the surrounding merchants seemed to have become interested and all turned their attention to Mullen. Mullen continued speaking. "It's a bit of pity. That female elf was bought by a nobleman ahead of time. Later, I found out that the nobleman had actually bought several female elves. Later, I also learned from informants in other territories that there were people in other territories and cities collecting Pokemon, and in quite a large number of them." As he spoke, Mullen seemed to remember something and glanced in Bright's direction. The female slave he saw behind Bright that day was so beautiful. He couldn't tell if she was an elf. He only saw her face, not her whole body. Now that I think about it, Bright's female slave was very likely an elf. Otherwise, how could she be so beautiful? Although they're beautiful humans, they are very rare. Only female elves are all so beautiful. As he thought about it, Mullen became more and more certain of his inner thoughts. He glanced at Bright, whose eyes darted around, and it was unclear what he was planning. He then stopped talking about that topic and began discussing other things with the slave traders. Chapter 21 Auction, Wolf-like Anomaly. Bright noticed that Mullen had looked at him, but he didn't show it and pretended not to see it. However, what Mullen said earlier caught Bright's attention. He might know some information. At this time, the entrance of a scantily clad woman triggered cheers throughout the auction hall, as her arrival signaled the start of the auction. The beautiful woman clapped her hands, signaling everyone present to quiet down. After the opening remarks, the auction officially began. The first commodity to appear was slaves. Several pretty slaves with chains around their necks were brought up. Clearly, in order to sell these slaves for a higher price, they all had light makeup on their faces to make them look more attractive. Seeing his goods being the first to be auctioned, a proud smile appeared on Mullen's face. Auction house. As soon as these pretty young girls appeared, people started whistling, clearly eager to see them. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful woman on the stage began to praise the slaves, saying how good and useful they were. It was eventually acquired by a wealthy young master for 300 silver coins. It was a simple good start. The auction is still ongoing. Weapons and rare medicines appeared during this period. There are also a few orc slaves. None of this caught Bright's attention. Soon, the auction was nearing its final few rounds. The beautiful woman stood there holding a box, and then, under everyone's gaze, opened the lid. The next second, a monkey-like animal carcass appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing that it was a monkey inside, some people in the auction hall immediately laughed. "Ha! What's going on with this territory's auction house? They're auctioning off a monkey's carcass. Are you making fun of us?" Ha ha ha. Many people in the audience laughed along with him. The beautiful woman, however, remained calm and slowly explained the situation to everyone while holding the box. "My lords, please be patient. This is no ordinary animal in my hand. It is the corpse of an alien species. I believe everyone knows about outliers, so I won't go into too much detail." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Those who had been laughing just moments before felt utterly embarrassed. The monkey was actually an anomaly. Even though it's a corpse, it's still quite useful, especially for magicians. The corpse of this strange creature is of immense value. In this world, magicians also have another name. That is walking wealth. In this world, it is very easy for magicians to make money. So many magicians are not sure of money at all and can be said to be extremely rich. Soon, people in the audience were eyeing the box with burning desire, all wanting to take it for themselves. After glancing at the eager looks from those around her, the beautiful woman on stage smiled and announced the starting price. According to our auction house's appraisal, this alien was a level 3 alien in life. Therefore, the starting price is 50 silver coins, and each bid must be at least 10 silver coins higher. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone called out a price. 100 silver coins. It was a person wearing a mage's robe who shouted from the corner. When some people saw that it was a magician bidding, they couldn't help but scoff and silently gave up the competition. These guys have too much money. However, on the other side, another voice came from 200 silver coins. The sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. The first mage to bid also looked over, and upon seeing that it was an old man making the bid, his expression immediately turned rather grim. He's currently a level 2 mage, and if he can conduct some research on the corpse of this alien creature, he might not be far from becoming a level 3 mage. In other words, this outlier was the key to his advancement. 400 silver coins. After hesitating for a moment, the magician announced a price. Call. The price announcement immediately drew cheers from the entire audience. Goodness, there were some veteran hunters among them who had seen a lot and knew roughly how much this carcass could fetch. It usually costs around 300 silver coins, but this magician actually offered 400 silver coins. The hunters around, clutching their belts, shook their heads with wry smiles and muttered curses under their breath. Damn, these magicians are really rich. This time, the old man didn't bid, seemingly frightened by the price. Seeing that no one was bidding against him, the magician secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the monkey carcass was finally sold for 400 silver coins, Bright nodded in satisfaction. It was fortunate that there was a magician in the auction house this time. Otherwise, the price might have been lower. The auction continues. In the subsequent auction, Bright also bid on an item. A bow and arrow meticulously crafted by the dwarves was auctioned off. Bright's move surprised the people around him a little, since few sellers buy things at auctions. They only hope to get a certain price for their goods. Meanwhile, Marlin, seeing that Bright had bought a bow and arrow, became even more certain of his suspicions. Soon, tonight's auction is coming to an end. That is, the final item to seal the deal. All eyes were fixed on the stage with anticipation. Some of them knew a little about it, but most had no idea what the grand finale was. Bright, who was sitting there, tapped his chair lightly with his fingers, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that his unusual creature would be the last one to be auctioned off. That was rather interesting. The reason for killing the monkey-like creature while leaving the wolf-like creature alive was, it's because that monkey-like beast was too clever, so it couldn't be kept. On the contrary, this wolf-like anomaly is more like an anomaly, as most of its thinking relies on its physical instincts. On stage, amidst the intense attention of the crowd, the beautiful host reached out and tore off the red cloth behind her. Whoosh! As the red cloth fell away, a huge iron cage came into everyone's view. Clang! Clang! Inside the iron cage, a giant wolf was struggling violently inside, occasionally letting out low growls. Its sharp fangs clamped down on the iron cage, trying to tear it apart and escape. But no matter how much this strange creature struggled, it couldn't escape from here. Hiss! Upon the appearance of this anomaly, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 22 Breakthrough. It's a living anomaly. Holy crap. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Cheers immediately erupted from the auction hall. A living anomaly is not like a corpse. It possesses a far greater value. The wolf-like anomaly appeared. The magician who just photographed the monkey-like carcass stared wide-eyed, his breathing even becoming rapid. He had never heard of auctioning off living aliens before he came here. Damn it. After auctioning off the corpse, he didn't have much money left. Soon, the auction has begun. Starting bid, 200 silver coins. Each bid must be at least 50 silver coins higher. 300 silver coins. No sooner had the host finished speaking than a voice rang out. The crowd followed the gaze and saw that the one bidding was a portly nobleman. 400 silver coins. However, someone quickly made a bid. 450 silver coins. As time goes by, in the end, the wolf-like creature was auctioned off to the old man for 1,000 silver coins, a price that stunned everyone present. Meanwhile, tonight's auction has also come to an end. On the way back, Bright looked at the dozen or so silver notes in his hand and felt rather pleased. Earning some gold coins while searching for materials is not a bad deal. The territory was quiet in the dead of night, pitch black all around, with only the sound of Bright's carriage echoing through the empty streets. Not long after, the carriage stopped. At this moment, Bright was sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing the abnormality of the carriage, Bright slowly opened his eyes. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, it was as if he had already guessed it. The next moment, Siver's cold voice came from outside. Mr. Bright, there are humans blocking the carriage ahead. On the street, a burly man on horseback, after confirming that the carriage in front of him belonged to Bright, said, "Excuse me, Mr. Bright. My master, Mr. Marin, would like to invite Mr. Bright over. He wishes to discuss a business matter with you." Soon, Bright's voice came from inside the carriage. "It's too late today. If Mullen is interested, he can come to see me during the day. Wendy, let's go home." Upon hearing the sound, Sylvie urged the carriage on again. Upon seeing that Bright had refused the master's invitation, the burly man's face immediately turned ugly. The master ordered him to come and do some business, but now he hasn't been invited. If he goes back, he'll definitely get scolding. So the burly man went to the middle of the road, stopped the carriage, and wanted to invite it again. But at this moment, call out, moment, a dagger flew straight across his cheek, leaving a shallow bloodstain on his face. Bite! The dagger plunged straight into the ground behind the burly man. "Get out of my way or I'll kill you." Siver's cold voice came from the carriage. She had considered simply killing this piece of trash in front of her, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided against it. Upon hearing the warning, the burly man immediately snapped out of his daze. He was clearly terrified by the attack. He was a seasoned level 2 hunter, but he hadn't even reacted to the attack just now. In other words, the person who attacked me is very strong, at least not on the same level as me. Suddenly, the burly man recalled the words his master had told him before he came. Bright was able to capture a level 3 anomaly alive. He may have a level 4 system user of unknown identity by his side. Just tell him what I mean. Invite him if you can. The burly man quickly stepped aside and said, Mr. Bright, I will convey your message to the master. As he spoke, he glanced at Sylvie, who was driving the carriage. In the darkness, he couldn't make out the man's face. The burly man touched the still stinging knife wound on his face and couldn't help but think to himself, could this person be the one who captured the level 3 alien? That level 4 system user? The next day, Sivir got up early and went to train in the backyard. After what happened last night, she became even more determined to work harder. In the backyard, Sivir stood there, feeling a little anxious. 2 days ago, she sensed that the natural power within her was about to break through. However, these past 2 days have passed. She's still stuck here, unable to break through. Without realizing it, Sivir began to get a little anxious. A roar rang out, and a small figure ran straight to Sivir's feet and lay down. Upon seeing that it was Xiaobai, Sivir couldn't help but smile, her previously anxious mood calming down slightly. Xiaobai is the sacred beast of the elf race. The name was given by Bright, who said it would be easy to remember. Sivir also suggested changing the name, but the man ruthlessly rejected her suggestion. And so, thereafter, the sacred beast of the elf race had an ordinary name. Noob. Sivir crouched down, stroking Little White's forehead while feeding it with the power of nature. After so many days of feeding, and perhaps it was just her imagination, Sivir felt that Little White had grown a bit bigger than when it first appeared. The fur on its body also looks more beautiful. Little White, you must hold on. Once I have the power, I will take you back to the Elf Kingdom. That's your home, and you can grow up there better. I believe you will like it there, even though things might be a bit chaotic there right now. Sivir stroked the little white tiger's head and whispered. On the ground, the little white tiger closed its eyes comfortably, looking completely at ease. Seeing how comfortable Xiaobai looked, Sivir smiled slightly. They then prepared to continue training. However, just as she was about to get up, Sivir was surprised to see a green light suddenly appear on Xiaobai's forehead, and then she saw the green light disappear into her palm. Sylvie was immediately surprised. She thought something had gone wrong. Just as she was about to check if there was anything wrong with her body, suddenly, Sivir could clearly feel the shackles that had been preventing him from advancing in his natural power seemed to have vanished suddenly. That's all. In a short while, her natural power has successfully broken through. According to the human world standards, my current strength should be at the initial level 3. He's already broken through? Feeling the surging power of nature within herself, Sivir felt somewhat incredulous. She then thought of the green light that had suddenly rushed into her body. Without thinking, Sivir crouched down, looking at the sacred beast sleeping on the ground with great curiosity. Was it a sacred beast that helped me break through? Chapter 23, Madman. Cooperation. Living room. Brett sat on the sofa. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with a full beard, and behind him stood a burly henchman. Haha, Bright, I didn't think things through last night. I apologize here. The middle-aged man with a full beard was none other than Marin. After what happened last night, he wasn't angry at all. In fact, he came over early this morning. Bright looked at Mullen and said, Let's get down to business, Mullen. You didn't come here to chat. Mullen looked around, then glanced at his men behind him. The subordinate immediately went outside. At this time, there were only Mullen and Bright in the entire living room. Mullen's smile vanished, and he looked at Bright with a serious expression before saying, Bright, I'll just ask directly. There must be an elf here with you. Bright nodded in acknowledgement without any expression. When Mullen saw that Bright had answered him so decisively, he was slightly surprised. However, he didn't think much of it, since he hadn't come here for these reasons. Mullen glanced around again, then leaned forward slightly, his stubble-covered face filled with a solemn expression. Since, Bright, you have an elf, then you should know how much money elves make. A female elf typically costs between 500 and 1,000 silver coins, and that's just the average price. If we train her, the price could increase several times, or even 10 times. In other words, if trained properly, a beautiful female elf can be sold for 2,000 silver coins, or even 5,000 silver coins. What a great deal! As Mullen spoke, a maniacal smile appeared on his face, and he became extremely agitated. And, Bright, do you know that? Recently, a group of people have appeared out of nowhere and are collecting Pokemon all over the country. Bright, didn't I tell you last night that I had an elf in my possession before? Do you know how much money I got from selling her to those people? Whoosh. Mullen stood up from his seat, gesturing excitedly with his hands. 500 gold coins. A full 500 gold coins. When those people gave me the gold coins, they didn't even blink. In their eyes, those gold coins were just scrap metal. But it's different for me. The money I painstakingly trained over a long period of time was earned with just an ordinary, untrained Pokemon. Marin stood there excitedly, looking somewhat frantic. So, Marin, you're saying you want the elf I have? Brett asked casually. No. Mullen denied it, took a deep breath, then sat back down and began to speak. Bright, I'm not here to take your elf, but to cooperate with you. Just as I said, those people don't treat money like money. They can exchange an elf for 500 gold coins. It's a pity that almost all the elves in the Empire have been bought up by those people. Very few are left outside, or you could say they're almost gone. So what do you want to cooperate with me on? Selling elves. Marin exclaimed excitedly. Then he said in a low voice, there are very few wild elves left in the Empire, unless you go to the Elf Kingdom, but something seems to have happened there, and very few wandering groups are venturing out now. At this point, Mullen couldn't help but complain. Damn it, they're fighting tooth and nail, yet there aren't any homeless people. It's unbelievable. Although there are no elves in the Empire, I know a place where elves definitely exist. Upon hearing this, Bright's eyes flickered. He was also curious about what place Malin was referring to. It's those people who bought my Pokemon. They definitely have Pokemon in their possession. Upon hearing this, Bright's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but say something. Marin, you're a madman. The power behind those who can amass such a large number of elves in the Empire is beyond our comprehension. Do you dare to set your sights on them? However, Mullen was not afraid and continued. Don't worry, Bright. I've made the decisions. Nobody will know it was us. Right now, all the bigwigs in the Empire are fiercely competing for that position. How could they possibly make a big fuss over such a trivial matter? After speaking, Mullen looked directly at Bright and asked, So, Bright, are you interested in doing this job? The next second, the living room fell silent again. About a minute passed. Bright tapped the table lightly with his hand and replied, Well then, Mr. Mullen, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. I knew you were bolder than me, Bright. Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, Mullen smiled happily. Good. Then it's settled. Although those guys are very secretive, I and Malin have lived here for decades. I know every blade of grass and every tree here very well. They thought that hiding the elves in Lord Theodore's cellar would keep them a secret. But I, Malin, managed to find some clues. And they seem to be in a hurry, hiding the collected elves there and leaving, with only Theodore's men guarding them. As for Theodore's men, with my and Bright's strength, we can easily deal with them. Bright, I will come to see you again in 15 days. I hope you will be ready by then. Okay. Brad nodded, indicating that he would be prepared. Seeing this, Malin left satisfied. After Mullen left, only Bright was left in the living room. He just sat there, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he pondered. At first, Bright thought that Mullen wanted the elf he had, but he didn't expect that. This guy's incredibly crazy. They actually set their sights on that group of people. He also wanted to investigate those people's motives. Now that Mullen has invited him, Bright readily accepted. As for Mullen's true purpose in inviting him, Bright vaguely guessed at a certain possibility. In the dimly lit living room, a bright green light flashed briefly on the back of Bright's hand. Wendy's natural power has been upgraded. Chapter 24, 15 Days, Lord Theodore. Just a moment ago, Bright suddenly felt his abilities being enhanced. Has it been upgraded? Bright whispered something, but that's not enough. In the past, Bright wouldn't have been in such a hurry. But now, given Mullen's plans, it would be best to improve the strength of our own side. Even if danger occurs at that time, nothing will become uncontrollable. 15 days. Bright tapped lightly on the table, seemingly lost in thought. After eating, in the backyard, Sivir stood there, looking at Bright with a puzzled expression. Just now, as she finished eating and was about to go to training, Brett found her. And then there's the current situation. Mr. Bright, is there anything I can help you with? If not, I'm going to train. Sivir said in a calm voice. Bright looked at Sivir, examined her carefully for a while, and then said, I think I still need to tell you about that. Miss Wendy, Are you aware that there are people in the Empire collecting elves in large quantities lately? What? Upon hearing those words, Sivir instantly lost control of her anger. Someone is actually buying up her people on a large scale. Although Sivir knew the truth, she was still very angry when she heard it. His light purple eyes were filled with rage, and his fists were clenched tightly. Brett said nothing in response to Sivir's reaction, but continued speaking. So, Miss Wendy, do you know why humans are collecting so many Pokemon? Sivir said coldly, how would I know what you humans are thinking? But it's obvious without even guessing that it's to satisfy your perverted vanity and your greed for the beautiful appearance of elves. Upon seeing Sivir, for some reason, Bright didn't say anything more, but finally recounted what had just happened. I have received news that some elves are being held captive by a lord in the vicinity. I will go there in 15 days, and if I have enough time, I may be able to rescue them. Of course, all of this is under the premise that conditions allow. So, Miss Wendy, you only have 15 days left to train. After hearing these words, Sivir finally lost control of her emotions. She couldn't help but take a step forward, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Mr. Bright, is everything you're saying true? Blythe nodded and said, it's true. There might be a fierce battle that day, so please be prepared, Miss Wendy. After saying that, Bright turned and left. Just then, Sivir's voice came from behind. His voice was filled with anticipation, worry, fear, and trepidation. Mr. Bright, you will save those elves, won't you? I may not be of much use right now, but if Mr. Bright helps those elves, I swear I will repay you in the future. Blythe nodded. If conditions permit, I will. As soon as he entered the room, a dark figure darted out from the corner and pounced on Bright. Mr. Bright. The dark figure was none other than the little girl, Erica. When only Bright is around, Erica isn't afraid. In fact, she's quite clingy. Upon seeing that it was Erica, Bright patted the little girl's head and then picked her up. He was just thinking of going to find this little guy, but now he's saved himself the time. Stroking Erica's head, Bright said softly, Erica, you might have to work a lot these next few days. Erica was even happier when she heard that her husband needed her. Sir, it's all right. Erica will do whatever Mr. Bright asks. Looking at Erica, who had a serious expression on her face, in his arms, Bright smiled slightly, then reached out his right hand and pinched her rosy cheek. As expected, Erica is always so well-behaved. In the following days, Bright, of course, didn't remain idle. Instead, he gathered information about Theodore and his territory. Bright wouldn't so easily hand over his back to someone else. He needs to have a general idea in mind before doing anything. Sivir has been unusually serious these past few days. It's almost fair to say that she spends all her time training, except for meal times. Especially under Bright's guidance, Sivir's strength has been improving rapidly almost every day these past few days. In the backyard at this moment, Sivir had her eyes closed, holding a dagger in her hand. But the next second, Sivir, who had been standing there, suddenly vanished from her spot. About an hour after disappearing, Sivir reappeared, standing in the same spot as before, as if she hadn't moved at all. It's a success. When Sivir reappeared, she was very excited, and a happy look appeared on her pretty face, because she finally mastered this ability. While secretly pleased, Sivir also became increasingly curious about Bright. This human not only knows the swordsmanship of their race, but also the elven skill Shadow Strike. Furthermore, his proficiency in Shadow Strike is definitely not low. Sivir is certain of this. All of this led Sivir to suspect that Bright might be an elf who had changed his appearance. Otherwise, how would he know so many of the elven secrets? In the past few days, Sivir not only learned Shadow Strike, but even her sword dance has reached level 1. She wouldn't have dared to imagine this before. And all of this was brought to me by that human. Thinking about it, Sivir picked up her iron sword and began training again in the backyard. At this moment, on the other side, not far from here, in Theodore's territory, on the street, two men dressed as hunters were walking down the road. One of them, shorter, occasionally glancing around curiously. Soon, the two arrived at a place to stay, in a room that has been booked. Just moments ago, there were two men, but after entering the room, they transformed into two beautiful women of different appearances. Ollie, I told you, you'd better put away your playfulness until the mission is completed. Why can't you ever learn your lesson? One of the women, a tall and beautiful woman with long red hair, frowned and spoke to her companion opposite her. Chapter 25 Ollie, Yuna. and Sivir who resists the bow and arrow. I didn't play, Yuna. The cute-looking girl named Ollie puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. The little head swayed from side to side like a rattle drum. Not playing. Where were you yesterday? Don't tell me you went to scout out the situation. Right. Suddenly, the girl called Ollie nodded emphatically. I went to gather intelligence yesterday. Yuna looked at the other person, her gaze hesitant for a moment. Opposite, after Ollie closed the door, she whispered, Sister Yuna, I secretly explored the entire territory yesterday. Do you know what I found? Yuna looked over with a puzzled expression. Ollie tried to keep her voice down as she spoke. I've discovered traces of elves. What? Suddenly, Yuna, who was standing still, was startled when she heard this and couldn't help but say something. Yuna's actions startled Ollie, who quickly covered her mouth. Chill. Keep your voice down, sis. We're in the human empire right now. It'll be a real problem if we're exposed. You call me playful, but you're making a big fuss over nothing. Yuna glared at Ollie, indicating that she already knew. Once she was able to speak, Yuna quickly asked, Are you sure you're not mistaken? No. Ollie on the other end said with certainty, Although those auras are very faint, I am certain that there are elves in this territory. As for the exact location, I don't know. But if I have some time, I can find those elves if they are still in this territory. Sister Yuna, what should we do now? Upon hearing the news, Yuna calmed herself down and then sat down. She and Ollie are elves. The reason I came to the human empire was to carry out a top-secret mission. That is to find the abandoned elf princess, Sivir Wendy, and bring her back. The prophet said that the princess was most likely in a border territory or town of the Iceni Empire. So the two of them searched along the borders of the human empire. This is already the 9th border territory and town they have searched for. But now, Ollie has sensed the presence of many of her own kind in this territory. Yuna could easily guess that these creatures have been unfortunately abducted from the elf kingdom by humans, and might even have become slaves or servants of humans. Yuna felt both resentment and sympathy for this. What if the princess is among these people? Unconsciously, Yuna thought of a possibility. They had already traversed 9 territories without encountering a single elf, but now traces of elves were appearing here. Yuna certainly wouldn't let this clue go so easily. So Yuna said, Ollie, find the exact location of those elves. At this time, on the other side, in the backyard, Bright lay back in his chair, a book in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Sivir, who was standing there. At this moment, Bright had some doubts in his mind. Sivir seemed to be quite resistant to bows and arrows. He practiced swordsmanship and daggers there all the time, but never touched a bow and arrow. It's worth noting that Sivir possesses a level 1 archery skill. Although it's only level 1, it at least proves that Sivir knows how to shoot arrows. But Bright saw resistance in the other person's eyes. That's a bit unexpected. Bright hadn't expected that an elf, a natural-born archer, would resist arrows. But there was another discovery that surprised Bright even more. That is, in the virtual frame, Sivir's archery training is grayed out with a note next to it. This skill is temporarily unavailable for training. This was the first time Bright had seen this note. Not far away, Sivir practiced her swordsmanship, swinging her iron sword. Her body moved like a beautiful butterfly, fluttering around the backyard and adding a touch of beauty to the ordinary yard. After a while, after practicing her swordplay several times, Sivir stood still to rest. As soon as she turned around, she saw Mr. Bright standing not far away, watching her. Mr. Bright, is there something you want to say? Sivir asked curiously. Bright took a few steps and came to stand in front of Sivir. Looking at the elf in front of him, he asked the question that had been bothering him. Miss Wendy, I'm a little curious. Why don't you practice archery? Isn't archery your primary skill? Sivir froze, not expecting Bright to suddenly ask that question. Sivir glanced at the bow and arrows on the table beside her. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw them, she felt a strong resistance, even disgust, within her. Her instinct was to abhor bows and arrows. Suddenly, Sivir felt countless voices around her ears, crying, pleas for mercy, and curses. Unconsciously, Sivir's body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes filled with fear and terror. Miss Wendy, noticing Sivir's unusual behavior, Bright called out to her. Hearing Bright's voice, Sivir snapped out of her overwhelming fear and quickly looked away from the bow and arrows. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. I can't hold a bow and arrow. Having received an answer, Bright took a closer look at the elf in front of him. A trace of fear lingered on the stunningly beautiful face opposite her, as if she had thought of something terrifying. Oh well. By the way, Miss Wendy, that's all for today's training. We're going out for a bit later. Miss Wendy, please come along. After giving that one last instruction, Bright turned and left without asking any further questions. He looked at the elf in front of him. This was the first time he had ever seen Sivir with that expression. As he passed the table, Bright casually took the bow and arrows with him. After Bright left, Sivir raised her hands and suddenly realized that her hands were trembling. A tear slid down her cheek from the corner of her eye. What's wrong with me? Why are they so resistant to bows and arrows? And why did she cry? Sivir didn't know. She had no idea what had happened to her. 1 hour later, on the street, Erica drove the carriage along the road, glancing around from time to time. Inside the carriage, Bright glanced at the elf beside him. Seeing her usual indifferent expression, it was clear that she had recovered from her earlier emotional outburst. Bright couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems like this elf has quite a few problems. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Let's get rid of the curse on the other side first. Bright thought to himself, that curse is too inconvenient. He himself is fine with it, but he is mainly worried that Erica might accidentally touch Sivir, which would be troublesome if she did. Chapter 26. The Photographs, Sivir's Shock. The main ingredient, Stone Man's tears, is something I already have. As for the other necessary items, Bright had already had people help him find them, and after so many days, they should have been gathered by now. After returning to the same general store, Bright got what he wanted. After paying the fee, Bright left. The next part of the time is planned to be spent doing a quick stroll, since it's not good to stay in one place for too long. I came to the market again. Wow, sir, what are they doing? Suddenly, Erica seemed to see something that immediately caught her attention. Bright followed Erica's gaze and saw a photo studio. After glancing at the two people behind him, Bright walked towards the photo studio. Behind, Sivir and Erica followed. Sir, would you like to have your picture taken? 10 copper coins per person will suffice. In front of the photo studio, a middle-aged man dressed in a neat suit spoke respectfully. Can I take the photo myself? Just tell me how to do it. Brett asked. After all, Sivir and Erica's identities are somewhat special, so it's best to keep them as secret as possible. Sure, the middle-aged man replied immediately. Soon, the three were then led to a room. A camera was mounted in the middle, and at the very back was a smooth wall. Upon reaching the camera, the middle-aged man pointed to a round crystal and said, We have stored many beautiful landscapes in here. Sir, you can switch between them at will. Blythe nodded. This must be something like a silhouette. After getting a general understanding of the situation, the middle-aged man left. Only Bright and his two companions were left in the room. Erica, come out of the doll first. We're going to take pictures later. Bright was changing a background when he saw Erica standing still and said something. Mr. Bright, Erica, could you please not come out of the doll? On the other side, Erica looked troubled. No, Bright promptly refused. On the other side, Sivir stood there, curiously looking around. Is this a place where people take photos? What is that dark, unremarkable iron thing? Sivir didn't understand. Their elven kingdom doesn't have these complicated things. They usually use image recording stones. Only humans would make things so complicated. But what Bright is looking at now is somewhat similar to the image recording stones of their elven kingdom. Not long after, Bright changed several backgrounds before finally choosing one with an old building. Erica, you stand here. After determining the background, the next step is positioning. Bright spoke first to Erica, who was hiding to the side and had already emerged from the doll. Erica peeked out, a hint of hesitation on her cute face. However, upon hearing Bright's voice, she resisted her fear and stepped out, like an ostrich, head down, walking step by step to the spot Bright had indicated. After Erica took her seat, Bright then had Sivir follow her. Sivir and Erica were standing side by side. Sivir's stunning face was like a block of ice, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, giving her an untouchable aura, like an ice princess. Beside her, Erica kept her head down, not daring to look at the camera, her two little hands clasped together, her pure and lovely face already turned bright red. There was an empty seat between the two. Then, Bright stood between the two, camera shutter in hand, his right hand on Erica's head. Erica looked up at Bright with curiosity, seemingly puzzled as to why he was touching her head at this moment. Just as Erica looked up, Bright pressed the shutter. Click! Immediately afterwards, A bright white light flashed and disappeared. Ah! The sudden anomaly frightened Erica, so she quickly clung to Bright's waist and hid behind him. This was the first time Erica had ever seen a camera. Before this, she had only heard of them but had never actually seen one. Sivir, on the other hand, was not intimidated because she had already made preparations. I even felt a little bored. Why do these meaningless things? It would be much better to use that time for training. That's what Sivir was thinking. Not long after, on the carriage ride back, Bright held 3 photographs in his hand. These were the ones that had just been taken. In the photo, he is looking at the camera, Erica is looking up at him, and Sivir, standing beside him, has a cold but bored expression. For some reason, Brett found the photo rather amusing. Wendy, here you go. After saying this, Bright picked up a photograph and threw it over. Taking the photo, Sivir glanced at Bright with a puzzled look, seemingly confused as to why the other man would give it to her. But this human threw it to her, so she should keep it, right? Without even looking at it, Sivir put the photo away. Night. There seemed to be hardly anyone on the street where Bright lived. Only a few windows were lit up in the dim light. At this moment, in the living room, Bright looked at Erica in his arms and shook his head helplessly. This little one was like that again. She'd fallen asleep right there in his arms. And the little guy kept calling his name. Sir, Mr. Bright. On the other side of the sofa, Sylvie was sitting there. She was originally planning to go back to her room to rest, but Brett suddenly called her back, saying that something was wrong, so she stayed in the living room. After Bright put Erica back in her room, in a large living room, only Sivir and Bright were present at that moment. Bright, sitting back down on the sofa, looked at the elf in front of him and said, Miss Wendy, I have a way to remove the curse from you, but I need your cooperation. Clang! Sivir abruptly stood up from her seat, staring at the human in front of her with disbelief. The next second, Sivir spoke. Her voice trembled slightly and was tinged with excitement. What did you say? I can remove the curse from you. After all, my goal is to make you a perfect product, and having a curse on you is a big disadvantage. Sylvie stared directly into Bright's eyes, and she saw no lie in them. Chapter 27: The Method to Remove the Curse. Sivir's Shyness. In the end, Sivir believed Bright. To be precise, this human has no need to deceive himself. Sivir knew that she was under a deadly curse, and even if she escaped, she would eventually die because of the curse. But now she sees hope. Not long after, in Sivir's room, white light illuminated the entire room. The room was tidy and simple, with a bed, a wardrobe, and a mirror. There was nothing superfluous. At this moment, Sivir sat on the bed with trepidation, her heart pounding. Anxiety? Anticipation? Worry? To be precise, both are true. Just now in the living room, Sivir accepted Bright's help and promised to cooperate with him when the curse is removed. Then Brett told her to go back to her room and wait while he went to prepare some things. So she's been sitting in her room waiting since just now. Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Bright was holding a quill pen in his left hand and a small basin in his right, which contained a purplish-black liquid. Sorry, it took a while to prepare. Upon entering the room, Bright said something, then placed the small basin he was carrying on the chair he had prepared earlier. After moving the chair to the bedside, Bright said to the elf in front of him, Then please take off your top, Miss Wendy. Sivir, Wendy? Upon hearing this, Sivir paused, thinking she had misheard. But the next second, she realized that she hadn't misheard. Call out. Moment. Sivir, who was just sitting on the bed, instantly appeared next to the wardrobe, looking at Bright with a wary expression, her beautiful, cold face flushed red. You. What do you want to do? At this moment, Sivir was so emotional that she even stammered. Miss Wendy, please calm down. I didn't mean anything by it. The reason I asked you to do that was to remove the curse. Brett said calmly. You lied to me. There's no such thing as taking off your clothes to remove a curse. You demon. It turns out everything before was a disguise. Sivir exclaimed excitedly, her mind racing as she considered how to escape. This demon has revealed its true nature. Even if she dies, she will not let this demon succeed. But just as Sivir was preparing to escape, what Bright said made her hesitate. Bright remained unperturbed, stirring the potion in the small basin as he spoke. Miss Wendy, the curse upon you is the thorn curse. The cursed person will be unable to touch others. Otherwise, the person who touches you will be plagued by all kinds of poisons. And Miss Wendy, you will also die within a certain period of time. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Wendy, You may only have a few months left to live. If the curse on you is not removed by then, you will die. How do you know so much? Sivir said, somewhat incredulously. Because the human in front of her had revealed the name of the curse on her body and even guessed that her life was nearing its end. Sivir hesitated, looking at Bright with some doubt in her beautiful eyes. Could this human really be going to help her lift the curse? After reflecting on her impression of Bright, Sivir hesitated for a moment. Then, after some internal deliberation, decided to temporarily trust the human in front of her. Sivir abandoned her plan to escape, walked to the bedside, looked at Bright, and asked, "Okay, I believe you. What should I do next?" Across from him, after seeing Sivir agree, Blatt nodded and then said, "Take off your shirt, then lie on the bed with your back to me." "Of course, Miss Wendy. Please rest assured, I will turn over before you lie down." Upon hearing that she still had to take off her clothes, Sivir's face flushed even more. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Okay." Bright turned around, and then a series of rustling sounds came from behind him. Not long after, Bright then heard Sivir's voice. The voice was very soft and quiet. If it weren't for his special physical condition, Bright might not have been able to hear what Sivir was saying at all. Ready, you can begin." Then Bright turned around. What comes into view is a smooth, jade-like back with skin as white as jade, the snow-white skin reflecting a faint glow, adding to its allure. Curvy and shapely, with a petite figure, and the mountains that were pressed beneath him barely visible. To be honest, even Brett, whose heart had been calm all along, was slightly startled when he saw this scene. You don't just stand there staring. Wasn't it supposed to be about lifting the curse? Lying on the bed, Sivir seemed to notice Bright's gaze. Her already flushed face turned even redder, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. After saying that, fortunately, Sivir simply turned her head to the other side. She didn't dare look at Bright. "Because my current appearance is just too embarrassing. And that demon was just standing there watching. It's absolutely infuriating." Bright picked up a quill and dipped it in the solution. The potion in the small basin is the key to removing the curse from Sivir. The potion is made of stone tears and a series of other materials. To break the thorn curse, brewing the potion is only the first step. There is another, even more important step that follows. That is to draw a blocking pattern on the back of the cursed person using a potion. Fortunately, the virtual frame provided a blocking pattern for the thorn curse. With everything ready, the next step is to clear it out. As for how many times this process will last, that depends on the person being cursed. Judging from the extent of Sivir's curse, Bright estimated that it would take at least 10 treatments to completely remove it. Of course, this was just his own guess, but it should be close enough. His gaze returned to Sivir's smooth back. The only slight drawback is that there is a black thorn pattern on Sivir's back, like a tattoo, which takes up half of her back. The next moment, Bright reached out and touched the other person's shoulder with the quill pen. At the moment of contact, Bright could feel the other person's body tremble slightly. Ignoring him, Bright began to draw. With each touch, Sivir's body would tremble. Chapter 28 Daily Training. The drawing was completed quickly, and the process went smoothly. Bright put away his tools and said, "It's temporarily done, but Wendy, you need to lie down for another hour before it's finished. By the way, Miss Wendy, today is just a small phase. You will need to repeat today's process until the curse in your body is completely removed." "Understand," Sivir replied, her face buried deep in the pillow. After saying goodbye, Bright left the room. In the room, Sivir's face flushed. After Bright left, she considered covering herself, but then she remembered what he had said and stopped herself from doing so. While feeling incredibly embarrassed, Sivir was also shocked by Bright's actions. The fact that the other party actually knew how to remove the curse from her body made Bright's series of actions even more mysterious in Sivir's mind. Involuntarily, Sivir looked up and gazed at the bedside table, where a framed photo sat. Looking at the photo of Brett, Sivir really wanted to see what kind of person he was right now. The next day, as usual, Bright appeared in the backyard early and was sitting in a chair reading a book. At one's feet, the little white tiger was lying there looking rather silly. Compared to a few days ago, Xiaobai has clearly grown a bit. At this time, at the doorway, Sivir stood there, and when she saw Bright sitting outside for some reason, she suddenly hesitated, afraid to go over, and the events of last night kept replaying in her mind. Puff! It was as if steam was rising from the top of Sivir's head, and a blush appeared on her exquisite face. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths to clear my head, I walked out with my head down. "Good morning, Miss Wendy." Upon seeing Sivir, Bright greeted her, as usual. But to everyone's surprise, the response was an extremely serious expression. Bright didn't mind, and after greeting them, he looked away. Good morning. Opposite. At this moment, Sivir was devastated. She was trying to respond in a friendly way. But who knew that in the instant she looked at Bright, in order to conceal her emotions, Sivir had to make her expression as cold as possible. It became the situation I just described. Fortunately, Mr. Bright didn't seem to care much. After arriving at their positions, as usual, Sivir spent the morning nurturing the seedlings and feeding the sacred beast with her own abilities, and the afternoon training her skills. On the other side of the backyard, there was an area blocked off by wooden planks. That was Erica's place. Because Erica was afraid of strangers, Bright specially boarded up a section of the area for Erica's exclusive use. The backyard life was the same as usual. When learning a skill, Bright would let Sivir learn it automatically for a period of time. Once Sivir is familiar with the skills, automatic learning will be useless, and she will have to rely on her own understanding. Of course, Bright will also guide her on some shortcomings during this period. Fortunately, because Sivir had already learned the skill, Bright's instruction time was extended from half an hour to an hour. Within an hour, Bright's understanding and mastery of that skill will reach an unparalleled level. Of course, this doesn't mean that Bright was invincible at that time. Without sufficient ability, everything is just a castle in the air. However, during that period, depending on the skills chosen, Bright's own strength would indeed experience a qualitative leap, which was precisely why he was able to defeat the wolf-like monster. At that time, after achieving mastery of the top-tier sword dance, his strength was equivalent to a level 5 human. Keep in mind that Bright's current true strength is only level 2. Level 5 is considered average, even by the standards of the entire empire. Time passed. Afternoon. Sivir sat on the lawn, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The flower seedlings beside her had already sprouted tender leaves, their slender green leaves leaning slightly towards Sivir, like a child asking for a hug. The slender branch draped over her shoulder. Seeing this, Sivir didn't find anything unusual. After all, he had raised the seedling himself, and in its eyes, he should be the closest person to it. Although it cannot speak and has no intelligence, it will instinctively try to get close to you. Sivir glanced at it, then reached out and touched the vine as a gesture of reassurance. Before she knew it, Sivir was starting to look forward to seeing the other flower bloom. After all, she had raised it herself, so it was impossible not to have feelings for it. Suddenly at this moment, a loud voice rang out from the backyard. Bang! Strangely, neither of the two people in the backyard seemed surprised by the unusual explosion. To be precise, I've gotten used to it. Sivir looked up at the wooden plank. A plume of black smoke rose into the air. She felt a little ashamed. Is Erica really a dwarf girl? Sometimes Sivir would even mistake the other person for an explosion mage. Without thinking, Sivir thought of the doll in her room, the gift Erica had given her on their first day together. Now she's considering whether to secretly throw away the gift, in case it suddenly explodes in her room. However, Sivir quickly dismissed the thought from her mind, shook her head, and smiled slightly. That doll is quite cute. Let's keep it for now. Not far away, Erica popped her small, dark head out from behind the wooden plank, cautiously looking towards where Bright was. Gentlemen, in the blink of an eye, it has reached the 14th day. A carriage is traveling along the road toward Theodore territory. This carriage belonged to Bright. He wanted to go to Theodore's territory in advance to make some preparations, and Malin had no objection to this, only saying that they would meet again when the operation took place. Erica was driving the carriage, a lollipop in her mouth, her face beaming with joy, because she was about to see new places again. Erica was afraid of strangers and things, but deep down, she also longed to see more. Inside the carriage. After these days of intense training, Sivir has changed noticeably. She sat to the side, and compared to her previous dejected aura, Sivir now looked much more energetic. Chapter 29 Theodore Territory. Her long, light purple hair was tied into a single ponytail. At this moment, Sivir's beautiful face was filled with determination. She knew the purpose of her trip, although the human said he might help his fellow human beings. But Sivir wouldn't gamble on any possibility with Bright. She could only trust herself. Even without Bright's help, she will rely on her own strength to rescue the people of the Elf Kingdom. What happened to me was tragic enough. She couldn't bear to watch as the same thing happened to her kind. Bright, sitting there, glanced at the elf beside him who had a serious expression on his face. He could roughly guess what the other person was thinking. He didn't say anything, just glanced at it and then looked away. Theodore territory is not far away. Bright and his men set off in the morning, and now, near dusk, they had arrived at Theodore's territory. High stone walls stood on both sides, and in the middle was a heavy iron gate, guarded by armored guards on both sides. Bright's carriage was stopped by the guards when it arrived. One of the guards, who was holding a long spear, glanced at the carriage and said, "Foreigners entering our territory must pay 10 copper coins each." After giving them 30 copper coins, the guard gave them a temporary stay permit. With this certificate, Bright and his group could stay in Theodore's territory for 7 days. However, if Bright does not complete the necessary procedures or leave the territory within the allotted time, he will be considered a villain by Theodore's territory and will be detained or expelled. After entering the territory, Bright noticed that there were many more people walking on the street than where he had been before. Moreover, one can see the Lord's residence just by looking up. It was a magnificent and tall castle, located at the very innermost part of this territory. It occupied the highest point, making it visible at a glance. Suddenly, Bright thought of something. Before coming, he had gathered some information about Viscount Theodore. It is said that Viscount Theodore was quite famous a few years ago, and was even expected to be made an earl, but this rising star chose to retire from public life at the height of his career. They arrived at the border and established a small territory. Bright looked at the castle perched high up, and he couldn't believe there wasn't a story behind it. To be able to build a castle like this, anyone with eyes can see that this guy is ambitious. However, Brett had no idea what it was. After taking a general look around the territory, Bright found a temporary place to stay. After telling Erica and Sivir that he had to go out for a while, he left. On the street, Bright walked on the cobblestone path. Theodore's territory was much larger than the one he had previously resided in. You can tell from the houses along the street. Because of Brett's outstanding demeanor and the clothes he wore, some passers-by would secretly glance at him as they walked by, guessing where this nobleman came from. Just as Bright was still thinking about going there to take a look, suddenly at this moment, 2 men dressed like hunters appeared behind him, one tall and one short, with ordinary faces. One of the hunters, who was slightly taller, looked at Bright in front of him, then stepped forward and said, "Sir, are you a nobleman from the Lord's manor?" Caught off guard by the question, Bright turned around, looking at the 2 of them with some confusion. "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person." "I'm not." Upon hearing Bright's answer, both men were taken aback. It seemed that even they hadn't expected that this man, who looked so much like a nobleman, wasn't actually from the Lord's manor. Realizing they weren't the target, the 2 hunters hurriedly left. "Sister Yuna, this is too much trouble. Let's just sneak in secretly." As they reached the corner, Ollie whispered. That's right, the 2 of them were Ollie and Yuna. After Ollie's investigation, they finally deduced that the elves were likely in the Lord's manor. However, the Lord's manor was heavily guarded, making it impossible to investigate. Yuna also had a bit of a headache. This is clearly a lord of small place, yet there are a lot of guards in his manor, which is quite unusual. So the 2 of them wondered if they could use the people in the Lord's manor to deceive or forcibly control him, and thus infiltrate the Lord's ranks. But it seems that this is no longer possible. The reason they approached Bright was because they guessed he was from the Lord's manor, but he wasn't. "Ollie, are you sure those companions are in the Lord's manor?" After thinking for a moment, Yuna turned to Ollie beside her and asked. "I'm sure." Ollie nodded affirmatively. She might not be good at fighting, but when it comes to investigations, Ollie is very skilled. Ollie was certain that her companions were inside the Lord's manor, but she would need to go there to find out their exact location. After receiving the answer, Yuna made up her mind. So he said, "All right, we'll sneak into the Lord's manor tomorrow night." On the other side, the appearance of the 2 men was just a minor incident for Bright, and nothing worth noting. Before long, Bright walked and walked until he arrived at the vicinity of the Lord's manor. There were no other residential buildings around the Lord's manor. A green forest surrounded the castle, and 2 guards stood at the gate. Just as Bright was standing behind the tree, observing the castle. The next second, as if sensing something, Bright's body vanished from the spot in an instant. All I saw was, at that moment, the castle's iron gates opened, and a group of people walked out. One of the men, with a pointed face and monkey-like features, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, this is so frustrating. I see so many beautiful women every day, but I can't even touch them. Damn it. We've been watching for so long, and we still have to send them out tomorrow." How about we find one or two to have some fun before sending them out tomorrow? As long as we don't mess with too many, the Lord shouldn't notice, right? Another man with a scar on his face frowned slightly after hearing these words. If I hear you say those things again, you can forget about what's down there. The Lord takes this matter very seriously. We cannot afford any mishaps. Don't think about it anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities later. This one won't make a difference. Seeing that the captain had said so, the man with the pointed face and monkey-like cheeks had no choice but to give up. He then said, "By the way, Captain, shouldn't those men in black still be coming to pick us up tomorrow?" At this time, behind a tree, a look of surprise flashed in Bright's eyes. Chapter 30, Imperial Soldiers? The conversation between the two continued. However, the man with the pointed face and monkey-like features lowered his voice considerably when he got to this point. "Captain, why do I have a feeling those people look a bit like Imperial soldiers? Didn't we fight against Imperial soldiers before? So we've been paying attention to them. The last time those men in black came, I caught a glimpse of soldiers' medals on the chests of some of them." "You say?" The man wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the captain. "It's none of our business. We just need to complete the mission." As the group walked further and further away, Brett quietly emerged from behind a tree. "Imperial soldiers?" After muttering something to himself, Bright turned and left. This is somewhat different from what Mullen said. Marin had never said that Imperial soldiers would come tomorrow. Back at temporary accommodation, the landlord was very kind and even found a special spot for Bright and his companions to park their carriage. Bright's carriage was drawn by two robust black horses of mixed ancestry. Perhaps because of the carriage, Erica and the two horses got along quite well, and Erica often went to play with them. Erica is not afraid of humans at all. In fact, she likes them quite a bit. Erica had already emerged from the doll and was playing with a white tiger cub and two black horses. Inside the room, Sivers sat there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly at this moment, Erica's voice came from outside. "Ah, the master is back." Hearing the sound, Sivers snapped out of her daze. Then she saw Bright walk in. After returning to his room, Bright first took off his hat and put away his black umbrella. Seeing that Sivers was already in the room, he said, "Wendy, please go back to your room and get ready. I'll be there after I've packed my things." Sivers naturally understood what Bright meant by those words. Perhaps thinking of something, Sivers' cheeks flushed slightly. Although it had happened several times already, Sivers still couldn't help but feel shy at this moment. He nodded and walked towards the room. Not long after, Bright came in carrying a quill and the prepared potion. And in bed, Sivers had taken off her shirt and was lying there, her exquisite back fully exposed. After these past few days of cleaning, the thick black thorn pattern on Sivers' back has faded considerably. Perhaps the curse will only be completely lifted once the black thorn pattern has completely disappeared. Bright began to focus on drawing on Sivers' back. After these few days of trying, Sivers is no longer as shy as before, and her back no longer trembles slightly. The drawing process went smoothly and was completed in a short while. Just as Bright turned to leave, suddenly at this moment, lying in bed, Sivers whispered his name. "Mr. Bright." Bright stopped and turned around, looking at the elf in front of him with a somewhat puzzled expression. At this moment, Sivers' head was turned away from Bright, and her two elf ears had turned bright red. Perhaps because of shyness and embarrassment, her voice was very soft. "Mr. Bright, if the curse is truly lifted on that day, could you hug me?" Bright looked at the elf lying on the bed. He hadn't expected Sylvie to suddenly say those words. "Can." Bright has left the room, but Sivers remained lying in bed. Her pure and beautiful face flushed, and a spiral pattern seemed to be constantly spinning in her light purple eyes. For a long time, when Sivers came to her senses, she shyly covered her head with a pillow. "Aya!" She screamed softly. "Sylvia, Wendy, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly make that kind of request? He's human, after all. He still treats you like a slave. What's wrong with you?" When Sivers came to her senses, she felt incredibly embarrassed by what she had just said. She didn't know why she said those things. "My mind was completely blank at the time, and that's when I blurted out that sentence." And that human actually agreed. What will happen next? If the curse is truly lifted, will he hug himself? Should I refuse then? Puff. I wonder if he thought of something. Sivers' face instantly turned bright red again, and the spiral pattern in her eyes began to spin once more. "Yeah, Sivers, look what you've done." In the living room, the rented room is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Bright didn't rent a room at a hotel, because hotels were somewhat inconvenient. After treating Sivir once more, Bright returned to the living room and sat down. On the table was a map of Theodore's territory. Seemingly recalling what had just happened, a slight smile crept onto Bright's lips. In his eyes, Sivir was just a little kid. Although she's already 19 years old, at that age, for an elf, she is still considered a little kid who hasn't even grown all her hair yet. Bright understood that the other party would make that request. She's been through so much at such a young age. She must be exhausted. After thinking for a moment, Bright didn't dwell on it and instead looked at the map on the table. After all, tomorrow is the date of the operation, and he doesn't like being used by others. Late at night, the oil lamp in the living room was still on, and Bright was still sitting there looking at the map. In the room, Sivir was asleep in bed, perhaps having a sweet dream, a slight smile playing on her lips. In another room, Erica lay on the bed, holding a rag doll in her arms, with a little white tiger lying beside her. Even when she was asleep, Erica would occasionally mumble, "Sir, Erica wants to eat this." The next day, night fell. That is, the time agreed upon by Bright and Mullen. The group was all ready. Under Bright's arrangement, both Sivir and Erica wore black robes to completely conceal their faces. Sivir had a long sword tucked behind her back. Erica controlled the puppet, who was carrying a slightly large backpack. On one side of the backpack, a small tiger head peeked out. Little White seemed to find this novel, looking around with its little head. After everything was ready, Bright then led the two to the place he had arranged to meet Malin. Chapter 31, Infiltrating the Castle. Theodore territory was deserted at night. Apart from the bustling taverns, the rest of the area was quiet. Not long after, Bright then arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Mullen. This is a small courtyard. Bright went up and knocked on the door. Two sounds, thump, thump. Soon, the wooden door was opened from the inside, and a bald, fierce-looking man peered at them through the crack. Upon seeing Bright's appearance, the man quickly opened the door and said, "Mr. Bright, please come in. The master has been waiting inside for quite some time." Blake nodded and went inside, followed by Sivir and Erica. In the room, which was neither too big nor too small, was now packed with people, all of them burly, strong men. These men had fierce appearances and carried various weapons on their waists and backs. Meanwhile, Mullen sat there. Just then, the bald, burly man who had gone to open the door ran in. "Sir, Mr. Bright has arrived." After saying something, the bald, burly man got up and stood among the crowd. With a stubble-covered face, Marlin fiddled with the teapot in his hand. When he heard that Bright had arrived on time, a strange smile appeared on his face. Top, top. Soon, Bright then entered the room. The moment Bright entered the room, the eyes of nearly 20 burly men inside all turned to him. In an instant, the momentum reached its peak. But Bright acted as if he hadn't seen anything and walked straight past. His men on both sides, seeing their boss's expression, didn't make any move and made way for him. Bright sat down on the sofa in front of Mullen. As soon as I sat down, Malin across from me smiled and said, "Bright, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You really came. These two behind you must be your new subordinates. I wonder if the expert who hunted the wolf-like creature has arrived." "He's here," Bright replied simply, then asked, "Marin, tell me about the next move." Upon hearing that Bright had brought that expert, a look of happiness immediately appeared on Marlin's face. Mullen clapped his hands, and behind him, one of his underlings handed him a map. "Spread the map out on the table for everyone to see." Mullen pointed to the map and said, "This is the layout of Theodore Castle." His finger was placed on one spot. "And this is our destination tonight. This cellar is where they hide their elves." Bright silently stared at the map on the table, listening to what Mullen was saying. Seeing that Bright didn't move, Malin continued, "We only have one chance tonight, because I've received word that they will move all the elves here tomorrow, and then there won't be any chance to steal them." Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Bright's eyes. He had heard people in the castle say that the elves would be moved tonight. Although Mullen may have lied, Bright remained expressionless and showed no sign of it. At this moment, Brett looked at the map and suddenly asked, "So what is the specific plan?" Marin smiled, as if he had already guessed that Bright would ask this question, and then said, "In 2 hours, a batch of supplies will enter Theodore Castle. It is a treasure that some vicious bandits in the vicinity are offering to Lord Theodore as tribute. This is a deal Theodore made with them. As long as they pay tribute at fixed times, he will not wipe them out. Because that treasure cannot be displayed openly, They can only trade it in secret, and tonight is the time to offer tribute. I replaced the tribute vehicles a day ago. Tonight, all we need to do is sneak into the tribute vehicle, and we can enter the castle openly. Upon hearing this, Bright couldn't help but look at Mullen. This guy's really a bit crazy. Seeing the somewhat surprised look on Bright's face, Mullen was quite pleased. He put in every ounce of his strength for this operation. But if we can snag those Pokemon tonight, then it'll all be worth it. Marin's plan was to seize a large number of elves tonight, then quickly move to a remote city in the Empire and sell them off piecemeal. To reassure Bright, Mullen continued, Bright, I will be with you on this mission. I'll take 2 men with me and your men. We'll go to the cellar together, and once we find our target, we'll leave immediately. My remaining men will lie in ambush along the road to cover our retreat. Upon hearing what Mullen said, Bright looked up at the imposing, burly men standing around him and nodded. At the same time, on the other side, in the darkness, 2 dark figures lurked in the woods. One of the smaller figures stood in the tree, eyes closed, facing the direction of the castle. A moment later, Ollie opened her eyes and pointed to a spot in the castle, saying, Sister Yuna, I sense that my companions are in that direction. Beside her, the tall Yuna glanced at the spot Ollie pointed to and nodded. The next second, the 2 figures then disappeared into the woods. In Theodore Castle, throughout the massive building, guards patrolled the corridors from time to time. Suddenly, one of the guards felt a gust of wind in front of him, as if someone had just walked past him. The armored guard looked behind him with some confusion. Seeing nothing unusual, he looked away, but he was still puzzled. There was no wind blowing, so where did the wind come from? Unbeknownst to the guard, 2 figures, invisible to the naked eye, were walking down the corridor right behind him. The cellar of Theodore Castle is in a small room at the back of the castle. 2 burly guards stood watch outside the room. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black cellar, Hay stood at the entrance to the cellar, an iron collar around her neck. It was because of this magical item that her powers were sealed, and now she could only stand here like an ordinary human. Because the elf has excellent eyesight, she can see her surroundings clearly even in the dark. The cellar was neither too big nor too small, but it was now filled with elves. And without exception, all of these elves wore collars around their necks that could seal away magic. And all of these elves are young elves. There are no old elves. There were men and women. Chapter 32 Haze. Without exception, their eyes were filled with despair, and they believed that they had no hope left. But Hayes was unwilling to give up. She stared at the entrance, her mind racing, trying to figure out how to escape. Before coming here, she was a vanguard captain in the kingdom of Tar-Elf. Once, her team was ambushed, and she and her men were all captured by enemy elves. But who knew that the elves of that kingdom had connections with the human empire and had sold them there? Right now, a large portion of the elves in this cellar were trafficked in by that kingdom. Lance Elf Kingdom. Hayes coldly uttered the name of the Elven Kingdom. If she could return to the Elven territory, she would definitely expose everything that the Lance Elf Kingdom had done. It's important to understand that although the various Elven kingdoms are constantly fighting each other to the death, there are certain bottom lines that absolutely cannot be crossed. One of which is that elven animals cannot be sold. If any Elven kingdom violates this rule, then all Elven kingdoms will unite to eliminate this traitor. Captain, what should we do now? Based on what I heard that day, those humans are going to move us tonight, aren't they? If we go deep into the human empire, it will be very difficult to escape. A female elf spoke from behind Hayes. When Hayes heard this, she frowned slightly. She knew all along. But now all of their elf powers are suppressed, making them just like ordinary humans, while the humans outside are a group of level 3 system users. She even sensed a familiar aura emanating from their leader. Those who follow the 5-level system. If she wasn't mistaken, although her peak strength was at level 6, she is currently unable to use any power. If they want to escape, they must get past that level 5 system user. Otherwise, everything they do will be in vain. Damn it, unless there's some way to remove this damned magic-suppressing collar. Hayes muttered a curse under her breath. The method to remove the magic-suppressing collar is very simple. Any user with a level 3 or higher skill level can remove it. But there are humans everywhere outside. Those humans are absolutely incapable of helping them. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Bright and his group entered the castle, the once peaceful castle suddenly became noisy. The group hid in the shadows, watching as many guards ran past below. Quick, quick, the warehouse is on fire. Damn it, How did the warehouse catch fire at this time? I was still having a sweet time with my little darling. Stop babbling. If you don't resolve this quickly, the adults will get angry. Seeing what was happening below, Bright guessed what was going on. Beside him, a strange smile appeared on Marin's face. Mr. Bright, my men have already taken action, so we need to speed things up. Bright glanced at him silently. The group then disappeared into the night. Lord Theodore's castle was vast, its complex architecture resembling a boundless forest. But this didn't help Ollie. In the shadows, all I could see was that Ollie's eyes were filled with a green light. The two figures moved quickly through the castle. Even when guards walked by, they didn't notice anything unusual. Soon, the two traveled through the crowds and arrived at the back of the castle. Behind the stone pillar, Ollie pointed to a small wooden house not far ahead and said, "Sister Yuna, I sense the presence of our companions in that room. What should we do now?" However, as soon as Ollie finished speaking, she saw Yuna walk straight out of the shadows. Knowing the location, Yuna didn't bother to hide anymore and walked openly towards the wooden house, tying up her long red hair as she did so. With a flick of her right hand, a finely crafted longsword appeared in her grasp. A look of excitement crossed Yuna's pretty face as she spoke. "Ollie, after following me for so long, don't you know that the simplest and most effective method is to crush them with sheer strength? I sensed it when I came here that apart from one interesting fellow, the rest of the humans in this castle are not a threat. So, to save time, let's just get started." "Who's there?" Soon, the guard watching the cabin also noticed Yuna walking towards them. However, just as they finished speaking, Yuna teleported behind them. Whoosh! A silvery white light flashed across the night sky, and the two guards froze and fell to the ground. Behind the stone pillar, seeing that Yuna had instantly killed the two humans, Ollie sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Yuna is still as violent as ever. After sighing for a moment, Ollie also walked over. After dealing with the two, Yuna pushed open the door of the wooden house. At the same time, not far from the wooden house, in one of the rooms, a middle-aged man who had been leisurely drinking seemed to sense something, and his expression instantly turned grim. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. "Looks like some bugs have their eyes on my goods tonight." After downing his drink in one gulp, the scarred middle-aged man picked up the large knife lying on the table, stood up, and roared, "Guys, wake up! Someone's eyeing our goods!" Clang! Instantly, the burly men who had been sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed with alcohol, all opened their eyes filled with intense excitement. In the cellar, under Hayes' organization, everyone who still had the strength stood guard at the door. After discussion, they decided to take a gamble. As soon as those humans open the entrance, they will all attack. Clang! Suddenly, a sound came from above, the sound of a wooden door being pushed open. Hearing this voice, Hayes glanced at the crowd behind her. Seeing the determined looks in their eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest worry now was that someone would back down at the crucial moment. "We can't afford any mistakes now." Immediately afterwards, Hayes heard two female voices outside. Upon hearing the voice, for some reason, Hayes felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Hayes quickly shook her head, dismissing the unrealistic idea from her mind. Chapter 33, The True Colors of Mullen. "Sister Yuna, it's there." Inside the cabin, Ollie pointed to the cellar door and said. Yuna then walked towards the door. At the same time, inside the cellar, Hayes and the others were all completely focused. As soon as the entrance opens, they'll rush out. However, she seemed to have heard something about Yuna just now. Without hesitation, the image of that red-haired figure appeared in Hayes' mind. How is that possible? How could that guy be here? Above, Yuna looked at the iron gate at her feet, then swung her long sword twice with a few quick movements. Click! In an instant, the iron gate shattered. At the same moment, Yuna saw a figure rushing towards her. Thump! Hayes used all her strength to try and defeat the human before her, while behind her, the elves prepared to attack as well. But at that very moment, Hayes heard a familiar voice. "Oh, Hayes, you've given me quite a surprise." Yuna used her long sword to block Hayes' attack. Across from her, Hayes stared at Yuna's face and her fiery red hair, completely stunned. "You are? Yuna, how did you end up here?" Yuna sheathed her long sword and glanced behind Hayes. At this moment, the elves who were about to rush out seemed to have noticed the anomaly, especially when they saw Yuna's obvious elf ears. They were all very surprised. "The person before me was also an elf, not a human. I'm here to rescue you." I'm also curious why you're here. When did a level 6 elven swordsman become so weak that he was imprisoned by a lord in a remote area and even put on a magic-suppressing collar? Yuna looked at Hayes in front of her, somewhat puzzled. Across from her, after hearing Yuna's words, Hayes' face showed a deep sense of embarrassment. Now is not the time to talk so much. Let's leave first. Another group of human experts will be coming soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. However, just as Hayes finished speaking, a sound came from outside. Hearing the sound, Yuna drew her longsword again. It must be the human with decent strength who had arrived. It seemed they had a deal with him before they could leave. Yuna then prepared to leave. But the next second, Hayes stopped Yuna's movement. At this time, inside the wooden house, Bright and Marin walked in, but when they saw the two guards lying on the ground by the door, everyone felt a sense of foreboding. So he hurriedly came in. In particular, Marin's eyes widened the moment he saw the corpse at the door, and he immediately ran inside. He had given everything for tonight, and he couldn't bear the thought of the elf dying like this. Behind her, Sivir trembled slightly upon seeing the scene before her, and a bad feeling began to creep into her mind. But the next second, she heard Marin shout with joy. At the cellar entrance, Marin stood looking down into the cellar, smiling happily. "Ha, it's still there. What are you looking at? You slaves, get out here right now." As he spoke, Marin called out to the elves in the cellar. Among the elves below, Yuna was tempted to attack, but was pulled back by Hayes. At this point, with Yuna's help, Hayes had already removed the magic-suppressing collar. Although his strength had not recovered to its full extent, it had at least reached level 5. With her and Yuna's current strength, she is confident that she can fight back even against that group of mysterious men in black. "Yuna, those people have many more of our kind in their hands," Hayes whispered. Meanwhile, inside the wooden house, as I watched the elves emerge from the cellar, Bright whispered to Sivir beside him, "Wendy, I can help you rescue those elves, but I need you to do one thing." Upon hearing this, Sivir couldn't help but turn her gaze to Bright. A short while later, after finding the elf, Marin led them away from the castle, where several large carriages were parked outside. Bright followed silently behind. So far, Mullen has done a great job as a collaborator, compared to how he himself, as another collaborator, has been rather lazy in tonight's operation. Even without me, Mullen's operation tonight would have been a success. So what exactly was his purpose in seeking cooperation with him? Bright had a vague idea in his mind. All I saw was, after herding the dozens of elves onto the vehicle, Marin turned to look at Bright, a strange smile appearing on his face. Now that things have come to this point, he stopped acting. Mullen clapped his hands. The next second, from the surrounding dim forest, one after another, burly men wielding long knives emerged, their faces filled with wicked smiles. And there was also a group of people coming out from a castle side. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this person, a look of realization flashed across Bright's eyes. This scarred middle-aged man was none other than a skilled fighter hired by Lord Theodore. No wonder Mullen knows so much. Bright thought Mullen had some good ideas, but it turns out that the decision to clean up the mess was just to make him take the blame. However, this is indeed a good method. Then Bright watched as the scarred middle-aged man walked straight towards Marin's location. Approaching Mullen's side, the scarred middle-aged man looked at Bright, standing there with disdain. "Is this the guy? Let's resolve this quickly. We still need to preserve some evidence later." Marin nodded, sat in the carriage, looked at Bright's seat, and said with a smile, "Bright, you can go in peace now. We've known each other for a while now. In a moment, I'll make you disappear from this world completely, and leave some evidence of you, so they can search the entire empire for someone who no longer exists." Hearing what Mullen said, Bright didn't take it seriously and lightly dusted off his clothes. "That's true. Time is running out, so I won't waste any more time." Mullen was somewhat taken aback. Had Bright gone mad? Didn't he know his own situation? Even with a mysterious expert by his side, he's doomed to die tonight. He is a level 5 system user here. What can Bright use to resist? Opposite, after straightening his clothes, Bright picked up his black umbrella, knocked on the adjacent carriage, and said, "The elf lady who is watching the play inside. I think we can cooperate." Chapter 34 Conversation. Bright's words were a joke to everyone else present. Everyone thought he was crazy to ask those elves who no longer had any power. The thugs had already gathered around, and the burly men, whose minds were filled with nothing but bloodlust, all burst into laughter. Inside the carriage, Yuna and Hayes' expressions turned somewhat surprised. Was that human talking to them just now? How did he know that the others had already broken free of the magic-suppressing collars? You have to understand that they used elven methods, and unless the other party is also an elf, it would be impossible for them to see the traces. Yuna and Hayes exchanged a glance, both seeing the thoughts in each other's eyes. The next second, the sound coming from inside the carriage shocked everyone present. Cooperation? Why should we cooperate with a human? Isn't it great to just watch you humans fight like dogs? Upon hearing the reply from inside, Bright remained calm and said, "For now, I believe it is still necessary for us to cooperate. Firstly, I came here tonight with the intention of rescuing you, so there is no enmity between us. Secondly, you need my help now." Silence fell inside the carriage. But Mullen wasn't going to just stand there doing nothing. He yelled angrily, "Hey, Bright, are you done playing around?" Then he pounded heavily on the carriage behind him, making a loud thud. "Keep quiet, you damn slaves. If I hear you make another sound, you'll regret it." "Scarface, finish him off quickly. We've already wasted too much time," Marin said to the scarred middle-aged man beside him. Seeing this, the scarred middle-aged man twisted his neck, picked up a large knife, and walked towards Bright's location, a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, the burly men also surrounded them. Erica stood close behind Bright, her eyes filled with fear as she watched the people who were gathering around her, her heart pounding with nervousness. She knew these were all bad people. They want to harm the Master, but the Master hasn't yet sent Erica to make a move. Otherwise, Erica would have blown those bad guys to smithereens long ago. Bright wasn't in a hurry when he saw the crowd gathering around him. Instead, he patted the carriage next to him again. "Hey, have you thought it through yet? If you don't answer soon, we may lose the opportunity to cooperate." Before, Scarface was already close enough to strike Bright with his large sword. In his eyes, killing such an ordinary human being was no difficult task at all. But the next second, he suddenly felt as if his vision had risen into the air. Scarface saw his arm still making a slashing motion, but why could he see his own body? He lost consciousness when he saw the woman with red hair standing behind him, holding a long sword. Thump! Scarface's body fell straight to the ground, his head spinning in the air before landing in front of Marin. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. "Hey, human, I'm curious about what kind of cooperation you're talking about. If it doesn't satisfy me, I don't mind killing another hypocrite." Eunice suddenly appeared, standing next to Scar's corpse, and looked at Bright, speaking in a cold voice. Eunice sheathed her long sword, glanced at the corpse at her feet, a level 5 human system user. Not bad, but ultimately no match for her. Moreover, this guy's strength seems to be greatly exaggerated. He can't even detect his own attacks at level 5. Did this guy reach level 5 by taking drugs? How was that possible? Across from him, Marin, who had recovered from a shock, stared tremblingly at the severed head at his feet. How could that be? This scarred man was a collaborator he had painstakingly found, and also his last trump card. And then he died so suddenly, Mullen was momentarily unable to accept it. What's with that woman who suddenly appeared? Could she be an elf from a train carriage? But aren't they all wearing magic-suppressing collars? I just checked. At this moment, Bright's voice rang out. "Malin, thank you." The guards in the Lord's palace colluded with a slave trader to steal the elves from the castle. "That's a good idea, except that the slave trader's name will be yours, Malin. This elf lady, you can take care of them now. I'll handle the cleanup." Eunice stood there, her eyelids twitching, looking at Bright with disbelief. "Oh no, why should I? What right do you, a human, have to boss me around, Yuna? I could kill you any time I want." Even Hayes, who had also come out of the carriage, was somewhat baffled by this human's mind and couldn't help but sigh. Given Yuna's personality, she'd most likely kill all the humans here, including the one who just suggested cooperation. Yuna laughed. She suddenly found it somewhat amusing. "Why should I listen to a human? That's true. I'll kill them all first, then I'll kill you too." Yuna looked at Bright, her voice icy cold. The next second, her figure vanished from the spot, like a phantom in the night. Every time the sword is swung, a human dies. The thugs who had been so menacing just moments before were now all frantically trying to escape. That elf is terrifying. They're no match for it. Splash! As Marin's head, filled with resentment, rolled to the ground, all the humans present, except for Bright and Erica, were dead. The red-haired elf wielding the long sword in front of me looked like a demon from hell. After dealing with the henchman, Yuna turned her gaze to Bright, who was standing there, and then slowly walked over. But Bright didn't seem to care. Instead, he turned to the tree behind him and asked, "Wendy, is everything done? If possible, please come out. I don't want to fight with your friend either." At that moment, a dark figure stood frozen in place behind a tree not far behind Bright. Wendy. When Yuna heard this name, it felt somewhat familiar. Friend? How could she have human friends? Just as Yuna was feeling puzzled, a dark figure emerged from behind a tree. Yuna knew there were people behind them, but it didn't matter to her. She could just kill them all later. The figure, shrouded in a black robe, was carrying a burlap sack, inside which something seemed to be tumbling about. Chapter 35. Real name, Sivir Wendy. Reaching Bright, Sivir tossed the sack in front of him and said softly, "Here's what you wanted." Clang! At this moment on the other side, the moment Sivir spoke, Yuna and Ollie both froze on the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief and excitement. Bright didn't look at the sack, but instead focused on the elf before him. Her black robe was stained with blood, and there were even some scratches in some places, so it seemed that this trip was not easy for her. Immediately, Blatt nodded, waved his black umbrella, and smashed the sack, knocking the person inside unconscious. "Princess!" At this moment, a very excited voice rang out. All I saw was Yuna sheathed her longsword, took a step forward with an extremely excited expression, and looked eagerly at Sivir, as if she wanted to see her face clearly. Beside her, Hayes watched this scene with some confusion, her gaze turning in bewilderment to Yuna, who stood there with an excited expression. "What's going on, Princess?" Yuna is from the kingdom of Sivir. If she is a princess, then she can only be from the Sivir royal family. But in Hayes' mind, the Sivir royal family has no princes, only an elf princess, Sivir Wendy. Could this person be Sivir Wendy? Suddenly, as if she had thought of some possibility, Hayes' pupils trembled deeply. The word princess sent a shiver down Sivir's spine. It had been so long since she had heard anyone mention that title. Sivir slowly walked up to everyone, then removed the clothes and hat that had been covering her. The next moment, an absolutely stunning face appeared before everyone, with exquisitely beautiful features and a cold expression. She had beautiful, long, purple hair, and a hint of excitement appeared in her light purple eyes. Because the elf opposite him was someone he had seen in the palace before, he was a guard his mother trusted very much. The moment Yuna and Ollie saw that face, they immediately knelt down on one knee. Yuna, a member of the guard, greets the princess. Ollie, a member of the guard, greets the princess. "Please forgive our previous disrespect, Your Highness." At the same time, the other elves behind them, upon learning the other party's identity, also respectfully knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Princess Sivir." After Sivir intervened, the elf named Yuna, though somewhat reluctant, cooperated with Bright to clean up the area. After leaving behind evidence of the collaboration between Malin and Scar, the group hurriedly left. On the trail, Bright's vehicle led the way, while the elves followed behind in their own vehicles. Erica was driving the carriage, occasionally glancing back into it. The scene she had just witnessed had left her quite shocked. That beautiful elf sister is actually a princess. In Erica's eyes, the princess was also a very novel thing. Now, inside the carriage, the path was uneven, and the carriage would occasionally shake. Bright was still sitting in the head seat, holding a book and reading. Beside her, Sivir kept her head down, her two little hands placed in front of her, as if she were fighting, and would occasionally look up to steal a glance at Bright. The atmosphere inside the car became somewhat awkward. Finally, Sivir gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Mr. Bright, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's all right, Miss Wendy. It's not wrong to stay vigilant in unfamiliar environments." Bright responded casually. He didn't think much of it, and he knew Sivir's true identity from the beginning. Seeing that Bright didn't blame her, Sivir immediately raised her head, a hint of joy appearing in her eyes. I don't know why. She began to care about Brett's feelings. This inexplicable emotion went unnoticed even by Sivir herself, because it was a gradual change. By the time you notice it, it's too late to change it. My real name is Sivir Wendy. Inside the carriage, Sylvie began to talk to herself. At this point, she no longer needed to hide anything and started to tell Bright about her experiences. She is the princess of the kingdom of Sivir. 3 months ago, my country was involved in a war. At that time, I trained hard every day, hoping that I would one day go to the battlefield. Mr. Bright, let me tell you a secret. When I was a child, I fantasized that I would end the century-long chaos in the Elf Kingdom. Looking back now, I really think I was so naive back then. However, reality is ultimately cruel. When I grew up, I realized that I couldn't do anything. I can't help my parents, and I can't help the kingdom. The only thing I can do is probably not cause trouble and be an obedient princess. Then I met my aunt. At this point, Sivir looked at Bright, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. She's the one who cursed me. She is a high-level mage, but for some reason, my parents forbid me from meeting her. I have only seen her once or twice at occasional large gatherings. 3 months ago, one night, she suddenly found me and said she had something to say to me. Although we didn't usually communicate, I maintained basic respect for this aunt, so I dismissed the guards. After that, when I woke up, I found myself cursed and held captive by wanderers. And then, Mr. Bright, you should already know what happened next. Sivir lowered her head and spoke softly, tears falling one by one. Even Sivir herself didn't realize that she was already in tears as she spoke. Tears blurred Sivir's vision. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice rang out from inside the carriage. Let's wipe it off. Bright then took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. Sivir reached out and wiped away her tears, carefully taking the handkerchief from Bright's hand. At this moment, Bright closed the book and said slowly, "What's past can't be changed, but the future can be created by yourself. Sylvie Wendy, your future has not ended. You can still move forward. You can leave once all the training is over, Miss Wendy." Mr. Bright. Sivir looked up, staring blankly at Bright. Chapter 36, Yuna's Incredible Fury. In the carriage behind, Hayes sat there, twisting her neck. After wearing the anti-magic collar for so long, her neck was starting to feel uncomfortable. At that moment, Yuna looked over. A total of 32 elves were rescued this time. 22 of them were elves from various kingdoms, and the other 10 were Hayes and her subordinates. After thinking for a moment, Yuna looked at Hayes and said, "Hey Hayes, why don't you and your men come with us? Your kingdom was destroyed in a battle 2 months ago, so even if you go back now, you'll have to find a kingdom to rely on. So, why don't you join our kingdom of Sivir?" Yuna knew Hayes because they had fought each other in a chaotic battle a few years ago, and she recognized Hayes' strength. Opposite, after hearing Yuna's suggestion, Hayes gave a wry smile. "Yuna, do you think I still have a choice?" The next day, Bright left the elves in a nearby town and gave them some silver coins, enough for them to survive for the time being. As for how they will survive, that's up to them to figure out, since they're not babysitters. Even the silver coins were only given out of respect for Sivir. However, one of the red-haired elves wanted to follow Sivir, and Bright did not refuse. Soon, the group then returned to their previous small territory. Yuna followed closely behind Sivir, watching the human named Bright ahead with a wary expression. I don't know what method this human used, but the princess actually listened to him. If the princess hadn't shown up last night, she would have definitely killed this human. Back in this familiar place, Sivir finally relaxed a lot. She used to hate it, but now this courtyard is like a warm harbor for her, where she can temporarily relax and not be on guard. Thinking about it, a smile involuntarily appeared on Sivir's face. Then she took off the black robe and walked towards the backyard. I haven't been training much these past couple of days, but now that I'm back, I need to make the most of my training time. Seeing the princess's actions, Yuna hurriedly followed. She hadn't forgotten her mission, to bring back the fairy princess. At this time, on the other side, inside a storage room, Clang, Bright, who was carrying a burlap sack, threw it directly to the ground with a thud. Wah! Wah! The people inside seemed to be awakened by the movement, and they let out a series of panicked cries. Bright found a wooden stool, sat down, took out a cigarette from his pocket, snapped his fingers, a small flame appeared on his finger, then lit the cigarette and took a puff. Then, using the black umbrella, they opened the sack and pulled the person out. This was a thin man dressed in aristocratic attire, his face sallow and withered. From his downcast eyes, it was clear that he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. But who knew that he was actually Lord Theodore? It was also thanks to Malin that Sivir was able to catch this guy. From the very beginning, Bright's target was Lord Theodore, so he gathered information about him and what he looked like. When he sent Sivir to capture Lord Theodore, Bright even gave her some props made by Erica, just in case anything unexpected happened. But the result was exceptionally smooth. If Malin knew that Bright's initial target was the Lord, he would definitely say that Bright was crazy. Even he only dared to target those slaves. Even the noble girls he mentioned earlier only had their noble status bought with money by their families. That's why he dared to target those young girls. But Theodore was a true nobleman, a nobleman with land. He was on a completely different level. In the storeroom, Bright didn't care about any of that. He reached out and removed the rag from Lord Theodore's mouth. Why you? Who are you? I'm Lord Theodore. How dare you kidnap a nobleman? Aren't you afraid of the Empire's power? Ignoring the guy's nonsense, Bright poured a bottle of green potion into his mouth. Soon, Lord Theodore's eyes went numb as he stared blankly ahead, offering no resistance. It seems to be quite effective. Bright silently gave a thumbs up to the elf who had given him the potion. At this time, in a certain town, Ollie stood on the rooftop and couldn't help but sneeze, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why did I suddenly sneeze? After the potion took effect, Bright looked at Lord Theodore on the ground and asked, "Where did the elves in your territory come from?" Theodore stared blankly ahead, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, mumbling incoherently. "They were brought by Imperial soldiers. Why collect Pokemon? It is the King's order." Upon hearing this, Bright narrowed his eyes. The King's order? But the King died 3 months ago. Could have been sent before his death. So Bright then asked, "Didn't the King die 3 months ago? Where did this order come from?" "They were brought by Imperial soldiers. They have the King's token in their hands." Next, Bright asked a few more questions, but apart from getting one valuable piece of information, he didn't get any valuable answers to the rest. Finally, Bright saw Lord Theodore off on his journey and even kindly cremated him. Leaving the storage room, Bright returned to his desk and began organizing the information he had gathered. One thing is clear now. That is, the collection of elves was instructed by the Empire, and it was also the King's order. But what use is it for a dead king to collect spirits? Is it possible that they want the beautiful elf to be buried with them, becoming a philandering ghost? However, Bright quickly dismissed the idea. It was impossible. After all, he was the emperor of an empire. He couldn't be so short-sighted. So, is this really an order from a king? Or is someone impersonating someone else? While Bright was still thinking, suddenly at this moment, a red figure appeared in front of Bright. This person was none other than the elf Yuna, but now she was filled with rage and had drawn her longsword. While she was watching the princess train, she actually saw a slave mark on the back of the princess's neck. "Human, I will kill you. How dare you enslave the princess? Human, I think you're courting death." Yuna, sword in hand, was about to slash Bright in one blow. "Sister Yuna, stop." Behind her, Sivir jogged up to the attic and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Mr. Bright was unharmed. He then ran directly in front of Bright and used his body to block Bright from view. "Sister Yuna, calm down. Mr. Bright is actually a good person." "A good person? Princess, if he were a good person, would he bind you with a slave contract? Moreover, how dare he, a filthy human, do such a thing to your highness? He deserves to die. Princess, please move aside." No matter what Yuna said, Sivir remained standing there firmly, her gaze stubbornly fixed on Yuna. "Sister Yuna, if you want to kill Mr. Bright, you should kill me first. Anyway, if you kill Mr. Bright, I'll die too." "Princess Yuna was filled with anger and helplessness. She wanted to kill this human who had blasphemed the princess, but she also knew that because of the slave contract, killing Bright would mean the princess's death as well. Otherwise, she would have made her move in that instant, and the princess would not have been able to stop her. Seeing that Yuna had calmed down, Sivir finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Bright, who had been sitting there the whole time, finally spoke. "I thought it was something serious. Is this what you mean?" In Bright's right hand, he held an old parchment, but the next second, bake! A ball of flame suddenly appeared in Bright's hand, and the parchment turned to ashes and disappeared into the air under the heat of the flame. Chapitre 37 Yuna's surprise. The withered parchment, burning in the flames, turned into specks of ash that drifted into the air and flew out of the window behind Bright towards the sky. After burning the slave contract in his hand, Bright acted as if he had done something insignificant. "I never intended to have Wendy as a servant. I just didn't want the hassle," Bright said slowly. He was telling the truth. After all, Sivir was still very unstable at that time, like a time bomb. Bright didn't want someone to sneak up on him in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. "Mr. Bright, the slave contracts were burned," and Sivir was the first to realize this. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the restraints within her body had disappeared. This human actually burned the slave contract. Unconsciously, a complex emotion appeared in Sivir's eyes as she looked at Bright. However, Sivir's face quickly turned serious. She remained standing in front of Bright, arms outstretched, looking intently at Yuna. The reason Yuna didn't attack Bright earlier was because of the slave contract. Yuna wouldn't harm herself. But now, Bright has voluntarily broken the slave contract, which means that there is nothing left to bind Yuna. Really? Sivir saw that the terrifying aura from before reappear, emanating from Yuna. But the next second, Yuna withdrew her terrifying aura. She knew this human had helped the princess, which is why she didn't take action. Yuna looked at Bright sitting there and said in an extremely firm voice, "I will protect the princess." Bright looked at Yuna. This raging lioness has actually calmed down. It seems she's finally regained her senses. "Sister Yuna, I'm cursed. I won't live much longer. Only Mr. Bright can help me." Before him, Sivir lowered his head and spoke in a trembling voice. A while later, in the living room, Bright sat on the sofa. Sivir sat opposite, while Yuna stood beside her, her expression incredibly complex. She never imagined that the reason her highness suffered all of this was caused by that person. At the same time, Yuna looked at the human sitting there calmly with some doubt. This human was actually able to break the thorn curse, a curse that was said to have no way to be broken, and whose blocking spell had disappeared a long time ago. And this human in front of me actually knows how. So that's roughly how things are. Sister Yuna, Mr. Bright is really a good person. Although his methods may seem like those of a bad person to outsiders, I can assure you that Mr. Bright has no ill intentions. Sivir sat there and recounted her experience, then looked up at Yuna and said earnestly. Seeing the princess looking at her, Yuna scratched her head in annoyance. In her own mind, humans are creatures filled with greed. They coveted the elves' longevity and wanted to discover the secret to immortality from them. They also coveted the elves' beautiful faces. In Yuna's eyes, this is what humans are. But now that Her Highness the Princess has said so, after hearing what had just happened, Yuna scratched her head and said, "All right, Princess. I will not lay a hand on this human. But please keep me by your side, because my mission is to bring you back safely, Princess, and I will eliminate anything that threatens you." When Yuna said these words, her gaze was fixed directly on Bright. Her meaning was self-evident. Even if you temporarily categorize the other party as a good person, you should still be wary of them. Noticing the other person's gaze, Bright chuckled lightly and picked up the black tea on the table, taking a sip. Ignoring Yuna, Bright turned to look at Sivir. "Now that everything is done, we should continue our training. Wendy, it's still early. Go to the backyard and practice your swordsmanship. I'll watch from the side." Sivir nodded heavily. If it weren't for Yuna's matter, she would have been training in the backyard by now. She was naturally delighted with Bright's suggestion. But Yuna, standing to the side, scoffed dismissively. "Ha! A mere human dares to claim he can instruct the elf princess in swordsmanship? What a joke! Even if this human has some knowledge of swordsmanship. However, that's because I hadn't been here before. Now that I'm here, I'll definitely be the one to tutor Her Highness from now on." She's a level 6 elven swordsman. He was also proficient in a variety of advanced sword techniques. So in Yuna's eyes, Bright's words were simply hilarious. But what Yuna didn't know was that she would be ruthlessly proven wrong half an hour later. Backyard. Sivir held a long sword and brandished it, each strike accompanied by a green energy fluctuation around her. On the side, Yuna, who had just been about to suggest replacing Bright, stood rooted to the spot like a statue. She stood there, sword at her right hand, arms crossed, staring blankly at Sivir. How could that be? How could that be? What did I just see? How could a human possess such unfathomable swordsmanship? And his skill in elven swordsmanship is a bit too much. What level of proficiency is this? Level 7? Level 8? Or perhaps the legendary level 9? Thinking back to her earlier thoughts, Yuna suddenly felt like a joke. Is this guy really human? Yuna clenched her teeth, her mind racing with thoughts. She was now uncertain, a sense of danger creeping into her heart. Even she wasn't sure if she could defeat this human. With such swordsmanship, his own strength must be considerable. Yuna pondered whether or not she should take the princess away from here. Because Brett seemed rather mysterious to Yuna, it made her feel quite uneasy. But then she thought of the princess's curse, and Yuna stood there, gripping her sword tightly, but there was nothing she could do, as Yuna's thoughts shifted endlessly. On the other side, Sivir had already practiced her swordsmanship once. Sivir took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then turned to Bright with an expectant look and asked, "Mr. Bright, is there anything I did wrong just now?" Chapter 38, Eliminating Hidden Dangers. The proficiency level is acceptable. What you need to do next is to integrate and apply your knowledge. At least before level 5, you should have no obstacles. Upon hearing Sivir's question, Blatt nodded and replied. Sivir was very perceptive. She could remember every word he said. And for any shortcomings, she would promptly make corrections after I pointed them out, and even do better. Well, Sivir's potential is terrifying. It's just that no one is guiding her properly. Opposite, upon receiving Bright's affirmation, a smile immediately appeared on Sivir's stunning face, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, making her already beautiful face even more alluring. "Your Highness!" Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Yuna nearly ground her teeth to powder. What right does this human have to win the princess's smile? Even in the Elven Kingdom, it's rare to see the princess smile. And now, Her Highness the Princess is actually showing such a smile in front of a human. For a moment, Yuna felt a pang of jealousy. Sure enough, this is an evil human. Suddenly at this moment, in the backyard, a white figure ran out of the room. A woo! Like a white phantom, the little white tiger darted to Sivir's side in a flash, then rubbed its body against Sivir's feet, its tail coiling around her. Upon seeing the white tiger cub, Yuna frowned slightly, wondering where this little beast came from. After getting a clear look at the white tiger cub's appearance, Yuna's eyes narrowed slightly. This little beast seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Sivir crouched down, and upon seeing Little White, a smile appeared on her face. Then, while stroking Xiaobai's head, a faint green light appeared on his hand. "I'm sorry, Xiaobai. I haven't been able to feed you properly these past 2 days." The little white tiger stretched its head and rubbed against Sivir's palm, enjoying the sensation. As if remembering something, Sivir turned to Yuna, who was standing to the side, and said, "Sister Yuna, this is the white tiger, the sacred beast of our elf race." Yuna. After a long while, Yuna finally came to her senses and murmured listlessly, "God of the forest." Late at night, in Sivir's room, Yuna stood inside, her expression incredibly complex. The princess lives in such an environment. It seems she has grown up a lot. Yuna felt both gratified and heartbroken. If the elves of the kingdom of Sivir knew that their beloved princess had gone through such a thing, they would surely be furious. Putting aside others, Yuna almost lost control of herself after hearing about the princess's experiences. In the simple room, Sivir seemed to be in a very good mood. She strolled to the bedside, and perhaps thinking of something, her face flushed slightly. Fortunately, Mr. Bright said the curse wouldn't be lifted tonight, but I don't know why. Deep down, I found myself wanting to see Mr. Bright again. Then Sivir shook her head, clearing her mind of those thoughts, and turned to look at Yuna, standing in the middle of the room, asking with some curiosity, "Why doesn't Sister Yuna go to sleep in the room Mr. Bright prepared?" "No, I must protect the princess at all times." Seeing Yuna's resolute expression, Sivir knew she couldn't change Yuna's mind. "Your Highness, when do you plan to leave here? The king and queen miss you very much." Yuna asked respectfully. "Father, mother." Sivir sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes welling up with tears at the thought of her parents. After falling into human hands, Sivir once thought she had no hope left. But now she actually has the chance to see her father and mother again. Sivir knew that it was all because of Mr. Bright. If he hadn't brought her out of that dungeon, she might already be dead. After thinking for a moment, Sivir said softly, "Wait a bit, because I promised Mr. Bright that I would complete his training. I'll go back as soon as I finish training. I miss my father and mother very much." Yuna hesitated. To be honest, she should have brought the princess back to her immediately after finding her. However, only the human could break the curse on the princess. What really made Yuna hesitate was the princess's training session in the afternoon. Perhaps the princess was unaware of anything, but Yuna knew that this was a rare opportunity for the princess. If that human truly wanted to teach the princess, then the princess's own strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. That's why Yuna hesitated. Meanwhile, on the other side, after putting Erica to sleep, Bright put on his hat, took his black umbrella, and went outside. When I went out, I saw that the light in Sylvia's room was still on, but I wasn't curious. After all, Sivir and that elf named Yuna must have a lot to talk about right now. After straightening his clothes, Bright went into the night. The next second, Bright, then appeared behind a tree at the edge of the territory. After looking around and seeing no one, he placed his right hand on the tree trunk, and a green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Looking at the green light in his hand, this was the first time Bright had used the power of an elf. After training Sivir, the magical virtual frame also fed back a significant amount of its own Pokemon's power. Unfortunately, Bright couldn't see his own information. However, after sensing the power in his hands, Bright could easily guess that the elven power he had obtained was more than level 3 and not far from level 4. Because he had observed Sivir during her training sessions, Bright was able to determine that his spirit power was stronger than Sivir's. Like Erika's, the power I gained after training them was stronger than their original power. In other words, it was more refined. Bright whispered something. Then he closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Through the power of the spirits, in an instant, Bright was able to clearly perceive all the plants in his territory. They were like his eyes, allowing him to see everything around him. Using these eyes, Bright searched the territory. He's looking for Mullen's people. Bright disliked leaving himself with potential dangers, so tonight he was going to eliminate all of Mullen's men. Chapter 39, The Elves' Decision. The territory was unusually quiet at night. Soon, Bright then located those people. It seems news of the Theodore territory hasn't come back yet. Bright then dusted off his hands, and the next second, he disappeared into the night. The next day, in the morning, click! Bright pushed open the door and went inside, where he was met by the red-haired female elf standing in the doorway. Bright nodded to the person opposite as a greeting, then went straight upstairs. At the entrance, Yuna looked at Bright's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. This human had returned from outside early in the morning, and Yuna could even smell a faint scent of blood on him. Yuna is very sensitive to blood energy, as she had been on the battlefield before coming here. Yuna frowned slightly. This human was indeed somewhat dangerous. Regardless of what the red-haired female elf thought, Bright went straight to the chair in front of the desk, sat down, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Last night, after locating Mullen's men, Bright killed them all. As for whether there were any innocent people among them, he didn't care, because it was impossible to be innocent while working for a slave trader. This was the first time he had killed so many people, and Bright felt uneasy. But Bright knew he had to do it. Whether or not Mullen told him about the plan, Bright would kill them. Sometimes, if you don't harden your heart, you'll only suffer the consequences. At that moment, Bright noticed a trace of blood on his wrist and couldn't help but frown. He had been very careful, but he hadn't expected to still get a little blood on himself. He then took out a handkerchief and wiped it. Clang! At this time, a sound suddenly came from beside the bookshelf. Upon hearing the sound, Brett looked toward the corner of the bookshelf, and I saw a small figure walking towards me. Erika, what are you doing here? After recognizing the figure as Erika, Bright asked with some confusion, shouldn't Erika be sleeping in her room at this hour? Sir, Erika woke up last night and couldn't fall back asleep. She ended up here in a daze, Erika said, rubbing her eyes as she walked. After reaching Bright's legs, he lay down directly on them. Not long after, Bright heard Erika's even breathing, smiled helplessly, and gently stroked Erika's hair with his right hand. Erika had this habit before. Once she woke up in the middle of the night, she would groggily find a corner to hide in and then fall back asleep. Perhaps her past experiences left a lasting impression on Erika, which is why she still retains some of her physical instincts. Bright was helpless in this situation. All he could do was ensure Erika grew up in a safe environment, so that only she could overcome her deepest fears. Time passed. A week has passed since Theodore incident. The disappearance of Lord Theodore had become a hot topic of conversation in the territory a few days ago. After all, he was a genuine nobleman. Now it has disappeared, and there's a very high probability that it is dead. This incident also caused quite a stir in the surrounding area. After all, he was a nobleman, and a nobleman with his own territory. It's unclear whether this incident has influenced them, but some people who were previously hiding in the shadows within the Iceni Empire have begun to become active. In a tea house, Brett, dressed in a black suit, sat in a corner with some tea and snacks on the table, surrounded by the voices of the people around him. It is said that Marin was behind Lord Theodore's affair. Where did you hear this news? Wasn't the Theodore territory already blockaded by the Imperial Knights? Sure. I have a younger brother who is a second-level knight. He was temporarily conscripted because of Lord Theodore's affairs. He told me this in secret, and just a few days ago, Didn't you see those knights who suddenly appeared in our territory? They wanted to go find Marin, but something seems to have happened, and they have temporarily left. As for the specifics, I don't know. Has Mullen gone mad? Although there were rumors before that he had kidnapped some nobles' daughters, I didn't expect him to be this crazy. He dares to touch nobles. This guy really seems to be insane. In the corner, after hearing their discussion, Bright's expression remained unchanged. He reached out and touched Erica's hair beside him, asking, "Is it good?" Erica was dressed in a little black dress, looking very cute. Upon hearing Bright's voice and seeing that they were surrounded by people, Erica timidly leaned closer to him, eating a small pastry in her hand, and replied softly, "Delicious." Bright ruffled the little guy's hair again. This time, Bright didn't let the little guy stay inside the doll. Instead, he went out in his real form, because it wouldn't be good for him to stay inside the doll all the time. After sitting in the tea house for a while, waiting for Erica to finish her snacks, Bright took Erica and left. As they left, Erica stayed close to Bright, her head down, her little hands clutching his clothes. As soon as she got home, Erica disappeared in a flash. Bright looked up and saw that there were several more guests in the living room. At this moment, several more elves appeared in the living room. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the same person I had encountered a week ago in Theodore's territory. When Hayes saw Bright, a complex expression flashed across her eyes, as did the other elves. They hadn't expected this situation. It is rare to see humans and elves living in peace. On the sofa, upon seeing Bright return, Sivir's cold expression softened slightly. Seeing so many guests suddenly in his home, Brett remained calm. As usual, he first put his hat aside, then took off his coat. After doing all this, Bright strolled over to the sofa, sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "So, judging from the situation, you were waiting for me?" Opposite, Sivir nodded to Hayes. Hayes stepped forward and said, "This week, the escaped elves formed a mercenary group to conceal our true identities. At the same time, we are also assisting Miss Ollie in investigating information about elves." Chapter 40, Sivir's Direct Path to Level 5 Training Program. Bright listened while drinking water. Later, with Miss Ollie's help, we discovered a large number of traces of elves. Hayes was furious as she said this, her teeth clenched. Humans are absolutely despicable. Not only do they harm their own kind, but they even have designs on the elves. And what's worse, there's so many of them. Based solely on Ollie's investigation, it was deduced that there might be traces of nearly 100 elves. But those elves might be in human cities, so we can't act rashly. It's all right at the border, but once we enter human cities, there are many human mages there, and we elves will be easily exposed. "So you want my help?" Bright asked, taking a sip of water. "No." Hayes shook her head decisively. How could elves possibly ask humans for help? The reason they're saying this here is because of the princess. They even planned to carry out the rescue secretly on their own, without telling the princess, since she would definitely go with them if she found out. What if something happens to the princess during the operation? They can't risk the princess's safety. But who knew that Ollie would blabber on like that? The princess only asked her a few questions, and she blurted everything out, even their previous plans. And so this scene unfolded. On the sofa, Sivir lowered her head, her fingers intertwined, lost in thought. Sivir wanted to save her comrade, but she worried that she would cause trouble for Mr. Bright, who was already taking good care of her. Moreover, Sivir knew that this matter was different from the one involving Theodore last time. This time it will be much more difficult and carry a higher risk. That's why Sivir had Hayes say it here. After a moment's hesitation, Sivir then voiced her thoughts. "I thought I should tell you in advance. Mr. Bright, don't worry, this operation won't trouble you. Mr. Bright, if you are worried, I can leave tomorrow. I won't cause you any trouble." As Sivir uttered those words, tears welled up in her eyes. Even she herself didn't know that this place had already occupied a very important place in her heart. Bright put down his water glass and looked at Sivir, who was sitting there. Although Sivir was looking at Bright, her eyes darted around, and she seemed a little lost for a moment. The next second, Bright withdrew his gaze. He finally understood. It turns out they didn't come to ask for his help, but to inform him in advance that they would be going to save their own kind. Then, Bright said something that surprised everyone. "So, Miss Wendy, are you sure you don't need my help? If it's Wendy's request, perhaps I can help." Upon hearing this, Sivir's fair face suddenly flushed slightly, and a surge of joy welled up inside her. Mr. Bright didn't look down on her or blame her. Instead, He asked her if she needed help. Perhaps even Sivir herself didn't realize that she had unknowingly become dependent on Bright. Hearing these words now, she almost instinctively nodded in agreement. But Sivir didn't. The little head shook like a rattle drum, and the voice said with unwavering determination, "Mr. Bright, you've already helped me so much. Please don't help this time, my companions, and I will handle it." After Sivir finished speaking, she looked straight at Bright with her beautiful light purple eyes, her gaze full of seriousness. This time, she absolutely refused to let Mr. Bright help her. Seeing Sivir's gaze, Bright shook his head helplessly, then said, "All right, there's no need to leave. I'll be watching from the sidelines this time. But, Miss Wendy, please finish my training before you go." "Mr. Bright, but there's not enough time. Our companions could be in danger at any moment." Sivir refuted Bright's words for the first time. But behind her, Hayes and Yuna looked at Bright with pleading eyes. At this moment, how much they wished that this human would leave the princess here. And for some inexplicable reason, they found this human somewhat pleasing to the eye. "There's no need to worry about that." Bright chuckled slightly. He knew what Sivir was worried about. "I was going to tell you anyway, but I'll tell you in advance. Those elves are still safe, and this time you'll be fighting against Imperial soldiers and even knights. Without adequate preparation, you'll most likely fail." As soon as Bright said this, all the elves in the living room turned to look at him. Subsequently, Bright told Sivir and the others what he had learned from Theodore. This includes the agreed location and the agreed time. After hearing this news, both Hayes and Yuna looked at Bright with shock. They never imagined that this human knew so much. It's unbelievable. For a moment, both of them felt that the human in front of them was becoming more and more terrifying, and they both shivered involuntarily. Sivir, however, who was sitting there, did not think so. Sivir looked at Bright with excitement, her beautiful eyes even revealing a hint of admiration. "Night, Attic." Bright sat at the table, his hand occasionally scribbling in his notebook. After discussion during the day, Sivir and her friends ultimately decided to postpone their previous plans. During this time, Sivir will continue to train with Bright, while Hayes and Yuna will prepare for the rescue operation and try their best to restore all the Pokémon to their peak strength. To Bright's surprise, Yuna also left this time. Although it was Wendy's order, the other party actually agreed. Bright knew that the red-haired elf was very distrustful of him, as evidenced by the fact that she had followed him here alone and stayed by Sivir's side every day, as if he were a wolf ready to devour a sheep at any moment. After thinking for a moment, Bright continued writing something in his notebook with a few large words on it. Sylvanas Windrunner Level 5 Training Content. Chapter 41 The Reason. Bright was writing in his notebook. Sword Dance, Elven Power, Shadow Strike. These are the skills Sivir currently possesses. Bright didn't plan to teach her any more skills, because these core skills were enough. Having too many other unimportant skills would be like losing the big picture for small gains. However, when he saw the archery skills section, Bright stopped what he was doing. Sivir is currently unable to learn archery for some special reasons. But as an elf, Sivir certainly has a talent for archery, but why is she so resistant to learning it? Bright looked up and suddenly saw a strange scene on the virtual screen. Name, Sivir Wendy Cursed. Age, 19. Race elf. Identity, an abandoned elf princess. Strength, level 3, natural force. Talent, power of all things unawakened. Skills, archery, L1, sword dance, level 1, shadow strike, level 1. The poison of thorns, curse do not touch. Anyone who touches it will be consumed by a myriad of poisons, and the one cursed will die at the age of 20. The interface remains the same as usual. However, there's an extra suffix after archery. Archery, unlockable. Proceed. Can it be unlocked? Should we go? What the heck? This was the first time Bright had ever seen anything like it, and he was quite surprised. The next day, in a forest, several women dressed as hunters were gathered together discussing something. Suddenly at this moment, a person emerged from behind a tree. He walked straight to the group and looked at the red-haired woman, saying, "Miss Yuna, I have some questions for you. Please be sure to tell me." This man is none other than Bright. After seeing that strange option last night, Bright thought about it for a while and finally decided to go find Yuna. Go ask Sivir about her archery skills, since Sivir mentioned before that Yuna was her mother's bodyguard, so this red-haired elf might know something. Bright. Yuna sat there, wiping her beloved sword, looking at the human who had appeared before her with some surprise. How did this human end up here? And how do they find them? Can we talk alone, Miss Yuna? Bright asked, not intending to linger any longer. Yuna glanced at Bright and nodded. The two then stepped aside under the watchful eyes of the elves. Is there something you need? Yuna asked Bright, her brow furrowing slightly. She didn't want to be alone with a human. That's how it is. I'd like you to tell me, why does Winnie hate bows and arrows? Brush. Upon hearing this, Yuna's expression changed instantly. She stared directly at Bright, her voice icy cold. Human, how do you know about this? I bought a bow so Winnie can practice archery. Brett said something, and upon seeing Yuna's expression, he knew that his trip had not been in vain. Call. Yuna sighed. He then leaned against the tree trunk, helplessly rubbing his red hair. Bright, Her Highness is not suited to learn archery. You should give up. Why? Bright asked again. Looking into the earnest eyes of the human before her, Yuna hesitated for a moment, considering whether she should speak. After some thought, Yuna decided to speak. It's better for the princess to say it out loud, so that this human won't touch on her taboos again. He sighed. Yuna spoke slowly. Considering your help to the princess, I will tell you. I don't know what Her Highness means to you. However, in my eyes, Her Highness is undoubtedly a genius. When the princess was 10 years old, it was the first time she held a bow and arrow. I still remember that scene vividly. As Yuna spoke, her expression began to become somewhat excited. At that moment, the entire forest began to dance. Countless butterflies and birds flew out of the forest and fluttered around the princess as if they were worshipping her. They were arranged in the shape of a bow and arrow to amuse the princess. From the moment Her Highness first held a bow and arrow, I knew she would be the best archer. Human, did you know? The first time Her Highness used a bow and arrow, her basic archery skills had already reached level 5. But the next second, Yuna's excited expression calmed down and then turned somewhat sad. But all of this changed 1 month later. I was in the palace that day, but after that day, the king decreed that no bows or arrows should be seen in the palace, and Princess has been unable to touch a bow or arrow since that day. Human, After Yuna finished speaking, she turned around to say something more, but Bright had already disappeared. All I left was a thank you. Late at night, by the time Bright returned from there, it was already dark. After calming Erica down, Bright went to the backyard. Beneath the star-studded sky, dappled silver light appeared in the backyard. Within that silver light, a figure was wielding an iron sword, brandishing it. Her lithe figure, graceful posture, and the occasional glimpse of her stunning beauty made her resemble the moon goddess. "Ah, Mr. Bright, you're back." Sivir, who had just finished practicing her sword dance, noticed Bright standing to the side and quickly sheathed her longsword. She knew that Bright wouldn't allow her to continue training at this time. To quote Mr. Bright as saying something like, "a balance of tension and relaxation," Bright glanced at Sivir, then turned and said, "Miss Wendy, please prepare yourself. The curse will be removed once again tonight." Opposite, upon hearing Bright's words, a blush suddenly appeared on Sivir's fair face. A short while later, in Sivir's room, having prepared herself, Sivir lay there facing the pillow, her face buried in the soft cushion, her elven ears already bright red. Although it had happened many times before, Sivir still couldn't help but feel shy every time this happened. The next second, Sivir heard Bright walk in. Soon, she felt a cool sensation coming from her back. Chapter 42. Young Sivir. Moment. Sivir shuddered, and her beautiful face flushed even more. "Miss Wendy, could you tell me about what happened when you were 10 years old?" Just then, Bright's voice came through. Sivir murmured in confusion, thinking she had misheard. "I'm just curious. Anyway, Miss Wendy, you must be bored right now, so why don't we chat?" Brett said again. Sivir agreed softly, pulled her face out of the pillow, turned to her left, looked at the sky outside the window, and said, "However, you might be disappointed, Mr. Bright. I don't have any exciting stories to tell. On the contrary, back then I preferred to hide in my room alone every day. I don't know why, but at that time, I seemed to be very afraid of the outside world." Sylvie would pause occasionally as she spoke, recalling her memories from that time. At the same time, Sivir was also somewhat curious. It's as if she herself is deliberately forgetting the memories of that period, so much so that when she recalls it now, it's all blurry and unclear. Inside the room, Sivir was speaking slowly. Bright listened from the side. A short while later, Bright finished drawing the blocking pattern. At this moment, Sivir, who was lying on the bed, was also about to fall asleep, but she was still talking about her childhood. Mr. Bright, father also forbade me from seeing my aunt that year. As Sivir was talking, she drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Bright got up, covered her with the blanket, then turned off the lights in the room and left. In the dark room, Sivir, who was asleep, seemed to sense Bright's departure and tightened the blanket covering her with her hands. On the other side, in the attic, Bright sat at his desk, the pale light shining on him. He flipped through the book absent-mindedly, but after a while, he couldn't concentrate on it. Then, a thought crossed Bright's mind, and the next second, a virtual frame appeared in front of him. Looking at the suffix after archery, after learning about the situation during the day, Bright was certain that something significant must have happened when Sivir was 10 years old. Otherwise, the king wouldn't have given that order, Sivir's archery talent wouldn't have disappeared, and she wouldn't be afraid of arrows. And now, he has a solution. But Bright didn't understand, nor was he sure, whether there was any danger involved. Brett crossed his arms and placed them on the table, his gaze fixed on the photo frame beside him. The photo shows Sivir with a cold, wooden, and expressionless face, her eyes devoid of emotion. Compared to the current Sivir, she has clearly changed a lot. Then Brett smiled helplessly. Indeed, he had trained him for so long. How could he give up here? Having made up his mind, Brett got up and went to the living room. Because the virtual box displayed the word "go to," Bright guessed that he would be going to a certain place soon. So he went to the living room, picked up the black umbrella that was there, and put on his hat. After everything was ready, Bright reopened the virtual window and clicked OK. Call out. The next second, Bright's body vanished from the living room in an instant. Even his presence vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. At the same time, in the room, Sivir, who was already asleep, had her brows furrowed tightly, as if she were having a bad dream. The instant you click confirm, Bright felt as if he were asleep. In that instant, he lost all consciousness. When Bright opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room. The difference is that this room is very luxurious. Moreover, Bright discovered that everything he was seeing was only black and white, with no other colors at all. Bright then checked his clothes. They found that he was in the same place as he was in the living room. The black umbrella in his hand was still there, and so was his hat. After confirming that there were no problems, he began to observe his surroundings. He had not forgotten why he had suddenly come to this strange world. Bright moved his feet, confirming that he could walk in this black and white world. After taking only 2 steps, at this time, a soft sobbing sound suddenly came from inside the luxurious room. Hearing the sound, Bright was puzzled, then walked towards the direction from which it came. A short while later, he came to a huge wardrobe, and Brett could sense that the crying was coming from inside it. Bright reached out to open the wardrobe and take a look. But the next second, Bright froze on the spot. Because the moment Brett touched the wardrobe handle, his hand went through the handle. It was like a projection. He seemed to pass through it. Bright stood there, staring at his hands, momentarily stunned. What is my current situation? Why can't I make contact? Is this fake? Or is everything before my eyes an illusion? While Bright was still wondering about what had just happened, suddenly at this moment, a voice came from outside. Your Highness, Lady Mary is looking for you. At the same time, a seductive voice came from outside. Oh, my dear niece, I've come to pick you up. I've prepared a wonderful gift for you today. The sobbing from inside the closet stopped, and then Bright saw the closet door be open from the inside. When Brett saw the little girl sitting inside, her face covered in tears, wearing a pretty princess dress, his eyes instantly turned sharp. Because the little girl in front of you is none other than Sivir Wendy. Although Sivir Wendy looks like a child now, it's not hard to see the traces of Sivir in her appearance. Combining the princess mentioned by the people outside and the reason why he came here, Bright can easily come up with an answer. The little girl in front of you is Sivir Wendy. Could what I'm seeing now be Sivir's memories? Or something else? Bright was filled with doubt. Then Brett saw young Sivir crawl out of the closet after hearing the noise outside, go to the mirror, wipe away her tears, and then walk towards the door. Chapter 43, Sivir Mary. Seeing this, Bright was very surprised, but he followed. Young Sivir walked through the room and opened the door. 2 people were already standing outside. One was an elf dressed as a maid, who was standing there with her head down. The other was wearing an exquisite and luxurious long dress and a veil, so her face could not be seen. However, her eyes, which were exposed, were filled with an alluring light. Wendy, come here quickly. Upon seeing young Sivir, the veiled woman immediately smiled and went forward to hug her. However, Sivir avoided the woman's embrace, her eyes darting away, unable to look at the woman in front of her. The woman wasn't angry. She smiled, then reached out and pulled young Sivir towards the unicorn carriage beside her. Sylvie looked somewhat resistant, but she had no choice in the matter and was forced to get into the carriage. Bright, standing among them, witnessed the entire scene. After Sivir got on the bus, the maid who had been keeping her head down looked up and gazed enviously at the departing unicorn carriage, saying, "Your Highness is so fortunate. I have never seen Lady Mary take such good care of anyone." After hearing what the maid said, Bright looked thoughtfully in the direction the unicorn carriage had left and then followed after it in a flash. Inside a carriage led by a white unicorn, the veiled woman reached out, her slender fingers gently stroking the corner of Sivir's eye. Her incredibly alluring eyes curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Wendy, why are you crying again? As a princess, it's not enough to just cry." "Auntie, can I not do those things?" Sivir whispered, not daring to look up at the person beside her. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Sylvie's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy chill. She reached out and pinched Wendy's cheek, and one or two red marks suddenly appeared on Wendy's tender face. Sylvie looked at Wendy in her hands and said coldly, "Wendy, as a princess, you should know what you're supposed to do. Our elven kingdom is in turmoil right now, so someone has to step forward. I'm doing this all for your own good." "Auntie, it hurts." Sivir Mary withdrew her hand, and then a smile returned to her face. The carriage wasn't moving fast, so Bright was able to keep up easily. He then saw the carriage enter a castle, and Bright followed it inside, remaining right behind the two men. Ahead, Sylvie and Mary led Wendy through the castle into a very spacious area. But the next second, Bright stood still, his face darkening, his eyes turning icy cold. On the green lawn stood cross after cross, each with a human bound to it. Bright even saw some elves bound to them as well. The mouths of these people, or elves, were sealed shut, so that when they saw Sylvie and Wendy arrive, they could only make muffled noises. Sivir Mary glanced at the cross, then took a bow and arrow from the side and handed it to Wendy. She then bent down, touched Wendy's hand, helped her hold the bow and arrow, and whispered in her ear, "Wendy, you have unparalleled talent for archery, so you can't waste it. Come, do you see those filthy humans in the distance? Pick up your bow and kill them." Wendy's small body trembled as she cried, begging her aunt to let her go. No, Auntie, they are lives. I can't do this. Please let me leave." "They are human." Sivir Mary suddenly stood up, her face behind her veil filled with rage. "Humans are filthy creatures. Who do you think is responsible for the endless war between our elven kingdoms? It's humans. If it weren't for them, our elf kingdom wouldn't be in this state today. Because of their greed, their excessive demands, and their dissatisfaction, humans used tricks to sow discord in our elven kingdom, which led to this century-long bloody war." Sylvie Mary spoke with great emotion, her breasts heaving with excitement. Sivir Mary slowly exhaled, calming herself down. "Wendy, I didn't let you do it yourself before because I wanted you to do some preparation. But from today onward, you must change your weak nature. These humans will be your best whetstone. Come, kill them with the arrows in your hand." "Auntie, wah, I really can't do it. Please don't make me do this." "Wah." Wendy threw down her bow and arrows and stood there crying. Snap! A loud voice rang out. Sivir Mary slapped Wendy across the face without any expression, leaving a red handprint on her fair skin. Wendy stood there, her eyes vacant, seemingly not expecting her aunt to suddenly hit her. "I've said it before, from today onwards, you have no choice." Suddenly, several green lines appeared from Sylvie's body, drifting over to Wendy and then wrapping around her limbs. Mary flicked her fingers slightly, and bound by those lines, Wendy stiffly picked up the bow and arrow from the ground. "Take the arrow, draw the bow, and shoot. Call out." The arrow struck the human in the distance with perfect accuracy, hitting him between the eyebrows. The man struggled, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Wendy. Wendy stared blankly at her body, moving uncontrollably. She wanted to cry, but found herself unable to. I tried to turn my head away, but I couldn't move it. She could only watch as she killed one human after another, including some elves. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Behind the two, Brett's face was terribly grim. He was already struggling to control his emotions. Because Brett knew that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't interfere. He could only stand by and watch. He never imagined he would see this scene before him. Wendy is only 10 years old. As an elf princess, she should be living a happy and carefree life. Chapter 44, The Final Trial. But now he can only watch helplessly as he kills one human and fellow human being after another. This is simply beyond her current capacity to bear. Night. Wendy, returning from that hellish experience, went back to her room with empty eyes, opened the closet, went inside, and closed the door. Wah! A short while later. Then Wendy's sobs came from inside. She cried and kept talking. Wah! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wah! I really don't want to be sorry. I'm so sorry. Weawaho. At that moment, Bright stood outside, feeling very uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and reached out his hand, wanting to comfort Wendy, but his hand passed right through the wardrobe. Time passed. Bright had no idea how long he had been there. He saw, every day, that woman would come to pick up Wendy and then control her body to commit murder. Time passed day by day. Although the world before Bright's eyes was only black and white, he could clearly perceive. Wendy's eyes became more and more hollow each day. He was like a puppet, numb, lifeless, and stiff. Every night, Wendy would hide in that closet and cry quietly, apologizing repeatedly. During this time, Bright also wondered why no one had noticed Wendy's unusual behavior and the woman's crazy actions. But after observing for the past few days, Bright realized one thing. The king and queen were not currently in the palace, and Sylvie, as the king's sister and a sorceress known as a genius magician, wielded immense power. Under her arrangement, no one could detect Wendy's abnormality, not to mention that Wendy's personal maid outside the door was already Mary's woman. Wendy is now like a caged bird, completely at the mercy of Sybil Mary. In a black and white room. Last night, just like the past few days, Wendy hid in the closet as soon as she got home and stayed there all night. Furthermore, Bright discovered a strange phenomenon. The black and white world he was in seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Bright had noticed this phenomenon a few days ago. At first it wasn't very obvious, but as time went on, the fragmentation of the black and white world became increasingly apparent. At first, when Bright looked around, he seemed to be in a very stable state. But now, what lies before me is like a mirror about to shatter, riddled with countless cracks. If I'm not careful, this mirror will crumble completely. Is Wendy's memory about to end? Bright considered this possibility. Perhaps after this black and white world completely shattered, he would return to the real world. But how can he make Wendy stop being afraid of arrows? Bright had not forgotten why he had come here in the first place. Bright stood outside the wardrobe, lost in thought. He had overheard an elven maid say yesterday that the king and queen would be returning today. If Wendy could see the king today, perhaps this situation would change. But that woman probably won't let Wendy off so easily. Really? The next second, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, Lady Mary is looking for you. It was the maid's voice. Upon hearing this voice, Bright's expression turned icy. Just as I thought, even on the last day, that person wouldn't let Wendy go. Bright began to feel uneasy. Although Wendy was now numb, Brett could still see a glimmer of hope in her eyes, proving that she hadn't completely lost hope. She probably knew her parents would be back today, and she was perhaps still clinging to this last glimmer of hope, thinking that if she told her parents, they would stop her aunt's crazy behavior. But Bright knew. Wendy did not see her parents today. Moreover, starting today, she will develop a strong aversion to archery. Her talent for archery will be buried, and she will forget the memories of this period. Brett had already foreseen the outcome through Wendy's real-world experience. When his parents discovered Wendy's abnormality, it was too late, so all they could do was block out Wendy's memories of that period and forbid her from contacting that woman. Well, Bright sighed, somewhat annoyed. He was fed up with the situation where he knew the outcome but was powerless to change it, especially now that he is witnessing all of this happening with his own eyes. Click a sound. When he opened the closet door and slowly walked out. She was different today. When he didn't go out immediately today. Instead, she sat there looking in the mirror, fixing her clothes and hair. At that moment, Brett stood right behind her, looking at Wendy in the mirror. Brett could see a glimmer of hope and anticipation in her eyes. The previously numb eyes now have a glimmer of light. A short while later, after dressing up, Wendy left the room and got into the white unicorn carriage. Wendy, you did a great job today. I'm sure you like the gift I prepared for you at the end. As soon as they got in the car, Mary took Wendy's hand and said. Wendy remained expressionless, staring blankly ahead, hoping that her father and mother would come looking for her. The carriage was moving. Bright hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to follow. Having watched for so many days, on this last day, although Brett was somewhat reluctant, he decided to find out the whole story. A short while later, inside the castle, a familiar place, a familiar cross. The difference is that this time, the cross doesn't bind humans, but a dozen or so elves, some large and some small. These elves were not gagged. Upon seeing Mary and Wendy, the elves bound to the cross all struggled angrily, trying to break free of their restraints. "Mary, you deserve to die. How could you do such a thing to Her Highness the Princess? The king will surely know of your crimes. Your Highness, escape from here immediately. Wendy, run. Don't stay here. Don't let her control you." The elves roared. While cursing Mary, he also told Wendy to escape from there. Opposite, Wendy looked up, and upon seeing the spirits on the crosses, she trembled and took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with disbelief. She saw her best friend. "I saw the teacher who taught me magic. She saw the maid who doted on her the most, but had mysteriously disappeared. Wait, these are all people she knows best." Wendy retreated step by step in fear, but then a hand blocked her way. Mary, wearing a veil, appeared behind her at some point. "Wendy, today is your final test. Use your bow and arrows to kill them." Chapter 45, A Shattered World. 60 seconds. No. "Auntie, please let me go," Wendy cried, her voice trembling, her head shaking uncontrollably as she tried to escape, but she couldn't move. The familiar green lines wrapped around his limbs once again. Wendy watched in despair as she picked up the bow, an arrow, and raised it. No, don't," Wendy cried and screamed, trying to break free of the control. "Mary, you deserve to die. His Majesty the King has returned. Do you think no one will know what you've done? You can kill us, but please release the princess. Don't let her do such a thing." Mary looked at the elves who were cursing angrily, but instead of panicking, a hint of enjoyment was revealed in her eyes. Mary reached out and stroked Wendy's hair, whispering, "Wendy, don't be afraid. I'm helping you. As the king who is about to ascend to the top, you can't have any potential threats around you. Their only value is to help you develop a heart that will never be swayed by emotions." "Wendy," Mary yelled. "No, no." Wendy cried out as her body, controlled by the green lines, slowly drew back the bow and arrow. The arrow was aimed at the elf who was the maid who usually doted on her the most. Tears streamed down Wendy's face. She saw the maid smiling at her, her lips moving slightly as if she were saying something. "Your Highness, it's all right. You must take good care of yourself after I'm gone." Behind the two, Bright clearly heard what the female elf said. Bright kept his head down, his black hat obscuring half his face. He appeared calm, but only he knew that his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. Wendy's bow was fully drawn, ready to be released. The female angel on the cross smiled and closed her eyes. Mary stood beside Wendy, looking at her masterpiece with anticipation. Bright stood still. Click, click. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass rang out, and the black and white world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "You brought me here. Did you just bring me here to stand here and look around?" Suddenly, Bright raised his head and said in an extremely cold voice, the veins on the back of his right hand bulging. Click! The black and white world before him shattered completely, turning into countless fragments that drifted around Bright. At the same time, a number appeared before Bright's eyes. 60. The instant that number appeared, Brett saw the fragments floating around him suddenly shatter. When I opened my eyes again, the scene before me returned. Wendy, crying, drew her bow and pleaded incessantly with the woman beside her. But, this time, the world that Bright saw before him was no longer black and white, but reality. 59. At the same time, the numbers in front of you begin to count down. Bright didn't know exactly what the situation was, but he knew one thing. He no longer had to stand by and watch, and he was no longer powerless to do anything. He's really angry now. Even if this is just a fictional world, a world of memories, no matter what he does, he cannot change the ending. But at least for now, here, Bright wants to change Wendy's misfortune. Bright took a step forward, his foot landing firmly on the grass. Rumble. The next second, a cluster of lush flames ignited on Bright's right arm, coiling around like countless fire dragons. Target. Erica. Talent. Holy Flame Furnace. Activated. Warning. This talent currently has a compatibility level of 15. Activating it may cause damage to the body. Continue. Continue. After Bright finished speaking, the next moment, roar. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from Bright's right arm. Burn marks began to appear on the back of Bright's right hand, with reddish streaks forming on the flesh as it burned. Flames soared into the sky. It transformed into a giant fire dragon and coiled behind him. Bright moved to Wendy's left, ignoring Mary, who was standing to the side looking shocked. With his right hand on Wendy's thin shoulder, the green lines on her body instantly shattered the next second. Sensing something was wrong, Wendy, already in despair, numbly turned her head to the left and saw a scarred hand resting on her shoulder. When he looked up and saw a tall figure from behind, just as Wendy was about to get a clear look at the person in front of her, a scarred hand appeared above her head, blocking her view. The moment Wendy was covered by that large hand, a strong sense of warmth welled up in her heart. Then a strange voice rang in her ear. Wendy, girls don't look pretty when they cry. How about we play a game? Whoever finds the king first wins. How about it? Brett's voice seemed to possess a certain magic. Upon hearing it, Wendy miraculously stopped crying. Her previously despairing heart was now filled with a glimmer of hope. Right? She was going to find her father and mother. After glancing at the tall figure's back, Wendy nodded heavily, made an sound, and then turned and ran out of the castle without hesitation. Hee, this is really interesting. At this moment, Mary, who was standing to the side, snapped out of her surprise and couldn't help but laugh when she saw Wendy trying to run away. Human, I don't know how you got here, but today you will die by my hand. Wendy, come back. Mary roared and stretched out her hand. Brush. A giant vine appeared in her hand and quickly spread in the direction Wendy had fled, trying to catch her. However, at this moment, an arm engulfed in flames grabbed the vine. Human, you're asking for death. Seeing her vines being grabbed by this suddenly appearing human, Mary could no longer control her anger. She was at the peak of level 7 and was about to become an 8th level elven holy mage. Yet her attack was blocked by a human, which infuriated her. The next moment, countless vines the size of arms sprouted from the ground beside Mary. These vines were like giant pythons, terrifying and extremely oppressive. Opposite, a slight smile appeared on Bright's indifferent face as he glanced at Wendy, who had already run some distance ahead. He then looked away and turned his gaze to the woman in the distance. Chapter 46. Mr. Bright, can you stay here tonight? In training Erica and Sivir, Bright not only gains access to their abilities, but also their talents. However, talent needs time to develop and mature. Just like Erica, since Erica awakened her talent, Bright's compatibility with her talent, Holy Flame Furnace, has only reached 15. The compatibility of talents increases based on Erica's mastery of those talents. In other words, the higher Erica's proficiency with her talents, the higher the compatibility Bright will achieve. When the compatibility reaches 100, Bright will fully acquire Erica's talent without any side effects. Bright looked down at his right hand. His once unharmed right hand was now covered in burn scars. Fortunately, he only used it for 60 seconds. If it had lasted longer, Brett didn't dare to imagine that his entire body would have been burned. After activating his talent, Bright could sense that his strength had reached level 6, a leap of 3 major stages compared to his previous power. This is already an incredibly terrifying increase. Bright looked at the countless giant vine pythons before him and thought to himself that with his current strength, he should be able to hold out for 50 seconds. All that matters is attracting the king's attention. Thinking. Suddenly, flames erupted from Bright's right arm. The fiery dragon behind him stood up, raised its head, spread its wings, and quickly flew into the air before opening its blood-red maw. The next second, a roar that resounded through the heavens echoed from the mouth of the fire dragon. Roar! Roar! Layer upon layer of enormous sound waves spread outwards. So loud, the sound resounded throughout the entire palace. Human, you're asking for death. Upon hearing that roar, Mary's face, hidden behind her veil, suddenly turned extremely ugly. She knew that everything she had meticulously planned had been ruined by this human before her. She wished she could tear this human to pieces on the spot. Go, kill that human. In an instant, countless terrifying vine-like pythons rushed towards Bright. Bright also drew his black umbrella to defend himself. But ultimately, the opponent was too strong, and Bright could only try his best to dodge amidst countless attacks. Even during this time, In order to avoid the attacks, Bright had no choice but to activate the guidance mode. Only with a maxed-out Shadow Strike skill was he able to dodge the attacks. As time goes by, 50 seconds can pass in a flash. Just as a giant vine python broke through the attack and was about to pass through Bright's body. The next second, Mary saw the human body suddenly disappear into the encirclement of her giant vine python. Upon seeing the human suddenly disappear, Mary stood frozen in place, roaring angrily, causing countless giant vine pythons to shake wildly. At the same time, on the other side, at the moment the countdown reached 0, Bright felt everything around him disappear, and he was back in darkness. This time, however, Bright faintly heard some intermittent sounds in the endless darkness. "Mary, look at what you've done. I did nothing wrong. I just wanted Wendy to grow up faster." "You're insane. But what about Wendy? She's unconscious now, but what will happen when she wakes up after going through so many terrible things?" "We're sorry, Wendy. The only option is to seal Wendy's memories." "Oh, my child." The sound came intermittently, grew fainter and fainter, and then disappeared completely. In the living room, when Bright opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the same place as when he left, and everything in the living room was exactly the same as when he left. Only, seemingly sensing something, Bright looked down, and the next second, as if he saw something incredible, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Bright was incredulous to see the burn scars still remaining on the back of his right hand. Wasn't that Wendy's memory just now? Why do his injuries carry over into reality from his illusory memories and fantasies? I felt discomfort coming from my hands and noticed tears appearing in my clothes. All of this made Bright think of a possibility that would overturn his understanding. Bright then took out a pocket watch from his clothes. Previously, in that world that might have been a fantasy or reality, his pocket watch had been paused. But the next second, after seeing the time displayed on the pocket watch, Bright took a deep breath to hide his shock. A short while later, Bright confirmed it. From the moment you leave until you return, only a second has passed in the real world. But in that world, I actually spent several days. I calmed myself down a bit. Bright took off his suit jacket, put it away, and then found a pair of black leather gloves in the closet and put them on. Erica must not see the injury on my hand, otherwise that little one will definitely keep worrying. After finishing everything, Bright arrived at the door of Sivir's room. Bright really wanted to open the door and see what Sivir was like at that moment. After waiting at the door for 2 seconds, he shook his head and prepared to turn and leave because Sivir was already asleep and it wouldn't be good for him to go in rashly. But at this time, Bright, however, heard some crying coming from Sivir's room. With a click, without hesitation, Bright opened Sivir's door. In the room, Sivir sat on the bed, the holy moonlight shining on her face, highlighting her flawless beauty. But at this moment, Sivir's face was covered with tears. She sat there blankly, letting tears soak her cheeks. Seemingly hearing the door open, Sivir turned her head, just as Bright was also looking in their direction. Their eyes met. The moment she saw Bright, for some reason, Sivir burst into tears, as if she had found an outlet for her emotions. Wah, Mr. Bright, I just had a really terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I killed so many people and elves, sob. At the entrance, Bright opened his mouth, as if to say something. But in the end, he only managed to say one sentence. "It's okay, Wendy. I'll be in the living room tonight. You should get some rest." After saying that, Bright prepared to close the door. But then, a voice came from inside the room. "Mr. Bright, I'm so scared. Could you stay in the room tonight?" Chapter 47 Sivir Wants to Rely On. Bright stopped closing the door, looked up in surprise, and stared at Sivir sitting there. He saw a pleading look in Sivir's eyes. Seemingly noticing that Bright was looking at her, Sivir lowered her eyes, her face flushed. She didn't know why she had suddenly said those words. All Sivir knew was that just moments before, as Bright was about to leave, her subconscious was calling out, "Stay with him, stay with him." So, Sivir said that. At the entrance, Bright hesitated for a moment, then went out anyway, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he went to the attic and took a book. Move a chair over and place it by the window. With the help of the moonlight, Bright sat down, placed the book on his lap, then took a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it by the bedside, saying, "Sleep. I'll be here." Seeing that Bright had agreed to stay, Sivir was secretly pleased and lowered her head to give a soft After wiping away her tears with a handkerchief from the bedside, she lay down and closed her eyes. This time she felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. Even though Bright is a human being, and a man at that, for some reason, she feels very at ease now and has no worries whatsoever about anything that might harm her. Sivir slept lying flat on the bed. At first, she would occasionally open her eyes to see if Bright was still there. Looking at this human-like figure, Sivir muttered to herself. Mr. Bright was quite handsome, but he always seemed aloof, and I rarely saw any other emotions in him. Mr. Bright, why did you become a slave trader? I don't think you're a bad person. Sivir couldn't sleep, so she asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Brett did not look up, his gaze remaining fixed on the book in his hands, and slowly said, because it can help me. Will Mr. Bright change his identity in the future? We'll see. Mr. Bright, although the Elf Kingdom is in chaos right now, if the Elf Kingdom becomes peaceful in the future, would you come to our place? If Miss Wendy invites me, I will go. I will invite Mr. Bright. As she spoke, Sivir's consciousness became somewhat hazy, and she muttered to herself, if Mr. Bright were to smile more, he would surely charm many noblewoman men. That's all. As time passed, Sivir drifted off to sleep in bed. Hearing soft, even breathing, Bright looked up, stretched his neck, stiff from reading for so long, rubbed his eyes, and then looked at Sivir. The white moonlight shone on her exquisite face, her relaxed brows, and her beautiful light purple hair was particularly dazzling at this moment. Unconsciously, Brett seemed to see what she looked like as a child. If what I heard last wasn't a hallucination, then little Wendy must have found the king. After a brief glance, Bright looked away and went back to his book. The book in my hand is titled The Origin of the Iceni Empire. With my current physical condition, staying up all night shouldn't be a problem. The next day, bright sunlight streamed in through the window. On the bed, Sivir gave a soft and opened her eyes. Sivir groggily got out of bed. For the first time, she felt so relaxed and comfortable, her body brimming with energy. She was already quite eager to start training. However, at this moment, Sivir looked towards the bedside, her hand frozen in midair. Last night, because of the removal of the curse, she had only worn a simple top. At this moment, because Sivir had raised her hands, her already somewhat loose coat tilted, revealing her slender waist and her fair skin that was just the right size to be grasped. Mr. Bright, were you here all night? Sivir seemed not to have realized what was happening to her, and looked at Bright sitting there with a surprised expression. She had assumed that Bright would leave after she fell asleep, but to her surprise, he stayed in her room the whole time. Bright raised his head, cracked his neck, then stood up, glancing at Sivir and her chest before quickly averting his gaze. Then he got up and walked towards the door. Get up, have some breakfast, and then start training. After saying that, Bright left the room. At this moment, Sivir also came to her senses from her surprise and noticed her clothes. Instantly, Sivir's face turned bright red, and her eyes seemed to be filled with swirling patterns. Well, Mr. Bright saw it just now, didn't he? Sivir sat on the bed, hugging her legs, burying her face between them, revealing only her bright red ears. The next second, a series of small screams rang out. Sylvie, look what you've done. During breakfast, Sivir kept her head down and ate, avoiding eye contact with Bright. After quickly finishing her meal, she left the table under the pretext of training and went to the backyard. On the table, Bright slowly ate the bread in his hand. Erica sat there in his arms, and only after Sivir left did she peek out, watching him leave with a curious gaze. Why is Winnie eating so fast today? Erica still has so much food left to eat. Thump! Suddenly, Erica felt a tap on her head. Eat your food properly and don't get distracted. Then she heard her husband's voice. Yes, sir, Erica replied, continuing to eat her bread while reaching for the milk on the table. After looking in the direction Sivir had left and recalling what had happened the night before, Bright finally decided to give it a try. On the other side, Sivir jogged to the backyard, touched her face with both hands, and felt it was very hot. What's wrong with me? Why did I instinctively avoid Mr. Bright's gaze when I saw him just now? Even I feel very strange right now. So Sivir gently patted her face, trying to wake herself up from that dazed state. Chapter 48. Sivir takes the arrow again, smuggling her way into history. Early in the morning, the white tiger had already come to the backyard by the scent, and then laid down next to Sivir, enjoying the power of nature. The white tiger was only the size of an infant before, but now its entire body has grown several times larger. Its growth rate is so fast that now, when it stands up, it is only half a head shorter than Erica. The black and white stripes on its body looked very mysterious, and as the white tiger grew, the king character on its forehead became more and more obvious. Nearby, Bright also finished his breakfast and came to the backyard. Seeing the white tiger lying beside Sivir, he wasn't surprised by its monstrous growth rate, because this world is full of monsters. Upon seeing Bright, the white tiger got up and walked towards him, then circled around him, nuzzling Bright's hand with its head, as if it really wanted him to touch it. Seeing this, Bright reached out and stroked the white tiger's head. Instantly, the white tiger squinted its eyes in comfort. The white tiger's fur is very clean and soft because Erica usually likes to play with the white tiger and also gives it a bath. Mr. Bright, Sivir, who was focused on unleashing her power, noticed the white tiger's unusual behavior, turned her head, and saw Bright. Wendy, stop for a moment. Brett said this, then shrugged off the white tiger beside him and walked towards Sivir. Hearing Bright's words, Sivir was a little curious, but she stopped what she was doing. Then she saw a brown bow and arrow appear before her eyes. Mr. Bright, what is this? Sivir asked, puzzled while also inwardly surprised. She had always instinctively dodged the sight of arrows before. But for some reason, seeing this bow and arrow now, I actually have a slight urge to pick it up. This contradictory idea puzzled Sivir greatly. Wendy, can you practice archery now? Bright said directly, then added, if you're still really resistant, just tell me. Sivir looked at the bow and arrows before her, hesitated for a moment, but she didn't feel the same way she had before. So Sivir nodded and said, Mr. Bright, I'll give it a try. As she spoke, Sivir stretched out her hand and slowly extended her arm toward the other end of the bow and arrow. Just as her hand was about to touch the bow and arrow, Sivir instinctively closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her chest heaving rapidly. She felt an instinctive fear, but she did not feel any resistance. The next second, Bright's lips curled up slightly because Sivir in front of him had already picked up the bow and arrow. Feeling this familiar yet strange touch, Sivir suddenly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the bow and arrow in her left hand. This, Mr. Bright, I'm not afraid anymore. I've got the bow and arrow. Sivir stood there, her emotions running high. As she laughed, a tear rolled down her cheek, and Sivir couldn't hold back, sobbing softly. No one could know how excited she was at that moment. As an elf, archery is a skill that almost every elf possesses. But for some reason, she became extremely afraid of bows and arrows. Even because of his own actions, not a single bow and arrow could be seen in the entire palace. Sivir had overheard the elves talking about her more than once. Some elves whispered that she was strange, an unconventional elf princess. Some elves felt it was a great pity, saying that she clearly had great talent, but suddenly became useless. Although some elves didn't say anything on the surface, Sivir knew that they must harbor resentment because she had forbidden all the elves in the palace from using bows and arrows. Sivir had no way to deal with this. She could only hide in her room and cry again and again. After she finished crying, she would wipe the traces of tears from her face and become that innocent and carefree fairy princess in front of outsiders. But no elf knew that Sivir had been holding on all along. Apart from her maid sister, she had never confided in any elf, not even her own parents. She didn't want her already busy father and mother to worry about her. But now, she wasn't afraid. She picked up the bow and arrow that had kept her at bay for nearly 10 years. Sivir held the bow and arrows, wiping away her tears as she cried. Wah! I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. I'm actually very happy, but I don't know why. I just want to cry. You must be really bothered to see me like this. Wah! Bright didn't speak, but instead slowly extended his right hand towards Sivir's shoulder. Upon seeing Mr. Bright's action, Sivir paused for a moment, then quickly took a step back. She hadn't forgotten that the curse on her body hadn't been completely lifted, and she couldn't forgive herself if Mr. Bright got into trouble because of her. It's okay, Wendy. But then, Bright's calm voice came through. Upon hearing the voice, Sivir inexplicably stopped retreating, letting the hand rest on her left shoulder. The next second, an extremely warm feeling welled up in Sivir's heart. The emotions that had been somewhat out of control were completely calmed down at this moment. Because of her tears, Sivir's vision was a little blurry as she looked at the black leather-gloved hand resting on her left shoulder. I don't know why. At that moment, What flashed into Sivir's mind was a hand scorched by flames, as if the owner of that hand was very important to her. When Sivir tried to continue thinking, she found that she couldn't seem to find the source of this memory. Soon, Sivir cleared her mind of those thoughts. She had seen Mr. Bright's hands before. They were normal and didn't have those scars. Now that you've overcome your fear, keep training. I'm looking forward to seeing how you use a bow and arrow. Bright's voice brought Sivir back to her senses. Mr. Bright. Bright stood to one side, while Sivir was practicing with her bow and arrow not far away. Although Bright appeared very calm at this moment, but you could tell from the way he was gripping the black umbrella that he was not at peace. Based on Sivir's performance just now, Bright was certain that everything he experienced last night was not an illusion or a memory. That was the real past. Last night I stole history. Chapter 49, Imperial Night, Yabu. That was the real world. He delved into the long river of history and stirred up a corner of it. Bright took a deep breath, calming his agitated emotions slightly. On the streets of the territory, a carriage travels along the road. Inside the carriage, Bright was holding a book and reading it. Beside her, Wendy stroked the bow and arrow in her hand with obvious delight. Ever since she was able to pick up the bow and arrow, she hadn't put it down and had kept it in her hand the whole time. This trip was mainly for Wendy. Training other things in the backyard is fine, but it's obviously not suitable for training archery. So Bright made a decision immediately to go outside. The world has no shortage of wilderness and forests. Although there may be some uncertainties, Bright is only training Wendy in archery and doesn't intend to go too far from the territory. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Then a voice came from outside. "Are you Mr. Bright?" Hearing the sound, Brett put away his book, glanced at Wendy beside him, signaled her not to go out, and then went out. "Get off." Bright straightened his clothes and then saw several Imperial Knights riding on horseback directly in front of the carriage. They wore silver armor, with a sword hanging at their waist, and their armor also featured a pattern of 2 cross swords. These people were none other than knights of the Iceni Empire. Bright remained calm, loosened his collar, and said, "I am Bright." Opposite, upon seeing the man before them who resembled a nobleman, the knights clearly showed some surprise. They learned that Bright was a slave trader. But now, upon meeting the person in person and seeing their demeanor and attire, they subconsciously assumed that the person before them was a nobleman. Little did they expect that he was none other than the slave trader Bright. At the forefront, the leading knight paused for a moment, then looked at Bright and asked, "Mr. Bright, it's said that you had some contact with Malin before. We're not very familiar with each other. We just know each other. Do you know where Mullen is right now?" "I don't know," Bright replied casually. The knight stared directly at Bright, looking him straight in the eye, as if trying to find any trace of lying in him. But soon he was disappointed. The slave trader remained calm, which slightly surprised the knight. Seeing this, the knight waved his hand, signaling the people beside him to make way, and then walked past Bright. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bright, for interrupting your schedule. You know we're also in trouble because of the Theodore territory." "Yes, I didn't expect Mullen to do something so crazy. It's really surprising," Brett calmly said. The knight gave Bright one last, careful look, a flash of gold in his eyes. The next moment, his gaze turned serious, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Without saying a word, the knight left with his men. Bright glanced in the direction the knights had left, then got into the carriage. "Wendy, what are you planning to do?" As soon as Bright got into the carriage, he saw Wendy had already taken out a dagger and was poised to attack at any moment. Seeing that Bright had returned unharmed, Wendy hurriedly sheathed her dagger. I'm worried that something unexpected might happen later." Seeing Wendy's flustered appearance, Bright found it amusing. He returned to his previous seat, picked up the book he had been reading, and continued reading. That knight is quite interesting. Was that some kind of ability? Bright thought to himself that this was the first time he had encountered such an ability, so he hadn't had time to hide it. It seemed he would have to be careful about this type of skill next time. Sure enough, this other world is full of uncertainties. The carriage continued its journey out of the territory. At this time, on the other side, that group of knights from before. "Captain, why didn't you just arrest that slave trader?" A young knight looked at Yabu and asked with some curiosity. They slave traders must have each other's contact information. Even if they don't know the exact location, it might be helpful to us. The knight captain, also known as Yabu. Yabu reached out and took off his helmet, revealing short brown hair and a clearly visible knife scar on his right eyebrow. He remained silent for a while before deciding to tell what he had seen. I used the heart of justice while I was speaking just now. Do you know what I saw in that slave trader named Bright? The team member and several others behind him looked over curiously, eager to know what their captain had discovered. Yabu looked into the distance, towards the direction of the imperial capital, and said, I see no evil in him. The first time, I also doubted that I'd seen it wrong. So just now, at the very end, I checked again, and I'm pretty sure there's no trace of evil about him. How could that be? He's a slave trader. Upon hearing this, the teammates immediately realized the problem and were all astonished. That Bright is definitely suspicious, Captain. Let's go and bring him back. A slave trader who doesn't exude any aura of evil must be hiding something. The knights then prepare to turn around. But then, Yabu called out to the group. Come back, everyone. The matter in Theodore's territory is over. Now we're heading to Cell City, where a riot has broken out. But Captain, aren't you going to do anything about Bright? One of the team members asked. This time, Yabu turned and gave the teammate who asked the question a deep look, then glanced at the others before firmly stating, Derek, as knights, our duty is to sweep away evil and uphold justice, instead of making things difficult for a righteous partner. I know that some nobles have been secretly approaching you recently after learning our true identities. As the captain, I want to remind you that the Empire is in chaos right now, and we should do what knights should do and uphold justice. I do not wish to ever use my sense of justice against you, my partner. Even if it's a partner, the moment you fall into sin, I will choose to eliminate them. The knight named Derek lowered his head in shame, and the other knights around him also looked away guiltily. The matter of Bright was never mentioned again. Yabu put on his helmet and continued onward on his warhorse. He remembered Bright, whom he had just met. In this era shrouded in darkness, it was the first time he had ever seen such a heart of justice, a heart of justice that was unpolluted and utterly pure. Chapter 50 Archery Training, The Old Man. I hope that when we meet again in the future, he will still retain that light. Yabu tightened his grip on his sword. He had been feeling incredibly confused lately because of what was happening in the Empire, which was why he had chosen to come to the Empire's borders. Although he didn't say it aloud, Yabu knew in his heart that he was subconsciously avoiding the issue. In this dark and murky atmosphere, even he almost lost his way. But now, upon seeing Bright, he rediscovered his beliefs at that moment. He will continue to fight against darkness as a knight, protect the light, and confront the turbidity of the Empire. After the riot in Cell City ends, I will return to the capital and, as a knight, go back to where the riot began. Bright, I will remember this name. I will thank you if we meet again. Yabu shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. I never expected this. As an Imperial Knight, he unexpectedly found his way again because of a slave trader. On the other side, aside from being stopped by a knight once, the journey went smoothly afterwards. In a forest not far from the territory, after reaching the destination, Bright simply set up a tent and then began to arrange some essential things, otherwise there would be a lot of small troubles later. Besides, after arriving in the forest, Erica was also very happy. Perhaps it was because of the dwarf genes in her body that she lowered her guard a lot after arriving in the forest. Erica, you can play, but don't leave my sight. Seeing Erica's eager expression, Bright gave her a word of advice. After all, there are too many unstable factors surrounding Erica. If she were to accidentally cause an explosion, then the trip would basically be over before it even began. Understood, sir, Erica chuckled twice after hearing Bright's words, then trotted over and squatted down beside him, propping her head up with her hands and watching his actions curiously. Bright also patted Erica's little head. For Erica, Bright is currently in a hands-off phase, and no specific training program has been prescribed for her. Carrying Erica with him was also to broaden her horizons and prepare her for future growth. After all, Erica, with her Holy Flame Furnace talent, is destined to become a creator of system types in the future. A broad perspective, unconstrained ideas, and free thought are all essential for creation, and everything I am doing now is laying the foundation for Erica. Furthermore, Bright also quite likes Erica now. In the current situation, I'll just have to hold on for as long as I can. Not long after getting everything ready, Bright got up and stretched, then saw that little Erica was actually squatting there, propping her head up with her hand and asleep. The little head kept nodding, just like when I used to daydream in class. Bright smiled helplessly. This little guy was sometimes as wary as a hedgehog, and other times he was unusually relaxed. He was really unpredictable. Bright then picked Erica up. Seemingly sensing the familiar embrace, Erica curled up in Bright's arms, twisting her little head until she found a comfortable position before stopping. Afterwards, Bright placed Erica inside the tent that had been set up, came out, sat under a tree, and began to read a book. As for Wendy, the moment they entered the forest, Bright told Wendy to train on her own. The forest is the elves' domain, so they don't need much care. Wendy can handle everything herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, on a huge, ancient tree, Wendy was standing on a tree branch with her eyes closed, holding a bough in her left hand and resting her right hand on the tree trunk. Her right palm was filled with green light. Although her eyes were closed, Wendy could clearly see everything around her. She saw tree after tree. They spotted the animals hiding among them. I saw Mr. Bright sitting under a tree reading a book not far away. Upon seeing this scene, Wendy suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and directed her gaze toward Bright. He carefully examined his appearance. This was the first time Wendy had looked at Bright so closely and so boldly. Bright sat there quietly, his eyes fixed on the book in his hands, his long, slender fingers occasionally turning the pages, and he would make a special mark when he saw something noteworthy. Wendy became quite engrossed in watching it. Humans are really different. The ears look round. Moreover, there are many different skin colors. Unlike the elves, who all have fair skin. Wendy couldn't help but want to take a closer look at Mr. Bright's eyes, so she began to observe them by shifting her gaze. Mr. Bright's eyes seemed unusual. They were a rare black, and his clear black and white pupils seemed to hold countless stars, making them captivating. Drawn by this peculiar attraction, Wendy couldn't help but draw her gaze closer, wanting to see more intimately. But just then, Mr. Bright, who was sitting there reading a book, suddenly spoke up. "Wendy, if you want to read, you can come to the attic after training. You don't have to sneak around." Upon hearing the sound, Wendy, perched on the branch, abruptly opened her eyes, covered her mouth, and simultaneously withdrew her powers. Her two pointed ears quickly turned a deep crimson. Her light purple eyes showed surprise. Even in that state, Mr. Bright could sense her gaze. On the other side, under the tree, after Wendy's gaze left his face, Bright couldn't help but give a wry smile. What kind of mess is this? Bright knew from the very first time Wendy used her powers. However, he didn't show it first, pretending that he knew nothing. But who knew Wendy would become increasingly daring? So Bright spoke up. What's this guy doing instead of training properly? After making a slight complaint. Suddenly at this moment, Bright noticed that the bushes in front of him twitched slightly, as if something was about to emerge. Bright put away his book, looked ahead, and picked up his black umbrella. He was ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. But the next moment, he saw an old man with gray hair emerge from the bushes, holding a bow and arrows. Behind the old man were several burly men. Seeing this, Bright stood up, holding his black umbrella, and cautiously looked at the other person. I don't know any of these people. Chapter 51 Lord Purchase. See, I told you, good things would happen if I went out today. And that's how we met Mr. Bright. An elderly man with gray hair and a wrinkled face handed the bow to the person next to him, straightened his clothes, and walked out. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he knew Bright. But Bright frowned. He felt he had heard the old man's voice somewhere before. Does he know his own name? Is he someone himself? Bright couldn't help but think to himself. The old man was wearing ordinary clothes, perhaps because he was out hunting and was not dressed in anything fancy. The old man walked up to Bright. He extended his hand, a slight smile on his aged face, and politely said, "Hello, Mr. Bright. Although this isn't our first conversation, it should be considered our first meeting. My name is Harry, and I am a minor lord of a territory next to this forest." Harry smiled, then lowered his voice and said, "You recently bought some information from me. I wonder if Mr. Bright remembers it." Upon hearing this voice, Bright also remembered. The sound came from behind the wooden planks of the grocery store. A look of surprise appeared in Bright's eyes. This person was actually a lord, which was somewhat unexpected. Bright then politely extended his hand. Harry chuckled and said, "Hee, I hope Mr. Bright won't mind. After all, when you get old, you get bored and just want to find something to do." "No, I might choose to do something to alleviate boredom in the future, and I understand that," Bright replied calmly. "Haha, as expected, Mr. Bright and I hit it off very well. However, my lord, you must have something you want to tell me." Bright, leaning on his black umbrella, looked at the other person and asked calmly. Bright had his reasons for saying that. From the very beginning, the other party's eyes were full of ulterior motives. As for whether the other person met him by chance, Bright would rather believe he'd find gold on the street tomorrow than believe this nonsense. Upon hearing this, Harry maintained his kind smile, but a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, after that incident, the mad slave trader Bright really changed. Although it was their first meeting, Harry had heard about this mad slave trader. Rumor has it that Bray is known for his volatile temper, and that he frequently operates within Orcish territory to capture orc slaves in order to obtain high-quality slaves. Bright was quite well known within the imperial slave trade, famous for selling orc slaves. Even among some nobles who favored orc slaves, a saying circulated: when you need orc slaves, you can go find Bright. That slave trader might give you a surprise. At this moment, when Harry finally met Bright, he felt that the Bright in front of him was completely different from the rumors. I heard that he became like this because of something he went through. The current Brett is calm, and his thoughts are impossible to discern. After a moment of slight surprise, Harry said, "I knew it, Bright. You've changed. But I prefer talking to you as you are now. You look more like an aristocrat now. I was planning to talk to you later, but since we've run into each other now, I'll just say it now." At this point, Harry's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. "Bright, that elf you have hasn't made a move yet, has it?" "No, Bright replied calmly. "Haha, that's good." Upon hearing this reply, Harry's face broke into a kind smile again. "Bright, I'm not going to waste any more words. I want that elf you have. I've changed the price from 3 gold coins to 100 gold coins. I hope to get that elf as soon as possible, preferably today." Despite hearing these words, Bright remained calmly standing in place, his right hand lightly touching the handle of the black umbrella, as if deep in thought. A short while later, Bright shook his head. "Mr. Harry, I was also tempted by that amount of gold coins, but I still have to apologize. That elf hasn't finished training me yet, so I don't plan to sell it right now." "Bright!" Harry frowned and shouted in a low voice, his voice slightly angry, partly because of how the other person addressed him, and partly because Bright had rejected him. "I'm making a deal with you now. 100 gold coins are yours. The elf is mine. I'm trying to talk to you nicely right now. After all, nobody wants to fall out. Things are so chaotic right now. Wouldn't it be better to avoid trouble?" "Sorry, not for sale," Bright replied calmly, his hand already on the switch of the black umbrella, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. Opposite, Harry's old face turned very ugly. As a lord, even though it was only a small territory, he was still a true nobleman and had long been accustomed to a life of high status. In his eyes, commoners were merely talking tools. Now, he was being rejected by a slave trader in this way. In the past, Harry would have killed the other person long ago. But not now. A few days ago, I could have acted any time. Just today, that esteemed person actually came to him personally and mentioned Bright's name in front of him, saying that Bright had helped him a great deal. Although Harry didn't know how Bright had helped the Imperial Knight, he did know, regardless of whether Bright dies at his own hands or not, he may still incur the wrath of that knight. Having lived to this age, he didn't want anything to go wrong at the end. "Bright, how long will it take you to finish training?" Harry was silent for a moment before finally asking the question. Seeing that the other party did not make a move, Bright was slightly surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The training will be completed in a month." Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and his anger subsided considerably. As long as it doesn't exceed the stipulated time, that's fine. "All right, I want to see that elf in 30 days. After speaking, Harry glanced at the servant beside him. The servant immediately took out a bag of gold coins from his pocket and placed it on the ground beside him. "I have already given the gold coins. We have reached a deal. I want to see that elf in 30 days. Otherwise, even if I cause you trouble, no one will say anything. After all, no one will protect a businessman who has lost his integrity." Across from him, Bright also wore a satisfied smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Harry. When the time comes, I will make that elf appear before you." Chapter 52 Choice. Master the skills. After finalizing the deal, Harry didn't want to stay there for even a minute longer, and left with his men looking constipated. If he weren't wary of that night, why would he have come to negotiate with Bright? Once he sensed that their presence had faded into the distance, Bright walked over to the bag of gold coins, picked it up from the ground, and casually tossed it into the carriage without giving it a second glance. "Wendy, you heard that, didn't you?" At that moment, Bright, who was standing still, suddenly looked up and said something. The next second, from the leaves of a giant tree behind him, a figure emerged. With a leap, Wendy appeared in front of Bright, wanting to speak but unsure what to say, hesitating slightly. She would have been angry at the very beginning, but she isn't now. Having spent so much time with Mr. Bright, she's not as sensitive as before. If Mr. Bright agreed, he must have his reasons. I just need to listen quietly. Brett walked past Wendy, returned to his previous seat, took out his book, opened it, and said, "That was a free ticket. Harry's need for the elves must also be for the needs of that group. You can use them to infiltrate that group. You don't need to worry about the magic suppressing collar. I'll have Erica make some small magical items that won't be noticed. Of course, using those magical items will definitely cause damage to yourself. There's a high chance you'll experience a small explosion around your neck, which will likely result in injury. However, given your elf constitution, you can recover." Bright turned a page in his book and continued. "The reason I'm saying this now is because the final choice is in your own hands, Wendy. 1. Choose to infiltrate inside and reunite with the imprisoned elves. You will most likely gain some decent combat power. Then, coordinate with the elves outside. If all the above conditions are met, the rescue plan may go much more smoothly. 2. Reject my suggestion and choose a surprise attack and a direct assault with Yuna and the others. At that time, you may face the most elite forces of that group, and the difficulty will increase. Don't worry about what will happen after I refuse Lord Harry. I will handle this." Bright looked up at Wendy, who was standing not far away, head bowed, deep in thought. "Wendy, it's time for you to make a choice." "I choose the first one, Mr. Bright." Just as Brett finished speaking, Wendy's voice came through. He saw an unusually firm look in Wendy's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she had already made her decision. Seeing this, Brett didn't say anything more, nodded, and then turned his attention back to the book. "Oh, by the way, Wendy, if you want to read a book, there's one in the carriage. You can take it and have a look." "We don't need to be sneaky like before," Bright suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Wendy's face instantly turned crimson, and she quickly turned away, feeling somewhat guilty and unwilling to stay any longer. "I'm going to training." After uttering a somewhat incoherent sentence, Wendy vanished from the spot in an instant. Seeing this, Bright looked up at the spot where Wendy had left, a slight smile playing on his lips, finding it amusing. On the other side, Wendy appeared on a large tree, her hands touching her flushed face. Thump thump, a heart is beating rapidly. The moment Wendy heard those words, all she wanted to do was get out of Mr. Bright's sight as quickly as possible. For some reason, she suddenly felt incredibly shy and guilty. It was as if Mr. Bright had caught her stealing food. Time passed, and it was the 10th day. Night. Bright lay flat on the roof of the carriage, his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky. Beside him, a small figure was curled up in his arms. It was Erica. Just now, this little guy was looking at the starry sky with great excitement, just like me, and he was very curious, like a little curious child. In a moment, I'll ask Mr. Bright what that is. In a bit, ask Mr. Bright why those stars are shining. A moment later, she stretched out her little hand and gestured in the air, connecting some stars together to draw a pattern. When she felt that she had connected them into a beautiful pattern, she would happily pull his arm and share it with him. Perhaps because he was too active just now, he fell asleep here after a short while. Feeling Erica's even breathing, Bright saw his coat lying to the side, reached out and picked it up, covering Erica with it. Bright continued gazing at the starry sky. The starry sky of this world is beautiful. At night, countless stars like bright pearls hang upside down in the sky, resembling a celestial river. In this river, stars twinkle from time to time, as if showing their beauty to the world. Occasionally, a shooting star will streak across the sky, standing out from the countless stars and radiating its most beautiful brilliance in that instant. It's worth mentioning that there are 2 moons in the sky in this world. Brett thought that if he filmed a video with his phone and posted it online with suitable background music, he would probably get a lot of likes. Bright then cleared his mind of unrealistic thoughts, looked away, and sat up from the roof of the carriage. Wendy's archery training is over, and they will leave the forest tomorrow. Tonight is the last night, and Bright didn't let Wendy continue training. Instead, he let her rest. Bright could sense that Wendy was already asleep inside the tent. In these days, Wendy, who was unwilling to kill animals and destroy trees, chose to hunt bloodthirsty beasts, so she was very tired and fell asleep in no time. Bright gently picked up Erica and placed her in the carriage, leaving his coat still covering her. Bright then picked up the black umbrella from beside the carriage and walked to the white tiger that was lying nearby. He squatted down, patted the white tiger's head, and said, "Little White, I'll have to look after it for a while. I have something to do and need to go out." Bright didn't bring the white tiger with him at first, intending to have it guard the house, since it was getting bigger and bigger and would be too conspicuous to take it out. But who knew that this guy had secretly followed us here a few days ago, so Bright had no choice but to leave it here. Feeling the caress, the white tiger opened its blue eyes with black pupils, rubbed its head against Bright's palm, and let out a comfortable growl. Bright knew that Little White would understand what he meant, so after giving his instructions, he took the black umbrella, twisted his arm, and slowly walked into the forest in the night. With some time left tonight, Bright planned to practice his skills, as well as the rather high level of archery that Wendy had reported to him. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can one have a chance to survive in this dangerous alien world. Chapter 53: Power Systems, System Players, and Imposters. The forest, bathed in moonlight, appeared exceptionally tranquil at this moment. After walking for a while, Bright came to a relatively spacious open area. He scanned his surroundings and, not sensing anything amiss, then Bright exerted a little force with his right hand, turning the black umbrella upright to the side, and extended his right hand. Whoosh! The next second, flames suddenly burst forth from the black leather gloves. Surprisingly, the flames did not damage the clothing. If Brett hadn't known the power of the flames, he probably would have thought that what he was wearing was an illusion. Immediately afterward, Bright's mind stirred, and the flames began to spread, starting from the back of his hand and spreading to his entire arm. Looking at the flames engulfing his body, Bright's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light. "I've been in this world for a few months now." During this time, he continued to enrich his understanding of the world. What is most special is the magical power that exists in this world. In this world, people's strength is divided into 10 levels from low to high. As for whether there are experts above level 10, Bright didn't know. He couldn't contact experts of that level yet, nor did he have any information about it. However, there are legends that dragons are life forms above level 10, but no one has ever truly confirmed this. With power divisions, there will naturally be representatives of various forces. Systems-oriented, a synonym for all power. When you don't know what the other person's specific abilities are, you can call them system user. Currently, the professions that Bright knows of are hunter, mage, knight, and apothecary. These professions all have their own training methods. And, in this world, every system user will have a companion skill, which is a skill that will inevitably appear after becoming a system user. The level of a companion skill also determines the level of the system user. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your skills or talents are, they won't increase your level. When your level is too low, even if you have a powerful skill, you won't be able to unleash its full potential. Improving companion skills is the mainstream approach in this world. For example, Wendy, her innate ability is natural power. The level of Wendy's natural power determines her overall strength level. This is something that cannot be changed. Humans, elves, and even orcs all have specialized methods to determine the level of each other's innate skills. When thinking of the system, Brett inevitably thinks of another name: the imposter. Not everyone can become a system member. What about those who cannot become part of the system, but still desire power? That is to become a faker. Imposters will acquire power through various means in order to reach the level of a system member. However, this power is unstable and extremely easy to be devoured by it, leading to a loss of reason. Therefore, the personality of a faker is extremely unstable, and most man-made disasters are caused by the faker's madness. Bringing his thoughts back to the flame in his hand, Bright's gaze returned to it. With a thought, the flame suddenly erupted. The raging fire crackled and popped in his hands. After a brief trial, Bright put the flames back on, then extend both hands as if to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. He had nothing in his hands at first, but the next second, green energy gathered in midair and quickly formed the shape of a bow and arrow, while a green arrow appeared in Bright's hand. Draw the bow and shoot an arrow. This was an ability that he had never encountered before, but at this moment, Bright felt exceptionally proficient with it. The arrow that had just been shot was embedded in a tree trunk in the distance, with a small leaf stuck in the center of the arrowhead. Is this the level 5 archery control that Wendy gave him? Bright was slightly surprised. This was under the condition that he deliberately suppressed his power. If he were to go all out, what would happen? Bright thought that he would probably pierce through the trees that would take two people to hug to protect. As for the Wind Chaser arrow skill, let's forget about it. I'm worried that its power will be too great and wake Wendy and the others up. Early the next morning, the white tiger's head lay beside Erica, its ears drooping, and it occasionally opened its mouth as if yawning. Inside the carriage, Xiao Bai's hindquarters were clearly visible as he lay there. When he sat to the side, slightly bending over and reaching out to stroke Little White's body. On one side, Bright looked at the book in his hands, his brow furrowed slightly, somewhat absent-minded. Wendy's natural power has reached level 4, and he has also received feedback that his natural power has been enhanced. But Bright had one question. Why was his strength still at level 3? He hadn't advanced to level 4. Bright could clearly feel that his strength had increased, but at the same time, he also knew that he had not advanced, and that wonderful feeling had not appeared. So, am I now a system member or pretender? Or perhaps neither? How exactly can one get promoted? Bright didn't know. He now has many skills, but he doesn't know what his innate skill is or which skill level he needs to upgrade before he can advance. Or perhaps they simply don't possess any inherent skills. Could it be due to problems with Wendy's upbringing? Bright thought of a possibility. His current abilities all come from feedback from the virtual frame, so his advancement may also be related to the virtual frame. He advanced to level 3 the moment Erica's talent awakened. After all, Wendy's talent hasn't been awakened yet. As Brett pondered this, he looked up and saw Wendy beside him, her left hand supporting her chin, her right hand stroking Little White's fur, a smile playing on her lips. After glancing at it, Bright looked away. On the other side, Wendy, who was intently stroking the little white dog, suddenly paused, glancing down at Bright out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that Mr. Bright was reading a book, he looked away. Wendy felt a little strange. She thought she felt Mr. Bright was looking at her. Back home, things remained the same as always. In the backyard, under Wendy's careful care, the seedlings in the field have all blossomed, with beautiful purple flowers blooming on the branches. The blooming flowers allow a faint fragrance to permeate the backyard at any time. These beautiful flowers immediately caught Erica's eye. If you don't see Erica in the room or at her workbench, then there's no doubt she's squatting in the backyard looking at the flowers, sometimes even forgetting the time. Chapter 54. The Trump Card. Get ready. Time passed. Day after day passed. During this period, Wendy's sword dance skill level increased to level 2, and Shadow Strike skill level increased to level 3. Back in the forest, Bright had taught her a skill called Wind Chaser Arrow. It must be said, Wendy's archery talent is truly terrifying. In just a few days, she had mastered the archery technique and even raised her level to level 3. It's important to understand that when Bright teaches skills, he doesn't just randomly choose a skill to impart. After the skill slots appear, each skill has a level listed after it. There are levels as high as 10 and levels as low as 1. Both Sword Dance and Wind Chaser Arrow are at level 10. This is why Bright teaches these two skills. At a high level, learning them is always a good idea. Wendy's subsequent reaction proved the archery skills were exceptional. That day, in the forest, when he first demonstrated Wind Chaser Arrow, Wendy looked at him with the same eyes as when she saw him demonstrate Sword Dance, and even more excited than before. This time, however, Wendy didn't press him about how he learned the skill. Instead, she quietly learned it. In the backyard, the sun was shining brightly. Brett was reclining in a chair reading a book, while Wendy was training nearby. Tajda. Just then, a small figure ran over. Erica jogged along, and just as she was about to reach Bright, she straightened her legs and came to a sudden stop, holding a letter in both hands and stretching her little hands forward as far as she could. "Sir, your letter." Seeing this, Bright reached out and patted Erica's head, saying thank you. Erica chuckled twice and then jogged back to her workbench. Bright put the book he was holding on the table and sat up. He knew without even guessing who wrote the letter. It's Yuna and the others. These days, Yuna and the others would write a letter detailing their progress and the intelligence they had gathered, and then personally deliver it to Bright. I don't know if they got the location wrong, because every time the letter appeared, it was in Erica's room. They seemed to be quite busy. They didn't even have time to stop and confirm before leaving the letter and rushing off. Thinking about it, Bright opened the letter. The next second, his brows furrowed slightly. Because the writing on this letter is like scribbles. It's on a completely different level from the previous two letters. You have to look closely to determine what it says. It seems this time it's the elf's turn to write it. However, the elf who wrote this letter really should practice calligraphy. Bright made a brief comment before starting to browse. After reading it, he burned the letter with fire, as usual. The letter said, "The elves we rescued earlier have almost fully recovered their strength. Among them are a level 6 elf swordsman and 2 level 5 archers, etc. A few days ago, Ollie went to the city that Bright mentioned, but she didn't sense any elf presence. However, as a level 6 mage, Ollie detected a huge barrier, and the location of that barrier was in the same place that Bright mentioned. If nothing unexpected happens, the imprisoned elf is very likely inside that barrier. Sensing that there were powerful human beings of similar strength hiding nearby, Ollie did not explore further. A level 6 human expert. Bright whispered something. To be honest, he never thought Wendy and her friends would succeed in rescuing the elves, because the uncertainty is just too great. The ability to collect Pokemon on such a large scale must come from a very powerful force. In other words, there's a possibility that a top-tier expert at level 7 or even level 8 might appear in this matter. The level 6 human expert that Ollie sensed might just be a gatekeeper. As for Wendy, the strongest among them is only level 6. Don't be fooled by the fact that there seems to be only one number separating level 7 and level 6. Countless people have been overlooked in that gap. The higher you go in the system, the greater the gap becomes at each level. The gap between the first 5 levels is manageable, but the disparity becomes significant starting from the 6th level. Without strong talent or skills, a level 6 player simply cannot defeat a level 7 player, let alone a level 8 player. Besides, you have skills, but don't level 7 or 8 experts have unique skills too? Therefore, the gap between the two will only widen. The elves weren't stupid either. They had guessed this possibility, and they had their own trump cards for daring to go to the rescue. Although Yuna and Ollie came to the human empire in pairs, they have the king's mark on their hands, which can help them in critical moments and can also teleport them back to the Elven Kingdom. This is their trump card. How powerful is King Sivir? Although Yuna and the others didn't say it, as the king of a country, leading the kingdom through endless wars to this day, her own strength is definitely not weak. Bright guessed that the king's strength was probably at level 8, or even possibly a top-tier expert at level 9. As for level 10, Bright hadn't considered this possibility. There hadn't been any news of level 10 experts on the continent for hundreds of years. As for whether there were any ancient demons or tortoises hiding in the shadows, he had no idea. After thinking for a moment, Bright pulled himself out of his thoughts, called Wendy over, and told her the contents of the letter. Upon learning this, Wendy's expression remained unchanged. She simply went back to training quietly. Bright picked up the book, glanced at Wendy, who had already returned to her spot and started training, and pondered that he should also make some preparations. Then Bright took out his notebook and started drawing something on it with a quill pen. A short while later, after finishing the drawing, Bright got up and walked towards Erica's workbench. Upon arriving at a small cabin, Bright didn't go in immediately. Instead, he stood outside and knocked on the door first. 2 knocks then. Bang! The response he received was not Erica's voice, but the sound of an explosion. The whole cabin shook, and Bright froze on the spot, realizing he had arrived at the worst possible time. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened from the inside. Then Erica, her face covered in black grime, poked her head out from the doorway. Seeing it was Mr. Bright, she said somewhat sheepishly, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I'm the one who should apologize. Erica did nothing wrong. I'm the one who bothered you." Bright sighed, reaching out to ruffle Erica's afro with a mixture of helplessness and heartache. This little one is still the same. No matter what, she's always the first to apologize, even when she's clearly not at fault. "Erica, can you do me a favor?" Bright asked, pointing to the blueprints in his hand. Chapter 55 Revolver, Erica's Excitement. Upon hearing this, Erica nodded repeatedly and agreed without hesitation. Bright tidied up the things that had fallen in the house because of the explosion and also washed Erica's face, removing the black residue from her skin. Erica's cottage doesn't have many dolls. Instead, she usually enjoys making all sorts of miniature dolls when she's there. If you go into Erica's room, you'll find it's full of cute dolls. What others don't know is that those dolls, which look like toys, are actually magical props that could explode at any moment. Erica's magical artifacts are concealed. They're completely undetectable under normal circumstances. Only when they're about to explode or be used will a faint magical fluctuation be released. Then, under Erica's curious gaze, Bright unfolded the several drawings in his hand and placed them on the table. There are no firearms in this world because people are pursuing the ultimate power and magic. The drawing depicted the shape and structure of a revolver. Bright had this idea because of Erica's unique talent. Perhaps it would bring him a pleasant surprise? Just like the black umbrella. After all, it's not good for modern people to be constantly wielding knives and guns. If something can be solved with a single shot, then it should be solved with a single shot. Erica craned her neck, blinking as she stared at the blueprints on the table. It was the first time she had ever seen anything like them, so she was very curious. This is a weapon called a gun. Bright pointed to the blueprints on the table and told Erica as much as he knew. A short while later, after listening to Bright's explanation, Erica lay on the table, her bright green eyes fixed on the blueprints in her hands, as if she had discovered a new continent. Seeing Erica so engrossed, a scene suddenly flashed into Bright's mind. Arms dealer Erica. The image of a little girl wearing sunglasses, smoking a cigar, holding an AK, and carrying a rocket launcher on her back. The image in his mind sent a shiver down Bright's spine, and he quickly shook his head to banish the terrible thought. No way, no way. Erica is so cute. How could she possibly turn into that? Sir, Erica will do her best to accomplish it. At that moment, Erica, holding the blueprints, looked excitedly at Bright and said, the appearance of the gun, a new item, ignited Erica's curiosity like a fire. Seeing Erica's excited expression, Bright smiled and stepped forward to pat her head. Erica is definitely cutest like this. Time passed day by day. In the attic, Brett stood beside the bookshelf, flipping through an old book in his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Wendy training in the backyard. Wendy seemed to have just finished training. Her long purple hair was tied behind her back, and beads of sweat trickled down her fair and beautiful face. Wendy wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, then walked over to the white tiger lying there. Wendy squatted down and gently stroked the tiger's fur. A smile bloomed on her previously cold face. It's probably only at times like this that we can see a smile on Wendy's face. Wendy usually keeps to herself, enduring everything, and never shows her vulnerable side. After glancing at it, Bright looked away and put the book back on the bookshelf. He took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and then went downstairs. In the backyard, Wendy squatted there blankly, stroking Little White's head, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Little White saw Bright, and his eyes, which had been half closed, widened instantly. He then nuzzled Wendy next to him with his head. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wendy snapped out of her reverie and saw Brett walking towards her. Wendy stood up. Are you ready? Bright asked Wendy, looking at her. Wendy glanced down at the little white dog beside her, then looked up and said with a firm look in her eyes, I'm ready, Mr. Bright. Ah. Beside it, Little White also roared, as if to say that it was ready too. Blatt nodded. A few hours later, in the forest, Erica stood behind a tree, craning her little head to look curiously in this direction. In a relatively spacious area, Wendy and the white tiger stood in the middle. Not long after, Bright emerged from the forest, dusted himself off, and dripped drops of bright red blood from the tip of his black umbrella. After the inspection, Bright had cleared away all uncertainties in the surrounding area. After all, he didn't know what would happen to Wendy after she advanced to level 5 and awakened her talent. Therefore, in order to avoid any unexpected situations, they went deep into the forest this time. Looking at Wendy standing in front of him, Bright himself did not expect Wendy to advance so quickly. In less than 2 months, she has soared from the initial level 2 to the current peak of level 4, and will even advance to level 5 in a short time. All of this is thanks to the white tiger standing beside Wendy, the sacred beast of the elves. One of its special abilities is that after absorbing Wendy's natural energy, it can then feed it back to Wendy in a purer and richer form. The white tiger has been absorbing Wendy's power for nearly a month, and today will be the day for the white tiger to give back. If there is enough energy, Wendy will directly advance to level 5 today. If it weren't for the white tiger, Bright might have kept Wendy until she reached level 5 awakened talent before letting her leave. Bringing his thoughts back, Bright shook the blood off the black umbrella and looked at Wendy, saying, There are no problems around now. We can begin. I'll stay here. Hearing Bright's words, Wendy's initial nervousness subsided. She looked at Bright with some uncertainty and asked, Mr. Bright, will I really awaken my talent? Wendy looked at Bright, and her usually strong heart began to waver. She had never imagined that she would one day awaken her talent. Looking into Wendy's eyes, Brett said calmly, "Yes, Wendy." Brett's voice seemed to possess a certain magic. Wendy's previously uneasy heart calmed down completely after hearing those words. "I believe you, Mr. Bright." After Wendy finished speaking, she stroked the white tiger's fur and said, "Little White, thank you for your help." "Whoa!" The white tiger barked and rubbed its head against Wendy's hand. Chapter 56, The Beginning of the Elf Queen, 1. Sivir Wendy. Immediately afterwards, under Bright's gaze, the white tiger stood in front of Wendy and raised its head. Wendy placed her hand on the white tiger's forehead, and a green light appeared in her hand, gradually becoming stronger and flowing into the white tiger's body through her palm. At the same time, the white tiger was also surrounded by a glowing green light covering its body. The seemingly ordinary little white tiger became extremely powerful at this moment. As time goes by, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Wendy's face. The light in her hand gradually dimmed, and her body was extremely tired. But Wendy didn't give up. She kept going. My experiences over this period of time flashed through my mind. All of this is because I lack the ability, and this is her chance. The next moment, Wendy's eyes narrowed. She gritted her teeth, and the faint green light in her hand shone brightly again. Not far away. Upon witnessing this scene, Bright frowned slightly. The fact that Baihu hasn't given any feedback so far suggests only one possibility. Baihu knows that the energy it's currently providing isn't enough for Wendy to break through the level 5 barrier, which is why it hasn't given any feedback. Bright could sense that Wendy was starting to give up, but when he saw the determination in the other person's eyes, Bright frowned and remained silent. 2 hours later, Wendy maintained the gesture of transmitting energy, her body trembling weakly, the green energy in her hand almost invisible. Her once plump face had become thin. Seeing Wendy in this state, Brett felt as if he had returned to the first time he met her, and she was even weaker now than when he first met her. Wah! Before her, the white tiger let out a low growl, as if it wanted to end its power. But then, Wendy crouched down, reached out, and hugged the white tiger, and said weakly, "Xiao Bai, please don't cancel your ability, okay? I'm begging you." Wah! The white tiger let out several mournful cries, and a string of tears streamed down its fluffy eyes. Sensing that Xiao Bai hadn't severed her connection, Wendy smiled faintly, the faint green light in her hand still transmitting. Brett, standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He respected Wendy's choice, which is why he didn't intervene. But now, if Wendy continues like this, she will die. Bright then shook his head, his face somewhat grim, and walked towards Wendy. He had thought Wendy would have learned her lesson after everything she'd been through, but it seemed she still wasn't. Just then, a faint voice rang out. "Mr. Bright, please don't come any closer." Wendy turned to look at Bright, a slight smile on her pale face. This was the first time she had smiled at Brett. "Wendy, you're going to die." Bright stopped in his tracks, his voice low and menacing. "I know, Mr. Bright." Wendy still spoke with a smile, even though her voice had become extremely weak. Seeing Wendy's unwavering devotion, Bright shook his head, preparing to forcibly separate her from Little White. Wendy's voice came again. "Mr. Bright, this is my only chance. Please don't stop me." Bright saw a pleading look in her eyes. "You can definitely advance next time. But it's almost time, isn't it, Mr. Bright? I can kill Lord Harry." "It's no use, Mr. Bright," Wendy said with a smile. "My companions are waiting for me to rescue them. They are facing unknown dangers. Every bit of improvement I can make will increase their chances of survival. You don't need to save them." "No, Mr. Bright, you're mistaken. I was saving myself." As Wendy spoke, she slowly stood up, supporting herself on her arms, and continued to transmit energy. "Mr. Bright, all these years, I have never known what the meaning of my life is. Lacking talent and unable to wield an arrow, I became an outcast among the elves. To avoid worrying my loved ones, I wore a false mask to conceal the cries and anxieties in my heart. I watched as one elf after another died protecting the kingdom, and all I could do was stay in the safe palace and pray for them, because that was the only thing I could do. When my father and mother were troubled by the war, I could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. I could only watch helplessly as my aunt cursed me. At the moment I was sold to the human empire, Mr. Bright, I was truly confused. What was the meaning of my existence? I watched helplessly as the tragedy unfolded, only to find that I couldn't change anything. But, Mr. Bright, after meeting you, though you may not know it, I found the meaning of my existence with your help. Wendy gasped weakly. The continuous talking was taking a toll on her body, but she continued speaking. Mr. Bright, do you remember what you said to me when I identified myself? My future has not stopped, and I can still move forward. Mr. Bright, I choose to continue pursuing my childhood dream, even though I know it will be very, very difficult. But I want to try, even if it means death. Mr. Bright, you will support me, won't you? So, Mr. Bright, this time, please just watch from the sidelines. I no longer want to wait helplessly without being able to do anything. Wendy smiled and looked at Bright. Mr. Bright, rest assured, I will not die meaninglessly, because I have not yet repaid you. The next second, Wendy transferred all the remaining energy in her body to the white tiger. She was now too weak to speak. Bright paused, realizing that. Now, even if he tries to stop her, it's too late. The moment Wendy's hands leave the white tiger will be the moment of her death. The white tiger's response requires Wendy's own power. His power is useless. Sensing Wendy's life force growing weaker and weaker, as if she were about to disappear at any moment, even though Bright was angry, he couldn't utter a word. Not far away, Erica hid behind a tree, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she mumbled something. Wendy's sister, boo-hoo. Wendy's sister. Bright looked at Wendy and saw that although she couldn't speak, she was still smiling at him. Bright felt inexplicably irritated. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, but when he put it to his lips, he realized he was holding it upside down. He lost his desire to smoke, crumpled it up, and put it back in his pocket. Chapter 57, The Beginning of the Elf Queen, 2. Sivir Wendy. Bright stared at Wendy. It's been almost 2 months since I bought the fairy princess. After spending so much time together, it's impossible to say that I haven't developed any feelings for her. Behind her, Erica's intermittent sobs could be heard. Well, Bright sighed, then turned away. He knew that, at the last moment, when he wouldn't want him to see her tragic end, Bright had already mentally prepared himself for Wendy's death. Just then, some restless noises arose around them, as if something was approaching. So Bright picked up his black umbrella and walked away into the distance. He wanted to clean up the mess, at least in Wendy's final moments, so that she could leave peacefully. Her life had been too full of hardship. However, Bright had just picked up the black umbrella and hadn't even taken 2 steps when, the next second, Bright stood still, staring blankly ahead, as if he had seen something incredible. Meanwhile, at this very moment, on the other side of the distant continent, in the Elf Kingdom, a place akin to hell, this place is shrouded in thick fog all year round, and the ground is covered with unknown skeletons. Some of the skeletons are even piled up into a small mountain, from which several terrifying auras emanate. Tall, lifeless black tree trunks, like black death gods, stand in the thick fog, where countless strange creatures, eerie beings, and irrational dark elves lurk. But in the very center of this land of death, there is a wide open space with a tree stump nearly 100 meters in diameter. 2 massive, dark chains, covered in rust, surrounded the tree stump, their age unknown. It is engraved with mysterious runes, which occasionally flicker with a faint light. They went through the inside of the tree stump and secured it there, as if to prevent what was inside from getting out. And at that moment, the enormous tree stump, which seemed to be dead, suddenly burst forth with a vibrant green light. The moment the green light appeared, the runes on the chains lit up, as if trying to seal the green light back. A fierce battle erupted between the green light and the runes. The conflict between the two made the creatures living in this land of death feel very uneasy. For a time, howls and uneasy sounds rang out in the land of death. The enormous tremor was like an earthworm turning over. Finally, the massive tree stump fell silent once more. Compared to before, a new 2-meter-long crack appeared on its surface, and the aura of death grew even stronger. In the air, a faint sound seemed to echo. Child. After the 2 indescribable horrors finished their battle, the land of death returned to its previous state. But no life was found. Just now, a crystal-clear green water droplet vanished instantly during the struggle between the 2, moving at a speed that traversed space, without even the mysterious and powerful chains noticing the anomaly. On the other side, Bright stared blankly at the virtual window that suddenly popped up in front of him. The content shown above altered his perception. World-class power has been detected. Its ability to probe the master has been blocked. This world-class power is too weak. The shield has been lifted. Sivir Wendy's character data has been changed. Talent. the power of all things. Awaken. At the same time, a very ethereal and faint voice rang in Bright's ear. Human, my power is insufficient. Please help my child break the curse. Materials, Stone Man's tears. When you come to the elf kingdom someday, I will repay you. The sound came out intermittently and eventually disappeared. A green leaf drifted down into Bright's hand, bearing the inscription of a barrier against the thorn curse. However, Bright paid no attention to any of this. The moment he saw that Wendy's talent had awakened, he abruptly withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked directly at the elven girl standing there. All I saw was Wendy, who had just been on the verge of death, was now surrounded by shimmering green light spots. Behind her, a pair of magnificent and enormous pale green wings fluttered gently. Soon, Bright saw the mysterious points of light gradually converge, forming a crystal-clear white teardrop shape. It floated in the center of Wendy's forehead and then slowly adhered to it. The next second, a silver-white crown woven from dozens of leaves appeared on her head, adding a touch of majesty to her already fair and beautiful face. Wendy opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the changes in her body. His pale, emaciated face returned to normal. Wendy now feels as if she has become connected to everything around her. The sound of trees calling out, the voices of countless lives conversing, and those beings that exist in the air yet have no physical form. They were cheering and jumping for joy. Although Wendy couldn't hear what they were saying, she had a feeling that these creatures were cheering for her. Mr. Bright, Wendy panicked for a moment. Just now, she had heard a voice in her ear saying that she would succeed. Wendy felt no suspicion at all about the sudden voice. Instead, she felt a deep sense of familiarity with it. But this magical state felt unfamiliar to her, and Wendy subconsciously looked at Bright and spoke. Wendy, you have awakened your talent. Brett's voice was calm, and Wendy's uneasy and restless emotions calmed down when she heard those words. Bright continued, Don't just stand there, Wendy. Little White is still waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Wendy looked at the little white dog beside her. She was surprised that she had suddenly awakened her talent. However, at this moment, I have something more important to do. Feeling the sudden surge of power within her, Wendy closed her eyes, and a natural power in her palms bloomed once more. Is this my talent? Wendy can sense activity in her surroundings. They were overjoyed, surrounding themselves with great happiness. Are you going to help me? Wendy tilted her head and looked at the small white beast with two horns that was sitting on her shoulder. The little white beast nodded. The next moment, a small section of the silver-white crown lit up instantly, and Wendy suddenly felt her power increase significantly once again. Chapter 58, The Beginning of the Elf Queen, 3, Sivir Wendy. A tremendous force of nature was channeled into the white tiger's body. Whoa! The next second, the white tiger broke free of the hand and let out a loud roar. Upon hearing the roar, the unknown creatures hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity, immediately fled in a panic. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light shone from the white tiger's black and white fur. All I saw was, under the watchful eyes of several people, the white tiger's body slowly grew larger, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, it was already taller than Wendy. Under Wendy's surprised gaze, it took a step forward, came to her, lowered its huge head, and touched Wendy's forehead. The next moment, a drop of emerald water, shimmering with divine light, appeared between the white tiger's eyebrows and merged into Wendy's body. At the same time, a slightly childish voice came from the white tiger's mouth. I, the Holy Spirit White Tiger, now bear witness to the forest god, to enter into a unilateral contract with 2 beings who are blessed by the power of nature. The names are Sivir Wendy and Bright. In the name of the Holy Spirit, he is bestowed with the divine mark of gold. As Baihu finished speaking, not far away, Brett, whose heart was in great turmoil, seemed to sense something. Raise your left hand and take off your glove. Then he saw ancient characters on the back of his hand. Bright didn't recognize them, but guessed that they must be ancient language from the elves. The ancient script appeared only briefly before disappearing, but Bright could clearly sense that it had not disappeared. It still existed within his body, and a divine rune would be summoned whenever he had a thought. Opposite, after saying those words, the white tiger's body shrank instantly, becoming only 30 or 40 centimeters in size. At the same time, click, one sound. Suddenly, Bright felt as if some kind of limitation within his body had been broken. In an instant, like a rising tide, a tremendous force suddenly appeared in his body. This process lasted only a blink of an eye, but all Bright knew was that just now he instantly jumped from level 3 to level 4, and even reached the peak of level 4 before that immense power disappeared. Bright couldn't help but look up at Wendy, who was giving him power in return. At this moment, Wendy has obviously also advanced to level 5. Feeling an unprecedented power within her, Wendy knelt down and kissed the white tiger's forehead, smiling gently as she whispered, "Thank you, little white." Her beauty was breathtaking in that instant. But as she laughed, one crystal tear after another welled up in her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. Wendy turned to look at Bright, reaching out to wipe away the tears in her eyes, but she couldn't stop them. So she stood up, smiling, and walked step by step towards Bright. Tread. The magical power within Wendy doesn't seem to have disappeared yet. Take a step forward. Suddenly, the soil beneath my left foot came alive, and countless tender green blades of grass sprouted up in an instant. At the same time, her brown boots disappeared in an instant, revealing her small and delicate feet, with green branches entwined between her crystal clear and rounded toes. Wendy seemed oblivious to the changes in herself and her surroundings, her gaze fixed ahead as she continued walking. With each step Wendy takes, she undergoes a transformation. When Wendy stood in front of Bright, it was as if a green carpet was laid out behind her, surrounding and highlighting her. The simple clothes she originally wore have also disappeared. Instead, she wore a gorgeous and elegant pure white long dress, which perfectly showcased her graceful figure. With an exquisite beauty, wearing a crown and a plain white dress, she stood amidst the flowers and plants. At this moment, Wendy truly deserves the title of a noble elven princess. When Wendy stood in front of Bright, tears welled up in her eyes again. Looking at Bright, she smiled and said, "Mr. Bright, I did it." Looking at the gorgeous Wendy in front of him, Brett paused for 2 seconds before slowly saying, "Yes, it worked. You can take a break now, Wendy." Upon hearing Mr. Bright's reply, Wendy instantly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. How long has it been since I felt relaxed? Wendy didn't know. All she knew was that she had been enduring and persevering ever since she could remember. At that moment, upon hearing the word rest from Bright's mouth, Wendy wearily closed her eyes. My nerves, which had been taut for so long, finally relaxed at that moment. Yes, I'm so tired, so very tired. I just want to rest. In an instant, Wendy's pent-up fatigue finally erupted at this moment. Even though her consciousness was fading, Wendy still whispered something in the last second. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Bright." As soon as she finished speaking, Wendy's body tilted and fell to the side. On the ground, the little grasses seemed to sense something, and they all began to grow vigorously, trying to support Wendy's body. Seeing this, Bright took off his coat and wrapped it around Wendy, who was about to fall to the ground. I picked her up in a princess carry. Looking at Wendy, who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms, Bright said slowly, "Miss Wendy, you've done very well. You exceeded my expectations. Thank you for letting me meet the beautiful fairy princess. Get some rest." Wendy, who was already asleep in Bright's arms, seemed to have heard these words, and a gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. Bright carried Wendy toward the carriage. "Erica, let's go home." Erica emerged from behind the big tree, rubbing her reddened eyes. "Ugh, sir, has Wendy left us?" Erica lowered her head, sobbing, and asked sadly. She knew the meaning of death. She would never see Wendy again. Thinking of Wendy, who often accompanied her to look at flowers and chat with her, Erica felt even sadder. "No." Bright's voice came through. Erica immediately looked up, her face filled with surprise and delight as she gazed at Bright. She knew that Mr. Bright would never lie to her. Under Erica's gaze, Blythe nodded. "Wow." Erica burst into tears of joy. "Wow. I knew Wendy wouldn't leave Erica. Wow. Shoo. Erica, Wendy is resting. We can't disturb her." Chapter 59, The Beginning of the Elf Queen 4. It was already late at night when I got back. After putting Wendy back in her room and telling Erica to get some rest, Bright went up to the attic alone. Turn on the light, and a bright white light appears. Sitting in the chair, Bright closed his eyes and gently rubbed the corners of his eyes. So many unexpected things happened today. Wendy's talent awakened ahead of schedule. A mysterious world-class force intervened. The contract of the Holy Spirit White Tiger the golden divine mark. Bright opened his eyes and took a black notebook out of the drawer. He doesn't believe his memory is absolute. So, just in case, he likes to record things in a notebook and even his later thoughts, to make it easier for me to organize my thoughts. Of course, Bright wouldn't write in the language of this world, but in Chinese, which serves as a layer of insurance. After a short while, Bright closed his notebook after briefly noting down what had happened that day. At this moment, there is a virtual frame in front of him. Talent, power of all things, compatibility, 10. Wendy's talent has now awakened, completing the initial development stage, and now it's time to reap the rewards. If Wendy didn't have the identity of an elf princess, Bright would have kept her by his side and nurtured her as much as possible, which would have allowed him to reap the rewards much faster. Once a character is bound to you, they can still receive rewards no matter how far away they are, so there's no need for you to keep them by your side. Whether now or in the future, Bright always firmly believed in one thing. Everyone has their own gear of destiny. They could be the one who drives that gear, but the rotation behind the gear and the future belong to the gear itself. Bright shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. The lights in the attic stayed on until late at night. The blinding sunlight woke Wendy from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes, propped herself up, and sat up, feeling a little dazed. How long have I been unconscious? Wendy didn't know, but at this moment she only felt an unprecedented sense of ease, and even her body felt lightheaded, as well as, who is he? Wendy rubbed her forehead, feeling a flood of unfamiliar memories in her mind. In my memory, she shot and killed many humans and elves, and the mysterious person who saved him at the last moment. If it weren't for him, he might have regretted it for the rest of his life. But, I don't know why, Wendy always felt that the person in her memory looked a lot like Mr. Bright, because they looked so alike. If Mr. Bright's hand hadn't been intact, Wendy would have thought he had saved her. Perhaps Father Emperor knows something. I'll ask him when I get back. Wendy thought about it, then stretched and got out of bed. Backyard. As soon as Wendy stepped inside, she saw Mr. Bright sitting there reading a book. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Really, Mr. Bright remained as self-disciplined as ever. Good morning, Mr. Bright. After that long sleep, Wendy felt as if some kind of barrier within her had disappeared. So, for the first time, she naturally greeted the human in front of her. Okay, Wendy, but it's not morning now, it's afternoon. It'll be dinner time in an hour. Mr. Bright, how long have I been resting? Wendy opened her mouth and asked subconsciously. Brett closed the book in his hand, stood up and said, exactly 2 days, no more, no less. Clang! The iron sword in Wendy's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. As Wendy stared blankly, Bright walked past her, picked up the iron sword from the ground, and said, get ready, we'll be eating soon. As he reached the door, seemingly remembering something, Bright added, oh, right, Wendy. Una came by this morning, but seeing that you were resting, she didn't want to disturb you. Tomorrow is the day for the rescue. Judging from their expressions, it seems like they want to go by themselves, but now that you're awake, I think I should tell you. After Brett finished speaking, he went inside the house. In the backyard, when he stood there in surprise. In the kitchen, Bright wore a gray short-sleeved shirt and a linen apron tied around his waist. He is currently cutting a brown, rectangular, otherworldly potato. After arriving in this world, Bright continued his old habit of cooking for himself. Previously, everything was quite simple. Erica and the others would have milk and bread for breakfast, and occasionally they would buy some fruit. In the afternoon, Bright would cook a couple of side dishes and serve them with rice. However, considering that Wendy would be leaving tomorrow, Bright decided to make this last meal a bit more elaborate. Chop, chop, chop. Under Bright's knife, the potatoes were quickly transformed into even strips. Knock, knock. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knock on the kitchen door, and a soft voice sounded from the doorway. Mr. Bright, is there anything I can help you with? Hearing the sound, Bright turned around and saw Wendy standing in the doorway. She changed into a brown cloth dress and stood there, her nervousness evident from the way she clutched the hem of her dress. Brett thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He then said, okay, then Wendy, please sit there and add some firewood occasionally. Seeing that she hadn't been rejected, Wendy looked up, a joyful smile spreading across her face. Wendy felt that she had been taking care of Mr. Bright for so long, so she wanted to repay him. Even a small act of help would make her very happy. A short while later, at the dinner table, the three of them ate their dinner quietly. The table, which was neither too big nor too small, was covered with food. For the first time ever, Erica didn't hide today. Instead, she mustered up the courage to sit next to Wendy, head down, eating her rice. Brett had told her a day earlier that Wendy would be leaving the next day. Upon hearing this news, Erica hid in her room and cried for a long time. His little eyes are still a bit red. The final farewell is always quiet. After the three of them finished their dinner quietly, Erica returned to her room. Looking at Wendy, who was still sitting there, Bright stood up and said, "Tonight is the last time to cleanse. After this, Wendy, the curse on you will be completely lifted." Chapter 60, the beginning of the Elf Queen, 5. Night. Knock, knock. After knocking twice, Bright saw that the door was not closed, so he simply pushed it open and went inside. In the room, Wendy was lying on the bed when she saw Bright come in, and her two elf ears turned a little red. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Bright." Her voice was very soft. Blatt nodded, then began to lift the curse. The whole process went smoothly, and the room was unusually quiet. A short while later, after the blocking pattern was drawn, Bright put away the props and said softly, "Sivir Wendy, your training is now complete. Good night." Bright walked to the door, ready to close it. At this time, Wendy's voice came from inside the room. "Mr. Bright, will I ever see you again?" Bright did not give an answer. Because no one knows what the future holds, he couldn't give a definite answer. Wendy's voice continued to come. "Mr. Bright, if one day I achieve my dream, may I come to find you?" "Can." This time, Bright provided an answer. Inside the room, Wendy's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Oh, by the way, remember to take Little White with you when you leave tomorrow," Bright reminded him. "It would only waste its potential if it stayed with me. Since it is a sacred beast of your elven race, it will be able to grow better on your side." Wendy stared blankly at Bright. "Mr. Bright, close the door." As soon as Bright turned around, he saw Erica peeking from behind the door and said, "Erica, it's so late. Aren't you going to rest?" Erica came out, holding a cute doll in her hand, which was her favorite doll. Erica stammered, "Mr. Bright, Erica wants to give this to Sister Wendy." As she spoke, Erica lifted the doll up. Bright shook his head and said softly, "If Erica wants to give Wendy a gift, she'll have to do it herself." After giving the reminder, Bright returned to his room. In the living room, Erica hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, walked to Wendy's door, and knocked twice with her little hand. Knock, knock. It was still dark. A furtive figure quietly entered Bright's room. Looking at the humans lying in bed asleep, the dark figure stood there, looking carefully. In the dim moonlight, a beautiful head of light purple hair could be seen behind the figure. A moment later, the dark figure slowly bent down, as if to do something. Then, a familiar voice rang out in the room. "Mr. Bright, I know you are awake, but please don't open your eyes." "Mr. Bright, I'm leaving." "I'm sorry, I don't dare to leave when you wake up. I'm afraid I'll back down then." "Mr. Bright, could you please tell Erica that I really liked her gift, and I will keep it with me, forever?" "Well then, Mr. Bright, goodbye. I will repay you." As the sound disappeared, the dark figure vanished as well. Bright, who had been sleeping in bed, opened his eyes. He sat up in bed, touched his lips, and then smiled helplessly. Wendy, why did you do this?" Early in the morning, Wendy has left. Bright had already told them the location where he had arranged to meet Lord Harry, just as Wendy had requested from the beginning. This time, Bright did not make a move, because that's Wendy's own story. Bright sat in the backyard drinking tea, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the center of the yard. At this time in the past, there would always be a figure standing in that spot, and when I looked over, her movements would be slightly off. We spent so much time together, and now we're parting ways. To be honest, even Brett felt a little empty inside. After arriving in this unfamiliar world, he actually only knew two people. They are Erica and Sivir Wendy. Now that one has left, I don't know when I'll be able to see him again. Bright put down his teacup, trying to clear his mind of those thoughts, then got up and walked into the house. Now he needs to find something to do. Back in the living room, I didn't see Erica this morning, and her door is still closed. Combined with the crying I heard last night, I imagine little Erica cried all night last night. Bright went up to the attic. I just sat down and closed my eyes. But the next second, Bright suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at the black notebook placed in front of him. Someone touched my things. Bright thought to himself. Brett had a habit of putting his notebook away in a drawer after he finished writing it down, instead of leaving it on the table. But now, the black notebook was placed so conspicuously in front of him. Is it Erica? No way. Erica wouldn't touch his things. Could it be Wendy? Bright shook his head, dismissing the guess. If Wendy wanted to leave something behind, she wouldn't have come to her room last night. So who exactly is it? So, Bright opened the notebook. Really? On the latest page, there are several lines of text that are clearly not written by him. At 5 p.m. this afternoon, Sivir Wendy will be severely injured by the Imperial Knights, and then escape back to the Elf Kingdom. Hayes, Yuna, and all the other elves will have their life essence damaged and face death. The Imperial Knight who stopped them was named Yabu, one of the 3 great knights of the Ysani Empire, the Knight of Justice. His strength was at the peak of level 7. With your help that day, he is now not far from level 8. Bright, I'm very curious about your choice. Bright, you have a lot of nerve, daring to invade the territory of nobles within the Empire and even kill a nobleman. You should be hanged. But I am very curious about you and do not want you to die so soon. If you are to die, it will be by my hand. Don't you like slaves? I'll tell you something else. What will your choice be? After reading the last few sentences, Bright tore the page from the notebook without any expression. Flames appeared in his hand, and the page turned to ashes. Chapter 61 Goodbye, Yabu. In the living room, Bright put on a black suit, his handsome face looking very cold. After coming down from the attic, he put on a black hat. Bright arrived outside Erica's room, knocked on the door, and said, Erica, we have to go out for a bit. You might see Wendy later. Click. The door was opened. Erica was wearing an exquisite little black dress, revealing her slender, fair legs. She was holding a rag doll in her arms and looked up at Bright with a surprised expression. Really, sir? Seeing Erica's expression, Bright reached out and ruffled the little one's now rather long, medium-length hair. Yes, Erica, get ready. We'll be leaving soon. Cell City is a fairly ordinary city located on the border of the Yseni Empire. A thick stone wall stood around the enormous city, isolating it from the outside world to prevent invasions by alien beasts, monsters, and other humans from the Empire. Now, the location of the city gate. Yabu, dressed in silver armor, held a sword in both hands and leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest. The nobles in the city were too annoying, which is why he chose to come here. Those nobles who didn't want to have much contact with commoners didn't come along. Perhaps they felt it was shameful for commoners to see nobles flattering someone. Duke Gracie Lynn, what are you thinking? Even you've started making choices. Yabu couldn't help but ponder. Not long ago, he received news that a riot had broken out in Cell City, but when Yabu arrived, he found no trace of the riot. Even if there were any, they were just some cats and dogs, which could not be considered a riot. However, Duke Gracie Lynn then relayed the Emperor's dying order to temporarily garrison the city. Duke Gracie Lynn did not explain the reason, nor was the order itself provided any explanation. If it hadn't been confirmed that it was truly an imperial decree, Yabu wouldn't have stayed here. To be honest, he had little affection for emperors who died suddenly. Without giving it much thought, I can only say that when the Emperor was still alive, the Empire at that time was not much better than the Empire now. But he was, after all, an imperial knight, and he had to obey the Emperor's orders. Tajdajda. Just then, a carriage drove past him. Greetings, Your Excellency. The driver of the carriage said respectfully. Yabu had seen this middle-aged man a few times. After giving a brief reply, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to rest again. There were elves inside that carriage. How many groups of elves had I seen already? During the days he had been guarding the city, he had sensed that hundreds of elves had been brought into the city by these people, which was no small number. This is also why Yabu frowned, because besides having him guard the city of Cell, the Emperor's other orders concerned these elves, and he was told to ignore them. The carriage that just passed by, wearing the magic-suppressing collar, Yuna suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with apprehension. As a forest hunter, her body's instincts for danger were frantically warning her in that instant. That human was incredibly strong, extremely strong. If he makes a move then, I will definitely be no match for him. Yuna glanced at the princess beside her, deeply worried about her safety, and whispered, Your Highness. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Wendy, who was sitting there in a daze. Sister Yuna, I will not give up. Seeing this, Yuna had no choice but to take back what she wanted to say. At the same time, she secretly resolved to protect the princess from now on, even if it meant risking her life. However, just then, a voice coming from outside the carriage caused the two men's expressions to change drastically. Wendy stood up abruptly, her expression a mixture of excitement and complex emotions. Yuna, standing nearby, was somewhat puzzled because the owner of that voice was the same human powerhouse from before. At the city wall, Yabu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, walked to a carriage, and asked with some surprise, "Is Mr. Bright inside?" Bright drew back the curtains, and upon seeing Yabu, said with some surprise, "So it's that night. I never expected to meet you here." A short while later, in a high-end restaurant, Yabu looked at the teacup in his hand and felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Bright, I already told you it was my treat, but you—" Across from him, Bright shook his head, picked up a pastry from Erica's hair, which was hidden by the table, and said, "It's all right, Mr. Knight. It's my honor to invite you and your companion. I have always respected chivalry." Bright, Erica, and Yabu sat at one table, while several knights who had followed Yabu earlier sat at another table nearby. If these words had come from any other nobleman, Yabu would have felt only hypocrisy and disgust. But after hearing those words from Bright, for some reason, Yabu didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he felt a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. Yabu took a sip of tea, shook his head, and said with a smile, "What a pity, Mr. Bright. If only I could have met you sooner. I'm not yet a qualified knight." Clang! The knights at the other table were all stunned when they heard what their leader said. Holy crap! What's going on? Is this still the same straightforward leader? When did my boss ever speak to people so politely and even say those things? It's unbelievable. Hearing the noise from behind, Yabu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He suppressed the urge to go back and teach them a lesson and smiled apologetically to Bright. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. My men made a fool of themselves." Bright replied, "It's all right, Mr. Knight. Your partner is very interesting." Upon hearing this, Yabu quickly picked up his teacup and drank to hide his embarrassment. At that moment, Bright took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. 4:40. Bright had no idea how far Wendy and her group had progressed in their operation. If what the message says is true, then at 5 o'clock, she will be seriously injured by the knight who is currently sitting in front of her. As for whether that comment is real or fake, we'll know everything by 5 o'clock. Bright had just looked away when, boom! Suddenly, a tremendous noise came from the city. The entire restaurant trembled at that moment. Chapter 62, Wendy's Initiative. Inside the restaurant, the nobles and wealthy people who had been leisurely drinking tea and eating snacks were all thrown into a panic. Opposite, the moment the loud noise occurred, Yabu stood up, his face somewhat grim. He picked up the long sword that was lying to the side, and then looked at Bright with an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. There may be some things that I need to take care of. I'll invite you another day." Behind Yabu, the other knights also picked up their equipment and prepared to leave. But then Bright spoke, his voice utterly flat. "Sir Knight, please finish your drink before you leave." Upon hearing this, Yabu froze, turned around, and looked at Bright with surprise and confusion. How could he not know the meaning of that sentence? Upon hearing Bright's words, the knights' gazes turned cold as they looked at him, and they picked up their weapons. This slave trader is preventing them from leaving. Or was he involved in the accident just now? "Mr. Bright, I sensed a presence that wasn't human. The tremor just now was also caused by them. The city's inhabitants are in danger. I need to go and deal with it." Yabu spoke again, but this time his voice turned somewhat cold. Bright remained calm, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and slowly said, "Is that so? I don't think there's any danger. That was just a group of people who had suffered many hardships trying to save themselves." Boom! The ground shook violently again. "Captain, let's capture him first." Several knights prepared to attack. But Yabu stopped them, looking directly at Bright and asking, "If I try to leave here, will you stop me?" Instead of answering directly, Bright, who was sitting there, calmly said, "Mr. Knight, I disagree with one of your previous statements. Whether a knight is qualified or not depends on the beliefs and honor he upholds in his heart. Is it better to make things difficult for those who have suffered hardship, or to let them go? Ultimately, it's your own choice." Yabu fell silent. He put down his weapon and sat down. The knights behind him were all shocked when they saw this scene. Yabu then drank the tea in front of him in one gulp. "Mr. Bright, my orders are to defend this city. As a knight, I must take responsibility for him. I've already drunk this cup of tea. Now I should go." But on the other side, Bright poured another cup of tea and handed it to him. Bright's calm voice came through. "It must be difficult to walk alone in the dark." Upon hearing this, Yabu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Empire is becoming increasingly chaotic. Despite possessing great power, It is trapped in a quagmire and unable to do anything. Instead of guarding a throne without an emperor, why not seek a throne that is truly worthy of your protection and loyalty? Bright placed his fingers on the table, looked at Yabu in front of him, and said seriously, "Sir Knight, it's time to make your own choice." I don't know how much time passed, but it had already gotten dark outside the restaurant. 5 o'clock had long passed. Knight Yabu has also left. It's worth noting that he left after 5 p.m. "Sir, it's time for our closing time." At that moment, a maid came over and said softly. Bright checked the time. 8 o'clock at night. Wow, so much time has passed without me even realizing it. I wonder how Wendy and the others' plans are going. Thank you for the treat. This tea is very good. Coming to his senses, Bright praised her, then placed 4 silver coins on the table and left with the dazed Erica in his arms. 3 would have been enough. As for the extra one, it was a tip that Bright gave to the maid because he was in a good mood. When a maid saw the extra silver coin on the table, she covered her mouth in surprise, then stared incredulously at Bright's departing figure. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but think to herself, that gentleman not only possessed an extraordinary demeanor, resembling a true aristocrat, but he was also incredibly generous with his money. After placing Erica inside the carriage, Bright drove it slowly down the street. As expected of a larger human city, even at night, there were still people setting up stalls along the roadside. You can hear all sorts of sounds. The sounds of conversation, shouts, and the boisterous noise of hunters drinking in the tavern. Bright adjusted his hat and continued to shoo them away. He now needs to find temporary accommodation in the city. But after a short while, suddenly, Bright felt everything around him become extremely quiet in an instant. The noisy sounds disappeared, replaced by an eerie silence. There was no sign of any human beings on the wide streets. Sensing something amiss, Bright frowned. Is the slight relief I felt about to be shattered again? Top, top, top. Just then, footsteps came from directly ahead. The next second, Bright then saw 2 figures appear in front of him. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Brett was momentarily stunned. The man on the left wore a crown, had an extremely handsome face, wore a brocade robe, and had long white hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded an aura of majesty. And the person on the right, Bright recognized the person. It was Wendy. At this moment, Wendy was wearing an extremely gorgeous blue and white dress, which, combined with her already stunning and aloof face, made her even more ethereal. The moment Wendy saw Bright, she couldn't hold back and rushed over to hug him tightly. She cried out loudly, "Mr. Bright, you're lying to me. You said you wouldn't get involved. Why are you here now?" I was very worried about Mr. Bright during the day. Brett didn't say anything, just let Wendy hug him and gently patted her back. "Mr. Bright, you said you would hug me when my curse was lifted, but you forgot." The next second, Wendy suddenly reached out and cupped Bright's face, kissing him in his surprised gaze. Opposite, upon seeing this scene, the white-haired man standing there couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He put his hands behind his back, his right hand clenched into a fist. Chapter 63, The Elf King's Entrustment. Brett was initially surprised by Wendy's clumsy movements. Then, after regaining her senses, a sweet taste lingered on her lips. Although he has no interest in women, he won't refuse them either. Wendy's initiative this time was entirely due to her emotions and the impending farewell. But she knew nothing about kissing. She only knew about it from some storybooks she read when she was a child. A dragonfly schemes the water. Wendy snapped out of her excitement and, realizing her actions, blushed deeply. She shyly released Brett. Not far away. Click! The floor beneath the white-haired man's feet instantly cracked open, and his left hand behind his back clenched into a fist. Cough, cough! Perhaps unable to bear it any longer, the white-haired man spoke up, interrupting the two's actions. In an instant, Wendy, snapping out of her daze, suddenly opened her eyes and, like a fawn, instantly broke free from Bright's grasp. Wendy stood to the side, head down, covering her mouth, her face flushed. The white-haired man stepped forward, stood in front of Wendy, glanced at his daughter behind him, and said, "Wendy, we should go." Upon hearing this, Wendy abruptly raised her head, looking at Bright with reluctance. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Bright's voice came. "Wendy, how did the operation go?" "It went very smoothly." "That's good," Bright said with satisfaction, finally able to relax. "Go back, Wendy, and fulfill your dream. If one day you get tired, take a rest. Remember, this era is unfortunate, but you can live for yourself. Let me know when the time comes, and I'll come pick you up." At that moment, Wendy could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. The white-haired man sighed, looking at Wendy with kind eyes, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. At the same time, their bodies were slowly disappearing, as if they were about to leave in the next second. At this time, just as the two were about to leave, the white-haired man suddenly looked at Bright and said, "Sir, is this our second meeting? I can sense a familiar aura emanating from you." Upon hearing this, Wendy curiously looked up at her father, the king. Why did the emperor say it was the second time he had met Mr. Bright? The white-haired man lowered his head slightly and continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter twice. I have no way to repay your help to my daughter. Therefore, I am willing to grant you the title of a friend of the kingdom of Sivir forever. In the future, if you need anything or require any help, my kingdom of Sivir will do its utmost to assist you." Father, what's this about the second time you met Mr. Bright? Wendy's pupils dilated, and she asked in astonishment. At the same time, a figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. The image in my mind was infinitely overlapping with the image of Mr. Bright. The white-haired man smiled and stroked Wendy's head. He knew that Wendy had now broken through the seal of that memory and said softly, "The Mr. Bright you mentioned is the human who stopped your aunt's crazy actions back then." Upon hearing this, Wendy was utterly shocked. The image of the person in her mind became clearer, and through her tear-blurred vision, she could vaguely see that ordinary yet familiar face. "Mr. Bublet, is what father said true?" When he turned to look at Bright, tears streaming down her face. Opposite, upon realizing he had been recognized, Blake nodded and stopped trying to hide it. "Boom!" Mr. Bright nodded upon seeing him. In an instant, Wendy's mind was instantly flooded with countless fragments of memories. The experiences of this period flashed through her mind. Wendy reached out her trembling hand, as if trying to grab the person in front of her. But the next second, she and the white-haired man vanished from the spot. Only Wendy's last words before she left remained in the air. "Mr. Bright, wait for me. No matter where you are in the world in the future, I will find you." The sound disappeared, and the person was gone. The quiet streets were once again filled with noise. Bright touched his lips, then smiled helplessly. "I originally thought I was just a passerby in this world. But now it seems that he has become inextricably linked to this world." Bright straightened his collar, glanced at the spot where Wendy had just disappeared, and then spurred the carriage to move on. But at this time, suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was the voice of the white-haired man from before. "Mr. Bright, please allow me to address you this way. I will not inquire as to why you were in the palace at that time, because I can sense your kindness towards my daughter. If you can, I'm entrusting my future daughter to you." Upon hearing this sudden sound, I don't know why, Brett always had a feeling that the other person was telling him what to do after his death. Bright shook his head, dismissing his earlier thought. It probably wasn't what he had imagined. Bright drove the carriage toward a certain part of the city. The matter is not over tonight. There was one last thing he hadn't done. The events that occurred earlier have already been confirmed in the comments. So, what was the final message? 1 hour later, Bright stopped the carriage on the street, gave a merchant a few copper coins, and asked him to keep an eye on it. Erica woke up too. She jumped off the carriage with a leap, clutching the doll in her right hand, and followed closely behind Bright. The unfamiliar surroundings made her a little scared. Bright led Erica toward their destination. Perhaps because of what happened during the day, all the residents in the neighborhood have evacuated, making the entire street unusually quiet now. Occasionally, you can see a few guards on patrol. Chapter 64, Imperial Princess, St. Ivy Via. Bright led Erica past the guards, entered the center of this street, which is the location where the accident occurred during the day. All I saw was what should have been a smooth road surface now has 2 deep potholes the size of basketball courts, and several huge cracks have appeared on the road surface as a result. After glancing at the debris and rubble in the pit, Bright picked up Erica and jumped into the pit. The sound of small pebbles rolling on the ground. Once inside the pit, Bright realized that it was quite large. You could even say it's quite large, like a huge circular plaza. In the center stands a colossal statue of a blindfolded female angel, gazing up at the sky, bathed in moonlight like a rosy robe, and holding aloft a sacred sword. Around the statue, which is also around the circular plaza, you can vaguely see from the broken stone pillars that there are cages one after another. As for what was previously imprisoned in these cages, it goes without saying. Erica stood beside Bright, looking around curiously. When she saw the angel statue, standing in the center, bathed in moonlight, she gasped in shock, staring blankly at the statue. Subsequently, after taking a quick look, Bright walked towards the location of the angel statue. Upon closer inspection, the base of the statue was almost as tall as the statue itself. Bright placed his hand on the stone of the statue, as if searching for something. Behind him, Erica watched the man's actions with curiosity, feeling somewhat puzzled. Bright was seen circling the statue, feeling around as he went. This continued for a while. Finally, behind the statue, Bright stopped, reached forward, and pressed his hand down. The next second, with a click, a small entrance suddenly appeared before Bright's eyes. Upon seeing the entrance, Bright's eyes narrowed, and he went inside. The inside of the statue resembled a small, secret chamber. But when Bright saw the center of the secret room, his gaze froze, and he took a deep breath. Erica followed him in, and when she saw that the man was standing still, she curiously peeked out. However, when Erica saw what was happening on the ground, tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she quickly covered her mouth to keep herself from making a sound. All I saw was, on the ground, it is etched with a blood-red pattern, a very eerie and strange pattern, with wisps of blood-red mist floating above it. Crimson liquid flowed along the patterns, emitting a faint glow. But lying in this bizarre ritual, which resembled a demon god sacrifice, was a woman. Her white dress was stained with blood, and bloody tears streamed down her face. Her body showed no signs of life. Her limbs were withered and dry, like a corpse. If Bright hadn't seen the notification box appear in front of him, he might have thought the woman on the ground was dead. Name: Saint Ivy Vaya. Age: 18. Race: human. Identity: Princess of the Iceni Empire. Talent: Divine wings damaged. Companion ability: Angelic bloodline depleted. Skill: Basic swordsmanship, originally L6, downgraded to level 1 due to special reasons. The pop-up message that appeared in front of him was also the reason why Bright believed the other party was not dead. Another special person who can be marked by the prompt box, but this time the situation is much worse than Wendy's. Bright sighed, then took out the good gloves he had prepared beforehand. After changing his gloves, Bright approached the strange pattern, squatted down. He couldn't sense any energy flowing from it. So Bright took a small piece of vine from his pocket, placed it on the ground, and a green light appeared in his palm. The next second, the small vine suddenly grew, reaching towards the woman in the center of the pattern, and then slowly rolled her out. After she left the eerie ritual, Bright reached out to support her, inwardly gasping as he felt a sharp, bony texture rather than flesh in his hand. After helping Vaya to stand up, Bright noticed that there were 2 shocking wounds on her back, one on each side, which were horrifying to look at. It was as if something had originally been there, but had now been forcibly removed. At the same time, the distant capital of the Iceni Empire. In a garden pavilion within the royal palace, a woman dressed in an elegant black princess dress, with a noble and beautiful appearance, is slowly sipping her red tea. She has an oval face, delicate features, and a pair of extremely cold phoenix eyes. He exuded an air of nobility and authority. It seemed to have sensed something. The woman raised her head and looked in one direction, a hint of resentment flashing in her scarlet eyes. At this time, a figure entered the garden. Upon seeing the woman sitting there, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest." The next second, snap! An empty glass teacup appeared on the man's head and then fell to the ground. But the servant dared not utter a single complaint and remained respectfully bowed. Immediately afterwards, the indifferent voice of the woman in the black dress came from inside the pavilion. "Does this princess need someone to remind me when I should rest? Kneel down." Wow. The servant immediately knelt down, his body trembling uncontrollably, shards of glass piercing his knees and drawing blood. The woman in the black dress then slowly walked out of the pavilion and left. The servant remained kneeling, not daring to rise, for he knew that without the princess's orders, there would be only one consequence for him to stand up. That is death. After all, Princess Vaya, with her fiery temper, doesn't hesitate to kill. Meanwhile, in the city of Casa, Bright drove the carriage through the night. Now he needs to find a temporary place to stay in this city. Furthermore, the girl inside the carriage couldn't withstand prolonged fluctuations. Chapitre 65 Madame Roland. During the journey, Bright tried to keep the carriage as slow as possible to make it less bumpy. Erica was currently inside the carriage, cleaning the dirt off the girl's body. A short while later, Bright found a local bully. A middle-aged man with a mustache and somewhat effeminate features was wearing a gray suit that looked like it had been washed countless times. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up the moment he saw Bright. Because Bright's attire and demeanor were so much like those of a nobleman, he quickly stepped forward, bowed politely, and said with a flattering expression, "Sir, I suppose this is your first time visiting Cell City? Is there anything I can do for you?" Bright took out a silver coin and tossed it over, then said, "Help me find a place to stay that I can rent for a long time, preferably in a quiet place with few people." Looking at the silver coins in his hand, the middle-aged man was surprised by Bright's generosity and immediately became even more respectful. "My lord, rest assured, I will definitely find one that will satisfy you." After saying that, the local thug took out a book from the leather suitcase at his feet and began to read it. A short while later, the local bully lowered his head and said apologetically, "Sir, I just searched, and there's only one place that meets your requirements. However, the situation is somewhat special." "How is it special?" Bright asked. The house was in a very remote location, with almost no one around. However, there were some bad rumors about the owner of the house, because she had killed her husband the day after their wedding. With that, the local tyrant put away the manual, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Sir, if you're not in a hurry, I'll find you something better tomorrow." Bright glanced into the carriage, shook his head, and then said, "Take me to the place you mentioned earlier." The local bully was taken aback for a moment. Okay." A short while later, led by the local thug, Bright arrived at the place he had mentioned. It is very remote. Under the moonlight, only a few scattered houses could be seen around. The rest of the area was all fields. Compared with the buildings in front, this place was somewhat similar to an urban village. Not long after, they stopped in front of a courtyard. In the courtyard, on the left is a wooden house, and on the right is a two-story building. After telling Bright to wait where he was, he saw the local bully carrying a lantern and knocking on the door. Two thuds. After a while, there was no response. The local bully then struck again with greater force, but there was still no response. The local bully's expression darkened, and he returned to Bright's side, grumbling and cursing. That Madame Roland is really something. Not home this late, she must be out gallivanting somewhere. Upon reaching Bright's side, the local bully fell silent, looking apologetic, and said, "Sir, the master isn't home." At that moment, a person dressed in black, carrying an oil lamp, appeared behind them. Upon seeing the man, the local bully immediately rushed over and angrily said, "Madame Roland, your husband was a knight in life, and going out to fool around so late at night is a disgrace to Knight Roland." Bright looked up and saw the local bully talking, while Man in Black kept his head down and did not refute him. After exchanging a few words, the local bully brought Madame Roland to Bright's presence. In the dim light, Madame Roland was shrouded in a large black dress, revealing only her still charming face, her eyes looking somewhat vacant. After a brief discussion, Bright decided to rent the place, because the location here does indeed match what Bright had in mind. As for the unfortunate rumors, if it's just about her husband dying, it's not really a strange story. Madame Roland agreed. After everything was done, the local bully left satisfied. All he needed was a deal. As for whether there are any hidden dangers, that's none of his business. Ahead, under Madame Roland's leadership, Bright drove the carriage into the courtyard. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Madame Roland was removing the restraints from the black horse. Bright replied. Mrs. Roland nodded, indicating that she had remembered, and then looked at the two-story building on the right and said, "Mr. Bright, I moved my things out earlier, so you can move in directly. If there is anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know, and I will do my best to meet your requirements." Her voice was incredibly soft at that moment, carrying a hint of joy, perhaps because she finally found a place to rent and felt a little relieved of the pressure of life. After saying this, Madame Roland led her black horse to the side. Bright didn't sit idly by either. He told Erica to start packing. Bright and Madame Roland signed a 3-month contract, for which he paid 50 silver coins. During these 3 months, the two-story house would be entirely under Bright's use. Madame Roland, on the other hand, lived in a wooden house next to the small building. A while later, after settling the girl named Vaya in, Bright came out. After thinking about it, Bright arrived in front of the cabin. 2 thuds. They knocked on the door. Bright came to ask for some ingredients. The girl was too weak, so Bright wanted to get her something to eat. However, he didn't have any ingredients himself, and he didn't know where to look for them in the middle of the night. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to find Madame Roland and buy some from her. Not long after, the door of the cabin was opened. At this moment, Madame Roland had removed her loose black dress, revealing her voluptuous figure. "Ah, Mr. Bright, is there something you need?" Upon opening the door and seeing that it was Bright, Mrs. Roland asked with some curiosity. Bright mentioned that he wanted to buy some of the ingredients she had. Seeing this, Mrs. Roland did not refuse and said that she would give it to Mr. Bright for free. Ultimately, Madame Roland insisted on not taking any money. Bright now had some vegetables and a small bag of rice in his hands. After leaving the cabin, Bright then began preparations. Given the girl's current condition, she could only consume liquids, so Bright made a pot of porridge. Upon entering the room, first, he leaned the girl against the bedside, and then, following the girl's dry, bloodless lips, Bright poured the bowl of porridge, spoonful by spoonful, into her mouth. Chapter 66: Boundless Darkness, Mysterious Cards. A short while later, even after pouring out the entire small bowl of porridge, the other person's aura remained unchanged, still lifeless. But I was not surprised. What I have is just porridge, not some magic medicine. It's not something that can be recovered from this kind of injury quickly. The girl was laid flat on the bed again. She hadn't changed her clothes, and Erica had only given the other woman's face and arms a quick clean in the carriage. As for the rest of her body, Bright had instructed Erica not to touch it. Otherwise, given the girl's frail health, something unpleasant might happen. Looking at the girl lying there, Bright had a thought, and the virtual frame in front of him reappeared. The target body is in a state of being alive, but not yet capable of being trained. Angel Bloodline Repair Method, viewable after the target can be trained. How to repair the Holy Wings. You can view this after repairing the Angelic Bloodline. The series of virtual frames that appeared in front of him were telling Bright one thing. He couldn't do anything until the other person's body recovered. After turning away from the room and turning off the lights, Bright left the room. In the darkness, the girl, who looked like a skeleton, lay there quietly. "Am I dead?" Saint Ivy Vaya felt her consciousness drifting in boundless darkness, without purpose or meaning. Perhaps I'm already dead. In the boundless darkness, Saint Ivy Vaya struggled to recall her memories. She was deeply saddened by her father's sudden death. But a few days later, Duke Gracie Lynn found her and said that her father had left her a message before he left and that he had her father's instructions in his hand. After that, she lost consciousness. The loss of blood from the body, the loss of the wings on one's back. Vaya witnessed all of this, but at that time she was powerless to resist. In a blur, she saw herself placed on an evil pattern. At that very moment, she completely lost consciousness. But isn't Duke Gracie Lynn the one the Emperor trusts most? Why would he harm himself? At this moment, Saint Ivy Vaya did not know her own state. She was surrounded by darkness and could not see any light. Suddenly at this moment, Vaya, adrift in the darkness, faintly heard some sounds. "Erica, just wipe the blood off this lady's face and arms, and don't touch anything else. Sir, this lady is so pitiful." She didn't know who the unfamiliar male voice belonged to, nor did she know who Erica was. But the moment she heard the voice, Vaya was incredibly excited. He spoke loudly, wanting the two men to hear him. But soon, she discovered that her voice could only echo in the boundless darkness, as if the owners of the two voices could not hear her. She could sense her own body and hear those sounds. But he couldn't move or speak. Is this the last hallucination a person experiences before death? After struggling for a long time, Vi gave up hope. She believed it was an illusion, a remnant of her existence in the human world, and that once the illusion disappeared, her consciousness would perhaps sink forever into this boundless darkness. A short while later, Vi felt as if someone helped her up, and then something seemed to enter her mouth. Then my body was put down again. With the sound of a door closing, the person seemed to have left. At this moment, Vi's world returned to darkness once again. For some reason, even in her final illusion, Vi felt a lingering hope that someone could stay there. At least, in this boundless darkness, she wouldn't feel afraid or lonely. In the living room, Bright came out of the room carrying a small bowl. At the table in the middle, Erica was sitting on a stool, holding a bowl and sipping her porridge. Erica is not a picky eater. She will eat anything edible and never waste food, making her very easy to feed. Upon seeing the man emerge from inside, Erica straightened her posture slightly. Bright ladled himself a bowl from the pot and began to eat. The next day, since he decided to stay in Cell City temporarily, Bright had to go back to his former territory to bring over some necessary items. So Bright left early in the morning. This time he didn't bring Erica with him because the girl needed care, and he also gave Madame Roland some money. I hope she can prepare some food for Erica and Via while I'm away. Madame Roland agreed to this. Before leaving, Bright specifically instructed that no of her toys should be found in or within a 200-meter radius of that small building. The dolls I bought for her can be kept, but anything Erica made herself cannot be included in that category. The final experiment with the revolver was paused. Everything would be examined upon my return. Erica knew that the things she made were unstable, so after Bright gave her instructions, Erica, though somewhat aggrieved, nodded in agreement. On the other side, Bright drove the carriage along the road. Yesterday, he was in a hurry, so the carriage traveled at maximum speed the whole way, which is why he arrived in Cell City before 5 o'clock. At normal speeds, it might take a day. One day later, around noon, Bright returned to his former territory. His arrival did not attract much attention. Back to where I used to live. He came back mainly to bring some clothes and to clean up the traces left in the small building, restoring it to an ordinary residence. As for laptops, unless Brett himself is in the house, he always carries that notebook with him whenever he goes out. Bright then went to a storage room on the second floor. Upon opening the door, a layer of gray mist rushed out, clearly indicating that the room had not been open for a long time. After dispelling the fog, the room was filled with clutter. This place contains all of the previous Brett's belongings. After I took over his identity, most of his things were disposed of by Brett. As for the items inside the room, they were chains, iron cages, and the like. This was deliberately left by Bright to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Push open the door and go inside. The rusty chains even had traces of blood on them. Frowning, Bright changed out of his leather gloves and into regular gloves, then began to handle the items. A short while later, there was a pit in the backyard, and something was burning inside. Bright stood to one side, holding a metal card he had just found among the pile of junk. All that could be seen was engraved on the metal card. Exclusively for the Holy Knight Empire, owned by Mr. Bright. On the back of the card is an image of an orc with a dagger stuck in his head. Chapter 67 Hollandaise. The Holy Knight Empire? Bright muttered something to himself, then put the iron block away. Although I don't know exactly what this thing is for, since it belongs to the previous Bright, I might as well keep it on me. Who knows, it might actually come in handy someday. Furthermore, judging from the appearance of this iron plate, it should be a mark of identity. Since it belongs to him, it is reasonable for him to keep it. Immediately afterwards, after cleaning everything up, Bright set off to return home. The next day, in the backyard, Madame Roland was cooking, wearing a gray apron, her long hair tied back. A short while later, Madame Roland brought her bowl to the small building and tapped on it. Soon, there was a thumping sound from inside, and, the next second, the door was opened a crack from the inside. Then, Mrs. Roland saw the little boy hiding behind the door, looking at her cautiously. Mrs. Roland remembered what Bright had reminded her before he left, so she placed the 2 bowls she was carrying on the stool by the door and said, your name is Erica, right? I've left the food here. After saying this, Madame Roland looked around again and then left. After she had walked away, the door was opened, and Erica swiftly snatched the food from the stool. Not far away, Madame Roland turned her head and, seeing this scene, felt somewhat curious. These tenants are really something else, to put it simply. A handsome man with a mysterious air, resembling a nobleman. A cute-looking little girl who is extremely shy. There's another person who seems to have some health problem and is currently recuperating. I've never met them. After thinking about it for a moment, Madame Roland stopped dwelling on it. Jace, dinner's ready. Madame Roland called out twice in the direction of the cabin, but received no response. She went up and opened the door, but did not see her son. Afternoon. Outside the city of Cell, Bright drove his carriage slowly down the street. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of the alleyway and crashed into his own carriage. The carriage stopped, and Bright looked at the figure. It was a thin, small child, probably only 7 or 8 years old. The boy held a broken wooden sword in his hand, and his body and face were covered in dirt and grime, clearly indicating that he had just experienced something bad. Just then, several teasing voices came from the alley the boy had run out of. "Ha ha, you call yourself a knight? Then I'd be a knight commander. So skinny, barely getting enough to eat, and he's just putting on an act with a wooden sword. Jace, if you dare say you want to become a knight again, we'll beat you up again. Only Will can become a knight. His father is a famous martial arts warrior." Several children emerged from the alley, the boy at the front being significantly taller than the boys behind him. When Will heard his underlings say that he could become a knight, he looked up and was very happy. But the next second, the children were no longer happy because they saw Bright. Before Brett could say anything, immediately, all the children ran away in a flash. "Run! Jess has messed with some nobles." In the blink of an eye, all the children had run off. Only the little boy named Jess remained in front of the carriage. At this moment, people around also looked over and whispered among themselves. Bright's demeanor and attire clearly indicated to those around him that he was an aristocrat. As the saying goes, the more people enjoy watching a spectacle, the more they think that the little boy has provoked Bright. It's unnecessary to even think about what would happen if a commoner offended a nobleman. It was a great act of mercy from that nobleman that he was able to survive. The boy named Jess had also come to his senses. Upon learning that the carriage he had bumped into belonged to a nobleman, he lowered his head, his body trembling with fear. The next second, without looking back, he hurriedly fled into the alley, not even having time to grab his most beloved wooden sword. Jess knew that if he was left here, not only he would suffer, but his mother might also be implicated. Suddenly at this moment, a voice interrupted his actions. "Little one, as a knight, how can you abandon your weapon? Even if it is damaged, it is still your companion. Abandoning your comrades is not the mark of a true knight." Bright had gotten off the carriage at some point, I don't know. At this moment, he was holding a broken wooden sword. Upon hearing this, the little boy froze on the spot, hesitating for a moment. Finally, with his head down, he walked up to Bright, took the wooden sword, and fled once again. Bright glanced in the direction the boy had left, found it amusing, dusted off his hands, and returned to the carriage. As for the idea of killing a little boy just because he bumped into his carriage, Bright never considered it. If the boy was too naughty, he might discipline him instead of the parents. But the boy was clearly being bullied. Bright continued driving the carriage. On the way back, Bright bought some ingredients. Although Mrs. Rowland's ingredients were free, he would feel embarrassed if they were always given away for free. By the time we got back to our rented place, the sun was almost setting. I pushed open the door and went inside. After putting the carriage away, Bright carried his things and walked towards the small building. But then, Bright noticed a child in the corner of the yard, waving a stick around in the yard. Upon closer inspection, Bright remembered. No wonder the boy looked familiar. It was the same boy who had bumped into his carriage earlier. Would he be here? Could it be Madame Rowland's son? Bright quickly figured out what had happened. The other person was so engrossed in their practice that they didn't even notice when I entered the courtyard, so Bright didn't disturb them and carried his things into the small building. Opened the door. As soon as I entered, I saw Erica hunched over the table, seemingly drawing something. Bright was somewhat surprised, as he rarely saw Erica so focused that she didn't even hear him open the door. So Brett walked over, somewhat curious. Chapter 68, Erica's Bewilderment. Upon reaching him, Bright was surprised to see Erica was slumped over the table, actually drawing modern weapons. She was redrawing the revolver blueprints she had given her earlier, but seemed to have encountered something she couldn't understand. Erica was currently lying there, frowning and deep in thought. Why not make that long thing thicker? Wouldn't that make it even more powerful? Erica propped her head up with her little hand and muttered to herself. Make it thicker, then it won't be a gun, it'll be a cannon. And it's not very suitable for carrying around. Just then, Bright's voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Ah, sir, you're back." Upon hearing the man's voice, Erica was startled at first, then quickly realized what he meant and turned around with a look of surprise. However, Bright put down his things, supported Erica's body with both hands, and lifted her off the table. "Erica, you can't lie on the table. That's uncivilized." "Understood, sir." Erica, who had gotten down from the table, grabbed Bright's arm with a curious expression and asked, Sir, what is a cannon?" Erica looked up at him, her cute little face full of curiosity. For some reason, Bright felt like he had done something wrong. Should he not have had the idea of letting Erica make the revolver in the first place? After a while, having finally satisfied Erica's curiosity, Bright went to Via's room. He opened the door and went inside. Then he placed the flower pot he was holding by the window, where several beautiful blue flowers were blooming on the branches. These are the flower seedlings that Winnie cultivated before. He brought some back with him this time. After placing it down, Bright walked to the bedside, glanced at the girl lying there, and then looked away. It was still the same as before, without any change, withered limbs and an extremely pale face. Bright thought for a moment, then placed his hand on the girl's withered hand. The next second, a green light appeared. The power of elves is inherently imbued with life force. If I were to transfer my power to her, would it be effective? But soon, Bright was disappointed. It's useless. The girl in the bed was unable to absorb her own power, and even seemed to reject power that did not belong to her. It seems the only option is to let her recover on her own. Bright then opened the door and went out. Unbeknownst to Brett, Via woke up the moment he stepped into the room. Via sensed a familiar aura from Bright. It was the person who had saved her before. He came here again. Via was a little curious. What was he doing by putting his hand on the back of her hand? But soon Via was disappointed again, because the man left after only a short time, and her world returned to boundless darkness. I wish I could stay a little longer, was Via's thought at that moment. In the courtyard, Bright saw the boy still standing there, waving the wooden stick in his hand, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. The next second, the boy seemed tired. He stopped what he was doing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the boy seemed to hear the door open as well, turned his head, and looked in Bright's direction. The boy's expression changed drastically the moment he saw Bright's face. Forgetting his exhaustion, he turned and hurriedly ran towards the cabin. They escaped inside and then slammed the wooden cabin shut. Seeing this, Bright smiled helplessly. Was he a devil? Why did he run away the moment he saw him? After thinking for a moment, Bright walked toward the location of the cabin. Now, behind the door, Jess leaned against it, his little face filled with terror. Why is that nobleman here? Was it because I bumped into his carriage that he chased after me? Jess's heart was pounding. He was terrified. The other party even knew his home address. If they wanted to retaliate, his mother would also be implicated. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door made Jess's heart skip a beat. Jess was terrified. He was considering whether to escape through the window. But he didn't. He ran away. What will happen to his mother? This whole thing started because of me. My mother is innocent. Just as Jess was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Your name is Jess, right? Don't worry. I mean you no harm. I think there might have been some interesting misunderstanding between us. Jess wouldn't trust others so easily. But he still opened the door, staring intently at Bright. It was my fault. I have offended you. Punish me if you wish. Looking at the boy in front of him, who was terrified yet dared to face him, Bright gave him a rare second glance. Yeah, that really needs to be punished. After all, they didn't even apologize after hitting someone and just drove off. They deserve to be punished. Across from him, Bright said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Jess's face turned deathly pale, but he did not run away again. Instead, he stood there and waited for his punishment. A short while later, in front of the dark horse, when Jess saw the tall and mighty black horse in front of him, his body trembled uncontrollably. He thought that the nobleman was going to let the horse eat him. Bright patted the black horse's head and looked at Jess, saying, Apologize. You bumped into it. As long as it forgives you, there won't be any problems. Oh. Jess was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. The other party didn't want the horse to eat him, but rather wanted him to apologize to the black horse. I just want an apology, and you'll let bygones be bygones? Jess mustered his courage and asked somewhat uncertainly. Under his gaze, Bright slowly nodded. Having received an affirmative answer, Jess, though terrified, still walked up to the black horse, looked up, and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bumped into you. Puff! The black horse glanced at Jess, exhaled, and then lowered its head to continue grazing. It seems it has forgiven you. Then let's call it even, Bright said as he walked over. Upon hearing that he had been forgiven, John was immediately overjoyed. Where is Madame Roland? Do you usually eat by yourself at this time of day? Seeing the boy sitting there eating his bread by himself, Bright asked with some confusion. Chapter 69 Conversation. Although the other party had forgiven him, Jess was still somewhat afraid of Bright. The voice that answered was also a little soft. Sometimes my mother goes out and doesn't come back until very late. As long as I have bread to eat, that's enough." Upon hearing the answer, Bright didn't say anything more. Then he looked up at the woods in the distance and asked, "Does that wood over there belong to someone?" Jess looked up where Bright was looking and said, "No, but there are some ferocious beasts inside. My mother told me not to go there normally." Upon learning that it wasn't private land, Blythe nodded. It was good news. I was wondering where would be a better place for Erica to conduct her experiments, but now that's the perfect location. It's far from here, so even if there's an explosion, it won't affect this area. With that thought in mind, Bright took action. Half an hour later, to Bright's surprise, the forest was much larger than he had seen from a distance. As for the ferocious beast that Jess mentioned, Bright looked around but didn't see any ferocious beasts, so he stood up from the back of a bear-like creature. "Are there any ferocious wild beasts?" "No, I knew it. In a city, how could the guards possibly allow dangerous creatures to exist?" As for the bear in front of him, seeing it lying in front of him with a submissive expression, he didn't think it was dangerous. Then they released the little guy. He then began to take action. First, Erica needs a desk that is the right height for her. Secondly, we need to create a place here where Erica can conduct experiments. Thirdly, we need to get rid of some troublesome things around us. Although those guys aren't dangerous, they're still a bit annoying. A few hours later, in the middle of the woods, a small wooden house had appeared. The previously loose trees had now surrounded it, as if they had deliberately placed the house in the center. Standing in front of the cabin, looking at his masterpiece, Brett was very satisfied. With that, Erica's experimental site was ready, but it wasn't finished yet. "I need to buy a magic item that can block out sound tomorrow, since the explosions Erica creates are quite loud, and prolonged abnormality might attract unnecessary attention." As for having Erica create this magical item, Bright thought for a moment and then shook his head. Erica can make loud magical items. As for blocking out sound, that obviously won't work. Bright looked up at the sky and realized that it had gotten dark without him noticing. It's time to go back, otherwise Erica will worry. Bright had just returned to the yard and was about to go inside the building. At this time, the sound of a door opening rang out. Then Bright saw that Mrs. Rowland had only just returned. She was carrying an oil lamp. Upon seeing Bright, Madame Rowland was initially surprised, seemingly not expecting him to be there at this hour. The two didn't speak, but nodded to each other as a greeting. Bright opened the door and went into the room. Madame Rowland's behavior was indeed somewhat strange. It was ultimately unsafe for a woman to return home so late all the time. The guards in this other world only look after the nobles. As for the common people, they don't care unless they cause a major incident. Bright didn't say anything. It was their own business, and he couldn't say anything about it. The next day, after saying goodbye to Erica, Bright left. He's going to buy magic items today. But there is another main purpose. That is to get acquainted with Cell City, this city in another world. When he was in that territory, he mostly stayed indoors and rarely went out. Then there was Wendy's matter, which made it difficult for him to have enough time. Bright didn't bring Erica out today, nor did he drive the carriage. While horse-drawn carriages are convenient, they are not so convenient on some roads in the city. Bright first went to buy magic items. The shopkeeper said it was crafted by a level 6 mage and would cost Bright 100 gold coins. Upon hearing that, Bright turned and prepared to leave without showing any expression. Who knew the boss would ask for another 10 gold coins? Bright walked out of the store. The shopkeeper caught up with us, offering a buy one get one free deal for 1 gold coin. In the end, Bright sensed the magic power inside the magic orb. Level 6 was a complete exaggeration. It was only at the level of a level 4 mage. At 1 gold coin, it wasn't a bad deal, so he bought it. Actually, Brett initially planned to look at several companies before making a decision, but who knew that while he wasn't in a hurry, the boss was. After buying the magic items, Bright then began to wander around this otherworldly city. However, to my surprise, I encountered Yabu again, that Imperial Knight. Mr. Bright. Chapter 70 Conversation, Yabu's impending departure. A short while later, at that restaurant before. Today, Yabu was not wearing armor, but rather light clothing. "Sir, your tea." A pretty maid came over with tea and slowly placed it on the table. While placing the tea, the maid secretly glanced at Bright's position. When she saw that familiar and handsome face, the maid was overjoyed. It's that nobleman from before. He's here again today. The person sitting opposite him looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but the nobleman was much more handsome, the maid thought to herself. After serving the tea, the maid turned and left, but as she left, she secretly glanced at Bright. Opposite, as an imperial knight, Yabu clearly noticed the maid's subtle actions, but said nothing, only offering a helpless smile. Even he had to admit that Mr. Bright was very handsome, and among the nobles he had ever met, very few could match Mr. Bright's appearance. Only that princess could do it, but since she's a woman, she can't be compared to Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright, this time it's my treat, Yab suddenly said. Okay. Blatt nodded, not rejecting Yabu's suggestion. This time it was just Yabu and Bright, drinking tea and chatting for time to time. Time passed. Mr. Bright, do you know those elves who caused the incident? Yabu suddenly asked. Even he was somewhat surprised that so many elves had gathered in the city after the incident. Moreover, based on the remaining traces, Yabu felt it was more like some kind of mysterious ritual, requiring the sacrifice of an elf's life. This was hardly a good ritual. At the same time, Yabu could feel an impending storm even more strongly. I know him, Bright said casually. Upon hearing Bright's reply, Yabu slowly said, after leaving that day, I went there. If it weren't for Mr. Bright's instructions, I might have stopped those elves immediately. However, I did not stop them. I sensed that those guys were sacrificing their lives, so I chose to observe. Mr. Bright, you were right before. Perhaps I should make some changes. A guy has been telling me these past 2 days that he's very unhappy about my lack of action a few days ago, and he even said he wants to remove me from my position as an Imperial Knight. Upon hearing this news, Bright frowned. He hadn't expected this to happen. Furthermore, the source of this incident was itself. So what are you going to do? Bright asked. After all, the other person was doing this because of him, so if possible, he wanted to help them. Yabu smiled and said, Mr. Bright, you don't need to worry. It was all my own choice. I used to be the weakest of the 3 knights, but thanks to your help, Mr. Bright, my strength has increased. Now, unless the Emperor is still alive, no one can remove me from my position. Bright raised an eyebrow, surprised that his opponent had advanced so quickly, and then said, That would be perfect. Their brief reunion soon came to an end. After saying goodbye, Yabu left, saying that he would leave Cell City in a few days. After Yabu left, Bright stayed for a while longer before also leaving. Chapter 71, The Gods, Slowly Forgotten by People. Not long after Bright left, the maid quietly came to collect the dishes, glancing silently in the direction Bright had gone. His eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light, and it was unclear what he was thinking. A short while later, in front of an angel church, Bright stood at the doorway watching, then took off his black hat and went inside. To Bright's surprise, the church was rather deserted and empty. Chairs were arranged on both sides, and in the front, where the sun shone, stood a 3-meter-tall angel statue. The vast, sacred 6 wings seemed to illuminate the entire church. The angels' faces were obscured, their heads bowed, their hands gripping the sacred sword. Bright walked over, then bowed slightly in respect before the angel statue. He is not a religious believer. This is just basic etiquette. Bright looked up, and the next second, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Brett hadn't noticed it from a distance, but he saw it when he got to the statue. The eyes of the angel statue were covered with cracks. The white stone was covered with cracks. Why is that? Why is no one repairing the cracks on these surfaces? And instead, they're left to continue existing. Bright didn't know the reason, but in this world filled with magical powers, even the existence of gods, everyone has great respect for the power they believe in. Even irrational cultists become devout when faced with the power they believe in. And now, in a church dedicated to angels, Bright discovered that the eyes of the angel statues were covered with cracks, a discovery no less significant than seeing a ghost in an ordinary world. Bright was shocked. Just then, the door on the front side opened, and a hunched figure dressed in a white robe walked out. This is an elderly man. The old man was clearly surprised to see Bright. After slowly walking to the angel statue and offering a devout prayer, the old man turned to look at Bright standing to the side, and said, It's been so long since I've seen anyone come. Bright was puzzled by this. Aren't angels the gods worshipped by the Isaac Empire? There are even records that the reason why the Iceni Empire was able to stand out from so many kingdoms was because it received help from angels. And now, a deity worshipped by the entire nation is not being worshipped by anyone? This is the most abnormal thing. The old man seemed to notice Bright's confusion, shook his head, sat down in the chair behind him, and gestured for Bright to enter. Seeing this, Bright also sat down. The old man looked at the angel statue with his aged eyes and said slowly, "Sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This church will be demolished soon." "Why?" Bright asked calmly. "Because since 100 years ago, this deity has never performed a miracle again. Gradually, people stopped believing in the gods." The old man asked, "Sir, have you noticed anything unusual about the deity?" Something was amiss. Bright was somewhat surprised. Could it be the crack in his eye? So Brett said eyes. Hearing Bright's answer, the old man nodded and slowly said, 50 years ago, the empire was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, all the statues of the god within the empire began to malfunction. And from that day on, the god's eyes could never be restored. Even if an imperial holy mage intervenes, they will be powerless. The breaking of the idols made people even less inclined to worship the gods. They believed it was a symbol of misfortune, and that if they came into contact with the gods, they would also become unfortunate. It was also in recent years that the empire began to demolish the angel church. As he spoke, the old man turned to look at Bright, and a look of gratitude appeared in his aged eyes. The old man said, "Sir, thank you very much for coming here today." Bright walked out of the angel church. Standing still, I looked back at the old man who was still standing in front of the statue, praying devoutly. After learning the cause of the incident, Bright didn't understand why the old man had chosen to stay in the church. It's unclear whether his persistence will be rewarded. Well, he sighed. Bright looked up at the sky, because something else surprised him even more. That is, surprisingly, the book I had read before, The Origins of the Iceni Empire, did not record the things the old man had just mentioned. Who wants that god to disappear from people's sight? Gathering his thoughts, Bright put on his black hat and left the church. Ding dong. The church bells rang. Night. Bright arrived at the last stop of the day. Cell City Duel Arena. Inside a huge bowl-shaped building, the volume is comparable to a football field. This is a huge venue, and it was packed with people. The audience included nobles and commoners. You could say they represented almost every social class. Bright is currently sitting in the aristocratic section. Several nobles sat around him, each holding a beautiful woman in their arms. When Bright first came in, the guard automatically led him here. Brett didn't offer any explanation. After all, less crowding means more warmth. On the left-hand plate were colorful fruits, while on the right were some magical items that could create minor effects. It allows nobles to throw things at those they dislike during duels. After use, the official fee will be charged based on the quantity and type of usage. This not only enriches the experience of the nobles, but also generates additional income. In some instances, the revenue from the gifts thrown out by these nobles alone is comparable to the revenue generated by some gladiators. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted throughout the arena. "Cook Connor! 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 You're not going to lose today, either." Some of the spectators around were shouting as if they had gone mad. Bright looked up. A burly man wearing only white shorts emerged from behind the iron railings on one side. He wasn't carrying any weapons with a long range. He only had a weapon resembling a fist. The man raised his hands high, enjoying the cheers of those around him. The moment this man named Cook Connor appeared, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Chapter 72 Connor's abnormality killed Jess. Shouts, laughter, and a nobleman beside Bright throwing magical items downwards. Soon, as the sound subsided, the gladiator below, named Cook Connor, was already prepared. Clang! As an iron gate opened, a 2-meter-long, leopard-like, bluish-green beast emerged from the iron cage opposite Connor. Roar! The beast roared in fury. He then instantly rushed towards Connor's location. Connor, on the other side, was clearly ready as well. With a roar, he charged towards the beast. Boom! Moment. The weak human body clashed with the enormous beast. The cheers in the entire arena immediately reached a climax. Then, that brutal, visceral approach, the development of primal instincts, reached its peak in the ensuing duel. Bright was also watching. As expected of a popular fighter in the arena, putting aside his own strength, the sheer visceral impact of his punches is already captivating. Not to mention now, below, Connor, who had already dealt with the beast, didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the beast's corpse and reached out to gouge out its fist-sized eyes. Then he tilted his head back, did nothing, and blood flowed down his arm. Connor opened his mouth and swallowed it in full view of everyone. Moment. Everyone in the arena cheered. Upon seeing this, Bright frowned. Connor's appearance seemed to be just the beginning, followed by the appearance of several gladiators. Some people are against humans, some are against beasts. But all of these have one thing in common. They are inevitably extremely bloody. The loser or beast in this duel will suffer a terrible price. Night. After watching a few fights, Bright quietly left. Even after leaving the fighting arena, the cheers inside continued unabated. For them, the night was the time for a bloodbath. "Sir, please wait a moment." Just as Bright picked up the black umbrella to leave, a rough voice came from behind him. Bright turned his head and saw a familiar face. The only difference was that the other person was no longer wearing white underwear, but was wearing clothes. This man was Cook Connor. His short hair, resolute face, and incredibly muscular physique make him easily memorable. Brett stopped and looked at Connor with some curiosity. He didn't know the other man, so why was he stopping him? Furthermore, Bright didn't believe Connor was speaking to anyone else. "Because I'm the only person around here right now." The next moment, the burly man's movements seemed inversely proportional to his robust physique, and he no longer appeared as ferocious as before. Well, looking at the other person now, Bright saw something akin to seeing a simple, honest commoner. If he hadn't witnessed the other party's ferocious appearance before, perhaps Bright would have thought the same thing. Connor didn't get too close. After calling out to Bright, he reached out and pulled out a small figure hiding behind him, saying sternly, "Will, apologize to this nobleman for your mistake during the day." When Bright saw the figure standing next to Connor, he was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered. I had seen that child before. After being pulled out by his father, the boy named Will kept his head down, seemingly afraid to look at Brett. Although somewhat reluctant, he was intimidated by his father's authority and slowly walked up to Bright, then bowed, extended his hands, and said, "Excuse me, esteemed nobleman." He had a dozen or so silver coins in his hand. Bright did not accept the silver coin. To be honest, he didn't care about what happened back then. If it weren't for the other party's sudden appearance, perhaps Bright would have forgotten about it long ago. Seeing that Bright was standing still, Connor's expression changed, and he then took out another money pouch from his person. He walked up to his son and put the silver coins from his hand into his money bag. Connor, though tall, still bowed slightly before Bright, placed the money bag in his hands, and respectfully said, "Sir, I apologize for Will's mistake. There's some money in here. Please forgive Will's mistake, sir." Connor hadn't expected to encounter the nobleman his son had mentioned in the dueling arena, but after actually seeing the other's appearance, he had already made this decision. Bright felt somewhat uncomfortable with the other party's sincere attitude, so he took the money bag from Connor's hand. "Why apologize?" Bright asked Connor softly. Connor breathed a sigh of relief after the other party accepted his apology. He was also surprised when he heard Bright's question. In Connor's mind, nobles only cared about their own face and wouldn't bother to ask why. Connor scratched his head and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, sir. My son has a terrible temper. My job is very dangerous. I might die at any time. If I were to leave, given Will's current personality, it would be difficult for him to survive in this world. That's why I wanted Will to know that his father wasn't actually that powerful." Bright looked up. The boy named Will was standing there with his head down, looking sullen. Connor then left with his child. Bright also embarked on his journey back. Cook Connor. Bright recalled what had just happened. Although the other party presented himself as an honest and simple person, he always felt that it was more like a hypocritical facade. Before obtaining the truth, Bright kept his suspicions to himself. Now, on the other side, Will followed behind his father, disappointed and bewildered as to why his valiant father would go out of his way to seek out that nobleman to apologize. And their attitude was so humble, which made Will very unhappy. In his eyes, his father was an invincible figure, a force to be reckoned with in the arena, and he would follow in his father's footsteps in the future. "Will, the guy you bullied before was named Roland Jess, right? Next time you see them, apologize to them properly. Also, I don't want to hear about you bullying people anymore." Connor turned around, placed his large hand on Will's head, a maniacal smile on his face, and spoke in an unusually eerie voice. "Will, that's not how you bully someone. Either just kill the other party directly. Father doesn't have that much time to deal with your troubles." "Got it, Will." Chapter 73 Erica has unlocked the tech tree. At that moment, Will felt as if his head was about to explode. Even when he had done something wrong before, his father would only gently comfort him. Now, the hand that usually comforts me feels like it's clamping down on me, and my head is throbbing with pain. "Father, it hurts." Will stretched out his hands, trying to break free from his father's grasp. but he was powerless to do anything. No matter how hard he struggled, his father's hand did not leave at all, and his head was getting more and more painful. His body was slowly leaving the ground. "Tell me, do you know?" At that moment, the father's voice was like the whisper of the devil. Will's eyes were bloodshot with pain, and he hurriedly said, I know, father. What do you know?" "Kill Jess. The next time I see him, I'll kill him." Clang. After Will said those words, Connor released his grip, his previously crazed expression vanishing instantly. He then glanced indifferently at Will, who was lying on the ground, scratching his head. Without saying anything, he turned and left. On the ground, Will's eyes were bloodshot as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony, silently watching his father's retreating figure. He didn't know why his father had suddenly become like this. Will was afraid of this kind of father, as well as, should I really kill Jess the next time I see him? On the other side, at this moment, Bright was somewhat surprised. There were quite a few coincidences tonight. I didn't expect to run into Madame Roland on my way back. The other person was still dressed in loose black clothes and carrying an oil lamp. It was unclear what they had been doing so late at night. "Mr. Bright," Madame Roland came over, carrying her oil lamp to light the way. Bright looked at the other person, but didn't mention that he could see the way even in the dark. He simply greeted him. The two then walked together. Once they got home, they didn't exchange any words, only saying goodnight to each other when they parted. Back in the room, Bright noticed the living room light was still on and seemed to remember something. Then they went to Vaya's room. Sure enough, a small figure was sleeping by Vaya's bedside, with a faint trace of liquid visible at the corner of her mouth. Bright smiled faintly and shook his head, then carried Erica back to his room. But Brett didn't just go to rest. After turning off the lights in the living room, he went back to Vaya's room without turning on the lights. Standing in the darkness, I looked through the window at Madame Roland, who was tidying up her things in front of the cabin. Bright wouldn't have cared what Madame Roland did when she went out night before. But just now, when the two met, although Madame Roland hid it well, the hint of surprise in her eyes still caught Bright's attention. Why was she surprised to see herself? Even if she encountered him at night, she wouldn't show any surprise, let alone the fact that Madame Roland's behavior was already quite unusual. The two had met a few times before, but this time, when Madame Roland saw him, an unusual look appeared in her eyes. What is she hiding? What is a widow, an ordinary woman with a child, hiding? Seeing that Mrs. Roland had returned to the cabin below, Bright withdrew his gaze. He went to Vaya's bedside and reached out to tidy up the bedding. Looking at Vaya lying there, for some reason, Bright suddenly said, "It's really hard to even find a stable place to stay. I just hope Madame Roland won't do anything crazy. Otherwise, we'll have to find another place." "I don't know you either." At this point, Bright suddenly stopped talking, then shook his head. "Honestly, what's wrong with me? The other person is in a living dead state right now. Even if he speaks, Vaya can't hear him." After tidying up the bed, Brett left the room. However, after Bright left, Vaya was extremely disappointed. "Why didn't you finish? It's really upsetting to hear someone stop halfway through. And they won't even tell you what happened." "Madame Roland? Is she the owner of this place they're living in now? Then why would she do something so crazy?" At that moment, as Bright muttered those words to himself, Vaya felt as if a million questions were swirling in her mind. So, she couldn't sleep tonight. The next day, in the wooden cabin in the grove, knock knock, Bright tapped the blackboard twice with a stick and said somewhat sternly, "Erica, pay attention." Erica was sitting at the desk Bright had made, looking around with great curiosity, turning her head left and right from time to time. Upon hearing the voice, Erica quickly sat up straight and, following Brett's instructions, placed her hands on the table, her light green eyes staring straight ahead. It looks just like a child who gets caught daydreaming in class by the teacher. After seeing Erica sit up straight, Bright sighed and then asked again, "Erica, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to study that kind of knowledge?" Erica stood tall and proud, her eyes shining, and said, "I'm sure, sir." Across from him, Bright's lips twitched. It wasn't because of Erica, but because of the virtual frame that appeared in front of him at that moment. Firearms. Mechanical creations. Okay, you're joining the fun too, aren't you? Bright roughly knew what firearms were. As for the second mechanical creation, Bright was somewhat uncertain. Then with a thought, splash, moment, images appeared before him. Concepts, structural diagrams, even construction steps. Upon seeing the image of a colossal beast hundreds of meters tall, resembling Godzilla, Bright promptly closed the virtual window. Without hesitation, a decision arose in my mind. Before Erica has mastered her abilities and completely controlled them, she absolutely must not be allowed to make that kind of thing. Otherwise, it would be an alien nuclear bomb. Bright rubbed his temples, suppressing his somewhat complicated feelings. Then he began to write and explain on the blackboard he had made. Erica, before we begin our formal training, we first need to gain a more accurate understanding of your power. Chapter 74, Experimental Revolver. Erica, my power. Sitting in her seat, Erica put one hand to her lips and looked at Bright, her light green eyes showing some confusion. Now, a virtual frame appeared in front of Bright. Name, Erica. Age, 15. Race, a hybrid of dwarf and human. Identity, none. Talent, Holy Flame Furnace, Chaos. Accompanying ability, Flame, level 3. Skills, Explosion Resistance, L7. Super Strength, L5. Doll Making, L5. Toy Making, L5. Gun Making, L1. Current Talent Compatibility, 18. Talent Solution, currently unavailable. Requires age 18 or higher to view. Although Erica's talent has awakened, it is extremely unstable, which is why the things she creates can suddenly explode. But if the explosion can be used properly, it might achieve some unexpected results. Bright coughed twice to get Erica's attention back, and then began to tell a story. A short while later, outside the wooden house, Bright stood there, holding a silver revolver with 6 bullet holes in it. The gun is 200 millimeters long. The barrel is 60 millimeters long, and it has a magazine capacity of 6 rounds. Judging by the gun's appearance alone, it's bound to be a success. But if you don't experiment, you'll never know when the explosion will happen. Theory without practice is not enough. Only practice can prove the truth. What Bright is about to do is experiment with the revolver that Erica made based on the blueprints he gave her. He even changed his clothes specifically for this. Otherwise, several suits wouldn't be enough to create such a striking look. Erica stood to the side, following Bright's instructions, now covering her ears with her hands and looking over expectantly. After mentally preparing himself, Bright looked at Erica and asked, Erica, are you ready? Erica nodded, then covered her ears again. Yes. Ready, sir. Turning his gaze away, Bright picked up the revolver with his right hand and pointed it at a tree not far away. He took a deep breath and then pulled the trigger. The next second, bang! The spot where Bright was standing was instantly engulfed in flames, and countless plumes of smoke billowed out. Mr. Bright! The sudden explosion startled Erica. After regaining her senses, she rushed towards the location of the explosion, her pretty face filled with panic. I'm fine. Erica, don't come any closer. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Brett's voice came from within the white smoke. Then, Brett emerged from the smoke, coughing. The clothes on his right arm were also torn to shreds. Although he had prepared for the explosion long ago, who knew it would explode right from the start? It was surprisingly fast. Fortunately, he has a level 7 blast resistance. Otherwise, it would be hard to say, because the power of the explosion just now exceeded level 4. Erica, seeing that Mr. Bright was all right, cried tears of joy. Wah, Mr. Bright. Bright walked over, stroked Erica's head with his left hand, and slowly said, Erica, it's okay. Erica. Bright crouched down, bringing his gaze level with those light green eyes. Seeing those big, watery, light green eyes, even the angrier you feel inside will vanish in an instant. You won't be able to stay angry with her, and you'll be incredibly forgiving. Sir, Erica said, her hands clasped together, her eyes darting away. Because of the explosion, she felt embarrassed to look at Mr. Bright. He had been so expectant, but she had messed things up, which made Erica a little scared. What if the man becomes disappointed in her? She even wondered what would happen if her husband thought Erica was no longer useful, and whether he would abandon her. The thought of this possibility caused Erica's pupils to shrink, and her whole body trembled slightly. She was terrified that her husband would abandon her, and that she would be afraid of life without him by her side. Erica didn't even know how she should live if her husband left her. Just as Erica was about to sink into some kind of dark abyss, a warm, large hand appeared on her head, and when she saw the familiar face before her, in an instant, Erica snapped out of her strange state and whispered something. Mr. Bright. Erica, it's all right, Bright said gently. If it doesn't work the first time, we'll try the second time, and if it doesn't work the second time, we'll try the third time. Anyway, I can wait until Erica finishes. So, Erica, don't lose faith. Large tears streamed down Erica's fair face. Facing her husband's expectant gaze, Erica nodded with unwavering determination. Yes, Erica will definitely not let you down, sir. After Erica regained her confidence, Bright also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Erica usually seemed very cheerful, he knew, whether now or in the past, Erica has always been in an unstable state. Especially when she is in a certain situation, her mind may fall into some kind of extreme. Bright never forgot the first time he met Erica. In a secluded street, a small figure was squatting there, crying incessantly. It was the sound of crying that drew Bright's attention, and he saw Erica squatting there, sobbing. She was wearing very dirty clothes, holding a doll with a broken arm. In the darkness of the street, Brett could vaguely see the figures of one or two corpses. Just as Bright was about to go and check if it was a human corpse, at this moment, Erica, who had been squatting there crying, suddenly grabbed his trouser leg, looked at Bright with her numb and lifeless eyes, and asked in a low and curious voice, "Is this big brother also going to keep those bad guys who bullied Erica company?" In that instant, Bright's reason told him to leave, or else he might be left there too. But I don't know why. Looking at Erica's crazed expression, Bright suddenly laughed. Then he knelt down, stroked her hair, and said with a smile, "Of course not. I'm here to pick up Erica." Chapter 75, The Inner Demon, Yabu Leaves. Even now, Brett doesn't know why he laughed back then. The feeling was like a dream, and after waking up, it became blurry to him. Although he didn't know himself back then, Bright clearly remembered the way Erica looked at him, and the fear that suddenly welled up inside me at that time. Erica had recovered from her earlier disappointment and was crouching at the spot where the explosion had occurred, seemingly collecting fragments of the weapon, looking very cautious. Bright withdrew his gaze and changed out of his tattered clothes. The explosion had been incredibly powerful. If he could have used it successfully, he would have gained another weapon. Based on Erica's past experience, it should explode a few more times before she can figure out the unstable pattern and finally create a relatively stable revolver. What Bright was never worried about was whether Erica could make the guns, but rather Erica herself. Bright turned to look out the window. Erica's small figure was squatting there, looking adorable. As she fiddled with the fragments, she would make some effortful humming sounds. Everything in front of him seemed so peaceful. However, he knew that when he first saw Erica, he knew that a demon resided in her heart. He had seen that demon with his own eyes and had even taken the initiative to embrace it. Abandoned by parents at a young age, living alone in a chaotic and dangerous world, facing contempt and bullying from one's own kind, living an aimless life, and those lurking in the shadows who could take one's life at any moment. In that kind of environment, the innocent and kind-hearted Erica could not have survived. Since that's the case, how can one survive in that environment? Answer: raise a demon. I just hope that the demon can slowly disappear from Erica's body. As if sensing the man's gaze, Erica turned her head and smiled at Bright. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Erica worked diligently to craft firearms. Of course, explosions could be heard intermittently in the woods. On the way back, Erica held Bright's hand and skipped happily beside him. Of course, this was only when no one was around. If a stranger appeared, Erica would hide behind Bright like a little hedgehog until the person left. For example, right now, Erica hid behind Bright, only showing half of her head. In the courtyard, a familiar and tall figure stood in front of Bright, while outside, several knights rode on horseback. "Mr. Yabu?" Upon seeing the person approaching, Bright called out. Yabu turned around. "Ah, Mr. Bright, you're back. I thought I wouldn't see you today. That would have been so disappointing." "Are you preparing to leave?" Bright asked, looking at the other person's attire. Moreover, he never expected that the other party would come here for a second reason. Yabu patted his armor and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Bright. I'm heading back to the capital today, so I'd like to say goodbye before I leave." As he spoke, Yabu glanced at his companions who were standing outside and refused to come in, and then said apologetically to Bright, "I'm sorry, sir, my companions are still upset about what happened last time." Bright shook his head. "It's all right, Mr. Yabu. It's normal that you've been implicated because of me." The two chatted for a while longer before Yabu prepared to leave. At this time, suddenly, the wooden cabin next to them opened, and Jess became excited when he saw Yabu. "Righteous Knight! It's Lord Yabu! Mom, I saw Lord Yabu, the Knight of Justice." He shouted excitedly and ran up to Yabu, placing his right hand in front of him and giving a rather informal knightly salute. Honorable Knight of Justice. Abu was also somewhat taken aback by this sudden turn of events and looked at Bright. Bright didn't speak, but he nodded. Young knight, there's no need for such a bow. I'm also very happy to see you, and I look forward to meeting you again as knights in the future. Yabu's words made Jess even more excited, his face turning bright red with excitement. No one was more excited than him at this moment. Being able to see his idol whom he had admired for so long, not to mention that his idol took the initiative to talk to him, made Jess extremely excited. A short while later, Yabu left, and before he did, he looked at Bright and said something. Mr. Bright, I will not run away this time. I look forward to the day we meet again. After saying that, Yabu left. In the courtyard, Jess remained where he was, but looked at Bright with great curiosity. How could the person who rented their house know the Knight of Justice? Mr. Bubblet, do you know the Knight of Justice? Jess couldn't contain his excitement and asked out of curiosity. I know him. BLYT nodded, answering the question. Then will I be able to see the Knight of Justice again in the future? Jess asked excitedly. Whether in the past or now, the knight he admired was the Knight of Justice. Didn't Mr. Yabu already say that we'll have a chance to meet after you become a knight? After replying, Bright turned and went upstairs. Jess remained rooted to the spot, unable to calm his excitement over Brett's response. He wanted to tell his mother the good news, but after searching everywhere, Jess couldn't find her. What a pity. My mother was here before, and my father admired the Knight of Justice. If my mother knew that the Knight of Justice was coming to our house today, she would be very happy. Although Jess was somewhat disappointed at not finding his mother, his excitement quickly overcame his disappointment, and he picked up the stick again and began waving it around the yard. The Knight of Justice? Yabu, how'd he end up here? And he knows Mr. Bright? Rivia, who was in the room, overheard their conversation and was quite surprised. Vaya had met the righteous knight Yabu a few times before, and she had a good impression of this upright knight who did not flatter the nobles. And now, this knight has actually appeared here. And, judging from their conversation, it seems that Justice Knight Yabu is going back to the capital. Upon hearing this news, Vaya instinctively wanted to shout at him not to go back. Going back might mean death. The Duke has betrayed us. The righteous knights who were promoted by that Duke either became his swords or were dealt with. If the person below really was that Knight of Justice, Vaya knew he would not succumb to darkness. So the only outcome awaiting him is death. At this moment, Vaya desperately wanted to speak, to tell the other party not to return to the capital, or to tell Mr. Bright the same thing, but she couldn't speak or express anything. On the other side, having walked some distance, Yabu turned back to look at the location of the small building before looking away. Perhaps we really will meet again someday, Mr. Bright. I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 76 recounts Vaya's expectations. Perhaps because winter is approaching, the temperature has been dropping rapidly these past few days. Several days have passed since Yabu left. The courtyard was the same as always. Every morning, Erica would put on her small backpack and go to the grove by herself. So far, the two magic shielding items seem to be working quite well. At least we haven't heard any explosions in the past few days, but although we haven't heard them, they've been going on. Creak! Erica got up early in the morning, wearing a black and red Lolita dress, with a black bow tied in her slightly long hair, and her pure and lovely face was full of happy smiles. She also had a small orange backpack on her back. Upon seeing Bright, Erica strode over, tiptoed to the cabinet, took a small bottle of milk, held it to her chest, and said with a grin, "Good morning, sir." Erica, you don't have to get up so early. Getting up late is Erica's privilege. Bright replied softly as he cut bread with a knife, then handed the sliced bread to Erica, who had appeared in front of him. Erica shook her head, her hair swaying from side to side, her fair face filled with determination. No, Erica wants to finish the task assigned by the master as soon as possible. That's not a task, just an extracurricular activity. Erica's main task right now is to grow up well, Bright said, reaching out to pat the little girl's head. Erica didn't know what extracurricular homework meant. She blinked her confused eyes and still didn't understand, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After enjoying her husband's caresses for a while, she strode to the door, pushed it open, and went out. Before leaving, she turned back and waved to Bright, saying, "Sir, Erica is going to do her homework now." After Erica left, Bright continued making breakfast. It was still early only 6 in the morning, which was why he had reminded Erica earlier that she was getting up too early. As a child, she could easily sleep a few more hours without a care in the world, and Brett had no objection to that. But Erica was just too diligent. After glancing in the direction Erica had left, Bright looked away. He could monitor that grove of trees at any time, so he didn't need to worry about Erica's safety. Even if something happened, he could get there quickly. Because of Vaya's special circumstances, bread and similar foods are not suitable, but milk is fine, and supplementing with some nutritional products would be acceptable. Soon, Bright carried a bowl of tonic into Vaya's room. When the door opened, the girl on the bed was still lying there quietly, still so thin. Brett had Erica carefully clean the wound on her back. Bright sat down on the stool beside the bed, slightly elevating the other woman's upper body to make it easier for the food to flow into her mouth. After completing the preliminary steps, Bright began to hold the bowl and slowly spoon-feed the food to her mouth. Bright showed no impatience or agitation in response. To gain something, you have to give something in return. What he's doing now is investing. Perhaps feeling a bit bored, or perhaps recalling some kind of magical healing method on Earth, Brett recounted some recent events while feeding himself. He didn't expect the other party to suddenly wake up because of his story. He simply wanted to have a chat. Perhaps this imperial princess also enjoyed listening to people talk. So, Bright began to tell the story slowly. Madame Roland's recent behavior has been a bit strange. A few days ago, when Yabu came, she seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, and hurriedly took a basket and went out, saying that she wanted to buy some things. I've seen that kid, Jess. He doesn't have any awakened talent. If he wants to become a knight, he's destined to put in more effort than others just to catch up with those who are talented. I'm not very familiar with the training methods for knights, but I do know some swordsmanship. If possible, I can teach Jess some swordsmanship later. It's rare to see someone so hardworking. Erica's condition seems to have stabilized, but that's only for now. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Erica seems to care about you quite a bit. I often see her coming to play with you. Perhaps because you can't speak and have no consciousness, she treats you like a doll. But don't be angry with Erica. She was very lonely when I wasn't around, but now that you're here, things have eased up a lot. If you wake up later, Erica might not be afraid of you. I'm sorry, I can't treat your back injury right now. I have to wait until your body has recovered a bit before I can treat it, otherwise your body might not be able to handle it. I'm sorry for saying so much. Although I know you can't hear me now, you must be longing for light even in darkness. Many miracles have happened in my hometown, including cases like yours. I will come here to chat with you in the future, and I hope this will be helpful to you. Before he knew it, Bright felt like he had said a lot. After saying his last sentence, he fell silent because the food in his bowl was gone, and it was time for him to leave. After wiping the traces from Vaya's mouth with a handkerchief, he slowly put her back on the bed. After finishing everything, Bright closed the door and left the room. The room returned to silence. But at this moment, Vaya's mood was not calm. On the contrary, she was somewhat excited. Madame Roland is very likely a bad person. Is Jess his son? If it were possible, I would very much like to ask Mr. Bright to keep Sir Yabu here. Mr. Bright, I'm not angry. You have no idea how much I look forward to Erica's arrival every day. How could I possibly be angry with her? No way. She's so cute, so well-behaved. But now I have someone else to look forward to, and that is you, Mr. Bright. Mr. Bright, your hometown must be very beautiful. You don't know, in my situation, no one in this world would save me, let alone any miracle. In the quiet room, Vaya was speaking softly, and she looked forward to the next time. She had been in the darkness for too long, and she was afraid that if she continued to stay like this, she might lose her way. But not anymore, because of Mr. Bright's presence. Vaya has nothing to fear anymore. She just hopes time will pass quickly. Chapter 77, Jess's Battle. After leaving the room, Bright went out into the yard. The morning air was indeed the freshest. Looking up, he saw a thin mist surrounding the distant woods. The sudden sound interrupted Bright's thoughts. He turned his head and saw Jess standing in the corner, brandishing a wooden sword. This is what Madame Roland brought back for him yesterday. Seemingly remembering what he had just said to Vaya, Bright walked towards Jess's location. He's been here for a few days now. If Jess were the kind of person who doesn't care much, Bright wouldn't bother with him, but Jess is very hardworking, spending most of his day training there. Although his training consisted of simple sword swings, Bright saw perseverance in him. He has always had a good impression of hardworking and diligent people. Jess gripped the wooden sword in his hand, raised it, and swung it down with force. Perhaps it was because he had switched to a wooden sword, but Jess looked very happy. Usually, when he swung a wooden stick, he always looked unhappy. Brett moved aside and didn't disturb them, simply standing there and watching silently. A short while later, Jess stopped what he was doing. Even though it was just wielding a wooden sword, he was getting tired of practicing for so long and wanted a rest before continuing. At that moment, he noticed Bright standing beside him. Suddenly, Jess froze for a moment, then said in surprise, "Mr. Bright?" "Good morning, Mr. Bright." Because of the righteous knight Yabu, Jess now has great respect for Bright. After all, the other party knows Yabu. Moreover, even the knight he most admired would come to say goodbye before leaving. So Mr. Bright must also be a powerful person. So Jess was very respectful and somewhat reserved in front of Bright. "Don't you exercise?" Bright asked directly, voicing his own question, because he noticed that Jess seemed to be just swinging his sword the whole time and simply swinging it. While wielding a sword can strengthen your arm muscles, it's a completely different concept from exercising your body. Bright didn't know about the training methods for knights, but as a knight, physical training should be the most basic thing, right? As soon as Bright uttered those words, Jess's face turned bright red, and he stammered, "Mr. Bright, I don't know how to exercise." At that time, I only ever saw my father wielding a sword. Upon hearing this answer, Bright finally understood why the other party had been brandishing his sword. "Okay, Jess. To become a qualified knight, one must not only wield a sword, but also have a body that can support one's sword wielding. I'll teach you a few exercises. Remember them. You should be able to do some simple exercises with those movements." Across from him, Jess's eyes lit up upon hearing these words, and he stared straight at Bright. A short while later, Bright taught Jess the Muscle Ripper 36, which he had collected on Earth, but never used and kept as favorites. You can't remember it in one go. So he taught me a few commonly used postures, such as crunches, push-ups, squats, and running, which are common exercise methods. Jess was incredibly excited after learning about these training methods. After quickly thanking him, he began to try it on his own. Bright would occasionally point out any mistakes he made. After all, back on Earth, he only collected the skills, but didn't practice them. Now that he's guiding others in their training, isn't that a special way of making up for it? Besides, after quickly mastering the movements, Jess surprisingly didn't choose to continue training. Instead, he closed the wooden door, picked up his wooden sword, and headed into the city. After asking around, Brett learned that Jess was going to take revenge. Jess will not allow his faith to be trampled on. Last time, he was careless and lost his temper after being slandered by Will. This time, he will fight back. Upon learning this, Bright did not stop Jess. Instead, he pointed to his carriage parked to the side and said, "I'm going to buy some nutritional supplements. Do you need my help driving?" Jess looked at Bright with surprise, then nodded happily. "Mr. Bright, I'd be happy to drive you." Blake nodded, sent a message to Erica, and then headed towards the Black Horse. He really was going to buy some nutritional supplements, and giving Jess a ride along the way wouldn't hurt. Furthermore, Bright still hoped that Jess could reclaim his dignity in this battle. Besides, Jess arrived at the carriage with a cheerful expression. Worried that he was too dirty, he wiped his clothes again. He had noticed Mr. Bright's carriage from the beginning, but out of fear, he only dared to watch from afar. Now that he was closer, Jess's eyes were instantly filled with stars. He also wanted to own such a strong and handsome horse, so that when he became a knight, it would become his most trusted companion. That's right, Jess was initially focused on the dark horse. Soon, Bright and his companion arrived in the city. Jess has already left, saying he'll come back as soon as he can resolve things. Bright also parked the carriage there, partly to buy nutritional supplies, and partly to buy some winter clothes. My own, Erica's, and Via's. The weather is getting colder and colder. Winter will be here soon. Having read some books, Brett knew that winters in this world were not so easy to endure. The cold was only one aspect. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the alley, Will sat alone against the wall, kicking stones with his feet. Since that night, my father's behavior has become increasingly strange. Some strange people have even come to our house. My father, who has always doted on my mother, actually yelled at her today and told her not to leave her room. Unable to stand the strange atmosphere, Will ran away by himself, without calling his henchmen. Just as Will was pondering when he should go back, a figure appeared before him. "Will, I've finally found you. Let's duel. I will not allow you to insult the knight." Upon seeing the person in front of him, Will jumped up from the ground. Chapter 78, Jess's Persistence. Will was quite surprised to see Jess. He hadn't expected that Jess, that idiot, would actually come looking for him. "Jess, are you crazy? Get out of here!" Will stood up and said angrily. He had been scolded by his father because of Jess, but Will couldn't bring himself to kill Jess. That's why he roared angrily. Jess did not leave. He gripped the wooden sword tightly in his hand, his clear eyes filled with determination. This time, he must defeat his opponent to protect the chivalry he cherishes. Will, who was standing, was nearly 1.7 meters tall and had a large build. At the age of 13 or 14, he was already considered a little adult. In contrast, Jess was a head shorter than him, and their sizes were incomparable. Seeing that Jess was still standing there and hadn't left, Will got angry. He picked up a stick from the side and walked towards Jess, then swung it hard at him. Jess reacted quickly, reaching out to block the impact of the wooden stick, but the incomparable force still caused him to fall heavily to the ground. Will didn't stop, but continued to swing the wooden stick at Jess, who was already lying on the ground, his face contorted with rage, talking as he hit him. "You idiot! What kind of fucking knight is this? We are all people without talent, and we are commoners, so there is no way we can become knights. Those noble lords would never train a commoner knight. Jace, you idiot! Today I'm going to shatter your knightly dreams." Thump, thump, thump. Click. The wooden stick snapped with a crack under Will's forceful swing, the front half flying backward and crashing heavily into the stone wall beside him with a thud. A while later, ha ha ha, Will stood there, panting heavily. On the ground, Jess's curled-up body trembled, his arms covered in bruises. The beating had stopped. Jess, who had been holding back, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Jess, get out of here. Don't ever mention knights again. I hate those unrealistic dreams." Will threw the other half of the stick at Jess's face and walked past him. The broken stick fell to the ground and hit Jess on the head. Although his body was in excruciating pain, he never expected to be defeated so quickly, without even the ability to resist. But Jess's gaze remained firm. He gritted his teeth, and, with drops of blood seeping into his teeth, he shakily got up from the ground. Holding a wooden sword, he roared with the last of his strength. "Will, please take back what you just said." Will, who was almost out of the alley, turned around when he heard the sound. When he saw Jess's body, which looked like it was about to collapse at any moment, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Are you crazy, Jess?" After saying that, Will decided to ignore the madman and leave. But at this moment, a large hand covered his shoulder. The next second, a familiar voice appeared in Will's ear. "Will, I've finally found you. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on your mother? How did you run off all by yourself? Besides, what did your father say to you before? Don't cause trouble for father, Will." Upon hearing the voice, Will trembled, stiffly turned his head, and then saw that familiar, yet unfamiliar face. "Father, what are you doing here?" Will stammered. "Of course I came out to look for you, Will. Your mother was very worried about you when you went missing. Now I've seen something interesting." As Connor spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he walked step by step towards Jess. Looking at the tall figure that completely blocked his view, Jess was not afraid and stood there with his wooden sword. But the next second, Connor reached out his right hand and grabbed Jess's head. No matter how much Jess struggled, he couldn't break free from this devilish hand. He could only let them lift him up. Picking up Jess, Connor turned around to look at his son and said with a smile, "This little guy must be Jess, right? He's so cute." Thump! Connor casually tossed Jess in front of Will and said, "Will, time is limited. Quickly deal with him and come back with me." Seeing Jess lying in front of him, and his father watching from a distance, Will's pupils shrank instantly. On the other side, in a clothing store, as soon as Bright stepped inside, a maid came over and greeted him with great enthusiasm. After considering Erica and Vi's height and build, Bright roughly gave them a size. The waiter then led him to choose some items. During this time, Bright noticed that there were 2 armored guards standing inside the clothing store. The maid seemed to have noticed as well, and explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, sir. Things haven't been very peaceful in the city lately, so the boss hired some people to keep watch. You can buy with confidence. They won't interfere with your experience." Upon hearing the answer, Blatt nodded and then began to select. A short while later, after making his selections, Bright paid and left, and the clothes that had been paid for were then sent to his carriage. The clothes are bought. Now it's time for nutritional supplements. It's not just Via who needs it. Erica, at her age, is also at the time to nourish her body. Although the genes of dwarfs have basically limited her height. Every little bit more growth is beneficial. Walking down the street, Brett found it strange that most of the people on the road were walking in a hurry, as if they were in a real rush. Even the crowd, just walking down that street, Brett felt no fewer than 5 gazes fixed on him. The reason he remembered these 5 gazes was because the owners of those gazes were not looking at him with a friendly attitude. Instead, he was looking at something. Or perhaps they're thinking about how much value they can create for them, or how much risk they might face. But these people were ultimately cowardly, and nothing happened until Bright sold all the nutritional products and left the street with a large box. Make your move. Upon arriving at the location where the carriages were parked, a middle-aged man approached, followed by several servants carrying boxes. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bright?" Brett looked at the other person and the several boxes behind him, and immediately knew that these were the clothes he had bought before, which had now been delivered to him. So Blake nodded, took out a list from his pocket, and the middle-aged man, upon receiving the list, immediately directed the servants behind him to place the box on the carriage, bowing his head respectfully as he said, "Thank you for your purchase. Fanny Apparel would love to welcome you back again." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with the slaves, the whole process being exceptionally respectful and smooth. They're quite thorough in their work. After the group left, looking at the extra boxes inside the carriage, Bright said softly, "Fanny's clothes?" So Bright made a mental note of the name. Someone with this level of service couldn't possibly be just an ordinary person. Bright placed the box containing the nutritional supplements on the carriage, took out his pocket watch, and glanced at the time. It was 10:30. Several hours had passed without him realizing it. However, to Bright's surprise, he still hadn't seen Jess. Had something happened to him? After thinking for a moment, Bright didn't go back immediately, but chose to wait a little longer. After all, kids can be playful sometimes, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the sparsely populated alley, even if someone passes by and sees what's going on inside, they won't stop, let alone meddle. Thump! Jess's body was slammed heavily against the wall, and he was already spitting blood when he fell. "Will, I didn't come here to watch you play house. I'll give you one more minute. If you can't handle the other party, I'll make an exception and help you. When you get back, be prepared to get a beating." Beside him, Will's face was covered in blood. Not his own, but Jess's. Looking at his blood-stained fist, Will's body trembled slightly. Jess on the ground looked like he was about to die. He was curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, and his blood was scattered around him. "Father, I've already taught Jess a lesson. Shall we go back now?" Finally, Will couldn't bear the eerie atmosphere any longer. Killing Jess was simply impossible for him. Jess was a life too. Although Jess usually makes him angry, Will had only ever beaten him up as a lesson before. Now, the thought of killing Jess was something Will couldn't bring himself to do. So he said it, but he was destined to be disappointed. Instead of his father's gentle voice, he was met with a hoarse voice that sounded like a vengeful ghost. "Oh, Will, do you know what you're saying?" In the darkness, half of Connor's face was obscured by shadows, with only one eye visible in the sunlight. That eye looked incredibly eerie and terrifying, as if a ghost stood behind him. He looked like a tall, malevolent spirit living among humans. "Father, father!" Seeing his father like this, Will was terrified. He trembled, and even his teeth chattered. Then I saw. Connor walked toward Will. But Connor was clearly different from before. His eyes were now covered in scarlet, and even without exerting any force, the muscles in his arms were bulging. Will felt both unfamiliar and afraid of his current father. He took a step back, about to speak, but then a large hand grabbed his neck. Immediately afterwards, his body was lifted off the ground. "Ugh!" Will's eyes widened. He let out a sound. He used all his strength to utter those 2 words, "Father." But his father was clearly different from before. Now, he was more like the madman he had seen on the street before, who had lost his mind. The arm gripping his neck was still tightening its grip. Will struggled desperately, but to no avail. He only felt more suffocated. Will's eyes were bloodshot, and saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corners of his mouth. Ugh! Will felt as if he was about to die. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Let go of Will. He wants to duel me." Will, feeling his death approaching, used his last strength to squint and saw the figure rising from the ground and hugging his father's leg. He felt a little ridiculous inside. "It's Jace. Why aren't you running away?" On the ground, Jess stood up shakily, grabbed the giant's leg in front of him, and bit down on it. But his movements were as light as a mosquito bite. The giant in front of him didn't move at all, but instead kicked Jess away with a casual kick. This kick was not like Will's before. Boom! Jess, sent flying, slammed into the stone wall, creating a small crater in the sturdy structure. His body rolled down from the crater. He was curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach with both hands, his eyes wide open, and he could only make dry, heaving sounds. After seeing this scene, Will despairingly withdrew his gaze. As expected, it's that idiot Jess. Will then inwardly mocked himself. He was quite foolish himself. He knew that if he had just killed Jess, his father wouldn't have been angry. It's no use thinking about it anymore. Will knew that the person in front of him was definitely not his father. He was a demon in his father's appearance, and he would die at his hands. A series of clicking sounds came from nearby, and Will's consciousness gradually blurred. Not far away, Jess was still retching, his voice growing fainter and fainter. Someone on the street witnessed this scene, but all of them chose to ignore it and quietly left as passers-by. It seems that everything is already set in stone. However, at this moment, bang! Suddenly, the alley's ground shattered. Two purple vines, each the size of an arm, sprouted from the ground. One cord wrapped around Jess's neck, while the other wrapped around Connor's neck. The instant Connor released his grip, another vine appeared and snatched Will away. At the entrance of the alley, a tall figure, holding a black umbrella, slowly walked from the light and shadow into the darkness. Looking at the scene before him, Bright remained expressionless and spoke calmly. "Mr. Connor, is that right? I don't care about your family matters. But Jess is someone I brought here. If something happens to him here, I'll be in a lot of trouble." Chapter 80: Connor's Death. Click. Connor reached out and snapped the vines wrapped around his neck, tilting his head slightly to look at the figure standing there. "Mr. Bright." His voice sounded incredibly steady, as if there were no problems at all. But the atmosphere surrounding Connor and his almost bursting blood vessels made him seem less than safe. Bright spurred the vines toward him, landing slowly. Upon seeing Jess's injuries, he frowned slightly. With a thought, the purple vines enveloped the two of them once more, and a green light emanated from them. "Mr. Bright, what are you doing?" Across from them, Connor walked towards him step by step, touching his head with his right hand, looking somewhat delirious. But the next second, Connor suddenly charged towards them. He swung his right fist, aiming straight for Bright's head. The enormous fist, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, appeared very powerful. Seeing this, Bright's expression turned cold, and he also raised his hand to meet the attack. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash rang out between the two. Bright took a few steps back, while Connor used the momentum to do a backflip and dodge. In the darkness, Connor braced himself on the ground with one hand, his muscles bulging and thumping. Suddenly, Connor burst out laughing. His eyes, glowing red, stared at Bright. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Although Mr. Bright always gave him a mysterious feeling, mysterious as he was, Connor had never sensed any terrifying aura from him. But just as their fists collided, Connor felt it. At that moment, he seemed to see something incredibly terrifying in the other person. It was watching me, and I trembled with fear at the eerie atmosphere. My body was trembling instinctively. My muscles were throbbing with excitement. This amazing feeling truly amazed Connor. "Monster! Ha! You're the real monster!" Connor laughed maniacally. Then his entire body moved like a crawling lizard, rapidly slithering across the ground. When he appeared in front of Bright, he opened his mouth wide, his tongue growing eerily long, and then lunged to bite Bright. Bright stood still, silently picked up the black umbrella. A flame appeared in his palm, and he raised his hand and swung it out. Bang! Connor was blasted away like a sphere, his body embedded in the wall, his limbs limp, but his muscles were still expanding as if they were about to explode. After spotting Connor's location, Bright walked over. Behind him, several more vines appeared, enveloping Jess and Will to reduce outside noise. The shimmering green light was healing their internal injuries. Cough, cough. Inside the wall, Connor weakly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His once youthful and strong appearance had become strangely weak at this moment, and Connor now looked like a man in his 70s or 80s. The muscles in his arms were still expanding, and a strange purple color, whether it was blood or something else, was surging and contracting inside his body. "Ahem, Mr. Bright." As the figure approached, Connor coughed up blood and weakly said, "Please kill me." "Why did you do that?" Bright asked calmly. From the attack, just now, he could tell that Connor was not weak. Even when he used his superhuman strength, he could barely repel him. It's reasonable to assume that Connor's level is 4 or even 5, given his frenzied state just now. But at that moment, he abandoned his most powerful fists and instead chose to attack himself with his most vulnerable spot. In Bright's view, the other party's actions were no different from seeking death. Upon hearing Bright's question, Connor looked up at the sky as if gazing at something and said weakly, "I'm tired, Mr. Bright. Even if I don't die now, I will die soon. Because I am a faker who has fallen into evil, I have been planning to die before I completely lose my mind since that day, so that Will and his mother will be safe. I've prepared in advance the money I've earned over the years, enough to support Will and the others for the rest of their lives. If Will wants to become a knight, he can spend some money to hire a knight to teach him. Will, although he usually seems to hate knights, as his father I know that deep down he has always longed to become a knight." Connor spoke as if he were giving his last words. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. I've taken advantage of you, but please kill me instead." "Are you so sure I'll kill you?" Bright asked expressionlessly, his behavior suggesting he was absolutely certain he would kill him. Connor forcefully raised his head and looked straight at Bright, but it seemed that it wasn't Bright he saw. A smile appeared on his face, and he grinned as he said, "Mr. Bright, I've never told anyone this, but I have a special intuition that I've never been wrong. Mr. Bright, I sense that you and I are the same kind of people." Boom! Upon hearing those words, Bright's pupils constricted, and his heart began to pound faster. In the darkness, Bright drew his black umbrella, stepped forward, and pressed the sharp blade against Connor's neck. Seeing this, Connor was not afraid. Instead, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Before he died, Connor uttered one last sentence. "Mr. Bright, chaos is brewing. This once glorious empire may be on the verge of decline. I hope you survive." The next second, knock knock, a sound like something hitting the ground rang out, followed by a burst of intense flames. Bright took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the sword, looking at the flames burning fiercely in front of him, lost in thought. After throwing the handkerchief into the flames, Bright turned and left. There was a lot of noise in the alley, but no one came over from beginning to end, as if this was a very common occurrence in this chaotic city. I don't know how much time passed. Chapter 81 Chaos is coming. Madness. In the alley, a figure appeared here and slowly walked in. Upon seeing the ashes in the wall, he couldn't help but sigh. After collecting the ashes, he left. On the other side, outside the Church of Angels, Bright stopped the carriage here, and Jess and Will recovered inside. Outside the church, unlike before, there are now several armored warriors standing guard outside. The warriors were somewhat surprised to see Bright, because there were practically no people coming to the Church of Angels to worship these days, so they were quite astonished to see someone arrive. However, they did not stop Bright and let him go in, since the church was going to be demolished in a few days anyway. Entering the church, Bright felt his heart still pounding, and this inexplicable feeling made him very uncomfortable. The church was as deserted as ever, except for the few guards standing outside. There was no one else there, not even the old man who was supposed to be guarding inside. Bright guessed that perhaps the old man couldn't bear to see the church he had dedicated his life to being demolished, so he chose to leave. Standing before the angel statue, Bright stared straight at it. About 2.5 hours passed like this, and no one knew what Bright was doing inside. When they came out, the guards at the gate also looked at Bright with surprise, wondering what he had been doing in the past few hours. After all, even worshipping a statue shouldn't take that long. On the street, not far from the Church of Angels. Inside the carriage, Will has woken up, but a clear red handprint can still be seen on his neck. At that moment, Will sat crouching in the corner of the carriage, head down, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing the noise from outside, he finally looked up, but his eyes were filled with numbness and fear. "Where's my father?" After the two looked at each other, Will lowered his head and asked somewhat haltingly. Bright casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed his right index and middle fingers side by side on the cigarette butt, and the next second, a flame appeared. Bright took a deep breath, then looked at Will expressionlessly and said, "I killed him." In that instant, Will's face was first filled with shock, then with anger, but he could only stare angrily at Bright, not daring to make any move. At the same time, Will's feelings were complicated. While he was unconscious inside the vines, Will vaguely heard his father talking to the man in front of him. But that person was still his father, the one who loved him dearly when he was a child. So, no matter what, Will hated Bright. He hated him for killing his father. Ignoring the look in his eyes, Bright got into the carriage and said, "Jess and I are going back now. Would you like to visit Jess's house?" Upon hearing this, Will jumped out of the carriage, stared at Bright for a moment at the corner, and then ran away. Bright then drove the carriage away expressionlessly. Letting Will go was the first time he had violated his own principles. He killed the other man's father. However, regardless of the reason, the two can only become enemies. Will is still young, but it's hard to say what trouble he might cause himself in the future. In the past, Bright would have killed Will, but this time he didn't. If Will is killed, he might completely lose some of his judgment. Bright didn't want to become like that, at least until the world is completely hopeless. At this time, there was some movement inside the carriage. Jess woke up. In fact, he had been awake the whole time, but he didn't know how to face Will. It seems that Will lost his father because of him. If he hadn't gone to Will, this wouldn't have happened. "Thank you, Mr. Bright." Despite feeling incredibly guilty and conflicted, Jess still thanked Bright. After all, he had saved his life. If it weren't for Mr. Bright, he might have been killed by Will's father. Jess then saw Mr. Bright nod. Jess then struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall, and looked at Bright, slowly saying, "Mr. Bright, it was actually you who saved Will, and his father is an evil imposter. If his father had lost his mind, Will and his mother would have died. You saved him, he shouldn't hate you." Bright did not respond to Jess's question. That's all. The two returned home. Thanks to Bright's treatment, Jess's injuries recovered considerably, and by the time he got home, he was able to walk with difficulty. Of course, when Mrs. Rowland saw the injuries on Jess's body, she scolded him severely with tears in her eyes. After glancing at Mrs. Rowland, who was crying while holding Jess, Bright looked away and turned back to his room. In the living room, Erica was lying on the sofa, her legs swinging up and down behind her from time to time. Hearing the door open, Erica curiously turned her head. Upon seeing it was Mr. Bright, she immediately jumped up from the sofa and hopped over to him. Just as he was about to hug Bright, he was ruthlessly pushed away. Under Erica's somewhat aggrieved gaze, Bright ruffled her hair and said, "Erica, be good. I'm a little dirty. I'm going to take a shower now." "Okay." Erica pouted and went back to the sofa. After showering, changed into clean clothes. Just as Bright was preparing lunch for Erica and Vaya, he suddenly noticed that there were bowls of food on the living room table. Erica was sitting on a stool, staring intently at the food on the table, but she didn't touch it. She was waiting for something. "Erica, what's this?" Bright walked over. Erica immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Bright, this was just delivered by Mrs. Rowland as a token of gratitude for your help to Jess." Late at night, inside the Church of Angels, a hunched figure was kneeling before the angel statue. The old man buried his head in the ground, his eyes wide, his face contorted with madness, and he muttered incoherently, "No, no, 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 no. You blasphemers, you all must die. You all must die." Chapter 82, The Throne of Power. The guards outside were getting sleepy from the boring duty of guarding the house. Some were chatting about the pretty girl who had just moved in next door, some were talking about the pleasure they had paid for last night, and some were resting with their eyes half closed. In the dimly lit church, the pious old man, prostrating himself on the ground, displayed a look of madness. All of this seems so contradictory. Madame Rowland? Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Brett was somewhat surprised. Even Mrs. Rowland had prepared food for Vaya, perhaps guessing that Vaya's situation was special, and had also made some liquid food. After taking a look, the food seemed fine. Then Brett nodded, which was his response to Erica's pleading look. Immediately after receiving permission, Erica picked up her bowl and began to eat. Seeing this, Bright put Via's food in a small bowl and then took the bowl to her room. Creak! The door to the room seemed to be damaged. It would make a loud noise every time someone entered. After entering, for some reason, the air in Via's room always felt refreshing, even though the windows were always open. But Bright guessed that this was probably not the reason. As usual, Bright sat down on the chair by the bed, then slowly helped Vaya sit up, supporting her back with a pillow. "I killed someone today." Bright placed a spoon near Vaya's lips and spoke slowly. At that moment, Vaya, who had just woken up from the darkness upon hearing the voice, was slightly taken aback when she heard those words. In the darkness, Vaya sat there, resting her chin on her hands, and replied, "The person Mr. Bright killed must have been a bad person." Brett couldn't hear that. He was a fallen imposter, perhaps forced into it, but at least in the end, I saw sincerity in him. Bright's voice continued. He said that the city of Cell will become chaotic. No, perhaps the entire empire will become chaotic. And so, Bright told Vaya everything that had just happened, and after feeding her, he left. In the room, in the darkness, after listening to what Mr. Bright said, Vaya felt incredibly heavy-hearted. Did the empire ultimately succumb to its fate? But, even in the midst of chaos within the empire, those at the top can maintain order. The power of the empire is beyond the resistance of ordinary people. There is simply no comparison between ordinary people and nobles. These are just ordinary nobles, not to mention the long-established imperial families such as dukes, marquises, and even earls. The power they have accumulated is simply beyond the resistance of ordinary people. Vi could roughly guess why these people hadn't made a move yet. These people will not take action until a large-scale riot occurs. They are currently accumulating strength and preparing for the birth of a new emperor. With the emperor dead, the empire desperately needs a new ruler. The Isani Empire has a tradition that before the struggle for succession, all princes and princesses who wish to participate in the power struggle must attend a ceremony called the Throne of Power. Now all the nobles in the empire are divided into two types, having already made their own choice. Remain neutral. But once you sit on the throne in that ceremony, the neutral nobles will support you unconditionally. Within the empire, there are some people with extremely high power who are required to remain neutral. In short, once you ascend the throne in the ceremony, you are the person closest to the throne. Previously, Vaya had thought that these past few days were hallucinations before her death, but after so many days, she now knows that she is not dead. She was saved by a man named Bright. Based on what Mr. Bright just said, Vaya can deduce that not too much time has passed since the Emperor's death, at most 4 or 5 months. Vaya was so certain because of Mr. Bright's prediction that a riot was about to break out in Cell City. If the throne ceremony has been successfully held, then there is no possibility of a riot. The nobles would immediately intervene to suppress it. Because the nobles already have the extra energy and time to deal with these matters, and the candidate who will sit on the throne certainly won't miss this opportunity to perform in front of the people. The candidates for the throne are determined 6 months after the emperor's death. However, Vi didn't think much of it. In her current state, how could she possibly participate in the battle for the throne? Not to mention that it was Duke Gracie Lin who betrayed her back then. If even he betrayed her, Vi could already guess just how dark the capital was now. Before we knew it, several more days had passed. In the room, Bright wrote down a 5 in his notebook. This is his 5th month in this world, and he has now fully adapted to this unfamiliar world. Bright looked up at the window. Like countless stars, tiny white crystals drifted down from the sky. It's snowing. The weather is changing very quickly. In just a few days, snowflakes have already started to fall. Turning his gaze away, Bright first went to Vaya's room, closed her window slightly, and then glanced at the girl lying on the bed. After several days of rest, her health has improved significantly. Her previously pale face now looks much better, and her body is gradually warming up, no longer as cold as before. Upon entering the courtyard, frost gradually began to accumulate on some of the surrounding buildings. At the door, Brett changed out of his black suit and into a black overcoat. He sat down on the chair in front of the door. Unless there were some necessary circumstances, Brett would not stay inside the house. Oa, Oa. The sound of Jess's even breathing came from not far away. A small figure was running quickly along the path. When he passed the door and saw Bright sitting outside, a smile immediately appeared on Jess's face, and he waved his right hand. Mr. Bright. Seeing this, Bright looked up at the other person and nodded in response. Chapter 83 Will's Apology, Jess's Choice. Upon receiving Mr. Bright's reply, Jess felt a surge of power coursing through his body. No, Mr. Bright's estimate of 2,000 meters is still too short. Jess, I'm going to break my limits. Add another kilometer today. Add 100 push-ups. Add 100 crunches. Then, full of enthusiasm, Jess started exercising. As Jess passed the grove of trees, he slowed his pace slightly and glanced curiously in their direction. I don't know why. Sometimes when he runs past this area, he feels as if the ground is shaking slightly. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Jess shook his head, banishing the terrifying thoughts from his mind. However, while running, he would still subconsciously stay away from the grove, as if there were some terrifying monster inside. Jess is in motion. Erica is blowing up the explosion. In the courtyard, Mrs. Rowland was tidying up some things, glancing at the door every now and then, as if she was very worried about Jess. Mrs. Rowland initially disagreed with Jess's recent crazy actions, but eventually gave in to Jess's insistence. Then, after Jess recovered and started exercising, Mrs. Rowland was always worried and prepared several times more food for Jess every day than before. Bright glanced at it briefly before looking away. He actually had some questions he wanted to ask Madame Rowland, but after thinking about it, he didn't say them. Yes, ultimately it was her own choice. Before we knew it, it was noon. Exhausted, Jess slowly crawled in through the door. Mrs. Rowland, looking distressed, quickly walked over with a handkerchief in hand. At this moment, seemingly sensing something, Bright glanced at the door, then got up and went into the small building. Not long after Bright walked in, at the entrance of the courtyard, a carriage appeared there, and two similar-looking figures stepped down from it. On the ground, Jess reached out his hand, ready to wait for his mother's embrace. But the next second he heard a familiar voice. "Jace, call out." Upon hearing this voice, Jess immediately stood up from the ground. No matter how weak he was, he would not fall down in front of this person. "Well, what are you doing here?" Jess asked cautiously and curiously, looking at the person in front of him. Will seemed like a completely different person compared to before. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by a somber expression. He was dressed in black, with a white band wrapped around his right shoulder. The woman standing next to him was dressed the same. Seeing that Jess seemed somewhat wary of him, Will opened his mouth but didn't step forward. Instead, he stood still and spoke. "I'm leaving Cell City, Jess. Before I leave, I come to thank you for your previous help. You should thank Mr. Bright. He saved your life," Jess said to Will with a serious expression. Will hesitated for a moment, then didn't answer. Instead, he took an iron sword from the carriage, stepped forward, and placed it in front of Jess. "I'm sorry I broke your wooden sword earlier. This is my compensation. If you don't want it, you can throw this iron sword away." "I won't mind, Jess." Will bowed deeply to Jess, his tall frame hunched over. "I'm sorry, Jess. I shouldn't have said that. You will become a true knight." Will's words were like a thorn in his side. Jess lowered his head, his expression unreadable, his right hand clenched into a fist. Will didn't seem to be prepared to be forgiven by Jess. After saying these words, he turned and got into the carriage. At this moment, the woman who had been standing to the side came to Jess and apologized for the harm her son had caused him. She wanted to give Jess some money, but he refused. Before leaving, Will's mother asked Jess for a favor. He was asked to deliver a letter and a jade pendant to Mr. Bright. Will's mother originally wanted to give them to Mr. Bright herself, but she didn't know how to find him. So he could only beg Jess, who knew that person, for help. Jess nodded in agreement. The carriage gradually started moving, and just as it was about to leave his sight, Jess was furious. He grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it at the carriage. Jess ran over and shouted loudly at the carriage. "Will, you coward! All you do is run away. Our duel is not over yet. I will never forgive you. You just wait. One day in the future, you will hear the name of my knight. I, Roland Jess, will become one of the 3 great knights of the Empire." Inside the carriage, Will, who had been looking down and seemingly lost in thought, looked up at his mother sitting beside him and said with a firm gaze, "Mother, I want to become a knight. I will not lose to that guy, Jess. I did not run away." After saying these words, the grievances that had been building up inside Jess exploded at this moment. He was always looked down upon, but he never gave up. Even if his wooden sword is broken countless times, he will start over. He has been enduring and persevering. But all of that vanished the moment Will bowed his head in apology, as if everything he had held on to for so many years had suddenly disappeared. This feeling made Jess feel incredibly uncomfortable. Jess was initially furious, then sat on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, and started crying loudly again. She spoke while crying. "Will, you coward! Why should I forgive you just because you apologize? I will never forgive you, Will. Just you wait, Will. I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of knighthood. No matter where you are in the Empire then, you will hear my name, and you will regret everything you have done." Knock, knock, knock. A little while later, Jess knocked on the Bright's door. Bright opened the door and looked at the boy in front of him, whose eyes were still a little red. Jess lowered his head and took out a letter and the jade pendant from his hand. "Mr. Bright, this is what Will's mother asked me to give you." "Thank you," Bright said, then took the item from Jess's hand and was about to close the door when, suddenly at this moment, thump! Jess immediately knelt down, buried his head, and shouted loudly, "Mr. Bright, please teach me. I want to become stronger." Chapter 84 Magic Bullets. Bright stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the kneeling boy. Let's exercise first." After saying that, Bright closed the door. A snap. Jess stood there, stunned and somewhat at a loss. He was overjoyed that Mr. Bright was actually willing to teach him. In Jess's mind, Mr. Bright had always been mysterious, and the fact that he knew the Knight of Justice, coupled with the fact that Jess had witnessed him make a move a few days ago, all suggested that this man was a master. Kneeling on the spot, Jess excitedly clenched his hands. Not far away, Mrs. Rowland, who had been standing there since the beginning, silently observed Jess for a moment before turning her gaze away. She placed her right hand on her heart, her eyes looking somewhat deep, as if she were lost in thought, before leaving the scene. After returning to the room, Bright sat down. On the table were the letter that Jess had just handed over and the blood-red jade pendant. To be honest, Brett wasn't planning to read the letter, because even if he didn't, he could roughly guess what it contained. As for this red jade pendant, the appearance of the jade pendant did catch his attention. Because the jade pendant was carved with a flying dragon, a faint fluctuation of magical power could be sensed from it. Apart from that weak fluctuation of magical power, Bright did not sense any other abnormalities. But there are far too many things in this world that possess magical fluctuations. Take Erica, for example. Everything she makes, even if it doesn't explode, will still bear the traces of her magical energy. These are generally the works of mid to low-level magicians. Bright guessed that the jade pendant was made by a level 5 or lower magician. So there's nothing particularly noteworthy about this jade pendant, but might be a valuable item for Will's family. Final. Bright put the letter and the jade pendant together. He didn't open the letter. He wouldn't care whether it was gratitude or anything else. This was all his own choice and had nothing to do with anyone else. Bright never cared about what others thought. So, shall we go for a cup of tea this afternoon? Bright didn't refuse Jess's request. He'd start by getting him in good shape. At least with Jess's current frail physique, it's not feasible. After lunch, Bright went to the Grove because Erica said she had made a stable revolver. Outside the wooden house, Bright held the same silver revolver as before, under Erica's expectant gaze. The next second, he pulled the trigger. The expected explosion did not occur. Instead, a tree not far away, which was being pointed at by the gun, exploded instantly. The tree's explosion surprised Bright slightly, because in his memory, bullets should penetrate the tree instead of causing the target to explode. However, although this phenomenon is somewhat abnormal, it seems quite normal when applied to Erica. Perhaps the first shot was lucky, so Bright fired 5 more shots in quick succession until he ran out of bullets. Miraculously, the next few shots also went unharmed. Is there really no problem? Bright looked at the revolver in his hand, picked it up, threw it into the air, caught it, and it didn't explode. After some further adjustments, he finally determined that the revolver was completely fine. Apart from the bullets exploding when they hit a target, it was a perfectly qualified revolver. "Sir." Erica walked over, stood there, and looked up at Bright with an expectant expression. A smile appeared on Bright's lips as he put away his revolver, reached out and touched Erica's hair, saying, "You did it, Erica. You did a great job." Hey. Upon receiving the gentleman's praise, Erica immediately chuckled, her face beaming with joy. Suddenly, Erica seemed to have thought of something. She reached into her clothes and rummaged around. Soon, she pulled out something that looked like a bullet and was wrapped in red light. I don't know why. When Brett saw this thing, his heart skipped a beat, as if he sensed that something bad was about to happen. Sir, look at this." Erica held the red, glowing bullet in her palm, as if presenting a treasure, tilting her head back as if she wanted Bright to have a good look at it. "What's this?" Bright asked, puzzled, but still picked up the bullet-like object without hesitation. Looking at the bullet in his hand, enveloped in magic, Bright was also very curious about what Erica was planning to do. All I saw was... Erica chuckled, scratching her head with her right hand, and then said, Erica finds those magazines and stuff the sir mentioned too inconvenient. So Erica was thinking, could we use magic to replace that thing that's a bullet? The bullet that you have in your hand now is one that Erica made with her own magic. After saying that, Erica looked at Bright with anticipation, as if she was also looking forward to his praise. Brett was slightly surprised that Erica suddenly had this idea. But then, Brett suddenly felt the bullet in his hand getting hotter and hotter. The next second, bang, crow, 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 crow. A flock of black crows, startled by the loud noise, flew away from the woods. In the restaurant, Brett sat in a corner, holding a book and drinking tea. After changing his clothes and pinching Erica's tender cheek as a lesson, he arrived here. Sunshine always follows the storm, and he felt it necessary to calm the storm that had just passed. The familiar spot, the familiar maid. From the moment he started watching, Bright could sense a gaze fixed on him. The owner of that gaze was the maid. Sensing that the other party meant no harm, Bright said nothing, ignored them, and continued doing his own thing. In a certain place, Nicole, dressed in a black dress and with a pretty face, had been secretly watching Bright. She tried her best not to attract his attention, observing silently and thinking to herself, "That gentleman is here again. How lucky I am. I'm so glad I didn't take the day off, otherwise I wouldn't have seen him." At that moment, her movements resembled those of a girl secretly in love. Chapter 85. Dusk. Mysterious voices. Leisure time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Bright took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Bright rubbed his eyes, tilted his head back, and closed them to rest for a moment. The chair, made of some unknown material, was very soft. After doing all this, he got up and put away the book The Legend of Angels he was holding. Frankly, Bright hadn't expected that books about angels would be so restricted in this empire. He purchased this book through some irregular channels. He was speechless that he had to sneak around to buy a book. After placing the money on the table, Bright got up and left. The guard at the gate seemed to recognize this mysterious gentleman, as he neither stopped him from leaving nor checked whether he had paid. In their minds, given the nobleman's demeanor, it was impossible for him not to pay. On the contrary, if they were to keep an eye on him, it would only cause the gentleman to become dissatisfied, which would be counterproductive. As usual, instead of returning immediately, Bright came to the Church of Angels. There were no guards outside the church as before. Perhaps they had gone off duty early. He was just about to go inside when suddenly he frowned. He smelled a strong odor of blood emanating from inside the church through the heavy doors. Bright lowered his eyes slightly, already guessing what was going on. He didn't leave. Instead, he reached out and pushed open the heavy door in front of him. Squeak! As a voice rang out, the church doors were pushed open. The dim light outside began to seep in through the crack in the door, and the twilight glow gradually crept up the polished floor. The moment the light illuminated the church and the angel statue appeared, Bright's eyes narrowed sharply. The church, which was originally deserted and empty, was now filled with people. Wisps of blood energy emanated from those people, drifting in the air, filling the air with an extremely dense blood energy. The once sacred and immaculate Church of Angels, at this moment, seemed to have become a living hell. Here, Bright saw the guards from before. At this moment, they were all in the same posture. They were all kneeling on the chairs facing the angel statue, their hands bound above their heads, and their skulls pierced by a wooden stick to prevent their bodies from collapsing. Crimson blood flowed down the wooden stick, staining it blood red. Bright stood at the doorway, but did not go in. Help! Suddenly, a faint voice reached his ears. The voice was ethereal, as if it didn't exist, or perhaps it didn't belong to this world. Help! The mysterious voice came again. The sound was intermittent. Suddenly, Bright raised his head, his gaze fixed on the angel statue standing in purgatory, his eyes filled with disbelief. Bright also felt that his own thoughts were somewhat absurd, but I don't know why. Bright's inner voice told him that the voice was coming from inside the angel statue. At this moment, Bright was at his peak, his gaze fixed intently on the angel statue. If that voice really did come from inside the statue, so at this moment, he may have inadvertently come into contact with some mysterious being. Is it an angel? Or is it an unknown deity? Or perhaps a mysterious world-class entity? In an instant, many speculations arose in Bright's mind. However, the moment he looked at the angel statue, the mysterious voice seemed to vanish, never to reappear. Bright was still thinking about the sound he had just heard. Suddenly at this moment, the people on the street suddenly became agitated as if they had gone mad. Many people fled. A nobleman was driving a carriage, brandishing a whip, cursing and ramming into people, trying to leave as quickly as possible. Strong people pushed those around them, try to escape from there. Run! Holy crap! He's a corrupted imposter. Are you crazy? Why would a guy like this appear in the city? You bunch of swine, get out of my way! Where are the guards? Where are the knights? Why haven't they come yet? Cries for help came from the crowd. Under Bright's powerful perception, he clearly saw that behind the running crowd, in the middle of the street, stood a person with a hunched back. Upon closer inspection, the man was indeed the old man he had seen earlier at the Church of Angels. However, at this moment, his body was shrouded in countless streams of blood energy. These eerie streams of blood energy burst forth from his body and transformed into a constantly shifting, grotesque face above his head. The old man bent over, and with each step he took, the blood energy transformed into a giant, ghostly hand that would grab at the living people around him. Then, with a scream, the person would instantly turn into blood energy. At the same time, the blood energy behind the old man became even stronger. The old man walked slowly, head down, his eyes bloodshot. You all must die. You all must die. You all must die. How dare you blaspheme the gods? How dare you blaspheme the gods? Unforgivable. 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 A series of sounds, like the howls of vengeful ghosts, came from the old man's mouth. Seeing the old man's condition and the current state of affairs inside the church, Bright may have already found the answer to the doubts he had been holding in his mind. Thinking of the old man I had chatted with not long ago, and looking at the old man in front of me, Bright slightly lowered his black hat, somewhat saddened that this devout believer had ultimately chosen a path of no return. Squeak! Turning his gaze away and ignoring the frantic cries of the people in the street, Bright closed the doors of the Angel Church. The scene of purgatory returned to darkness once more. Holding a black umbrella, he slowly walked down the church steps. Boom! 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 Moment! The instant Bright stepped down the stairs, a massive and powerful flame rose from around the church and quickly filled the entire church. The Church of Angels, which had existed for an unknown period of time, was now engulfed in boundless flames. The raging flames were burning everything inside the church. Unexpectedly, it was he himself who destroyed the last Angel Church in Cell City. Feeling the flames burning behind him, Bright sighed inwardly. He then prepared to leave. The guards are already on their way. Thanks. Suddenly, that ethereal voice came again. Upon hearing the sound, Bright turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed on the Church of Angels, which was already engulfed in flames. His heart was pounding. Previously, it might have just been my own speculation, but at this moment, Bright has already made his decision. That voice came from inside the angel statue. Ding-dong! A loud sound came from the top of the church. In the blazing flames, the clock hand points exactly to 5. Chapter 86, Cleansing the Body. The church bells rang loudly and enduringly, as if echoing through endless years. In the flames, the angel statue stood at the center, surrounded by endless flames. With a crack, the house collapsed and the statue fell, but at that moment the statue did not grieve. Instead, it finally sighed. The noise outside continued. Containing his shock, Brett straightened his clothes and then disappeared into the crowd. The sudden appearance of a demon in disguise. The Angel Church mysteriously engulfed in flames. At this moment, it seemed as if something was brewing in the city of Cell, or even the entire empire. Now, far away in the capital, even in winter, the pavilion is surrounded by vibrant flowers. Vaya, still dressed in a black princess dress, sits in the middle, admiring everything around her and enjoying this moment of peace. She is noble and beautiful. Simply sitting here, she is the most beautiful flower among all the flowers. At this moment, Vaya seemed to sense something. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Without turning around, she coldly said, Duke Gracie Lynn, I'm curious, what benefits did he promise you before he died that made you do this? Not far away, a tall figure walked in, his steps unhurried and elegant. He wore a blood-red suit, had long golden hair, and a face that most women would envy. Duke Gracie Lynn arrived at the pavilion, but did not proceed further. He bowed politely to the princess and said with a smile, Your Highness, I am merely loyal to the Emperor. There is no benefit to be gained from this. I am here today only to remind the princess that the throne ceremony will begin in a month. We have made all the preparations for your Highness. No one will be able to stop you. You only need to sit on the throne. Get out. Vaya's voice was extremely cold. Clearly, she was suppressing her anger. Duke Gracie Lynn paid no attention, bowed again, and left. In a garden bursting with flowers, a butterfly-like creature tried to land on her shoulder. However, before it could even get close, it lost its life and fell from the sky. At this moment, Vi no longer had the desire to stay here. "Mr. Bright, you're back." As soon as Bright stepped into the yard, Jess came up to him, looking at him with concern. Jess stammered, "I heard from others that something terrible happened in the city. It just so happened that you were in the city at the time, but now that you're back, I don't have to worry anymore." Hey. After Jess finished speaking, he went back to exercising. Bright thanked him. Upon entering the room, Erica was nowhere to be seen. She was probably still in the grove, since Bright had given the little one a good pinch on the cheek that morning because of the magic bullet incident. He put his hat away, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Even though he had already left, Bright's heart was still pounding. Was the owner of that voice really an angel? Or is it someone disguised as her? Brett didn't know, but judging from that last thank you, the owner of that voice probably didn't mean him any harm. After all, even he didn't want to be constantly under the watchful eye of an unknown, terrifying moment. Soon, night fell. After a simple dinner, Erica seemed to have a forgetful nature. Even during the day, she was almost in tears, looking very aggrieved. But when she saw Bright again, she would be back to normal. If a fish's memory lasts 7 seconds, then Erica's memory would last 3 seconds. After telling Erica to get some rest, Bright went to Via's room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he slowly recounted the events of the day, but he didn't mention the mysterious voice. After all, that voice was too eerie. The fewer people who knew about it, the less danger there might be. In the darkness, Vi sat there, resting her chin on her hands, somewhat moved after listening to Mr. Bright's words. Mr. Bright's life is so interesting. He always seems to encounter so many interesting things. Unlike her, in the past, although she was a princess, her life was very simple. Unconsciously, Vi also longed to wake up soon so she could see Mr. Bright's life and Mr. Bright himself with her own eyes. As for the Empire and revenge, Vi has already given up her princess status. If she can wake up, she only hopes to be an ordinary person. It was Duke Gracie Lynn who betrayed her. Vi knew this Duke well. His actions must have been at her father's behest. Via's decision not to seek revenge was a way of repaying the debt of gratitude she owed him for giving her life. From now on, there would be no more affection between them. "The room smells a bit bad." Brett's words startled Via, who was deep in thought. She quickly realized what he meant, and in the darkness, her face flushed bright red. How could the room suddenly smell bad? The only possible culprit is her lying in bed. After all, Via is aware of her current situation. Via covered her head shyly, somewhat afraid to listen to what Mr. Bright was about to say. But Bright doesn't seem to be planning to let it go. Inside the room, Brett looked at Via and frowned slightly. "It's been a while since I brought Vi back." Because of her weakness and injuries, Bright didn't immediately address her condition. Or perhaps the recent drop in temperature slowed down some of the reactions, and it wasn't until now that Bright noticed the strange stench. After thinking for a moment, Bright decided to take action, and then slowly said, "Your body has recovered somewhat. Erica is fine when she's being taken care of, but I'm worried something might happen if she's asked to take care of someone else. Madame Roland's behavior has become increasingly strange lately, so it's best not to bother her. Although it's a bit inconvenient, I'll have to help you wash your body." In the darkness, Via was stunned when she heard these words. "Huh? What? Wash your body? By Mr. Bright?" Suddenly, with a thud, it was as if a wisp of heat was rising from the top of Via's head. Chapter 87, The Believer of Twilight, Aiden. At this moment, Via was completely panicked. From birth until now, she has never had any intimate contact with anyone, and now, a man is going to touch her body, and if he's going to wash her, there will definitely be no privacy at all. Thump! Thump! Several more plumes of hot air rose from the top of her head. In the midst of the chaos, Via regained some of her senses and tried to stop Mr. Bright, but she couldn't. Her body must be very dirty right now. If she doesn't clean herself, it will cause trouble for Mr. Bright. Although she was very shy, Via calmed down and sat there with her head down. Her beautiful oval face was already covered with a blush. Via felt as if she was being lifted up. Via covered her already flushed face and stammered. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Bright. They say a beautiful woman is like a skeleton, and Via in front of us certainly does resemble one. Bright didn't think much of it. He genuinely just wanted to help the other person. A while later, After carefully cleaning her, changing her clothes, and replacing all the bedding, I found a new set. The entire process only took Bright 2 hours. Because of the wound on her back, Brett deliberately avoided that area during the cleaning. The wound has now scabbed over, and what should have been a smooth and beautiful back now looks somewhat grotesque. Bright moonlight streamed in through the window. After being cleaned up, Vaya now exuded a peaceful aura, a stark contrast to her previous lifeless appearance. Her long, black hair, which had regained some of its luster, flowed down her cheeks and spread out around her. After tidying up the blankets on her bed, Brett got up and left the room. Good night. As the sound faded, the room returned to silence. In the darkness, it wasn't until Brett left for a while that Vaya recovered from her shyness, blushing as she looked up, her voice barely audible. Good night, Mr. Bright. The next day, early in the morning, a small figure pushed open Bright's door, then grabbed Bright's still sleeping hand and said frantically, Sir, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. That older sister seems to have woken up. Not only has she changed her clothes, but even the stinky smell Erica noticed before has disappeared. Erica shook Bright's arm, as if quite surprised. It wasn't until Bright's other hand covered Erica's head that the lively little figure stopped shaking, as if a pause button had been pressed. Bedside, Erica stared at Bright with wide, curious eyes. After Bright explained, Erica finally calmed down and stammered. What a pity! Erica thought that older sister had woken up. A while later, in the courtyard, Bright had already dressed and come out. If you were to ask what the other world is like at 4 in the morning, Bright might be able to give you an answer now. Ever since Erica woke him up, he's been wide awake. He hadn't expected Erica to wake up so early and go to Vaya's room. Bright yawned and stretched. The sky was filled with white mist in the early morning, with white snowflakes drifting down from it. The surroundings were very quiet, and in this tranquil environment, one would feel more at ease. To be honest, apart from the period when he first came to this world, Bright has never gotten up this early before. Even at the earliest, he doesn't get up until 6 or 7 o'clock. Creak. The door of a wooden house not far away was opened from the inside, and a thin figure stepped out, carrying a wooden sword. The cold air made Jess instinctively cross his arms. When he saw Mr. Bright standing opposite him, Johnston immediately went over to greet him with delight. Mr. Bright, you're up so early. Bright nodded expressionlessly. Bright was standing on the street yesterday. The matter of the evil imposter seems to have subsided, and the street has returned to its previous appearance. In front of the Church of Angels, the church, which was solemn and majestic yesterday, is now a collapsed ruin. A crowd of curious people gathered around. Although they no longer believed in angels, they were still curious about the sudden burning of the Angel Church and the discovery of many human remains inside. At this time, many guards were also standing outside. Inside the ruins, several people, completely shrouded in white robes, were clearing away wreckage. They didn't know what had happened, so they were being extremely prepared. If any lingering traces of evil remain here, it could be troublesome. After a quick glance, Bright looked away, and the angel statue disappeared from everyone's sight along with the collapse of the Angel Church. Bright adjusted his hat and stepped out from the crowd. I had only taken a couple of steps when I heard people around me talking about something. That's terrible. Have you heard? Yesterday, the imposter who was possessed by evil was actually old man Aiden. Really? How could this be fake? Aiden's body is still hanging in front of us. It looks terrible. They'll have to deal with it soon. A middle-aged woman chimed in, saying with some emotion, I never expected Aiden to do something so crazy. Do you know about the corpses inside the Church of Angels? Aiden killed them all, and those people were the ones who had insulted the Church of Angels before. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped, feeling relieved that they hadn't spoken ill of the Angel Church before. The middle-aged woman said with some confusion, he guarded the Angel Church his whole life, never married or had children, and yet in the end he chose to turn to evil. I really don't know what he was thinking. Bright quietly walked past these people, arriving at the place they mentioned. All I saw was, in a place resembling a plaza, the area was filled with people. A group of knights in full armor stood all around. Bright stood on the outermost edge, looking up. In the very center, on a wooden frame covered with dry firewood, a blood-soaked figure was bound to it, lifeless. Aiden was dead. Even at the very last moment, A faint smile remained on his aged, wrinkled face. Chapter 88: Unexpected Events. A large crowd surrounded them. Some were cursing, some were crying, and others were simply watching the spectacle, since Cell City hadn't publicly executed anyone for several years. Not to mention that this execution was an extremely cruel form of burning at the stake. Most of those cursing and crying were people who had lost loved ones or friends in yesterday's chaos. They cursed Aiden's madness and wept for the deaths of their friends and relatives. Suddenly at this moment, a sharp, loud voice came from a middle-aged man dressed in white. "The sacred flames will burn away all evil." Behind the wooden frame, two guards in armor and helmets threw their torches onto the dry with the moment the sound rang out. Raging, the two torches seemed to be under a spell. The dry firewood under the wooden frame was instantly ignited, and a blazing flame emerged in the blink of an eye. After the firewood was lit, Bright stopped watching and turned to leave. Behind, cheers erupted from countless people who seemed to be overjoyed that the demon was about to be burned. The old man Aiden lost his mind and killed many innocent people. He was destined to be wrong. Bright did not deny this. But, from another perspective, it seems that he is not the one in the wrong. Before leaving, Bright went back to that restaurant for tea. It was still that pretty maid. Time passed. Bright finished his tea and prepared to leave. But this time, before leaving, he paused for a moment, looked at the maid, and said, "By the way, beautiful lady, has anyone told you that the bracelet on your wrist is very pretty?" Ah! Brett's sudden words surprised Nicole, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Bracelet? Nicole didn't quite understand what this nobleman was talking about. She never bought bracelets. But when Nicole's gaze fell on her right wrist, she was surprised to find that she was wearing a black rope bracelet with a rose pattern engraved on it. What is this? When did she put it on? Nicole knew nothing, but she vaguely felt that she had bought it. In short, she felt confused and had an indescribable feeling about the black bracelet. Seeing the bewildered look on the maid's face, Bright's gaze deepened slightly. He didn't say anything more and then left. Inside the restaurant, Nicole was tidying up the cutlery, glancing occasionally at the bracelet that had appeared on her wrist. Bracelet? When did I buy this bracelet? Why can't you remember? Nicole thought for a long time, but couldn't remember when she put on the black rose bracelet. What she didn't know was that while she was collecting the dishes, the black rose bracelet on her wrist was slowly disappearing. At the same time, Nicole snapped out of her thoughts and, with a smile, continued with her work. As for the black rose bracelet, she seemed to have completely forgotten about it, no longer mentioning it or thinking about it. The next day, afternoon, the fire burned inside the fireplace, crackling and hissing intermittently. In the room, Bright sat in a chair, flipping through a book in his hand. On a specially made desk to the side, Erica was intently drawing something with a quill pen. The weather outside is getting colder and colder, and the snow has accumulated enough. The window is to Bright's right. At this time, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure hurriedly walking into the courtyard and closing the gate behind them. You should know that the gate inside the yard is usually not closed. Mrs. Rowland looked very flustered. She stood in the yard as if searching for something. The next second, she ran in one direction, picked up Jess, who was exercising there, and locked him in the wooden house despite his resistance. Then Mrs. Rowland stood at the door of the cabin, her gaze fixed on Bright's house. A short while later, a knocking sound rang out on the door. "Have you eaten, sir?" Hearing the voice, Erica thought it was time to eat, so she raised her little head and looked at Bright with anticipation. Bright chuckled softly, then stood up and ruffled Erica's hair. "It's Madame Rowland knocking on the door. I'll go see. Also, it's still early before lunchtime." "Oh," Erica said, a little disappointed when she heard it wasn't about food. On the other side, Bright opened the door. At the door, Mrs. Rowland still looked flustered. Upon seeing Bright, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Something terrible has happened, Mr. Bright. I just went into the city. There's chaos everywhere in Cell City right now. I heard that someone attacked the city lord last night, and many knights and guards died. The whole city is in chaos now, and bad things may happen later, so I came to remind you, Mr. Bright. It's best not to go out recently." Although this Mr. Bright may not be an ordinary person, Mrs. Rowland felt she should still mention it. "Yes, Mrs. Rowland, I understand. I'll be more careful in the coming days." "Thank you for reminding me," Bright said politely. Back in his room, Brett recalled what Mrs. Rowland had said earlier. Has the city lord been attacked? Many guards died? If what Madame Rowland said is true. So, With people already living in fear and now without guards to watch over them, it's easy to imagine what will happen next. There will never be a shortage of people in this world willing to take risks. But Bright closed the book and glanced towards the stairwell. The girl upstairs needs a safe and stable environment to recuperate. Even if something really happens in the city, they can't leave here now. Hopefully, chaos won't break out in their vicinity. But reality is always amazing. The more you want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen to you. 9 o'clock at night. In the room, Bright went to Vaya's room and told her about what had happened that day, as well as some information he had read in the newspaper. The fire in the fireplace was still burning, and today's newspaper was on the table beside it. Newspapers usually report yesterday's events, but today's paper has an extra item, as if the content had been magically altered. Bright discovered this because there were still traces of magical fluctuations left on the newspaper. Chapter 89 Chaos begins. The newspapers were still recording yesterday's events. However, there was an extra message at the very top. That is to advise residents not to go out unless absolutely necessary, because a group of outlaws have come to Cell City for some special reason, and the city's guards will be on high alert. Bright got up, rubbed the corner of his eye, and prepared to rest. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knocking sound coming from outside. The once peaceful night instantly became noisy. There were shouts, curses, and cries. Reaching the window, Bright saw that the yard, which had been enclosed by wooden stakes, had also been destroyed by the intruder. These people were carrying torches and weapons, and their clothes were filthy. They were clearly refugees from who knows where. And behind these people stood several others, both men and women, their mouths gagged. It's not hard to guess that these bound people will eventually be sold as slaves, while the women will probably only be sold after they've had their fill of them. Bright didn't expect that. The place where he lives now is already considered a very remote location, but even so, he still gets noticed by these people. As if they had found their target, several refugees carrying knives and swords walked towards the small building, their faces bearing cruel smiles. Bright withdrew his gaze, straightened his cuffs, and slowly walked towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. On the stairs, Erica, wearing a little dress, was holding a doll in her arms, rubbing her eyes with her right hand, looking a little drowsy. Sir, what's going on outside? It's so noisy. Brett looked at Erica and said softly, It's nothing. Someone's drunk. I'll go out and check. Erica, go back to your room. Those people are quite loud when they're drunk, so there might be some noise later. Erica mumbled sleepily, then slowly walked upstairs with her eyes half closed. On the other side, Vi was still thinking about what Mr. Bright had just told her. The old man of Yatting was possessed by evil spirits, and the chaos in Cell City. She never expected to hear about angels again. Vi felt very sorry for the death of the old man in Yatting. In this decadent era, there were still devout believers. I was deeply moved. Not to mention, previously, she had been hiding an identity. She actually possessed angelic blood and was able to summon angel wings. However, that person always made her hide this identity, not allowing her to reveal it to the world. So, until she was framed, no one in the entire empire knew that she possessed the legendary bloodline of an angel. Those magnificent and sacred angel wings have never been witnessed by anyone. And now, her fate is unknown, and the sacred wings on her back have been taken away. Vaya knew there was nothing she could do, so she could only silently lament Aiden's plight. Just as Vaya was feeling sentimental, she heard a commotion coming from outside. Just by listening to that voice, you could tell that the person below had ill intentions. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will Mr. Bright be all right? Mother, don't stop me. They're going to harm Mr. Bright. Inside the cabin, Jess was also awakened by the sudden noise outside. Seeing that those people were heading towards Mr. Bright's room, he immediately jumped out of bed, wanting to go outside. But his mother, who was sitting in the living room, stopped him. Jess struggled, just about to open the door, but the next second, he fell into a deep sleep and collapsed into Madame Roland's arms. Mrs. Roland sat in a chair with Jess in her arms, her eyes in the darkness peering through the window at Bright's room, lost in thought. The group of refugees carrying swords and knives arrived at the door, licking their lips and excitedly brandishing their weapons. At that moment, one of them stepped forward, just about to kick the door open. Suddenly, a cluster of flames appeared out of thin air from his leg and instantly covered his body. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, the people around instinctively moved away, staring at the scene with expressions of terror. The man dropped his sword, fell to the ground and rolled around frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But to no avail. The flames only grew stronger. The man lay motionless on the ground. In an instant, the group of refugees lost their earlier excitement, and a look of terror covered their faces. Squeak! The door to the small building was open from the inside, and a tall figure walked out. Wearing leather shoes, black trousers, and a white shirt, with a handsome and aloof demeanor, this man immediately attracted the attention of everyone present upon his appearance. Bright looked down at the crowd with a calm expression, glanced at them briefly, and then looked away. He didn't sense anything special about these people. In other words, these people are all ordinary people, not members of the system. At most, some of them just look slightly more physically robust. Behind these people, those who were bound, upon seeing Bright, seemed to see a glimmer of hope, but their mouths were gagged, and they could only make muffled noises. At the entrance, the group of people hesitated to make a move after seeing the person who suddenly emerged from inside. They were clearly shocked by the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. Looking at the group, Bright said calmly, "Did someone send you here?" No one answered. Several refugees near the outside of the courtyard tried to take the opportunity to escape, but the next second, flames appeared on their bodies, just like the person before them. Immediately, the remaining dozen or so refugees dared not move, fearing they would be the next to be burned by the flames. Turning his gaze away, Bright asked again, "Did someone send you here?" The group quickly shook their heads. A while later, there were more than a dozen burned corpses in the yard, and the people who had been tied up were carefully cleaning up the traces in the yard. Bright stood aside and watched. After some questioning, it was finally confirmed that these people had not come specifically to find him. They had simply happened to run into him. Far away, something seemed to be happening inside the city, as flashes of light could be seen from time to time. Somewhere in the city, in the alley, it seems there was an explosion here. The stone wall collapsed, leaving a small crater in the middle, with a lump of flesh and blood inside. In the blink of an eye, a person shrouded in a black robe appeared. He slowly walked to the edge of the pit, raised his hand, and a blood-red crystal floated out from the flesh. Then it fell into his hands. Number 197, successfully recovered. Chapter 90, Trade and Death. It comes quickly and disappears quickly. The courtyard, which had been noisy just moments before, returned to calm after the kidnapped people left. After glancing at the situation in the yard, Bright prepared to go back inside. However, at this time, "Mr. Bright," a shout stopped him. Brett turned his head and saw that Madame Roland had appeared in the courtyard at some point, wearing a semi-transparent gauze dress over her curvaceous body, and if you looked closely, you could vaguely see her expression. Upon seeing this, Bright frowned slightly. What was Mrs. Roland planning to do? She usually avoided him at night. After all, it was not appropriate for a widow to meet him alone late at night. Seeing that Mr. Bright had been stopped, Mrs. Roland went up to him. Reaching the top of the stairs, she looked up at Bright with a hesitant expression. After some internal struggle, she finally spoke. "Mr. Bright, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Bright asked calmly. Could you please look after Jess for a while? I might disappear for a period of time afterward." Bright frowned, but remained silent. "Below," Madame Roland continued. "If possible, I would like Jess to follow you and work as your assistant, even doing hard labor, as long as you take him in." Seemingly afraid that Bright would disagree, Mrs. Roland hurriedly said, "Mr. Bright, I would absolutely not trouble you. Over the years, I have been preparing for Jess's matter. With Roland's legacy and what I have prepared, I have barely managed to scrape together 500 silver coins. Mr. Bright, if you agree, these 500 silver coins are yours. I only ask that Jess stay alive. Sir, although Jess may seem weak now, he is determined and will definitely be of help to you in the future." Bright didn't answer, but instead looked at Mrs. Roland and calmly asked, "Has something happened?" Upon hearing this question, Madame Roland's pupils contracted sharply, and she hesitated greatly before finally remaining silent. After returning to the room, Bright took off his coat, lay down on the bed, and did not immediately agree to Madame Roland's request, only saying that he would think about it. Even without a definite answer, Madame Roland knew she was running out of time. After everything was prepared, late at night, she walked out of the courtyard alone, dressed in a black robe. Arriving at a certain point in the city, a dark figure appeared before her. The dark figure looked at Madame Roland and said calmly, "Number 132, your time is running out. I will be taking you back tomorrow. Please be prepared." Upon seeing the dark figure, Madame Roland bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help. Please take it away tomorrow after I've finished everything. There's nothing helpful to say. It's a fair trade between us. The shadowy figure glanced at Madame Roland, then vanished the next second. After the shadowy figure left, Madame Roland stood there, stunned for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly at this moment, a figure emerged from behind her. Madame Roland, is this your reason for disappearing? The fallen imposter. Bright stepped out from behind her. He had seen the whole scene through the plants, including the dark figure. Interestingly, the dark figure also sensed his presence, but made no move, as if it didn't care. Mr. Bright. Upon hearing the sound, Madame Roland turned around instantly, looking at Brett with a surprised expression. She had never expected him to follow her, and she hadn't even sensed his presence. Bright approached slowly and said in a calm tone, I apologize, Mrs. Roland, for monitoring you without your consent. However, your recent actions have been somewhat suspicious. As a tenant living next door to you, I feel it is necessary for me to keep an eye on you. So, your choice is to become a degenerate imposter? Seeing that her scheme had been exposed, Madame Roland felt there was nothing left to hide. She took off her clothes and hat, revealing her face, which had become somewhat gaunt. However, this face was normal just a few days ago. Her face showed bitterness. Mr. Bright, this is my own choice. This is probably the only thing I can do. What about Jess? Did you consider him before making this choice? Bright asked. Mrs. Roland paused for a moment, then looked at Bright and said helplessly, Sir, everything I've done is for Jess. Hearing this, Bright was somewhat surprised. He clearly hadn't expected this situation. In the small house late at night, Jess lay on the bed, breathing evenly. Madame Roland, her voice choked with emotion, recounted everything. Mr. Bright, you don't know. My husband died suddenly because he offended a nobleman because of his straightforward personality. But Roland is dead, and that nobleman has no intention of letting me and Jess go. He said that after Jess comes of age, he will inherit Roland's knighthood. I had no power to resist that nobleman's orders. I'm willing to give anything for Jace, as long as Jace is alive. But, sir, you know Jess's character. Going to him will only lead to death. Just a few months ago, when I was in despair, he found me and offered me power in exchange for my life, so that Jess can survive. So I agreed. Mr. Bright, I have no way out now. Madame Roland's face looked somewhat crazed at this moment. Did he know that his tormented life was about to end? Or are you happy that Jess is alive? The next day, morning, as soon as Bright opened the door, he saw a leather trunk on his doorstep. Opening it, he found it filled with silver coins and 2 letters. One letter was for Bright. One of them was for Jess. Bright fell silent. The reason he went last night was to confirm whether Madame Roland was good or bad. If someone is secretly plotting against him, then Bright will eliminate them. But no, only, even though he didn't explicitly say whether he would take Jess in, Madame Roland still handed him the silver coins. Creak. The door to the nearby cabin was pushed open, and Jess exclaimed with delight upon seeing Bright. Mr. Bright, are you all right last night? Jess rubbed his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I wanted to help you last night, but somehow I suddenly fell asleep. Chapter 91 Black Rose. At this time, Jess was unaware that his mother had already left. A simple face wore an innocent smile. After saying that, Jess went to train on his own because Mr. Bright had said that once he had a good physique, he would teach him swordsmanship. Jess had been looking forward to this for a long time. Only, I haven't seen my mother today. That's strange. She's usually home at this time. Jess glanced at the cabin, thought for a moment, then stopped thinking about it and focused on training. Beside, Bright glanced in their direction silently. At noon, Bright invited Jess to his restaurant for dinner. Jess was extremely excited and nervous about this. He sat on the table with his hands on his lap, sitting up extremely straight. At this moment, Jess was thinking excitedly. Mr. Bright actually invited him to dinner. This is simply unimaginable under normal circumstances. Am I sitting up straight? Am I bothering Mr. Bright? At this moment, Jess was experiencing a great deal of internal thought. In particular, with a very cute-looking girl sitting next to him, Jess became even more reserved. The pretty young woman seemed to dislike him. Otherwise, why would they deliberately avoid me during meals? Fortunately, Mr. Bright did not seem to be dissatisfied with him. Afternoon. The weather is getting colder and colder. But Jess remained alone on the stairs of the cabin, glancing occasionally towards the entrance to the courtyard, as if waiting for someone to return. Snowflakes drifted down onto his shoulders, and gradually, as time passed, a layer of snowflakes accumulated on Jess's thin shoulders, but he still sat there waiting. Light footsteps approached, and Jess looked up in surprise, only to see Mr. Bright, his expression darkening further. Mr. Bright. His voice was weak, as if he had lost his support. Bright took 2 steps forward and said in a calm voice, "Madame Roland has left for a long time. Before she left, she entrusted you to me. Let's tidy up, dinner's coming up soon." Bright's words gave Jess a new lease on life, and he stood up with immense joy. "Mr. Bright, are you telling the truth?" Bright, who had already turned around, stopped and nodded. In the city, as night approached, the death of a nobleman inside a castle caused quite a stir. At this moment, in a dark corner, Madame Roland leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, a long sword still embedded in her abdomen. The nobleman's guards, of course, wouldn't let her kill him so easily, and she paid a considerable price for it. At this time, a person dressed in a black robe walked in from outside. He looked at the person on the ground, but did not act immediately. Instead, he said, "It's not past the agreed time yet. You still have time to go back." Madame Roland shook her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. Now she has fulfilled her wish, and as for Jess, after tonight, he will have his own future. She no longer needs to go back. She was afraid that if she saw Jess again, she would become cowardly. As her life was drawing to a close, Madame Roland looked at the person before her and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help." After she finished speaking, her head drooped. The man in black remained motionless until the person was completely lifeless. Then he approached. Madame Roland's body was rapidly shrinking. Soon, her body disappeared. Only a blood-red crystal remained in place. The man in black reached out, and the blood-red crystal flew into his hand. He had a black rose bracelet on his wrist. After getting the crystal, the man in black disappeared from the spot in the next second. Night. Jess, who had already finished eating, was exercising in the yard. Suddenly, I don't know why, he stopped what he was doing, looked up, and glanced towards the courtyard. At that moment, he seemed to sense that his mother had returned. Jess shook his head. Mr. Bright had said that his mother would be busy for a long time. He will work hard to train so that he can protect his mother when she returns. In the room, Bright sat on the edge of the bed and told Vaya about what had happened that day, even if she might not be able to hear. But Bright felt he needed someone to talk to. Vaya's body looks increasingly healthy. In fact, if you listen carefully, you can even hear the faint beating of her heart. Regarding the black rose bracelet, Madame Roland was an evil and depraved person. In the darkness, Vaya felt very sorry about Madame Roland's situation. But, upon hearing the word black rose bracelet, Vaya, hidden in the darkness, widened her eyes in disbelief. A suspicion arose in her mind, but this thought terrified Vaya. If she could, she would love to open her eyes and see the world as it is now, and to confirm her inner suspicions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Imperial Palace. Inside the Black Rose Palace, Vaya, dressed in a black gauze dress, sat in front of the mirror. Suddenly, a blood-red crystal the size of a thumb appeared in the mirror. Holding the blood-red crystal, she swallowed it without hesitation. The next second, a sharp pain from her abdomen made her face contort in agony. I don't know how much time passed. She had just crawled up from the ground when her once stunningly beautiful face now looked eerie. Not enough, still not enough. Chapter 92 Methods. For more days have passed since Madame Roland left. Jess seems to have accepted his mother's absence and has resumed his previous training. At the dinner table, Jess ate the piece of meat in his hand with shining eyes. He would occasionally steal glances at Mr. Bright, making sure he was mindful of his eating manners. Wow, this is a big cat. Normally, he'd run away as fast as he could when he sees something like this, but now he's actually getting to eat it. This is more unreal than a dream. However, since it was Mr. Bright who did it, it makes sense. Besides, Bright ate slowly. The food on the table today was all brought back from the woods yesterday. Of course, Erica's clingy nature was also irresistible. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he looked outside. The city has become noticeably more chaotic these past few days. I've witnessed at least 5 clashes while just going out for tea, and in these clashes, the injured civilians haven't received any justice. The city's guards and knights were overwhelmed, and it seemed that the noble lords had all summoned their knights back, and it was unclear what they were preparing for. After finishing the meal, Jess went to train in the yard as usual. Erica is taking a day off today, as arranged by Bright. She doesn't need to endure so much. She could just have fun. However, Erica didn't seem to be planning to play. After finishing her meal, she lay on the table, looking very serious, and started drawing something on a piece of paper. After glancing at him, Bright didn't stop him and turned to go upstairs. I brought breakfast to Via's room and fed her as usual. After he finished doing everything, he didn't leave, but sat there looking at the girl lying on the bed. At this moment, Via's expression was completely indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Apart from looking a little thinner, there was nothing else different about her. Bright could sense that the girl's body had recovered a lot, but for some reason, she remained asleep and did not wake up. Is something missing? Brett touched the girl's hair and murmured something to himself. Just then, a virtual box suddenly appeared. The princess who sinks into darkness. Betrayed by reality, the princess chose to sink into darkness and never see the light again, but the appearance of her master gave her a glimmer of hope. Awakening conditions. An ordinary yet extraordinary day. Reminder, if Saint Ivy Via does not awaken after today, she will be trapped in darkness forever. Seeing the virtual window that suddenly appeared, Bright fell silent, then got up and left the room. Is it ordinary yet extraordinary? In the darkness. At this moment, Via was sitting alone in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Why? She clearly felt that she could wake up, but she was still here, as if she was trapped in this endless darkness by something. Via wants to wake up. I want to see Mr. Bright. I want to see Erica in person. I want to see where I live now. But it seemed as if a voice kept speaking in her ear. No, you don't want to. Even the Duke betrayed you, and you still expect something from a stranger. Why wake up? This empire is beyond saving. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the darkness? Here, there is no fighting, no killing, no so-called mission. Everything outside is fake. Only here can you be carefree. Sleep, Via. You're tired. Just a good night's sleep will make everything better. The voice in her ear was bewitching Via, trying to lull her into a deep sleep. In this endless darkness, to sleep is to die. Erica. Bright entered the living room, where Erica was still sitting at the table, drawing something. Upon hearing the voice, Erica immediately looked up at Bright, her lovely face showing some confusion, wondering why the gentleman had suddenly called her. After thinking for a moment, Bright said, Erica, if you're free today, go and keep the lady upstairs company. You can even just chat with her. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Erica nodded in agreement without hesitation. She was also willing to get to know the poor older sister and didn't feel any aversion towards her. Study. An ordinary yet extraordinary day? What exactly constitutes something that is both ordinary and extraordinary? Bright crossed his arms and sat there thinking. The morning passed quickly. Noon. As usual, Bright fed Via and then left the room. Oops. As soon as the door opened, at the doorway, a small figure bumped into Bright's arms. Huh? Sir, you're here. I came to see that lady. Erica snapped out of her daze, rubbed her head, looked up, and mumbled something indistinctly. Okay, let's go in. Bright smiled, nodded, then gave Erica the seat behind him before going downstairs. After entering the room, Erica chuckled as she walked in, went to the window, and started to close it, but then seemed to remember something and stopped. She went straight to the bedside, and because of her height, Erica chuckled and climbed onto a chair next to her, placing her pink bunny doll beside Via. Sister, this is Erica's favorite doll. You must get better soon. After putting the doll away, Erica whispered something. Sister, let me tell you, my experiment failed again yesterday afternoon. The explosion ruined all the clothes Mister gave me. How awful. In the darkness, Via listened silently, feeling somewhat ashamed. Erica's voice suggests she's not very old, but why does she always tell herself such strange things? For example, is something like an explosion something a child should touch? Although I couldn't understand some of it. But the fact that Erica came to keep her company was already a great comfort to Via. Night. Bright helped Via wash her body carefully. Erica followed along out of curiosity, and before Bright could chase her away, she blushed, covered her eyes, and ran out. This time, however, Bright didn't put Via back inside. Instead, he took her to the yard. Because of the snow, Via was bundled up tightly, with only her head peeking out as she sat in the wheelchair. This wooden wheelchair was made by Bright. He makes them occasionally in his spare time these days, and the wheelchair was completed quickly. A world with magic is certainly much more convenient. Chapter 93, Awakening 1. The night sky covered with stars. Jess was still doing push-ups in his corner. When Jess saw Mr. Bright come out, he stood up to greet him. Bright first, but the next second, upon seeing the man's gesture, he immediately covered his mouth. Bright looked at Jess, put his index finger to his lips, and made a hushed gesture. Jess covered his mouth, nodded heavily, and then looked curiously at the person being pushed in front of the man. Jess couldn't help but think to himself, is this the same person who has been living in the house all along? However, she looked somewhat weak and had her eyes closed, which is probably why she doesn't go out often. Jess had always known of Via's existence, but tonight was the first time he had seen her, and he felt curious and couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. In the courtyard, Bright pushed Via. If you look closely, you can see that tiny sparks occasionally appear around him, driving away the chill around Via. Tonight, Bright plans to take Via on a nice trip, though he's not sure if it will solve a problem. But if she were conscious, she probably wouldn't want to lie there all the time. Push open the courtyard gate. Bright knelt down, straightened Via's clothes to make her more secure, and then nodded. Although she had driven away the chill from her body, Via's body was still too weak, so it was good to make more preparations. Looking at the girl in front of him, Bright whispered, "You've been back for so long. Aren't you bored staying in your room all the time?" In the darkness, Via nodded repeatedly. "Let me take you out for a walk tonight." Via nodded again, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Although she couldn't see it, she could still vaguely sense something. However, Vi was still a little curious. What was wrong with Mr. Bright today? Why did you suddenly bring her out? But that initial curiosity was quickly replaced by anticipation. On the path, because the ground was uneven, the wheelchair bumped and swayed a bit. Upon seeing this, Bright frowned, and with a thought. The next moment, suddenly, a fiery path appeared out of thin air, barely above the ground. As the wheelchair moved, the fiery path also moved slowly and smoothly. After walking for a while, I didn't see anyone else on the road. Perhaps it was because of the wilderness, or perhaps because of the chaos, but most people would choose to stay at home at night. There weren't many people around to begin with, making it unusually quiet now, except for the sounds of birds and animals. Brett pushed Via along, talking to himself about his observations and interesting things he had read in books. A short while later, the two arrived at a cliff edge, with a large tree standing to their right. Looking down, you can see almost the entire area and even the house you currently live in. Here you can get closer to the sky. And to see more broadly, upon arriving at their destination, Bright lifted Via from the wheelchair and gently placed her beside the withered tree. Although it is winter, the ground is still covered with tender, soft green grass. As for where these came from, you'd have to ask Brett himself. After doing everything, Bright thought for a moment and then sat down beside her, laying Via flat on her back with her head resting on his lap. He hesitated just now, thinking he would take Via back after shopping. But after thinking about it, Brett rejected his previous idea. Since they were already out, he decided to let Via relax tonight, as the small room was still too oppressive. What Via needs now is a wider world. Bright looked at Via's calm face. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but that's all I can do. I hope she can get through this on her own. Then Bright took out a storybook from his pocket and slowly read it aloud. In the darkness, Via looked around and felt a sense of wonder. Although she can't see, she can feel. At this moment, how she longed to see it with her own eyes. How I longed to understand. Via rose from the endless darkness, tears streaming down her face. I want to wake up. I don't want to stay here anymore. Via said, crying. No, you don't want to. Waking up will only bring more pain. Do you want to witness the destruction of the Empire with your own eyes? Everyone is betraying you, including your once beloved father. In the darkness, that eerie voice appeared in Via's ears again. No, I don't want to stay here anymore. Via covered her ears, shook her head, and struggled. The eerie sound appeared again. What can you do even if you wake up? Without your wings, you're nothing but a cripple. You can't do anything. Look at yourself now, so vulnerable. It's pathetic. Yeah, what can I do if I wake up? Via removed her hands from her ears. She had lost her wings and her strength. Even after waking up, she was nothing more than a useless person. Over time, even Mr. Bright would get tired of it. After all, no one wants to take care of a good-for-nothing forever. There's nothing I can do. What's the point of me waking up? Why did you wake up? In the darkness, Via slowly crouched down, sitting alone in the darkness once more. She gave up. Even if she wakes up, she'll just be a cripple. If he doesn't wake up, perhaps it won't be long before Mr. Bright abandons him. Vaya thought silently, her eyes slowly closing. Perhaps this time, she would never open them again. St. Ivy Vaya. Suddenly at this moment, a sound startled Vaya from her slumber. Mr. Bright. In the darkness, Vaya suddenly opened her eyes, utterly shocked. She knew the owner of that voice very well. Why does Mr. Bright know my name? Beside the dead tree. With midnight fast approaching, Bright finally couldn't hold back and slowly said, Vaya, it's time for you to wake up. If you can't find the motivation to live, then become my slave. From today onwards, you are my slave. As your master, I will not allow you to remain asleep like this. As my slave, I will be very angry if you die without your master's consent. Your body won't be preserved intact either. Drain your blood and feed it to the black horse. Send your limbs to the magician for research, and preserve your body as a specimen. Conditions met. Chapter 94 Awakening 2. In the darkness. Hearing these words, Vaya stood up with a smile. After so long, she had almost forgotten her own identity. She is Princess Saint Ivy Vaya of the Empire. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. Vaya said to herself, Mr. Bright, you are very bold. Since you know my name, you must also know my identity. Slaves? She knew that Mr. Bright was only saying that to get her attention. However, one thing Vaya had to admit was that Mr. Bright's words did indeed attract her attention. With a snap from the endless darkness, Vaya felt her body begin to brighten. Then, that eerie sound appeared again. No, waking up will only cause you more pain. You'll regret this. However, Vaya ignored them and walked toward the bright path. In reality, Vaya's eyelashes trembled slightly. At the same time, the capital city, the royal palace. On the luxurious bed, Vaya, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and leaned against the headboard, her long black hair cascading down her back in disarray. She turned to look out the window and whispered, Is he awake? Under the dead tree, the snowflakes disappeared before they even fell. Tick-tock. The pocket watch in his pocket ticked, indicating that it was past midnight. On the legs, the girl lay there peacefully as before, seemingly unchanged. Bright chuckled, put away his book, and gently flicked the girl's forehead. Since you're awake, why pretend to be asleep? Also, your acting is terrible. The girl opened her eyes. Although she was awake, that was all. Her body was still largely beyond her control. To be precise, she has just woken up and will need some time before she can act like a normal person. Looking at the person in front of her, Vaya was quite moved. Thinking of what she had said before, she said, Mr. Bright, you really have a wicked sense of humor. Bright shook his head and said seriously, No, I never say anything meaningless. You didn't object when I said those things. So, Saint Ivy Vaya, from today onwards you are my slave. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Bright, and I'm a slave trader. Vaya, Mr. Bright, could you please extend your hand? Do what? I want to bite you. No. Vaya wanted to rebel against being inexplicably enslaved, but she had no power to resist and could only helplessly accept this reality. The night passed quickly. Vaya, who had just woken up, was very excited and wanted to talk all night, but Bright refused. The reason given is that staying up late is harmful to health. Vaya, who was extremely weak, had no right to refute this. Early morning, in the courtyard, Erica excitedly circled the wheelchair, occasionally letting out "waya" sounds. It's like discovering something special. It's worth mentioning that Erica doesn't seem to dislike Vaya much. On the contrary, she seems quite close to her, as can be seen from the scene before us. Normally, Erica doesn't interact with anyone except herself, but now Erica isn't running away. Instead, she's getting close to Vaya. Bright watched from the side. Sir, my sister has woken up. Look, she's awake. Erica excitedly grabbed Bright's hand and said. Bright replied, Yes. However, your sister Vaya is still very weak and needs to rest properly. Erica shouldn't disturb her right now. Sister Vaya? Erica noticed the key point. In her wheelchair, Vaya exerted all her strength to control her hands, slowly raising them to place Erica's right hand in her palm, and said with a smile, My name is Saint I. Vaya, it's a pleasure to meet Miss Erica. Thump. Seeing her hand being grabbed by Vaya and hearing what she said next, Erica's face instantly turned bright red. Then, In a flash, they fled from there as if running away. Mr. Cien. Erica went to do her homework first. The commotion caught the attention of Jess, who was exercising in the corner. Is this Mr. Bright? Jess walked out from the corner, and as soon as he came out, he saw the woman. Unlike last night, she had opened her eyes. Hello, Jess. My name is Saint Ivy Vaya. It's nice to meet you. Upon seeing Jess, Vaya smiled and said, Thump. Hello. My name is Jess. I'm destined to become one of the 3 great knights. Jess's face instantly turned bright red, and he even started to stammer. If Erica's blush was due to embarrassment and discomfort, then Jess's blush was entirely due to Vaya's charm. Although Vaya was in a wheelchair at this moment, her stunningly beautiful and elegant face, as well as her noble demeanor, could not be concealed. Although Jess was young and naive, he would still instinctively feel shy when he saw someone who was particularly beautiful. He glanced at the person in the wheelchair and Mr. Bright standing to the side. Jess couldn't help but notice how well this beautiful older sister and Mr. Bright matched. Mr. Bright, is this your wife? Jess asked the question instinctively. This time, it wasn't Jace who blushed. In a wheelchair, Vaya was stunned for a moment. Then her beautiful oval face was covered with a blush, and she couldn't help but glance at Brett beside her. Bright remained expressionless, ignoring Jess's words. No. After saying that, Bright pushed Vaya into the room. Behind, Jess was slightly disappointed upon hearing this answer, but quickly perked up again. Yes, it isn't now, but it definitely will be in the future. Only a beautiful woman like her is worthy of Mr. Bright. You shouldn't have said your full name, Bright said calmly as he pushed Vaya along. Vaya, her face still slightly flushed, turned her head to look at Bright, her cheeks puffed out slightly. Mr. Bright, I'm not stupid. I only said it because it was Jess and Erica. Brighton. Chapter 95, The Method of Bloodline Repair, The Holy Church Ruins. In the room, Bright pushed the wheelchair. He was certain this was his first time communicating with this Ms. Vaya. But for some reason, this Ms. Vaya didn't seem to be unfamiliar with him at all. In fact, it was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. However, he knew that when he brought Vaya back, she was in a state of being alive. Their first meeting was, to be precise, last night. Mr. Bright. Suddenly, Vaya, sitting in a wheelchair, spoke up. Bright looked at the other person with some confusion. Vaya turned her head, looked at Bright, lowered her head slightly, and said earnestly, Thank you for your help. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Bright gave a brief reply and continued pushing the wheelchair. Vaya turned her head and glanced at the person behind her, a hint of confusion on her pretty face. Mr. Bright is really strange. Knowing that she was a princess of the Empire, yet asking for nothing in return, and even continuing to help herself. What exactly does he want? Are they after her status as an imperial princess? Or perhaps it's her. As for whether Mr. Bright would really help him without asking for anything in return, Vaya doesn't believe this. After all, she had no connection with this Mr. Bright before, didn't know him, and was completely unfamiliar with him. He was a complete stranger. Perhaps there is another possibility. That means Mr. Bright is a very good person. He pitied her, which is why he helped her. But do such selfless people really exist? Vaya didn't quite believe it, especially since she had just been betrayed by the person she trusted most. So, why did Mr. Bright save her? Vaya glanced at her body, then shook her head. Whatever Mr. Bright was planning, she was now a useless person of no value and would probably disappoint him. Even if she returned to the capital, the Duke, whose existence had already been exposed, would absolutely not allow her to exist. The princess's identity is useless. On the contrary, she is now a dangerous factor. If Duke Gracie Lynn discovers that she is still alive, it will surely cause Mr. Bright a lot of trouble. As a princess, she also had her own supporters, but since even Duke Gracie Lynn had betrayed her, then those supporters must have betrayed her as well. Vaya shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Now that she has awakened, she is prepared to face everything. We arrived at the room door quickly. Entering the room, Bright snapped his fingers and several flames appeared in his hand, then flew into the lights throughout the room. Soon, the room, which had been somewhat cold, began to warm up. Just as Vaya was about to say something, she noticed that the wheelchair was still moving and had already reached the bedside. She then found herself suspended in midair. Feeling herself being picked up, Vaya instinctively blushed. At that moment, that aloof and handsome face suddenly became very close. Mr. Bright. Vaya panicked. Although she could usually sense it, seeing and touching it with her own eyes now left her somewhat at a loss. I'm sorry, Ms. Vaya. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, Brett said calmly, placed Vaya on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. You should rest first. After saying that, Bright left the room. In the room, Vaya lay calmly on the bed, her noble and beautiful wine-red eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Although this room was not as large as a royal palace, nor did it have as many ornate decorations, and there were no maids at his beck and call. But I don't know why. Vaya felt exceptionally at ease at this moment, even more at ease than she had been in a vast palace. Gradually, Vaya closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the study, Bright stared at the virtual frame, seemingly recording something. With Vaya waking up, the content that was previously unavailable can now be viewed. See details for Angel Bloodline Repair Method. Check. Angel Bloodline Repair Method. The holy ruins with a last trace of the holy angel's power is preserved. Absorbing it will repair your bloodline. Under the dim light, Bright slowly took notes. Holy Church ruins? You only have a name, but you don't know where you are. How do you find it? The virtual box did not provide a precise location, only a name. The world is vast, and without a precise search, you might never find it in your entire life. It seems we need to investigate this holy church ruin. As soon as Bright said that, the next second, the whole room seemed to have changed. The flame in the oil lamp stopped flickering, and the snowflakes outside the window seemed to float in mid-air, as if time had stood still. Seeing this extremely bizarre scene before him, Bright remained calm and instead sat still, observing his surroundings. Suddenly at this moment, that familiar yet unfamiliar voice appeared in his ears again. He had heard that sound before, outside the church he had burned down. It's the voice of that unknown entity. The sound was intermittent. The holy relics are located in Potus City. It can help you find the exact location. I have no ill intentions towards you. After this, my power will be completely gone. It's inside the jade pendant. As he finished speaking, a deep red jade pendant floated down from the cabinet beside him, hovered in front of him, and then slowly landed on the table. The mysterious voice vanished, as if it had never existed. The red jade pendant engraved with a flying dragon was the one that Will's mother had given him before. Everything around us returned to normal. Looking at the jade pendant on the table. Is she an angel? But why would she help me? Is it because of Vaya? Bright murmured. The voice disappeared, and even the last words were left unsaid. Is there anything else in this jade pendant? Bright examined the jade pendant in his hand, but still couldn't find anything special about it. A few days later, although Vaya is still in a wheelchair, she is noticeably better than she was a few days ago. At the table, Brett hesitated, holding the book in his hand, because Vaya was sitting directly opposite him, staring at him intently. Even if he didn't want to pay attention, he had no choice but to. Cough, cough. Miss Vaya, you can go find some books to read yourself. Bright began by saying something. Chapter 96 Porta City, Erica's new item. Vaya said softly, I'm just a little curious about Mr. Bright. It's rare to see someone who enjoys reading as much as you. Brett, just a preference. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairwell. Erica came running over quickly, then stood behind the wheelchair, gripping it tightly with both hands as if it were very important. Vaya saw Erica appear behind her and said with a smile, Please, Erica. Erica's little face lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Then, slowly and carefully, he pushed the wheelchair away from there. Beside him, Bright withdrew his gaze. Erica didn't avoid Vaya at all, which surprised him a bit, and, judging from the situation these past few days, the two seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Right now, Erica usually helps push the wheelchair, and occasionally Vaya will ask Erica to take her to the woods to look at her homework. In this way, the two of them have become closer without realizing it. After Vaya left, Bright took out a map of the Empire from the book, and after consulting it, he knew the location of Potus City. From my current location, it would take about a week to get to Potus City without stopping along the way. Even if I travel at a faster pace, it would take at least 5 days. Looks like I need to make some preparations. On the road, Erica was pushing Vaya around, talking happily as she spoke. Sister Vaya, hurry, hurry. Erica has just created something new. That's really interesting. It's homework the teacher gave Erica. Really? I'm really looking forward to it. Vaya smiled. She didn't discriminate against Erica, the half-dwarf, and even treated her like a younger sister. Of course, through Mr. Bright's introduction, I also learned about some of her characteristics. For example, some of the things Erica creates might suddenly explode, so Vaya usually just watches from a distance. Soon, the two then entered the woods. Erica darted into the cabin, and a moment later, her small body emerged carrying a box almost the same size as herself. Vi was slightly surprised to see this. Erica was really strong. Thump! Erica placed the large box on the ground, opened it, and then stood before Vaya as if presenting a treasure. Looking at the unknown ironware placed inside the box, Vaya was very curious. These ironware pieces looked somewhat like the armor worn by knights, but why were some parts of them bent? At this moment, Erica rubbed her nose and hummed twice. Sister Vaya, watch closely. As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of magical energy emanated from Erica's body. Clang! In an instant, the iron object inside the box flew towards Erica's body, with a few metallic clanging sounds. Soon, Erica was completely covered in metal, making her look like a small robot. On the open ground, Erica controlled her body, moving it stiffly from side to side. Ah, Sister Vaya, look, isn't it funny? Erica's voice came from inside that lump of iron. Not far away, Vaya's mouth agape slightly, clearly surprised by the scene, and she clapped her hands, saying, "That's really interesting. Erica is amazing." Hearing the praise, Erica scratched her head shyly. At this moment, Vaya's voice came again. "Erica, you also emit a red glow. It's so beautiful." Red light. Inside the iron vessel, Erica first looked at herself blankly, then seemed to remember something. Oh no! Realizing what had happened, Erica quickly controlled herself and ran away into the distance. Vaya, who was still clapping, froze in place, seemingly confused by Erica's actions. But the next second, from a distance, bang! The ground trembled slightly. When a strong gust of wind brushed against her face, Vaya's eyes twitched involuntarily, and then her expression suddenly changed. "Erica!" Vaya stretched out her hands, worriedly wanting to push the wheelchair over. At this time, a familiar voice rang out from the woods. "Sister Vaya, I'm fine." All I saw was a dark figure emerged from the woods. Upon seeing Erica, Vaya quickly pushed her wheelchair over. Reaching her side, Vaya grasped Erica's shoulders with both hands, looking her over carefully to make sure she was all right before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Erica hung her head, looking utterly dejected. "Sister Vaya," Erica failed again. Hearing Erica's disappointed voice, Vaya gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay, Erica, don't worry. Success will come eventually. We could take it slow, Erica." Erica looked up, tears already welling in her eyes. "But if we succeed, Sister Vaya can stand up again." It must be very uncomfortable for Sister Vaya to be sitting in a wheelchair. Vaya, who had initially intended to comfort them, suddenly felt her pupils shrink and her hands freeze in place upon hearing these words. So Erica did all this for her own sake? Not sure if it was because sand had blown into her eyes. Vaya rubbed them and felt her hand become wet. The next second, ignoring Erica's dark complexion, Vaya reached out and hugged her tightly, stroking her head to comfort her. It's okay. Erica, don't cry." Noon. Bright was in the yard instructing Jess on some sword techniques. At this time, the gate to the courtyard was opened, and two large, dark-skinned creatures walked in. Erica pushed the wheelchair and crouched in the back. Upon seeing Mr. Bright, Vaya, with a clown-like expression, smiled and extended her right hand in greeting. "Mr. Bright, Bright, we were just about to eat, but I ended up having to clean these two up first." Then, after a busy period of time, the aroma of food wafted throughout the room from the brown wooden table. Because of Vaya and her two children, Bright didn't cook anything spicy, but rather some highly nutritious dishes. After all, children are growing rapidly at this stage. Well, although Erica's body is already fixed, there's no problem with getting more nutrition. Chapter 97 Preparations Before Leaving. Steamed otherworldly hen, boiled fish, vegetable salad, and milk custard. For Bright, a few simple dishes were a piece of cake. However, these two little guys were already drooling with envy. Erica sat to Bright's left, looking like an adorable doll in her new little dress. The chair behind her was taller than her head, and a white napkin that took up most of her body was tied around her. She stared blankly at the food on the table, occasionally slurping it down. Jess was sitting to Bright's right. After spending a few days together, Jess was much better off than the previous days and was no longer so reserved. Jess sat upright with his hands on his lap, his face serious, but his eyes were fixed on the food on the table. However, he will not take any action without Mr. Bright's permission. A qualified knight must control his inner desires. Vaya was sitting directly opposite Bright. Vaya watched all of this with a smile, finding it quite amusing. Okay, eat up. Seeing that everyone was ready, Bright said something in a calm tone. Erica, who was already prepared, struck and chopped off the hen's head. Jess, standing to the side, was still preparing. Vaya watched the scene unfold with a smile, not in a hurry. She was quite surprised by Mr. Bright's cooking skills. Many of the dishes she had eaten in the past few days were ones she had never tried before. You should know that she used to be an imperial princess, and her table was always laden with dishes. However, compared to before, Mr. Bright's cooking is surprisingly delicious now. Vaya prepared a small spoonful of steamed egg custard with milk. It was the first time she had ever tried this dish. As she put it in her mouth and felt the wonderful sensation, Vaya's eyes widened in surprise. That's amazing. This is clearly just regular milk and regular eggs. But what Mr. Bright had in his hands was exceptionally delicious. Even Vaya couldn't resist sticking out her tongue and licking her mouth. In the living room, after finishing the meal, because it had been discussed beforehand, none of them left. Bright sat on the sofa and slowly began to express his thoughts. Because of some things, we will set off for Porta City tomorrow, which is a long way. As Bright spoke, his gaze fell upon Jess. Actually, the main purpose of his statement this time was Jace. Erica and Vaya, needless to say, will follow me. As for Jess, Bright wanted to hear his opinion. After all, this was his home. Upon hearing this, Erica, on the other hand, nonchalantly fiddled with the doll in her hands. Wherever Mr. Bright went, she went too. Vaya looked at Bright with curiosity, seemingly puzzled as to why he wanted to go to Porta City, which was very close to the capital. Jess first lowered his head, then looked up at Bright and said with a smile, "It's all right, Mr. Bright. You go ahead. I can manage here by myself. I will stay at home obediently and wait for my mother to come back." After saying these words, Jess smiled, but a hint of sadness still appeared in his eyes. Having spent so much time with Mr. Bright, he was still very sad to hear that the man was leaving, especially since he would be all alone there afterward. Bright shook his head. "Madame Roland won't be back for a long time. I'm asking you this because I want to know. Jess, would you like to come with me?" Opposite, Jess rose on the spot. Then, realizing what he had done, he hurriedly and happily exclaimed, "I do, Mr. Bright." Jess's previous dejected mood vanished, and now his face was full of excitement. Upon receiving the answer, Blade nodded. A short while later, only the two of them remained in the living room. Erica and Jess went to pack their luggage. Vaya stayed here. He knew what Vaya was thinking. Bright picked up his cup from the table, took a sip of tea, and looked at Vaya in front of him, saying slowly, "There is something there that will restore your body. Once you get it, your body will return to its previous state." Vaya opened her mouth. "Mr. Bright." Bright knew what Vaya wanted to say, so he said, "Except for the wings on your back, everything else can be restored." At this moment, Vaya could no longer sit still. She looked at Bright with a puzzled expression, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and wine-red pupils filled with confusion. Looking at the calm man in front of her, she was puzzled and couldn't understand. In the end, she still asked, "Mr. Bright, what exactly is your purpose in doing this?" Bright stood up and walked past Vaya. "There are recent imperial newspapers on the table. You could take a look. As for why, you are my slave, and a crippled slave can't bring any value. As a slave trader, I guarantee your quality. Your growth is what I seek. Porta City is a must-visit, but it's a long way off, so be prepared." Mr. Bright has left, but Vaya remained seated without moving. He seemed to be thinking about something. Slaves? Vaya disagrees with this statement, saying it's just Mr. Bright's excuse. If her treatment qualifies as slavery, then the Empire has no slaves at all. Vaya looked up, staring blankly at the ceiling. "So, Mr. Bright, what exactly do you want? My growth? What a strange person." Vaya withdrew her gaze, a smile appearing on her lips. "Oh, why think so much? Since he has received so much care, I will give Mr. Bright whatever he needs in the future, even if it means the entire empire." In the courtyard, Instead of exercising, Jess squatted outside the cabin. This is the home he and his mother have lived in for over a decade, and now that he's leaving, he feels a pang of reluctance. Jess looked around at everything. At that moment, he missed his mother. Talp talp. At this time, a tall figure appeared in front of him. Jess looked up. It's Mr. Bright. Bright, holding a wooden sword, looked at Jess sitting there and slowly said, Jace, get up. Today I'm going to teach you some skills. Just memorize it simply and practice it gradually later. Hearing this, Jess stood up in surprise and said excitedly, Yes, I will definitely remember it carefully, Mr. Bright. Chapter 98, Leaving. In the afternoon, in the city, it's the same restaurant, the same location. Bright sipped his tea and read a book, and everything around him seemed so peaceful. His gaze drifted slightly toward the window. Previously, there were many people on the street, but now there is no trace of pedestrians on the main street. Even if there are just some horse-drawn carriages passing by in a hurry. The chaos in Cell City made most civilians afraid to wander around, fearing that something might happen to them. Even some nobles only dared to go out for a stroll when they were accompanied by several guards. Sir, we will be closing in 1 hour. At this time, a maid approached, looking somewhat worried, afraid that her words might offend the nobleman before her, and said softly, I'm sorry, sir. As you know, the city isn't very safe lately. As evening approached, there weren't many people out strolling around. That's why the boss told us to close early. Looking away, Blake nodded, indicating that he understood. After the maid left, Bright took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It seems that this chaotic situation has also affected some businesses in the city. Fine, I'll go back as soon as possible. He only came here to take one last look at Cell City. After all, he had lived here for a while and met and encountered some people and things. After finishing his tea, he leaned against a black umbrella and put on a black hat. There was a thin layer of snow on both sides of the road. Stepping outside, without the magical blessing of the restaurant, the cold air assaulted us again, and with each breath, a wisp of white mist would emerge from our mouths. Bright tightened his clothes, opened his black umbrella, and left the area. At the site of the former Church of Angels, all that remained was a pile of rubble, surrounded by a thick blanket of fine snow. Although several days have passed, there are still 1 or 2 guards watching over the church. Bright stood at a distance, glanced at it briefly, and then left. By the time I got home, it was already 5 p.m. After a quick tidying up, Bright began preparing dinner for the afternoon. Because Erica was a glutton, he needed to prepare extra food so that she wouldn't be hungry and have to search for food everywhere at night. In the kitchen, Bright had just opened the door, ready to start preparing the food. At that moment, Via slowly pushed her wheelchair in through the doorway. She was reading in the living room when she heard the sound and knew it was Mr. Bright coming back, so she came over. Bright, is there anything I can do for you? Upon hearing this, Bright was slightly taken aback. Via's tone was similar to Wendy's earlier, so in that instant, he thought of Wendy. Yes, it's been almost a month. I wonder how that guy is doing now. The compatibility of his talents is slowly increasing, though. Mr. Bright, looking at Bright in front of her, Via was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she had ever seen Mr. Bright lose focus. It was quite unexpected. Coming to his senses, Bright said, then I'll trouble Miss Via to help wash those vegetables over there. Is that okay? Of course. Via nodded without hesitation, then happily pushed her wheelchair toward the food, saying, I'm happy to help Mr. Bright. Now, in the land of the elves, far to the north, the extremely cold weather seems to prefer this place, as snow has already accumulated on the ground, almost reaching above the calves. In the ancient forest, several elves carrying bows and arrows were patrolling and keeping watch in the trees to prevent the appearance of enemy elves. In the middle, on a cleared area, dozens of elves clad in armor stood. Hayes, now a member of the Kingdom of Sivir, was organizing her squad. As before, she was assigned to the vanguard. Your Highness, you've only just returned. Are you sure you don't want to rest for a while? Besides, as a princess, you don't need to come here at all. Yuna looked at the person in front of her and said with some worry, After all, this is a battlefield, a place where you could lose your life if you're not careful. Before her, a person with a sword at their waist, wearing emerald green armor and carrying a longbow turned around. At this moment, Wendy's beautiful face had a more resolute look, and her beautiful light purple eyes were filled with an undeniable light. Compared to before, Wendy now exudes an air of authority. Sister Yuna, You don't need to say anything more. I have promised my father that I will not go directly to the front line, but will start from a safer area. Besides, as a princess, I don't want to be a princess who just waits for the outcome. I want to take control of everything myself. Not far away, Hayes, who was making arrangements, smiled faintly after hearing these words. For some reason, at this moment, she felt that her future life would be even more wonderful, and that all of this would be brought about by the princess who was participating in war for the first time. Moreover, I have a promise I must fulfill. Wendy whispered softly, holding her sword in one hand, her gaze fixed on the sky, in the direction of the Ysani Empire. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as Bright opened the door, he saw Jess tidying up the carriage in the yard. Across the street, Jess also heard the door open, turned around, and saw Mr. Bright, so he waved happily. "Good morning, Mr. Bright." "Good morning, Jess." Clang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind, and then Erica was seen tumbling down the stairs from the second floor, carrying a backpack even bigger than herself. God knows how worried Bright was just now. Fortunately, these were all ordinary items. The magical items had been personally placed on the carriage the night before. On the stair ledge, Erica got up from the ground, chuckled, dusted herself off, and quickly looked around until she saw the gentleman standing in the doorway. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Erica, but you don't look too well." "Erica," A short while later, after dealing with Erica's matter, the carriage started moving. If it weren't for Erica, the carriage might have started half an hour earlier. On the streets, in the early morning, a carriage was moving slowly, leaving 2 long tracks in a thin layer of snow. Chapter 99 Approach. Jess is driving the carriage. It wasn't that Bright was torturing children or anything. Jess requested to drive the carriage himself. Bright did not refuse. Sometimes giving without giving is not a good thing. It may put pressure on the other party. Giving the other party some way to repay will make the relationship last longer. Speaking of carriages, we must also mention that black horse. To be honest, Bright hadn't paid much attention to the dark horse, but it had given him a pleasant surprise, even with so much stuff in the car and those 2 boxes of money. The black horse, pulling the carriage, remained unchanged. Bright glanced at the dark horse outside, deep in thought. In this world, there are many rare and exotic animals, as well as some mutated animals. Perhaps my dark horse is one of them? I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I've discovered it, I can do some serious digging into this dark horse when I have time later. Inside the carriage, Erica was fast asleep beside him, occasionally letting out some muttering noises. Beside her, Vaya sat quietly reading the newspaper. Recently, Vaya has been reading newspapers a lot, seemingly trying to make up for the time she's been sleeping. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Bright and his group sometimes spend time in the wilderness and sometimes in towns. However, while passing through some towns, Bright noticed something unusual. Whether in cities or towns, security has been tightened, and the identities of outsiders are being verified. Those with proper identification are less of a problem. Ordinary civilians, on the other hand, find it very difficult to enter small towns or cities. It is said that this is because the imperial throne ceremony is about to begin, and this is also to prevent some strange people from sneaking into the city. As night approached, the sky grew dark. Seeing the town getting closer and closer in the distance, Jess said happily, "Mr. Bright, we've arrived in Greytown. Then let's go in and rest for the night." Bright's voice came from inside the carriage. So the carriage continued towards the town. Soon, upon arriving at the entrance, Greytown is a small town built of mud and stone. The walls look a bit old, and the entrance to the town is about the size of 2 doors. 2 soldiers stood at the entrance, wearing only shawls and carrying spears. Perhaps because of the cold, they tucked their spears into their robes and frequently breathed on their hands to warm them. Upon seeing a carriage approaching, the 2 immediately perked up. Whether the carriage owner was a merchant or a nobleman, they could all get some benefits, especially the merchants, who were very generous in order to avoid trouble. Grey is a remote town, rarely visited by people. Most of its inhabitants are local residents. The 2 of them had never seen this carriage before. Then, one of the bald, burly men saw the carriage arrive, chuckled lewdly, and walked over with his spear in hand. "Parking! Stop the car! Stop the car! Who are the people in the car? And what is their purpose in coming here?" As the bald, burly man spoke, he tried to peek inside the carriage through the gap in the curtain. At this time, a cold voice came from inside the carriage. "Bright, a slave trader, is here to stay for 1 night. His destination is Pota City. Slave traders. Upon hearing this, the bald, burly man became interested. Just as he had said before, those merchants were walking money trees. He only needed to shake them slightly and gold, silver, and copper coins would fall out. Mr. Bright. According to the latest imperial directive, anyone entering a town must be thoroughly investigated. So please forgive me, sir, but may I check the situation inside the carriage? Something similar had happened a few days ago, so Bright didn't press the matter and got down from the carriage. Have Jess stand aside and lift the curtain so that people can see inside the carriage. Bright said, they're not in good health, so they don't come out. You can check them out. To be honest, before this slave trader appeared, the bald, burly man was prepared to make things difficult for him. But after seeing the appearance of the person in front of him, the bald, burly man instinctively chickened out. Although the other party seemed very cooperative for some reason, he felt a chill in the back of his neck. Hiss. Moreover, this person's demeanor was far superior to that of any noble lord I had ever met before. As a gatekeeper, the bald, burly man was quite perceptive. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. So the moment he saw Bright, four words popped into his mind. Don't offend them. Sir, I still believe you. After a brief formality, the bald, burly man called to his partner standing there. Ergo, open the door. Let this gentleman through quickly. By the way, sir, there have been several missing persons cases in town recently. You should be careful while you are resting. After thinking for a moment, the bald, burly man still said those words. Bright was just about to pull out his slave trader ID card when he heard that he was being allowed to pass, which is a little unexpected. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So, upon entering the town, Bright had Jess give the two men some money. After all, I was disgusted a few days ago, so when I suddenly meet someone I like and I'm in a good mood, it's okay to give them a small coin. After entering the town, Bright noticed that some of the residents lining the street were furtively scanning his carriage. However, Bright didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, they went directly to their destination, a hotel. The hotel owner was a flamboyantly dressed woman who became very enthusiastic when guests arrived. The horse-leading and posing maid Vaya, who was already slightly disguised, feel disgusted. A short while later, after a lot of trouble, it's finally done. 2 rooms were booked in total. Erica and Vaya shared a room. Bright and Jess were in the same room. Erica lay on the bed, swinging her legs, looking quite relaxed. But on the side, Vaya looked out the window with some curiosity, recalling what Mr. Bright had just said. That was what Mr. Bright whispered to me before I entered the room. Miss Vaya, we will discover some things tonight. Don't go to sleep yet. If necessary, you can wake Erica up. Although this girl seems a bit unreliable, there are times when you can rely on her, and she won't let you down. Chapter 100 Traveling Together. Now, in another room, seeing Mr. Bright still sitting there, Jess was a little curious. Sir, aren't you going to rest? Bright shook his head. Some guests will be arriving later. Jess, you should go to sleep. Although curious, Jess had no choice but to rest since Mr. Bright had already said so. He took out a blanket and prepared to make a makeshift bed on the floor. Seeing this, Bright said, Jess, go to bed and rest. Jess paused for a moment. Sir, and what about you? It's all right. I might not get any rest tonight, Bright said slowly, gazing at the starry sky outside the window. I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky, but somehow finding a place to rest just felt so strange. From the moment he saw the proprietress, Brett felt a strange sense of familiarity. That felt like the kind of thugs that Bright had under his command. After all, since coming into this world, he has come into contact with this type of person the most and has observed them the most carefully. The wolf wore human skin, but it could not hide its foul, fishy smell. Let them have their bad luck tonight. Time passed. Countless stars twinkled in the sky. The town of Gray became unusually quiet at this moment. However, this quietness is only superficial. At this moment, in one of the hotel rooms, the beautiful proprietress was leaning against a burly man's chest, while nearly 10 men were gathered in the room, all of them with one thing in common. They all wore dark-faced expressions. The proprietress said sweetly, Dalong has brought several fat sheep this time, as well as 2 pretty beauties. They ate our food, so even if they had power, they couldn't use it. Everything is the same as usual. You must reward me handsomely. The burly man laughed heartily. That's for sure. Once we take care of these guys tonight, we'll have achieved our goal. The proprietress patted the burly man's chest lightly. That's right, those guys in town seem to have discovered something lately. They're so suspicious and paranoid, It's driving me crazy. The burly man embraced her sweetly. All right, after we finish tonight, you can take a break for a while. By the way, is the sound blocking device ready? Of course it's done, the proprietress said, pulling a blue glass ball from her chest. A blue glass sphere, about half the size of a palm, emitted a beautiful light, and faintly, a light curtain invisible to ordinary people enveloped the entire hotel. In a certain room, even though it's late at night, Vaya is still not resting. Mr. Bright must have had his reasons for saying those things, so perhaps something really will happen tonight. In order to avoid any mistakes, she simply didn't sleep. Via yawned softly. The road the carriage was traveling on wasn't very good, and at times quite rugged, so the journey had been rather tiring. The food prepared by the hotel was not eaten, even though Mr. Bright had instructed him to. Instead, Mr. Bright secretly disposed of it. Vaya rubbed her eyes, leaned on the table, and stared at the burning oil lamp in front of her. For some reason, she seemed to see Mr. Bright's figure in the flame, just as she was about to take a closer look. Suddenly at this moment, one or two faint sounds came from outside the door. What's going on? Why are the lights still on in the room? I don't know, boss. Upon hearing the sound, Vaya abruptly stood up from the table and looked towards the door. Sure enough, she saw several dark figures appear outside. Could this be what Mr. Bright was talking about? So Vaya didn't stand there frozen, but quickly pushed the wheelchair to the bedside, ready to wake Erica. But, just then, with a clang, the door was violently kicked open from the outside, and several dark figures walked in. Meanwhile, in another room, Bright remained seated, but several men appeared before him. The burly man at the front was not wearing a mask. When he saw someone sitting there, he and the people behind him were visibly taken aback. The burly man turned to the person beside him and angrily said, "What's going on? How could Yinzi do such a thing? Why is this person still perfectly fine?" The person behind him was clearly unaware of the situation and stammered, unable to speak for a moment. Damn it, whatever. Since something unexpected had happened, the burly man clearly wasn't going to waste any more time. He immediately drew a short blade from his waist, ready to strike. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Kid, I don't know how you found out, but you'd better behave tonight. Otherwise." However, the next second, the burly man hadn't even finished speaking when, suddenly, with a loud crash, the entire hotel trembled, and instantly, the burly man and the people behind him froze on the spot. The person behind him immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly said, "Big brother, that voice is coming from Brother Dao's side." In rooms not far apart, Gurgle, looking at the large hole in the ground, Vaya subconsciously swallowed. Below, on the collapsed rocks, a man in black was lying there, foaming at the mouth. Directly in front, the other men in black were also terrified by what they had just witnessed. Goodness, Brother Dao is a level 2 hunter. Damn it, I actually got punched from the second floor to the first floor by this little girl. Gurgle. At this moment, the scene was deathly quiet. Erica remained in the fist-pounding stance, her head bowed, so no one could see her expression. How awful. I was sleeping perfectly fine. These people actually dared to disturb her and Sister Vaya's rest. Absolutely unforgivable. Vaya recovered from her surprise and remembered what Mr. Bright had said. So she said, Mr. Bright said that these people are bad people. Erica, you can teach them a lesson. Fine. How dare they disturb Erica's sleep? On the other side, the men in black were stunned when they heard those words. Holy crap. Who the hell is trying to disturb your sleep? We'd love for you to be asleep. And it wasn't us who woke you up. It was that woman in the wheelchair who woke you up. Damn it. There are just too many bad people in this world. Sensing something was wrong, the group prepared to flee. But the next second, bear, 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 a ring of flames appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. Those engulfed in the flames could only helplessly watch as the little devil approached them. With a loud bang, another loud noise echoed throughout the entire hotel. On the other side of the distant town, the bald, burly man, leaning on his long spear, was dozing off when suddenly his right hand slipped and he fell face first into the snow. The bald, burly man grumbled as he got up from the snow. Damn, I almost fell asleep. But if we can get through tonight, we'll be off duty tomorrow. In Bright's room, the sound that came again made the burly man's face turn ugly. I wonder what Xiao Dao is up to. He's made such a commotion. I'll have to teach him a lesson later. But at this time, the burly man saw the man who had been sitting there stand up and take out a strange silver object. Brett calmly drew his revolver from his waist, slowly pointing the gun at the group. Chapter 101 Slaves, the Familiar Dungeon. Bright stood up and pointed his gun at the group. Thank you for this magical item. It saved me some trouble. You charlatan. The burly man clearly didn't take Bright seriously. After cursing, veins bulging on his body, he grabbed his dagger and charged forward. Upon seeing their leader's actions, his accomplices swarmed forward. But the next second, with a loud bang, blood exploded in the air, scattering on the heads and shoulders of the group, with one of the eyeballs landing in the hand of one of them. All I saw was, under the shocked gazes of the group, the boss, who was standing there just a second ago, is now just a body. His head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Clang! The strong body fell forward, crashing onto the floor with a thud. On the other side, Bright remained expressionless, the flames surrounding him causing the blood to vanish before it even reached him, and a wisp of white smoke drifted from the muzzle of his gun. Now, the men in black were terrified when they saw this scene. How? What's going on? The boss, who was standing there just a moment ago, is now just a body. It's him. It's all because of this person in front of you. It was caused by that unknown thing in his hand. Yeah. Looking at the eyeballs in their hands, one of the masked men screamed wildly, as if he had seen a ghost or God. He also forgot his mission and turned to run out of the room. But the next second, that familiar voice rang out again. With a loud bang, the masked man who had just run to the door fell to the ground with a thud, a large hole appearing in his body. Bright took 2 steps forward, and the masked man immediately took 2 steps back in fear. Seeing this, Bright remained indifferent and slowly said, "All right now, if you can tell me what you want to know, perhaps I'll let you die a little easier. At least, you won't feel pain before you die." After saying that, Bright turned to look at the bed. Jess had been awake for a while and was now huddled under the covers, trembling. Mr. Bright was so scary just now. Moreover, this was the first time he had ever witnessed a person die, and in such a gruesome way. Just then, Mr. Bright's voice came. "Jace, if you're awake, could you please clean up the body on the ground? Just leave it outside. I'll take care of it later." Mr. Bright. Jess poked his head out from under the covers, but upon seeing the scene before him again, he almost vomited. A strong stench of blood filled his nostrils and assaulted his brain. "Vomit!" Jess quickly covered his mouth. Jess doesn't want to." Bright's voice came again. On the bed, after hearing those words, even though Jess felt nauseous and terrified, he still crawled out from under the covers. He stared at the corpse before him with unwavering determination. "No, I can't." This was something he had to do, and he couldn't let Mr. Bright down. Then Jess began to act, continuing even though his body was trembling. A short while later, thump thump, Erica rushed over, pushed open the door. "Gentlemen!" After vaguely hitting a few people, Erica rushed over after hearing what Sister Vaya had said. In the room, Bright sat there, with several masked men kneeling before him. After seeing that the man was all right, Erica's smile returned. "Erica, wait a minute," Vaya said, pushing her wheelchair over from the side. Even though she was somewhat prepared, she was still slightly surprised when she saw the room. Not long after, the proprietress, who had been hiding in the shadows waiting for news, was also captured. When she saw the corpse on the ground, her pupils constricted. She clearly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Under Bright's intimidation, the group quickly confessed. They were just a small outpost, henchmen of a slave trader, responsible for transporting slaves to that lord. And before today, they had succeeded many times. As for the slave trader's name, the group did not reveal it because of the contract that they would die if they spoke of anything about that man. They simply stated that they were not from this country. Finally, under the horrified gazes of the group, Bright killed them without hesitation. The hotel fell silent again. After a quick cleanup, Bright went to the dungeon beneath the hotel. No one could have imagined that beneath this seemingly ordinary hotel lay a hidden dungeon. Perhaps thinking of something, Bright looked around carefully. Then his eyes narrowed. Just as he expected, the layout of this dungeon is similar in structure to my previous dungeon. That's why he felt an unusual sense of familiarity. Beside, Vaya opened her mouth, as if to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, she ultimately didn't ask. Bright noticed her unusual behavior and said, "Miss Vaya, if you have any questions, please ask. If I can, I will answer them." When they explored the dungeon, Vaya followed along, with Jess pushing her wheelchair. Erica wanted to come too, but he rejected her. "Mr. Bright, I saw that man's body just now. Did you just crush his head? Vaya voiced her inner curiosity. She had been quite surprised when she saw the body on the ground, so she was curious about how Mr. Bright had killed the person. Front. Bright paused slightly, thinking the other person wanted to ask something else, but it turned out to be this. So he took the silver revolver from his waist. It's this, you can call it a gun. Vi was slightly surprised to see the revolver. It was actually this that caused the problem. She had seen this in the woods before, from Erica, but she never imagined it would be so powerful. This gun, was it also made by Erica? Blythe nodded, and Via looked away, but the surprise in her eyes was hard to hide. The group then continued on their way. There were only 2 large cages in the dungeon. After the group arrived, they saw some people squatting inside. Night passed. Early in the morning, Bright was planning to leave immediately, but who knew that because of what happened last night, the administrators of Greytown would come to see him off in person. Chapter 102 Missing. The administrator of Greytown was an elderly man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Leaning on a cane, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Bright. The carriage continued its slow journey. Before leaving, Bright glanced back at the old man. This lord was the first person he had ever met who cared about the common people. If this had happened in Cell City, it would most likely have been completely ignored and gone without a trace. On the road, Jess, who was driving, kept a somber expression on his face, seemingly lost in thought. Inside the carriage, through the window, Bright noticed that something was wrong with the other person. He glanced up slightly, then continued reading his book. Then, during rest, Jess was tending to the fire nearby. At this moment, Bright walked over. What happened? Can you tell me? Upon hearing these words, Jess, who had persevered all the way, seemed to find solace in that moment, and he burst into tears, which streamed down his face. Jess said between sobs, "When Mr. Bright left this morning, I saw Will's carriage in the hotel." Will's carriage? After hearing what Jess said, Bright finally understood the reason for his unusual expression earlier. Will still remembers. His carriage was found at the inn, which means that the group must have attacked them. However, Will and his mother were not in the cage last night, which means that they had been moved. And when it fell into the hands of slave traders, the outcome was predictable. But that's the reality, and there's nothing he can change. Bright reached out and stroked Jess's head, saying they should still be alive. Grow up quickly, Jess. You may have the chance to meet again in the future. Jess looked up at Mr. Bright, wiped away the tears on his face, and then nodded firmly. I understand, sir. As soon as Jess walked away, Via appeared there without anyone noticing. Seemingly knowing what the other person was going to say, Bright didn't leave immediately. Via watched Jess's departing figure, her eyes filled with an unreadable expression. These days, I've also learned about recent events in the Empire through the newspapers. Mr. Bright, are you disappointed with this Empire? For some reason, Via slowly uttered those words. Bright shook his head. I have always been just a passerby. What happens to this Empire has little to do with me. Even if it were destroyed tomorrow, I would still live my life as usual. It wouldn't affect me. After saying those 2 sentences, Bright left. He still had to keep an eye on Erica to prevent the little one from causing any more trouble. Via remained in place, lost in thought. Jess, who was some distance away, had calmed down from his previous emotional outburst. Looking at his palms, he deeply understood his own weakness. Just like last night, when he actually witnessed the killing, he was afraid. I just hope Will is still alive. No, he will definitely live, because there is still a showdown between them. In a certain place, on the road, a caravan was slowly making its way forward. This caravan was actually a slave caravan. Wagon after wagon of slaves were being transported to another empire. In front of one of the carriages, a man with only one eye excitedly looked at his goods. This batch of goods consisted of strong male slaves. Once they were transported to the empire, they would surely be welcomed by many nobles, and he could make a fortune. Inside one of the carriages, Will, his face covered in dust, looked around in terror at his surroundings and the companions sitting around him. Will only knew that he and his mother went to a hotel to rest, but when he woke up again, he was a slave in someone else's hands, and his mother was nowhere to be found. The convoy had been traveling for several days, and he was very hungry. The people would only occasionally give him a few pieces of bread to keep them from starving. Will had no idea where he would go next. His future was uncertain. A few days later, in the afternoon, after a week, Bright and his group finally arrived at their destination, Porta City. Porta City is a city a level above Cell City, with city walls that are over 10 meters high. However, There are bloodstains on the walls, and a strong stench hits you as soon as you arrive. Moreover, on the city wall, the blood pooled together, and upon closer inspection, one could vaguely make out the shape of a beast's head. We just arrived at the city gate. Ugh, it smells awful. Erica covered her nose with both hands, her little brows furrowing tightly. Sitting to the side, Via's expression also changed. She covered her nose with one hand, opened the curtains, and looked outside. When she saw the city wall, she seemed to remember something, and her expression suddenly changed. After being confirmed by the guards, Bright and his men entered the city. However, they can only stay in the city for a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, they must leave Pota City, otherwise they will take coercive measures. Even though Bright said he wanted to do business in the city, it wasn't allowed. He had to leave Porta in 3 days. After entering the city, Bright spent another 2.5 hours finding temporary accommodation. The 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment was rented to an old man who immediately recognized that they were from another territory. They hadn't originally planned to rent it for a short period, but they couldn't resist the "it's so good" principle because Bright had given them too much. In the room, Via said she had something to say to Bright, so she called him to her room. Looking at Bright, Via said seriously, "Mr. Bright, although I don't know what you're looking for, there are some things I need to tell you about Porta City." Seeing this, Bright became interested and pulled over a chair to sit down. Before her, Via slowly said, "I have some prior knowledge of Pota City. The Lord of Pota City is Marquis Uxinji, who belongs to the neutral faction. However, there are 2 powerful noble families in this city, namely the Levi family and the McKee family. The Levi family is the most powerful, and its patriarch was ennobled as a marquis for his military achievements. If it weren't for the Marquis of Uxin's prior appointment, this city might have fallen under the control of the Levi family." Via lowered her voice slightly as she spoke. The Marquis of Uxin must appear to be neutral on the surface. This is an imperial rule. Even if he wants to support a particular prince, he must ensure that it is not discovered. Once someone discovers that he is secretly supporting someone, he will be immediately removed from the party. "Sir, I must remind you that the Levi family used to support me, but now that the Duke has betrayed me, perhaps they have betrayed me as well." Chapter 103: The Useless Second Young Master of the Levi Family. Leviathan. Upon hearing the name, Bright felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen or heard it somewhere before. Via noticed Mr. Bright's unusual behavior and asked, "Sir, what's wrong?" Bright waved his hand and said, "It's all right, you can continue." Via didn't pay much attention and continued. "The last Mackey family is in favor of the first prince. And Mr. Bright, I might know the source of the blood on the city wall when we entered the city just now." Upon hearing this, Bright's expression changed slightly. He was also very curious about what it was. Via swallowed hard. Although she didn't believe it, the condition of the blood was exactly the same as what she had seen before, previously in the palace. Unlike the other princes who spent their time with nobles, she frequently visited the imperial library. With her princess privileges, she could access forbidden books. And in one of the books about outcasts, she saw an introduction to such an outcast. It comes from the netherworld and will lead all beasts. If it dies, the land where its bones lie will be trampled by all beasts. It is an anomaly, the Dark Sable. Via's expression was serious. "Mr. Bright, I'm not sure if the blood is from the Nether Sable. This creature is extremely rare. Even the Imperial Library has only recorded a few instances of it. But during the day, the animal heads on the city wall look so much like the patterns of the Netherworld Sable that I had seen in ancient books before. If that really is a Dark Sable, Mr. Bright, perhaps this city of Boda will be in danger." A while later, back in my room, Bright stood at the window, looking at the world outside. Porta is a bustling city, with its buildings arranged in orderly rows, and occasionally you could see a squad or 2 of guards patrolling the streets. Even the ground was constructed from flat stones. It's important to know that even in the previous city of Cell, some sections of the road surface were uneven. After staring at him for a few minutes, Bright looked away, remembering his true purpose for being there. He didn't care about noble sables or anything like that. Finding the Holy Church ruins was the most important thing right now. So Bright drew the curtains and surveyed his surroundings. Jess was tidying up, while Via was in her room. Since Erica's homework had been temporarily suspended, she had gone to Via's room and they were chatting. After confirming that no one was watching, Bright took out the blood-red jade pendant. The mysterious voice had said that this jade pendant would help him find the location of the ruins. All I saw was, As soon as it was taken out, the jade pendant floated in midair and then drifted away in a certain direction. Seeing this, Bright quickly put the jade pendant away again. Night. After a quick meal and some instructions to Vaya and the others, Bright took his black umbrella and went out. It was always inconvenient during the day, so he specifically waited until night to take action. The snowflakes in the sky fell down like raindrops. Bright could sense the direction the jade pendant in his arms wanted to go. Brush. Bright opened the black umbrella and left in the direction indicated by the jade pendant. Now, Vaya sat by the window upstairs, silently watching Bright leave. She knew what Mr. Bright was going to do. Vaya looked out the window and murmured, "Mr. Bright, you are a really strange person." Late at night, from within a mansion, bursts of extravagant sounds could be heard from time to time. At the main gate, 2 knights in full armor stood guard, and a powerful aura emanated from them. This mansion is inhabited by the second young master of the Lawai family. It is said that this young master is exceptionally extravagant and has peculiar tastes, especially a fondness for orc slaves. Moreover, it is said that the orc slaves who come into his hands usually do not live more than 3 days, either being played to death or tortured to death. Suddenly at this moment, click, a figure fell from the 3rd floor window. The guards at the gate didn't find the voice unusual. On the contrary, they were quite familiar with it. One of the guards sighed and then walked into the courtyard. He glanced at the female orc corpse lying on the ground, then looked up at the cracked window. "Second young master, shall we handle this as before?" The guard asked respectfully. High up, where the window was broken, stood a large, obese figure. The man called the second young master glanced at the corpse on the ground with utter disdain. "Same as before. Also, find me another slave from the dungeon and send him up." After saying this, the second young master turned and left. Upon hearing the order, the guards began to handle the situation with unusually practiced ease, as if they had done it many times before. At this moment, atop the castle, Bright stood silently, observing everything. Since he arrived here, no one below has been able to detect his presence. The strongest people in this mansion are the 2 knights at the gate. Bright could sense that they were around level 5. The blood-red jade pendant stopped moving after reaching this point, instead conveying a message to itself to proceed downwards. Considering the ruins of the Holy Church, it must be the Church of Angels. Then, following the instructions from Blood Jade, the answer is now not difficult to arrive at. The so-called Holy Church ruins are located beneath this mansion. This mansion was built on the site of the demolished Church of Angels. Once he identified his target, Bright vanished from the spot in a flash. The knights below were still dealing with their own business, seemingly completely unaware that someone had just been there. Luke shook his head slightly as he looked at the female orc corpse in his hand. She was unlucky to have fallen into the hands of the second young master. In the hands of ordinary nobles, she wouldn't have died, and might even have lived a better life with some effort. However, this second young master of Levi is a cruel person who has become despondent ever since he was found to be ineligible to become a system member. If it weren't for the head of the family's orders, he wouldn't want to serve this unpredictable second young master. Arriving at the back of the mansion, there was a dry well here, emanating a deep stench and the smell of rotting corpses. The second young master forbade anyone to go down into this dry well, not even the 2 of them. But even without going down, Luke knew what was happening at the bottom of that dry well. Every time the second young master tortured the orc slaves to death, he would throw them into this dry well. The strong stench was the smell emanating from the countless corpses at the bottom of the well. Chapter 104 Levi Fendi. A short while later, back at his rented apartment, Bright first went to find Vaya. Inside the room, Vaya was still chatting with Erica when Bright opened the door and calmly asked the person sitting there, "Vaya, do you have a moment?" Vaya looked up at Bright, then nodded. So, under their gazes, Erica, cheeks puffed out, walked out of the room, somewhat disgruntled. "Fine, I'll listen then." After Erica left, Bright closed the door, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket with a drawing on it. Above is a fire stand and a pattern of burning flames. "Vaya, do you recognize this pattern?" Upon seeing the pattern, Vaya's pupils contracted, and her expression changed slightly. Then, she looked at Bright with a solemn expression and said, "Mr. Bright, although I don't know where you learned about this pattern, it is the crest of the Levi family that I mentioned before." Bright's eyes narrowed. "The Levi family?" He then looked at Vaya and said slowly, "Could you tell me in detail what you know?" Vaya did not refuse, and then told them everything she knew about the Levi family. Late at night, in the room, Bright didn't rest. He sat in a chair, looking at something. Not long ago, he had learned some detailed information about the Levi family from Vaya. For example, the patriarch of the Levi family, Levi Akka, is a level 7 mage, and level 7 mages are extremely rare, sometimes even more valuable than some level 8 system users. Secondly, he also has 2 sons. The eldest son, Lewai Fenyan, has been known as a genius mage since birth. At the age of 19, he has reached the level of a 4th level mage and also possesses extremely high ice attribute talent. The second son, Lewai Fendi, was a good-for-nothing. At the age of 12, a test revealed he couldn't become a system user and lacked talent. It was after this that Lewai Fendi began to degenerate, further displeasing his father, Lewai Chi. So he was assigned to Porta City. Lewai Fendi. Bright slowly wrote a name on the paper, a flicker of emotion appearing in his eyes. He finally understood why the name Levi seemed somewhat familiar. So he's a regular customer. Under the dim yellow light, the 3 characters Lewai stood out brightly. Bright remembered that among the pile of his belongings he had seen before were records of transactions with this second young master. Furthermore, when he arrived here, he had sold most of his orc slaves to this second young master. It seems that I need to meet this customer tomorrow. The next day, after breakfast, Brett sat on the sofa, looking at the newspaper that Jess had just bought. Recently, the throne ceremony and the question of who will ultimately sit on the throne have attracted the attention of everyone in the Empire, whether in the light or in the dark. Moreover, the number of riots has been decreasing recently, as if they are waiting or perhaps the mastermind behind these riots is preparing for them. It can be said that the seemingly calm surface of the water is merely the calm before the storm. Mr. Bright, are you really going? At this moment, Vaya pushed the wheelchair over and poured Brett a cup of tea. That second young master is said to be cruel and inhuman. Blythe nodded, answered Vaya's question, placed the newspaper on the table, and checked the time. 9 o'clock. It would take me about an hour to get to the place from last night, and by the time I got there it would be 10 o'clock, by which time that young master should be awake. Bright stood up, looked at Vaya, and said, I'm leaving now. Oh, right. Brett suddenly remembered something, pushed the newspaper on the table toward Vaya, and said, There's something in there that I'm curious about. Miss Vaya, you can take a look. After saying that, Bright put on his hat, took his black umbrella, and left. Curious? After Bright left, Vaya was a little confused. She picked up the newspaper on the table and looked at it. As soon as she turned the page, she seemed to see something unbelievable, and her face turned pale. The newspaper read, The members of the royal family who participated in this throne ceremony include Your Highness, Saint E. Diting, Second Prince, Saint Ayu, the 4th Princess, Saint Ivy Vaya. Upon returning to the place from the previous night, Bright realized that the second son of the Levi family really knew how to enjoy life. The building in front of me was comparable to the royal villa in my hometown. There was a huge courtyard in front of me, and several maids were sweeping the snow on the ground. After glancing at it, Bright smiled slightly, adjusted his hat slightly, and walked towards the door. Halt, sir. This is the residence of the Levi family. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. At that moment, a guard stepped forward and stopped Bright. Bright stopped, then took off his hat, revealing his face, and said slowly, Please tell the master inside that slave trader Bright has come to visit. Upon seeing Bright's face, the guard clearly recognized him, as this man had frequently met with their master before. However, the guard felt, perhaps it was just his imagination, that this Mr. Bright seemed somewhat different from the Mr. Bright he had met before. The previous Mr. Bright gave him the impression of a wild beast about to be released from his cage, but the man standing in front of him now gave him a feeling of unfathomable depth. Coming to his senses, the guard said, Oh, it's Mr. Bright. I apologize for my rudeness. I'll go find the young master right away. A short while, led by the guards, Bright entered the enormous castle before him. Sitting on a luxurious sofa, a cat-eared girl poured him a cup of black tea. Bright glanced at the cat-eared girl, standing respectfully to the side. Orcs, huh? That's interesting. Despite having a human appearance, she also possessed animalistic traits, with a black tail behind the cat-eared girl. After glancing at it, Bright looked away. However, although this cat-eared girl was well hidden, the moment Bright saw her, he clearly sensed anger emanating from her. Interesting. Chapter 105, Orc Slaves. Suddenly, A loud sound came from the second floor. "Ha, Mr. Bright, it's been a long time. Mr. Bright, I was wondering if you still have any of the orc slaves you purchased from me before. As I told you before, I will be the first to buy any orc slaves you have." A large, obese person descended the stairs. He had bright red hair, was about 1.7 meters tall, and his chubby face made his eyes look much smaller. Upon seeing the target appear, Bright stood up and bowed. "Second young master, I'm sorry, I don't have any orc slaves on hand this time. I just happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd come and see you, young master." Brett said slowly, "It's all right, Mr. Bright. Please have a seat." Clang. Across from him, Levi Fendi also sat down. With a wave of his hand, the orc maid standing to the side skillfully sat down beside him, put fruit in his mouth, and Levi Fendi squinted his eyes, enjoying it very much. But it was only then that he noticed the change in the person in front of him. "Oh, Mr. Bright, it's only been a few months, but you've changed a lot. If it weren't for this familiar face, I might have thought that the person sitting in front of me was someone else." Across from him, Bright's eyes narrowed, and he smiled slightly, saying, "In this world, people will eventually change. By the way, young master, are you satisfied with the orc slaves I sold to you before?" Bright asked the man in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc maid who was feeding fruit visibly paused for a moment. Although the anomaly was minor, it was still noticed by Bright. Levi Fendi narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before a crazed glint appeared in them. He exclaimed, "Of course they're excellent. Mr. Bright's slaves are truly the best toys." Bright said, "Just make the young master happy. By the way, young master, would you mind if I could tour your residence? I'm also planning to build a castle myself recently, and your castle is the best I've ever seen, so I was thinking of asking if I could take a look at it." Levi Fendi did not refuse Bright's request and readily agreed. They even sent a tour guide to let him have a proper tour. Then, led by a maid, Bright left the room. After Bright left, inside the room, Fendi pulled his legs back from the table, sat up straight, crossed his arms on the table, and a fierce look appeared in his small eyes. Fendi muttered to himself, "Wasn't it said that Bright had gone mad? But judging from what just happened, he's not only not crazy, he's even become somewhat different." Fendi turned to the cat-eared girl beside him and asked, "Did he recognize you?" The cat-eared maid placed the fruit plate on the table, pulled a dagger from behind her back, and looked fiercely in the direction Bright had just left. "I don't know, young master. However, if he really isn't insane, then he must have recognized me. Perhaps he didn't say anything because you, young master, are here." "Is that so?" Fendi lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. "And even if he forgets me, I can't forget him. That hellish experience back then is unforgettable." The cat-eared girl said fiercely, "Young master, just in case, I suggest we deal with Bright right here. I just asked the guards, and he came alone this time. Young master, let us kill him." The cat-eared girl was quite agitated. Clearly, she couldn't wait to kill Bright. Fendi was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you confident you can handle it cleanly? And we can't let the guards in the manor find out." Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl chuckled slightly. "Young master, we were in Bright's hands for quite a while before, so I understand it very well. If he had brought his thugs today, it would have been very difficult for us to kill Bright quietly. But today he is all alone. It will be an easy task for our brave orc warriors to kill an ordinary person." After she finished speaking, the cat-eared girl's arms were trembling slightly. This is not fear. Instead, it's excitement, because she was about to be able to kill that demon with her own hands. Ever since falling into that devil's hands, she had constantly thought of revenge, even though all hope had been lost. However, they encountered the young master, and now she even has the chance to kill Bright with her own hands, which is simply... Listening to what the cat-eared girl said, Fendi picked up the now-cold red tea on the table, took a sip, and a decisive look flashed in his eyes. Fendi never expected that the supposedly insane Brett would reappear before him. His public image can't be ruined yet. In the eyes of outsiders, he must be a good-for-nothing, a decadent young master from a noble family. His secret cannot be revealed until he is ready. "Bright, you shouldn't have shown up in front of me again. Kill him." Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl's eyes lit up with wild joy. The young master had agreed, which meant she could immediately slay that demon. "Yes, young master." The cat-eared girl was excited and turned to leave. But then, Fendi's voice came again. "I don't know why, but ever since I saw Bright, I've had a bad feeling about it. Just in case, call a few more people. I'll find an opportunity to move all the guards and servants away later, then you can make your move. Even if he were an ordinary person, I would make sure he died. Yes, young master, I will call a few of my sisters. I believe they will be very excited when they hear about this. After saying this, the cat-eared girl turned and left. In the living room, Fendi was drinking tea alone, lost in thought. Outside, led by the maid, Bright quickly toured the inner courtyard and is now looking at the outer courtyard. Bright looked around. The buildings that previously stood on this land had been thoroughly cleared, and he hadn't found anything so far. That's all. About 2.5 hours later, led by the maid, he toured the entire mansion. Walking ahead, Bright pondered. After circling around, no entrance was found. The ruins are below. If you want to enter them, there might only be one way. That means blowing this place up. Just as Bright was pondering, at this moment, an orc maid walked over. Mr. Bright, the young master guesses that you have seen enough, so he invites you to have lunch together. Chapter 106 Preparation. Is that so? Bright paused for a moment, then agreed. He originally planned to take a quick look and leave, not to stay here. After all, he wasn't the real Brett, and if he stayed too long, people who knew him would inevitably make some guesses. But since the second son of the Marquis had taken the initiative to invite me, it would be inappropriate for me to leave now. So Bright agreed. On the other side, after Bright agreed to return for the dinner party, Fendi received the news from his subordinates in the room. After the guards left, many orcs instantly emerged from the previously empty room. There was a werewolf holding a machete. There was a tiger-headed man carrying a large sword on his back. There are cat people dressed in light and graceful attire. These orcs, scattered here and there, numbered more than 10. Moreover, this was only the number of people Fendi arranged in order not to cause too much of commotion. It is conceivable that he still had many orcs hidden away. Young master, thank you for giving us the opportunity for revenge. Afterwards, we will definitely do our best to help you. A burly, tiger-headed man stepped forward and addressed Fendi. His face, covered in yellow hair, was filled with rage. On his forehead, where there should have been a majestic king character, it was now covered with scars. He could never forget what that human demon had done to him. Almost all the orcs present were orcs who had been sold here from Bright's hands. This time, however, they were no longer in a helpless situation, but were capable of personally killing their enemies. Thinking of their previous experience, all the orcs turned pale, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. The orcs who came here after receiving the news had all previously come from Bright's hands. Furthermore, Bright was the very culprit who brought them from the Orcish lands to the human empire. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they should eat Bright. Fendi glanced at the group, nodded, and then stood up. He needed to lure the guards away, as there would definitely be some commotion coming from inside the room soon. It wouldn't be good if my secret were discovered because of Bright. I'll go out now. Be careful, and try not to make too much noise while I'm gone. Fendi gave one last word of advice before leaving. After Fendi left, all the orcs in the room could no longer contain their inner turmoil. Beside, the maid from before came to the tiger-headed man's side. Xiaojio, are your eyes all right? The tiger-headed man narrowed his right eye, but his left eye was completely white, a result of being blinded by a human weapon when he initially resisted. That human was none other than Bright's subordinate. So whenever he thought of Bright, he would recall the pain in his left eye and the agony of his tribesmen dying before his eyes. The increasingly dense blood vessels in his right eye were telling him about the painful ordeal he had just endured. The tiger-headed man tightened his right hand. Fine. Having received an answer, the maid withdrew her gaze. She and Xiaojio were from 2 neighboring tribes, so among these beastmen, Xiaojio was the one she cared about the most. Now that her tribe was destroyed, it could be said that Xiaojio was the closest person to her, as well as young Master Fendi. Subsequently, under her arrangement, all the orcs in the room hid themselves. That demon is also on its way here. Not far away, Bright followed behind the maid. As he stepped outside the room, Bright lowered his eyes. He sensed something was wrong. It's still in the same spot. But this time, he couldn't sense the presence of anyone around him. He only sensed a few somewhat violent auras in the room, like those of savage orcs. I wonder what Winnie has been up to lately. Her companion abilities have certainly improved quite a bit. With Winnie's symbiotic abilities enhanced, Bright's power naturally also increased. In terms of sensory abilities, even many mages would be no match for the elves. Because elves are natural hunters. Therefore, Bright, who possesses level 5 natural power abilities, can clearly see the situation inside the room at this moment. There's always a situation where someone is waiting to take the bait. After roughly assessing the strength of the people inside, Bright followed the maid over. He was still thinking about how to find the entrance, and now, just when he was about to go to sleep, someone brought him a pillow. A short while later, arriving at the castle gate, "Mr. Bright, the young master is waiting for you inside." The maid seemed to have received instructions. Instead of going in, she stood at the doorway and pushed it open. Blythe nodded and went inside. Click! As soon as Bright stepped inside, the door was closed. Even with the doors closed, the entire castle is brightly lit. Not to mention the high-mounted light wells. The interior of the castle is inlaid with luminous stones that emit a white light sufficient to illuminate the entire castle. Is this a magical item, or does it just glow naturally? This was the first time Bright had ever seen such a stone. Inside the castle, there were luminous gems and gold decorations that were almost blindingly bright under the white light. Well, as expected of nobles, they indulge in the most extravagant lifestyle. If I remember correctly, it should be to the right, right? Bright muttered. The maid didn't come in to lead the way, so he had no choice but to follow the route he took when he first came in. Moreover, the irritable aura he had sensed earlier was also in the direction of the right corridor. Without realizing it, Bright quickened his pace. I don't know if it was because of anticipation or because I was really hungry. The castle and gardens were so big that after walking around for so long, I was getting a little hungry. Now, in the garden in front of the castle, Findy sat on an ornately decorated stretcher, carried by guards on either side, with rows of maids following beside him, constantly offering him fruit. As a young master from a wealthy family who only knows how to have fun, Findy would make others carry him around even when he was just strolling in his own garden, because he didn't want to move. The maids following behind also sensed surprise. You should know that although the young master would occasionally go on outings like this before, he had never invited so many people to come together. It seems that today, apart from the gatekeeper, everyone else was summoned by the young master. Although everyone was somewhat surprised, no one said anything. They were merely servants in the manor, their only duty being to obey their master's orders. Unless specifically instructed by the young master, they were not required to do anything else. Doing so would be disastrous if they displeased him. The orc slaves who died earlier are the obvious answer. Chapter 107 Attack. Inside the sedan chair, Findy opened his mouth and ate a piece of fruit, but then seemed to find it unenjoyable. You, and you too, have a contest with me. The winner will be richly rewarded. Findy pointed to the two guards and said. Both guards were taken aback, quite surprised by the young master's words. What? Doesn't what I said count? Suddenly, Findy noticed that the two guards were still standing there in a daze, so he shouted loudly. Instantly, the two men stood up with a start and knelt down on one knee. Young master. However, given our combined strength, I'm afraid the competition will be quite noisy. It would be best if you kept your distance. They both spoke at the same time. Finny narrowed his eyes. Big noise. Then you should stay away. I don't want to move. Upon seeing this, the two men opened their mouths. Although they didn't know why the young master would do this, they couldn't refuse since he had given the order. Then, in a flash, they appeared 30 meters away. The next moment, the sounds of their duel rang out, accompanied by a restless, uneasy wind. In an instant, the sound of swords clashing against armor grew louder and louder. Not far away, sitting comfortably in the sedan chair, Findy closed his eyes, enjoying the massage from the maid beside him, silently thinking to himself. These two are evenly matched, and the contest should last for a while. You'd better deal with that slave trader quickly. On the other side, Bright arrived at a door. This was a place he had been before, and he could sense that the restless energy within was becoming increasingly pronounced. Even now, right behind the door, there are three presences. One person on the left, one person on the right, and one person above. Without much hesitation, Bright placed his hands on the door and then pushed it open. Squeak! Upon entering, instead of the energy emanating from the left and right sides, the energy above suddenly became extremely violent. The next second, a bright flash of light appeared before his eyes, along with a head that was clearly not human. Roar! Suddenly, a wild beast's roar rang out, and the tiger-headed man swung his broadsword down from the beam, his only remaining right eye going berserk. The moment Xiao Jiao saw Bright, she could no longer contain her anger. He's going to kill this human, to avenge his people. From the shadows, the cat maid was startled the moment she saw Xiao Jiao jump out. She had asked Xiao Jiao earlier partly out of concern, and partly to make sure he wouldn't act impulsively. As planned, they were to wait until the human reached the center before attacking and killing him together. Now, the human had barely reached the doorway when Xiao Jiu rushed out. If we can kill him, that would be the best outcome. What if the human didn't die and escaped? But the expected collision sound did not occur the next second. At the entrance, the tiger-headed man still held the greatsword in a slashing posture, but the greatsword was held by the human in front of him with one hand. No matter how hard the tiger-headed man tried, the greatsword could not be moved an inch. What's going on? Why is this happening? Tiger-headed Xiao Jiu tried to chop down with all his might, but it was still to no avail. Suddenly, Bright extended his right leg and swept it horizontally. With a clang, the tiger-headed man, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly fell to the ground. Xiao Jiu! In the shadows, the cat maid could no longer wait and cried out. At the same time, squeak! The door behind them suddenly slammed shut, and 2 women with cat ears emerged from the corner, each wielding a short blade. Several orcs appeared before them. Kill him! The cat maid didn't hesitate and shouted it out immediately. Although the situation had surprised her, there was no turning back now. Either Bright will die, or they will. The surrounding orcs all rushed towards Bright's position, with the 2 catmen being the first to arrive. The 2 female cat people appeared in front of Bright almost instantly, attacking simultaneously from both sides, brandishing their short blades and aiming for Bright's neck. As cat warriors, their pride lies in their speed. Although they don't know how this human defeated Xiao Jiu, as cat warriors, they can also kill the human in front of them in an instant. Repent for our fallen kin. The short blade was about to slit his throat, but the next second, the human in front of him crouched down with an eerie speed. Suddenly, the catwoman directly in front of them had her eyes bulge out and her body contort as if she had been hit hard. The next second, her body flew violently into the distance. The catwoman behind her suffered the same fate. After missing her target with her attack, she was sent flying backward. After dealing with the 2, Bright clapped his hands. Several orcs were still charging towards him, seemingly unconcerned about the 2 catwomen. This is what orcs are like. Once they start fighting, unless they lose their ability to fight, they ignore everything around them and only have their own goal in mind. I just wanted to have a meal, but you're being far too welcoming, Bright said calmly as he watched the orcs rushing towards him, and the next second, his body vanished from the spot. Clang! The guard's body fell to the ground, a long sword embedded in the right side of his head. The competition ended. The whole process lasted about half an hour. The match was supposed to end in 10 minutes, but Finny wasn't satisfied, so he let the 2 rest for a while before having another round. Having estimated that enough time had passed, Findy had lost interest. Although the orcs were not very strong, they could kill that slave trader countless times in half an hour. Go back, Findy instructed. A short while later, upon arriving at the castle, Findy dismissed the servants and went inside alone, instructing that no one should enter the castle without his permission. Carrying his large, fleshy body, without any servants to attend to him, Findy walked slowly, muttering something to himself. Given the nature of those orcs, the room is probably damaged. We'll have to find an excuse to repair it later. We also need to dispose of that slave trader's body and check if anyone came to the city with him. If so, we'll have to deal with them as well. This is such a hassle. If you hadn't come, I would have had one less problem. As he spoke, Findy arrived at the door. Strangely, the room was unusually quiet. Findy knew the orcs' personalities well. Their silence was rather suspicious. The next second, Findy opened the door in front of him. Chapter 108 Transaction. With a creak, the door in front of them slowly opened. Just then, snap! A beastman's body collapsed to the ground before him, as if all its strength had been drained. This orc, Findy, is someone I know. It was Ali, a werewolf orc, one of the orcs he had bought for Bright. When he bought it, the werewolf was already delirious. But Ali Baba's situation at this time is not much different from when I bought it. In the room, instead of Bright's body, they found several orcs lying on the ground. Finny froze on the spot, surprised by what he saw. Why was it an orc lying on the ground, and not the slave trader? Just then, he heard the sound of someone struggling coming from ahead. Finny looked up. The next second, he saw his maid being lifted into the air. The man carrying the maid was none other than Bright. Go away. The maid struggled to get Findy out of the room the moment she saw him enter. They were all wrong. They thought the other side was the prey, but unexpectedly, they themselves became the prey. The powerful werewolf collapsed to the ground without any resistance against Bright. Even Xiao Jiao, the strongest among them, was no match for this human. And now, the young master who rescued them has also arrived at this moment. At this moment, the maid only wanted the young master to escape from here as soon as possible. Young Master Fendi has arrived. I originally came here for lunch at your invitation, Bright said slowly, carrying the Catwoman in his hand. At the same time, he turned around. But for some reason, these guys suddenly appeared and attacked me. Since it is your property, young Master Fendi, I only gave you a slight lesson. As Bright spoke, his gaze fell upon Fendi. It seems that you're not very good at managing slaves, young master. Let me manage these slaves for you. As a slave trader, I can help train them quite well. Of course, young master is a regular customer of mine, and I will not charge you any fees this time. Clang! Catwoman was thrown in front of Fendi. Seeing the maid lying in front of him, her face covered in blood and struggling to stand, Fendi lowered his head, walked forward, and bent down to help the Catwoman up. Opposite, Bright cleaned the bloodstains from his hands, looking at the scene before him with some surprise. The second young master at this moment was completely different from what he had heard and seen before. It was as if he were a different person. His plump body also appeared calm and composed. Rumor had it that he took pleasure in slaughtering orcs, but what Bright saw now was quite different. From the murderous intent and the intense hatred in the orc's eyes, Bright had a guess in his mind. Or perhaps, these orcs are themselves the orcs sold to Fendi. These orcs not only didn't die, but they also seemed to be thriving under Fendi's torture. Mr. Bright, let's talk. After helping the maid to the sofa, Fendi looked at Bright and said. Bright looked over. He wasn't interested in the hidden secrets, but perhaps he could use this to find the ruins. However, Bright did not agree immediately, but slowly said, Young Master Fendi, leave these orcs to me. A wild beast that dares to rebel against its master cannot be kept. At this time, Fendi stepped forward. Mr. Bright, talk to me. I can grant you any request. These filthy slaves will only dirty your hands. You are a businessman, and I can offer you substantial profits. Bright didn't speak, but looked at the orc on the ground, then nodded to Fendi. He thought to himself that this second young master seemed to value these orc slaves even more than he had imagined. A short while later, in the living room, the blood on the ground had been cleaned up, and a rectangular table was filled with various kinds of food. Fendi sat in the main seat, with the orcs from earlier standing behind him. By this time, the orc's injuries had healed considerably, and he was able to stand up with great difficulty. The orcs stared at Bright with angry eyes, utterly bewildered. How could this despicable slave trader be so strong? Was his previous frail appearance all an act? Among the orcs, the tiger-headed man, Xiao Jiao, with only one eye left, stared intently at Bright. If he could, he would want to kill the human sitting calmly in front of him immediately, but he didn't dare. The other party possessed a power gap he couldn't overcome. Xiao Jiao was furious about this. I hate Bright, and I hate my own powerlessness. Bright sat at the side of the table, not touching the food placed in front of him. Although the food was delicious, and he had never eaten or even seen it before, he still had no interest in it. Bright looked at Fendi. This good-for-nothing that people talk about is quite interesting. After what just happened, he actually sat here and talked to me as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Bright hadn't eaten, Fendi said, Mr. Bright, I hope you can forgive my men's behavior and keep what just happened a secret. In exchange, I can grant you any request, Mr. Bright, as long as it is within my power. Although I'm not favored by those guys, I still have the identity of the second young master of the Levi family, which allows me to do many things. Young master, the maid whispered from behind, trying to stop Fendi. Although they had lost before, this was their home turf. No matter how strong Bright was, he couldn't overcome sheer numbers. If Bright uses this incident to bring up something offensive, it will be troublesome. The young master has already endured a lot of unfounded slander because of them. If something else happens because of them, it will only make them feel more guilty. Fendi glared at the maid behind him. He knew what she was worried about. But for now, this is the only thing he can do. Although he might be able to kill Bright after fully unleashing his hidden power, the things he has kept hidden for so many years will also be completely exposed. So, he had to endure it for the sake of his own plans. I just hope that Mr. Bright won't make any troublesome requests. Time passed. Bright didn't answer immediately. He seemed to be thinking about something. As time passed, Fendi's heart pounded faster, and the room became unusually quiet. Chapter 109 Patience, Achievement. 2 or 3 minutes felt like half an hour. Fendi just stared at Bright quietly, feeling quite strange. This person is clearly the same person as before, but for some reason, the feeling they give off is completely different. Before, he could roughly guess what the other person was thinking, but now, Fendi couldn't figure out what the other person was thinking at all. The other person was unusually calm. At that moment, Bright stopped what he was doing. At that moment, everyone present turned to look. Bright smiled slightly and then said, "Since young Master Fendi has said so, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Young Master Fendi is right. Killing those filthy orc slaves would only dirty my hands." Upon hearing this, all the orcs present glared at Bright, but none of them dared to speak. Fendi breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the other party had accepted the mediation. He then chuckled twice. "Haha, Mr. Bright, I'm glad you think that way. Tell me your terms." Bright tapped the table with his right hand and looked at Fendi, saying, "Young Master Fendi, just as I said before, I am very interested in your castle and hope that one day I can build such a magnificent castle myself. Of course, I've always looked forward to living in a castle. If possible, I hope that young Master Fendi can lend me the right to use this castle for one day. If young Master Fendi agrees, then I will pretend that what happened before never happened." Bright's words stunned Fendi, a hint of surprise flashing in his small eyes. He was prepared to be ripped off, and he was willing to accept anything under 1,000 gold pieces. But Fendi never expected that Bright's request would be this. Temporary use of the castle for one day. This posed absolutely no problem for Fendi, causing him no loss whatsoever, but precisely because of this, Fendi was perplexed. Why would Bright want this? But at this point, he had no other choice. After thinking it over for a while, Fendi nodded. "Okay, I'll be moving out of here tomorrow. Mr. Bright, you can come over the day after tomorrow. I'll let the guards know, and they'll let you in right away when they see you. Bright, let's move out today. I don't have much time. I hope I can come over first thing tomorrow morning." Fendi paused for a moment, squinted at Bright, but still couldn't figure it out. "Okay, I'll prepare it. You can come tomorrow." A short while later, after the conversation, Bright left the castle. Walking down the street, he felt somewhat relieved. He hadn't found a solution yet, but unexpectedly, this second young master had delivered the entrance right to his doorstep. And according to the terms they agreed upon, Fendi would not be allowed to see what happened inside the castle tomorrow. This was also Bright's request. Because he didn't know what would happen after opening the ruins, it was essential to be fully prepared. Bright looked up at the sky. Snowflakes were falling. We had left the castle and were on the street, where the road was covered with white snow. On the other side, after Bright left, Fendi looked very unhappy. He sat on the sofa, holding a wine glass in his hand, sitting there quietly. He wondered why Bright would want the castle. However, after living in this castle for several years, I didn't notice anything amiss. That's all. After thinking for a long time, he didn't think of anything either. "Young master, we are sorry. We have implicated you." At this moment, the cat maid walked over, head down, looking very guilty and not daring to look at Fendi. Young Master Fendi has already sacrificed so much for them, and now they're dragging him down once again. You have to understand, if it weren't for young Master Fendi, these orcs might have died long ago and wouldn't be alive now. Fendi waved his hand and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "You did nothing wrong. It was my decision to take action. Get some rest first. It's just a castle visit for a day, nothing serious. Ultimately, my own strength is too weak to help you much. If my power were stronger, perhaps. Young master, if it weren't for you, how could we beastmen have survived until now?" The cat maid exclaimed excitedly when she saw her young master slandering her. Fendi shook his head, then dismissed the maid from the living room. When no one is around, Fendi moved his obese body, and with each step he took, his body seemed to slim down. When Fendi arrived at his room, he was no longer the fat man from before. Instead, he had a muscular, somewhat handsome face and short, bright red hair. If the guards outside saw Fendi like this, they would be shocked. However, apart from some orcs, no one knew that Fendi was in this state. Having returned to his normal size, Fendi came to the bedside and gently picked up a doll that was placed next to the pillow, as if it were some kind of treasure. The doll was somewhat worn, even though Fendi had tried his best to maintain it. The doll is shaped like a young girl, but she has a pair of furry ears on her head, clearly indicating that she is an orc. Fendi gently stroked the doll. It is only at this time that he will express his inner emotions. "Sister Rabbit, please wait a moment. I will definitely avenge you. It was already 1 p.m. when I got back to my rented room. Bright opened the door and saw Jess exercising in the living room. Mr. Bright, Jess greeted him. Blythe nodded in response, then placed his hat on the coat rack by the door. He was taking off his outer clothes, and perhaps because he had used his ability to probe for so long at the castle, he was now quite hungry. Yes, it's time to have lunch now. Thinking of Bright, he prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. But then, a voice came from the kitchen. Jace, could you please come and serve the dishes? Via's voice was rather loud, seemingly worried that Jess outside might not hear her. No problem. Hearing that he was needed to help, Jess immediately ran into the kitchen without hesitation. A short while later, Jess carried the dishes out of the kitchen, followed by Via, who was in a wheelchair. Via wasn't idle either. She was holding a small dish that looked like vegetables. Via had a slight smile on her face. I hope Erica will enjoy my cooking. We also need to leave some for Mr. Bright. He doesn't like eating out and is probably hungry right now. As Via spoke, she walked to the dining table. But just then, she saw Bright standing in the doorway and exclaimed with delight, Mr. Bright, you're back. Brad nodded, placed a black umbrella by the door, and then walked over, taking the plate from Via's hand. Thank you. Chapter 1:10 Heading 2. Subsequently, after a quick lunch, although it was almost 2 o'clock, Erica greeted everyone and went back to her room. She seemed to have become obsessed with drawing these past few days, and had even asked Jess to buy her some drawing paper. Jess seemed to know that Via and Mr. Bright had something to say, so he left the living room on his own. At this moment, only Brett and Via were in the living room. Bright sat on the sofa, wanting to read today's newspaper. He had left in a bit of a rush this morning, so he had only read half of it. I remember when it mentioned some kind of empire, it seemed to be related to Via, and I even recommended it to her. But now the newspapers are nowhere to be found. Seeing that he couldn't find it, Bright stopped searching and instead picked up a book from the table to read. Aside, having finished tidying up, Via pushed her wheelchair over. Jess was originally prepared to take on these tasks, but Via refused, even though Brett had suggested she could rest. Via simply said, I'm a useless person now. Mr. Bright, please give me something to do. Seeing this, Bright had no choice but to give up. After Via finished tidying up, she picked up a book and started reading next to Bright. During the process, some questions will also be asked. Without exception, Brett answered every single question, seemingly omnipotent, which greatly surprised Via. After asking a few more questions and receiving answers for Bright, Via couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Bright is just like a teacher, as if knowing everything. That's because I've read the book you're holding. If you ask me about books I haven't read, I might not be able to answer, Brett said softly. However, Vi didn't care about any of that. She had read the book as well, but it didn't achieve the same effect as Brett's. Time passed. I don't know how much time passed. Tomorrow you're going to a place with me, Bright said softly, his eyes still on his book. Well, it's the place where the second young master of the Levi family lives, the place you mentioned before. Get ready so he doesn't recognize you. Is that Levi Fendi? Vi turned her head, somewhat surprised, wondering why she was going there. However, she wasn't worried about being recognized. If the eldest son, who frequently attended high society parties, lived there, she might be recognized, but if it was the second son, she wouldn't be worried. Because this second young master never attends aristocratic gatherings. However, since Mr. Bright has said so, I should prepare myself for tomorrow, just in case someone else recognizes me. Hearing Via's questioning voice, Bright nodded slightly, which was considered an affirmation. Night. The city of Cell was very quiet at night. The guards drove all the people walking on the streets back home, as if they were not allowed to linger on the streets. In Via's room, her long, beautiful black hair cascaded down her back as she sat at a table with a newspaper on it. This is the very newspaper that Bright couldn't find today. Seeing her own name appear in the newspaper again, Via's gaze deepened, lost in thought. At the same time, she still had many doubts in her mind. Why is my name appearing on it? Moreover, although she had been missing for several months, Via had noticed during this time that the Empire had not panicked, as if she had never disappeared. She had some doubts in her mind before. But today, after seeing her name in the newspaper, Via was certain that she was still in the palace, only that the person was not her, but someone else had replaced her. Was even this his arrangement? Via couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She thought about some of the things she heard when she was in her final coma. The Empire will eventually perish. The new king will exchange the lives of the entire Empire for it. These were the last words she heard while she was unconscious, the ancient incantations chanted by the white-robed sorcerers. Vi didn't know what those people meant by exchange, but she knew, if it actually succeeds, perhaps everyone in this empire will die. Vi wasn't sure if the death involved Mr. Bright and others, because Mr. Bright was also currently in the empire. If it really involved the entire empire, she didn't know what the final outcome would be. However, if possible, Vi doesn't want Mr. Bright to get hurt. The evening passed quickly. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Bright took Vi and left. While in the wheelchair, Vi's appearance also underwent a noticeable change. Her stunning looks disappeared, replaced by a very ordinary appearance. Not in a hurry, Bright pushed Vi from behind, not rushing to the castle, but slowly pushing the wheelchair there. On the street, passers-by turned to look at the uniquely shaped chair, showing great curiosity. Vi raised her head and looked around, her eyes filled with curiosity. Even in the capital, due to the strict rules, she rarely left the palace. So when she saw these novel things, she was very curious. Her intelligent eyes looked around, and she even felt a little regretful that she only had one pair of eyes and couldn't see everything. As for the attention from the strangers around her, Vi paid no attention to it. Compared to the gazes of strangers, Vi cared more about the people behind her. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glance behind him and saw that cold, stern face, as if very few things could move Mr. Bright. Vi couldn't help but feel a little bored. She let out a sigh, stretched, and began to look forward to where Mr. Bright would take her next. Last night, Vi couldn't help but ask, but Brett didn't answer. Slowly, Bright pushed Vi outside Fendi Castle. Just as Fendi had said, the guards at the gate let Bright out without stopping him when they saw that it was Bright. Seeing that they entered the Levi family's territory without any hindrance, Vi couldn't help but look up at Bright behind her. A clear look of doubt flickered in his wide eyes. They seemed quite curious as to why they could enter without any hindrance, and why the guards hadn't stopped them. You should know that nobles care a lot about their territory. But despite her curiosity, she wouldn't ask. Whether Mr. Bright would say so is one thing, but on the other hand, Vi doesn't want to bother him too often. Chapter 111, Confirming the Location, Mysterious Mark. A short while later, Bright surveyed the castle, and, as expected, it was just as he had predicted. There was no one else in the castle except him and Vi. Bright's opinion of Fendi had changed somewhat. At least the man hadn't broken his promise and was a trustworthy person. He had initially thought there might be some spies lurking around. Now, there's much less trouble and some time saved. Then, after making arrangements for Vi, Bright began to take action. The reason for bringing Vi along is that, inside the ruins, perhaps only she herself can obtain that special item. After all, Bright knew that as well. There are things in this world that are far beyond his comprehension, just like those mysterious voices from before. These mysterious things are often only understood by those who have some connection with them. So, bringing Vi here was also just in case. In the castle corridor. The corridor was wide, with glowing stones inlaid on both sides. This young master, Fendi, seemed to have a great fondness for gold, as even the walls were inlaid with gold trim, which shone brightly, especially under the light. If I move all of these things, maybe I won't have to worry about money in the future. Of course, this was just something Bright was thinking. To bring my thoughts back to the present, Bright took the Dragon Jade pendant out of his pocket. During yesterday's exploration, only the location of the castle elicited the most intense reaction from the Flying Dragon Jade pendant. The next second, just as Bright had expected, he took out the Flying Dragon Jade pendant and saw the pendant vibrate twice in midair before flying off in one direction. Seeing this, Bright's gaze sharpened, and he quickly followed. All I saw was the jade pendant seemed to have eyes, moving back and forth in the castle's corridors. Finally, the Flying Dragon Jade pendant stopped at the doorway of a room, trembling slightly in the air. Bright looked around the room. The door was no different from the other rooms in the corridor. Seeing the jade pendant resting there, Bright opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the jade pendant flew in and hovered in the center of the room. A flash of light appeared on the pendant. Then, Bright saw the jade pendant slowly fall from midair and land in the middle of the floor. Looking at where the jade pendant landed, Bright confirmed that the entrance to the ruins was right here. After noting the location, retrieve the jade pendant. This gave Bright time to observe the room. There is a button that looks like a switch on the right side of the door. With a click, the previously dark room suddenly lit up. Looking around the room, Bright realized that it was actually a study, with shelves filled with books. If it weren't for other things to do today, Bright might have spent some time looking at the books here. After all, he had never read the books in the homes of nobles, and he didn't know if there were any books that weren't available on the market. After a brief thought, Bright then looked back at the ground. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance should be below. Without hesitation, Bright flipped his right hand, revealing a pile of seeds. Ever since he discovered the unexpected usefulness of the vines, he has carried some seeds with him every time he goes out. Arriving at the previous spot, he flipped his right hand, and fine seeds fell to the ground. Then, Bright crouched down, and a green light shone from his hand. Suddenly, the seeds began to take root and sprout, and in just a moment they started to seep into the ground. Don't underestimate these plants. Sometimes, their vitality can even break through stubborn rocks. Inside the room, Bright channeled his power, controlling the vines to spread underground. Meanwhile, in another room, Vi sat quietly on the sofa. The gentleman seemed to have something to do and asked her to wait there for a while. However, for some reason, after arriving at the castle, she had a strange feeling, as if she were very familiar with the place. But Vi knew that this was indeed her first time in this city, and her first time in this castle. But what about that strange feeling inside me? At this moment, Vi's feelings became increasingly strange. It was as if something was drawing her in. Vi glanced around, but still couldn't see her husband. Yet, the feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. After thinking about it, Vi decided to go and take a look. So he turned the wheelchair and moved it in one direction, leading it into the corridor. That feeling became increasingly strange. Because of Mr. Bright's instructions, she held a seed the size of a little finger in her hand. He had said that this seed could protect her in critical moments. Vi never doubted what her husband said, though she was still a little curious. With the seed left by Mr. Bright, Vi walked confidently toward the place in her heart that had always been calling to her. A short while later, she arrived at the castle entrance. Here, there are many decorations, and even in the very center stand two statues, one the founder of the Levi family and the other of the current head of the family. Vi pushed the wheelchair slowly to the front of the statue. Her intuition told her that the voice calling her was coming from inside. Vi looked up and saw in front of her the statue of the founder of the Levi family. Upon reaching the statue, the next second, a golden light flashed from the center of the statue. Bathed in golden light, Vi instinctively closed her eyes. In that instant, she seemed to see a magnificent church filled with worshippers, and at the very front, an elderly believer with gray hair was kneeling before an idol, whispering devoutly. During this time, she saw the founder of the Levi family kneeling among the believers. When Vi wanted to take a look at the statue, the dazzling golden light appeared again. Reality. Vi rubbed her head, as if she had just gone through something. Is this reality? Or is it just fantasy? However, at this moment, Vi was surprised to see a mark that had appeared on the back of her right hand at some point. Moreover, she had seen this mark before. It was her own angel wings. The mark was exactly the same as his own angel wings, only much smaller. Vi was quite surprised and didn't notice anything different about herself. The mark that appeared out of nowhere seemed to have no effect on her whatsoever. The voice that had been calling out to him disappeared after the mark appeared. At this moment, when Vi wanted to check the mark on her hand, she was surprised to see that the mark had disappeared. Chapter 1, 12 Temple Ruins. Whether it was due to the renovation or something else, the ground beneath this castle didn't seem very solid, and the vines were penetrating much faster. The dark underground. At this moment, one after another, vines like earth dragons are rapidly spreading into the ground. On the other side of Pota City, Fendi sat in the carriage. In order to lend the castle to Bright for a day, he suggested going on a day trip. Only after he himself leaves the castle will the family guards follow him out, and only then will their eyes leave. After all, their only goal is themselves. I wonder what that guy Bright is doing in his castle, Fendi muttered to himself. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. That's my own castle, and now I've let a stranger in. Hateful. If this guy hadn't known his secret, why would he have acted this way? Bright. Fendi was deep in thought. The other party knew his secret, but he had no leverage over them, which made Fendi very uneasy. We either need to find another way to eliminate the other party. Either find something to use against Bright that will make him listen to you. Only these two options can put Fendi at ease. Everything we did before was just a temporary choice, to appease the other party first, and then look for an opportunity. After all, Fendi is not someone who likes to be passive. It was ultimately too dangerous for Bright to have leverage over himself unilaterally. At this moment, just as Fendi was pondering how to handle Bright's situation, a knight approached the carriage and whispered, "Young master, the eldest son's caravan is not far from Cell City and is expected to enter the city tomorrow." "What's he doing in Potus City?" Fendi narrowed his chubby little eyes. Finian, his half-brother, possessed extremely high ice attribute talent. In the past, he often liked to gang up with a few boys from his clan to bully him. Only in recent years, after being driven to Potus City, has he found much peace. Shouldn't this guy be preparing for the throne ceremony? Why is he suddenly here? Could it be that my hidden secret has been discovered? Fendi narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but think of this possibility. He then shook his head, indicating it probably wasn't. If his hidden orcs were discovered, Finian wouldn't have acted this way, and even sent someone to inform him, which clearly meant he wanted him to prepare for a welcoming feast. But if his own affairs hadn't been discovered, why would Finian have come here? Fendi couldn't understand it and felt a bit of a headache. There are just too many things I don't understand lately. The same goes for Bright's situation. At this time, the wilderness not far from the city of Cell, a troop of cavalry was slowly advancing towards the city. The leader was a man wearing a blue robe, with red hair and high-arched eyebrows that looked like two volcanoes. He is Lawai, Fenian. As a fourth-level mage, he was preparing for the throne ceremony, which was arranged by his father and was drawing ever closer, knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable. His opponents were also among the younger generation of the Empire. He has already reached the fourth level of mage at a young age, and he will surely wreak havoc on all sides. But just at this crucial moment, Duke Lin summoned him to Cell City and even gave him a magical item. He then said that if no riots occurred in Potus City in 2 days, he could use the magical item. Thinking it over, Finian took out the item the Duke had given him from his pocket. It was a magic sphere filled with powerful magic. Even though Finian was now at level 4, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine upon sensing the magic within, and was simultaneously drawn in by its power. That's the magic of magic. I hope I can reach that level someday. Finian smiled. Compared to all that, he still looked forward to seeing his younger brother again. Finny has been acting like he's dead ever since he arrived in Potus City. This won't do. He needs to be taught a lesson. Inside the castle, Bright was unaware of what was happening outside. All he wanted now was to find the ruins as quickly as possible. Vines the size of a forearm meandered underground. A short while later, in the room, Bright's expression changed. Because he sensed something through the shared perspective of the vines, Bright clearly saw. At this moment, about 300 meters underground, a solid stone wall suddenly appeared. Completely different from the loose soil before, and there were also patterns engraved on these stone walls. Bright had seen these patterns before. They were exactly the same as the ones he had seen in the Church of Angels. This should be the so-called Holy Relics ruins. Seeing that he had found his target, Bright felt a little relieved. The next step is to bring this ruin back to light. Immediately, Bright placed sound-blocking magical items around the castle. It seems that the buy one get one free items weren't entirely useless after all. Now it's time to put them to use. After doing all this, Bright returned to the previous room, but this time he left behind a handful of seeds. In an instant, rumble, just as if an earth dragon had turned over, the entire castle trembled at that moment. In the room, feeling the castle tremble, Vaya, who had already returned, couldn't help but raise her head and look around, but she wasn't surprised. Because my husband had given me these instructions before. However, Vaya was still curious about what Mr. Bright was doing inside the castle, and what was the reason for bringing her here. On the other side, a hole 1 meter wide appeared in the middle of the study. Looking down, one could see steps made of mud inside the cave entrance. Bright walked down, snapped his fingers with his right hand, and a cluster of flame appeared between his fingers. The further down you go, the lower the temperature gets. When he reached the wall he had previously seen, even with the flames present, Bright felt a chill. Is this the ruins of the Holy Church? Looking at the wall in front of him, Bright murmured. Touching the wall with my left hand, I could feel its hardness. However, I didn't feel anything else special. Seeing no trace of magic, Bright didn't hesitate, clenching his right fist. Honestly, his strongest offensive capabilities, besides those gained from his fusion talent, now lie in himself. Chapitre 113 Mystérieux Diary, Via Surprise. That's Erica's superhuman strength. Superhuman strength increases with the user's innate power. Erica was only level 3, Yet her superhuman strength had already reached level 5. Bright is now a level 4 system user, and his strength has been amplified to level 6. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he threw a fierce punch. The next second, a loud bang rang out. The entire underground seemed to tremble. The stone wall in front of him was still intact, but Bright noticed some cracks on it, so it seemed he would have to throw a few more punches at it. Bright looked up at the ceiling, where vines intertwined to form a solid wall that remained unchanged even after the tremor. With no worries about the future, Bright didn't dawdle and threw several more punches in quick succession. The immense force caused the wall in front of them to crack. As the entrance grew larger, Bright threw another punch. This time the sound wasn't loud, because his fist was already inside the wall. In just a moment, Bright sensed that something was wrong. Why is it empty inside? Just now, the fist didn't feel anything else inside. Only air. Bright was surprised. You have to understand, this is underground. The previous Holy Church ruins should have been buried below, so why is it empty here? Without hesitation, Bright reached out and cleared away the rubble around the hole. Gradually, a hole about the size of a person appeared in front of him. Bright looked down and couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw inside. To be precise, below were indeed the ruins of a holy church, and he was currently directly above this church. The wall he had just smashed was the church's bell tower. Bright went inside and went down the stairs of the clock tower. Walking in the stairwell, this church seems to exist independently underground. Even though it is surrounded by soil, it remains untouched by rubble and debris. As he walked, Bright sensed a powerful magic. The magic had no ill intentions towards him. Its only purpose was to maintain the church. It seems that those who wanted to destroy this church back then failed under the power of this magic and ultimately chose to bury it. Walking down the church corridor, Bright came to this idea. Soon, walking through the corridor, you can see that the church building is not complete. Looking up, you can see many broken parts, and large pieces of stone are scattered on the ground around it. Directly ahead, if all goes as expected, that should be the heart of the church. The house was broken, so Bright could see the angel statue still standing in front of him from a distance, unlike the one he had seen inside the church. This angel statue is relatively well preserved, with no significant damage. If you look closely, you can even see wisps of light around the statue. With a thought, Bright walked towards the statue. This is where believers devoutly worship. In the middle, on a raised platform, there were rows and rows of chairs, but most of them were damaged by falling rocks and were mostly broken. Only after entering did Bright see that. Right in front of the statue, a figure was kneeling in worship. Could there still be someone alive here? Bright was startled at first and walked over. That's when I saw it. The person kneeling here had long since died. This is an old man with white hair. He kneels before the statue of a god, his head buried in the ground, his hands placed in front of his head, and a round ball emitting golden light floating in his hands. Bright could sense a terrifying power emanating from his sphere. Moreover, this power is exactly the same as the power that sustains the temple. Is this the force that is maintaining the temple as it is today? Bright took 2 steps forward, and the golden sphere bounced twice in the old man's hand, as if welcoming his arrival. However, just as Bright was about to approach, he suddenly felt a powerful resistance in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Although this mysterious force did not express its aversion to itself, it was also isolating itself. This should be what the virtual display said could restore angelic bloodlines, Bright muttered, then stopped approaching. Since the other party was rejecting him, he couldn't very well go over there and try to force himself on. He stood up and once again surveyed the entire temple. Suddenly at this moment, Bright noticed a book resting in the hands of the angel statue, and his gaze sharpened. I have doubts in my heart. Why are there books in the hands of the statues of gods? Without further thought, the next second, with a thought, a vine shot up from the ground beside him and reached towards the statue's arm. Fortunately, this time, the golden sphere did not reject it. Bright glanced at the book in his hand. It's more like a diary than a book. After glancing at it, he put the diary away and left. That mysterious golden sphere should only be found if Vaya herself comes here. Luckily, we brought Vaya along today, otherwise we would have had to make another trip. A short while later, under Vaya's curious gaze, Bright led her to the entrance of the study. Looking at the hole in the ground before her, Vaya's mouth opened slightly, as if she now understood why so many strange sounds had occurred earlier. It turns out Mr. Bright was digging a hole here. However, This is the territory of the Levi family. As outsiders, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to cause such a commotion here? However, after seeing Mr. Bright's still calm expression, Vaya also withdrew her worries. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Subsequently, because the underground cave was inconvenient for wheelchairs, Bright had no choice but to carry Vaya inside, climbing the stairs step by step down. In his arms, Vaya's face flushed red, and she buried her head in Bright's arms, not daring to look up. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Vaya was also very curious. Where exactly is Mr. Bright taking her? Why are you being so mysterious? You haven't said anything for so long. Soon, the two then arrived at the previous entrance. When Vaya saw the strangely familiar building in front of her, she couldn't help but tremble. This is the Church of Angels? Vaya said in a low voice. Because only the bell tower of the Church of Angels looks like this, he couldn't help but look at Bright, who was holding him. All I saw was... Blythe nodded. It's the Church of Angels, or more accurately, the Temple of Angels. Temple. Upon hearing this, Vaya was completely dumbfounded. She wasn't unaware of the temple. The Temple of Angels is not permanent. Only churches that have been blessed by angelic miracles can be called temples. However, the angels haven't performed any miracles since 100 years ago. What about this temple? Chapter 114, The Mysterious Traveler, Li Qing. Not only was Vaya surprised, but he was also very surprised when he first came here. Bright carried her as they strolled down the bell tower and into the interior of the temple. Walking through the corridor, then he carried Vaya to the angel statue. Before them stood a towering angel statue, its hands clasped together as if to support something, its eyes gazing at the sky, even though no one here would sing its praises anymore. A certain mysterious entity is very grateful for your help. Suddenly, the virtual box reappeared in front of Bright, but this time it seemed more like a prompt. Upon seeing the virtual frame, Bright looked up at the angel statue in front of him. If it could be described as a mysterious entity, then it must be this angel in front of him. Mr. Bright? This. Nestled in his arms, Vaya was filled with confusion, wondering why her master had brought her here. From the moment she left until now, she has been in a state of shock and confusion, as there are just too many things that are perplexing her. Bright glanced at the golden sphere in the old man's hand. The sphere had been vibrating continuously ever since they came in. You know, when he came alone before, this sphere didn't react so strongly. Now that he and Vi came in together, it's reacting so intensely. Then there's no doubt that it must be because of Vaya. Your body can be restored here, Bright said softly, then carried Vaya toward the sphere. In his arms. Upon hearing this, Vaya's eyes widened, and she looked utterly shocked. Originally, she thought that Mr. Bright's words about being able to restore her body were just to comfort her, but Vaya did not expect that Mr. Bright really had a way to restore her body. You should know, her current condition is not ordinary. She has lost the blood of angels, which is why she has been unable to stand up. Although she has woken up during this time, she will eventually die if she does not regain the blood of angels. She hadn't told Mr. Bright about this, not wanting him to worry about her anymore. But now, Vaya never expected that Mr. Bright would actually find a way to restore the angelic blood within her. As the golden sphere drew ever closer, Vaya felt a strange sense of confidence. She really can recover. As the two walked towards the sphere, suddenly, the sphere broke free from the old man's hand and hovered in midair, vibrating slightly. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and not only that, the sound of bells being struck also came from the sphere. In his arms, Vaya turned her head away, deeply inhaling the reassuring aura, and murmured softly to herself, "Mr. Bright, you're really going too far. I owe you so much. How can I ever repay you?" Vaya's voice was so soft that it was lost in the chiming of the round clock. Bright glanced down at Vaya. He seemed to have heard her call his name, but he couldn't hear what she said after that. At this time, the two had arrived in front of the golden sphere. As before, the sphere kept Bright out, while Vaya slowly floated towards the sphere's location under a golden force. Soon, she was enveloped in a circular light shield. Bright glanced at her. Judging by this trend, it would probably take Vaya some more time to recover. Many of the buildings in the temple had collapsed, and there was nothing to do there, so Bright took one last look at the angel statue and then left. In the study, Bright slowly walked out of the hole in the middle of the ground. Instead of wasting time underground, I'd rather come here and read a book for a while. The books in the hands of nobles must be somewhat different. Bright walked towards the bookshelf, where a fine layer of dust covered the elegant shelves, suggesting that no one had been there for a long time. He glanced at it briefly, then casually picked up a book from the shelf. The title was Les Quimes Travels. Bright quickly glanced through the table of contents. It was a story about an adventure written by a man named Li Qing. If the stories recorded in this travelogue are true, then this person named Li Qing must have been quite powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive those dangerous places. However, it's clear that these nobles only treated this travelogue as a story. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed it here so casually. Suddenly, Bright noticed a name in the catalog. The Graveyard of the Elves. It's about elves. Perhaps because of Wendy, Bright turned to the page about this forbidden area. The Graveyard of Elves. A blindfolded man carrying a long coffin leans against a giant ghost tree. Blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered in wounds. Even he almost died here after entering. The man held a book in his left hand and a quill pen stained with blood in his right, and began to write down what he had just witnessed. Because the elves hate humans, I had no choice but to sneak into their territory. During this time, I encountered a battle between two teams of elves, and I saved an elf who was about to die. From her, I learned some things about elves, and I also know about the graveyards of all the elves. It is said that this place was once the habitat of the elven god and the world tree, but the world tree disappeared 100 years ago, and now it has become a forbidden place for all elves. No matter your strength, you will die if you enter. According to records, several elven kings of level 9 have entered it and disappeared without a trace. The elves who went in to search for them also vanished. My faith is to witness everything. So I went through many hardships to find this so-called elven graveyard. Inside here, I saw many dark elves. In fact, deep inside, I saw a figure that looked like an elven king. When they saw me, they attacked me frantically. Haha, just think I'm crazy. Maybe I've seen an evil god. Here, I remind those who come after me that they must not enter the cemetery. Otherwise, there will only be one result, which is death. The traveler, Li Qing, left behind. After writing these words, Li Qing put away his book under the ghost tree and placed the long coffin behind him aside. Li Qing gently stroked the long coffin and spoke slowly. It seems that after witnessing so many stories, I have finally come to an end. Old buddy, you've been with me for so long. It's finally time to use you. I bet you have a lot of complaints. Chapter 115 Recovery. Li Qing spoke slowly, then prepared to place his body into the long coffin. I never imagined that I would still reach the limits of human endurance, having traversed countless perilous places, only to fall here. His injuries are beyond repair, and he will die soon. Li Qing wasn't discouraged. After all, the book he had just written and had already been enchanted, and everything recorded in it would be simultaneously transmitted to his companions. And the partner will record these. Having witnessed so many stories, the last story he records will be about himself. In the study, Bright stared at the travelogue in his hand, his gaze deep, lost in thought. The World Tree. This name reminded him of a world-class being he had encountered before, related to Wendy. Could she be the World Tree? A guess formed in Bright's mind, but he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Whether the other party is the World Tree or not, it's none of my business now. As for the reward they promised, the elf territory is too far away. I'll go another time when I have the chance. Another major problem is that Bright doesn't know how to find the other person, and he didn't leave an address. Life on a global scale is truly too mysterious. So you left behind a worthless check? Bright smiled, put the travelogue back in his hand, and took another book down from the shelf. If the story above is true, I wonder if the traveler named Li Qing survived. Time passed. Bright is reading a book. At this time, seemingly sensing something, Bright turned to look at the location of the burrow, then put away the book in his hand and muttered, "Looks like it was a success." In the Temple of Angels, Vaya stood before the statue, her hands clasped in front of her chest. On the back of her right hand, the mark of angel wings was radiating golden light, and countless dazzling rays of light also emanated from her body. If Vaya had wings behind her right now, she would be no different from a true angel. The fact that she was able to stand there at this moment meant that her injuries had healed and the angelic blood within her had been reborn. But Vaya, however, couldn't smile now. Just now, while absorbing that golden sphere, she heard the words of the gods and learned what the Empire was currently brewing. At the same time, she also learned what that self far away in the capital really was. She should have been happy that her injuries had healed, but at this moment, she couldn't be happy. Ultimately, she was still the princess of this empire. Vaya opened her eyes. Mr. Bright seemed to have been there all along, standing not far away watching him. Upon seeing Mr. Bright, Vaya's worries vanished instantly, replaced by excitement as she ran towards him. Then she hugged the person in front of her, tears streaming down her face, and exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Bright, I did it! I can stand up now!" Feeling the excitement in the person in his arms, Bright felt much more relaxed and hugged them back. Yes, it worked. On the street, after dealing with the holy ruins, the two left the castle. According to Vaya, after she absorbs the remaining power within the ruins will slowly collapse. It might happen tomorrow, or it might happen the day after tomorrow. She doesn't know the exact time. Bright simply gave an awkward smile in response. The collapse of the ruins naturally resulted in the castle crumbling, which was somewhat unexpected. I wonder what Findy's expression will be like after the castle collapses. Bright thought to himself, "Don't worry, Findy. I'll keep your secret." At this moment, Vaya, standing beside him, was very happy. After recovering, she seemed to have regained her former liveliness, bouncing around and even pestering Bright to buy her some snacks. The Imperial Princess seems to have eaten all sorts of delicacies, but she's quite interested in these common folk foods. Bright didn't refuse, and he wasn't short of money for those little snacks, so he bought them if he wanted them. Finally, amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, the two returned to their rented apartment. Seemingly eager to see Erica and Jess, Vaya opened the door first. Click! In the living room, Erica had somehow come out of the room and was now drawing at the table. Hearing the door open, she turned around. The tall table blocked her view, so she could only see the upper bodies of the two people, but why does it seem like Sister Vaya has grown taller? Erica looked at Bright and Vaya with her big eyes, a look of realization flashing across her face. So that explains why she couldn't find Sister Vaya. It turns out she went out with Mr. Bright. "Sister Vaya, Mr. Bright, you're back." Erica greeted them, then got down from the stool. However, at this time, Erica froze, completely stunned, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. "Sister Vaya, your legs?" Erica spoke haltingly, her mouth slightly agape, while simultaneously expressing her disbelief. How come Sister Vaya can stand up again after just one trip? At the door, seeing Erica's adorable expression, Vaya ran over and hugged Erica tightly, as if she were holding a doll. "Wah! Erica, I can finally hug you like this. How can you be so cute?" As Vaya spoke, she gently kneaded Erica in her arms. Erica was also startled by Vaya's sudden action and dared not move, her face turning bright red. "Sister Vaya." Bright watched from the side, placed the black umbrella by the door, rolled up his sleeves, and walked to the side. I checked the time. It was already dinner time. Bright glanced at Vaya, who was excitedly hugging Erica, and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to make a big feast tonight." As dinner time approached, Jess also returned from outside. Jess needed to work out, and the room wasn't big enough, so he borrowed the landlord's space. The landlord agreed to let his tenant go, since the vacant lot was useless anyway. So, the vacant lot behind the landlord's house became Jess's training ground. Back in his room, Jess was overjoyed to see Vaya standing up again. At this time, in the kitchen, the sumptuous dinner that Brett and Vaya prepared together was also finished. Chapter 116, Diary from Century Ago. Night. After enjoying their most lavish meal in days, Erica and Jess went to bed early. In the living room, a warm, yellowish light filled the entire room. I was sitting on the sofa, reading a book. Vaya was very happy to have finally washed up by herself without the help of others, and a smile kept appearing on her lips. These were all ordinary, even trivial things before, but at this moment, Vaya felt exceptionally happy. This is something I could never experience while inside the palace. Vaya walked to the sofa, her long, flowing hair cascading down her back, a delicate fragrance emanating from her. Seeing that Mr. Bright was still reading, Vaya didn't want to disturb him, so she prepared to go and rest. Before leaving, Vaya gave two special instructions. "Good night, Mr. Bright. You should also get some rest. Staying up late is a bad habit." With that, Vaya prepared to return to her room. But the next second, Bright's voice came through. "Vaya, what happened? You don't look too well." Vaya stood frozen in place, her back to Bright. After a moment's pause, she smiled and said, "No, sir, today is the happiest day of my life." Her voice was smiling, but it sounded somewhat stiff. "Yeah, Good night, Vaya. Seeing that she wasn't planning to tell him anything, Brett didn't press the matter and simply said good night. Well, good night, Mr. Bright. Vaya quickly ran into her room. Vaya leaned against the doorway and slowly sat down. I'm sorry, Mr. Bright. I don't want to trouble you any further. Click. The sound of the door closing rang out. On the sofa, Brett finally looked up and glanced at Vaya's room, his gaze deep, lost in thought. His questions earlier weren't entirely unfounded. After returning from the ruins, Vaya appeared happy, but if you observed closely, you could see the unease in her eyes. Brett had seen that look in his eyes once before. After glancing around, he didn't think much of it. He was now alone in the room. After reading the last page of the book, I closed it and set it aside. Bright took out the diary he had found in the cave during the day from his pocket. He was very curious about this diary, since it was in the hands of the angel statue, and he wondered what it contained. This is a brown diary with a pair of wings printed on the cover. The first page is blank, with only a name in the bottom right corner. Sanskrit sound. Emptiness. I don't know why. Upon seeing this name, Bright couldn't help but picture the old man kneeling before the statue of an angel. Perhaps he has some connection with this name. Bringing his thoughts back, Bright continued flipping through the pages. During the examination, Bright learned that it was a diary left by a follower of angels, and this follower seemed to be of a rather high level. This document records many ceremonies he presided over. The preceding events were all quite ordinary. He was either presiding over ceremonies or discussing philosophy with the widow next door. Upon seeing this, Bright's expression changed slightly. This guy's doing pretty well, huh? However, when he saw the contents of the next page, Bright frowned. The diary entry reads, "A year of seclusion, 3 months. During this time, the emperor approached me, but he subtly suggested that I betray the gods, which I refused. I've discovered that the king of this empire has changed. In May, during a chance parade, I saw the emperor and suddenly sensed a great deal of evil about him. So I followed him in secret and saw him fall into the abyss. But my days are numbered. The goddess has not yet been born, and a great calamity is bound to befall the empire in the future. After returning, I dismissed the believers and used my last strength to protect the miracle so that the future goddess may need it." The diary ends here. Sure enough, the person who wrote this diary was the old man kneeling before the idol. However, when exactly was the year he disappeared from public view? This was the first time Brett had ever seen this word. Could it be from 100 years ago? The year the gods disappeared completely? The year the miracle disappeared was 100 years ago. A vague guess began to form in Bright's mind. As for the goddess, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will most likely be Vaya. If this were 100 years ago, Vaya wouldn't have been born yet. As for emperors, although human lifespan is limited, Bright knew that if one's own strength was extremely powerful, one could live for more than 100 years, and if one used some other means, one might be able to live even longer. However, a person's lifespan is at most 300 years. No matter how powerful you are or what methods you use, a person can only live for 300 years at most, and by then the body will inevitably break down. Bright knew this because he had read in some books that 1,000 years ago, a king used the resources of his entire country to achieve immortality, but he only lived for 300 years. Only. The emperor died several months ago. Nothing particularly noteworthy has happened in the past century. Even now, it's just a riot, not a major disaster. In the living room, it seemed as if 1,000 stars were swirling in Brett's eyes. If it hasn't happened in the last 100 years, then it's likely to happen soon. Perhaps something will happen during that so-called throne ceremony. Bright believed the old man's words. As the saying goes, he who does not heed the advice of the elders will suffer the consequences. Only, these things don't seem to concern him much. At worst, he can just leave the Iceni Empire if something happens. Although my strength has improved recently, it is still not enough compared to the Empire. Of the people around him, the only one with any connection to the Empire was... That leaves only Vaya, the princess of this empire. Thinking this, Bright looked up at the room where Vaya was. Then he smiled, and suddenly, flames appeared on the diary. A moment later, the diary, which had existed for who knows how long, vanished. The old man should have been quite happy to destroy the diary himself, since the story of his conversation with the widow had gotten out, which would have damaged his reputation. The next day, early in the morning, everyone except Erica was up. Jess was waving his hot-blooded sword in the landlord's yard. Vaya was preparing breakfast, seemingly forgetting her identity and instead engrossed in these everyday tasks. Chapter 117 Crisis. Bright glanced around the living room. Erica must have been too excited yesterday. She was still sleeping. Now, Via's problem has been largely resolved. After recovering, she was able to learn new skills. Meanwhile, as Via recovered, Bright was also able to sense the changes taking place in his own body. It's important to know that Via's body is no ordinary one. She possesses angelic blood. It's like the sacred body in some fantasy novels I read in my past life. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should now have acquired Via's physique as well, though it hasn't manifested immediately. Bright could clearly sense that something was growing inside him, and once that thing was born, his body would undergo special changes. However, Bright felt that the changes in his body were incomplete, as if something was missing. On the living room sofa, Bright looked at the book, but his gaze wasn't on the book itself. It was fixed on the virtual frame in front of him. Now that Via's bloodline has been restored, the method to repair the angel wings should be unlocked. With a thought, moment, the virtual frame in front of me changes. The first thing that appeared wasn't a message about being destined to have angel wings, but rather a notification box. Note, the trainee does not possess angel wings, and the activation of the refined divine blood within the master is currently stalled. Blood of God, extracted from the bloodline of angels, once fully activated, it will transform the master's physique and ignore the obstacle of advancing 10 levels. When he saw this notification, Bright's eyelids twitched slightly. Goodness, no wonder he'd felt something was off since last night. It turns out you need to get one set. In other words, if Via's angel wings are not repaired, then he cannot obtain this so-called blood of the gods. The angel wings repair process is now open. Would you like to view it? At this point, the virtual box reappears. Check. Without hesitation, Bright chose to take a look. Angel Wings Repair Method. God's wings are unique. The wings of the trainer still exist, and there are two repair methods. 1. Find the missing wings and destroy them. Then the angel wings within Via will grow back. 2. Allow the vanished wings to actively merge with Via. Note, angel wings will develop self-awareness after detaching from the body. If the wings resist fusion, the fusion process will be extremely dangerous. Wings' current location: Imperial Capital, Royal Palace. Bright leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. To fully obtain the blood of the gods, it is necessary to repair the angel wings on Via's body. The first method should be the simplest. Simply kill the winged creature with independent consciousness. The second one is a bit more troublesome. Getting the wings to actively merge with Via is problematic. Not to mention that she hasn't even seen the wings that already possess their own consciousness. Moreover, since it has developed its own consciousness, it certainly doesn't want to just disappear like that. This is a bit troublesome. And Mr. Bright, it smells so good. What delicious food is Sister Via making? Erica slowly opened the door, mumbling sleepily, then lay down on Bright, seemingly finding a comfortable position, still mumbling something in a daze. Bright couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the new accessory he was wearing. Erica, that little rascal, wouldn't go to any of the other seats. She just insisted on lying on him. Bright looked away and patted Erica's head. At this moment, Via, who was in the kitchen, had obviously heard Erica's mutterings. Her face was flushed, and she was clearly very happy that her cooking skills had been recognized. A small head peeked out from the kitchen door and said excitedly, "Hee hee, don't worry, it'll be ready soon." A soft pop sound came from the kitchen. "Oh no, it almost burned," Via screamed, then quickly pulled her head back inside. On the sofa, Brett put down the book he was holding and glanced at the little one in his arms. He will not give up this divine blood. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that if he really gave up the blood of the gods, he would regret it at some point in the future. Having made his choice, the hesitation that had been lingering in Bright's eyes vanished instantly. In that case, let's choose the simplest option: destroy the wings that have already developed self-awareness. Bright said in a low voice. Now, in the royal palace far away in the capital, Via, dressed in an elegant black dress adorned with rose patterns, sat alone in the pavilion in the garden. The frigid weather outside seemed to have no effect on this place. The blood around the pavilion still bloomed in its most perfect form, and only in this way could it be qualified to set off the beauty of the person inside the pavilion. Via comes here every day for a cup of morning tea. This was the first meaningful thing she found since she woke up. Only at this time can she enjoy a peaceful life. Vaya looked up and gazed in a certain direction. It's a miracle. Not only have you awakened, but you've even had your bloodline restored. I can feel the attraction between us. But this scene I saw doesn't exist. Is all of this because of that person? Bright. A name was uttered by Vaya. Look away. She shook her head. So what if the scene is different from what you see? Because the ending was already predetermined. Even if you were resurrected, it wouldn't change anything. She whispered, don't come to the capital. This is my last piece of advice to you. Even if you come, you cannot change the predetermined future. Since you have a life that I haven't seen, then just try to survive. Porta City, Lord's Mansion. As the master of a great city, the city lord possesses immense power. Even the nobles would fawn upon him. But at this moment, inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord, who should have been incredibly valiant, was deathly pale and expressionless, looking like someone on the verge of death. Akshinjai, at the young age of 40, became the lord of the city. But now, he is extremely troubled. Chapter 118, The Crisis in Porta City. In the huge room, the man sat at the table, drinking endlessly, trying to numb his senses. Bloodshot eyes. It seems they've finally made a decision. Someone come here. Akshinji made his decision, swirling the wine in his hand, and a glimmer of life returned to his bloodshot eyes. Tomorrow is the final date, and he has to make a choice. A month ago, the princess secretly contacted him, wanting him to cooperate in collecting blood essence. In exchange, the princess of the empire promised to use the empire's power to help him find his missing daughter. But the next day, the duke sent someone to contact him, and the messenger carried the emperor's instructions and gave him something. That's the Dark Sable. He was instructed to use the Netherworld Sable to lure a beast horde, which would then kill everyone in the city, and said, if the princess wants him to collect people's blood essence, then let him use the blood essence of the entire city to absorb it. If the princess has not given any instructions, then the duke has other plans. AK was unaware of what was happening in the capital, and even for this throne ceremony, he chose to remain neutral. The reason was that they didn't want to participate in that bloody ritual. But why? Even if you don't want to, someone will force you to participate in that abyss. The imperial princess is not yet considered to have potential. However, Duke Lin was a different story. As a minister highly trusted by the emperor, Duke Lin possessed immense power and a large following. According to regulations, he should have remained neutral. But now, this duke, who wields immense power, is helping the imperial princess. The imperial princess ordered him to collect some of the impostor's blood essence. But the duke wanted to sacrifice the entire city. Akshin naturally assumed that the duke wanted to help the imperial princess. The princess's orders came shortly after his only daughter had recently gone missing. Therefore, his only daughter was very likely in the princess's hands. Princess, oh princess, Akshin murmured to himself, gazing at the blood-red liquid in his glass. I have seen you once before. That day, I felt as if I had seen an angel. But now, why have you become a demon? As Akshin spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. People of the entire city. Porta City is a large city near the capital, with a population of nearly 1 million. Your Highness, how could you be so heartless? Akshin broke down in tears. He didn't consider himself a qualified city lord, but he was afraid in the face of so many lives lost. But he had no other choice. The sable sent by the Duke was already on the verge of death. Tomorrow, even if he doesn't make the arrangements, the Dark Sable will die, and at that time, thousands of strange beasts will massacre the city of Boda. Akshin did try to revive the sable, but all methods failed. The Nether Sable is different from ordinary beasts, and even mages who specialize in healing have no way to deal with it. As the king of beasts, the Dark Sable is extremely proud. Even in death, it refuses to accept human treatment. It rejected all treatments. A virtuous scholar told Akshin that the ferret would not accept human treatment unless an elf intervened. Otherwise, the ferret would surely die. Akshin was in despair. A few months ago, there were still elves in Porta City, but now, there isn't a single elf in the entire city. Where did he find the elven healer for the Dark Sable? The Duke even sent men to smear the blood of the sable on the city walls. The Duke gave him no chance to hesitate at all. Tomorrow is the date the Duke had previously agreed upon. Akshin seemed to have accepted the outcome. At this time, a figure in armor walked in and knelt on one knee. My lord, I am here. Upon seeing the newcomer, Aksong didn't look up and asked somewhat numbly, is everything ready? The subordinate immediately replied, Ready. All entrances and exits within the city will be closed by midnight tonight. At that time, Pota City will completely block all communication with the outside world. As you command. My men have been training for the past few months. 1,000 heavily armored knights and 3,000 ordinary knights. At your command, all the knights will obey your orders immediately. Good. Upon hearing the report, the murky look in Akshin's eyes disappeared, and his previously numb face regained its heroic appearance. Give the order. Everyone prepare for battle. Tomorrow, there will be a bloody fight. As you command, sir. After his subordinates withdrew, inside the city lord's mansion, Akshin picked up his sword, a task he hadn't done in a long time. Having been the city lord for so long, I almost forgot that I'm also a high-ranking knight. Akshin's face was reflected in the gleaming silver sword, his bloodshot pupils flashing with a resolute look. Your Highness, I will not entrust the lives of these millions of people to you. At worst, in this chaotic situation, I'll be the first to rebel. Whether the beast tide or an empire, I will protect this city. Lianer, forgive your father. Akshin made up his mind, sheathed his sword, and headed towards his room. He must make thorough preparations to deal with tomorrow's beast tide. Akshin made no choice in the face of the orders of dukes, princesses, or even emperors. This time, he chose himself. The capital city. Inside the Black Rose Palace. Vaya was reading a book when a maid came over and whispered in her ear, Your Highness, Miss Lien hasn't eaten again. Upon hearing this news, Vaya frowned slightly and said without turning her head, Force-feed her, and send her a message while you're at it. If you don't want to hear about your father's death, then eat your food properly. The maid withdrew after hearing the order. Inside the room, after the maid left, Vaya lost interest in reading. She put down the book in her hand, lay on her side on the sofa, and her alluring figure was fully displayed under her black gauze dress. Vaya stretched out her right hand and gently rubbed the corner of her eye. To carry out her own plans, she had Akshin Lien kidnapped. If all goes well, she will soon get what she wants, and the Duke will also cleverly lend her a hand. Although they were from the whole city. But it's all for myself. Even if it's just for a city, it's nothing. Although everything has been arranged. But for some reason, she still felt somewhat uneasy. Bright. Suddenly, a name popped in her mind. Vaya shook her head, denying her own thoughts. Although this unseen person saved herself, it was impossible for her to thwart her plans. Chapter 119 Starbead. But why does that human like to watch such boring things? Vaya, reclining on the sofa, glanced slightly at the books on the table with her phoenix eyes. The Origins of Empire. Vaya yawned. She was getting sleepy watching it, while that human could sit there and watch for hours on end. He's really an oddball. Pota City. Bright walked along the street, holding a black umbrella, while Vaya stood beside him, huddled up. After breakfast, the two went out onto the street. Bright had originally planned to come out alone. After all, I'm just here to buy some outdoor gear and daily necessities, since I've already made up my mind. So the next step is to go to the capital and kill that winged creature. On their journey to Pota City, they had almost used up all the supplies they had prepared. Next, they had to go to the capital, which would take several more days according to the route. During this period, we will inevitably have to sleep outdoors, so we came to buy some necessities. Bright was planning to come out alone. After all, he could have his purchases delivered to his home, which would be much more convenient for him to do alone. But to everyone's surprise, Vaya saw him leave and followed him out in a flash. Perhaps because he had only recently recovered, he wanted to walk around more, and Brett did not stop him, which is why we are in this situation now. Wow, sir, look what this is. Suddenly, Vaya exclaimed in surprise. Now her appearance has changed. Apart from her former aura, she looks like an ordinary woman. At this time, Vaya leaned forward slightly, looking curiously at the items on the stall in front of her. The stall owner was completely shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his face. However, a long black coffin beside him was particularly eye-catching. Hearing the sound, Bright looked over. On the left is a wooden table blatantly placed on the street. Bright noticed that the snowflakes falling from the sky disappeared just before they reached the wooden table. A mage, Bright thought to himself. His gaze shifted from the magic on the wooden table, and only then did he notice the item that had piqued Vaya's interest. In the very center of the wooden table were two thumb-sized, deep blue spheres filled with starlight, as if they contained a galaxy, which looked quite beautiful. This guest has a good eye. I went through a lot of hardship to obtain this pair of star beads. The stall owner, who had been sitting there like a block of wood, finally spoke. His voice was somewhat rough, and through the dark hood, one could vaguely see the corners of his mouth turned up, as if he was happy that his goods could finally be sold. Those sirens treasure this thing very much. Siren. Upon hearing this word, Bright couldn't help but look at the stall owner. It's important to know that the term sirens only exists in the Valdi Empire, because the Valdi Empire is located near the endless deep sea, and sirens are a synonym for the deep sea, where countless powerful sirens reside. Wow, this light is really beautiful, isn't it, sir? Vaya clearly didn't notice the siren the other person was talking about. Instead, she was drawn to the light emanating from the star bead. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Bright replied upon seeing this. Bright didn't just give a perfunctory answer. It was because the star beads were indeed beautiful. At this moment, Vaya, who had been excited just moments before, suddenly stopped, her face full of regret. She reached out and tugged at Bright's sleeve, saying, "Sir, aren't we still going to buy something? Let's go." Vaya reminded her that although she liked the pair of star beads, she didn't have any money on her at the moment. She was already relying on Mr. Bright, and she couldn't possibly trouble him again for the slightest reason. Moreover, this isn't some cheap candy. Judging by its appearance, it must be something very expensive. She couldn't possibly let her husband spend money on it. So Vaya had no choice but to give up what she had in front of her. Looking at Vaya's pitiful appearance, who would have guessed that the girl before them was actually the princess of this empire? Thinking that he hadn't bought anything for Erica in a while, Bright decided to do it this time as well. He walked up to the stall. Pointing to the star bead above and the two items next to it, he asked, "How much do these 3 items cost in total?" The man in black was taken aback. Seeing the girl leave, he assumed the deal was off, but unexpectedly, the man beside her returned. He wanted to buy 3 items at once. The man in black thought for a moment, then said, "The other 2 aren't expensive, but the star beads are a bit pricey." "All right then, guest. You only need to buy 3 books, and I can give you these 3 things as a gift. 3 books for a total of 3 silver coins. What do you think?" Immediately, Bright saw the man in black in front of him take out 3 books from the side, and upon looking at the title, he saw The Travels of Li Qing. Upon seeing the book title, Bright's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but glance at the man in black before him a few more times. However, even he couldn't see through the man's true nature. "Okay," Bright replied. He then took out 3 silver coins. At the same time, the man in black laughed. Whether it was because he sold the book or something else, he seemed very happy. After taking the items, Bright kept the other 2 for himself, then handed the pair of star beads and a travelogue to Vaya. Vaya stared at the gleaming star bead in her hand, frozen in place, lost in thought. She only snapped out of her daze when she heard Bright say he was leaving. She rubbed her eyes, a smile spreading across her face, and then replied, "Okay." Just as the 2 were about to leave, the sound of the stall suddenly came from there. "Oh, right, guest. I forgot to mention, the pair of star beads in your hand are a pair. They are said to be the treasures of the siren. When the 2 star beads are less than 100 meters apart, they will glow, which is what you see now. When the 2 star beads exceed 100 meters, they will turn into their ordinary form. So please don't mistakenly think I've tricked you. By the way, guest, the stories in that travelogue are really good. I highly recommend reading it." Beside her, when she heard that the star bead had this effect, Vaya's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes showed some surprise. Obviously, this was the first time she had ever seen such a magical bead. Unconsciously, Vaya secretly glanced at Brett beside her. Not long after, the 2 then disappeared into the snow. After Brett and his companion left, the man in black looked up at the sky, and Li Qing grinned. He had sold 3 more copies of his travelogue. He sold 3 books using only what he stole from the Banshee. It was such a good deal. Although he has partners who help sell his books, but watching others sell is nothing compared to selling them yourself. So, sometimes he would try to sell his books in cities he passed through, first enticing people with the promise of a treasure, and then bundling them with other products. I, Li Qing, am simply a genius. Li Qing glanced in the direction the 2 men had left. His adventurous intuition told him that those 2 were definitely not ordinary people. But what does this have to do with me? Chapter 1:20 Unexpected. On the other side, standing in front of the castle, Findy's face was extremely ugly. What exactly did that Bright do with his castle? Why was his castle gone the moment he returned today? Although the castle wasn't much to him, it was still his property. He's definitely angry now that his things have been damaged. Damn it. Looking back now, I realize I had a lot of fault for being so talkative that night and agreeing to Bright's request. That's a huge loss. Young master. Beside her, the cat maid looked at the young master with some concern and said, "How about we find Bright's location tonight and hunt him down? To avenge you, young master." Fendi quickly stopped himself from doing so. "Fine, let's leave it at that. It didn't work last time, let alone this time. What's bothering me right now is that guy is coming soon." The cat maid didn't say anything more after hearing that. She knew who the young master was talking about, his brother. But that person truly loathed beastmen. The cat maid wondered if she should talk to the young master and ask him to hide for the next few days. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly at this moment, a mocking voice came from not far away. "Oh, my dear brother, it hasn't been that long since I last saw you, and you've gotten so fat. Also, why is there a filthy orc standing next to you? You know what? I was really angry when I heard you were playing with orcs." Upon hearing this voice, Fendi's expression immediately turned ugly. He turned his head and said stiffly, "Welcome, elder brother." In a rented room, it took about 2 hours to buy some odds and ends and things we'd need on the way. Is something about to happen? It seems like there are a lot more guards on the streets. As soon as she returned to her rented apartment, Vaya asked curiously. Although her gaze was fixed on the novel objects, she was still constantly observing the changes in her surroundings. So she quickly noticed the changes in the street guards. Hearing Vaya's mutterings, Bright also looked up and glanced outside. He hadn't seen any guards on this street before, but now he saw 2 armored warriors standing not far from the street, the markings on their armor being the mark of the city lord's mansion. "Probably," Bright replied, then went into the room. Just as I put down my hat, a figure rushed towards me, hugged me, and asked for a hug. Knowing who the person was, Bright skillfully picked them up. Beside, seeing Bright holding Erica, for some reason, Vaya felt a little complicated, as if she also wished that the person in his arms was herself. However, she was no longer a child and could not make demands without any worries like Erica. More importantly, she dare not. The thought of Mr. Bright holding her made Vaya's face flush slightly. So, under the pretext of leaving something behind, Vaya quickly left. "Sir, look." Erica pulled out a piece of drawing paper from her bosom, as if presenting a treasure, wanting to show it to Bright. Brett looked over and saw that there were probably 2 people drawn on the paper. As for the dark things around them, he had no idea what they were. However, after seeing Erica's expectant look, Bright thought for a moment and said, it's drawn quite well. These 2 should be people, right? Of course it's a person." Erica exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the figure in the painting when she saw that the gentleman hadn't recognized him. "Sir, look, this is Erica, and this is you, sir. And also, this is the place where Erica first met Mr." After hearing Erica's explanation, Bright looked at the painting again and then remembered that the scene in the painting looked somewhat similar to the place where he first met Erica. Of course, this all relies on your own imagination. Without using your imagination, you wouldn't be able to tell what's drawn on it at all. "It's a pretty good drawing," Brett said, then patted Erica's head. "I was a little curious about what Erica had been doing these past few days, and now it seems she's been drawing, though. Well, her drawings are a bit. Hee. Erica was in a good mood after receiving her husband's approval. Noon. After a quick meal, Bright began making plans for what would happen next. He was alone in the living room. Vaya took Erica out to play, her reason being to let Erica experience more of the outside world. But Bright knew that Vaya was simply too restless to sit still, but he didn't stop her. Jess was still exercising on the lawn behind the landlord's house, just like always. This little guy is a training fanatic. Aside from eating and sleeping, he exercises almost every minute of every day. This can't go on forever, so sometimes Bright would force Jess to take a break. So, the rest is up to you. Upon arriving in this world and gaining a general understanding of it, Bright's first thought was to become stronger. Once I have enough strength, not to say I'm invincible, but at least able to protect myself and those around me, I might find a peaceful place to settle down. In the future, perhaps he will continue his work from his previous life and become a teacher. In this other world, he continues to pursue his interests. The blood of the gods, what exactly is this? Could there really be a god? I just wonder if it's the god I understand, Bright said softly. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably leave Pota City for the capital tomorrow. Just as Bright was thinking about his next move, suddenly at this moment, click, the window behind Bright suddenly shattered. Scattered debris flew around the room. Brett sat on the sofa, and whenever shards of glass got close to him, they would bounce off as if blocked by something. Clang! At the same time, a figure in black and white rolled down in front of him. When he saw the person on the ground, Bright narrowed his eyes slightly. It was someone I knew. So is this for revenge? Back then, a dozen people together couldn't kill her, but now she's coming alone, and even breaking in through the window? Do you really underestimate him? Bright could sense that there were no other orcs nearby, only this one orc in front of him. Chapter 121 Request Pattern. Bright sat on the sofa without moving, simply watching quietly. On the floor, the cat maid seemed to be injured. She lay on the ground, struggling in pain. Her face was covered in frost, and after she appeared, the temperature in the entire room dropped rapidly. Feeling the chill in the air, Bright frowned slightly. The next second, several clusters of flames appeared from his hands and then spread evenly around the room. Only after the flames appeared did the temperature in the room warm up a bit. That's all. About half an hour had passed. On the floor, the Catwoman seemed to have recovered. She shuddered, then slowly woke up. She was dazed and confused. The exposed skin on her body was red from the cold. The cat maid only knew that she had escaped with the young master's help, but the young master was still there. Besides, where am I? The cat maid then realized that she seemed to have fainted. So she got up and slowly looked around. It seemed she had entered an unfamiliar room. At that moment, she saw the spot behind her, and when she saw the person sitting on the sofa, her expression changed drastically, and she bristled as if her fur had been standing on end. In a flash, he was by the wall, a dagger in his hand, watching the person opposite him warily. "Are you here to kill me?" Although he knew it wasn't true, Brett still asked, since he didn't know what to say. Should he say, "Welcome back to your master's embrace"? Bright believed that if he said that, the two would have no chance to speak at all. "I thought so before, but now I think not. However, you'd better compensate for the lost money. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time leaving here." On the sofa, Bright sat there, legs crossed, looking at the book in his hands. On the table, a cup of black tea was steaming. Opposite, upon seeing herself there, the cat maid's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. However, the next second, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she actually put down the dagger in her hand and walked towards Bright's location. Seeing Catwoman's actions, Bright was also somewhat surprised and looked away from his book. All I saw was, the cat maid walked to a spot about a meter away from Bright, then suddenly knelt down. Her face showed deep struggle. If she could, she would rather die 1,000 times than ask this person for help. But now, she had no other choice. Perhaps only he could save the young master. It doesn't matter if she dies, but nothing can happen to the young master. He has already endured too much. He can't just be ruined like this. So the cat maid put aside her pride and hatred and decided to save the young master. What is this for? Bright raised his head, looking at the cat maid kneeling before him with some curiosity. He hadn't forgotten that this orc had previously tried very hard to kill him. If he wasn't mistaken, this orc was a slave trained by him, so he should hate him even more. Before, the cat maid's face showed struggle. Facing Bright's question, she forcibly suppressed the hatred in her heart, lowered her head, and pleaded, "I hope you can go and save young Master Fendi. After that, whatever you ask of me, I will do my best to fulfill it." The cat maid voiced her plea. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. The best outcome would be for young Master Fendi to kill the eldest young master. She knew that young Master Fendi had been hiding his true strength, and even she didn't know the extent of his power. But she knew that young Master Fendi's strength was definitely no weaker than that of the genius magician Fun Yen. But if young Master Fendi really kills the eldest young master, then everything will be over. All of young Master Fendi's years of forbearance will be in vain, and the family will avenge the eldest young master. She didn't want to see this outcome. At this time, Brett, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke up and picked up a book from the table to read again. "I'm not going. If you pay for the damaged items and tidy up the room, I might spare your life." Bright wouldn't do something so pointless as to risk getting into trouble for a stranger he'd only exchanged 2 words with. On the ground, seeing that her pleas had been ignored, the cat maid gritted her teeth, her face filled with despair. In the end, she revealed the secret she knew. "I know what you've been looking for all this time. That thing is in the eldest sister's hands. When you came to the tribe, she was out hunting, which is why you didn't find it." After saying these words, the cat maid couldn't help but cry. "I'm so sorry, big sister. I really wanted to save the young master." Bright ignored him. He had absolutely no idea what an elder sister was or anything like that. The Catwoman was probably talking about what the already dead Brett wanted. But this is not what he wants. So, after hearing what the Catwoman said, he felt no emotion whatsoever. He even wondered what would happen if the Catwoman didn't have any money to pay him back. There is only one conclusion. If the Catwoman can't afford to pay for it, then sell her. A female orc is still worth some money. Of course, if you really have no money, you can pay off your debts with other things, like working as a servant. Seeing that Bright didn't react, Catwoman assumed he didn't believe her and said again, "What you're looking for is something related to an ancient sacrificial ritual." Upon hearing this, Bright stopped turning the pages of his book. If you ask what attracts Brett the most right now, besides the mysterious virtual frame, there was something else that intrigued Bright, and he wanted to explore it further. In fact, his recent reading was driven by a glimmer of hope that he might glean some knowledge from the books. That is, how did he come into this world? There were mysterious patterns etched in blood beneath Brett's body when he died. Unfortunately, the mysterious pattern was mostly blurred, and only a small part could be made out. Later, after learning more about this world, Bright guessed that his appearance was likely related to that mysterious pattern. Several months passed, and he still hadn't found any information about the pattern. And now, he actually heard some information from the Catwoman. Unconsciously, Bright raised his head and looked straight at the Catwoman kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Catwoman felt as if she were being watched by a great terror, and her tail was tightly tucked between her legs. Gulp! Under this terrifying aura, the Catwoman couldn't help but swallow. The next second, Catwoman suddenly felt that terrifying aura disappear. At the same time, an indifferent voice came. "Write down the name, appearance, and characteristics of the older sister you mentioned on a piece of paper. I'll go check on Fendi." Chapter 122 Priya, the Cat Warrior. Also, you'd better not even think about lying to me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one dying. Inside the room, Brett's voice rang out, deep and resonant, like that of a demon returned from hell. On the floor, the Catmaid's face was icy cold, and a bead of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. The man in front of me was truly terrifying. He even gave me a vague feeling reminiscent of when I saw my older sister. You see, the reason she felt fear when facing her eldest sister was because of a blood-related fear, but the person in front of her was a human, which instilled in her a fear from the depths of her soul. Seem, if you lie, something terrifying will inevitably happen to you afterwards. Gulp, the Catmaid swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak. I'm not human. As long as you save the young master, I will tell you everything I know. Write it first. Bright looked at a piece of paper and a quill pen on the table and said calmly. The Catmaid in front of him had no right to negotiate with him. He needed to get that so-called thing first, and Bright didn't like being passive. The Catmaid glanced at Bright, gritted her teeth. He then endured the pain, went to the table, picked up a quill pen, and quickly wrote down what he knew. Now, the human in front of her is her only hope. Bright sat on the sofa, watching silently, while his other gaze was rapidly moving across the city, flying towards the location of the Levi family castle. While waiting for what he wanted, Bright also needed to confirm whether what the other party said was true. What if this Catmaid was lying to me from the beginning? Bright didn't dare to be careless either. After all, there were too many uncertainties in this world, and his strength was far from being able to do whatever he wanted. Of course, if this Catmaid was just putting on a show to deceive me, then she would die here today. Thinking it over, Bright picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. Soon, on the table, the Catmaid finished writing and handed the paper to Bright. The Catmaid wrote very quickly, in just 2 minutes. Bright picked up the paper. The drawing depicts a cat-like beast man with long hair. Judging from the drawing, the appearance is acceptable, but the drawing is poor. Only a rough outline can be discerned. Below is the information recorded about this orc. Name, Priya. Age, 20. Physical characteristics, black hair, red eyes, and a beast claw mark on his back. Strength, Tier 3 warrior. Looking at the description in his hand, Brett memorized everything on it in just one glance. I have written everything down as you requested. Shouldn't you? The Catmaid's voice came from inside. Bright took a sip of his black tea and said calmly, no rush. Castle location. The original castle is now just a pile of collapsed buildings. Almost half of the castle was submerged underground. At this time, in front of the castle, a tall, slender figure stood in place, wielding a longsword. Before him lay a person dressed in a mage's robe. However, This person's limbs had been severed, and his face was extremely ferocious. Before death, one must endure countless sufferings. Around, the knights who had come with Finian were all stunned in place. When the eldest son and the second son were fighting, they were on the eldest son's side, so they all chose to watch and did not interfere. Moreover, everyone knows that the second young master is a good-for-nothing in the family, someone the family despises, while the eldest young master is the family's genius and has the family support. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the second young master is injured or even loses his hands or feet. But who knows? In the end, it was the eldest son who died, and those who were watching didn't even have a chance to stop it. Second young master, you killed the eldest young master. Now, among the onlookers, someone realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. Only then did the people around them recover from their shock. The eldest son is dead. As knights under the eldest prince, they would certainly be punished upon their return, and that punishment would be death. Sulfuric acid. Moment. The dozen or so knights drew their long swords and pointed them at Fendi. They need to catch the murderer. Perhaps only in this way will they have a chance to survive. Suddenly at this moment, Fendi laughed loudly. Even though he was being threatened with over a dozen swords and his life was in danger, he knew that his strength had been exposed and that he had even killed the eldest son of his family. He was certain he would face the wrath of his family. But right now, he just wants to laugh. The knights around him, seeing the young master standing there laughing, all thought he had gone mad. At this time, Fendi pulled his bright red hair back, revealing his blood-covered face, and looked at the group, saying mockingly, "You could have stopped it from the beginning, but you just loved watching. Is it because he was the eldest son that you are angry about his death? Just because I am a son of a concubine, if I were the one who died here today, would you still be afraid?" As he spoke, Fendi looked around at the people. Among them were the eldest son's men, but also a number of guards from his own castle. Now they're all pointing their swords at themselves. Fendi smiled, then simply stuck his long sword into the ground and sat down. "Do you think you'll live if you take me and go back? That guy won't let you off the hook, so death is still waiting for you." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. In truth, they knew in their hearts that with the eldest son dead, their only fate was death. However, a glimmer of hope for survival still lingered in their hearts. Perhaps, if they could capture the second young master, they might still have a chance to live. Fendi looked at everyone, and when he saw the change in their expressions, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. Return the family knights. Now everyone is just thinking about how to survive. This family truly has no reason to exist. However, not now. A ruthless glint flashed in Fendi's eyes. Looking at everyone, he slowly said, "So, do you want to live?" Everyone was stunned when they heard those words. At this time, one of them put down his sword, looked at Fendi, and asked, "How can I survive?" Chapter 123, Vaya's Decision. Fendi smiled and said, "It's very simple. As long as I become the family heir, that's enough. Put down your swords, for this is your only chance to live. The matter is over." Fendi sat on the steps, not in a hurry to clean the bloodstains on his body, but thinking about what to do next. I did witness an interesting scene. However, a knight who is betrayed once may betray a second time. At this time, a voice came from behind him. Bright slowly emerged from behind the castle, holding a black umbrella as he approached Fendi. The monk's body was still lying not far away, and you could smell the faint scent of blood. He had seen everything that had just happened here, and was somewhat surprised by Fendi's unusual behavior. And the Fendi, standing in front of me, was no longer the fat man I had seen before. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Fendi was slightly surprised. It seems they didn't expect this person to come here. "What are you doing here?" Fendi asked. Bright looked around and then said, "It was your maid who begged me to come. But it seems now that you don't need my help anymore. Young master." At this moment, the cat maid also arrived. When she saw Fendi's current state, she was very surprised and quickly ran over. Upon seeing the Catwoman, a look of heartache flashed in Fendi's eyes. "However, one thing I'm curious about is what makes you think you'll be the heir to the family business?" Bright asked Fendi calmly. Fendi wasn't annoyed by Bright's questions, perhaps because he had killed Finian. He was in a good mood. Fendi smiled and then said, "Because this is the only way for me to survive. Only by becoming the heir of the family will those guys not lay a hand on me, and that guy will be unable to kill me because of the family rules. Therefore, I must become the heir of this family." "Young master," the cat maid standing nearby burst into tears after learning what had happened. Bright glanced at Fendi. If this person can overcome this crisis, their future is limitless. He then left. He came here. Just now. If those knights had attacked Fendi, he would have saved Fendi according to his promise to the Catwoman. But he didn't expect that Fendi would have dealt with them all by himself. Although he did nothing, he came here as agreed, and Fendi was still alive, so the agreement with the Catwoman was considered fulfilled. Back in the rented room, the glass that was broken because of Catwoman has also been repaired. Bright sat in the living room, sipping red tea and looking at the information on the paper. The Catwoman had said before that this Preya was currently in the Holy Knight Empire, but she didn't know her exact location. So Bright also asked about the location of the tribe they used to live in. The Holy Knight Empire? Bright murmured, silently memorizing the information. The Holy Knight Empire was still too far away for him. If I have the chance in the future, I must go to the Holy Knight Empire and find Preya. Bright needs to find out what's going on with that mysterious ritual. If possible, after he finishes his business with Vaya and obtains the blood of God, he will likely head to the Holy Knight Empire. Brett was lost in thought when he realized he had finished his cup of black tea. Click. At the same time, Vaya also returned, followed by Erica, who was hiding inside a doll. Erica was holding a candy in her hand and eating it bite by bite. Seeing Erica's expression, Bright smiled slightly. Erica's condition is much better now than before. She can now go out alone with Vaya, even though she's still inside a puppet. But she's made progress, which is great. Bright always felt like he was raising a daughter when it came to Erica. Although I didn't get married in my previous life, this feeling is still pretty good. Erica burst out of the doll as soon as she entered, then dashed to Bright's side. Standing at the door, Vaya couldn't help but give a wry smile. She felt her relationship with Erica had progressed rapidly these past few days, but once Bright appeared, she realized the gap was incomparable. Vaya gave a wry smile. Behind the courtyard, Bright sat under the eaves, reading today's newspaper. Not far away, Jess stood in the snow, holding a wooden sword and brandishing it. The landlord, a very kind old man, was sitting to the side watching Jess practice his swordplay, and said with a smile, "This kid is quite good. I will definitely become an excellent knight in the future." The old man's praise made Jess's face flush slightly, and he swung his sword with even more force. The world is not peaceful these days. Only with power can one be safe. The old man muttered to himself, "My son is a knight, currently serving under the princess." A few days ago, a message came saying that the throne ceremony would be held soon. Her Highness is a true angel. If it were her, she would surely be able to govern the empire well. "Old sir, could you tell me about that princess?" At this moment, Brett, who was sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Afternoon." After dinner, Bright called out to Vaya, who was packing her things. "The throne ceremony is about to begin. What are your plans?" After dismissing Erica and Jess, Bright looked at Vaya and asked directly. Vaya's expression immediately changed. Then, looking at Bright sitting there calmly, he gave a wry smile. "How did Mr. Bright know everything? What's the deal with the other Vaya?" Brett asked again. Vaya sat down and then shared everything she knew and guessed. Now that Mr. Bright already knows, there is no need for her to hide it anymore. A while later, Vaya sat on the sofa, her hands resting flat on her lap, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at the man beside her. Vaya was very nervous. Just now, while giving her presentation, Vaya also mentioned her decision. Having witnessed firsthand the suffering of the Empire's people and knowing the close connection between her angelic bloodline and the Empire, Vaya, now possessing renewed power, decides to quietly leave Bright a few days later, return to the capital, fight for what she has, and ultimately save this fading empire. Of course, the mission of an angel, being the princess of the empire, is one aspect, but another is that Vaya wants to repay Bright. She owed Brett far too much. Perhaps only by becoming the master of this empire will she be qualified to repay Mr. Bright. After listening to what Vaya said, Bright said, "You're saying that the princess from the capital might be the wing you've lost?" Chapter 124 Fendi's Choice, Knight's Declaration. After lunch, Bright took Vaya and left the rented apartment. Now, in the Levi family's castle. Because the main castle had collapsed on a large scale, Fendi had to temporarily live in some of the side buildings that were originally for servants. The cat maid stood guard to one side. Fendi sat on the sofa. He was no longer the obese man he used to be. He had returned to his normal appearance. Because of Finian's death, all the guards in the castle, as well as the knights from the daytime, are now his men. Therefore, he no longer needs to hide. Besides, hiding now would be pointless. What he needs now is to figure out how to become the heir to the family business. Fendi expects to delay the news of Finnyan's death for about a week. If he fails to become the family heir within this week, he will face the family's pursuit. He is currently no match for a noble family. Damn it, I should have known better than to kill Finyan. There's just too little time left. Fendi felt some regret, realizing that his impulsive actions had led to all of this. If it weren't for that guy Finyan insulting the deceased rabbit sister in front of him, and even saying some foul language, he wouldn't have acted impulsively. While Fendi was feeling troubled, suddenly at this moment, a guard walked in. "Young master, Mr. Bright is outside." "What's he doing here again?" Fendi asked, somewhat puzzled. He felt that Bright was a completely different person, and after what happened last time, he couldn't help but feel somewhat wary of him. The guard continued, "Mr. Bright said he can help you." Upon hearing this, Fendi frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what Bright was planning, Fendi eventually agreed to meet. In the living room, Bright sat on the sofa, sipping the black tea brewed by the maid. Vaya sat beside him, wearing a black robe that completely concealed her appearance. Bright just waited there. He was quite certain that Fendi would meet with him. "Because this time, I really did come to help him, but I had my own ulterior motives." At this time, the living room door was open from the outside, and Fendi, dressed casually, walked in. He no longer bothered to hide himself. His crimson hair flowed down his back, and faint magical energy emanated from his body. "Mr. Bright, I'd like to know how you can help me. And what are the conditions for helping me?" As soon as Fendi entered, he asked the question. He never believed in free lunches, nor did he believe anyone would help him for free. Therefore, this Brett must have something in mind. Bright smiled slightly, said nothing, and simply looked to his side. "It wasn't me who helped you, but the person sitting next to me. Of course, you can also call her Princess Vaya." As soon as Bright finished speaking, Fendi, who was standing there, didn't immediately recognize the name, but the next second, he remembered who that name belonged to. Princess Vaya. In this empire, only one person can be called a princess. That is the moon of the empire, Saint Ivy, who is also the princess of this empire. Even if Fendi had kept his identity hidden, he was still incredulous when he heard this name. Princess Vaya is currently in the capital, preparing for the upcoming throne ceremony. So how could she possibly be here? Fendi's eyes widened as he stared intently at the black-robed man sitting next to Bright. All I saw was, at this moment, the man in black robes reached out and pulled off the hood that covered his face, revealing a noble and beautiful face underneath. The moment Fendi saw that face, he didn't hesitate. He knelt on one knee, bowed his head, placed his right fist on his chest, and loudly proclaimed, "Your subject, Luwai Fendi, greets the moon of the empire and welcomes the princess's arrival." "Get up," Vaya said calmly. Her voice had a sense of both closeness and distance, both intimate and aloof. Vaya sat on the sofa, her elegant face revealing no expression. She is no longer the approachable and friendly Vaya in her rented apartment. She has returned to her former self as the princess of the empire. Upon hearing the order, Fendi stood up from the ground, his eyes filled with shock. The empire's princess has actually appeared here. Fendi had no doubt about the princess's identity, because no one in the entire empire dared to impersonate her. Most importantly, the magical items on Fendi's body were also reminding him that the person in front of him was definitely a real person, and not someone else using magic to impersonate him. "As I said before, I'm here to help you. Do you want to become the heir of the Levi family?" Vaya asked Fendi. At this time, when Fendi heard these words, he felt as if he had suddenly seen the light at the end of the tunnel, even though he had thought he was about to die. If someone else had said this, Fendi wouldn't have believed it and would have kicked them out as a fraud. But now, these words came from the mouth of an imperial princess, so the nature of the statement is completely different. If the princess helps me, perhaps I can really get through this difficult time. Fendi hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your Highness, I trust you, but what do you require of me in return?" Fendi still asked his question. As I said before, he never believed in free lunches. Knowing Fendi's thoughts, Vaya said calmly, "I will help you become the heir of the Levi family. You only need to promise me one thing. Once you inherit the title, the entire Leve family will be at my disposal." Fendi's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the princess to have this idea. If Finyan hadn't come today, he might not have been quite clear on why the princess made such a request. But today, he discovered something from Funyuan. So now, Fendi also knows that although the Luwai family outwardly supports the princess, They have actually been secretly won over by the Duke. Meanwhile, the Duke was also plotting a big secret. After thinking about it, Fendi immediately knelt on the ground, drew his sword, and uttered the knight's oath. Starting today, he, Livre Fendi, will be Vaya's knight, and unless he dies, he will forever stand in front of the princess. After doing all this, then Fendi took out a magic ball from his pocket and told Fendi everything he knew from Fendi. Chapter 125, Meeting the City Lord. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky had already begun to darken. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire city began to change. There were more and more guards on the streets, and civilians living near the city walls were no longer allowed to go out. Some people want to leave the city, but they're not allowed to. Now, the entire city of Pota only allows entry, not exit. In this atmosphere, some people are already predicting that something bad will happen next, and most people are staying at home. Some nobles of high status wanted to ask the city lord what he was doing, but AK had not yet seen anyone. At this time, inside the city lord's mansion, at the training ground, rows and rows of well-dressed knights stood. At the very front, standing there were knights riding tall, magnificent horses. Aside from the knights who have already dispersed throughout the city, there are now nearly 1,000 knights with combat capabilities gathered here. They were all waiting. As soon as the city lord gives the order, they will rush to the target location at an extremely fast speed. The 500 heavily armored knights, standing at the very front alone, could solve most of the problems, not to mention the ordinary knights standing behind them. When this power is unleashed, it will terrify the enemy. Now, AK was not in the city lord's mansion, but standing on the outermost edge of the city wall. Accidents always come first. Akshin had previously thought the Sable would survive until tomorrow, but now it seems that it will die in at most 2 hours. At that time, within an hour at most, Pota City will be surrounded by beasts. Akshin gazed into the distance. He has now sent men to seal the city gates, and the knights inside the city are awaiting their orders. He could already sense the bloodthirsty aura lurking near the city. These guys seem to be waiting. They were attracted by the aura of the Nether Sable, but also wary of it. However, if the Dark Sable dies, these creatures hiding nearby will swarm over. Even this high wall could not stop those ferocious beasts. As for whether he could survive this catastrophe, Akshin didn't know. He only knew that he could not simply hand over the lives of the city's people. In fact, even Akshin had no confidence in facing those cruel beasts. But he had no other choice. Suddenly, a voice came from his side. "Lord City Lord, perhaps someone can solve your problem." I heard a voice, a stranger. Akshin frowned and looked to his right. "What's going on? Why is someone bothering me at this time? Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone?" Akshin looked first at his subordinates, his eyes filled with an unquestionable expression. The subordinate was also caught in a dilemma. It's not that he didn't want to stop it, but that he simply had no way to do so. If the person who came was another nobleman, he could have stopped him, but the person in front of him was a member of the Levi family. It was still that second young master. I couldn't take action myself, and this young master forced his way in, so this happened. After Akshin glared at him, his men wisely left. At this moment on the city wall, Akshin's eagle-like eyes turned to the lightly dressed, red-haired young man in front of him. The man's appearance was somewhat familiar, and his red hair was also familiar. Upon closer inspection, the man in front of him was remarkably similar to the second young master of the Lawai family, who lived in his city. However, in his mind, the second young master was a fat man, while the person in front of him was not fat. "Who are you? Solve my troubles? What troubles do I have?" Akshin glanced at her and then looked away, asking casually. Fendi grinned and said, "I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. I arrived in a bit of a hurry and forgot to introduce myself. I am the second young master of the Levi family, Livre Fendi. So, it's that brat from the Lawai family." Akshin was slightly surprised when he heard the name. The person in front of him was completely different from the Lawai Fendi he knew. If this really is one person, then it's a bit scary. "I hope you can tell me something that interests me. Otherwise, even if you have the Levy family behind you, I won't show any mercy," Akshin said in a cold voice. Livre Fendi had already offended him by forcing his way through his own guards. If he was just trying to fool him, then he wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Fendi didn't take it seriously and continued, "If I say I can solve your problem, then I certainly can. However, the person who can help you solve your troubles isn't here. I have come to invite you, Lord City Lord, to a place where there are people who can help you solve your troubles." Fendi told her everything. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Akshin burst into laughter, a laugh born of extreme anger. My troubles? Little brat, do you think that just because you're Levi's persona, no one will dare to touch you? Even if your clan leader comes in person today, you won't be leaving. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Akshin's body. That is a power unique to high-ranking knights. The city lord of Poda, Akshin, was none other than a 7th-tier knight. On the other side, upon sensing the vast difference in power, Findy's expression immediately turned ugly. Even though he was a dual practitioner of magic and knighthood, reaching the 4th rank of magic swordsman in both. However, when faced with this force, they still had no ability to resist. The difference in strength is too great. Now that things had come to this, Findy had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Lord City Lord, please calm your anger. The one who invited you is the moon of the Empire, and I was just a messenger. The Empire's moon. In an instant, the terrifying aura vanished, and Akshin stood there, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the rented room, Bright sipped his black tea, waiting quietly. Vaya, standing to the side, seemed somewhat uneasy. Sir, can you really cure the Dark Sable? Vi was a little unsure, so she asked again. After understanding the general situation, Vi knew that there is only one way to resolve the current situation: cure the Dark Sable. Otherwise, this city will become the target of the monsters sooner or later. But Vaya knew that only elves could heal the Dark Sable. But Mr. Bright said he could cure the Sable? Chapter 126, The Shocked Akshin. Hearing Vaya's question, Bright thought for a moment and said, I think it's okay. After saying that, Bright picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he could save the Dark Sable. But when he heard Vaya say that only elves could save the Dark Sable, Bright thought of himself. Although he was an elf, his power was no different from that of an elf. Furthermore, they possessed natural powers that only elves can have. Therefore, perhaps he can also save the Dark Sable. Anyway, this is the only way now. Otherwise, once the Dark Sable dies, they will have no choice but to leave the city. Besides, Vaya, after hearing what Mr. Bright said, Vaya was speechless for a moment, but for some reason, even though Mr. Bright said he was not sure, her heart was still full of hope. Perhaps this is the charm she has witnessed in him during this time. Her miraculous resurrection is the best proof that she herself almost walked through the gates of hell back then. Relax. Even if we can't save them, we can just leave this city tonight. Vaya responded softly, her previously anxious mood easing considerably. Time passed. Suddenly at this moment, Bright, who was reading the newspaper, seemed to sense something, frowned slightly, and said, They've arrived. However, it seems they're being a little too welcoming. Bright could sense that, in addition to the so-called city lord's arrival, many knights had gathered around the rented house, hiding in the shadows. Bright roughly counted them and found there were no fewer than 50 knights, and all of them were quite strong. So, why did these knights appear? Is it a speculation that someone might impersonate the princess? While that was a possibility, Bright's intuition told him that it wasn't that reason, but something else entirely. As for what it was, he had no idea. Bright only sensed it briefly before withdrawing his gaze, but even if something unexpected happened later, he had a way to deal with it. At worst, I'll just leave Porta City immediately. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door from the outside, and a deep voice came from inside. Your subject, Akshin Ji, has come at your invitation. Come in. Immediately, Akshin, dressed in a black robe, walked in. Akshin's reaction upon seeing Vaya was similar to Findy's when they first met her. Both were extremely shocked. However, Akshin was both shocked and somewhat hesitant. Why is the princess here? Does he want to personally supervise himself? Thinking this, Akshin couldn't help but look at the person sitting next to the princess. He was handsome and had an otherworldly air about him. Akshin couldn't figure out who he was, but he was certain that if this person had been in the palace before, he must have seen him before. It seems highly likely that these are subordinates secretly trained by the princess. Before arriving, Akshin observed his surroundings but did not detect any hidden experts nearby. In other words, right now, apart from the princess and the person beside her, there is no one else here. Unconsciously, Akshin had a fleeting thought of kidnapping the princess. You should know that there is a very high chance that his daughter is in the princess's hands. He had no chance to make a move while the princess was in the palace. Now, the princess has actually appeared on his territory, and this may be his only chance. But soon, Akshin then put his thoughts back. He realized he knew why the princess had summoned him. After all, it was all because of the princess before him. However, Akshin did not say this aloud. "What are your orders, your highness?" Akshin asked, bowing his head. After glancing at Bright beside her, Vaya asked urgently, "Tell me, where is the dark sable now? I can prevent the disaster from happening next." Akshin was stunned. He was momentarily stunned after hearing what the princess said. The princess must stop this disaster? Looking at the princess before him, Akshin's expression changed, and he asked, "Your Highness, what is the reason for this? Compared to the power of the previous hundreds of imposters, wouldn't it be better to sacrifice an entire city?" Akshin did not reveal the location of the dark sable, but instead told the Duke's plan. "You deserve to die." Vi stood up from the sofa. Her once noble and beautiful face was instantly filled with rage. "As the lord of the city, do you know what you're saying? Just one sentence. I can't hand you over to the Imperial Tribunal. What could possibly have caused you to have such a vicious thought?" Vi was furious. Before, when she guessed that the city was about to perish, even though she had been betrayed by the Empire, she still sought help from Mr. Bright when she heard the news. She wanted to save the city, but she was powerless to do so. Even though she was already in debt for a very long time, she still put aside her pride to help, just because of that sliver of hope. But now, the city's lord actually stood before her and said he wanted to sacrifice the city. How could this not make her angry? On the sofa, Bright was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. This was something he hadn't expected. Opposite, Akshin immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and begged for forgiveness. He never expected the princess to react this way after he said those words. Could it be that none of this was at the princess's behest, but rather the Duke's own idea? Unconsciously, this idea popped into Akshin's mind. At first, after receiving the Duke's message, he assumed it was with the princess's tacit approval, but the princess's behavior before him didn't seem like someone who knew about this matter at all. Perhaps the princess was misunderstood from the very beginning? So Akshin, steeling himself, said again, "Princess, please calm down. The reason I said that is because it was an instruction that Duke Lin conveyed to me not long ago, which also included the king's permission." Upon hearing that it was Duke Lin's order, Via's face calmed down. It wasn't that she wasn't angry, but rather that she had regained her composure, especially upon hearing the name Duke Lin. Perhaps she should have realized long ago that Duke Lin was involved. Gracie Lin, Via slowly uttered the name. Chapter 127 Silver Dragon. Bright, standing nearby, also looked over. Hearing the names the two mentioned, Bright felt as if he had heard them many times before. "All I saw was, I don't care whose orders it is. Now, immediately, take me to the location where the Netherworld Sable is placed," Via said. The voice was icy cold. At this point, Akshin was certain. The princess was unaware of the sacrifice of the entire city. It was all part of the Duke's conspiracy. Therefore, his own daughter could very well be in the Duke's hands. "Luan, I'll fuck you," Akshin cursed inwardly. The princess wanted to find the dark sable. At this moment, Akshin stood up and raised his right hand. The next second, an iron cage instantly appeared in his hand. "Your Highness, the dark sable is in my hands." Inside the iron cage lay a small, jet-black animal. Only upon close inspection could one see the subtle movements of its body. Otherwise, one might mistake it for a corpse. Upon seeing the little beast appear, Bright also looked over. This is the dark sable. He could sense an almost imperceptible life force emanating from the little beast. Akshin looked extremely worried. "Your Highness, I have tried every possible method, but I can only buy some time. Without the help of the elves, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to cure the dark sable." After Akshin finished speaking, he looked at the princess with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Since the princess said she had a way, perhaps there are elves by her side, and perhaps there really is still hope for this city. But at this time, just as he finished speaking, Akshin saw the princess turn her gaze to the person beside her. Then they saw that the princess was actually asking that person for help. Vi said, "Mr. Bright, take a look." Brad nodded. Instead of sitting there, he got up and walked towards the sable on the table. Bright then took the sable to his room and instructed him not to disturb it. Seeing that this man had taken the dark sable alone, Akshin couldn't help but worry. That concerns the lives of everyone in the city. If it weren't for the fact that it was arranged by the princess, Akshin would have stopped them long ago. While Via trusted Bright completely, she was still somewhat worried. In the room, Bright placed the sable on the table. The little guy was about to die, so he didn't waste any time. The next second, A green light appeared on his hand. I don't know if it will even work, Bright murmured, looking at the energy in his hand. He then inserted his finger, and green light began to radiate from his finger towards the nether sable. Gradually, the dark sable's body was completely enveloped in light. Bright looked closely. Suddenly, he felt his energy being absorbed. Bright's brow twitched. Perhaps it really could. So the delivery continued. Meanwhile, outside, Vaya and Akshang were waiting, growing increasingly anxious as time passed. It can be done. Mr. Bright can definitely do it. Vaya encouraged herself in her heart. With the continuous supply of energy, Bright could feel the vitality within the dark sable's body rapidly recovering. He should wake up soon. Just as Bright was also feeling happy. Suddenly at this moment, a childish voice appeared in his mind. Wow, I am starving. I am starving. I am starving. Eat rice, eat rice, eat rice. Upon hearing the sound, Bright initially thought it was the voice of the sable. But the next second, he saw that the jade pendant he had placed in the drawer had floated over, and then, to Bright's astonishment, a silver dragon head peeked out from the jade pendant. The dragon's head shimmered with an eerie light, and had a pair of slightly smaller, beveled horns on its head. It looks cute. Even though Bright was trying to remain calm, he was still incredibly surprised to see the dragon head suddenly appear in front of him. But the next second, Bright's face turned dark. All I saw was, while Bright was still in shock, the silver dragon head swallowed the sable on the table, along with its iron cage, in one gulp. The silver dragon head let out a small burp and prepared to return to the jade pendant. But Bright wouldn't do as she wished. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the silver dragon by the neck. The silver dragon's eyes widened, and it began to shake violently from side to side. At the same time, the same voice appeared in Bright's mind again. Ouch! Ooh! Bright, let go! Bright, let go! I curse you! You despicable bastard! I curse you! How dare you treat me like this? I'm going to tell on you. You idiot! In just a few seconds, a series of voices rang in Bright's mind. Even Bright was dumbfounded at this moment. Shut up. Bright couldn't take it anymore and said coldly. Moment. The sound, which had been like a machine gun, disappeared, and the silver dragon in his hand became docile. It finally quieted down. However, when he saw the faint tears welling up in the silver dragon's eyes, Bright's lips twitched involuntarily. A big question mark appeared in my mind. Is this thing really a dragon? But Bright didn't care about all that. Where's the sable you just ate? Spit it out right now. It's still useful. It's not for you to eat. Bright frowned and said, We can't worry about the dragon right now. We can't let this suddenly appearing creature eat the nether sable, or the city will be finished. The silver dragon opened its mouth. Vomit. I can't spit it out. Seeing the silver dragon's actions, Bright's forehead creased with annoyance. At one point, he really wanted to report the incident to the police. Bright tightened his grip and said coldly, This is not the time for jokes. Seemingly noticing that Bright was angry, the silver dragon became a bit more obedient. With a sob in her voice, she said, I can't throw up. Bright, are you a pig? There's no reason to vomit up what you've already eaten. Ha, you foolish Bright. Bright's eyes turned even colder. It seemed he had to teach this guy a lesson. But then, the silver dragon blinked and said, What's there to be afraid of? They're just lowly beasts. This dragon is far more useful than that so-called nether sable. As long as I, the dragon, make a move, those wild beasts will roar in terror. What's that saying again? Ah, I remember now. It's Fear the Wind. Chapter 128 Crisis Resolved. As the silver dragon spoke, it raised its head, seemingly quite proud. Bright didn't really care about any of that. All he cared about was whether he could solve the beast hide problem. As long as he could solve the beast hide problem, he didn't care whether it was a dragon or a mink. However, dragons are somewhat rarer. Upon hearing this, Bright loosened his grip on Silver Dragon's arm, but not completely. Because this guy gave me such a terrible first impression, it's better to keep him at arm's length. You need to deal with the beast tide now, Bright said, looking at the silver dragon in his hand. Also, now that the dark sable has been eaten by this guy, how am I going to explain this later? Should we just say it was eaten by a dragon? Bright shook his head. It was best if the existence of this silver dragon remained unknown to outsiders, especially before he figured out what she really was. Recalling the legends of this world, if the silver dragon were to be discovered, it would surely cause a huge sensation. But the guy didn't seem to notice this and was craning his neck to look around. In the living room, Vaya and Akshang were both waiting. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Those mere 10 minutes felt like hours had passed. Finally, with a click, it was the sound of a doorknob turning. Upon hearing the sound, Vaya was no longer as calm as before. She instantly stood up, her gaze urgently fixed on the doorway. You should know, if Bright fails, then the disaster that will follow in the footsteps of Pota City will be unavoidable, and even with guards present, many people will die. Vaya slowly exhaled. If she could, she really hoped that Mr. Bright would succeed. How are you, sir? As soon as she saw Bright, Vaya walked up and asked. Akshin remained silent, his hands clasped tightly together behind his back, veins bulging on the back of his hands. It's clear that he was far from calm at that moment. At the entrance, Brett glanced at the two of them, and the next second, under the puzzled gazes of Vaya and Akshin, he put his hand on his back and pulled out whatever was lying on his back without hesitation. What are you doing, Bright? At the same time, a childish voice rang in his mind. Only Bright could hear the sound. All I saw was, this is... The two people in front of them were both astonished when they saw the lively and energetic Sable in front of them. The most surprised among them was Akshin, who stood there. He had tried countless methods to save the Dark Sable, but to no avail, even though he knew only elves could do it. But this isn't something that can be achieved by just randomly getting a spirit. So now, when he saw the Dark Sable appear in front of him safely, Akshin's heart was filled with unease, and he looked at the person carrying the Dark Sable. He couldn't help but wonder, is this human actually an elf? When did the princess get a powerful elf by her side? With the sable revived, Akshin naturally assumed that Bright was an elf. The reason he couldn't see any elf features was probably because he used some kind of concealing magic item. That's great, Mr. Bright. Vaya shouted with joy when she saw that the Dark Sable had come back to life. The things I was worried about before are now all gone. Vaya looked at Bright, and without realizing it, she began to rely on him more and more, as if there was nothing that couldn't be solved as long as he took action. Soon, Akshin then left the rented house with his men. The sable was still in Bright's hands. Perhaps it was because Bright had saved the Dark Sable and he couldn't take it, or perhaps he was unfamiliar with this kind of creature that was only recorded in books, so Akshin did not take the Dark Sable with him. Then, after a brief conversation with Vaya, Bright took the sable back to his room, citing the need for it to recover. In the living room, Vaya glanced in the direction Bright had left. Just now, she seemed to sense that the sable was acting a little strange. Logically, as an anomaly, it shouldn't be able to get close to humans, but that weasel was different. It acted very friendly towards Bright. Just now, when I tried to touch it, it bared its teeth at me. Vaya glanced at it and then looked away, not giving it much thought. At this moment, inside the room, as soon as the door closed, the Dark Sable, like a black sword, flew into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a dragon the size of a 3-year-old child appeared in the room. Its limbs were as thick as a baby's arm, but instead of smooth skin, they were covered with layers of inverted triangular silver scales. If you look closely, you can even see a thin layer of faint light on the silver scales, whether it is something that is naturally there or due to the external light. On the back of the silver dragon, miniature wings were slowly flapping. To be honest, because of time constraints, Bright didn't get a good look at the dragon earlier, but now that he had time, he was still amazed by it. Of course, the prerequisite is that the dragon is mute. The voice in my head hasn't stopped since I entered the room. Hey Bright, you actually made me, the dragon, play that lowly creature. You despicable bastard. And you even dragged me into it. Do you even know who I am? Damn it, were you even listening? Bright, woo 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 woo, the silver dragon was saying. Suddenly, a pair of human hands grabbed her. Bright ignored the voice in his head and looked at the dragon in his hand with curiosity. Dragon. He had been interested in dragons in this world for a while, and originally thought he might never see one in his lifetime. But who could have imagined that this magical creature would appear right before their eyes, within reach? Looking at the legendary creature in his hand, Bright couldn't resist fiddling with it up and down. Just as he was about to examine the dragon's abdomen, he suddenly remembered something, stopped what he was doing, and began to study the other parts of her body. A while later, on the bed, the silver dragon seemed to have lost its spirit and huddled in the corner. Wah, bad guy, bad guy. Wah, mommy, I've met the bad guy you're talking about. You despicable Bright, you're not human. How could you treat a dragon like this? I'm going to eat you. Chapter 129 Origin. Feeling unsatisfied, the silver dragon got up and flew towards Bright, then bit his arm. Woo! At the same time, she was still saying, I'll bite you, I'll bite you. Bright watched silently, and to his surprise, he felt no pain at all. In fact, he felt a little itchy. Seeing that Bright showed no fear, the silver dragon immediately lost its desire to bite him again. It flew back to the bed and lay down, muttering, Damn Bright. Sorry, this is the first time I've ever seen a dragon, so I got a little excited just now, Bright said. Seeing that Bright had actually apologized, the silver dragon raised its head high. Huh, foolish Bright, now that you've apologized, then I, the dragon, will not argue with mortals. I forgive your sins. The silver dragon's head remained held high, awaiting Bright's thanks for her pardon. Right? She didn't hold it against him and even forgave his sins, so shouldn't Bright kneel down now and be incredibly grateful for her forgiveness? But Silver Dragon had been carrying the dragon for a while, but he hadn't heard any words of gratitude for Bright. Instead, his neck was getting stiff. So the silver dragon lowered her head, and then she saw Bright sitting there, staring intently at a jade pendant. Enraged, the silver dragon roared again. Bright, you wretched bastard, what are you doing? Hearing the sound, Bright turned around, and seeing that the silver dragon didn't raise its head, he spoke. You're all right now. I saw you standing there with your head tilted back, not moving, and I thought there was some taboo about it, so I didn't disturb you. You! The silver dragon was momentarily speechless. Seeing Bright looking at it, the silver dragon's eyes darted around, it twisted its neck, and stammered, I didn't realize, Bright, you do have some insight. Just now, I was using the dragon race's ultimate technique, dragon head raising. Hee. Luckily you didn't bother me just now. Otherwise you would have been in real trouble. Dragon raises its head? Although these words came from the silver dragon, Bright had a feeling that they might not be true. However, he was still too unfamiliar with dragons, these legendary creatures. So let's just consider it as the dragon raising its head. So how did you get here? Bright asked, looking at the silver dragon. This was what he had been wanting to ask since the beginning. And as he said this, Bright was still holding the jade pendant that the silver dragon had emerged from earlier. Bright, I'm hungry. The silver dragon seemed not to hear Bright's question, lying face down on the bed with its wings flapping occasionally. Bright, answer my question first. I'm so hungry I can't speak. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. This dragon wants to eat. Immediately afterwards, a series of voices appeared in his mind. Bright's lips twitched. Didn't you just eat the dark sable? Not enough. Not enough. One isn't enough. This dragon wants to eat. Bright, I'm hungry. Silver Dragon rolled around on the bed. Bright thought for a moment, then stood up. Perhaps it was a sense of guilt from what he had done before, so Bright decided to grant Silver Dragon's request first. Would you like some vegetarian food? We don't have much meat at home right now, Bright asked, rubbing his temples. And what's vegetarian? Silver Dragon asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. It seemed she was hearing this question for the first time as well, because in her memory, her mother always placed food in front of her. Anyway, there was food in front of her, and she didn't know what vegetarian food was, but since Bright said it was edible, then she would eat it. I want to eat. This dragon wants to eat vegetarian food. Silver Dragon's eyes darted around, and he said decisively. Upon hearing this, Bright silently took note of it in his mind. It seemed that the dragons in this world were not entirely carnivorous. As soon as Brett opened the door, he saw Vaya standing in the doorway. Vaya, what are you doing here? Brett asked casually, and then closed the door. Vaya froze, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. She hadn't expected Bright to appear at this moment. Just now, as she was passing by, she suddenly heard Bright talking in his room, but then she remembered that there was no one else in Mr. Bright's room, only Mr. Bright himself. And who was he talking to? Driven by curiosity, Vaya couldn't resist moving closer to the door. But who knew that he had just reached the door and hadn't even had a chance to listen when Mr. Bright came out, and the two of them happened to bump into each other. Having never dealt with such a situation before, Vaya was completely flustered and worried that Mr. Bright might dislike her. However, Bright didn't think much of it, because the voice in his head kept urging him on, so after saying something, he headed towards where the food was. Seeing Mr. Bright leave, Vaya breathed a huge sigh of relief. Call! That was absolutely terrifying. Vaya, why would you even think of eavesdropping? Vaya cursed herself inwardly, glanced at Bright's room door, and then rushed back to her own room. A short while later, Bright returned to the living room, carrying several large pieces of meat and some fruit. He had just been thinking that Vaya was in the living room, and he would have to find a reason to explain it later, otherwise it would be too strange. But now, he didn't see Vaya in the living room, so Bright quickly went back to his room. A while later, looking at the dragon before him, Bright was somewhat surprised. This dragon seems to really like fruit. In midair, the silver dragon ate fruit one bite at a time, rushing to grab another as soon as it finished one. There was a piece of fruit stuffed in each of the two sides of his mouth. Wah! What is this? It's so delicious. Bright, you actually have something so delicious. Oh, whoa. Delicious, delicious. In just a short while, this guy finished the whole bag of fruit that Bright had brought. Silver Dragon lay on the bed, rubbing his belly, looking quite satisfied. All right, now you can tell me where you're from, right? Chapter 1:30 Silver Dragon Minus. Where did it come from? I came by myself. Silver Dragon flapped its wings and said. Bright sighed. Well, I shouldn't have expected to communicate with this dragon. He then said, From now on, I will ask questions and you will answer. Silver Dragon sat up abruptly from the bed, looking delighted, and said, Great! What's this fun thing? Were you inside this jade pendant from the beginning? Brett took out the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant was given to him by Will's mother. At the time, he thought it was just an ordinary jade pendant. However, what he did not expect was that there was actually a dragon inside. On the other side, Silver Dragon nodded, then shook his head. Bright, I am inside the jade pendant, but not from the beginning. Bright looked over in confusion. The Silver Dragon raised its head and said with some pride, a world-class being opened the passage, so I sent myself here. How about that? Aren't I amazing? Even if that world-class being discovers me, there's nothing he can do about this dragon. Could it be an angel? Bright couldn't help but think of that mysterious voice from before. And it seemed she was going to say something to me earlier, but she didn't finish. Now it seems she was trying to tell me about the existence of this dragon. Second question, why did you contact me? I don't know, Silver Dragon replied decisively. Bright clearly didn't believe it, and now the dragon's eyes were darting around like a little girl who had stolen a snack. Bright wanted to ask more questions. But to everyone's surprise, the Silver Dragon rolled around on the bed. If I don't know, I just don't know. Even if you ask me, Bright, I still don't know. Bright's game isn't fun. I'm not playing it anymore. This dragon is going to sleep. As he spoke, Yinlong lay down on the bed, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Seeing this, Bright was at a loss. Well, what could she do? She was a dragon, a legendary being. As long as there is no danger to myself, that's fine. As for the rest, I can explore them slowly later. I'm not going to pursue them now. All right, I won't ask you anything more, but you still have to tell me your name, right? Silver Dragon lay motionless on the bed, as if asleep. Of course, if her eyes hadn't moved, Bright might have thought she was really asleep. Asleep? What a pity. I just remembered there was some fruit in the living room, but since she's asleep, I'll leave it. As he spoke, Bright prepared to leave the room. Suddenly at this moment, the moment it heard the word fruit, the Silver Dragon jumped up. Minus! Minus! My name is Minus! Bright, I want to eat fruit. Silver Dragon spoke in a series of eager words. Bright stopped in his tracks, his lips twitching slightly. He had only intended to give it a try, but this guy's patience was just too poor. A short while later, the Silver Dragon flew in the air, eating a fruit that looked a lot like an apple, and a happy smile spread across its face. Minus, why won't you speak? Looking at the Silver Dragon eating fruit, Bright asked with some curiosity, From the very beginning, this guy's voice just appears directly in my mind. It's fine if we talk occasionally, but sometimes this guy can be really annoying. Bright, are you an idiot? This dragon cannot speak lightly. Silver Dragon seemed to remember something and said with some pride, I am a genius of our clan. My mother said that my power was too strong, so a long time ago she and the clan members restricted my power. This dragon possesses the strongest dragon language. At this point, Silver Dragon quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, shouldn't I have said that? Dragon's words? Upon hearing this word, Brett's eyes lit up. Seeing the Silver Dragon across from him quickly cover his mouth, I couldn't help but find it a little funny. So he said, Don't worry, I won't ask. Now, what do you mean? I didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. Let's eat. Early the next morning, City Lord's mansion. Bright sipped his tea, listening to the City Lord's praise, nodding in response from time to time. On Bright's shoulder, a small white animal was lying. This was Minus. She had looked very sleepy last night after resolving the problem of the strange beasts outside the city. Moreover, Midas didn't want to transform into the Dark Sable from the start, but Bright didn't back down on this issue because it would definitely cause big problems if this guy's identity was exposed. So, at Bright's insistence, she was transformed into a white sable, though Midas remained adamant about it. Vaya noticed the change in the morning, to which Bright decisively said it had mutated. "Mr. Bright, is that little beast on your shoulder a sable?" Akshin asked doubtfully. He looked at the little beast on Bright's shoulder, and it was exactly the same as the previous sable, the only difference being its fur. That's why he asked the question. "Yes, it has mutated," Bright replied expressionlessly. Akshin was also somewhat surprised to hear that the nether sable had mutated. Finally, after some discussion, Vaya told Akshin that they were about to leave Pota City and asked him to lift the restrictions. Although the dark sable has been revived, Akshin sensed yesterday that the surrounding beasts hadn't left, so the city gates remained sealed. "I will obey your command," Akshin said immediately. He was still a little worried last night, but this morning he sensed that all the strange beasts around him had disappeared without a trace, so he no longer considered sealing the city gates. Suddenly at this moment, looking at the princess before him, Akshin hesitated for a long time before finally revealing the news of his daughter's disappearance. Furthermore, it was mentioned that Her Highness the Princess had promised to help him find his daughter. "Your Highness, here is what you requested." Akshin stood up, holding a red rhombus-shaped crystal in his hand. Akshin sent men to collect the impostors overnight, but to his surprise, very few of them tried to escape. Only a few ran away when they saw his men appear, while the rest chose to accept the situation. Vaya looked at the crystal in front of her, a look of doubt flashing across her eyes. She never wanted such a thing, but it is obvious that this is hers. Chapter 131. The events in Pota City are over. The capital city. After realizing it, Vaya calmly took the rhombus-shaped crystal from Akshin's hand, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why she was collecting such a thing. Moreover, the disappearance of the other party's daughter may also be related to him. Vaya replied confidently, "Yes, I will help. Please rest assured, your daughter will eventually return safely." Akshin was moved to tears. Hearing the princess's words, all the pain he had endured seemed to vanish in that instant. Akshin immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Your subject Akshin Jia is willing to pledge allegiance to Her Highness the Princess." Seeing the scene before them, Vaya was slightly surprised. "Akshin, do you know what you're saying? Declaring allegiance to me at this critical juncture, when you were a neutral party before." Akshin kept his head down and said without hesitation, "Your subject understands, but I believe that only you can save this empire." "Okay, I accept your loyalty," Vaya said slowly. "Should I send a troop of knights to escort the princess on her journey?" Akshin asked. Vaya glanced at Brett beside her, then shook her head and refused. "I don't want too many people to know my itinerary." Around noon, at the city gate, a horse-drawn carriage was parked here. Because he had been specifically instructed to do so, Akshin did not come to see him off. Only Fendi, riding his horse, waited at the city gate. Upon seeing the carriage approaching, Fendi walked over. "Your Highness, I will fulfill your instructions. Once things are settled in Pota City, I will go to the capital as soon as possible." Fendi was very excited. He hadn't expected that the princess already knew about the angelic temple beneath his castle. It seemed that Bright's visit to him earlier was also at the princess's behest. Fendi went down there himself and found the bishop who had disappeared 100 years ago in the Temple of Angels. Although the Church of Angels is now almost invisible in the Empire, it's just an ordinary church. The temple, however, is completely different. It contains many valuable artifacts. This discovery will be a great achievement for him within the family. At that time, as long as he agrees to the interests of some people, it may not be enough for him to become the heir of the family, but at least before the interests of this temple are fully exploited, no one in the family will dare to touch him. What Fendi lacks most right now is time. As the carriage departed, Fendi turned and rode away on his horse. Compared to before, there was a new companion in the carriage. Erica stared wide-eyed at the stalk on Bright's shoulder. Obviously, the presence of the silver dragon attracted her attention. However, Bright couldn't do anything about it. Silver Dragon simply didn't want to get close to anyone else. "Mr. Bright, let's set off." Jess's voice came from outside the carriage. After traveling for 5 days, Bright and his group finally arrived at the capital. The first thing you see is a city wall that is much taller than that of Pota City, and the guards are all wearing fine armor, checking each person who wants to enter the city. Bright glanced at it, then told Jess to drive the carriage to the queue. Soon, their carriage then arrived at another passageway, the one for driving carriages. Inside the carriage, Bright was looking at the book and waiting. At this time, the curtain was pulled open, and when Bright looked up, he saw Jess. Jess looked extremely troubled, as if he wanted to say something but dared not. "What's wrong?" Bright asked. "Sir, just now I saw Will's mother in a carriage full of slaves." Will's mother. The image of a woman and the appearance of another little one appeared in Bright's mind. So he said, "Your mother left you many silver coins. You can buy her. You are still young. When you live in the capital, you will need someone to take care of you." He can't guarantee Jess's future, but he can do his best to help Jess now. That could be considered as fulfilling that mother's promise. He might go to many dangerous places later, and Jess is still young. Those places are too dangerous for him. Even Erica. Bright glanced at Erica, who was lying there drawing, then looked away. That night, Yabu is a trustworthy person. Bright came to the capital this time to find Yabu for Jess. "Thank you, sir." Upon receiving the man's reply, Jess immediately said happily. Actually, he and Will had a good relationship at first, but Will started to hate him after he said he wanted to become a knight. Now, upon seeing Will's mother, Jess wants to save her. She is a kind mother, and she is Will's mother. Soon it was Bright's turn to get into the carriage. After showing their identification, they were allowed to pass. The capital city is very large, consisting of 4 districts. The palace is located in the very center. Then comes the noble district. The area outside is inhabited by wealthy people and some capable individuals. Secondly, there's the working class area. They have now entered the outermost commoners district, where all the commoners of the empire live. They have to work for the nobles in exchange for food and money. With Will's mother's carriage leading the way, they had already entered the city long ago, and now they had no idea where they were. Bright told Jess not to rush. He knew that Will's mother should be all right for the time being, and there was no rush to look for her after they got used to the place. A short while later, with the help of a local tyrant, they arrived at a place. The street was much quieter now, with only a few casual passers-by walking by. There were houses on both sides. Upon noticing Bright's carriage approaching, the little girl by the roadside looked over curiously. The environment here is considered good for a working-class neighborhood. Soon, their carriage arrived in front of a house. The little girl in the red dress was also standing there, curiously watching the new neighbor. Upon seeing people emerge from the carriage, the little girl remembered her mother's teachings on manners, but she didn't know how to bow. "Good morning. It's nice to meet you all. Are you new neighbors?" The little girl blinked and asked curiously. Upon seeing the little girl's innocent face, Brett also smiled. "Yes, this beautiful young lady. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." As he spoke, Bright said to Jess, who was sitting in the carriage, "Jess, this will be your neighbor from now on. Aren't you going to say hello?" The little girl in front of them looked to be about the same age as Jace. Jess seemed a little reserved at this moment, as if he rarely greeted people his own age, especially girls. "Hello, my name is Jess." Chapter 132, The Main Body and Wings. Looking at the child who was about her age, the little girl seemed very happy, smiling and reaching out her hand. "Hello, my name is Fayer. It's nice to meet you." Seeing this, Jess also reached out his hand, and the 2 small hands clasped together. "Hello, it's nice to meet you too." Moving is always a tedious process. This is the new home that Bright prepared for Jess. It's quiet, with plenty of open space around it, and not as complicated as other urban areas. "Hey sir, what do you think of this place? Does this meet your expectations?" Beside, a middle-aged man wearing a suit, but still unable to hide his thuggish air, said with a smile. Bright took a quick look around the house. The house is a simple 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with a yard in the back. It's not fancy, it's just average. The only redeeming quality about this place is its location. "Okay, let's talk about the money next," Bright replied. Upon seeing the purchase, the middle-aged man immediately became happy. "It's a pleasure to serve you, sir. Jess, Vaya, you 2 tidy up the house first. I'm going out to discuss the purchase," Bright said to the 2 behind him, and then walked out with the middle-aged man. Outside, the little girl in the red jacket saw the group moving things and came running over with a trot. "Can I help you? I happen to be free right now." Vaya smiled slightly. She had a good impression of this polite girl. "No." At this moment, Jess, who was standing nearby, stopped them. "This is a man's business." As he spoke, he took the lead and went to move things. Seeing that she had been rejected, the little girl curiously looked at Jess. Outside, The middle-aged man stood respectfully behind Bright. He had a feeling that he would definitely make a fortune this time, because the person in front of him looked very wealthy. It seems to be his first time in the capital, so maybe he can rip him off. It's all because of his wife at home, who keeps nagging him to buy new clothes. She thinks she has a lot of money. How much do you know about the capital city? At that moment, Bright looked up into the distance and casually asked. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then realized what he meant and said, "Sir, I have lived in the capital since I was born. I can say that I know everything about the capital except for the noble areas and the forbidden areas. If you need directions or are traveling, I might be able to offer you some good advice. Of course, as a regular customer, I will give you a discount. Where's the nearest slave trading place?" The middle-aged man was not surprised by Bright's question. After all, buying slaves was a very normal thing. A short while later, when Bright returned from outside, he also had a land deed in his hand. In other words, from now on, this house will be theirs, of course, bought with the silver coins given to them by Jess's mother, and the deed will also be in Jess's name. "Sir, you're back." As soon as Bright entered, he saw Jess standing there, his face flushed and sweating. So he walked over, patted Jess on the shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard. This will be your house from now on." "It's not hard work, sir." Jess blushed even more upon receiving the praise, and was also somewhat excited. As if he had thought of something, Bright reminded Jess, "Don't exercise like crazy these next few days. Get your mind and body back to their best. I'll take you to meet someone in a few days." "Yes, sir." Although Jess did not know who Mr. Bright was taking him to see, he trusted Mr. Bright unconditionally. "Since Mr. Bright has already said so, I'll just exercise less." Because they arrived here at noon. After a series of events, night fell before we knew it. After saying goodbye to the others, Bright went out, since Jess had mentioned during the day that he had met Will's mother. Just now, Brett was wondering who would take care of Jess after he left. As a princess, Vaya must have her own things to do, and Jess is not suitable to stay by Vaya's side, especially since Jess is still very weak. But now it seems that someone may have already been chosen. Night falls, and the stars fill the sky. Bright walked down the street, holding a black umbrella. Meanwhile, on the other side, shortly after Bright left, Vaya also took action. She didn't want to rely on Bright for everything. Not to mention, this was originally her own business. Looking at the red crystal in her hand, Vaya asked softly, "What exactly do you want to do?" But at that moment, a soft voice suddenly rang out in the room. "What do I want to do? Isn't this what you want to do? Why did you return to the capital?" Upon hearing the sound, Vaya's expression changed abruptly, and she quickly looked towards a corner of the room. A figure emerged from the shadows. She wore a noble and gorgeous black dress, her figure incredibly graceful, and it seemed even the lights were cheering for her arrival. Upon closer inspection, this person's appearance is exactly the same as Vaya's. Sure. Then, Vaya, dressed in black, put her index finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture towards Vaya. "There are always some strange guys around you. I just wanted to see you this time. If I disturb the little girl sleeping inside, things might get out of hand. I believe you wouldn't want the Duke to know you're still alive." While Vaya in the black dress was speaking, she found a seat on the sofa and sat down. Vaya stood there, her expression changing slightly, but she eventually sat down. Ultimately, she and the person in front of her were not enemies. In a sense, she was herself. Her only enemies are Duke Lin and the people behind him. Vaya looked at herself across from her, took out the red crystal in her hand, and asked somewhat angrily, "What exactly are you doing?" Vaya, dressed in black, looked up and glanced at them, but there was no surprise in her eyes. She had guessed this outcome when she learned that her true form was in Pota City. "Don't worry about this. I didn't kill any innocent people. These people all made deals with me voluntarily." Vaya, in her black dress, explained. Vaya knew the other party wouldn't tell her so easily, so she asked again, "Is the daughter of the city lord of Ukshin in your hands?" Chapter 133, The Changed Future, The Slave Exchange. "In my hands." Vaya, in the black dress, said it directly. "Don't worry, she's alive and well. Now that you're here, I'll return her to Lord Ukshin later. However, I'm not here to answer your questions. I've been making arrangements since I left you, but then someone I never expected appeared. Bright, how much do you know about this person? What do you want to do to Mr. Bright?" Upon hearing Mr. Bright's name, Vaya couldn't sit still any longer. Even if the person in front of her was herself, she would stop him if he had any ill intentions towards Mr. Bright. Vaya in the black dress was somewhat surprised by Vaya's reaction. She never imagined that she would develop such deep feelings for Brett in such a short time. Vaya, dressed in black, reached out and fiddled with the coffee table on the table. As long as he doesn't bother me, I have no ill intentions. So far, he hasn't gotten in my way. Hearing this, Vaya finally felt relieved. At this moment, Vaya in the black dress added, "However, I am somewhat curious about this person. You didn't know, did you? At the moment I left your body, I briefly saw the future." I saw the future. Vaya was shocked. She hadn't expected such a thing to happen to her wings. Vaya, dressed in black, looked up and stared directly at him. "But do you know what? In the future I envision, there is no such person as Brett. You might even die in that ritual. Call out." Vaya stood up and looked at herself incredulously. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she could not accept this statement. "How is this possible? Wasn't it Mr. Bright who saved me?" "You?" Vaya wondered if she was seeing a hallucination. However, Vaya, dressed in black, knew what she wanted to say, shook her head, and interrupted her. "I am certain that what I am seeing is the real future, and it comes from his power." Upon hearing this, even if Vaya didn't believe it, she had no choice but to believe it. She knew who the he she was referring to was. "That's why I'm curious." After that, I secretly investigated everything about Bright. However, I didn't find anything unusual about this Bright. All we know is that he was a slave trader from the Holy Knight Empire. But I discovered something interesting. Vaya looked over. Vaya, dressed in black, said slowly, "Do you know? Before you, he saved an elf. And in the future I see, this elf will die in the Empire, and then the Empire will suffer a frenzied attack from the Elven Kingdom. And the little girl sleeping in the room, her name is Erica, right? In the future I saw, she lost her mind and went on a killing spree, slaughtering countless people. Even the Empire's army couldn't do anything about her for a while. At last, Vaya, dressed in black, pointed at Vaya, her wine-red eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. And you too died long ago inside that statue. But now you've come back to life, and you've even appeared before my eyes. That's why I'm curious about that, Brett. The Elf Kingdom's retaliation will cause the Empire heavy losses. Erica's massacre hastened the decline of the Empire. Even I have to rewrite the plan because of your resurrection. It can be said that the man named Bright almost changed the fate of the entire Empire. Vaya was completely stunned. After hearing these things come out her own mouth, she couldn't accept it for a moment. She was actually dead long ago. Was it because of Mr. Bright that he was resurrected? You're surprised, aren't you? Me too. After learning all this, I was very surprised and even felt a little apprehensive. I don't want him to interfere with my plans. He is a variable. I won't tell you about Mr. Bright's matter. On the sofa, Vaya recovered from her shock. Vaya looked at him with a determined gaze and said, "Come back. I will defeat Duke Len and end all of this." Knowing full well that she would say these things, Vaya in the black dress smiled and shook her head. "You're oversimplifying things. Believe it or not, even at the upcoming throne ceremony, those brothers who want to ascend the throne will be blocked. What they want me to do is very simple. Just walk over and sit in that position." He orchestrated all of this. He won't let anyone interfere with the process. "I will stop him," Vaya said firmly again. Vaya, dressed in black, shook her head and said, "I will not go back. Only those who can see the future know that your power is useless. Only I can solve this problem. Of course, this was my original plan, but now that you've appeared, I have to make some changes. That's why I came to see you tonight. That guy has already noticed Bright. If you don't want Bright to be in danger, you'd better listen to what I have to say." Vaya looked over. "Is this the slave exchange?" Following the location given to him by the man during the day, Bright arrived at this place. Upon catching the eye, it was a huge gate, and looking up, it was very tall, about 5 stories high. 4 burly guards stood at the entrance. There are many such buildings in the capital. What we see here is only in the commoners area. In the noble area further inside, the quality of the slaves is much higher. Bright glanced at it, then took out a half-face mask from his person, put it on, and walked towards the door. Going in was easy. No one stopped me. Once inside, the space becomes even more spacious, resembling a large plaza. The room was filled with rows of iron cages. Customers would walk up to the cages, and if they saw a slave that satisfied them, would go to the corresponding slave trader to buy it. While Bright was observing, at that moment, a scantily clad woman walked over. She skillfully put her arm around Bright's shoulder and said seductively, "Sir, what kind of slave would you like to buy?" Seeing the softness touching his arm, Bright frowned, then said, I want to buy fresh slaves. Do you have any that arrived today? Chapter 134 Acquaintances. Of course. Sir, I will take you to the place where slaves were just traded today. Sir, please come this way. Blythe nodded and then followed him. Shortly after Bright left, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a white mustache looked over with a puzzled expression. Bright, seemingly thinking he was seeing things, the middle-aged man looked again. When he saw that familiar face, he was astonished. I actually saw Bright here. At this moment, a man in black next to the middle-aged man also noticed Bright not far away and whispered, Bright. A short while later, Bright followed the woman in front of him to an area. Just like before, there are iron cages on both sides, almost all of which are filled with humans, though there are also some non-human creatures among them. Brett knew what Will's mother looked like. So after letting the woman leave, Bright began his search. The people inside the iron cage were all completely numb. Even when someone came by, most of them wouldn't look up, choosing instead to silently accept their fate. Some of them, upon seeing Bright, shouted wildly, wanting him to buy them. Shut up, you bunch of pigs. If you dare say another word, you'll be in for a beating. Nearby, a burly man was striking the iron cage with an iron bar, making a sound. Bright walked on. These people were not his targets. At this time, Bright saw a woman crouching in a corner of an iron cage in front of him. Upon seeing her face, Bright knew he had found it. That woman was Will's mother, but she didn't look well. That's her. Bring her out. Bright pointed to Will's mother and spoke to the attendants beside him. Upon seeing this, the man immediately released Will's mother from the iron cage. Will's mother had her head down, her expression somber, and her hands tightly clasped together. Perhaps she already knew her fate. How much? After glancing at the person, Bright said. After looking at the man, the attendant was just about to speak when, at this time, a rough voice rang out from behind him. Bright, you bastard, is that really you? Oh my God, I thought I had just seen a fake Brett. Even if you're wearing a mask, I can still recognize you. Hey buddy, how have you been lately? A middle-aged man in a black suit with a mustache walked over. His face was full of joy. The man was very strong, and his broad muscles made his suit bulge. Upon seeing the newcomer, the attendant's expression changed, and he immediately lowered his head, respectfully saying, My lord. Okay, you go ahead, I'll have a chat with an old friend, the middle-aged man said, nodding. Opposite, Bright frowned slightly. If he could, he really didn't want to greet people he knew, even though he was wearing a mask. How could anyone still recognize him? That's outrageous, Bright thought to himself. Bright, this guy over there is better than you. The silver dragon's voice came. On his shoulder, the silver dragon, still transformed into a white sable, looked up for a moment, then laid down again. Hey, Bright, I heard you went crazy before. It was a bit of a shame. You seem to be much better now. The middle-aged man greeted Bright very skillfully. Bright responded, There was a slight mishap before, but it's fine now. However, I have also changed a lot. Bright felt a little wary. The person in front of him seemed to know him very well, so he decided to speak as little as possible. The less he spoke, the safer he would be. The middle-aged man stared at Bright for a moment, then said, He certainly does look quite different. Upon seeing Will's mother standing to the side, he immediately said, Bright, are these the slaves you bought? Blythe head. You should have said so earlier, Bright. This is my territory. I'll give you this slave as my own choice. The middle-aged man suddenly reached out and patted Bright on the shoulder. In an instant, Bright's expression changed. He had a bad feeling about this world. He didn't understand it very well. But Bright also knew that in this world, there were many ways to verify a person's true identity. At that moment, Bright had this feeling in his heart. The middle-aged man in front of him was trying to confirm whether he was the real person. In a short time, although Bright showed no outward change, a tiny flame was already faintly appearing in his hand. If things don't go well, he'll take action. Opposite, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Bright's shoulder, and after a moment of silence, the next second, he burst into laughter. Bright, you bastard, it really is you. You idiot. If you're all better now, why don't you come find us? We were quite worried at first. By the way, Bright, now that you're better, why don't you go see a few people? They happen to be here, too. The middle-aged man said to Bright. Opposite, the flame that had just appeared between Bright's fingers suddenly went out, and he was somewhat confused about the current situation. He was now certain that the person he had just spoken to was confirming his true identity. But why? Why didn't he make any move? Bright knew for certain that he was not the Bright he was talking about. Could it be that they're planning to lure him somewhere and then deal with him? This possibility involuntarily crossed his mind. Minus, if a fight breaks out later, help Will's mother escape. Like you said before, if you can't help me, then you should be able to help others, right? Bright spoke in his mind to the silver dragon perched on his shoulder. Silver Dragon was taken aback. He couldn't help Bright at the moment, but what about the others? After glancing at the ordinary human, the silver dragon said helplessly, "All right." However, at this moment, the silver dragon seemed to have thought of something. The sable turned its head, its small eyes staring directly into Bright's eyes, and slowly said, "Bright, you're not the real person, are you?" Bright paused for a moment, then said, "I am Bright." Upon hearing this answer, the silver dragon continued to stare, as if trying to find some flaw in the answer. Unfortunately, she found nothing. So he could only say helplessly, "Then what are you, Bright, worried about? That guy just used magic to verify your identity, but you responded to his magic too. You're Brett. What are you worried about?" The silver dragon said proudly. As expected of the foolish Bright. He doesn't even know this. Looks like you and this guy are pretty familiar with each other. Chapter 135, Secret Gathering, Demon Clan. What the silver dragon didn't know was that, at this moment, Bright's heart was in turmoil upon hearing Silver Dragon's words. How could that be? I'm not Bright the person he's talking about at all, so why am I able to respond to his magic? This discovery left Bright utterly perplexed. Perhaps the root of all this lies with the already dead Bright. I don't know why. A thought suddenly popped into Bright's mind. This made him want to search for traces left by the now dead Brett. Perhaps only in this way could he find out what had happened. In the brief moment he was stunned, the middle-aged man quietly handed him a card. "They asked me to give this to you. Bright, you've been gone for so long. That matter has been put on hold for now. Now that you're back, it's time to continue." After saying that, the middle-aged man left. In place, Bright stared silently at the black card in his hand. As night approached, Bright returned home. Opened the door. The living room lights were not off. On the sofa, a figure was sitting, wrapped in a blanket, drinking coffee, and reading a book. Click! Upon hearing the door open, Via's expression shifted, and she looked towards the doorway. "Mr. Bright, the woman behind you must be Will's mother." Via never doubted that Bright could find and rescue Will's mother, because Mr. Bright had never failed. He is someone you can deeply trust. "Via, it's so late. Why aren't you resting?" Bright paused for a moment, then said with some dissatisfaction, "I'll go rest now, Mr. Bright. You should rest early too." With that, Vi got up and prepared to return to her room. Bright took off his coat, went to the sofa, sat down, and picked up a book from the table. "Via, you and Erica can sleep in my room tonight. Will's mother needs a place to rest. I'll sleep in the living room tonight. There were too many people, so many rooms were not available." Via did not refuse after hearing this, and replied, "Okay, sir." She then turned to pack her things, but in the dim light, her face flushed slightly. Will's mother excitedly expressed her gratitude to Bright. She had been in despair, but now Brett had saved her. She didn't hate that her husband had been killed by Brett, because Will's mother knew that it was Cook's own choice. In a sense, it was Brett who freed Cook. Late at night, the living room was dimly lit, and it seemed like a strong wind was blowing outside, so strong that the windows were making a gurgling sound. Bright put down his book, leaned back on the sofa, and rubbed his eyes. The coffee in the pot was still hot, which must be why she was sitting in the living room just now. Bright poured himself a cup of coffee and sipped it slowly. There was a map of the slums on the table. After finishing his drink, Bright extinguished the oil lamp, picked up his coat and the black umbrella that was by the door, opened the door, and went out. The night was very quiet. There was no one on the streets, only the occasional guard. In the capital, commoners were not allowed to go out at night. If they were caught, they would be imprisoned at best and expelled from the city or even executed at worst. Bright moved through the darkness, dodging several patrolling guards. Information is a very crucial thing. So after arriving in the capital, Bright bought a map. Soon, he arrived at the location on the card. It was a small building. Bright stood at the door, looked up, put away the card, and went inside. After entering the corridor, a figure emerged from the darkness and asked a question. "Is this Mr. Bright?" Bright replied yes. The shadowy figure then stepped aside and gestured for them to proceed. Bright glanced at the shadowy figure and walked straight in. It was a kind of concealment magic, and the person in front of him used it very skillfully. After some thought, Bright decided to keep the appointment. He needs to understand himself. Understand what you have been doing in the past. Perhaps some answers can be found here. Following the corridor, Bright soon arrived at a room. There was a round table in the room. At this moment, several people dressed in black, all wearing masks, were sitting around the round table. There were no lights in the room, only the blue crystal in the center of the round table emitting a faint glow. Bright walked in. Upon meeting Bright, the people at the round table all looked over. Clearly, Brett had surprised them. You have to understand, Bright was almost insane before, so much so that they had to keep their distance from him to avoid being discovered. But now, the moment they saw Bright, they didn't sense any madness at all. It was as if he had completely changed. Even they couldn't quite figure out Bright now. Sure enough, I didn't quite believe that guy when he said you'd changed, but now that I've seen you, I believe it. Bright, you've changed. You seem more trustworthy now. Although the others didn't speak, their eyes clearly showed that they agreed with the statement. Facing a group of familiar faces, Bright glanced around the room. There was an empty seat at the round table, and no one else was there. Clearly, the seat was his. Bright sat down under the watchful eyes of the others. At this moment, the man sitting in the middle of the round table stood up, looked around at everyone, and slowly said, "Everyone, now that Bright has recovered, I think we should choose Brett instead. No one is more suitable to go to the Holy Knight Empire than him." Bright sat at the round table without speaking. Although he didn't know how he had passed the man's verification, he figured it was best to say as little as possible, as everything before him was too unfamiliar to him. Based on what we see now, he seems to be in cahoots with these mysterious people. I have no objection. I have no objection either. I agree. Everyone at the round table began to express their opinions. Ultimately, Bright became the main character they were talking about. Okay, let's begin our detailed discussion. The man looked at Bright and said, "Bright, you'd better prepare in advance." Chapter 136, Slave Owners. Time passed. Brett didn't know how long he had been in that room, but he heard many surprising things and even touched on some of the most secret things. And so, the sky outside gradually began to lighten. When the meeting ended and everyone left, it was at this moment that Bright realized that none of those people were the ones who had come here in person. Several crystals were placed on the chairs around the round table, clearly indicating that the people who had spoken with him last night were all illusions. Click! The door to the room was opened, and the middle-aged man that Bright had seen at the slave market walked in. He skillfully tidied up the tables and chairs. "It seems they still chose you." At this moment, Dylan's gruff voice came. Bright looked up and looked over. As Dylan tidied up the chairs, he said, "Bright, if you hadn't come back this time, the person they were actually planning to send was me. But when you came back, they replaced you with someone else at the last minute. So you want to take on this mission?" Bright, who already knew what the mission was, asked slowly. "Haha, Bright, you've become calmer since you came back," Dylan chuckled, stroking his octagonal mustache. Dylan didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked Brett a question in return. "Are you planning to act as they say?" Sitting in his chair, after thinking about the task in his mind, Bright said yes. Dylan's expression changed, and he said in a cold tone, "Even if countless people die at your hands, are you willing to do it?" Bright replied again, "Yes." Dylan stopped talking and silently took out a cigarette and started smoking. "Originally, when I first saw you, I always had a feeling that you had changed. But it seems that you are still the same Brett you always were. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say anything more. Bright, as an old friend, if your thoughts change in the future, you can send me a message, and no matter what happens, I will help you." After saying that, Dylan prepared to leave. At this moment, Bright suddenly asked, "If you were to accept that mission, what would you do?" Dylan was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and said, "A tiger that has left its cage is naturally out of control. Aren't you afraid I'll tell them these things?" The them that Bright was referring to were naturally the mysterious masked men from earlier. "Don't be afraid. Whether it's the you of the past or the you of the present, I believe you won't tell them. Especially you now. I can't see through you. Perhaps you're brewing something even more terrible. I'm leaving, and what I said before still stands. After enduring this for so long, I want to go crazy too." After Dylan finished speaking, he left. There was only Brett in the room at that moment. The content of last night's discussion was clearly etched in his mind. These people are a bunch of lunatics. From these people, Bright learned that there was a very evil creature in this world, a kind of being that seemed to be from outer space, a kind of being called the Demon Race. These people, however, wanted to steal the Demon King's power. Within the Holy Knight Empire, a Demon King slumbers, and it was they who instigated the current war between the Holy Knight Empire and the Orc Empire. Bright learned from them that, for some reason, these people were wary of stepping into the Holy Knight Empire's territory, but having made thorough preparations, they were unwilling to give up so easily, which was why they sought out someone. He was sent to the Holy Knight Empire to carry out the next steps, and Bright was their initial choice. They wanted Bright to rise to a very high position in the Holy Knight Empire so that it would be easier for them to act. In the past, the nobles of the Holy Knight Empire were practically a block of iron, making it difficult for them to get involved. But now, because of the war, the status of slave traders in the Holy Knight Empire is actually gradually increasing. The nobles didn't want to lose the men they had painstakingly trained, so they made an agreement that allowed slave traders to participate in the battles against the Beastmen. Furthermore, all captured slaves would belong to the slave owners, who in turn could rent land from the empire to train slaves. That's all. Over the years, the power of slave traders has gradually grown, and they have unknowingly become another type of noble in the Holy Knight Empire who own their own territories. These people's goal is to make Bright the slave owner who stands at the top of the Holy Knight Empire. Even now, Brett is still somewhat surprised when he recalls last night's meeting. He also learned a secret about the world, extraterrestrial visitors, the demons. A race that has always been hidden in the human world, seemingly poised to cause a major catastrophe at any moment. However, those demons seem to be asleep for some reason, which is why these people had the idea of stealing the Demon King's power. They've even been planning for this all along. The key to this plan now is for Bright to become the leader of the slave owners. A helpless smile appeared on Bright's face. I was originally planning to find a place to rest after Vi's matter was over, but it seems that I won't be able to rest now. He wanted to find out about the old Bright, and now this newly appeared demon also piqued his interest. Bright got up and left the room. At the same time, the dark sable reappeared on his shoulder. The silver dragon scratched its head. Bright, I'm about to suffocate. I don't care, I want to eat fruit. On the way back, Bright bought some snacks since Erica, the little foodie, was still at home. By the way, Via occasionally enjoys eating a little bit of food herself. While shopping, Bright also learned that the capital would hold a city-wide celebration the day before the throne ceremony, and that all the princes and princesses who were vying for the throne would be present at that time. It was called a grand ceremony. Simply put, it means that a new master is about to be appointed, and they want to meet in advance so that when the winner is chosen, no one will know what the new master looks like. However, this grand event is a benefit for ordinary people. Some people may never experience such an event in their entire lives. On the night of the grand ceremony, there will be many interesting activities, and even ordinary people can go out at night. Back home, Bright then saw Jess exercising in the backyard, and the little girl from yesterday was watching from the window upstairs. Talk to Jess. Jace, aren't you tired? I've been looking at you like this all morning, and I'm tired just looking at you like this. The girl seemed to enjoy talking to Jess. However, Jess remained oblivious, doing his own thing without paying attention. Chapter 137, Communication, Tyrannosaurus Rex. After lunch, the little girl took Jess out to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Erica was tinkering with her things in the room. At this time, Vi found Bright. In the living room, the two sat facing each other. Brett poured a cup of black tea and also poured one for Via. Just now, Via found me and told me her thoughts. She said she would find her wings during the grand ceremony, and at that time, she would have a way to return the wings to her body. Tell Bright not to interfere, just watch. Brett took a sip of red tea in response to what Via said. His initial idea was to kill the winged creature, which he considered the simplest method, but after hearing what Vi said, Brett was somewhat surprised. Are you sure? Will she return to your body on her own? Brett asked slowly. I'm certain, Mr. Bright, that I will be the one to sit on the throne, Vi said confidently, her face expressionless. Bright replied, Okay, I won't interfere with what happens next. Bright gave his answer, and because of what happened last night, he also needed some time. Now that Via had her own solution, it was naturally the best. Upon hearing Brett's answer, Via smiled happily. It would be best if Mr. Bright didn't get involved. After speaking with Via, Bright went to his room. He took out his notebook and wrote 2 words on it. Demon. Minus, do you know about demons? Bright said to the silver dragon perched on his shoulder. Demon. Is it edible? Upon hearing Bright's voice, Minus slowly awoke. Her voice echoed in Bright's mind. You don't know? Bright asked, puzzled. Dragons were supposed to be the most mysterious creatures in the world, yet Minus seemed to know nothing about demons. This made Bright a little suspicious that Minus might be a delinquent girl, so much so that she hadn't even finished her mandatory dragon training before sneaking out. The silver dragon tilted its head, looking at Bright with curiosity. Should I know this? All right, Bright said, seeing that asking the dragon was useless, and didn't continue. Strange Bright, the silver dragon muttered, watching Bright turn his head away again. Silver Dragon didn't know anything about demons either, and now the only way he could find out was gone. What exactly is this thing? Could be the same kind of demon I saw in some movies in my past life. It seems that a trip to the Holy Knight Empire is necessary. Bright closed his notebook. There lies his own secret, and there are demons there. Perhaps only by going there will he know what he wants to know. Afternoon. After speaking with the others, Bright returned to the slave exchange he had visited the previous night. Last night, after revealing that all his men were dead, those who offered to provide him with replacements refused. Bright wanted to find his own future subordinates. Those people had no objection to this. On the contrary, they granted Bright the right to freely choose slaves from various slave exchanges. These mysterious figures controlled most of the Empire's slave trade. Oh, Bright, welcome. You look especially energetic today. As soon as he arrived at the door, Bright saw Dylan from yesterday. Are you that free? When the owner of the slave exchange came out to greet him personally, Bright was a little speechless. He didn't want too much attention to be focused on him. People around looked over, seemingly curious about who this person was that Dylan was greeting. Without hesitation, Bright went straight in. Dylan didn't seem to care, grinning. Bright, so what? Maybe when we're gone, nobody will care anymore. Take me to see the goods, Bright said calmly, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately led Bright to the depths of the exchange. Few people set foot here. Even money can't buy you entry. Only those recognized by the exchange are qualified to enter. Clang! There was an iron gate in front of them. Dylan reached out, veins bulging on his arm, and finally opened the iron gate. After opening the door, Dylan straightened his sleeves and gestured for Brett to enter. Bright glanced at it, then went inside. The room was very cold, like being in an ice cave, and the air was thick with chill. Look! Bright saw several people chained to the wall opposite him by chains the size of an arm. Their limbs were pierced by magically imbued iron nails, rendering them immobile. Bright, it seems they've gone to great lengths to ensure you can complete this mission. These individuals are all renowned figures in various empires, possessing immense strength. When you go to the Holy Knight Empire, you will be a powerful force. At the same time, the people on the wall also looked over. Before Bright arrived, they had heard some things from others, so they knew that the two people in front of them had come to take them away, and that those who were not chosen today would die here in order to keep the secret. As he spoke, Dylan walked toward one of them. It was a fat man, his enormous body pinned to the spot. Upon seeing Bright and his companion enter, a ferocious smile immediately spread across his face. Dylan explained, this guy, nicknamed Tyrannosaurus, possesses monstrous strength and follows the path of body refinement. He has currently reached level 7 in strength. Previously, they massacred the people of an entire city in the Valdi Empire and ate thousands of humans alive. Although this guy is brutal, there's no denying that he's a good choice. The fat Tyrannosaurus Rex, trapped on the wall, burst into laughter after hearing his introduction. Hey, pick me. Give me food, and I'll be very obedient. Ha, I don't have any of those bullshit powerful constraints. As long as I'm fed, I'll do anything. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from among the group. At the very back stood a man with a full beard. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the location of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha ha, you'll kill me? Yeah, we're all in the same boat now. You're not much better off than me. You should be thinking about how to survive. The man called Joel stared intently at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, as if he wanted to devour it alive. Dylan glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was why he recommended Bright choose the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Because this guy's personality will reduce a lot of trouble. Although slaves are bound by slave contracts, they can still cause a lot of trouble if they disobey. Bright didn't speak, he just watched silently. Beside, Dylan then began to introduce the topic again. He moved to the second person's position. Chapter 138, Duel Arena. The second person, except for his jet black eyes, was indistinguishable from Skeleton. Dylan said, this is a dark mage from the southernmost monster region. He can summon skeletons and is worth 1,000 knights by himself. Level 7 strength. It is said that they paid a considerable price to capture this person. Bright didn't speak. And then Dylan went to the last person. That's the guy who said he was going to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The last one is a knight from the Valdi Empire. To be honest, I was also surprised when I saw him. The power of those guys is truly unimaginable. Looking at this last person, Dylan was also somewhat moved. He then said, "This man is Joel, the former chief knight of the Valdi Empire. He was later punished for the collapse of the endless deep-sea defense line, but I didn't expect him to appear here. Originally at level 8, now downgraded to level 7. Although he is the strongest among these people, I do not recommend that you choose him." Dylan glanced at the figure hanging on the wall and said, "His will is too strong. Even with the constraints of a slave contract, many problems may arise. Bright, you can't bring too many people. You can only choose 2 out of these 3. Bright watched silently, seemingly deep in thought. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, hanging on the wall nearby, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Joel, it looks like you're going to die here. But it's a pity that you didn't kill me in the end. Oh dear, don't look at me like that. Don't worry, after you die, I will visit your children who are far away in the Empire." Joel stared intently at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, even trying to break free of the chains binding him. Clang, clang. The chains began to rattle under his power, and the iron nails imbued with forbidden magic, driven into his limbs, began to tremble. "Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. You couldn't kill me before, and you're thinking of killing me now? Don't even dream about it." The Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to mock. As he struggled to break free, Joel's body was in immense pain. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his eye, but he did not give up. He wanted to break free and then kill that beast. Upon seeing this, Dylan frowned slightly, and the next second, magic surged from his hands. A sound of extreme pain came from Joel's mouth. The nail was driven in again, even deeper than before. Joel lowered his head, and blood began to flow from his limbs and head. In this cold air, the wound hurts even more. Dylan sighed. This was why he didn't recommend it. The night was truly terrifying in some ways. You should know that what Bright is about to do in the Holy Knight Empire will be filled with bloodshed. An extremely unstable subordinate could even harm Bright. Once I've chosen these people, even if I do something to them, they won't say anything, right? At that moment, Bright suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Dylan paused for a moment, then said, "Those guys are pretty lenient in these matters. No matter what you do to them, they won't say anything. Of course, this is on the premise that you ultimately complete the mission. You need to know, if you fail to complete the mission, they can be very cruel if they turn against you." "Okay, that's enough for me. I choose these 2 people." Bright pointed to the location of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Joel. Upon seeing Bright's choice, Dylan was taken aback. To be honest, his best choices were the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Dark Mage. But to his surprise, Bright chose the most uncontrollable player, Joel, and even included his rival. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Ha ha! You didn't expect it, did you, Joel? As the chief knight of the Empire, you ended up like me. We're both still working for the same person. I wonder if those guys who beg you to save them before they died feel sad in the underworld. The Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into laughter. At this moment, Joel had recovered some of his senses from the pain he had just experienced. His eyes were fixed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and if he could, he would skin the man alive right now. A short while later, Tyrannosaurus Rex and Joel were both taken down from the wall. At this time, subsequently, after Bright signed slave contracts with the 2 men, suddenly, Bright asked Dylan, "Is there a place to fight here? Just hearing about it from you guys makes me want to see the strength of my men for myself." Dylan understood Bright's request. Exactly. There really are places here where they can fight. Although these 2 guys are very strong, their strength has long since diminished to less than 1/10. That place should be able to withstand it. Immediately, under Dylan's leadership, Bright led Tyrannosaurus Rex and Joel to an underground open space the size of a plaza. This is clearly an underground dueling arena, with seats all around. "Bright, because of you, I can temporarily clear this place out." "Thank you," Bright said. Dylan did help him a lot in some ways. When Dylan heard Bright actually thank him, his eyes widened in surprise. "Damn it, I've seen a monster. That Brett actually thanked me." At this time, under Bright's arrangement, both Joel and Tyrannosaurus Rex stood on the dueling field. Tyrannosaurus patted his belly, clearly looking forward to a fight after a long time away, especially since his opponent was the chief knight. It was unimaginable before that such a guy would be his sparring partner. He, Joel, This is really interesting. Opposite him, Joel stood still, silently gazing at the sword in his hand, its blade reflecting the light. In it, he saw countless people reaching out to him, begging to be saved, one after another climbing up from the bottom of the abyss, countless souls praying for salvation. Even though he was already furious inside, Joel was holding back. This is his only chance. He had to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex before that man named Bright discovered his thoughts. In the audience, Bright stood up. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Let me explain the rules of the competition. There is only one set of rules for the competition. Kill the other party. Only those who stand alive in the dueling arena can leave with me. Chapter 139 Death Battle. Bright, you. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately turned around. He had initially thought Bright was simply assessing his subordinate strength, but now Bright was challenging the two to a duel. Bung. However, the instant Bright finished speaking, dust billowed across the dueling arena. Joel had already left his position. He instantly appeared in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, his eyes bloodshot, and forcefully wielded the long sword in his hand. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'll kill you. Clang. The Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted quickly, hastily using a machete the size of a person to block the attack. Although it blocked most of the attack, the powerful residual force still sent it flying. He crashed heavily onto the stone wall, instantly creating a deep crater in the sturdy, even magically enhanced stone. Ugh! The Tyrannosaurus Rex spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned to look at the audience, his large face filled with terror. Bright, are you crazy? Stop him right now. I swear, I will obey your orders. Stop this guy. He's a madman. Bright. Dylan, I swear, I will truly be loyal to you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was somewhat frightened. The reason he dared to be so sarcastic before was because they were in the same boat, and he had nothing to be afraid of. And now, they actually want him to have a real 1v1 with Joel? This is practically asking for his life. Keep in mind, although Joel's strength has decreased, he was previously an 8th level knight. He devoured the people of an entire city and only managed to advance to 7th level. Not to mention, there's already a huge difference between level 7 and level 8. Even now that he has dropped to level 7, Tyrannosaurus knows he can't beat him. The difference in their own strength is too great. So he had to turn to Bright for help from outside the court. In the audience, Bright seemed not to hear, his gaze fixed on Joel. Dylan, didn't you say that everything these two people have after this is mine? So just watch for now. Oh, right. Anyway, someone is going to die. Give me that Dark Mage's slave contract later. We agreed on 2, but if one dies, I won't have enough men. Dylan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Bright to say that. Dylan's eyelid twitched, and he said with a hint of helplessness, Bright, you really are a madman. You should know that they'll tolerate you now, but if you fail to complete your mission, things will get really bad. I know, I will do it. Bright looked at the audience and said, nonchalantly, so, don't forget the slave contract for the Dark Mage later. Dylan wanted to say something, but after glancing at Brett's calm expression, he ultimately remained silent. He even began to doubt whether the Brett standing before him was the same Brett he knew. However, magic doesn't lie. The person in front of me is the same Brett I knew before. Perhaps something happened during his period of madness that caused him to change so drastically. Bright had no idea that Dylan was thinking so much. He was now very curious about the extent of his strength as the Empire's chief knight. Although the two below have lost more than 1/10 of their strength after being tortured for so long. But ultimately, they were all once among the world's top powerhouses, and they still possess considerable inner strength. Below, blue energy began to appear around Joel. This energy was unique to the knight system, and could only be summoned by those who reached the 5th level of knight or above. Even the aura summoned by a level 5 or 6 knight can only cover the blade of his sword, while the aura summoned by Joel below can cover his entire body. Blue energy flowed throughout his body, and countless white vapors evaporated from his body. It could be seen that the injuries Joel had sustained were rapidly healing. Joel exhaled, a wisp of white mist escaping his mouth. He tore a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped it tightly around his right hand, binding the sword hilt to his palm. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a wild beast that had broken free. Damn it! Opposite, the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't help but shudder after witnessing this scene. At the same time, a blood-red aura burst forth from his body. Tyrannosaurus Rex knew that the person in the audience was determined to kill one of them, and now he could only rely on himself. Everyone is now at level 7. His Tyrannosaurus Rex might not be inferior to Jordy. Damn it, let's do it! After saying that, under the influence of the blood energy, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body swelled up at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, a monster the size of a small mountain appeared in the dueling arena, resembling a demon. Ah! The Tyrannosaurus Rex exhaled a breath of blood and shouted loudly, "Yol! I was afraid of you before, but now we're both at level 7, and your previous injuries were more severe than mine, so I might not be weaker than you now. Ha ha ha! I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of the Chief Knight yet, but I imagine it must be an absolute delicacy." The Tyrannosaurus Rex laughed loudly. At this moment, Joel had fully entered his battle zone. His eyes gleamed blue, he held a sword in both hands, and his chivalrous aura erupted in that instant. In an instant, a sword aura 10 feet high rose from the ground, its azure light illuminating the entire dueling arena. Tyrannosaurus Rex, go to hell and repent for the countless lives lost. Joel's voice echoed throughout the dueling arena. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not to be outdone. It stood up with its massive body and stretched out its giant arms, trying to block the sword energy. Boom! The two collided. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. Blood and blue light enveloped the two of them in an instant. Click, click. Inside the dueling arena, the magical barrier that was originally able to block the combat aura of those below level 6 began to show signs of cracking. In the audience, upon seeing this, Dylan frowned, feeling alarmed. He instantly appeared before the magic barrier, magic surging from his hands. The magic barrier, which was on the verge of breaking, began to stabilize gradually. Dylan took a deep breath, thinking to himself, these two are truly monsters. They were already tortured to the point of near death, yet these two were still able to unleash such terrifying energy from their bodies. Chapter 140 Joel's Submission. Off the field. Upon witnessing this scene, Bright's eyes lit up. Bright thought about it and realized that if he were in there now, even if he played all his cards, it probably wouldn't end well. It seems that my strength is still too weak. After this is over, I need to really improve my skills. In the dueling arena, the duel between the two lasted for more than 10 minutes. The final result was that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mountain-like body was split in two. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was incredibly powerful. Even the former Chief Knight couldn't kill it in a short time. And Joel was clearly also seriously injured. As the sword energy dissipated, a deep crater the size of a basketball court appeared in the center of the dueling arena. In the middle of the crater, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse was split in two and scattered inside. Joel knelt on one knee, spitting blood, his right hand gripping his sword, struggling to keep himself from collapsing. You are very good. As agreed, I will take you away from here. Bright appeared in the dueling arena, and even after getting close to the arena, he could still vaguely feel the terrifying energy from before. Cough, cough. Joel coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced himself to stand up. He was very tall, nearly 2 meters high, and his resolute eyes were fixed on Bright. He looked at Bright and said slowly, I will not kill ordinary people. My sword is only for slaying the wicked. I know, even if I become your slave, one day in the future, on the day the deep sea roars, I will return to the Empire, where there are people I want to protect. I will let you go back. Bright answered all 3 questions. Joel took another deep look at the person in front of him, as if trying to see something clearly. The next second, Joel held his nearly broken sword to his chest and knelt on one knee. Wandering Knight, Joel, I am willing to be the sword in your hand. Blake nodded, then turned to look at Dylan behind him. Dylan, you should have a healing mage here, right? You know, all my men are dead, and I have no one left to command. Dylan's lips twitched slightly. This guy could have been taken away peacefully, but he insisted on fighting, ruining his territory, and now he had to treat him. When did Bright become such a scoundrel? Yes, you despicable fellow. Bright continued. Oh, and remember to give me the Dark Mage's contract. Dylan. Bright, I'm not old enough to have dementia yet. On the street. On the way back, Bright bought some fruit and snacks. Joel and the Dark Mage were temporarily placed with Dylan. After all, both of them had considerable injuries and needed to be treated first. Especially Joel. That guy risked his life to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been any stronger, Joel might have been the one to die. He was already seriously injured, and now he was injured even more. It's amazing that he didn't faint in the duel arena. Back home, the small room that used to be used for clutter has been tidied up by Jess and Vaya and is now being used as Will's mother's room. Now, Jess was brandishing his wooden sword in the yard, while the little girl from next door sat there watching with her head propped up on her hand. Sometimes she would even imitate Jess's movements, waving her little hands in the air, looking quite the part. After putting his purchases away and seeing that no one was watching, Bright casually tossed an apple onto his shoulder. All I saw was a white figure instantly devoured the apple. Oh, whoa, Bright, this dragon wants more. The silver dragon, not satisfied with just one apple, continued to pester for more. But Bright ignored him. This guy's stomach was like a bottomless pit. If he kept feeding him, how could he afford to support him? Even though he was a dragon, he still had to consider his own life. Seeing that Bright didn't respond, the sable remained perched on his shoulder, muttering, "Stingy Bright. Jace, how many hours have you been practicing today?" Bright walked over and asked Jess. Beside, upon seeing Bright, the little girl politely stood up from her chair and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Bright." In response to the little girl's polite greeting, Bright also responded politely. A lollipop appeared out of his hand as if by magic, and he handed it to the little girl. The little girl's eyes widened, and she nervously rubbed her hands on her clothes before taking the bag from Bright's hands. "Thank you, sir." At this moment, Jess also stopped what he was doing. "Sir, because of your instructions, besides my daily exercise, I only practice for 2 hours." As soon as Jess finished speaking, the little girl next to him, while eating a lollipop, said, "You're lying." The little girl put the lollipop in her mouth and counted on her fingers. 1. Jace is naughty. You practiced for 2.5 hours, but you only told your husband it was 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Bright turned to look at Jess. "Jace, is that what happened?" Jess's face immediately turned bright red, and he lowered his head in shame, stammering, "Yes, sir." Seeing Jess's appearance, Bright sighed, stepped forward, and reached out to stroke Jess's hair. "Jace, I know you want to get stronger quickly, but this matter can't be rushed. Let's leave it at that for today. Jace, tomorrow morning, I'll take you to meet someone who might become your teacher in the future." Upon hearing this, Jess became anxious. Then, "Mr. Bright, you don't want me? I really didn't mean to hide it from you, sir. I promise I will never lie again." Jess thought that Bright didn't want him anymore, so he became anxious. Bright smiled. "No, it's just that Mr. will have some things to do in the future and won't be able to stay by your side all the time. It's not that Mr. doesn't want you anymore. I'm also looking forward to your future, Jess." Hearing what Mr. Bright said, Jess calmed down a lot, but he was still a little sad. If he could, he wanted to stay by Mr. Bright's side forever. At this time, Bright turned his gaze to the little girl, Phil, standing to the side. "Phil, you and Jess are friends. Could you keep an eye on Jess for the master in the future?" Upon hearing this, Fayer glanced at the lollipop in her hand. Her mother had said that one shouldn't take favors from others without a reason. She had just been thinking about how to explain this to her mother when she got home. But now, then, Fayer patted her chest, and her childish voice rang out. "Yes, sir, Fayer will help." "Did you hear that, Jess? You can't be mean to Phil from now on, and you have to protect her," Bright said, ruffling Jess's hair. Through the gaps between the man's fingers, Jess glanced at the girl beside him, who was about his age. "I will, sir." Phil seemed to notice that Jess was looking at her, so she playfully stuck out her tongue. The next day, early in the morning, after taking a sip of the black tea that Vaya had brewed, Bright left with Jess. Chapter 141, Goodbye Yabu. The roads in the working-class area were in poor condition, so much so that carriages would bounce around a bit when traveling on them. According to the information I gather from Dylan, Yabu is currently in the civilian district. That location isn't far, leading Jess through the streets. Soon, he arrived at a training ground, which was guarded by knights to prevent anyone from accidentally wandering in. Bright had excellent eyesight, so he clearly saw a familiar figure training in the training field. Thinking about it, Bright brought Jess over. Actually, yesterday Brett told Vaya about Knight Yabu, who might be able to help her, but Vaya refused, saying she had her own plans. 2 knights guarding the distance also noticed Bright's carriage, frowned, and walked over. This is an area where unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering, and very few people would accidentally wander here anymore. "Sir, please leave here immediately." One of the knights stepped forward and said. Their attitude was already quite good. If it were knights from other knightly orders, They might have directly used force to drive Bright out. Bright removed his black hat and said politely, "My esteemed knight, I am here to see someone named Yabu. If possible, I would like you to pass on this message to him, saying that a friend of his named Bright has come to see him." Yabu. Both knights were quite surprised to hear the name. How could they not know their commander's name? However, they had never met Bright before, so they couldn't immediately confirm whether the person in front of them was actually the leader's friend. Then, after glancing at Bright, the two knights exchanged a glance and decided to go and report it. So one of them said, "In that case, I'll go and tell the commander." One of the knights left, while the other knight stayed behind to keep watch in case the person in front of him turned out to be a fraud. Soon, Yabu, who was training there, seemed to have received the news and glanced at where Bright was in the training field. During training, Bright observed the Imperial Knights up close. They were all physically strong and full of energy, practicing their moves. In the middle of the training ground, there's also a martial arts arena. At this moment, two knights were competing on the platform, engaging in a pure swordsmanship contest. "Haha, Mr. Bright, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a while." Upon seeing him again, Yabu said somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head. Because of recent events, he and his men have been intensifying their training. Bright looked away. "It's nothing. I'm the one who disturbed you." "Yabu, the reason I came here this time is to ask you for a favor," Bright said, although he thought that handing Jess over to Yabu was the best option. However, Yabu had no reason to accept his request. After all, as one of the three great knights of the Empire, he must have many things to do and would not have time to take care of Jess. So, Bright's initial idea was not to get Yab to accept Jess, but to get Jess to join Yab's knights. Naturally, joining Yabu's knights requires passing a test. That depends on Jess himself. Before this, Bright had reviewed many of the knights' entrance exams, and there were many who had joined the knights at such a young age as Jess. They were called the Knights Reserve, and most of them were children raised by nobles. Because their own children were the most loyal, the nobles were willing to provide resources to train them. However, there are almost no outsiders like Jace. Therefore, Bright was also pleading with Yab to give Jess a chance to join the Knights Reserve Force. Yabu replied, "Mr. Bright, you said I would help if it was within my power." Immediately, Bright shared his thoughts. After hearing what Bright said, Yabu fell silent and looked at the child standing next to Bright, Jess. He had seen this child before, so he still remembered him. But, as the leader of the Knights, he had the authority to give Jess a chance, but that was before. Upon returning to the capital, Yabu led his knightly order to refuse the Duke's resources. From then on, the knightly order had to support itself, which led to a temporary shortage of resources. However, if someone were to suddenly join, some members of the Knights might not say anything openly, but they would ultimately feel uncomfortable. After all, Jace is at an age where he needs resources to develop. At that moment, Jess, standing next to Bright, noticed Yab's gaze and became quite nervous. It wasn't until this moment that he realized who Mr. Bright was talking about. It was actually the Imperial Knight Yab. Jess felt a little uneasy. A moment later, Yabu looked at Bright and said, "Mr. Bright, that's fine, but I need to give this young Mr. Jess a test. If he doesn't pass, then I'm afraid I have to apologize." "Thank you, Yabu," Bright said gratefully. After all, it was already very kind of Yabu to give him a chance. Bright ruffled Jess's hair and said, "Jess, the future is now in your own hands. You can do it, right?" Jess nodded firmly. "Yes, sir, I won't let you down." Soon, a knight took Jess away. The test wasn't taking place here, but rather at the reserve training grounds. After all, Jess will be going to the reserves in the future. Therefore, he must use his own strength to conquer the people there. After Jess left, Bright followed Yab, chatting as they walked around the training grounds. "Bright, aren't you going to check on Jess?" Yabu asked with some curiosity. Bright smiled slightly. "No need to go. I've already taught him a lot during this time. Even without my supervision, I believe he will do a good job. On the contrary, if I were to go, Jess might be somewhat limited. I have to walk my own path in the future. I can't stay by his side forever." Upon hearing this, Yabu looked over. Since Bright had said so, he couldn't help but look forward to Jess's performance. "I'm a little envious. I wonder if Jess knows how much he trusts Bright." Bright looked up in the direction Jess had left and whispered, "I've seen all his efforts." Chapter 142, The Grand Ceremony begins. "But you, Yabu, have you made your own decision yet?" Bright turned to Yabu and said. Yabu paused for a moment, then said, "That's right. This time, after returning to the capital, I broke free from the Duke's control. There would have been many times more people in the Knights than here, but I didn't blame them. After all, it was their own choice. Staying with the Duke will also get you more resources. Yabu glanced around at the Knights training nearby, a hint of pride in his eyes. These Knights had all chosen to follow him, and he will not let his subordinates down. Blythe nodded. Sorry, I'll leave some money with Jess. Bright, what are you talking about? If Jess passes the test, he'll be one of my Knights. What do we need your money for? Yab shook his head and said. Bright smiled and didn't mention money again. Time flies. During this time, Bright also learned the reason why Yab was training. Their knightly order had taken on the task of guarding the grand ceremony and was working hard for the upcoming ceremony. Around noon, Jess is back. After escorting Jess back, the Knights rushed to Yab's side. Sir, I did it. When Jess saw Bright, the first thing he did was report his results, his face flushed with joy. Although he trusted Jess, Bright was still happy for Jess's success. He ruffled Jess's hair and said, Yes, Jess is really good. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Yabu's eyes lit up and he hurried over. It seems you've given me a surprise, Bright. To have grasped the essence of Qi at such a young age. Jace is a true genius. I will focus on nurturing him in the future. You've grasped the essence of Qi. Bright was taken aback upon hearing this, as he was unaware of such a thing. Jess, holding on to Bright's arm, stammered, Sir, I didn't know what it was either, so I never said anything. Jess didn't want Mister to worry. Bright crouched down and hugged Jess, feeling somewhat helpless at the sight of this sensible child. Thanks for your hard work, Jess. Afternoon. Because it wasn't far from the training ground, Jess was allowed not to stay there. After returning home, Bright told him that Jess had passed the Knight's test. Everyone was happy for Jess. It seems our empire will soon have another knight. Vaya smiled and patted Jess's head. Over the years, she had come to regard Jess as her younger brother, so she was very happy to hear the news. Will's mother smiled beside him, happy for Jess's success. Seeing Jess reminded her of her own son, Will, and she wondered how he was doing. With tears welling up in her eyes, Will's mother left under the pretext of tidying up, afraid that she would cry and spoil the pleasant atmosphere. Even Erica, upon hearing the news, gave Jess her favorite plush toy as a gift. After the celebration, Bright returned to his room. An apple was thrown into the air and instantly swallowed up by a white figure. I don't understand, Bright. Why are you humans suddenly happy? Just because Jess passed the Knight's test. What's there to be happy about? It's not like you guys passed the Knight test. The silver dragon perched on Bright's shoulder and licked its paw, where apple remnants still seemed to remain. Bright took out his notebook and started writing something in it. He smiled slightly upon hearing the silver dragon's voice. If one day Minos achieves his dream, I will be happy for you. Dream? What is a dream? Silver Dragon tilted his head, looking puzzled. A dream is something you've always wanted to achieve in your heart, and you keep striving towards that goal. For example, becoming the strongest dragon. And Jess's dream is to become a knight. Although he is only a trainee knight now, he has at least taken a step toward his dream. Hearing what Bright said, the silver dragon tilted its head in thought, its beastly eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. I don't know. I guess I don't have any dreams anymore. After thinking it over, Minos said nonchalantly, There's one thing I need to accomplish. At this moment, Minos's gaze fell upon Bright, his expression seemingly containing a profound depth. However, you probably won't be happy after that is done, Brett. Upon hearing this, Bright immediately became interested and turned to ask, What is something that I wouldn't feel happy about after it's done? But at this moment, the silver dragon stopped talking, turned its head into its body, and looked as if it had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Bright couldn't help but smile. Minos really couldn't lie anymore, but since he wouldn't say anything, Bright wouldn't make a fool of himself by asking. Sometimes, even friends can get annoyed if you ask too many questions. Sensing that Bright's gaze had left, the silver dragon slowly pulled its head out, its eyes quietly fixed on Bright. Time passed. Before we knew it, several more days had passed. These past few days, Jess has been going to the training ground every morning and returning around dinner time in the afternoon. Early in the morning, Bright came to the doorway, looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky, and stretched. Good morning, sir. I'm off to training. Jess also got up early and left after saying goodbye to Bright. Vaya also got up early and was currently wielding her wooden sword in the yard that used to belong to Jess. These days, Vaya also takes some time to practice her previous skills. Bright glanced at where Vaya was and wondered if he should find some time to have Vaya learn some skills. After thinking about it for a while, Bright shook his head and put the idea aside. No ruse. Vaya has only recently recovered, so let's wait until she has rested for a while before making any further plans. Suddenly at this moment, a tremendous bell tolled from the center of the capital. It sounds so loud that it reverberated throughout the entire city. As soon as the first bell finished ringing, another bell rang out. Intermittently, 6 loud sounds appeared in succession. At that moment, Vaya appeared beside Bright without anyone noticing. As a princess of the Empire, she knew what that voice meant. The grand ceremony has begun. Chapter 143, Strolling Through the Grand Ceremony. Upon hearing Vaya's explanation, Bright glanced into the distance and muttered, "Has the celebration begun?" In his previous life, they also had many major festivals. Whenever this happened, he would take a day off to rest and relax. Here, there is no concept of holidays. Even if there were, they would be holidays for the nobility, while the common people are still struggling to survive. To be honest, this is my first time attending an imperial celebration, even though I have ulterior motives for doing so. Bright looked away, ready to properly observe the celebration. "Vaya, would you like to go to the celebration together?" Bright invited Vaya, who was standing next to him. Upon hearing Mr. Bright's invitation, Vaya's face first lit up with surprise, but then her expression dimmed. "Sir, I have some things to attend to during the event. I'll come see you as soon as I'm done." "Really? Okay then." Brett didn't say anything about Vaya's refusal, as Vaya had her own things to do. It truly lives up to its reputation as a grand event. This area used to be very quiet, but now you can see many people on the streets. There were local residents, merchants, and even some visitors from other empires. Bright walked down the street, holding Erica in his arms. Because he wanted Erica to push herself a little, Bright didn't allow her to go out wearing the doll, but on the condition that he had to carry her. Erica nestled on Bright's shoulder, her light green eyes gazing curiously at the other creature perched on his shoulder. The silver dragon, resembling a sable, yawned and lay there lazily, ignoring Erica's gaze. These humans are really strange. Why do they all like to stare at me?" The silver dragon muttered to itself. "Wow." Behind him, Jess also stared wide-eyed, looking around with curiosity at everything. Because of the grand event, Yabu gave Jess a 3-day holiday. The event would last for 3 days, with the first 2 days consisting of various activities and fun things to do. The final day is when the princes and princesses make their public appearances and deliver their declarations. Behind them was Joel, who had been brought along by Bright because he might not be able to keep an eye on things himself. He was following behind, and judging from Joel's expression, he seemed to have had a good time these past few days. His previously pale face had regained much of its color. However, he didn't like to talk and just followed behind in a dull manner. Rear. Looking around, a sense of nostalgia appeared in Joel's eyes. The scene before him reminded him of his days in the Empire. Joel's gaze fell on Bright. The organization behind this person is terrifying. It has even infiltrated the upper echelons of the Valley Empire, and even he, the Chief Knight, is part of their scheme. Joel has not forgotten how he got here. If possible, he wanted to learn some secrets about the organization from the person before him, which was also the reason why Joel was willing to submit. The most terrifying enemy is the unknown one. While Joel was thinking, then a voice woke him up. "Uncle, the master is calling us." Jess muttered quietly, "This uncle is so tall. I wish I could grow that tall someday." Looking at Joel, Jess began to daydream. Although Joel did not reveal his power, Jess could vaguely sense something. The uncle in front of him seemed to resemble his captain. Upon hearing the sound, Joel realized he had been daydreaming, so he snapped out of it and followed. For only these 3 days, ordinary people's travel was no longer restricted, and they could freely enter and leave the upper city. Soon, Bright arrived at the street where the grand event was being held, where there were many fun things to do and delicious food to eat. During this time, Bright also relaxed, which was rare for him. Even a shy Erica would peek up at all the new and interesting things she saw. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was evening. Beside an open-air pool, Bright stood there, took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and white smoke drifted into the air in front of him. Joel was standing behind him. Erica and Jess went home. They had played a lot during the day and were unexpectedly sleepy. Bright just sat there smoking, quietly watching the colorful lights in the distance. "Joel, does your hometown have scenes like this?" Bright suddenly asked. Behind him, Joel paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting Bright to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, every spring, we hold a grand feast there, because only at this time will the monsters in the endless deep sea quiet down. Yeah, if I had the chance, I would love to see the feast you described, Bright said, then turned and smiled. Y'all, do you know? In my hometown, there are many festivals. During festivals, friends and relatives get together, have a happy meal, and talk about their recent experiences. Joel's expression became complicated. For them, holidays were a luxury. Those monsters will attack you while you are resting. There are many festivals. Mr. Bright's hometown is Jinsokyo, isn't it? Jinsokyo, a place that exists only in people's imaginations, where there are no monster attacks, no harsh weather, and no hunger. Jinsokyo? Bright shook his head. He knew the legend people were talking about, but the hometown they were referring to wasn't Jinsokyo. As the two were talking, at this time, a figure walked over from not far away. This person was none other than Vaya. She was wearing a long dress in the color of red roses, and her exquisite face was even more beautiful under the light in the distance. Bright, let's go shopping together. Vaya walked over, her beautiful face showing some anticipation as she spoke. Beside, knowing he no longer belonged there, Joel left after telling Bright. Now, only Vaya and Bright stood by the pool. Water occasionally gushes out from the stone statue in the middle of the pool, making sound. Bright looked at Vaya and said, "It seems you've finished your work." Vaya paused for a moment, then nodded. Seeing this, Bright put out his cigarette. Seeing how interested Vaya was, he couldn't refuse, so he agreed. During the event, in order to avoid attracting too much attention, Vaya wore a rabbit mask, then took Bright's hand and began to stroll through the evening's festivities. Chapter 144 Me? Wow, look, Bright. How do they do that? They didn't even use magic. That's amazing. Vaya's curious voice came from behind. Bright looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people gathered directly in front of him. In the middle stood a man. The white dove that had been in the man's hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. While everyone was surprised and curious, the white dove reappeared in the hands of the audience. During this time, the man did not use any magic. Brett glanced at him. Although he hadn't seen the man's movements clearly, the man's clothing and the obvious attempt to conceal something made him think of one word: magic. But soon, before he could speak, Vaya's attention was drawn to another event. Bright smiled helplessly, looking at Vaya's happy expression. Perhaps it was because the thing she had mentioned had been accomplished that she was so happy. Seeing that Vaya was already some distance away from him, Bright followed her. The activity street is a bit more crowded at night than during the day, perhaps because most people rarely go out at night and are curious about the night. A short while later, Bright arrived at a bridge. It has to be said, women's shopping skills are amazing. In those short 2 hours, under Vaya's guidance, Bright participated in many activities. I ate a lot of strange and unusual snacks and played many games. Seeing Vaya still looking excited, Bright could only say helplessly, "Vaya, I suggest you rest for a while. After all, you have too much stuff on you." Bright pointed to the things on Vaya's body and said, the games they participated in before weren't without prizes, and especially with his help, Vaya won many prizes, but she treated each one as if it were a treasure. And so gradually, previously, Vaya was dressed in a long dress and light clothing, but now she is covered with all sorts of small toys and the like. Certainly, Bright wasn't idle either. He also had many prizes in his hands. For example, right now he is holding a half-meter-tall doll in his arms. Vaya responded, calming down from her earlier excitement. She glanced at the prize in her hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. These are all things she worked hard for, and she can't just throw them away like that. Vaya, there seems to be a place that sells bags up ahead. Let's go buy a bag and pack these things up. At that moment, Bright looked at a small shop not far away and said. Upon hearing this, Vaya's previously hesitant mood instantly improved. Okay, Bright, let's go buy bags. The two were preparing to leave. But at that moment, a little girl holding candy ran over happily and bumped into Vaya as she turned around. The little girl fell to the ground, and the candy in her hand fell to the ground as well. At the same time, the doll on Vaya's body fell to the ground. Because of the mask, Bright couldn't see the expression on Vaya's face. "Are you all right, little girl?" Bright walked over and picked up the doll from the ground. The doll itself was fine, just a little dusty. Just as Bright was about to help the little girl up, suddenly at this moment, the little girl on the ground suddenly became frightened, her face filled with terror. She backed away in fear, muttering incessantly. I didn't mean to. Bright frowned, then quickly began to comfort the little girl. Finally, Brett also gave the little girl a doll, which he had won at an event. After the two left, Bright glanced at Vaya beside him. Vaya's mood seemed a bit off from the beginning, and she didn't say anything. Could it be because of the toy that fell to the ground earlier? Bright considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. Vaya wouldn't do that. A short while later, after arriving at the shop and buying bags, the two felt much more relaxed. Perhaps because of what had just happened, Bright brought Vaya to see the circus. On stage, several wild animals performed various actions under the direction of circus staff. There were quite a few people seated in the audience. When they arrived, there were almost no seats left, so they had to sit at the back. The circus staff didn't seem to expect so many people to watch. The tents they set up during the day weren't enough, and although they provided seats, the audience at the back had to use umbrellas to watch. Upon seeing the circus, Vaya seemed to recover from the previous somber atmosphere. Sitting in the chair, looking up at the animals inside, looking at Vaya's dress, I realized that here, regardless of the weather, women wear dresses to show off their beauty when attending parties or events. Bright took off his coat and covered her with it. Vaya, who was happily watching the animals perform, was stunned for a moment when she suddenly felt an extra piece of clothing on her body and felt its warmth. She turned her head and looked at Bright with some confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why he did this. Bright looked at the circus and said softly, "Wear these. Your body has only recently recovered, and it's still difficult for you to cope with this kind of environment." Upon hearing the explanation, Vaya finally looked away, though she felt a strange and longing for this warmth, something she didn't voice. The circus performance has ended. Bright took Vaya and prepared to go back. It was already very late, although there was no curfew on the night of the celebration. But you can't stay out all night, can you? The two walked along the path they had previously explored. Two glowing spheres hung on either side of the street. "Bright, I have something to do, so I won't be going back yet." At this moment, Vaya suddenly spoke. She was still wearing a mask, so her expression was not visible. Blake nodded, not surprised by what Vaya said. "By the way, please tell Vaya for me not to work too hard." "Ow, how did you know?" Vaya's voice turned much colder. Bright turned his head and looked at Vaya in front of him and said slowly, "Although you two look alike. But you seem to have forgotten that she has a scar on her back, perhaps because of that painful memory." She won't lean her back against the chair. "Bright, what if Vaya doesn't succeed? Or what if I don't want to go back? I will help Vaya gain new wings." "You're going to kill me?" Bright did not answer and turned to leave. In place, Vaya stood there, a strange look flickering in her eyes, perhaps from the embarrassment of being recognized, or something else entirely. "Bright!" Suddenly at this moment, Vaya called out Bright's name loudly. Brett, who had already walked some distance, turned around and looked at Vaya. All I saw was, Vaya took out an item from her person. Even though it was late at night, and even with only the light from those two orbs, Bright could still clearly see what Vaya was holding. The moment I saw it, Bright's expression changed instantly. That was an identification tag. The text above is in Bactrian language. Picture, name, XXX, certificate. At the same time, Vaya's voice came through. "Bright, this is yours, isn't it? The person in the picture looks just like you. Do you know why I'm paying attention to you?" Vaya's gaze, hidden behind her mask, was fixed on Bright. She spoke softly, but her voice carried clearly to Bright's ears. "Because, on the day I awaken and peer into the future I saw did not include you, but you defied the world's perceptions to find me and gave me this item. You said yourself that you would help me when you see this. So, Bright, I'm also very curious about your answer. Now that you've seen this, even if I don't want to go back, do you still want to go back to your original idea?" Chapter 145, Saint King. "Are you sure it's me?" Bright walked over, his cold face appearing calm, but his heart was in turmoil. His qualification certificate somehow ended up in the hands of another Vaya, and according to her, it was given to her by herself. A variety of questions arose in Bright's mind. On her shoulder, the figure of the silver dragon appeared. After glancing at the qualification certificate, her eyes flashed, and she seemed to be thinking about something before lying back down. "It's you with the exact same face. Your face is quite distinctive. I think I'm not mistaken. This thing really is Bright's," Vaya thought to herself, seeing Bright's reaction. At first, she also thought that the person she met might not be Brett, because that person was just too powerful. Even she couldn't imagine what kind of being could transcend the world's understanding. But now, Brett recognized the item in her hand and perhaps the person she had seen before really was Brett. "Can I have it?" Bright asked. Vaya did not refuse. This was what she was going to give him anyway. After receiving the qualification certificate, Bright held it in his hand and examined it carefully. Plastic products did not exist in this world, but at this moment, something he was very familiar with appeared before his eyes. Bright clearly remembered that he had lost some of his personal belongings when he traveled through time. At first, he thought it was because he had suddenly appeared in this world that those things weren't here, but now, his previous assumptions were shattered. His personal belongings came with him to this strange world, but then disappeared. The qualification certificate in his hand is one of his personal belongings. Bright was examining it carefully, while another Vaya was silently waiting beside him. She was also very curious about what choice the Brett in front of her would make, and whether the Brett she saw had foreseen her fate, or what, which was why he gave her this thing. Perhaps she could learn something from this Brett in front of her. Moment. Bright confirmed that the certificate in his hand was his own. "Where is he?" Bright suddenly asked. If he could, he would love to see himself in person. Vaya was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. He left. "Bright, time cannot be crossed. Your future self cannot come here. It's already quite astonishing that you were able to find me at all." Vaya replied. This is her understanding, and also the understanding of the gods and angels. Having inherited a portion of the power of the gods and angels, she knows that the future cannot interfere with the past. This is the rule of this world. However, there is one being who can be said to be the creator of this rule, but that God has been gone for a long time. Upon hearing what Vaya said, Bright frowned. He thought of what had happened with Wendy before. Bright clearly remembered that he had intervened in the past at that time. However, seeing the serious look in Vaya's eyes, Bright didn't say anything. Although Vaya had gained his approval on a certain level, she was still a stranger to him, and there were some things he couldn't easily say. Having already made a decision, Bright put away his certificate and said, "I will help you." This was all the work of the dead emperor. You know, Vaya's eyes under the rabbit mask suddenly changed. She seemed not to have expected Bright to mention that person. It's something you can figure out just by thinking about it. But most people in this empire are just too afraid of him. Behind every incident lies the traces of Duke Lun and that dead being. Duke Lun was just following his orders. So, what exactly is he plotting? Bright asked Vaya, voicing his true thoughts. Is it immortality? Is it the ultimate power? These are two of Bright's conjectures, and perhaps only these two things could drive the king of an empire mad. Opposite, Brett was overthinking things based on the change in Vaya's expression. Perhaps it's because we already know too much. If this person is on that person's side, then I might be wary of him. Vaya glanced around, her lips trembling slightly beneath the mask, and the next second her body vanished from the spot. As she disappeared, Vaya's voice appeared in her ear. He made a pact with the demons. In exchange for sacrificing an entire nation, he would gain the throne of the Demon King. I don't know what that item means to you, but you shouldn't get involved in this matter. This is an agreement between Vaya and me. Vaya has something to do these few days and won't be going back. Don't worry, she's safe. Upon hearing the words in his mind, Bright stood there for a moment, pondered, and then left. In the alley, sensing Brett's departure, Vaya took out a doll from her hand and examined it. It was a gift from an event she had attended earlier. After looking at it, she put the doll away and left. Back home, Bright returned to his room. Bright took out the qualification certificate he had received earlier and examined it carefully. Demon King. This name has appeared once again. However, at this time, suddenly, Bright saw that the certificate in his hand was emitting a pure white light. The next second, he found that he was no longer in the room, but in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, the place was unfamiliar, but the buildings outside were strangely familiar, especially the people standing around him. This seems to be inside a royal palace. The top seats were empty, but the bottom seats were full of people. On the right side of the first row, Bright saw Yab standing there, wearing an exquisite suit of armor. In the crowd behind, I also saw Lordiction of Poda. The people standing here are at the very top of the imperial power structure. In the middle of the crowd was a red carpet that led straight to the throne. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the magnificent golden gate behind them, as if they were waiting for something. Brett stood on the red carpet, seemingly unnoticed by those around him. Just then, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Welcome, your majesty. Say 99. Holy King." Whoosh. The moment that voice rang out, everyone present turned sideways and knelt down toward the door. Chapter 146, Slit Image. With a deep, resounding sound, the magnificent golden door was opened. Immediately afterwards, a figure dressed in formal attire walked in. She wore a crown inlaid with the finest magic stones, from which colorful light swirled, wearing a magnificent robe interwoven with red and black. And so, she slowly walked toward the throne. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Bright's pupils contracted. "Vaya!" Brett exclaimed in shock. "The person in front of me, who is called Saint I, is none other than Saint I. Vaya. No, it's not her." Bright then shook his head again. Although this person looked exactly like Vaya, you could tell from her eyes that this person wasn't Vaya. Rather, it is Vaya's wings. She became an empress? Did their plan succeed? Bright pondered to himself. He was in his room earlier, but the white light on his qualification certificate suddenly brought him here. What was the purpose of that white light bringing me here? Did you witness Vaya ascend to the throne with your own eyes? Bright didn't know. However, even after becoming an emperor, why is there no joy in Vaya's eyes? Instead, it's more like the look of someone whose life has come to an end. Bright noticed Vaya's unusual behavior. Bright continued watching. All I saw was, under everyone's watchful eyes, Vaya sat on the throne. But it was at this very moment that the once magnificent throne suddenly turned black, and an eerie black aura instantly swept through the entire hall. After enveloping the hall, the black aura then spread rapidly to other areas of the empire. Ordinary people shrouded in the black aura turned into human bones in the blink of an eye. Even knights, who were regarded as heroes by ordinary people, could not resist this strange black aura. In an instant, the entire capital was filled with the cries of people and their calls for help. In the hall, the powerful and wealthy below began to resist this dark aura. However, one of them, a man of noble status standing in the front row with long blonde hair, was kneeling on the ground like a cultist, his handsome face filled with a crazed expression. On the throne, shrouded in black mist, Vaya remained motionless, as if she had become a puppet. Behind her, within that mass of black mist, Bright seemed to see the head of a demon appear. The devil laughed maniacally within the black mist. The moment the black mist appeared, it was as if the entire empire had begun its countdown to extinction. Just moments ago, the whole country was celebrating, but in an instant, it turned into a living hell. Suddenly, a voice that was very familiar to Bright appeared in his ear. "Don't let her sit on the throne." Hearing that all too familiar voice, Bright's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, he lost his composure and shouted loudly. "Where are you? Why am I suddenly here? What's going on with this strange world?" Bright shouted, wanting an answer, but the voice did not respond. When he blinked again, Bright found himself still in his room. The hellish scene he had just witnessed had not materialized, and the people outside were still celebrating the grand event. As if he had been pulled from the deep sea, Bright took a deep breath as he returned to his room, his chest heaving. "Bright, you've disappeared." At that moment, the Silver Dragon's voice came. The Silver Dragon, now fully transformed into its dragon form, stood on the table, looking at Bright with its long, narrow dragon eyes scrutinizing him. Just now, Bright disappeared from the room. The disappearance that Minas spoke of was not an ordinary disappearance, but rather, in that instant, Bright completely vanished from this world. "I disappeared." Bright knew where he had just gone, but he couldn't tell Silver Dragon, who hadn't yet revealed his purpose for coming to his side. "It's nothing," Bright said casually, not wanting to get entangled with Silver Dragon on this matter. Silver Dragon glanced at Bright, then transformed into the form of a dark sable and went to sleep on the bed. "I'm not going to care anymore, Bright." Snort. Thoughts returned. Bright took out his notebook and began to organize his thoughts, recalling what he had just seen. Vaya has ascended the throne. A demon that suddenly appeared, and in that one's own voice. Prevent Vaya from ascending the throne? Yes, the last voice Bright heard was his own. He hadn't misheard. That's why Bright was so agitated. Okay, now you know. He took me there. Was what we just saw Vaya's final fate? However, I didn't see Vaya, but rather another Vaya. Where's the real Vaya? Although I have some doubts. However, Brett learned that the other plan Vaya had mentioned had likely failed. The consequence of failure would be that all the people of the Empire would become food for the demons. Prevent Vaya from ascending the throne? This is what I said myself. Now, Bright knows only two possibilities Vaya will sit on that throne. The first is that Vaya becomes the winner of the throne ceremony, at which time she will sit on the throne. Secondly, what he just saw was that when Vaya truly becomes the ruler of the empire, she will sit on the throne. Bright was organizing his thoughts in his notebook. Then a cross was drawn on the second one. Demons cannot appear suddenly, nor can they devour the entire empire, as I previously witnessed. If it's truly that powerful, why didn't it just appear directly instead of going through so many twists and turns? Bright's gaze fell on the first option. Therefore, it is highly likely that it occurred during that so-called throne ceremony. Someone tampered with the ritual and succeeded, sacrificing the entire empire's lives to the demon, which is why the demon could so easily take people's lives. Based on what I said, therefore, it is highly likely that the other Vaya is the core of this ceremony, and the ceremony will be completed when she sits on the throne. Bright put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. So, if you want to prevent what you just witnessed, we must prevent Vaya from ascending the throne during the throne ceremony. But what is the other Vaya's plan? He hadn't paid attention before, but now Brett felt it necessary to know about the other Vaya's plans. The next day, early in the morning, Bright then went to the slave exchange and found Dylan. Joel's body is almost recovered. He is indeed worthy of being the former chief knight. However, it will be difficult for him to restore his strength to level 8. This will take a lot of time. As for the Dark Mage, Bright couldn't tell how much he had recovered. He still looked like a skeleton. Hey Bright, it's nice to see you again. T. Lung, dressed in a muscular outfit, walked over. Chapter 147 Inquiry. Thank you, Dylan. I'm here this time to take the Dark Mage and Joel away, Brett said to Dylan. Although the two were part of the same organization in a sense, Dylan had no reason to help him. The reason he helped him was probably out of consideration for their previous friendship. Okay, if you're not coming, I was going to send them over to you anyway. That monk is like a ghost. It's bad luck for me to have him here. A short while later, as Bright emerged from the slave exchange, 2 more men in black robes appeared behind him. Bright then found a temporary place to stay nearby. The Dark Mage remained the same as before, looking like a skeleton and not speaking unless Bright spoke. He would only turn his head when Bright spoke. Otherwise, he would mutter to himself, not knowing what to say. The Dark Mage comes from the depths of the south, a place teeming with monsters. Humans have yet to set foot there, with only occasional accounts and travelogues. Therefore, Bright didn't know much about Dark Mages. The grand ceremony is about to end, and the princes and princesses will all be there. The house he rented was very close to that location, which is why Bright rented this place. 2 level 7 powerhouses can do a lot of things in a certain sense. Brett felt he needed to meet Vaya. Perhaps he could learn something from her. Bringing Joel and the Dark Mage here was also, just in case, because Bright didn't know how many guards would be at the grand ceremony, nor did he know their strength. But since many nobles will be present, the surrounding guard force must be as solid as an iron barrel. After settling the 2 in, Bright returned home. Jess wasn't home. Mrs. Cook, Will's mother, was tidying up in the yard, and the little girl next door seemed to be doing her own thing because Jess wasn't home. When the door opened, only Erica was in the room, and she was drawing at the table. Upon seeing Erica, Bright felt a pang of shame. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't spent much time with Erica. He knew that although the little girl was afraid of people, she also longed to play with them. Erica! Bright put down his hat and walked over. Mr. Bright. Hearing Bright's voice, Erica, who was drawing, looked up in surprise. Bright hugged Erica and ruffled her hair. Erica, once Vi's matter is resolved, I'll take you on a nice trip. Erica squinted her eyes and happily agreed. The following afternoon. Today is the last day of the grand ceremony, and also the time for the nobles to meet. After getting ready, Bright told Erica and then went out. On the street, most people went to the gathering place. After all, being able to see those powerful and influential people was a very rare opportunity for ordinary people. Bright followed in the crowd. Suddenly at this moment, a glint of green light flashed in his eyes. Bright was startled. Just moments ago, a surge of power had suddenly erupted from within him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have become the center of attention. After regaining his senses, Bright quickly found the source of that power. Wendy. Her natural power has been upgraded. It has been upgraded from level 5 to level 6. That's why a power suddenly appeared within him. It was a feedback from Wendy. Feeling the power within him, Bright's mind conjured up Wendy's image. He wondered how she was doing now, and whether she was pursuing her own plans after returning to the kingdom. At the same time, far away in the Elf Kingdom, on the battlefield, Wendy wore a suit of blue and white armor, her stunning face shrouded in a blue and white helmet. The corpses of enemy elves were scattered on the ground. Wendy was cleaning up the battlefield. There had been more and more conflicts lately, and even though she was on the second line, there were still many enemy elves trying to sneak in from time to time. Roar! Behind him, the white tiger was no longer the same as before. Its enormous body, like a small mountain, followed behind Wendy. Even though the surrounding elves knew that the white tiger was the princess's companion and posed no danger to them, they still dared not approach it. Feeling the changes within her body, Wendy was stunned for a moment. She had advanced, which meant that she had taken another step closer to her goal. Soon, Bright arrived at the agreed location, where Joel was already waiting. Bright didn't bring the dark mage along, but instead had him hide in the shadows. After all, the guy's eerie aura was highly suspicious, even if he were wrapped up in a ball. The celebration concluded in a huge square, surrounded by a dense, dark mass of people. Knights were stationed around the area to prevent anyone from causing trouble. As the Imperial anthem played, the first to appear was the eldest prince, who was said to be almost 40 years old. He looked like a middle-aged man, wearing a gorgeous uniform with small eyes and blonde hair. If we were to say who would be happiest when the emperor dies, it would undoubtedly be this eldest prince. When the emperor was still alive, he had no chance whatsoever, but now that he is about to grow old, who would want to be a prince for the rest of their life? It's impossible that the eldest prince was unhappy when the emperor suddenly died. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the eldest prince walked onto the stage and delivered a passionate speech. In short, it boils down to this. I'm the most senior. Only I can manage this empire. Next was the second prince. Next was the third prince. After everyone had finished speaking, Brett still couldn't find Vaya. What's going on? In the crowd, Bright frowned slightly. Vaya was also one of the chosen people for the throne ceremony, and logically, she should have given a speech here as well. But why didn't it appear? On the other hand, Joel didn't seem to care much. This wasn't his empire, and he was only temporarily following the person in front of him. As the final ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse. At this time, a voice called out to Bright. Mr. Bright, this is what the princess asked me to give you. Hearing the voice, Bright turned around and saw a familiar face. Yabu. After handing over what he had, Yabu turned and left. He had many things to take care of. As for Bright's doubts, this is the choice I've made, Mr. Bright. Chapter 148, The Throne Ceremony. After Yabu left, Bright looked at the letter in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. When did Vaya subdue Yabu? After reading the contents of the letter, Bright lowered his eyes slightly. Night. Bright sat on a bench on the street. At this time of day, there were hardly any people around, except for the occasional patrolling guard. But coincidentally, these guards of Yabu ignored Bright sitting there, even though he had already broken the rules of the night. Not long after, a figure sat down next to Bright. The person was completely shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to see their features. But Bright knew. The person sitting next to me is the real Vaya. Under the black robe, Vaya's expression was a mixture of sadness and faint joy. She was overjoyed when she learned that Brett wanted to help them. It was the happiest time she had experienced in the past few days. Sir, please stop. You don't need to continue. Vaya began to speak. That's why she met with Bright tonight. Instead of answering, Bright asked, what is her plan? Vaya's expression was complicated. It is death. Vaya spoke up because she knew that Bright's initial idea was to kill Wings, so she thought that if she spoke up, Bright might stop. Yes. Because they don't know I'm still alive. I'm the one who's been showing up in the palace these past few days. She is preparing. She plans to kill herself when the throne ceremony begins. Only then will this matter end. There's a constraint within her body. Only by breaking the constraint can she kill herself. She succeeded, and I will ascend the throne. She failed. I will stand up as a true princess and expose their wicked side. Then, with Wings, I can summon him. Bright listened, then turned to Vaya and said, Understand, I won't interfere with your decision. Of course, you can ask me for help any time if there is any danger. Thank you, Mr. Bright. Vaya's heart trembled. If she could, she really didn't want Bright to get involved in this matter. Back home, Bright already knows the whole plan. The other Vaya wants to kill him to end it all. Bright hadn't expected Vaya to reach out to him and tell him about it. In the room, Bright sat under the light, deep in thought. The ending he envisioned was that another Vaya would eventually sit on the throne, and then the demons would descend. Although I don't know why it wasn't the real Vaya, the outcome was already decided. Failure. The other Vaya did not kill herself during the ceremony. So, what exactly happened during the throne ceremony? Unfortunately, in his previous experiences, Brett had not seen any footage of this process. If he had seen it with his own eyes, he might have known why the other Vaya had failed. Just as Bright was thinking, at this time, the Silver Dragon's voice appeared in his mind. The Silver Dragon appeared on the table at some point. Bright, let me make this clear first. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. If I'm not mistaken, that woman from before had the blood of an angel in her veins. Although, under normal circumstances, a complete angel bloodline can indeed summon the will of an angel. Bright looked over. Silver Dragon continued. But, Bright, that ancient god is very weak for some reason, just as I said before. She couldn't even stop me, which means she no longer has the power to interfere in the present world. Of course this doesn't mean I'm weak. However, if she still has the power, she should stop me when I come over, since my act of smuggling has offended her a little in a sense. The Silver Dragon continued. Furthermore, I have not sensed his will in this empire. This is normal in other empires, but not in this one. Then there's only one fact. He no longer has the power to intervene in the present world. Upon hearing what the Silver Dragon said, Bright's pupils contracted. Does Vaya know that she can't summon angels? Bright thought about it and decided to tell Vaya about it. But he quickly recovered from his surprise. The throne ceremony will begin tomorrow. When we parted earlier, Vaya reminded us that the Empire's 3 great knights will guard the palace, and the forces hidden in the shadows will also participate. At this time, the royal palace was like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Whoever went there would die. Even with his improved strength and some trump cards, Bright didn't believe he could withstand 3 level 8 knights. Although Yab might not attack, the other 2 Imperial Knights were no ordinary knights. Bright tapped his fingers on the table. Going to the palace is a must for her, because the other Vaya's plan will fail. Don't rush, Bright. Think about what you still have that you can use right now. Bright pondered. His future self sent him to save Vaya, meaning that his future self believed he could save Vaya. In other words, he possesses something or the ability to save Vaya. What could possibly save Vaya? What exactly did I experience in my future self? The next day, the grand ceremony has ended. The festival that belonged to ordinary people has come to an end. What follows is a game for the powerful and wealthy. Throne ceremony. Most nobles would choose to support one side at this time and provide resources accordingly. Now, in a luxurious castle, the eldest prince enjoyed the servant's service, lying on the animal skin sofa and eating the fruit offered by the servants. He knew that he would soon become the king of this empire. But the younger siblings had no hope at all. What happened? Why haven't the Duke and the others arrived yet? On the sofa, the eldest prince looked around and realized he was about to attend the throne ceremony. The dukes and earls who supported him should have arrived at his place by now. But now, the time is almost up. Why hasn't anyone come? Chapter 149, The Night of Light. The eldest prince, Di Ting, panicked. He was completely panicked. The throne ceremony is just around the corner, and now, those who should be supporting him have simply vanished. Such things have appeared in historical records, but in most of them, the betrayal occurred at the end. Di Ting stood up and ran outside with a somewhat frantic expression. Deep down, I long to see those who support me outside. But there was still no one there. His supporters didn't come. Instead, he was greeted by the ritual executors. The executor of the throne ceremony does not belong to any power, but only to the emperor. The person in front of me wore a red robe that covered his entire body and a golden winged mask on his face, revealing only his eyes that showed no emotion whatsoever. Your Highness, it's time to proceed to the ceremony location. The executor dismounted, bowed respectfully to Di Ting, and then spoke. According to the rules, if the eldest prince does not go, his qualification will be revoked, and the prince who does not go will permanently lose the qualification to compete for power. Di Ting looked very bad. He had persisted for this position for so long, but things went wrong at this final stage. Good. Wow. Di Ting said, his gaze icy cold. Even if he dies, he wants to die knowing why. He wants to see what really happened. At the same time, the problem wasn't limited to the eldest prince. All the princes who participated in the throne ceremony encountered issues. Now, behind the palace lies the only remaining angel church in the empire, where, it is said, divine angels once appeared. Therefore, the Holy Empire established its empire with this as its center. The thrones ceremonies and coronations of emperors throughout history have all taken place here. The church is now eerily quiet. Perhaps this will be its last time to crown believers, or perhaps, in the near future, even this church will be demolished. Outside, almost all the powerful ministers of the empire gathered here, and some who had important business would send their children to participate with their decisions. This church of origin is not ornate. It looks quite rustic. Only one older nun was sweeping the floor. A large caravan of knights arrived here. They stood apart, guarding this place. Because the core of the empire is gathered here today, and a ceremony that will affect the fate of the empire is about to take place. All 3 knights of the Iceni Empire have come. Yabu, clad in silver armor, stood on the outer perimeter, sword in his right hand, gazing around. Previously, when he was only level 7, his top-tier combat strength allowed him to advance to one of the 3 great knights. Now, at level 8, he can be said to have firmly secured his place among the 3 great knights. Yabu, I heard you advanced. Looks like I'm going to be 3rd this time. A middle-aged man with stubble walked over and greeted Yabu familiarly. With their 3 knights subordinates all around guarding the area, only the other 2 knights among the 3 could speak like that. Yabu looked over. The burly man before them was Ella Lev, the 2nd-ranked Holy War Knight among the 3 great knights. With his powerful physique, he is practically a human monster among knights. Yabu responded. In a sense, the relationship between the 2 can be described as that of colleagues. Previously, with his level 7 strength, he was able to fight the Holy War Knight to a standstill, but ultimately lost. But now, Yabu feels he might be able to defeat the Holy Knight and take 2nd place. Moreover, Yabu could sense it. Although the person in front of him appears harmonious on the surface, he is actually treacherous and extremely jealous. Before he was promoted to one of the 3 great knights, he had been attacked many times, most of which were related to the Holy War Knights. I heard you've broken ties with the Duke. I was really surprised when I heard this news. It seems that even the little bird that has been sheltered all this time wants to fly. Yabu, you've really grown up. Lev grinned, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He is now middle-aged or elderly, and before long, his body will definitely become weaker and weaker. Yabu was in his youth, and it could even be said that he had not yet fully realized his potential, yet he had already achieved the status that Lev had worked so hard for his entire life, which made Lev very unhappy. Previously, because of the Duke, he couldn't come out openly. But now, Yabu and the Duke have broken ties. Even if I killed Yabu on the spot, I could easily find a suitable excuse afterwards, and there wouldn't be any problems. It's important to understand that duels between strong individuals don't just stop on a whim. Yabu ignored him. Instead, he silently gazed into the distance. Seeing this, Lev wisely left. There was no rush. After all, no matter what he did, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble during the throne ceremony. At this time, a knight riding a mutated golden horse approached. With long, golden hair and a handsome face, he seemed to radiate light. This man is the leader of the 3 great knights, the Knight of Light. No one knows his strength, because those who tested him are all dead. Upon seeing this, Lev also turned his head away in boredom. This guy isn't human. Lev fought this monster, and the result was obvious. He lost, and lost badly. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Even so, Lev didn't dare to cause trouble for his opponent afterward, as the difference in strength was too great. Lev even began to wonder if this guy had already advanced to the disaster level, level 9. Level 8 is already the top combat power in this world. And above that, there are also these titles that do not belong to ordinary people. Level 9, disaster level. Level 10, forbidden level. Level 11, God. Level 9 is already transcendence. And at level 10 you might still find some clues, but level 11 is just a legend with no basis whatsoever. Upon seeing the Knight of Light, the 2 exchanged glances, and Yabu nodded as a greeting. The other person nodded politely, and then left to do their own thing. Watching the other person leave, Yabu frowned deeply. He knew more or less about the princess's plans. If we were named the biggest obstacle here, without a doubt, it would be the Knight of Light. Although Yabu was somewhat unwilling, he had to admit that the Knight of Light alone could stop everyone here, and even the Holy Knight was no match for him. If the Knight of Light were to intervene, it would likely cause much more difficulties for Her Highness. I will not interfere. After the throne ceremony begins, my men and I will leave here. The sudden sound beside his ear startled Yabu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yabu hurriedly looked in the direction where the Knight of Light had left. Chapter 150. The ceremony proceeds. Yabu was deeply shaken. He never expected the other party to say such a thing. Doubt and confusion immediately troubled his mind. At this time, the voice of the Knight of Light appeared in his ears again. This is a promise I made to a former emperor. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I have something else to do. The sound disappeared. Yabu gripped his sword tightly. Now that the Knight of Light wasn't interfering, things would be much easier for the princess. Where did they go? A magnificent carriage stopped outside the church, and the eldest prince stepped down. As soon as he came down, he started talking loudly, but he was the only one outside the church besides the knight. Your Highness, please be quiet, Yabu said as he walked over. Diting's face immediately turned extremely ugly. All his people had disappeared or betrayed him. How could he calm down now? The eldest prince was about to curse when, suddenly, a voice came and made him stop. Brother, calm down. Listen carefully and look in the direction of the sound. A carriage stopped nearby, and a man stepped down from it. The man was dressed in ordinary clothes, adorned with a few jewels. He was handsome, with a smile always on his lips, giving him a friendly appearance. Was it you who did this? Upon seeing the newcomer, Diting instantly flew into a rage, stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and demanded an explanation. Yu's men dared not make any move, because that person was the eldest prince. Yu still had a smile on his face. He wasn't angry about his older brother's actions. Brother, how could I possibly harm your people? Yu smiled and removed Diting's arm, straightening his collar. Not you. Diting calmed down a bit from his anger and realized that his actions had been somewhat indecent. It wasn't me. Yu nodded and continued. However, we may find out about that person soon. Brother, didn't you notice? You came here this time without anyone by your side. Upon hearing this, Diting realized that he had been so focused on Yu in his anger that he had overlooked his surroundings. And now, he saw that Yu was surrounded only by servants. You should know that although Yu seems like a nice guy, Diting knows very well that he is the most terrifying one, which is why he suspected him immediately. Upon seeing that it wasn't Yu, Diting's face instantly darkened, and he looked at the entrance with hostility. Who exactly is that? It actually possesses such immense power. Yu pursed his lips. Unlike his older brother, he wouldn't express his thoughts. He was also curious about who had done it. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly at this moment, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. A group of knights walked in from outside. Meanwhile, a magnificent carriage followed behind. Upon seeing the carriage, Diting and Yu knew who the visitors were. The fourth princess, Saint Ivyvaya. But when the two saw that the fourth princess's carriage was followed by a series of elaborately decorated carriages, their expressions changed drastically. Diting's face darkened even more. Yu lowered her eyes slightly, her gaze shifting, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Beside her, Diting said through gritted teeth, "It seems that fourth sister is really capable. She has even won over our people." One after another, familiar carriages bearing the family crest appeared before him. Perhaps. Yu's voice was so soft that Diting couldn't hear it clearly. But at this moment, Diting could no longer hold back and stopped Via's carriage. He glanced at the person beside him with hostility. Duke Lin, according to the rules, you should be neutral, so why are you in my sister's group now? Beside him, the alluring and handsome Duke Lun dismounted and bowed respectfully to Diting. Then he said, Your Highness, according to the rules, I should remain neutral. But now, I am merely following the new emperor ahead of time. Because, given the current situation, I can't think of any reason why the fourth princess would lose. You! Diting coughed up a mouthful of blood and reached out to attack Lin, but he was stopped by the guard around him. At this time, Duke Lin's cold voice rang out. Send the crown prince back to his seat and immediately begin the throne ceremony. On the other side, while everyone's attention was drawn to the first prince, the second prince, Yu, quietly approached a carriage. The owner of this carriage was Count Tim, someone Yu had trusted from beginning to end. Count Tim's daughter is his wife, and with Count Tim's help, he also received some unexpected assistance. But now, he has betrayed himself. Knock, knock. You knocked on the carriage door. I am Yu. You don't need to open the door. Of course, you have your own choice, and I won't blame you. I'm just curious, what exactly made you make a different choice? Inside the carriage, an aged voice rang out. After the ceremony, run away. Go find the Knight of Light. He should be able to help you. I'm entrusting my daughter to you. Upon hearing these words, Yu's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he quickly left the carriage and returned to his seat. At this moment, Yu, who always wore a smile, for the first time put away her smile, replacing it with endless silence. His gaze fell on the fourth princess's carriage. What exactly is inside? At the entrance of the ancient angel church, Di Ting and Yu stood on either side. Of the princes, only the two of them had come. In the middle was a red carpet that led straight into the church. This was originally the time for the princes to compete for power. The subordinates would fight amongst themselves to determine a ranking, and the first place winner would be the first to walk the red carpet to the church to receive the angel's blessing. Finally, if one successfully receives the angel's blessing, that person will ascend the throne. If unsuccessful, the next person in the ranking will advance, until someone sits on the throne. But now, his subordinates betrayed him one after another, leaving no competition. The fourth princess naturally became the first person. Click! At this moment, the carriage door was opened from the inside. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to that direction. All I saw was Vaya, dressed in her finest attire, stepped down from the carriage. Ignoring everyone else, she stepped onto the red carpet and strolled into the church. Chapter 151, The Established Ritual. Now, the eldest prince and the second prince stood on either side. Now that they were the losers, their only qualification was to wait here. They prayed that the fourth princess had not received the angel's blessing, because only then would they have chance. But such an opportunity is slim, because the first 8 emperors of the Iceni Empire were all the first victors in the throne ceremony. Under everyone's gaze, Vaya stood tall and proud in front of the ancient church. At this moment, Vaya's eyes were calm, but what those around her couldn't see was that a black mark flashed across her forehead. She looked at the door in front of her, her eyes expressionless, placed her hands on her chest, bowed slightly, and spoke calmly. The successor of Saint I beseech the great saint. Thump! The distant and resounding bell rang out. As the bells rang, the church doors were slowly opened. On both sides stood rows of beautiful women, dressed in pure white clothes, carrying flower baskets filled with one pure white flower after another. At the end of this red carpet stands a statue of an angel. The statue has outstretched arms, as if embracing something, and below the statue is a throne made of gold. Looking at the statue, Vaya walked towards the throne. After the maids on both sides finished throwing out the flowers they were holding, they knelt on the ground to welcome the new king. The moment Vaya walked into the church, click, the church door closed automatically. The blessing was not to be spied on. All the people outside had to do was wait. When the bells rang again from the ancient church, it would mean that a new king had appeared. Outside the church, Duke Lin looked expectantly at the doorway. His mission would be complete the moment he escorted the princess inside. Next, all you have to do is wait. His master will return to the mortal realm under the watchful eyes of the gods, mocking their weakness. He will build an unprecedented empire and bless his beloved people. And he will be the first to make his own contribution. Duke Lin said softly, I wish you success, my great master. As the princess went inside, Yabu looked at the ancient church not far away and began to silently repeat in his heart the words praising that ancient god. He was seeking forgiveness for the impending blasphemy, or perhaps to put his mind at ease. At this moment, Vaya, greeted by her maids, arrived at the foot of the throne. There was no one to preside over the ceremony, because no one was qualified to represent the authority bestowed upon her by the gods. Looking at the throne before him, he sat down. In an instant, the ancient ritual left on the throne was initiated, and a dazzling light emanated from the statue behind him. But the next second, the light from the statue dissipated completely, as if her summons had gone unanswered. But at that moment, a purplish-black mark appeared on Vaya's forehead. The mark detached from her body and flew towards the location of the statue. It seemed as if something inside the statue had been awakened. A purplish-black mark appeared on the forehead of the originally pure white and holy statue, and a human eye appeared in the mark. He looked around and finally focused his gaze on the person sitting on the throne. In an instant, the statue shone with light once more, but this time it was not white. Instead, it was black, the color that represented evil. As the mark left, Vaya regained her senses. Looking at the black light surrounding her, she knew that she had already sat on the throne and that her body could no longer move. Descendant of Saint I have heard your call, and now I will bestow my blessing upon you. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared beside Vaya's ear. Even though she couldn't turn back, Vaya knew who the voice belonged to. He is her original father. He wanted to steal the saint's authority, exercise the bestowed rights in his place, and finally exchange the faith of the Empire's people for thousands of years with the demon, thereby gaining the power and authority. This is the ending she saw in the clip. But she won't let that happen. She still has a chance to retaliate. As the black mist enveloped, all I saw was a small golden sphere appeared in midair between the statue's palms. These are objects built upon the beliefs of the Empire's people over thousands of years, and also channels through which he intervenes in the present world. Every emperor would touch this passage before bestowing blessings to verify his own purity. His body must be free of evil forces. Otherwise, when one touches upon things of faith, one will be lost in this endless passage, and one's soul will be banished. Within her body lies a powerful evil force. The golden ball slowly descended in front of her. Looking at the faith that countless people had gradually built up before her, Vaya smiled slightly and slowly extended her hand. From the moment her will was born until now, her life has been very short. If I had to pinpoint the only happy time, it would probably be the night of the celebration when I spent time with that man. However, that man wanted to kill her, but alas, he could never kill her. Behind them, the human eyes atop the angel statue watched all this with anticipation. Once these wings successfully ascend the throne, he only needs to complete the final step of the ritual, absorb the wings. At that time, he will possess the authority of that ancient god. Look, what an exciting moment this is. But at that moment, Vaya's hand hovered in midair, only a few centimeters away from the golden ball. Just as she was about to touch it, she stopped. In an instant, not only were they shocked by the mysterious human eyes, but even Vaya herself was stunned. Vaya was shocked. Why did her body suddenly become uncontrollable? The eyes of those atop the statue were equally astonished. Why did the restraints he placed on that human fail? Even rituals couldn't force her to act? Why is that? The man was puzzled. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like this since he came into this world. My own power has become ineffective. However, at this moment, the church doors were opened from the outside. The next second, a voice that made Vaya's heart tremble appeared. Sorry, I'm a little late. Some things are bothering me, and I have to think about them carefully. Bright. Upon seeing the newcomer, Vaya's eyes widened in shock on her throne. She never expected that Bright would suddenly appear here, and even appear directly in front of her. What are you doing here? You can't kill me. You will die. Suddenly, it seemed that Bright's appearance had caused her to break her promise to the original body. On the throne, Vaya said angrily. Chapter 152 Anchor Point. The human eyes on the statue silently watched the suddenly appearing human. Bright, a name that is both unfamiliar and familiar. During the days he slept inside the idol, he seemed to have heard his servants mention this name. However, after carefully examining the humans before them, I lost interest. An ordinary human being. He was a little angry. What were his own servants doing? Why would they allow an ordinary human to interfere in this sacred ceremony? The church doors were opened. The sound from outside could also be heard coming in. Wielding a giant axe, the Holy Knight, his muscular upper body exposed, stared at the person blocking his way. He was utterly shocked and felt as if he had gone mad. Yabu, you're really amazing. Tell me, who gave you such audacity? How dare they disrupt a sacred ceremony? The Holy Knight looked around at the knights who had raised their long swords at him, and for a moment he wondered if he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could we have witnessed such an absurd scene? That's absolutely astonishing. Across from him, Yabu, sword in hand, ordered his knights to guard the church entrance. These were men he had carefully selected and confirmed. These were his companions willing to go mad with him once in a while. A visible energy appeared on Yabu's body. Yabu's eyes were cold. Lev, it's time for an ending between us. Stop using those vulgar tactics. Let's have a fair and square competition. Ha ha. Lev put his right hand to his forehead and laughed. How long had it been since he had seen such a crazy person? If I'm not mistaken, you're not a knight of the Empire. On the other side, Duke Lun looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a calm tone. Joel did not answer. His task was simply to guard the place and prevent anyone from entering. Seeing that Joel did not answer, Duke Lin straightened his clothes and said slowly, "This is infuriating. You have disturbed the Master's ceremony, and I must offer you to the Master to atone for my sins." As for the mouse that just ran in, I believe our great master will surely punish it. Not far away, a dark mage dressed in black robes stood before a group of nobles, with one skeletal creature after another standing behind him. The sudden appearance of the strange object made many nobles hesitant to make any rash moves. The current situation is beyond their control, and most of the nobles among them did not want to get involved. It was all because of the call from the dead emperor. Just when someone was about to make a move, suddenly at this moment, in the crowd, Akshin stood up and walked to the dark mage's side. He knew this was Mr. Bright's subordinate, so he wasn't worried. Everyone was astonished by Akshin's actions. Meanwhile, somewhere in the empire, a group of men in black gathered together. Bright went there. He's really crazy. I think we should prepare someone else. Wait a minute. There's no time to train another person now. Time is running out. Damn it, why didn't we stop him? Everyone at the round table fell silent. They knew some of the crazy things the king of this empire was doing. If Bright succeeds, they will also benefit, because if this demon awakens, the demons in the Holy Knight Empire might awaken ahead of time. Even if they knew, they dared not personally stop the resurgence of the demons, because they were well aware of the consequences. Bright loosened his collar slightly. It was a little hot. After finding the method, he practically ran all the way here. Bright looked up at Vaya, who was already seated on the throne. He took his black umbrella and walked towards the throne. On the statue, human eyes gazed with keen interest at the humans before them. Anger flashed in the man's eyes when he saw him trying to approach the throne. Moment. A large, black hand reached out to grab Bright's position. However, at this moment, just as the giant black hand was about to approach Bright, it instantly collapsed, and the boundless black energy turned into smoke and dissipated. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly shocked. Suddenly, the human eye could sense an extremely powerful force emanating from the statue. Even his will was being slowly driven away. When people saw what was below, they were immediately filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Below, Bright had appeared before the throne without anyone noticing. The silver dragon perched on my shoulder, turned its head to the side, and a layer of silver light emanated from its body. Clearly, she was the one who helped Bright get to be here earlier. Before Vaya could react, Bright placed his hand on the golden ball first. Looking at the other Vaya in front of him, Bright smiled and said, "It seems my idea was correct. This must be his anchor point. I am sorry, Via. Your plan will fail, because he can no longer intervene in the present world and cannot appear on his own initiative." At first, Bright was just speculating. The reason he was able to connect with Vaya was because of the existence of the virtual frame, and his current abilities are also due to the existence of the virtual frame. This is his greatest ability and his secret. If even this fails, Bright has no other options. However, the moment he controlled Vaya through the virtual frame, he was already certain. Even if what's in front of him isn't Vaya herself, he can still control her through the virtual frame. Bright had no idea what this virtual box actually was, but he was certain that the virtual frame did not connect with Vaya out of thin air. There must be some unknown force that created a connection between him and Vaya, since it is used as a connection. So, he might also serve as a kind of anchor point, except that he is not passive, but active. Since he cannot appear on his own, then we should go find him ourselves. All I saw was, as soon as Bright's hand touched the sphere of light, Bright felt some kind of extraordinary power surging into his body through the orb of light. A dazzling light burst forth from the sphere of light, and at the same time, golden light emanated from Bright's body. The instant he absorbed that extraordinary power, a familiar voice appeared beside Bright's ear. "You've finally come, Bright." When Bright came to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was pitch black all around, except for a stone statue in front of me. He couldn't see the statue's face clearly, but he could tell from the wings on its back that the statue was him. End of chapter 153. Did you know I would come here? Bright looked at the statue and asked, because from the other person's tone, it seemed that he knew he would come here. "No." A faint voice emanated from within the statue. "Can you get involved in things outside?" Bright is still concerned about things outside, which is why he came here. It wasn't possible before, but it is now. The stone statue in front of him remained completely still, so Bright had no idea whether it had made a move or not. The enemies outside were simply not on his level. For now, we can only hope that he will intervene. "Bright." The ethereal voice appeared again, and Bright looked over. A golden light appeared from the statue's forehead and then flew to its right hand at an extremely fast speed. The voice slowly said, "Here's what you wanted. Now I cannot leave this place. As per our previous agreement, you may call me 3 times before you have grown up. In the human world, I have another name, Saint. Call my name and I will appear to help you." Looking at the object in my hand, I could vaguely see a pair of golden wings through the golden light. Looking at the wings, Bright glanced at the stone statue in front of him with a puzzled expression. "How did you know I needed this? What will happen to Vaya and her? And what about the agreement between us? Was it him?" The wings in his hands made him somewhat worried about the fate of the other Vaya. The he that Brett is referring to is naturally his future self. The statue did not answer completely. Instead, it emitted a golden light, and at the same time, Bright's body slowly disappeared, about to leave this place. She developed her own consciousness and is my child. Time is running out. It is forcibly awakening and is about to lock onto this place. Bright, next, I will teleport you to the Holy Night Empire. When you stand at the summit of Holy Night, you will know everything you want to know. Bright, thank you for everything you've done. Watching his body disappear, Bright remained silent. For the first time, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped him. All of this happened because he lacked power. What will I want to do in the future? Why was I suddenly teleported to the Holy Night Empire? And what exactly was the agreement between him and this ancient god before him? But no one told him why. Bright knew. This is all because my strength is too weak. This inexplicable passivity made him feel powerless. Just as he was about to disappear, the ethereal voice appeared in his ears again. Bright, let me give you a piece of advice. The Silver Dragon Minas is unreliable. When Bright returned to the church, everything around him seemed to freeze in time. On the angel statue, the human figure's eyes were glaring angrily in their direction. On the throne, another Vaya looked at her with a worried expression. After Bright returned, time began to flow. Human eyes were also driven away by the power within the statue. The angel statue seemed to come alive, with wings materializing behind it. All I saw was, the statue's gaze fell upon Bright, and it was to deliver this human to the Holy Night Empire as agreed. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened, and a storm surged within the clouds. The next moment, a giant, purplish-black eye appeared in midair, with countless pupils. Finally, it fixed its gaze on Bright, and countless eyes instantly converged on him. Bright was not afraid. He raised his head and stared intently at the giant eye in the sky. All of this is because of it. Suddenly, in the sky, space seemed to be torn apart, and a huge, ferocious arm emerged from the crack. At this moment, the people who were fighting outside stopped. They were incredulous at the monsters that appeared in the sky. Some of the weaker ones couldn't even lift their heads. "Ha ha, my great lord! Your faithful servant welcomes your arrival." Dukelan laughed and knelt down. As Joel looked at the giant eye in the sky, his scalp tingled with fear. A keen sense of crisis was constantly warning him. This feeling was even more terrifying than when he encountered a giant sea monster. Joel turned his gaze to Bright inside the church. Why would such a terrifying monster appear? Could it be because of Mr. Bright? The giant hand reached towards the church, its target Bright. It wanted to crush the irritating insect. Looking at the palm that resembled a giant screen, with a snap, Bright snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared in his hand, flickering slightly. Ignoring the terrifying pressure, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Bright blew a smoke ring into the sky. This passive feeling was really unpleasant. Looking at that giant eye, Bright slowly said, "Monster, wait. Next time we meet, I'll pull you down from the sky and kill you." As if it understood Bright's words, countless pupils in the giant's eyes moved, and it became angry. A giant hand appeared on top of the church, intending to destroy it along with the church. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, the angel statue moved, and like a living person, it blocked the giant hand. "Bright, you should leave now. I'll handle things here." The angel's voice appeared in Bright's ears once again. At the same time, a golden light appeared from Bright's body, which was rapidly dissipating. Just as Bright was about to disappear, "Mr. Bright," a figure ignored the oppressive aura from the sky and ran towards them. Are you leaving?" Vaya looked at Brett, who was about to disappear, and felt very reluctant to let him go. "I'm sorry, I was originally planning to take a break for a while, but it seems that won't be possible now. If you could Could you please apologize to Erica for me? The gentleman has something to attend to and needs to leave for a while. Vaya controlled her emotions, which were on the verge of collapse. She didn't know what Mr. Bright's situation was or what might happen, so she could only think of the best-case scenario. I will. Vaya readily agreed. Bright smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to the girl sitting on the throne. Vaya is kind-hearted, so I'd appreciate it if you could help her out in some ways. The other Vaya turned her head to the side. Who wants to listen to you? You were even thinking of killing me at first. However, before Bright could finish hearing those words, he instantly lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he seemed to hear Vaya calling out. And at the very end, when that giant eye looked at him, it seemed to have cast a curse on him, and a strange energy surged into his body. Chapter 154 Afterwards, Bright awakens. Old newspapers of the Iceni Empire. Sinai 8, June 6th, 3312. The capital city was attacked by an unknown force. The throne ceremony was disrupted, and the throne collapsed. On June 7th, the first prince and the second prince led most of the nobles to leave the capital and go to their respective fiefdoms. The next day, they were crowned kings. On June 9th, the angelic miracle that had disappeared for a century reappeared. The retinue of light enveloped the capital. Under the witness of the miracle, Saint Ijax ascended the throne and was given the title of Dawn Empress. On June 20th, Empress Dawn issued an imperial decree demanding that the eldest prince, the second prince, and all nobles submit to the new emperor's rule, or they would be punished for treason. June 21st, on the outskirts of the capital, in a remote room, Jess got up early, ate breakfast prepared by Mrs. Cook, and then went to his training area. Currently, only the righteous knight, Yabu, remains of the three great knights in the capital. The Knight of Light has disappeared. After that day, the Holy War Knights sided with the second prince. As a result, the imperial capital, which originally required the joint management of three knightly orders, now only had the Knights of Justice left. Yabu is very busy, and we rarely see each other now. Instead of riding a horse or taking a car, Jess chose to run to the training ground. The distance wasn't too far. It would take him about an hour to run at a steady pace. Therefore, Jess would arrive at the training location an hour early every day. Every morning before leaving, Jess would knock on Mr. Bright's door and say, "I'm going out now, Mr. Bright." Mrs. Cook also cared about him a lot and would prepare breakfast for him in advance. Jess glanced at Mr. Bright's door before leaving. Mrs. Cook also cleaned Mr. Bright's room. Although Mr. Bright had disappeared, everyone believed that one day he would return. And at that time, he will also become strong and will not be a burden to Mr. Bright. Jess, you'd better come back early, okay? Don't train too late. Mr. Bright asked me to keep an eye on you. At the door, the little girl Phil, who had gotten up early, yawned as she saw Jess appear. I understand. Jess didn't seem to be very good at greeting people his own age, and he stammered a bit as he spoke. In the royal palace, a huge explosion suddenly rang out, but the surrounding attendants didn't panic. Instead, they seemed quite used to it. These sudden explosions started more than 10 days ago. At that time, they were surprised and worried that something might have happened in the palace. But after the Empress gave them her instructions, they stopped worrying. Instead, I'm curious about who caused the explosion. Inside the main hall, upon hearing the sudden explosion, Vaya, who was dealing with something, looked up and glanced in one direction with some concern. Is Erica working too hard lately? This can't go on. Vaya is no longer the little girl she used to be. After a series of events, her demeanor underwent a significant change. She was no longer the girl who relied on Bright, but the empress of this empire. However, her expression was somewhat unpleasant, partly due to Bright's departure, and partly because the empire had too many matters to deal with. It seemed as if all the pin-up issues had suddenly come crashing down. Especially her two older brothers, who now want to split the empire, which she cannot allow. This was a brief moment of peace that Mr. Bright had bought at the cost of his disappearance, and she would not allow it to be destroyed. What can we do then? Even if I looked just like you, that little one wouldn't listen to me. She's gone now, and you're the only one who can stop her. On the sofa, a woman dressed in a black dress with a face identical to Vaya's was eating fruit and said helplessly, "With his help, she has completely separated from Vaya's body and belongs to a separate life form, like a twin sister." Vaya sighed and stood up. She decided to try and persuade Erica that she couldn't keep working so hard and that she needed to rest. She had promised Mr. Bright that she would take good care of Erica while he was away. The Holy Knight Empire and the Isaac Empire are far apart, and a giant mountain range separates the two empires at their border. At this time, in a cave in a forest somewhere in the Holy Knight Empire, on the animal skin carpet, a person slowly sat up, supporting himself on the ground with his right hand. Wow, where am I? Bright woke up. For a moment, his head had been throbbing with pain, as if someone had pricked him with needles. He rubbed his forehead, which eased the pain somewhat, but it still hurt a little. But at this time, to Bright's surprise, the burn marks on the back of his right hand had been covered by a strange eye-shaped mark. And he had seen this eye before. It was the giant eye he had seen in the sky that day. The instant he looked into the eye, a sharp pain shot through his mind, and he vaguely saw that eye reappearing in mid-air, looking at him. But this eerie feeling only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The marks on my hand are not an illusion. They're still there. Wow. Bright, you bastard. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang in Bright's mind. Bright looked up. Outside the cave entrance, a familiar white figure was standing. Minus. Looking at the silver dragon resembling a sable, Bright asked in confusion, while at the same time, the angel's instructions came to mind. The silver dragon Minus is unreliable. Minus is untrustworthy? This made Bright hesitate as he looked at the silver dragon. After all, Minus has helped her a lot since she appeared. So Bright hesitated. Bright, you bastard. However, before Bright could think any further, the white figure transformed into a sharp sword and pounced towards him. Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Bright's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, the sound of the silver dragon kept going off like firecrackers. Bright, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. How can you sleep so much? I've slept for one too. Never mind. I don't even know how many days it's been. It's been a very, very long time. Do you know how I've been spending this time? Food isn't really scarce, but I'm expected to take care of you, you bastard. I'm still a baby dragon who needs to be taken care of. How could I possibly take care of you? Chapter 155, Violet Territory. Despite the pain in his abdomen, Bright pulled Minus out of his arms. Minus, I'm a patient now. I can't take this. Minus tilted his head. Patient? What is it? She didn't know what a patient was. All she cared about now was that Bright had woken up. Before Bright woke up, who knows what kind of life she led. Occasionally, she would eat wild animals that passed by, and because they weren't processed, the meat always tasted a bit strange. She also ate wild fruits from the forest. Once, she ate a purple wild fruit, and as a result, the whole dragon felt unwell. Not only did it taste terrible, but she also had diarrhea for a whole day. Moreover, besides herself, she also had to feed Bright, give Bright water, and stuff food into his mouth. Snort. Minus broke free from Bright's grasp and sat down on the ground. I don't care if you don't give me fruit from now on, Bright, I'll bite you. I'll bite you. As Minus spoke, he made an opening gesture. All right, there will be fruit, Bright chuckled. He then stood up from the ground. Perhaps because he had been unconscious for too long and his body was operating at a low speed, he had some difficulty getting up. A series of cracking sounds rang out. When Minus heard this, he thought Bright had turned into a skeleton monster. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Bright then realized that the cave entrance was actually on the edge of a cliff surrounded by steep rocks. Looking down, there was a forest about 100 meters high. Bright couldn't help but glance at the silver dragon that was perched on his shoulder again. This guy is actually quite clever. At least from this position, he can keep out most wild animals. He was still wearing the same black suit as before. However, because he was unconscious, his suit smelled a bit bad. However, it seemed that he owed Minus another time. Bright looked at Minus on his shoulder. The little guy was asleep now, lying on his shoulder. She had been very tired these days, and when she smelled the familiar scent again, she relaxed and fell asleep. Bright looked at Minus's panting face, smiled slightly, and then walked back into the cave. Evening. Minus, who had slept soundly all day, woke up to find herself lying in a cave with a burning fire in front of her. You're awake. Are you hungry? Come and eat this. Beside the fire, Bright handed the roasted wild rabbit meat to Minus. Seeing the rabbit meat in front of him, Minus's eyes lit up. He swallowed the meat in one gulp, making muffled noises as he ate. It's delicious. This is exactly the taste. Wah! Bright, you have no idea what I've been eating these past few days. Minus had tried grilling meat before, but every time she ended up with a burnt mess that didn't taste as good as eating it raw. Minas shed tears of emotion upon tasting this food again. She's a baby dragon, and she's worked so hard to take care of Bright. It wasn't easy for her. Okay, I promise you'll get to eat this often from now on. Looking at this easily satisfied young dragon, Bright made a promise. Minas didn't speak. She just kept eating the roast meat. Only when Bright was roasting the meat would she occasionally glance at him, and it was unclear what she was thinking. After a day of rest following waking up, Bright has come to accept his current situation. This should be the Holy Night Empire. However, he was unsure of his exact location. Well, I know the answer if I stand at the summit of Holy Night, Bright murmured softly, looking out at the forest. Early in the morning, after quickly clearing the cave, Bright left with the silver dragon. The most important thing now is to find out where we are in the Holy Night Empire, and then find a temporary place to stay, rather than this shabby cave. Minas, now back to his former comfort, nestled on Bright's shoulder, occasionally licking the fur on his legs. This body is such a hassle. This white fur is just too annoying, but she can't turn into a dragon, Minas thought to herself as she licked the white fur. Bright walked along the forest in one direction. Because Minas had been hunting in the forest these past few days, she knew there were traces of people in that direction. Bright then set out to search in the direction she suggested. Once the person is found, things will be much easier. He could just give himself some silver coins, but because the teleportation was somewhat sudden, he didn't have many silver coins on him, and he didn't know if the silver coins of the Yashingni Empire were useful in the Xingye Empire. Speaking of which, are there no currency exchanges here? On the way, Bright slowly considered the various possibilities. Finally, as the sun was about to set, he emerged from the dense forest behind him. On his way out, Bright sensed strange gazes watching him from the forest, but they made no move. Bright thought that this was probably because of Minas. Soon, Bright then saw a fence made of wooden stakes not far from the forest. Like a territory, there were two other people patrolling outside. However, when Bright saw the coat of arms hanging in the middle of the territory, he was startled. He recognized the pattern on it. The little flowers looked like the violets from his past life. After quickly tidying his clothes, Bright headed towards the territory in the distance. Bright thought to himself that he only hoped the lord of that territory was an easy person to talk to. After all, he was very tired and didn't want to get entangled with him any longer. On his shoulder, Minas was still asleep, and perhaps thinking of something, drool was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Bright's presence attracted the attention of the guards outside the territory. Noticing someone approaching, Matthew drew his sword, pointed it at Bright, who was walking this way, and said angrily, "Those guys must be here again, trying to plunder the Lord's property while the Lord is not here." The other guard didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stepped aside and made way for the others. "Matthew, let's give up. Didn't we lose enough people last time? If the Earl hadn't happened to be passing by, our territory would probably have been plundered long ago. Be smart, or you'll at least avoid death. Get out of here, Kir. Just wait. I will report your actions to the captain and the butler." Upon hearing this, the man beside him looked on with disdain. "Come on, Matthew. I saw the captain packing his things yesterday. I guess he'll be leaving in a few days. As for the steward, he's busy stealing the Lord's property right now. He has no time to deal with us. Matthew, why don't we leave here too? I've never been with a woman before, and I don't want to die like this." Chapter 156, Heidi, the Half-Blood. Matthew turned his head away, no longer listening to what Gil was saying. A sense of sadness welled up inside him. When the Lord was still alive, how could those surrounding merchant lords possibly bully their territory? Now, the Lord has been missing for several months with most of his elite troops. At first, it was all right, as everyone was wary of the Lord's previous authority. But as time went on, and there was still no news of the Lord, the people around him began to become increasingly unrestrained. They seized the land that belonged to them. They seized resources from their territory. They were even disqualified from participating in the slave trade. A few days ago, the neighboring Lord of York even led his men to attempt to directly plunder their territory, showing no regard for their status as lords. If they were truly noble territories, the Lord of York would naturally not dare to attack so recklessly. However, their territory consisted of merchant lands, that is, lands divided among slave traders. However, they are still different from true nobles. Even if disputes or battles occur between merchant territories, the Holy Night Empire will not intervene. If Countess Lilith hadn't happened to pass by that day and stopped the fight, their violet territory might have been gone long ago, and their people would have been sold into slavery by Lord York. Hey, Kia scoffed. The Lord hadn't been heard from for months. Something must have happened to him. Rather than clinging to this wretched territory, he'd rather think about how to survive. After all, he, Gil, was just a slave bought by the Lord. The figures in the distance were getting closer and closer. Matthew gripped his long sword tightly, because at this time of day, few passers-by would typically come to their territory, and given its remote location, it was rarely visited. Therefore, the person in front of him was very likely sent from another territory. Although there was only one person, Matthew did not dare to underestimate him. This world has never lacked strong people. We're almost there. Wake up, Minas, and help me see if there are any powerful individuals hiding inside. As they were about to reach the territory, Bright pinched the silver dragon's cheek on his shoulder to wake it up. Her senses were far superior to his, allowing her to perceive many powerful individuals that even he couldn't. Moreover, judging by the time, it was already dinner time, and he couldn't let Minas continue sleeping. Minas yawned deeply, then squinted at his territory before lying down again. No, it's full of weak humans. Upon hearing this, Bright felt relieved. In his current state, he could only exert about 50% or 60% of his strength. After all, the Holy Knight Empire was a slave empire, and the wandering people were in the most danger. Stop ahead, you people. This is our violet territory. Tell me why you are here. Matthew pointed his long sword at the humans who were already walking in front of him. Opposite, Bright looked up about to speak, but at that moment, he saw that the guard who had just been pointing his sword at him was now trembling as he looked at him. The next second, Bright saw the guard opposite him suddenly kneel down and shout, "Your lordship, you've returned." Matthew, damn it, he didn't recognize the Lord. Upon hearing the sound, Bright froze on the spot. He was somewhat confused about the current situation, but he seemed to have figured something out. Besides, when G heard Matthew's voice, he thought Matthew had gone mad, but when he turned around and saw Bright. Clang! Another person knelt down. Keel groped his way to Bright and wiped his shoes with his hands. "My respected and trusted master, you have finally returned. Your faithful servant Gil prays for you every day. Last night, a bright star shone in the sky above the twin stars, and your loyal servant knew then that it was the afterglow of your great master." Matthew blushed when he heard what Keel said. Shameless. That guy Keel is absolutely shameless. They were just thinking about leaving the territory, but after seeing the Lord, they changed completely. Upon seeing the scene before him, Brett was initially quite surprised, but then he began to guess what was going on. If nothing unexpected happens, this must have been left behind by the deceased Brett. He only knew that the other party was a slave trader, but he never expected that he would have his own territory in the Holy Knight Empire. Did the angels know? So that's why he teleported himself to this area? That's what I was thinking, Bright thought to himself. Ahem, Bright coughed, stopping the person in front of him. After instructing him not to make a fuss for the time being, Bright entered the territory. The territory was surrounded by a fence made of wooden stakes, and the houses on both sides of the snowfield were also built of wood and stone. Compared to the Isani Empire, the standard of living in the Holy Knight Empire seems to be much lower. I wonder if this is only the case in my territory. Perhaps because of the heavy snow, the doors of the houses on both sides of the road were all tightly closed. As Bright walked along, he would occasionally see one or two people. They walked trembling, wearing only one or two pieces of clothing. Even when they saw Bright, they didn't look up at his face, but walked past with their heads down. As Bright surveyed his surroundings, he walked toward the innermost part of the territory, where a castle-like structure stood completely out of place with the land. So there's no need to worry about getting lost. Soon, Bright arrived at the castle. There were no guards at the entrance, so Bright walked straight in. There was no snow inside the castle, so someone must have cleared it. Ouch! Just then, a small figure appeared before Bright, struggling to carry a wooden bucket filled with clothes. With each step she took, icy water splashed onto the little girl's hands. The little girl's hands were already red from the cold. This is a little child, but her ears are not human ears. They are light blue, fan-shaped, fin-like ears. Clearly, the little girl in front of them was a hybrid of a human and some kind of deep-sea race. The little girl noticed Bright and turned to look at him. When she saw Bright's face, she seemed to feel as if she had seen it somewhere before, but the little girl quickly looked away. She had things to do. Otherwise, I'd get beaten up again today. However, just as the little girl was about to carry the wooden bucket away, the strange man stood in front of her. Bright reached out to remove the bucket from the little girl's hands. only to find that she was holding it tightly. Heidi looked warily at Bright. What are you doing? Why did you steal Heidi's job? Is this a job? Bright frowned upon hearing this. Suddenly at this moment, a voice came from inside the castle. You little brat, why aren't you going to wash up yet? See if I don't teach you a lesson. A woman of decent appearance was standing by the window, looking angrily at the little girl. A short while later, Bright saw it. A woman dressed in a gray-white maid outfit came out, holding a wooden stick in her hand. With that, he walked aggressively toward the little girl's location. Upon seeing the woman, Heidi immediately put down the bucket, squatted down, and covered her head with her hands. It seemed that Heidi had experienced this before, so she didn't run away. She knew that if she ran away, it would hurt even more, and she wouldn't be able to speak. If she spoke, she would be beaten even more. All I can do is silently endure it and wait for them to calm down before finishing my work. Heidi held her head, awaiting the impending pain. She comforted herself, telling herself it was all right, that she could go back to her work soon. But the next second, Heidi felt no pain in her body. She curiously peeked outside through her fingers. To her surprise, she saw the maid who often beat her kneeling on the snow, her face showing signs of panic. Chapter 157, The Violet Baron 1. Heidi looked over curiously, wondering why Mrs. Gina had suddenly knelt down. At this moment, Gina was no longer as arrogant as before. She knelt on the snow, her body trembling. Even though her gray skirt was soaked and her legs felt the cold, she dared not get up. She trembled and said respectfully and haltingly, "My lord, you're back." Gina was rude just now. Bright silently looked at the other person without saying a word, then turned and pulled Heidi, who was kneeling on the ground waiting to be beaten, to her feet. The fabric on her legs was soaked through, but she didn't seem to feel cold. She just looked at the strange person in front of her with curiosity. Heidi didn't dare to look at Bright closely, and only dared to lower her head and steal a glance. The person in front of her is someone that even Lady Gina is afraid of. Lady Gina even calls him the Lord. Could he be the Lord who has been missing for several months? Heidi glanced at it curiously. Heidi felt a little scared when she thought about what she might have said that might have been a bit presumptuous. But the next second, she heard a voice. You don't need to do any work today, you can go home now. Heidi looked up, somewhat bewildered. She wasn't sure if she was being addressed to herself. It wasn't until she saw the other person's gaze that Heidi realized that this mysterious lord was indeed the one she was talking to. Heidi didn't say anything, silently put down the wooden bucket in her hand, and left. The little girl left. Only then did Bright turn his gaze to the maid kneeling on the ground. Seemingly sensing the lord's gaze, Gina felt both regret and fear. Why had this lord suddenly returned? At the same time, he also felt dissatisfied with Heidi. Damn it, it's all because of that little thing. If it weren't for her, how would the lord have witnessed his rude behavior? It's all because of that damned little thing. She had already told the butler that the little bastard couldn't work in the castle, but the butler refused her request in order to save a little money. Get up. Please put this umbrella on the door of my room. Oh, and by the way, let everyone in the castle know that I'm back, and also tell them to come out to the snow outside the castle. Bright handed the black umbrella to the maid. He needed to know the location of his room and couldn't just ask. During my absence, it seems that a lot has happened in the castle and my territory. Brett's voice was like a hammer blow, and Gina's face turned deathly pale upon hearing it. Of course, she knew what had happened in the castle during this time. At first, everyone was a little wary, but the more wary they were, the more casual they became. They even secretly sold many valuable items inside the castle. Gina's arm trembled as she accepted the ordinary black umbrella. The maid left. At this moment, only Bright was left here, or rather, it was one person and one beast. Bright looked around. Before me stood a 4-story castle built of stone, with a huge violet coat of arms hanging at the top. To the right, not far from the castle, there is a training ground of moderate size with rows of weapon racks. But they are now covered with snow, and only their shapes can be vaguely seen. It's unclear whether there are no more warriors in the castle or no one is training there anymore. But this training ground seems to have been empty for quite some time. Arriving in front of the castle, Bright pushed open the main gate of the castle. The brown, patterned door creaked as Bright exerted force on it. The heavy doors were pushed open, revealing a spacious hall that was very clean and sparsely furnished. Bright's gaze shifted upwards. In the middle of the hall, there are spiral staircases on both sides, and a picture frame hangs on one of the walls on the second floor. The photo in the frame is of him. In the photo, he looks radiant, his eyes sparkling, and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, barely suppressing the smile that was about to break out. He seems to be full of hope for everything. Bright was a little distracted as he looked at the enlarged photo. To observe another Brett so closely, Bright felt as if he were looking in a mirror. He was almost indistinguishable from the person in the portrait, except that their expressions were different. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, some commotion arose in the castle. Some people saw Bright standing in the hall from the corner and couldn't help but cover their mouths. The Lord had really returned. They were utterly shocked. Soon, people appeared outside the castle. They dared not enter the hall because the Lord had told them to stand in the snow. At this time, a middle-aged man came down from upstairs. He was wearing a white shirt underneath a black vest, and his hair was combed back with a gleaming finish. He was dressed like a nobleman. He is Martin, the steward of this castle. Seeing Bright, Martin hurried downstairs and exclaimed with delight, "Ah, my esteemed sir, you're finally back. I think of you every day while you're gone. Go out." Martin paused, thinking that Bright wasn't referring to him. He was the castle's steward, and the Lord had previously trusted him greatly, so how could he possibly say such a thing to him? The weather outside is so cold, and the Lord still needs him to manage the castle. "Get out. Don't make me say it a third time." Bright's cold voice came through. Martin then realized that the Lord was referring to him. His face darkened instantly. He looked outside and saw familiar faces starting to talk. Before Bright returned, he was practically the master of the castle. The warriors and servants had to greet him and bow when they saw him. In Martin's mind, he was no longer on the same level as those lowly servants. And now, Bright is actually asking him to stand up in front of everyone, which is tantamount to saying that he is no different from those lowly servants. Martin smiled slightly and bowed his head respectfully. "Sir," however, he hadn't finished speaking. Martin's body flew out of the hall like a missile and crashed heavily into the snow. The servants outside took a deep breath upon seeing this scene. At the same time, they felt awe at the returning Lord, all bowing their heads and not daring to look directly at him. Bright turned around, looked at everyone, and shook his head slightly. It seems he hasn't managed his territory well. It's only been a few months since he left, and it's already turned out like this. Chapter 158, The Violet Baron 2. Cough, cough. Martin awoke from the excruciating pain in the snow. Lying on the ground, he stared in disbelief at Bright, standing in the hall not far away. He never expected Bright to make such a sudden move, especially since he was the castle's butler. The attack came without warning, and the intense pain in his abdomen prevented Martin from standing. His gaze fell upon the maid closest to him. The maid trembled when Martin glanced at her, and her hands shook as she reached out to help him up. But at this moment, a voice came from inside the hall. "Let him lie there in the snow. No one is allowed to help him up without my permission. You all stand in the snow and enjoy the blessing of the snow goddess. It's been a long time since I've been back. I need to take a good look at my castle." Upon hearing the sound, the maid withdrew her outstretched hands. Martin was so angry he vomited blood. He doesn't understand what happened while the Lord was out. Previously, the Lord had always entrusted the management of the castle to him, and in some matters, the Lord would not even interfere. But now, the Lord seems like a completely different person to him. Ignoring the servants outside, Bright walked into the castle. He needed to take a good look at his own castle. As for the servants outside, there's no rush to clean them up immediately. It's not too late to deal with them after I've understood most of the situation. This castle has 4 floors. Aside from the first layer, there are 3 more layers above it. Bright went up the stairs to the second floor. A series of tightly closed doors led directly to an office. After the Lord disappeared, Martin treated the castle as his own, so he didn't allow the servants to run wild in the castle. When Bright arrived at the office, he found it devoid of any fancy decorations. He wondered if they had been sold off or if they had never existed to begin with. There were 2 bookshelves on either side, filled with books and covered with a fine layer of dust. Perhaps those people think these books are useless, which is why they left them here. After dusting off the chair and the table, Bright sat down and opened the drawer on his right. It was empty. The drawer on the left was also empty. Even after all the drawers were opened, there was nothing there. After finding nothing, Bright got up, looked around, and headed to the 3rd floor. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, in front of the innermost room, he saw his black umbrella leaning against the doorway. "That must be my room," Bright thought to himself, and then walked toward the door. But upon reaching the door, Bright felt somewhat puzzled. The doorknob was dusty, as if it hadn't been touched in a long time. It's worth noting that even in his own office, the drawer handles were brand new, clearly indicating that someone frequently rummaged through them. Bright didn't believe that if those people dared to rummage through his office, they wouldn't dare to rummage through his room. So, with a puzzled look, Bright slowly placed his hand on it. Click! After overcoming a minor obstacle, he successfully opened the door in front of him. As soon as it was opened, a stench of decay immediately wafted over. The room was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. With a flicker, a flame instantly appeared between Bright's fingers. Using this faint light, Bright went to the window and drew back the curtains, making the situation in the room a little better. At the same time, Bright finally saw the situation inside his room. Aside from the smell of decay, there seemed to be nothing else wrong. Surprisingly, there was no dust in the room. Nothing in the room had changed. A bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. A simple and simple arrangement. Just then, seemingly noticing something, Bright walked towards a desk. All I saw was, there was a diary on the desk. There was also an unidentified skull on the corner of the table. Just as Bright was about to open the diary in front of him, suddenly, a red light appeared in the skull's eyes. Sensing the strange gaze, Bright turned his head instantly. But the next second, clang! The skull was struck to the ground by a claw, rolled twice, and the red light in its eyes disappeared. Minus appeared on the table at some unknown time. The skull on the ground was also slapped down by her claw. What is it? How can it glow? Minus, curious, leaped off the table and slapped the skull's head with another claw. The skull slammed into the wall with a thud. What's strange? It's not glowing anymore. I'm sure I didn't see wrong. Could it be that I, the dragon, have misjudged? Bright, wasn't it glowing just now? Minus turned to Bright and asked. Bright was already seated in his chair, about to open his notebook, when he remembered what he had just seen and replied, "It was glowing. I knew it was impossible for me to be wrong." Upon receiving Bright's reply, Minus's interest was piqued again. He went up to the skull and slapped it down with his claw once more. Thump! The skull slammed into the wall again. Why aren't you glowing anymore? Minus had just become curious. Ahem, you'd better shine a bit, or you'll get beaten up again, Bright said in a friendly tone. After all, only Minus could hear his own voice. The next second, as if hearing Bright's voice, the skull's eyes instantly lit up with a red light. Wow, you really do glow. Could it be any brighter? Minus exclaimed, intrigued. The skull sensed that the terrifying claws were no longer attacking it. Then the red light in the skull's eyes shone even brighter. Nearby, Bright noticed this strange scene. That skull should be a strange object, but judging from its current state, it shouldn't be a big problem. Bright then looked away and at the notebook in his hand. More than the strange objects, he was curious about what the other Brett had written in the notebook. Bright then opened his laptop. The notes above are in a font commonly used in mainland China. For some reason, Bright felt a little disappointed. Perhaps, compared to common fonts, he would prefer to see the font from his past life on the notebook. On July 9th, I arrived in the Holy Night Empire. The standard of living here is very low. With their help, I began to recruit people. It is worth mentioning that the widow next door is very radiant. July 13th. I haven't had time to write in my diary lately because I've been busy recruiting people. With their help, I've gathered a lot of people, including some who are quite capable. In particular, there's that guy Hall who doesn't obey my orders. I need to find a chance to teach him a lesson. September 5th, things happened so suddenly. I never imagined I'd get directly involved in a war. I don't know if it was all planned, but I'm also glad I got involved. I made quite a few contributions. Ha ha ha. In a few days I'll be a nobleman. For some reason, when I was thinking about a noble title, the name Violet came to mind. What is it? I don't know, but it sounds pretty. So, my noble title will be Violet. Chapter 159, The Violet Baron 3. On October 3rd, I met the King of Holy Night and became a nobleman, acquiring my own territory, the Violet Territory. I hired a fallen nobleman named Martin as my steward. Although he appeared loyal, I could tell from his eyes that he was an ungrateful dog. However, I don't have time to manage these matters now. I need to dedicate all my time to developing my own power. November 9th. Lately, I've had less and less time to write in my diary, and that strange dream is becoming increasingly blurry. I've started secretly collecting some things. On November 11th, to my surprise, I actually found an item from my dream. It was so magical and strange that its power could actually resist the cold winter and withstand the invasion of the goddess of winter. It was simply amazing. I will keep it in the safest place. December 1st was amazing. After that, I found several more items from my dream. They all had various uses. I used them to quickly rise among the merchant lords, and the name Violet began to resound throughout the Holy Knight Empire. On December 3rd, I confirmed the existence of another item. It was in the possession of a cat tribe, so I sent people to slaughter that tribe. Unfortunately, we did not find the item. On January 1st, I discovered a strange phenomenon. It seemed only I could use that magical item. My foolish subordinates couldn't use it at all. It was unbelievable. This further solidified my belief that I should collect all those magical items. On March 3rd, I made a decision. Soon I will travel to the Empire of Asceni, and I hope my decision is correct. Bright stopped reading here because the diary ended there. Judging from the diary, there was clearly more to come, but it had been torn out and its whereabouts were unknown. Did you tear it yourself? Or did someone else do it? And what is that magical item? You put it in the safest place, but where is it? I hope the butler didn't take it. Bright felt a little puzzled and regretful that he hadn't seen the crucial information. But at least one thing was confirmed. This territory belonged to them. On the ground, the skull, the size of a toddler's head, was still glowing red, though weaker than before. Clearly, this eerie skull couldn't continue emitting red light indefinitely. Minus, all done. Bright reached out and picked up Minus, placing him on the table. Minus did not resist, and the novelty only lasted for a short while. After that, she no longer found it fun. Bright picked up the skull. His intuition told him that the things in this room that were kept intact might be related to the skull in front of him. Are you guarding this room? Looking at the skull, Bright asked. However, the skull remained silent, seemingly guessing that the other party didn't know how to express themselves. Bright added, "Okay, you just answer yes or no. If so, then flash a red light. If not, then light it up twice in a row." Hearing Bright's words, the skull was dumbfounded. Its eyes glowing wasn't something that could be done casually. However, when considering that terrifying existence, the skull's rationality flashed for a moment. Upon receiving a response, Bright was certain that the other party understood what he was saying. Since they could communicate, there would be far fewer problems. So Bright began to ask questions. "Were you watching this room?" The next second, a red light appeared in the skull's eye sockets. "You attacked me because you knew I wasn't him?" The skull's eyes flashed briefly, but then seemed to hesitate for a moment before flashing twice more. So much so that even Bright didn't know if the skull knew anything about the situation. He then asked a few more questions. Simply put, this skull is an unknown skull that used to belong to him, but now, due to the silver dragon's violent beating, it has become Bright's property. It cannot move, but it can cast spells. Bright didn't know its exact level, but judging from the current situation, it should be much stronger than himself. He also needs to work hard to improve his strength, since he still needs to pluck a demon king's head from a sky later. After getting a general feel for their castle, Bright arrived at the foyer. The sun is currently halfway down the mountain and about to disappear. The coldest night was approaching, and the few remaining people in the territory had all returned to their homes, trying to resist the cold with the thin wooden planks and the desolate stone walls. Outside, the snow was bathed in the glow of dusk. 6 servants stood on the left, 4 maids and 2 male servants. On the right stood 5 men who were presumably castle warriors. Martin, however, was nowhere to be found. The maid and servant were shivering in the cold wind, hugging themselves tightly, hoping to find some warmth. The 5 warriors were in a relatively better situation. Their physical condition was much better than that of ordinary people, and they were all junior warriors in the warrior system. Although they also felt a bit cold, they did not shiver like ordinary people. Bright came over wearing a new outfit. The clothes in the closet fit him quite well. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even though it was freezing cold, they knelt down respectfully, their legs sinking into the snow. Where are the others? Bright glanced around and clearly noticed that several of the servants and soldiers were missing. "My lord, they have escaped. Just as you were inspecting the castle, Butler Martin fled with several servants and soldiers." One of the servants said. "They escaped," Bright said calmly, as if he had expected this outcome. Bright's gaze fell upon the group, still standing outside. His eyes, like stars in the sky, were filled with mystery and majesty, causing the servants and warriors to avoid direct eye contact. "Then why didn't you leave here with Martin?" After taking a quick look around the castle, Bright had a general idea of the situation. The culprit should be Martin. Although these servants were a bit presumptuous, they probably wouldn't dare to overstep the bounds of the noble supremacy principle. Only a fallen nobleman like Martin would harbor such covetous thoughts. The moment they heard Bright's words, all the servants on the other side knelt down. His expression was one of utter panic. "My lord, how could we possibly leave you? From the moment you bought us, we became your property." 5 soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted, "Lord of the realm, we will always be your loyal warriors. Regardless of blood and fire, we will follow you, whether in life or in death." Chapter 160, A Magical Item, a Lighter? Seeing their exaggerated actions, Bright smiled slightly to himself. Whether they are loyal or not is no longer important. He is short of manpower, and every worker is a worker. Martin left with some men, which saved him the trouble of cleaning up. Those who remained were barely usable. Bright then looked at the servants kneeling on the ground and said slowly, "I have some clothes that need washing, and I hope to finish washing them before sunset. The dust in the castle needs to be swept away. I don't want to see any dust when I wake up tomorrow." On the ground, upon hearing the Lord's words, several servants were immediately filled with excitement. The Lord did not kill them. In other words, they still have a chance to make amends. They all thought at the same time that they would definitely not miss this opportunity. Bright's gaze then fell upon the 5 warriors kneeling there. "Training will resume tomorrow. You will be responsible for clearing the snow from the training field." "As you command," the 5 soldiers said in unison. Looking at everyone, Bright said another sentence. "You're all to do these things yourselves. If I find out that someone has replaced you, you'd better pray that the weather will be warm tomorrow. Otherwise, the reopened wound will hurt a lot." The crowd prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their sincerity and loyalty. Bright prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, a warrior cautiously asked, "My lord, now that you have returned, will you summon your people? They will surely be happy to see you return." Bright glanced at the setting sun, shook his head. "Need not." After saying that, he left. After Bright left, the servants left one after another, not forgetting that they still had many things to do and must not anger the Lord again. The 5 warriors immediately went about their business. Since they had not chosen to leave with Martin, they now had only one option: to follow their Lord. Although they hadn't participated in what happened before, they hadn't stopped it either. It was already a stroke of luck that the Lord hadn't expelled them. Night fell, and a rustling sound came from outside the window. Through the window, Bright could clearly see the entire territory. Wooden and stone houses surrounded the castle, expanding outwards in concentric circles. Excluding the central land, Bright made a simple count and found that there were close to 100 houses. He didn't know how many of the houses were inhabited. At night, there was no light outside the castle. He arrived in an unfamiliar place once again. After watching for a while, Bright sat down at the table, a cup of black tea emitting a slight steam in the upper right corner. This was brought over by an ordinary-looking maid. Her name seemed to be Daisy. If I remember correctly, that should be her name. Bright placed the skull in the upper left corner of his desk. Its eyes would occasionally glow red. It used to be a weapon, but now it had become a toy. Bright picked up the notebook that had been on the table and began to write with a quill pen. "Demon." Brett slowly wrote 2 words in Chinese characters on his notebook. He summarized what he had recently learned. It seems the demons are asleep for some reason, so they cannot interfere with the real world. However, they can be forcibly awakened in special circumstances, which is very dangerous. As he wrote this, Bright couldn't help but glance at his right hand, which was covered by a black leather glove. He hadn't forgotten that there was a demon's mark on the back of his right hand. He currently doesn't know what the purpose of this demonic mark is. When asked, Midas didn't know either. Bright once again suspected that Midas might be a delinquent young dragon who hadn't even finished his basic dragon lessons. Then there's the already dead Bright. When he transmigrated here, he didn't find anything after disposing of Bright's body. But later, Bright discovered that the dead Bright wasn't so simple, and there must be some kind of secret behind it. There's also a virtual frame and a future version of him that has appeared. Yes, right now. The demon will most likely not let itself go, unless it's a philanthropist. Strength, Brett whispered and slowly wrote 2 words in his notebook, whether it's a demon or some other secret. Ultimately, it all comes down to his own lack of strength. If he had been strong enough, he wouldn't have needed to run away. Enhance your own strength. Bright put down his quill, crossed his arms, and looked out the window at the snow and ice, lost in thought. His most pressing need right now is to increase his strength. Right now, there is a route that suits me perfectly. take over this territory, and then develop it into a powerful force. Thinking of this, Bright suddenly remembered the mission that the mysterious organization had given him, which was also to make him stand at the top of the slave-trader hierarchy. Speaking of which, it seems that Joel and the Dark Mage are still in the Iceni Empire, right? I wonder how they're doing now. Looks like I need to find some time to send a message to Dylan. After all, 2 level 7 henchmen are still pretty awesome. Bright stood up and stretched. Now that the goal has been set, the next step is to accomplish it. Also, he wanted to see if he could encounter any characters he could see in virtual frames here. Whether it was Wendy, Erica, or Vaya from before, he didn't have much time to let them grow stronger. Although he received feedback from time to time during this period, the pace was too slow for Bright. He didn't make many demands before, but now he feels he must improve his strength quickly. That day, when he looked directly into the Devil's eyes, he knew clearly that he could no longer grow up so slowly. Therefore, Bright urgently needs to find a character who can see the virtual frame and help him or her grow quickly. On the desk, a blue bead that seemed to contain a starry sky caught his attention. This blue bead is the star bead he bought for Vaya before. Unable to help himself, Bright smiled helplessly. He found this in his pocket when he was changing clothes. It seems that Vaya must have put it in his pocket at some point when he left. After thinking for a moment, Bright put the star bead on the table. Although the skull was a bit cowardly, it was still quite strong, probably with the power of a 5th or 6th rank. Letting it continue to guard this room is a viable option. After stretching, Bright laid down on the bed. The room was very clean. He wondered if it was because of the skull or something else. But at that moment, Bright suddenly felt something under his pillow. When he reached down and took the thing out, Brett froze on the spot, losing his composure for the first time, and couldn't help but utter a sound. All I saw was, in his hand was an orange-red plastic push-button lighter. Chapter 161 Warmth in the Dead of Winter. Is this a lighter? Bright said it again, seemingly unsure about the item in his hand. He was extremely familiar with the lighter in front of him. It even bore familiar old marks. There was a small chip at the bottom of the lighter. Bright clearly remembered that this was caused by him accidentally spilling it on the ground once when he was using it, and the lighter in front of him had an identical chip corner on the bottom. This left Bright somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, he remembered the entry he had seen in the diary before. A magical item? Is this lighter some kind of magical item? Bright lost his sleepiness and picked up a lighter to examine the object closely. The transparent plastic allows you to clearly see the internal structure. Upon closer inspection, the orange-red lighter is completely empty. There is no liquid butane inside. Bright remembered that the diary mentioned that the magical item could ward off the cold winter. So how exactly did it do that? So, out of curiosity, he pressed the button on the lighter. With a click, a flame emerged from the circular iron ring. The flame was not red, but a strange purple. Bright was surprised to see that the lighter was empty, yet it still lit up. Meanwhile, within the territory, the moment that purple flame appeared, an invisible energy spread outward from the castle until it enveloped the entire territory before stopping. At this moment, at the gate of the territory, Matthew looked out into the darkness, breathing on his hands to try and ward off the chill with a little warmth. During the day, the temperature is all right, bearable. But once night falls, the cold intensifies dramatically, and Matthew dares not go to the toilet at night for fear of getting constipated. However, Matthew's face was full of hope. The Lord is back, and he will surely continue to lead them. Phew! At that moment, Keel emerged from the territory carrying a thick coat. Keel tossed the thick coat to Matthew and said, "Here, wear this. The night is just beginning, and it's going to get colder." Hissed. A chill ran through Keel, and he couldn't help but complain. "Damn the cold. Just wait. The Lord knows magic, he will banish you." Seeing the clothes in his hand, Matthew had witnessed Keel's behavior during the day. This guy was a complete opportunist. Noticing the way Matthew was looking at him, Keel didn't care and casually said, "Don't look at me. I had no choice. I still have a long time to live, and I don't want to die like this. Now that the Lord has returned, I will naturally follow the Lord again. Besides, I'm not like Martin, who betrayed the Lord and will be punished for it." Just as Keel finished speaking, suddenly at this moment, he suddenly felt that it wasn't so cold anymore. This familiar feeling reminded him of the time when the Lord was here. Back then, when the Lord was still in his territory, they were the same. The cold air wouldn't invade their lands, and they wouldn't feel afraid of the cold. The Lord later explained that it was because of his magic. "Oh my God, Matthew, it's not cold anymore. Keo reached out and touched the cold air around him. Things he had previously avoided so much were now easily within his reach. Matthew, who was standing nearby, also sensed something was wrong. He reached out his hand and felt the familiar yet strange sensation. He thought to himself silently, "Sure enough, the familiar Lord has returned. He will continue to protect this territory." And it's not just Matthew's case. The anomaly was detected throughout the territory. Those who were familiar with this feeling knew that their Lord had returned. In the room, Bright, who had been examining the lighter, suddenly frowned. He heard a lot of noise outside. Knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door, followed by a woman's voice. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, my lord. Your loyal subjects have since your return and are celebrating your coming back. My lord, we are so glad that you have protected us once again. My lord, should we stop their cheering?" At the doorway, Daisy stood respectfully, sincerely grateful in her heart for the Lord's protection, which freed them from the torment of the cold. "No need, but just remind them to get some rest early." Brett's voice came from inside the room. Upon hearing this, Daisy once again felt the Lord's protection for his people, so she politely replied and left. At this moment in the room, Bright finally understood why there was such a commotion outside. He also sensed the change in the air. It's no longer cold, but a feeling of warmth. Is all of this because of it? Bright's gaze fell on the lighter in his hand, a lighter that could still produce a flame even without fuel. I wonder what happened to this familiar object that caused such a magical change. Bright put away the lighter. The surrounding air remained the same as before and did not become cold again after the flames disappeared. I wonder how long this effect will last. Bright murmured. Night. In a small room next to the castle. The cheers at night woke Heidi from her sleep. There she was curled up on a bundle of odds and ends, fast asleep. He opened his eyes groggily, seemingly curious about the noises outside, since the territory was usually very quiet at night. Perhaps due to her unique physical condition, Heidi was more resistant to the cold than the average person, but she would often wake up from the cold. She noticed the unusual temperature around her and fell asleep amidst surprise and bliss. The next day, morning, Bright woke up to find his office had been cleaned and all the dust gone. Standing at the window, you can see that the snow on the training field has been completely cleared. Seeing this, Blatt nodded. It seemed that the remaining men would at least obey his orders and wouldn't do anything that was outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant. Sitting at the desk, a teapot filled with warm black tea was already placed on the table. After taking a sip of black tea, Bright tapped the table lightly with his right fingers, making a soft sound. He discovered a serious problem. He has no money. With only a few gold and silver coins on him, he didn't even know if they would be usable in the Holy Night Empire. The other Bright did not leave any money in the castle either. Chapter 162, Gathering Materials. How can I make money? Bright pondered. The Violet Territory is located in a remote area, and the land had been used due to the harsh winter. Now, although the sentence is incomplete and lacks context, the territory blocked the cold wind, but there was no time left. Even if he planned it now, it would take at least 1 or 2 months unless he bought some elven slaves to cast natural magic on the plants at all times. But that's impossible. Putting aside whether he can even buy a Pokemon here, his current situation is that he's short of money. So where would he get the money to buy a Pokemon? On the table was a map of the Violet Territory and some surrounding areas. The map also has some annotations, and judging from the notes on it, it shouldn't be another Brett's work. The closest territory to the Violet Territory is Lord York's lands. A short distance further on, there is a small city, which could also be called a center for the trade of resources and slaves. The Holy Night Empire stipulates that slave trading cannot be conducted privately. It must take place in the city, and every transaction must be documented with evidence, namely a signed agreement. There are 3 copies of this agreement, one for each of the 2 parties to the transaction, and the other for the Empire. Aside from these 2 locations, there are no other valuable places around the Violet Territory. Then there's the forest that Bright came out of before. After reading the annotations and looking through some materials, he understood. That forest is called the Devil's Forest. It is said that many strange things happen there, especially at night, when the Devil's Forest becomes even more terrifying. According to records, a titled warrior wanted to conquer the Devil's Forest, but he has not been heard from since he entered. It is likely that he died inside. After this incident, no one dared to go to the Devil's Forest. Even though it contained a lot of rare materials, people avoided the forest. Only occasionally would some fearless individuals venture in. It's important to know that the lowest level warrior to receive a title in the Holy Knight Empire is a 6th-tier warrior. Even such a being died inside, which is truly terrifying. Devil's Forest? Looking at the forest that lay right next to his territory, Bright began to ponder. He is currently only at the 4th level of strength. Not only did he walk out of there, but he was also unconscious inside for a period of time before that, and there were no accidents. He knew it was all because of the Silver Dragon. Although he didn't know what this guy had done, Bright knew that the things in that forest were very wary of the Silver Dragon. When I came out of there, I felt several terrifying gazes on me, but I didn't dare to make a move. Those terrifying creatures were wary of Minus. Knock knock. Bright tapped his fingers again, recalling the description of the Devil's Forest I had seen before. It contains many rare materials. This material can fetch a considerable value in trade, and many magicians and academics are willing to pay money to buy this rare material. The next second, Bright then had an idea. He decided to go into the forest to collect rare materials and then sell them in the city. For now, this is the easiest way for him to make money. However, there is one thing that must be used in this process. Thinking of this, Bright turned his gaze to Minus, who was slumped over the table. So Bright extended his right hand. A few hours later, Minus stood on Bright's shoulder, tilted his head back, and stared straight ahead at the direction of the forest. Bright said that if she could keep those sneaky guys from coming out, she could get a room full of fruit, and not just any fruit, but all kinds. The thought of soon having a room full of fruit made Minus's mouth water. Minus felt that this was her treasure. Bright, hurry up. Hearing Minus's urging voice in his mind, Bright smiled. This was the first time he had ever seen a dragon so fond of vegetarian food. Of course, he hadn't seen any other dragons either, but at least Bright was certain that Minus's behavior was perhaps rare or even non-existent among dragons. 2 other people were following behind Bright. It was Matthew and Gil. Bright had asked them to come along because he needed to pack a lot of things today, and as a lord, it was impossible for Bright to carry them himself. So he invited Matthew and Gil along, or perhaps it was because he found them agreeable. At that moment, Matthew and Gil, looking at the dark and deep forest before them, were both moved and terrified. They knew the terror of the Devil's Forest, and they knew that many high-level experts had died there. And now, the Lord actually wants them to go into the Devil's Forest. In Matthew and Gil's eyes, this was no different from sending them to their deaths. But since it was the Lord's order, and the Lord was also on this mission, the 2 of them came along. However, upon seeing the Devil's Forest, the 2 were still very worried and afraid. Bright didn't think too much about it. He simply led Minus into the forest. More than their fear, he was pondering how to find more rare materials. For this reason, Bright even had a picture book in his hand, looking at it as he searched. Afternoon. The Violet Territory looks exceptionally vibrant today. People stopped hiding indoors and started going out to work. As dusk approached, Bright returned to his territory and instructed Matthew and Gil to store what they had gathered in the castle, telling them to keep it a secret. At the door, 2 people who knew Matthew were curious about his tired appearance, as if he had just come back to his senses. Matthew licked his dry lips and said, "Axe, you'll never know what I went through today. I felt like I had taken a trip through hell." Gil, who was standing to the side, walked towards his house with a sigh of relief. Seeing the curious look from the others, he waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me. I just want to go home and lie down to calm my racing heart." Matthew and Gil still can't believe that they actually managed to wander safely through the Devil's Forest and even take quite a few things from it. At this moment, on the other side in the room, Bright looked at the 2 baskets of rare materials as if they were a mountain of gold. If nothing unexpected happens, after selling these materials, he will receive a considerable sum of money. Chapter 163, Heading to Town. Afternoon. As the lord of this territory, Bright met with his people. In the center of the Lord's quarters, in a place resembling a plaza, Bright stood on a high platform, looking down at the scattered people below. Even including the castle's warriors and maids, there were only about 100 people. Bright also had a vague understanding of the situation in the previous territory. At its peak, the Violet Territory had 100 warriors supported in its castle alone, most of whom were elites and powerful individuals of a certain rank. And the number of people in the territory is even greater, already exceeding 1,000. Just a few months ago, another Bright secretly left the territory with most of his men and disappeared without a trace. After the Lord's disappearance, the Violet Territory was conquered by surrounding territories, who seized a significant amount of its resources and lured many people away. Gradually, the total number of people in the Violet Territory has only reached close to 100, a huge difference compared to before. Bright looked at everyone and pondered inwardly. He currently has no one he can rely on. Of the few warriors in the castle, the strongest is a man named Axe, who is a second-tier warrior. There are no other powerful people. After a brief meeting with his people, Bright announced his return and went back to the castle. Night. Bright was sorting through the materials alone in the room. Even if he were to sell in the city, he couldn't possibly take out all the materials. He could only take out a little at a time. He knew that profit could move people. Unfortunately, the illustrated guide in the book only provides a general overview of the materials and does not explain in detail how much they can be sold for. Therefore, when he arrives in the city, he will inquire about the price before selling, so as not to be ripped off. Night. Bright sat at the table, continuing to look at information about the Violet Territory and the surrounding regional powers. The next day, after speaking with the people in the castle, Bright then headed to Small Town, the closest trading location to the Violet Territory. As a lord, it's impossible for him to travel alone, but Bright didn't want too many people to know his whereabouts. After all, sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery is a very good deterrent. So he only brought one maid with him, an ordinary-looking maid named Daisy. At this moment, Daisy was nervously following behind the lord, carrying some things in her hands. She was very excited, as this was the first time she had accompanied the lord on a trip. It was an honor for her to be able to get close to the lord. Inside the carriage, Bright continued to look at some documents in his hands. The carriage was washed overnight, and the horses were just ordinary ones, because some of the more valuable horses in the territory had been stolen by people from other territories a few months ago. Bright had always remembered these things, but he didn't have time to reclaim what belonged to him. His immediate priority was to settle down his territory. Only when the territory was functioning properly would he have time to deal with other matters. He will visit those surrounding territories one by one. Creak, creak. Daisy, the maid, drove the carriage along the uneven road. As afternoon approached, we finally arrived at our destination, Small Town, a trading town. The town is surrounded by a stone wall, about 3 meters high. Upon arriving at the entrance, there were guards, but no one checked identities. They simply let people through. Unless something happens, the guards will not stop you. Entering the town, the first thing I saw was a long street lined with all sorts of houses, most of which belonged to slave traders' men. Inside the houses on both sides were rows of iron cages. It contained all sorts of slaves. There were human slaves, orc slaves, and occasionally one could even see some rarer races, such as elves, goblins, and dwarves. But the largest group consisted of orc slaves, accounting for almost half of the trade. This town, almost entirely a place for the slave trade, is now the Holy Knight Empire. The Holy Knight Empire and the Orc Empire are at war, with the Holy Knight Empire holding a significant advantage. Much of the primeval forests and vast plains that originally belonged to the Orc Empire have now fallen to the Holy Knight Empire. Having occupied so much territory, the empire naturally gained a wealth of resources thanks to the existence of a special noble family, the slave trading lord. The empire entrusted most of its territories to slave trading lords, who only needed to collect a certain amount of resources each year. In this battle, the orcs captured in the Orc Empire were the least valuable and cheapest labor force. A naturally strong orc could be equivalent to 4 or 5 ordinary humans. With training, the value of an orc slave would far exceed that of a human. Ironically, because of the war, what they have no shortage of is orc slaves. Who wouldn't like orc slaves who are both useful and affordable? Discount. Discount. 2 female cat-like beastmen are on sale for a bargain. Only 1 silver coin. Anyone interested in an educated female orc? I can take her home for just 10 copper coins. Clearance sale. A former orc noble is only 2 silver coins. As soon as we reached the street, shouts and calls rang out. Bright ignored him and instead instructed the maid to continue driving the carriage inside. After passing through the long slave trading street, they arrived at the innermost part, which was a relatively normal street. There was no slave trading here, but there were residences and ordinary general stores. Bright's carriage then stopped in front of a 3-story building, a place for sourcing materials and other transactions. This time, Bright only brought a few special materials. There's a white stone called Silver Frost Jade, which is constantly emitting a cold aura and has certain research value for magicians. There's also something called fig, a red fruit, which is the most precious of the materials he brought, and several other items. After telling Daisy to wait where she was, Bright took his hat and went into the building in front of him. When Minos saw that Bright was about to leave, he breathed on him, jumped from the carriage seat onto his shoulder, and then lay down. The transaction went smoothly, and the materials in hand were traded for a total of 71 gold coins issued by the Holy Knight Empire, which were engraved with the image of the first emperor. After receiving the money, he naturally went to buy slaves, so Bright went to another large area in town, not the same street as before. Chapter 164 Rules, the Future Beast King, the Holy Knight Empire chapter begins. The town of Small can be roughly divided into 3 areas. First, there's the 200-meter-long slave trading area after entering the town, which is where most of the slave transactions take place. The second is the normal area of the town behind the slave trading area. What followed was another area that swept through the Holy Knight Empire, a region that could be described as a customary or even mainstream slave gladiatorial arena. This area consists of a huge arena and surrounding large and small fighting cages. It can be said that almost every city in the Holy Knight Empire has such a place. The arena is generally not open to the public, except when certain decisions are made. At that time, various slave trader lords send their slaves to compete for rankings. The higher the ranking, the more resources the slave trader will receive. Bright glanced at the arena built of massive stones, his gaze thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, the next resource battle seems to be in 3 months, and as the Violet Lord, he will be eligible to participate in the allocation of these resources at that time. Furthermore, Bright also had to participate in the 3-month gladiatorial arena event. Having learned most of what was going on in the Violet territory, Bright also knew one thing. That means the Violet territory will not belong to Bright forever, but is a territory temporarily leased to him by the Empire. This is the difference between slave trader lords and regular lords. In general, a lord's territory will remain his as long as he doesn't commit any major offenses. The slave trader lords only lease the land, and during this period they had to prove their abilities before they were eligible to renew the lease. And the arena is that proof. The Holy Knight Empire is divided into many regions. According to imperial regulations, a region can have a maximum of 50 slave merchant lords, and the slave dueling arena determines these 50 slots. As long as you make it into the top 50 in the annual slave duel arena, your territory will remain yours. Those who rank higher may even enjoy more privileges. However, if you are outside the top 50, then the slave trader who has newly entered the top 50 will take over your territory. After glancing at it, Bright looked away. It was too early to think about these things now. He didn't even have any capable subordinates at the moment. First 50. 3 months. Bright whispered something. The carriage crossed the street and headed straight for the iron cages surrounding the arena. The battle cage, just as its name suggests. Just like the free fighting rings of the previous life, there are official rings, as well as rings that are set up by the participants themselves. On this arena, slave lords can wager anything they own, except their territories, and the wagers will be officially witnessed by the Holy Knight Empire. The combat in the fighting arena naturally involves battles between the slaves under the command of the 2 sides who are gambling. A short while later, after setting up the carriage, Bright entered a fighting cage. At this moment, in a place similar to a boxing gym from my previous life, the area was filled with spectators, most of whom were, of course, slave traders. After entering the combat cage, Bright took out his identity token and handed it to a maid who walked towards him. He had found the token in the room a few months ago, and he was glad that he had carried it with him, which saved him a lot of trouble. Upon seeing the token, the maid naturally led Bright to a small room in the attic. This was his privilege. As a slave trader with his own territory, he could not be treated the same as ordinary slave traders. After dismissing the maid who wanted to serve him, Bright took off his hat and began to watch the duel below. Minos, seeing the fruit platter on the table, couldn't resist rushing over to it. Now, inside the square iron cage, one kobold and another kobold are fighting. Orcs usually look no different from humans, except for a pair of furry ears or a tail. But once they enter battle, most orcs will follow their instincts and transform into something similar to the kobolds below, with a dog's head, beast claws, and a human body. There's a legend among orcs that if an orc breaks through to the 8th rank, they will have the ability to transform into their original state. It is said that in this state, an orc can crush a human of the same rank at the 8th level. However, legends are just legends, and no orc has ever broken through to the 8th rank. This is also the reason why the Orc Empire is constantly being defeated and fleeing. They do not have top-level experts. Their strongest are only at the 7th rank. Bright came to the Iron Cage to buy slaves. Compared to those slaves who require you to slowly uncover their secrets, you can see them much more directly here. It's important to know that the battle cages contain mostly slaves belonging to the Empire's official authorities. These slaves were largely abandoned by slave traders after their defeats in battle. The slaves' defeat caused the slave traders to lose face, and Battle Cage offered to buy them. Naturally, most slave traders chose to sell their lost possessions to Battle Cage, even though the price would be much lower than through normal channels. After buying these slaves, the fighting cage will continue to make them fight inside the cage until they can no longer fight. The slaves in the battle cages, which are official slaves, can also be purchased. In fact, slaves with impressive battle records can fetch much higher prices than when they were abandoned. In the room, Bright crossed his arms and silently watched the battle below. The two kobolds were around the 2nd tier in strength, and the square iron cage seemed to have been reinforced by special magic, leaving it completely unaffected. While Bright was watching, suddenly at this moment, he saw, in a corner of the aisle, a worker from the combat cages carrying a sack walking towards the outside. As expected, this was likely a dead slave. Such things were common inside the fighting cages. Just as he was about to look away, the next second, a virtual pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Diaur Lay. Age, 15. Race, Orc Lion. Identity, daughter of the former chieftain of the Lineman tribe. Talent, Beastmaster Awakening. Accompanying ability, Berserker, Tier 1. Skills, none. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing virtual frame, Bright's previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened. Another one where the virtual frame is visible. Brett whispered, trying to calm himself down, and then he called for a waiter. Chapter 165, Buying Orcs. Bright glanced again down the corridor, just in case he was mistaken. The result was the same as before. The virtual frame showed the sacks in the hands of those two people. A moment later, the maid from before arrived. She respectfully approached Bright and bowed. "My lord, what are your orders?" the maid asked respectfully. Bright thought for a moment, then instead of stating his intentions directly, said, "I want to buy some orc slaves." "Yes, sir. I'll take you there right away." The maid was not surprised by Bright's request, as people often came to them to buy slaves. Immediately, led by the maid, Bright arrived at the back of the combat cage, where there was a place that resembled a warehouse. It seems that the orc slaves usually live here. Because of Bright's arrival, the orc slaves all stood together, while humans on both sides drove them away. Soon, about a few dozen orc slaves stood before him. Most of them were male orcs, with very few female orcs. This makes sense, since there are fighting cages here, and female orcs are relatively weak, so generally few of them can last. Standing to the side was a man dressed in a suit, looking very stylish. Elton, who was transferred here just a few days ago, is the manager sent by the Earl, and he is in charge of several combat cages in the town of Small. Today, upon receiving a message from his servant that a slave lord had arrived at his battle cage, Elton immediately dropped what he was doing and went out to greet the man. He was especially delighted when he heard that the man wanted to buy slaves. These merchant lords are generally not stingy, and sometimes even quite generous. Furthermore, with the annual gladiatorial arena about to open, their demand for orc slaves will increase even further. Elton felt worried about the many old orcs in the battle cages he managed. He hoped they would be dealt with soon, otherwise it would be much more troublesome to deal with them. "Lord Violet, these are our slaves. Of course, if you are not satisfied, I have a few more combat cages. I hope the slaves there will meet your expectations." Elton looked at the somewhat young merchant lord in front of him and spoke respectfully. He was secretly surprised, because this person was so young and already a lord. It was truly astonishing. Furthermore, Bright's aura made him feel unapproachable. The other party must be one of the top merchant lords. The Violet Lord? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Elton. He had only arrived a few days ago and wasn't very familiar with the surrounding nobles and merchant lords. It seemed he would have to take a good look at the information later. Let me take a look first. After answering, Bright began to examine the slaves standing before him. The orcs stood up one by one in rows, feeling both sorrow and a sense of relief, hoping they had been chosen. Although they didn't fare well in the hands of the merchant lords, it was still better than being in the battle cage, where only death awaited them. An orc glared at him angrily. An orc looked at him pleadingly. Some orcs looked at him indifferently. Bright ignored all the countless gazes directed at him. At this moment, Elton stepped forward and asked respectfully, "My esteemed Lord Violet, may I make a recommendation for you? There are a few items here that I think are acceptable." As he spoke, Elton approached a werewolf orc. "This is the best quality here. Look at his strong physique. I'm sure he can handle a lot of things for you." A third-tier werewolf, currently with a record of 11 wins and 0 losses in the combat cage, is simply the best labor force. If you train a bit more to advance to the 4th rank, it might help you achieve a good ranking in the arena. The werewolf stood there arrogantly, convinced that the human would buy him, for he was the strongest orc in the area, and once he was bought, he was determined to rescue his brother as well. Need not. Just as Elton was about to continue speaking, Bright interrupted him. The next second, before Elton's puzzled gaze, Bright stood before all the orcs. Bright looked at the orc before him and slowly said, "I will only buy 20 slaves. Anyone willing to become my slave, step forward. Regardless of your strength, I will buy you. Remember, once you step forward, you will only have one master from now on, and that is me." Upon hearing what the human in front of them said, some sighs rippled through the orcs. Some orcs didn't believe it, regardless of their strength. How could a lord possibly pay money to buy an old, weak, sick, or a disabled person? This must be another human trick, and it will surely be another deception later. Elton, who was standing behind him, was overjoyed when he heard what Bright said. He kept winking at the old and weak people standing behind him, trying to get them to step forward. At this time, a staggering figure emerged from among the orcs. This is a werewolf beastman, but he has lost his right arm and only has a left arm. Are you going to bow down to humans? Suddenly, Joe, the third-tier werewolf, saw the orc standing out and shouted angrily. Elton, hearing the commotion, was instantly enraged. He was more than happy for those useless orcs to be sold, and this guy actually dared to stop him. He picked up a wooden stick and started hitting Joe. "You bastard! Who gave you permission to speak?" Knock, knock. The wooden stick struck Joe's body with a series of solid thuds. But Joe remained undeterred, keeping a close eye on Hugh. The werewolf named Hugh turned his head, looked at his right arm, and without explaining, walked up to Bright. At this moment, Bright also looked to the werewolf in front of him. The orc, having lost his right arm, was severely weakened in combat and was no longer of any value. He looked at Bright and knelt on one knee. "I am willing to become your faithful servant. The werewolf before me would be something no other lord would ever buy." However, as Bright said before, he didn't have time to tame the orcs, so he needed to buy some orcs willing to submit to him. Bright looked at the werewolf in front of him and slowly nodded. Chapter 166 Arrangement. Hugh stood behind Bright, feeling both relieved and uneasy. He wanted to live, even if it meant abandoning the dignity of the Wolf Clan. He was glad that the unfamiliar lord had accepted him. At the same time, he was also worried that the human in front of him might be just putting on a show, like other humans. You bastard. Seeing Hugh standing behind that human, Joe's eyes reddened as he glared angrily. Joe lowered his head in shame. He dared not look his brother in the eye and could only apologize in his heart. "I'm sorry, brother, but I have a reason to live. You still have a strong body. You could survive in the iron cage. Having lost my right arm, I am no longer qualified to fight, and I do not wish to continue to burden you." Joe lowered his head and silently said to himself. Beside, Elton couldn't stand it anymore and directly invoked the slave contract. Instantly, Werewolf Joe fainted. "Carry this guy away and beat him badly. Don't let him eat for 3 days." Elton instructed his men that this werewolf had already made him lose face in front of Bright, and the reason they hadn't killed him outright was because the guy still had some value. After the werewolf was carried away by his men, Elton immediately went to Bright's side and said with a smile, "I apologize for the rudeness you witnessed. As an apology, I am willing to give you a slave for free." Bright simply nodded in acceptance. Next, seeing that the Lord had actually accepted Hugh, some more orcs stepped forward. A short while later, 20 orcs were gathered, 6 of whom were crippled or powerless like Hugh. At that moment, Elton stood to the side watching, his heart practically bursting with joy. "These things can finally be sold. Your Excellency, as an apology for what happened before, you may choose another one, which I will give to you free of charge." Elton reminded him. Blake nodded, not choosing from the orcs before him, but instead saying, "Do you have any lion-like beastmen here?" I personally quite like the lion-type orcs, and of course, female orcs are the best. Lion Man. Upon hearing Bright's words, Elton stroked his chin thoughtfully. These orcs are quite rare. They're seldom seen. He does have a lion man here, a female orc, but that one is too disobedient, so he's planning to get rid of her. But seeing that the lord before him had spoken, Elton thought for a moment and then said, Your Excellency, I do have a female lion woman here, but, well, that fellow is rather disobedient. Even with a slave contract, she might. It's all right, Bright said calmly. Seeing that Bright had said so, Elton didn't know what else to say, so he called to his men. A short while later, an iron cage appeared in front of Bright. Inside the iron cage, a girl dressed in hemp clothing was curled up. She had maroon hair. When he saw the virtual frame reappear in front of him, Bright silently looked away. Satisfied, she said to the manager beside her, I'm very satisfied with this slave. She's the one. Great, I'm so glad you chose her. It's her honor. Elton immediately flattered. As dusk approached, after paying the money and going through a series of troublesome procedures, including signing a slave contract, Bright finally boarded the carriage to return home. Inside the carriage, the maid Daisy drove, occasionally glancing curiously at the beastmen following behind. Behind the carriage, where miscellaneous items were stored, there was also an iron cage, inside which the girl was still asleep. Inside the carriage, Bright estimated today's harvest. First, they sold the rare materials and obtained 71 gold coins manufactured by the Holy Knight Empire. Look at the way those people look at them. It seems we can no longer sell rare materials here. At least we'll have to wait a while. Bright didn't want to be targeted, especially by magicians. Those guys were sometimes just insane. Then I spent 10 gold coins to buy 20 orc slaves. It has to be said that 20 orc slaves cost only 10 gold coins. Although the strength of these 20 orcs is no more than the second tier, it is still quite cheap. If it were a human, it would probably be more expensive. This is the current situation of orcs in the Holy Knight Empire. If even strong orcs who frequently engage in combat are like this, then ordinary orcs must be even weaker. Certainly, my biggest takeaway today was the girl in the iron cage behind me. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the territory known as the Earl of Thorns, inside a huge castle, a beautiful woman was looking at the envelope in her hand with great interest. We've got news about the figs we've been looking for. Violet Lord, how interesting. It was the next day when the carriage returned to the territory. The girl inside the iron cage woke up once during this time, but she wouldn't eat anything and just kept banging on the cage, trying to break free. Considering the orcs following behind the carriage, Bright slowed down, so they didn't return to their territory until the next morning. A short while later, inside the castle, he had already assigned 20 orcs to servants to prepare food and lodging for them. Bright specifically instructed that 5 orcs should share a room to avoid the servants crowding all the orcs into one room. Daisy, is she still not eating? At his desk, Bright flipped through the documents in his hands and asked the maid standing beside him. Daisy was overjoyed to hear her lord call her by her name and quickly replied, Yes, my lord. She hasn't eaten. Upon hearing that the lion woman hadn't eaten yet, Bright put down the documents in his hand, thought for a moment, seemed to have thought of something, and then asked, By the way, where is Heidi, the little girl I saw before? Heidi. Upon hearing the name, Daisy was initially puzzled, but then she remembered it. My lord, Heidi should be cleaning the dust in the corridor right now. Bright tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Dior Ray's age should be about the same as Heidi's, although orcs' bodies grow faster. Brett pondered for a moment, then decided to put Ray and Heidi together. They were the same age, and both were beastmen, so they could keep each other company. At the very least, Lay needs to be fed first. After making the decision, Bright said, Arrange a room for Heidi to have alone, and the room will be next to mine. Put that orc and Heidi together. Daisy was very surprised to hear what the Lord said. The Lord was actually willing to let slaves live in the castle. Daisy then prepared to go down and carry it out. Then, Bright's voice came again. Daisy, you don't need to call me Lord anymore. Just call me Master. Tell the other servants about this as well. Daisy said, Yes, sir. Chapter 167, The New Room, Expectations. After lunch, in his study, Brett continued to look at the documents on the table. He needed to thoroughly understand the Empire and the surrounding situation. Daisy stood to the side, occasionally refilling her cup of black tea. Knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The visitor was Gil, who was in charge of settling the 20 orcs, and now that they were settled, he came to report on the situation. Without looking up, Brett glanced at the documents in his hand and said, "Come in." Upon hearing the sound, Keel respectfully opened the door and came in. "My lord, all the tasks you ordered have been completed, and the 20 orcs have all eaten their fill." Bright murmured, then said, "Have them go to the training ground now. I'll be there right away." "Okay." Keel obeyed the order and went to make the arrangements. Bright then put down the documents in his hand, took a sip of black tea. Although he is no longer afraid of the cold wind in his territory, he still has many worries. First, it's unclear how long the lighter's power will last. Secondly, food was scarce in the territory, and he only had bread to eat, which he bought from town today. The food problem must be solved for both the residents of the territory and the soldiers who need to be fed. If you can't even solve your food problem, how can you think about anything else? In the room, Bright tapped his fingers lightly on the table, deep in thought. Now, in another room, Heidi walked into the room that was about to become hers, still half asleep. Her eyes were filled with a cautious look, as if she was afraid of touching something. Everything inside the castle was new and exciting to her. She had never had the chance to come inside a castle before. Her usual tasks were washing clothes and feeding the horses. Only during these few days do she have the opportunity to do the cleaning work in the castle. Just now, she received a message from a maid in the castle saying that the Lord had arranged new accommodations for her and that she should move in today. Heidi had nothing to carry except a tattered rag doll in her hand, which she had picked up before. From then on, this rag doll became her most precious possession. Heidi tiptoed to her door, nervously swallowed as she looked at the doorknob, then wiped her hands on her clothes before slowly extending her hand. With a click, the door opened, and Heidi slowly pushed it open, peering curiously through the crack. "Is this where I'll be living from now on?" Looking at this brand new and unfamiliar room, Heidi was filled with curiosity and anticipation. She seemed to remember that the maid had said that the Lord lived next to her, and the maid had reminded her to be careful not to offend the Lord. Heidi didn't dare go in immediately, worried that her dirty body would soil the clean room as well. At that moment, Heidi saw a room next door and couldn't help but think that must be the Lord's room. Then, she regained her composure, closed her eyes, opened the door, and went inside. This small step was an extremely difficult one for Heidi. Once inside the room, Heidi dared not move because everything inside was unfamiliar to her. The room contained a beautiful mirror, which the maids often talked about, through which one could see oneself. There were also 2 huge beds that Heidi could hardly imagine, where she could practically roll around. The curtains, windows, soft chairs, desk, and everything else felt both unfamiliar and novel to Heidi. Thinking that this would be her home from now on, Heidi's eyes widened, and she stiffly walked towards the unfamiliar objects. She would see them often in the future, and she wanted to greet them. Thump! At this time, the sound of chains clicking echoed in the room. Heidi, who was about to walk towards the mirror, was startled by the sudden sound. On the bed near the window, a red figure appeared before Heidi. Heidi was about to run out of the room, but when she saw that the other person looked almost exactly like her, she stopped. Looking at the injuries on the other person's hands and their disheveled hair, Heidi remembered what the maid had told her. Gathering her courage, she walked towards the figure. Hello, my name is Heidi. You must be one of the people living in this room, too. It's nice to meet you." Lei glanced at the little girl in front of her with her scarlet eyes. She had just woken up, but after seeing that the other girl's ears were clearly not human, she lost interest and turned her head back to continue pulling on the chains that bound her. Do you want this?" Lei saw that the girl from earlier was holding something that looked like a white cloth and wanted to hand it to her. Lei gave the girl a disdainful look. The orc in front of her must be a slave of the castle's master. She wouldn't say anything to those orcs who bowed to humans. Everyone has the right to live. But she would never submit to humans. She wanted to escape. She wanted to return her tribe. Lei ignored the injury on her hand and began to break free of the chains. Seeing that the other party didn't want her things, Heidi regretfully put the white cloth away again. It was her treasure. Whenever she was injured, she would put the white cloth on the wound and the pain would gradually subside. She noticed the injury on the other person's hand, so she wanted to give her treasure to her. Unfortunately, the girl in front of her, who was about the same age as herself, did not want her treasure. The maid said that this person and she would stay in this room until they left, so Heidi wanted to get along well with her future partner. In truth, Heidi harbored a secret longing to have a friend, a companion with whom she could talk and communicate. However, She dared not express this thought, as everyone around her looked down on her. She worried that the person in front of her would also look down on her and be unwilling to be her friend. Heidi dared only keep these thoughts to herself. Training ground. All the orcs have come here. Soon after, Bright also arrived at the training ground. Upon seeing their lord arrive, all 20 orcs looked at Bright with concern, because they knew that what awaited them next was likely purgatory. Ahem, Bright coughed twice, and immediately all the orcs looked over. Looking at the orcs, Bright pondered to himself. There are now 20 orcs in total. Among them are 5 second-tier orcs, 10 first-tier orcs, and 5 that are somewhere between ordinary orcs and first-tier orcs. Chapter 168, Hugh's Persistence, Potions. As we all know, the limit of an orc's growth is the 7th rank. Perhaps a long time ago, an orc broke through to the 7th rank, but that is just a legend. Currently, the strongest orc here is only at Tier 2. 3 months from now is the annual gladiatorial arena. If he cannot achieve a top 50 ranking in the arena, then the Violet territory will no longer belong to him. To get in the top 50, you need at least a Tier 4 Beastman, preferably Tier 5. That should be enough. It would be extremely difficult to advance these orcs to the 4th or 5th rank in 3 months, unless they were given some miraculous elixirs. Bright had considered buying that Tier 3 werewolf before. It was the strongest orc in the combat cage. The high price was one issue, but the other was that the other party thoroughly loathed humans, and with only 3 months left, he didn't have time to train another disobedient slave. Those who are obedient at least save us some trouble. Bright stood there for a moment, pondering, and then made a decision. Then he looked at the beastmen and said, "Those with physical disabilities, go and participate in planting and guarding work. The remaining orcs run laps around the training ground until they are exhausted. I guarantee that the last orc to fall will receive a more plentiful meal." Upon hearing this, the orcs were all surprised. Although they didn't know the meaning behind their lord's actions, they could only follow orders. So, the 15 orcs began running around the training ground. The other disabled orcs left the area, led by the maid Daisy. To Bright's surprise, among the orcs running in circles, he saw the figure of the one-armed werewolf. His running posture was very awkward due to the loss of his right arm, but even so, he was still running with all his might. Bright did not stop them, but stood aside and watched silently. A moment later, the maid Daisy brought over a chair. Bright glanced at her and then sat down. A deep blue virtual frame appeared before his eyes. Because of Lay, his virtual frame now includes new orc skills. Bright was browsing through the dense array of orc skills before him. Let's start with the highest level, level 10. There were many level 10 skills alone, and Bright sometimes wondered if these skills were all possessed by the entire orc race. But he didn't have time to think about it now. We need to find a skill quickly that can greatly increase the orc's strength in a short period of time. This is also the main reason why he buys orcs at will. If he can improve the strength of the orcs, who have a skill library of orcs, he should hurry up and give up his territory. Bright kept scrolling through the skill list. Gradually, it came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The orcs have been running here for nearly 5 hours, and they are running at the speed of an ordinary human running at full speed. Of the 15 orcs, 14 have fallen to the ground, while only the one-armed werewolf continued running, his staggering figure appearing as if he were about to collapse at any moment. At this time, Bright had already reviewed all the skills and then selected them again. They eventually narrowed it down to the few skills available to them. Bloodlust. Level 7 increases awakening level by consuming blood. The more precious the blood, the higher the awakening level. The maximum awakening level is 7. Note, orcs who learn this skill will have their personalities severely warped and may become monsters that only devour blood. One point to note is that the beastmen refer to the improvement of their own strength as awakening. Berserk. Level 7 orcs who learn this skill can activate their latent power for a short period of time, allowing them to fight opponents of higher ranks than those below rank 6. Note, using this skill will deplete your own resources. It can only be used once a day. The first 2 skills would cause some degree of damage, so Bright's gaze slowly moved down to the last skill. Orc True Form. Level 8, created by a mysterious orc powerhouse. It allows orcs to awaken their bloodline ahead of time through magic potions. Orcs can transform into their true form for a short period of time during battle, the extent of which is determined by skill proficiency. Note, the quantity and order of the potions must be correct. If they are added incorrectly, the potions will be ineffective. Potion recipe: 500 milliliters pure water plus 1 drop of human blood, plus 1 golden leaf, plus 10g yellow sandbark, plus 1 drop of raven blood, plus 1g dragon scale powder, plus 1 drop of blood from the forehead of an awakened orc. Once the order of addition is correct, mix and stir before serving. Looking at the potion recipe, Bright stroked his chin. The potion recipe has a new name, which seems to be related to the warlock system. However, this skill can actually allow orcs to awaken their true form ahead of time, which is incredibly powerful. You need to collect potion ingredients. You can't learn it in a short time. Bloodlust is fast, but its drawbacks are too great. Bright shook his head and rejected the skill. He didn't want the orcs he raised to become monsters that attack indiscriminately. After some thought, I finally decided to use the lower-level gluttony skill instead. Although the skill's maximum level is only awakening tier 6, it should be sufficient for now. Although the speed of improvement is slower than bloodlust, this skill has no obvious drawbacks. The only drawback is that it requires a lot of food. Bright quickly made a decision to have the orcs learn the gluttony skill and the berserk skill. Furthermore, they will need to gradually find the ingredients for the potion. If they can learn the skills of the orc true form, their combat power will naturally increase significantly. Having made up his mind, Bright raised his head and looked towards the training field. At this moment, only one orc is still running on the training field. Upon seeing the orc's appearance, Bright was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that this physically disabled orc could persevere to the very end. Bright smiled helplessly. He had originally planned to teach the skills to the orc who had persevered to the end first. Who would have thought that this orc, lacking in combat strength, would be the one to hold out until the end? Bright shook his head. So be it if he lacked fighting strength. He then stood up. Since the man had persevered to the end, he should give him this. Bright needs a leader among the orcs to manage them. In the future, he will certainly have more orc slaves under his command than these, so a powerful and loyal orc will be especially important. Looking at the werewolf kneeling on the training field, still using one hand to support himself from falling, Bright thought to himself, now that you've secured this opportunity, don't let me down in the future. Chapter 169, Hugh's Loyalty. Your name is Hugh, right? If I remember correctly. Bright strolled up to the werewolf and looked at the werewolf who was supporting himself on one hand. Hugh raised his head, his vision blurred by sweat, but he could still see his surroundings. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had made it to the end. Hopefully, the Lord would appreciate him now. However, Hugh still had worries in his heart because he was a cripple. My lord, my name is Hugh. It is an honor that you remember my name. Hugh hurriedly knelt down, not daring to look up at the person in front of him. Bright looked at the werewolf in front of him and said slowly, Very good. Daisy. Master. Maid Daisy came over from the side. Bright said, Give the order to bring out the ingredients we bought from Small Town and cook them a good meal. Also, make a big pot of porridge and distribute it to the people in the territory. Yes, sir. Daisy had no doubts and immediately went to make the arrangements, because it was the Lord's order. At this moment, on the training field, the remaining orcs, sprawled on the ground, all looked at Bright in surprise. They even wondered if they had misheard. They had just eaten their fill at noon, and now they could eat their fill again? This was completely unimaginable before, and the Lord hadn't given them coarse bread from the iron cage at noon, but meat. For a moment, all the orcs felt as if they were dreaming. At this time, Hugh was the first to shout, Thank you for your grace, Lord. He knelt on the ground, facing Bright's direction, and shouted loudly. Upon hearing Hugh's voice, the surrounding beastmen reacted and knelt on one knee in the direction of Bright, loudly saying, Thank you for your grace, Lord. Bright glanced at Hugh and slowly nodded. A short while later, under Bright's orders, the entire castle was operating at full speed. The food of the orcs. Preparing porridge for the people was no small undertaking. Now, in a room of the castle, Bright stood by the window, turned around. At this moment, the werewolf Hugh was standing in the middle of the room. Hugh felt uneasy. He didn't know why the Lord had summoned him alone. Just then, Bright's voice came. Hugh, I know that you hate humans deep down. It's not just you, but all orcs hate humans. No one will be loyal to someone who destroyed their homeland. Bright's words sent a jolt through Hugh. His pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected the Lord to say that. To say that he doesn't hate humans is a lie. Although Hugh is deceiving himself now, deep down he truly does hate humans, just as the Lord said. But he didn't express it. Shio looked flustered, just about to express his loyalty. At this time, He saw the human in front of him looking at him with a smile, as if he knew his intentions. Bright looked at the werewolf in front of him and chuckled. He then said, "But I don't care about any of that. Whether you hate humans or not. Dislike me if you want. However, I can give you a chance to look to the future. Put aside all your previous prejudices and surrender to me. I'm not an enemy of the Beastmen. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises in the future, I may even help the orcs get out of their predicament. At least within my power, I will help." Bright's words left Hugh stunned. Ever since their tribe was destroyed by humans and they were enslaved, all he had ever seen was the evil that humans inflicted upon them. But today was the first time he had ever seen humans extend a message of goodwill to them. Hugh felt uncertain, and thinking back on everything that had happened before, in the end, Hugh lowered his head. He chose to believe the man in front of him. Perhaps he would regret his decision in the future, or something like that. But for now, he had made his choice. Hugh knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "My lord, Hugh, the 23rd generation warrior of the werewolf clan, is willing to submit to you and hopes that you will abide by what you just said." Seeing this scene, Blake nodded. At least for now, this werewolf should be completely loyal to himself. Don't tell the other werewolves what I just said. The orcs' hatred for humans has become very deep due to the influence of the war between humans and orcs. Hugh, you're a smart man. Moreover, I don't need to force them. In the future, they will gradually realize my intentions. Hugh replied respectfully, "As you wish." Hearing Hugh's answer, Bright nodded in satisfaction, went to the table, and took out a piece of parchment. On the parchment was a modeled and complex incantation. This is the incantation for the gluttony skill. When this incantation is imprinted on an orc, the orc will learn the gluttony skill. As for the berserk skill, Bright isn't planning to teach it now. He'll teach it to the orcs once their strength has improved. Hugh, have you ever seen this incantation before? Bright took out the parchment in his hand and asked, somewhat curious whether Hugh knew about the gluttony skill. Hearing the Lord's words, Hugh had no choice but to look up at the parchment. After clearly seeing the complex incantations on it, he shook his head. "My lord, I am ashamed to say that you do not recognize the incantation above. It can grant you an ability called gluttony, which allows you to quickly advance to the 6th rank as long as you have enough food. According to the orcs, it should be called the 6th level of awakening." Bright's words shocked Hugh. He stared wide-eyed at the parchment in astonishment. A skill that could be awakened simply by eating? He had never heard of such a magical skill among the Beastmen. But now this skill actually exists in the hands of the Lord. It's simply unbelievable. Seeing Hugh's surprised expression, Bright said slowly, "I'll give it to you now. As a reward for persevering to the end. The castle will provide some food. There is a devil's forest next to the territory. You can hunt there for most of the food you need in the future. Remember, you can only move around on the edge of the forest. I will tell the guards of the territory. Remember, Hugh, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, I will pass this skill on to all the orcs who can fight. Food in the castle is limited, and if you want more food then, you'll have to compete with them." Hugh looked at the parchment in his hand, trembling with excitement. He had once despaired after losing his right arm, but now he has once again found a way to enhance his strength. Chapter 170. The Frail lay, angry. Night. At the desk, Bright twisted his somewhat stiff neck. After teaching the skills to Shio during the day, the next step was to distribute porridge to the people. The Violet territory, currently, has nearly 1,000 inhabitants. The food consumption for these people is considerable, and the food reserves in their castle can only last for about 10 days at most. Moreover, this can't go on like this. The seeds in the field will take at least 2 months to mature, and that's assuming no unforeseen circumstances occur. We must find a way to enable our people to be self-sufficient. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. The Devil's Forest is a rich resource, located near my territory. All I need to do is deal with the strange creatures or other eerie forest creatures inside. However, according to Minos, there is now an extremely terrifying anomaly in the Devil's Forest. Based on human strength, it should be an 8th order being or even a terrifying being about to cross over to the 9th order. Currently, the other side is wary of Minos's existence, which is why Bright dares to let the orcs hunt on the edge of the forest. Bright tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He was determined not to give up Devil Forest, this resource-rich area. It seems I need to find an opportunity to contact Dylan in the Saint Empire. I need to get Joel and the Dark Mage to come over. I'm currently on a mission. He also needs to let Vaya and Erica know that he is safe now. There's no other way. Let's go and take back what's rightfully ours. Bright crossed his arms and spoke slowly, not forgetting that several merchant lords had previously plundered what originally belonged to him. Now, in the York territory, a short, fat man, with two beautiful women in his arms, was drinking and watching them dance. York is very satisfied with his current life. The Holy Knight Empire was practically a paradise for their slave traders, where they could obtain noble positions and own their own territories. My lord, someone from the Violet territory requests an audience. At that moment, a servant walked up to his ear and whispered something. York was in a daze and didn't pay attention. Violet territory was just an abandoned territory, and there was nothing good to loot there, so he didn't care. My lord, the visitor is the steward of Violet territory. He says, Lord Violet, Bright has returned. What? Upon hearing that name, York instantly sobered up. He hadn't forgotten how this guy had made things difficult for him before. He sent men to sweep through Violet territory for this very reason. But now that wretched fellow has actually returned. Where is that person? Bring him in. York immediately said. A short while later, Martin, the butler who had previously escaped from the Violet territory, walked in. Late at night, at this moment, in a room somewhere in the castle, on the bed, lay curled up in the corner. The Yorks had strong regenerative abilities, and the wound on her wrist had already scabbed over, but the chains were still intact, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. She thought of her sister, wondering how she was doing. At the same time, a flame of revenge ignited in Lay's red eyes. Humans, all of this was caused by those despicable humans. Her father and mother died tragically before her eyes, and even her only sister has now been captured by humans. She wants to escape from here, find her sister, and take her home. Click! At that moment, the room door was open from the outside. Then a voice came. You can't break free. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, you'll be joining the training too. I don't care how much you hate humanity, and I don't care how much you will hate me in the future. But I'm sorry, I don't have much time. Some people are waiting for me. Some things need to be done, and some answers need to be found. From now on, you can hate me as much as you want. That's all for now, good night. Bright stood at the door without going in and went back to his room after finishing his speech. After Brett left, Heidi cautiously peeked out of the room towards the door. Seeing it closed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That must have been the Lord. How terrifying. Heidi must never offend the Lord again. Heidi silently reminded herself. Then Heidi looked at another companion. Wasn't the Lord talking to her just now? In the corner, Lay indifferently raised her head, a chilling light flashing in her red eyes. The next morning, training ground. The werewolf Hugh isn't here. He's been in the forest ever since he acquired the gluttony skill yesterday. Bound by the slave contract, Bright was not worried about Shio escaping. Bright smiled helplessly. This guy was really crazy. He remembered that he had said that the castle would provide some food, but he had been hunting in the forest the whole time. Bright snapped out of his thoughts. 14 orcs were already training in the training ground. But at this moment, there was a small figure in the training field, about 1.6 meters tall, with long red hair and wearing a linen-colored cloth robe. Her hands were chained. Just like last night, Bright is preparing to train this female lion woman. He's been at the 4th tier for quite some time now. Furthermore, with Wendy and the others providing constant feedback, Bright could sense that even a 5th tier system user might not be his match without revealing his trump cards, yet his life level remained at the 4th tier without any advancement. He could sense that he was just one step away from entering the 5th level. So he decided to create the orcs in front of him by himself and then strive for a higher level of power. Bright took off his coat, revealing a black vest underneath, buttoned up the cuffs at his wrists, and took the prepared wooden sword and iron sword from the servant. For a moment, all the servants around looked at their lord in surprise, wondering why he had done this. All I saw was, Bright approached Ray amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd and removed the chains from her hands. Thump! He threw the iron sword in front of her. Pick up the iron sword on the ground. Defeat me, and you can leave this place. This is your only chance to leave here. Lay raised her head, a flash of bloodlust crossing her eyes. Instead of grabbing the iron sword from the ground, she chose a more instinctive attack, sharp claws suddenly appearing between her fingers. A footprint instantly appeared in the snow, and at that moment, Ray appeared in front of Bright. The sharp claws were about to attack Bright. But suddenly, Lay's body bent sharply, and she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Clang! At the same time, a wooden sword flew from a distance, grazing her face and leaving a thin bloodstain. Feeling pain in her abdomen and right cheek, Lay's red eyes were filled with disbelief. Not far away, Bright shook his head and said calmly, "Stand up and continue." "Too weak. I won't take the sword this time." Hee. Lay spoke for the first time. Enduring the pain in her abdomen, she stood up and wiped the blood from her right cheek. "Human, what do you know?" Lay's body began to change. Red hair started to appear on the back of her hands, and the claws on her fingers became even sharper. At the same time, a faint aura began to swirl around her. Sensing this aura, all the other orcs in the training ground stopped what they were doing and looked over in shock. The aura made them feel a tremor from their very bodies. Not far away, seeing the changes in Lay, Bright narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 171. The weak are not worth binding. This strange aura caught Bright's attention. He recalled a piece of information he had seen on the virtual frame before, the Beastmaster talent that was awakening. However, even so, it doesn't change anything because there is a huge gap between the two. Thump! All I saw was Lay sprang up instantly, leaving a small crater the size of a wash basin on the ground. She attacked Bright again, a chilling light flashing from her claws. "What do you know? You humans attacked us orcs without provocation. You plundered our land. You invaded our tribes. Do you humans think you're so noble by treating orcs as slaves?" Lay shouted loudly, her eyes filled with anger. She knew she was no match for the human in front of her, and she also knew that in this human's eyes, she was nothing more than a toy. But why? They treated them like slaves, worse than animals, and now they're even mocking them. Just thinking about the scene of the tribe being slaughtered by humans fills Ray with immense anger. She knew she wasn't good enough, but there was nothing she could do. She had already done her best. Ray kept punching Bright. However, she saw that her all-out attack was like that of a child in this human's eyes. His indifferent gaze and casual defense were gradually breaking down Lay's seemingly strong heart. Thump! Once again, she was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. This time, she did not get up. Bright shook his head and took the clothes from the maid's hands. He walked past Lay and said calmly, "Are you angry? I give you the right to resent. Your promise still stands. Defeat me, and you can leave here." Suddenly, Bright turned to look at the silent orcs behind him. "I feel sorry for what you have gone through. I also give you the right to resent me. But the reality is that you are my slaves, and I can decide your life or death at any time. Do you feel powerless? Do you want revenge? Do you want freedom? But that's impossible. You are too weak right now, so weak that I have no interest in you at all. From today onwards, I will give you a chance. Whoever defeats her will have the opportunity to challenge me. If you defeat me in the end, you will gain your freedom, and I will guarantee to send you back to the Orc Empire." Bright pointed to Durer on the ground. Whoever defeats Durer will have the chance to challenge him, which is also the chance to be free. Upon hearing this, one of the second-tier orcs clenched his fist, eager to try. Bright chuckled, "I swear on my noble name." Upon hearing this, the second-tier orc stepped forward. He was one of the strongest among these orcs, a second-tier kobold. The kobold stepped forward, intending to defeat Lay while she was injured, and then challenge the Lord in peak condition. Bright narrowed his eyes. Although he had given them a chance, it was only under normal circumstances. He didn't like Lao Lu's behavior. He was about to stop her when he saw the lion woman in the snow stand up. Lay stood up and spat out the blood in her mouth. She had heard everything that had just been said. Ray glared fiercely in Bright's direction. Then her claws reappeared, and she instantly attacked the kobold. The kobold was taken aback when Lay suddenly attacked it, but the next second it transformed into a kobold-bodied orc and attacked in return. Deep down, he was somewhat wary of the girl who was also a member of the beast race, because the aura she had just released gave him a strange sense of unease, a feeling he had only ever experienced with the old chieftain of his tribe. Therefore, the kobolds wanted to take advantage of the opponent's injuries and finish him off as soon as possible. Roar! Feeling the injury coming from his arm, the kobold roared. He immediately swung his claws towards Lay, but missed in the next second. By the time he realized what had happened, his fellow orc had appeared beside him. Sensing something was wrong, the kobold's pupils contracted, and he immediately raised his hand to defend himself. Then, with a snap, the sound of something breaking rang out. The kobold's hand bone broke, and a sharp pain shot through his mind. Seeing the blood-covered orc girl, The kobold was terrified. He transformed back into a human, crawled on all fours, and frantically ran towards the training ground. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The kobold's mind raced with these thoughts. Seeing this, the remaining orcs who wanted to make a move also looked at the girl not far away with apprehension. The fact that a wounded Tier 1 orc could defeat a Tier 2 orc who was a seasoned fighter instilled fear in the orcs towards Lei. Wiping the blood from her face, Lei turned to look at Bright, her crimson eyes filled with a savage expression. But the next second, Lei looked away. She had almost couldn't resist attacking the human again. Lei knew that she was no match for him now. At least, not now. Then Lei looked at the group of orcs, trying to find another person who wanted to challenge her. Under her gaze, the orcs lowered their heads. Seeing that no one challenged her, Lei withdrew her gaze, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of determination. She will work hard to improve herself, then defeat that person, and find her sister. Sister, wait for me. Aside, seeing that Lei had dealt with the kobolds, Bright's lips curled up slightly, and he said, I forgot to remind you of something earlier. Since there's a reward, there's naturally a punishment. Those who fail in the challenge will not be allowed to eat for 3 days. One more thing, all challenges can only be carried out when I am present. After saying that, Bright prepared to leave. Sir, aren't we using that chain anymore? At this moment, Daisy cautiously offered a reminder. After all, that female orc was still quite dangerous. Hearing the maid's reminder, Bright glanced at the chains on the ground that had been used to restrain Ray, then shook his head. The weak are not worth being bound. After saying that, Bright left. Watching the human's departing figure, Lei clenched her fists, her crimson eyes filled with resentment. Night. Training ground. A figure stood there in the pitch-black night. Knock, knock, knock. She pounded her fists on the wooden stake in front of her, her fingers already covered in blood, but she didn't stop. Punch after punch. The disdainful look in that human's eyes and those contemptuous words from earlier that day resurfaced in Lei's mind. Chapter 172 is coming. Uman. Thump. Lei slammed her fist into the wooden stake, and blood flowed from her finger again. It's all because of human greed. All of this is because humans invaded our homeland. Countless orcs died, tragically at the hands of humans, and countless orc tribes were wiped out. Umans. Umans. Lei's crimson eyes were filled with resentment, and the flames of revenge burned fiercely in her heart. Who? Suddenly, Lei looked in a certain direction, and her body naturally entered a battle stance. It's Heidi. A faint sound came from outside the training ground. Then, Heidi cautiously walked in from outside, seemingly carrying something in her arms. Heidi. Upon seeing that it was the half-human, Lei finally snapped out of her battle stance. This half-human posed no threat to her. Lei then turned her head and continued to swing her sword at the wooden stake in front of her. Seeing that the other person was no longer looking at her, Heidi cautiously approached. When she saw the blood on the other person's arm, Heidi was almost startled and cried out. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time to prevent the sound from coming out. Would you like something to eat? Heidi took the bread out of her clothes, somewhat hesitant to look at Ray, and whispered, I overheard some things about you while cleaning, and since you haven't come back, Heidi is a little worried. I figured you must be a little hungry, so Heidi secretly left dinner for you. Looking at the food in the girl's hand, Lei's gaze was very complicated. She hadn't eaten for several days, and had experienced 2 battles during the day, so her body was already exhausted. However, the food in the hands of the half-human was that human's thing. You have to survive. Suddenly, Heidi raised her head for the first time and looked directly at Lei for the first time. Heidi must live. No matter how the servants in the castle beat Heidi, Heidi must live. Because Heidi wanted to find her father and mother and ask them why they abandoned her. Only by surviving can you do what you want to do. Heidi spoke with a flushed face. She didn't know why she said that, but she wanted the person in front of her to eat something. After Heidi finished speaking, she quickly lowered her head. Her heart was pounding. Heidi had spoken loudly. Would Heidi hate her in the future? Survive. Lei looked at the scars and blood on her hands and muttered something softly. She whispered twice. Then Ray reached out and took the bread from Heidi's hand. Thanks. Diara Lei, that's my name. Feeling the bread being taken from her hand and hearing the other person's voice, Heidi looked up in surprise and quickly repeated the name to herself, trying to memorize it. After remembering the name, Heidi said happily, Heidi, my name is Heidi. Lei took the bread, but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, She cut it in half and handed one piece to Heidi. Heidi paused for a moment, looking at Ray's actions, then patted her stomach and said, "I'm not hungry." Heidi isn't hungry. Before, Heidi only ate one meal a day, but now she eats 3 meals a day. Heidi is very full, Heidi said with a smile, and tried to puff out her belly to show that she was really not hungry. Aside, Lay stared at the bread in her hand in silence for a moment before speaking. "Who was the person who bullied you before?" Heidi didn't understand why Ray would ask this, so she looked around the training ground as she spoke, and all the things were very new to her. They have already left the territory. They left with Butler Martin. The maids don't hit Heidi anymore, and Daisy is very nice to me too. Heidi now only needs to clean every day, and she gets to eat. She can also live in the castle and lie in a warm bed. Heidi had the same idea as you before. But now that the Lord is back, everything is all right. Heidi whispered, happy that her relationship with Ray had become closer. Lay listened quietly from his side. Inside the castle. "Yeah, Bright, it's time to sleep." Minus lay sprawled on the table, looking helplessly at Bright, who was still scribbling and drawing. Bright ignored Minus's voice, then took a piece of fruit from the drawer and threw it at him. Oh, with a precise strike, Minus caught the fruit flying into the air in one bite. With the fruit in hand, Minus temporarily forgot about sleeping and began to slowly eat it while lying on the table. On the other side, the skull quietly kept its presence to itself, as it was far too dangerous here, not knowing when it would be struck down by a claw again. Over the past few days, the skull has noticed two things. First, it is necessary to reduce one's own visibility. Secondly, you must light up immediately when that adult looks at you, otherwise a claw will come at you in the next second. And so it went on for who knows how long. Bright got up and stretched. Minus, who was sitting on the table, had already finished his fruit and was fast asleep. Reaching the window, Bright saw two more figures outside. One of them was Ray, and the other was the little girl Heidi. After glancing at me, Bright looked away, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said softly, "Keep resenting me like this." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early morning, at the entrance to Violet territory, Matthew yawned and continued his guard duty, with a crippled orc standing beside him as his fellow guard. At first, Matthew was a little uncomfortable, but after a few days, he gradually got used to it. Anyway, the orcs wouldn't talk to him, so he could just treat them like a block of wood. After greeting the orc named Ram, Matthew went to his seat. Just then, he suddenly saw what appeared to be a figure walking towards Violet territory, not far from the territory. Matthew immediately became alert. A short while later, when the werewolf Hugh saw the guard pointing a weapon at him, he was stunned for a moment. Then he tidied his messy hair before entering the territory. After Hugh left, Matthew touched his heart, still feeling a bit shaken. Goodness, had that guy been staying outside the whole time? He looked like a wild man. It almost scared me to death. And that guy's aura was terrifying. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some ferocious wild beast unleashed from its cage. Just as Matthew was thinking this, suddenly, a sharp arrow flew past his ear and stuck straight into the wooden stake in front of him. The next second, Matthew saw a group of people on horseback are galloping towards the territory. Chapter 173 Bandits, Abe's Caravan. These people were all dressed in portable light armor and wielded curved swords. The moment Matthew saw these people, his heart skipped a beat. Not good. They're bandits. He had been on guard against these bandits all along, but recently, because the Lord had returned, he had almost forgotten about them. The moment Matthew saw these people, he was struck by the memory of the plundering that had occurred in his territory. Without hesitation, Matthew immediately took out something that looked like a horn from his pocket. Beep! The next second, a tremendous sound echoed through the territory. Inside the castle, Bright was organizing the information he had gathered. He had already reviewed the situation around the territory over the past 2 days. He also learned about the assets that originally belonged to him and was preparing to take them back when suddenly a loud sound came from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Bright stood up and went to the window to look outside. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Then Daisy's voice came from outside. "Master, something terrible has happened. People are coming to plunder our territory." Now, outside the Violet territory, Bayer was originally a wandering hunter who gradually gained power after collaborating with some slave traders. Today he received a message instructing him to plunder the Violet territory once more. Bayer was somewhat puzzled by this, as the Violet territory had been plundered several times before, and it seemed there was nothing of value left. Although Bayer had doubts, he couldn't very well refuse, so he hurriedly brought some men over. Besides, nothing was more satisfying than plundering a lord. He dared not go to the real nobles, but that was the territory of slave traders, and the people of the empire would not care about him. You bastard, if it weren't for a distinguished person passing by last time, I would have killed you long ago. Bayer, seated on his horse, looked at the guard who was pointing his sword at him and spoke. Noticing an orc standing next to the guard, Bayer couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, it seems your violet territory really has no one left, so you actually hired an orc to guard the gate. How lowly. Matthew, undeterred by the group of thugs before him, shouted. You bunch of bastards, if you don't leave now, the Lord will definitely deal with you. Lord, Bayer laughed again. Your Lord is probably still somewhere out there. As he spoke, Bayer lost his patience. With a wave of his right hand, a dozen or so of his men headed towards the violet territory. Matthew was furious at the sight and grabbed his weapon to stop them. But ultimately, he was just an ordinary person. The next second, a bandit dismounted and kicked him against the wall. Haha, this guy really doesn't know his own limitations. The thug who kicked Matthew away said with a laugh. Ertzi, stop talking. This orc is a bit troublesome. This guy has thick skin and could take a lot of hits. Nearby, a bandit was stopped by an orc. He seemed surprised that the orc was actually quite capable, to the point that he was struggling to handle the situation alone. Behind him, Bayer looked at his men with a broad smile. As hunters under the control of those slave traders, he and his men, fed with abundant resources, were no longer ordinary people. All of them were first-tier system users. As someone who specifically handled matters for that group of people, Bayer himself also advanced to the third tier. He and his men were notorious bandits in the area, committing arson, murder, invasion, and all sorts of atrocities. Killed him, just an orc. Seeing that some of his men were trapped, Bayer frowned and said. He then sent his other men into the violet territory. But who knew? The next second, Bayer then saw all of his men fly out. Bayer narrowed his eyes. He knew his men well. If they attacked together, even a second-tier system user would suffer losses or even die. The next moment, Bayer saw an orc standing at the doorway. An orc? And a one-armed one at that. Upon seeing the orcs, Bayer couldn't help but blurt out. He turned to look at his fallen subordinate and roared. Are you all useless? You can't even handle a one-armed orc? Damn it, did you drink yourself into oblivion? Or did you play around with too many girls? One of the henchmen, who was lying on the ground, struggled to say, Boss, be careful. Something's wrong with this guy. Damn it, you're trash. Bayer urged his horse to step over the man. At the entrance, Hugh frowned as he looked around. He had only been in the territory for a short time when he heard the danger signal, and he rushed over without hesitation. Thank you. Matthew thanked the orc who helped him up, feeling somewhat ashamed. He had just been criticizing the orc, but now the orc had saved him. They are invaders. They wanted to invade our territory before. Seemingly realizing that Hugh was quite formidable, Matthew pointed angrily at the bandits opposite him. Hugh was taken aback for a moment, then realized that he was not familiar with the rules of the Empire, which was why he was surprised when he learned that someone dared to invade the noble territory. However, since they are intruders, things are easier to handle. After putting Matthew aside, Hugh cracked his neck and walked toward the group, thinking to himself, since the lord of the territory has not yet arrived, I should spare their lives. Seeing that this filthy orc dared to approach him, Bayer felt insulted and immediately flew into a rage. Not long after, Bright arrived at the entrance to the territory. He arrived as soon as he received the message, though he was somewhat uncertain. Currently, the only clearly defined fighting force in the territory consists of those 20 orcs. Although some of them have been assigned to guard duties, if the enemy outnumbers and is stronger, trouble may still arise. When Bright arrived, he saw people lying on the ground. Those guys looked terrible. Most of them had broken arms and legs. The servants who followed behind covered their mouths in astonishment at the sight. At this time, a figure covered in blood walked over. He had only one arm, and his disheveled hair obscured his face, making him appear, combined with his surroundings, like a demon from the abyss. The devil came to Bright's side and knelt down on one knee. My lord, because these humans reacted rather violently, I was a little too cruel. Behind Hugh lay a human whose limbs were mangled and bloody. Chapter 174 Mission, Preparation. That was the previous Bayer. He lay on the ground, his limbs severed, his flesh mangled, and a series of indistinct objects, including tears and snot, appeared on his face. His pupils dilated, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing all this, Bright glanced at Hugh silently, but didn't blame him. He simply nodded and said, "Okay." Bright then looked at Matthew, the guard beside him, and asked, "Who is their leader?" Matthew swallowed hard, recovering from the hellish scene he had just witnessed, and pointed shakily at Bayer behind Hugh. Blythe nodded and then walked toward Bayer's location. "Master." At this moment, Daisy spoke up, wanting to remind the Lord that the ground was dirty. But Bright didn't care and walked over directly, without saying anything to Daisy. Looking at the pitiful humans before him, Bright felt no pity. When he invaded his own territory, the outcome was already decided. It's just that Hugh's actions were somewhat cruel, perhaps because of his anger towards humanity. "Who sent you?" I asked calmly. He, Bayer, seemingly lost in thought, didn't speak, but just kept chuckling foolishly. "It's all over, it's all over." He was completely devastated. That orc was nothing short of a demon. Even if he were still alive, without his hands and legs, he would be no different from a dead man. Seeing that the other person had gone mad, Bright shook his head. At that moment, a bandit with a severed right arm saw Bright and rushed over. My lord, I know who it is." Bright turned his head to look. The man knelt down and shouted, "If you're willing to spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know." Bright replied calmly, "Okay." Upon hearing this, the man was overjoyed and quickly thanked him, saying respectfully, "Sir, all of this was instructed by the Abe Caravan. They're the ones who send us to the Violet Territory." The Abe Caravan. Upon hearing this name, Bright's eyes narrowed slightly. The Abe Caravan, a caravan formed by slave traders, was simply a group of weak slave traders who didn't want to be bullied. According to previous information, Bright knew that some of the assets that were originally under his control had been taken away by the caravan. Bright chuckled slightly. He hadn't even settled accounts with them yet, and now they dared to come looking for him. Whether it's a test or something else, now that you're here, don't leave. Bright had originally planned to go to the other production site first, but now that the other party had provoked him, he would go and take back that piece of land first. As for the other one, he would consider them lucky and go there later. Having made his decision, Bright headed towards his territory. As he passed Hugh, he sensed a terrifying power emanating from the man. He had advanced. Having advanced to the third-tier werewolf, and given that orcs are inherently strong, even a newly advanced third-tier werewolf can defeat some other third-tier humans. Hugh had some injuries, which suggested that those humans were not easy to deal with. "Hugh, I'm going to give you a task now." Upon hearing the Lord's words, Hugh immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "As you command, Lord. The Abe Caravan has a farm that originally belonged to me. Now I need you to take it back. You can bring 10 orcs with you. Ask Daisy for the exact location of the farm. She'll tell you." After saying that, Bright prepared to leave. As he left, Bright glanced at Hugh kneeling on the ground out of the corner of his eye and said in a cold voice, "Hugh, I'll let it slide since it's your first time. I don't want it to happen again. Humans who have lost their arms and legs are of no value. But in some ways, they're also my assets from the moment they enter my territory with malicious intent. A complete human being is more valuable than a useless person." After saying that, Bright left. In place, Hugh remained kneeling on the ground, and even though Bright had already left, he didn't dare to get up immediately. His body was trembling slightly. Just now, the Lord was warning him. He could sense the anger hidden in the Lord's words. At the same time, Hugh also felt some regret. He hadn't suppressed his anger towards humanity, which was why he'd been so cruel in dealing with these people. Snap! Hugh slapped himself. Damn it! He warned himself that he absolutely could not let a situation like what had just happened repeat itself. He is now merely the Lord's slave. The sudden sound startled Matthew, who was cleaning up the mess nearby, and he instinctively moved away from Hugh. At that moment, Daisy, the maid, came over, carrying the Lord's orders. Daisy looked at the gruesome scene around her, swallowed hard, and then said, "The Lord has ordered that the man who just left be let go, and everyone else be killed." Now, on the other side, at the training ground, Lay brandished the sword in her hand in an odd manner. She disliked human weapons and preferred to use her fists rather than a sword. But that human insisted that she use a sword. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat him, so Lay had no choice but to hide her dissatisfaction in her heart. When she's finally able to beat him, she'll punch that human in the face hard, really hard. At this moment, Lay put down her sword, feeling somewhat strange. According to the past few days, the human should have arrived by now, and I would have been the one getting beaten up again, but he didn't come today. Lei Hong's eyes darted around, but she didn't think much of it. It was best that he didn't come. She immediately threw away the sword that was making her feel uncomfortable and waved her fist. That strangely familiar feeling made her feel very comfortable. At this time, in the room, Bright was intently drawing incantations on the parchment, using his magic. He needs to prepare the gluttony skill as soon as possible. These days, he draws incantations whenever he has free time, and he already has 13. He only needed to draw 2 more diagrams. He planned to only have those 15 orcs learn the gluttony skill. As for the other 5 disabled orcs, they were treated as ordinary slaves. After all, Hugh's situation was only special, and Bright did not expect that this one-armed orc would stand out and even crush most of the orcs. Afternoon. After finishing the incantation, Bright finally breathed a sigh of relief and went to the training ground. He hadn't forgotten that there was someone there who needed him to train. Chapter 175, The King's Trial. What puzzled Bright about Rei was that her talent had been in the process of awakening, and there were no prompts in the virtual window, so he didn't know what to do for the time being. As for the gluttony skill, he had no intention of letting Rei learn it, because he discovered a skill that was particularly suitable for Rei. The King's Trial. Growth Cap, Level 10. Restriction. Orcs whose talents have not yet been awakened. With the aid of special incantations, endure endless battles and persevere. The corresponding incantations for awakening stages 1 to 8 are Image, Image, Image. Note, if an orc awakens a talent during this period, the trial of the king will end early. The stronger the talent, the stronger the feedback will be. Is Lei's Beastmaster talent strong? He didn't know, but he had never heard of a talent among the Beastmen that could be called a Beast King, but it was certainly not weak. He glanced at the parchment in his hand, which bore a special incantation. A considerable amount of magic had been used to create this incantation, coupled with the gluttony skills. If it weren't for his elven talent, which increased his mana recovery speed, things would have been quite troublesome. This is only the first level awakening incantation. Training ground. Lei, dressed in casual clothes, stood there, having kicked the longsword aside. All I saw was, she stood still, and the next second, her body began to change. For sharp claws emerged from her flesh between her fingers, and her body's surface became harder than usual. The next second, Lei retracted her claws, feeling utterly disappointed. She could no longer find that same feeling as before. Even now, the transformation into a beastman only affects her hands, unlike that day when, during the battle with that human, she seemed to enter some strange state, and even her arms transformed into beastmen. However, she didn't experience that problem again in the following days. Lei knew that it was something only awakened third-tier beastmen could do, but she did it that day. Lacking power, she desperately wanted to master it. Didn't anyone tell you that a sword is the user's partner? Suddenly, just as Lei was feeling disheartened, a voice appeared not far away. When Lei saw who it was, her face immediately darkened. Seeing the lion woman staring at him indifferently, Bright didn't care and picked up the iron sword from the ground and walked over. He took off his coat and handed it to the maid beside him. With a simple swing of his sword, Bright beckoned to the lion woman in front of him, signaling her to attack. Lei still looked at Bright with indifference. This human had been playing with her like a toy for the past few days. If she could, she really wanted to punch his face, which looked so irritating. The next second, sharp claws appeared between Lei's palms, and she attacked Bright. Clang! The sound of clashing steel rang out. Bright easily blocked the opponent's attack. At this moment, Lei was nothing more than a mischievous lion cub in his eyes, posing no danger whatsoever. Of course, if it were the situation that day, he might have taken it more seriously. Bright shook his head, casually deflected the attack, and then vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing beside Rei. He extended his left hand, clenched his fist. Then a punch landed squarely on her stomach. The intense pain caused Lei to bend over involuntarily. Clutching her stomach with her left hand, her pupils dilated, and an unknown liquid appeared at the corner of her mouth. Even in such pain, Rei didn't give up. With her only remaining right arm, she lashed out at Bright. Bright watched indifferently as Rei's slow and weak attacks came to life, a sharp sword appearing in his hand, which he then struck at her hand with a clang. Seeing that Lei had lost the ability to fight, Bright said indifferently, "Next time, I don't want to see you throw it away again. You, being so weak, have no right to refuse." I originally thought that the lion men, the nobles among the orcs, should be quite capable. I didn't expect it to be so ordinary. After saying that, ignoring Lay's angry glare, Bright left the training ground. On the road, he took out the parchment with the incantation drawn on it and smiled slightly. He had a sudden thought and decided not to give the parchment to Lay directly. If I give it to her directly, given her current dislike for me, she might think it's a way to harm her or another form of enslavement. So he chose another way. Stack buffs. Ray already harbors a deep loathing for humans, so now that I think about it, her loathing for him must be incredibly strong. What an orc who is obsessed with revenge and escape needs most right now is power. In addition to the buffs she had accumulated over this period that made her hate herself, Lay's desire for power should have reached its peak at this moment. Back in the room, Bright called Minus over and asked her if she knew any kind of illusionary magic that wouldn't be easily detected. Although this dragon has some shortcomings, she still knows a lot about magic. Hallucination? Is it one of those bewitching spells? Minus looked at Bright with a strange expression. Ahem, Bright coughed twice, then explained, it's not about doing anything bad. I just want to help someone, but I can't let her know who I am. Upon hearing the explanation, Minus withdrew his strange gaze and said with sudden realization, Oh, I see. But can't this guy do it? As Minus spoke, he walked to the table and slammed the skull on it to the ground. At that moment, the skull, who had just been sleeping, was completely bewildered. What happened? An earthquake? When he woke up, he saw the familiar big shot, not from an earthquake, but from the big shot slap. Why is this guy hitting it again? It didn't do anything. It was just sitting there quietly. It's practically the scum of the weird stuff. Upon hearing what Minus said, Bright turned around and picked up the skull from the ground. Looking at the skull in his hand, he really didn't expect that this thing would have such power. Because, apart from the first day, the skull had been rather unremarkable for the next few days, and coupled with his busy schedule, he hadn't really noticed its existence for a while. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it has that ability, Minus said, looking greedily at the fruit on the table. Night. After finishing her training, Lay returned to her room. She lowered her head and returned to her bed in silence. Just then, Heidi returned. She closed the door, took out the bread and some milk she had left behind from her bosom, and whispered, Ray, hee, the maids gave me some milk today, and I brought it all back for you. Chapter 176 Illusion, Skulltide. Come on, eat up. You must be starving. Ray, you can have dinner with Heidi tomorrow. Heidi spoke happily, seemingly more pleased to watch Ray eat than to eat herself. Thanks. Lay forced a smile and said something, then went to Heidi and took the food from her hand. Over the past few days, she has come to know that Heidi is a kind person of her kind. These were all Heidi's good intentions, and she didn't want to hurt Heidi's feelings, so even though she was heartbroken, she accepted Heidi's kindness. Lay silently ate the bread in her hand, the indifferent look in that human's eyes from earlier that day flashing through her mind. A lump formed in her throat, and she almost burst into tears. She thought of her life in the tribe, the love from her parents, and the care from her sister. If she could, she really wanted to go back to her old life. But the hard, chewy bread in her mouth brought her back to reality. The warm scene shattered, and the image of her parents being brutally murdered reappeared before her eyes. Her sister knelt on the ground, begging for mercy from the murderers who killed their parents. Lay could never forget the mocking smiles of the humans when her sister begged for mercy, just as Lay's eyes were about to be shrouded in blood. At this moment, Heidi, sitting to the side with her hand supporting her chin, said with a hint of regret, Ray, you would look really beautiful if you smiled. Although Ray looks good even when she doesn't smile, she definitely looks even better when she does smile. Heidi's words brought Ray back to her senses from her frenzy. She looked at Heidi gratefully. If it weren't for her, she might have remained engulfed in the flames of revenge. Late at night, after seeing that Heidi was asleep, Ray quietly left the room alone. The sky was pitch black, and the entire Violet territory was utterly silent. Snowflakes drifted down, but the territory itself was warm and cozy. Lay knew that this was the human's magic, and that he was protecting this territory. She couldn't sleep, which is why she left after Heidi fell asleep. Otherwise, that kind-hearted fellow human would surely have cared about her. The human didn't lock her in a cage. She could move freely in the castle. At first, Ray disregarded the slave contract and wanted to die, but now she wants to live, defeat that despicable human, find her sister, and take her back to the tribe. As Lay walked, she was lost in thought, completely unaware that she had unknowingly arrived at the training ground. Suddenly at this moment, Lei saw that things were changing before her eyes. The training ground disappeared, replaced by an endless grassland. Lei stood there, stunned and bewildered by what was happening before her eyes. She then saw a person standing in front of her, but she couldn't see his face or tell whether he was a human or an orc. "You've arrived." Just as Lei looked over curiously, the man suddenly spoke. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Lei instantly shuddered, and sharp claws suddenly appeared on her hands, because she didn't know whether the person in front of her was an enemy or someone else. "Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy." Then Lei saw the man's arm suddenly turn into a beast's claw. "I'm also an orc, and I have come to you to help you. Help me." Although the other party was also of the same kind, Lei never let her guard down, for there were quite a few of her kind who betrayed the beast race. Then Lei saw a piece of parchment appear in the hand of the mysterious beast man. When Lei saw the incantation on the parchment, her eyes narrowed, and she became uneasy. She had seen the incantation on it before. It was a secret scroll her father had always treasured, and she had seen it once by chance. Lei clearly remembered her father sighing as he said that this contained a beastman's skill, but unfortunately it was now missing. If the complete incantation could be found, then the beastman would rise again. The incomplete incantation in the father's secret scroll and the incantation on the parchment in front of him were combined, and the lines on them perfectly filled in the missing parts of the secret scroll. Lei was utterly shocked. She never imagined that what her father had been pursuing all his life would now appear before her eyes, and that the other party would offer to help her. Unaware of the change in the red eyes, Bright continued, "This is inscribed with a beastman's ultimate technique. If you can learn this skill, you will gain immense power." Bright didn't offer much explanation, nor did he try to persuade Ray to study. Saying too much would only make him more likely to be suspected. Because he knew, desperate for power, she will definitely use the spell on the parchment, and what he gave her is not a fake, but a genuine orc skill. Looking at the yellowed parchment in her hand, Lei suppressed her surprise and was about to ask who this fellow beastman was when the surrounding scenery changed once again. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the training ground, back in Violet territory. If it weren't for the yellowed parchment in her hand, Lei might have thought that what she had just seen was an illusion. The thick parchment brought her back to reality. Just now, in the final moments before disappearing, she heard the mysterious person's voice. "I will reappear once you advance to the second tier." Lei didn't know who the mysterious orc was, how he contacted her, or why he was looking for her. But looking at the parchment in her hand, Lei's hand trembled slightly. She knew that there was hope for her life, which had sunk into the abyss. "Hope is the spell in your hand." Lei paused for a moment, then bowed deeply in gratitude to the mysterious senior. He then eagerly took the parchment and left. On the other side, inside the castle, Bright stood up from his seat, stretched his somewhat stiff body, touched the skull, and said with a smile, "Very well, it seems I'll have to trouble you a lot more in the future." The skull, flashing red light, responded excitedly, as if to say, "Boss, please feel free to use my humble servant." Bright went to the window, stood in the darkness, and looked out at the training field, where he saw Ray standing there looking excited. He smiled slightly and then left. Late at night, knowing that the Orcish manual was printed on the parchment, Lei couldn't wait to use it. She looked at the Fong pattern on the back of her hand, somewhat puzzled. This appeared after she used the spell. Her father hadn't told her how to use that skill, so Lei didn't know what the Fong pattern was for. Looking at the moon outside, Lei felt a little sleepy, so she went back to bed. Lei slowly closed her eyes, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. She found herself in an unfamiliar place. She stood atop a towering stone pillar, surrounded by countless skeletons frantically climbing towards her location. Chapter 177, The Attack of Bright. The moment she saw the skull at her feet, sharp claws suddenly appeared on Lei's hands. Shoot down the skeletons that try to climb up one by one. Time passed. Lei didn't know how many skeleton monsters she had killed. She just kept killing mechanically, constantly waving her arms. Her body was already covered in wounds. This place felt like reality, and she could feel the pain when she was injured. Suddenly, she saw the skeleton beneath her feet stop moving. Lei was surprised, and an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion washed over her. The next second, she fainted. On the bed, Lei suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in bed in a defensive stance. However, she found herself not on the huge stone pillar, but back in her room. "I felt incredibly energetic and had no signs of fatigue." It was as if everything I had experienced was just a dream, but everything in the dream felt so real. At that moment, Lei noticed a beast tooth on her right hand that was emitting a faint glow. Could it be that I went through all of that because of it? Lei could sense that although she was exhausted after fighting the endless skeletons, she had also gained a great deal, experiencing the feeling of fighting between life and death. She even felt that her awakening level had improved. If this rate continued, Lei was confident that she could awaken to the second tier within a few days. As if she had seen a glimmer of hope, a slight smile appeared on Lei's lips for the first time. Castle. Beside the desk. While stroking Minus's hair with his right hand, Bright looked at the report that the servants had just brought with his left. Hugh has already taken back the farm, and he has 2 orcs who were injured in battle. They're on their way back now. The farm wasn't very big, only about 100 acres, and it mainly raised pigs, sheep, and other animals. Bright tapped the table lightly with his finger, then stood up. Currently, there are 15 orcs under my command who have learned the gluttony skill. As long as they have enough food, their strength will grow rapidly. Just like Hugh, he advanced from his second tier to the third tier in just 3 days. It's important to understand that Orc Awakening is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Each stage of awakening requires a significant amount of time and effort. Now that the orcs have the gluttony skill, they should make good use of it. Have the remaining orcs in the castle get ready. I'm going out for a bit. Oh, right, let the female lion woman come along, too. Bright straightened his sleeves and spoke to the maid beside him. Now, in the temporary gathering place of the Abe caravan, in the room, several well-dressed, middle-aged men gathered together. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked very unwell. Bayer hadn't sent him any messages for a day. Even when Bayer was enjoying the fruits of victory, he would still send him a message the next day. However, he has not received any news to this day. Then there's only one possibility. Bayer failed. Mr. Baker, has the Violet Lord really returned? At this moment, another slave trader, sitting to the side, asked with some concern. The others also looked over, their faces showing varying degrees of worry. After all, after the Violet Lord disappeared, they plundered the Violet territory quite often and even had some breeding land that originally belonged to the Violet Lord. Yesterday, they also received news that a group of unidentified people had attacked the farm. The group immediately connected this incident with Violet, suggesting that there might be some connection between the two. I don't know, Baker said with a somber face. Regardless of whether that person returned or not, he had no other choice. After all, he had already invaded his territory, and unless the Violet Lord abandoned his pride, this matter could not end. But Beck wouldn't give up so easily. He was aiming to break into the top 50 in the arena 3 months from now. Baker looked at the several panicked slave traders and said, whether he has returned or not, we have no choice. According to the agreement, as long as we are enemies of Lord Violet, Lord York will help us. The arena time is approaching, and we must take back that farm. Otherwise, we won't be able to fulfill the demands we made of those lords. You shall choose whether to be an enemy of one lord or multiple lords. Baker's words silenced everyone. All the people in the room lowered their heads, looking thoughtful. They were slave traders, and everything they did was for their own benefit. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to hunt orcs. Only slave traders who owned territories in each region were eligible to participate in the hunt. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, Beck couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He believed that none of them wanted to be enemies with several lords, so they could only choose one, to be enemies with the Violet Lord. In fact, he received more accurate information than the others. That's what he learned from Lord York. Lord Violet returned alone this time. All the men I took with me have disappeared. Without those powerful subordinates, what could Bright possibly do? Even if they killed him, at most the ownership of the Violet territory would be transferred to the Empire. No, we can't kill him now. Once the territory reverts to the Empire, all the things that originally belonged to Violet will have to be handed over. Baker doesn't want any of that. Baker waited for everyone to agree. Suddenly at this moment, with a click, the door to the room was opened, and an unfamiliar voice came from outside. Oh, so you're here. It was really hard to find you guys. By the way, the people outside were a bit noisy, so I put them to sleep. You don't mind, do you? All I saw was a person dressed in a black suit, wearing a black hat, and with a small white animal perched on his shoulder walked in. Upon seeing the people in the room and confirming that they were the same people, a slight smile appeared on Bright's lips. These people are not easy to find. After walking for half a day and asking some people, I finally found out the location. Moreover, when he arrived, someone would warmly welcome him, and after some exchange, he finally found his destination. Bright handed the black hat to Daisy behind him, then walked into the room with the black umbrella in his hand. He looked around and then sat down in a seat. Chapter 178, The Beginning of Blood and Fire. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Where's Jeff? Baker looked at the person who had suddenly walked in and said angrily, while shouting towards the door. The other slave traders also watched the stranger warily. This sudden intrusion is not good news. Oh, so that guy's name is Jeff. He's a good subordinate. Bright chuckled slightly and said. He then raised his head and looked at everyone. It seems it has been a long time since we last met. You all seem to have forgotten my voice. Upon seeing that familiar face, Baker's expression instantly changed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Bright! Baker exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Beck's exclamation, the surrounding slave traders finally reacted, instantly standing up from their seats and staring at the person before them in disbelief. How could the Violet Lord be here? Not everyone had actually seen Bright. Most of them had only seen him in portraits. So when they saw his face, they only felt a sense of familiarity and did not immediately connect him with the Lord of Violet. At this moment, the Violet Lord appeared before them in person, and everyone was immediately filled with fear. Knock, knock. Bright frowned and tapped the table lightly. Mr. Baker, has no one taught you the etiquette of the Empire? Upon hearing this, Baker's face darkened, but even though he was unwilling, he had to admit the difference between himself and Bright. After a moment's hesitation, Baker placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully toward Bright's location, and said, Greetings, Your Excellency, Lord Violet. At the same time, the other slave traders, recovering from their shock, also said in unison, Greetings, Your Excellency, Lord Violet. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Bright finally nodded. Please sit down. I've come here today to discuss some matters with you. It seems you've taken good care of my farm, but you've driven away my people, which I'm very unhappy about. Bright's words struck them like a hammer, each pause a heavy blow. Suddenly, an obese slave trader could no longer hold on. He suddenly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Your Excellency, Lord Violet, please forgive my disrespect, but all of this was arranged by Baker. When we first mentioned it, we didn't know it was your territory. If you forgive us, we are willing to compensate you immediately and leave this place. Chelsea, you. Beck was stunned for a moment. Then his face was full of anger. He didn't expect this person to just say it outright. Even though I kept it from them, these guys didn't choose to refuse after they found out the truth. Compensation? Bright smiled and then said, That's easy. I'm not one for fighting and killing. These people in front of him were just pawns in the hands of some lords. He wouldn't gain anything by killing them, so it would be better to gain some benefits from them. A short while later, the slave traders all turned ashen-faced because the conditions demanded by the Violet Lord were simply outrageous. But to save their lives, they had no choice but to agree. After the transaction contract was signed, the slave traders hurriedly left the place. Bright glanced at the several transaction contracts in his hand that had the legal force of the Empire and nodded in satisfaction. At least his 20 orc subordinates no longer need to worry about food. Furthermore, most of the people in the territory now have places to work. It also came with 200 orc slaves. After glancing at it briefly, he handed the contract to Daisy. He wasn't worried that those people would escape unless they could escape the Holy Night Empire within 3 days, which was impossible. If you have that ability, then you don't need to risk your life. Bright turned to look at Baker, who had been sitting silently to the side. Baker hadn't said a word since the beginning. He had just sat there in silence. Of course, this time he couldn't come without bloodshed. Even for the sake of face, he had to kill someone, and what had happened in the Violet territory had to be washed away with blood. Baker is a great start. Bright, I challenge you to a bet. I'll bet all my wealth on you. Baker stood up, knowing full well that he couldn't survive, so he was going to make one last desperate attempt. If the information is correct and Bright returned alone, then he currently has no slaves available for him. Inside the battle cage, only orc slaves can fight. Beck didn't care about Imperial etiquette anymore. All he knew was that he was about to die. Bright stroked his chin, then shook his head. Bika musti. Moreover, the two are not on the same level, so he had no need to accept Beck's challenge. Upon seeing Bright's refusal, Baker's face immediately darkened. Damn it, He hadn't expected Bright to come looking for him, so he hadn't brought many men with him. After a moment of silence, Baker finally said, "Bright, you killed me, and Lord York will take revenge on you. How about this, Lord Violet? I'll give you all my possessions in exchange for sparing my life." Bright looked at Baker indifferently, because this wasn't about money. Bright stood up from his seat, picked up the black umbrella beside him, and slowly drew a long sword. He looked at Baker, who was staring at him in surprise, and said slowly, "You mean York? Don't worry, he'll be down to keep you company soon, because he's my next target." How is this possible? Beck's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the sword in Bright's hand. Because the Violet Lord is just an ordinary person. But what's with the magical fluctuations flowing on that longsword? This is impossible. Beck roared in disbelief. He had met Bright a few times before and knew that the other party was just an ordinary person, but now the magical energy fluctuations on the other party were stronger than his own. In an instant, looking at Bright's face, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, he felt as if he were seeing Bright for the first time. A short while later, a miserable cry rang out in the room. Bright came out of the room, looked at the afterglow of the sunset, and straightened his collar. The ground outside was littered with human corpses, and in the middle of them stood Lay, drops of blood dripping from her hands. Bright glanced at it and then looked away, saying to the maid behind him, "Daisy, prepare the carriage." "Yes, to Lord York's territory. Lord York's territory is nearby. Since we're here, we might as well go along the way. He should also announce his return to his neighbors." Chapter 179 Lord of York. Dusk, as night was about to fall. In Yorkshire, orcs were working, dressed in tattered linen clothes. Most of the orcs were wounded, and they wandered the streets numbly, constantly being driven by their lords and humans. "Damn it, that's really bad. I didn't even drink with Lao Air and the others last night." At the gate of the territory, a man dressed in light armor muttered something unsatisfactory. "Hee, only you drank that much. You didn't get to play with many decent female orcs last night. You lost out big time." The man was helpless. "Sigh, just hang in there a little longer. Once the arena is over, it'll be another hunting season. Will we still be short of female orcs to play with then? I'll bring a few orc nobles to play with this hunting season." Just as the two were talking, just then, a horse-drawn carriage arrived, bringing with it the glow of the setting sun. The man was about to speak when, in the next second, a figure jumped down from the carriage and appeared before him instantly. "Vomit!" The man couldn't speak. His throat ruptured, and a gush of blood gushed out. He stared in shock at the female orc standing before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why are there orcs here?" His companion reacted immediately and drew his weapon to fight back. But the next second, the sharp claw that had pierced his throat appeared in his abdomen and pierced through him instantly. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the man vaguely heard a voice. "You may kill anyone who has a weapon, but you must not kill ordinary people who do not have weapons, for they are not tainted with the blood of your own kind." All I saw was a tall, slender figure step down from the carriage. Bright glanced at the setting sun behind him. Luckily, he arrived before sunset, otherwise it would have been inconvenient at night. He ignored the two people Lay had killed and walked directly into the territory. Daisy followed silently behind the Lord, and although she was extremely surprised, she dared not show it. Bright had only taken 2 steps when, whoosh, then several more humans appeared before him. These men were armed with all sorts of weapons, their gazes cold as they looked at Bright. Bright smiled slightly at this, then removed his black hat to reveal his face and said calmly, "With the arrival of Lord Violet, doesn't Lord York, who is also a lord, intend to come out in person?" One of the bald men said coldly, "Lord Violet, you killed our people, and now you actually want to see the Lord?" As he spoke, he prepared to make a move, but someone next to him stopped him. The person whispered something in the bald man's ear, and the bald man glanced at Brett, snorted, and then walked away. The man stepped forward and respectfully said to Bright, "Please wait a moment while I go and consult the Lord." Bright nodded silently, fumbling for the handle of the black umbrella. A short while later, reception room. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the perforated wooden floor. Then a chubby boy about 1.5 meters tall walked in angrily. "Bright, how dare you? How dare you kill my people in my territory? Looks like you really don't know how to spell death." York stretched out his hand, pointed at Bright sitting there, and roared angrily. Bright killed his man in front of everyone. It was a blatant slap in the face. If I don't do something about this, what will become of my reputation as Lord York? Will anyone be allowed to wander into my territory in the future? Bright sat in his chair, his right hand on the armrest, watching the chubby boy walk in indifferently. York, who gave you the audacity to invade my territory? Bright's voice struck York's heart like a heavy hammer. Who has the guts to do what I do? Bright, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Do you even have the guts to invade your territory? Before York could finish speaking, his arm flew off in the next second. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that York reacted, feeling the immense pain, and he roared wildly. "Yeah! Someone kill him!" Splash. Suddenly, the room was surrounded by a dense crowd, 3 layers deep. These people all had varying degrees of magical energy fluctuations, and some of them even had magical energy fluctuations that reached the 4th level. Bright ignored everyone, stood up from his seat, and walked outside. Bright looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "I am a lord in theft by the Empire. Anyone who takes a step forward will die." After saying that, everyone stared blankly, but no one dared to actually make a move. After all, the Violet Lord in front of us is a nobleman. Commoners and slaves who dare to lay a hand on nobles are guilty of a capital offense. And even if they survive today, the Empire will not let them off the hook afterward. Insubordination is a capital offense. The guards on both sides silently made way. York roared furiously from the sidelines, "Go, you bunch of useless trash. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Grass, spurred on by him, some people fearlessly attacked Bright. But the next second, the man's body was then split in 2. Bright flicked the blood off his long sword and calmly looked at York, who was standing there dumbfounded, and said, "York, because you have invaded my territory, I hereby issue you a mandatory battle cage invitation. Time, 3 days from now. Location, combat cage number 003 in Smo City. The bet involves all assets of both parties. Be thankful that the laws of the Empire saved you, otherwise you would be dead here today." He cannot kill York now. As a fellow lord, if he rashly kills him, the Empire will not stand idly by. But the combat cage is different. If York loses all its property, the ownership of the territory will transfer to the Empire. York, who had no territory, could kill at will. The reason why slave trader lords are superior to ordinary people is ultimately because they have territories. Once they lose their territories, the Empire will not interfere. If you don't even help me watch over my things, why should I help you? Aelia, damn it. Bright, you deserve to die. York was furious to see that no one could stop Bright. He fainted the next moment. On the carriage. "Speak, Daisy. What do you want to say?" Seeing Daisy hesitate, Bright casually asked. Seeing that the master noticed her unusual behavior, Daisy mustered her courage and asked cautiously. Chapter 180, The Lively Violet Territory, Rank 4. "My Lord Daisy, if I may be so bold as to say something, there don't seem to be any powerful orc slaves in the castle. From what I understand, Lord York has a 4th-tier orc under his command who is a frequent combatant." Daisy spoke cautiously, avoiding Bright's eyes. The reason she dared to speak out was because she had recently sensed that the Lord seemed to have changed, completely different from the Lord she had before. She prefers the current Lord to the previous one. Bright noticed that Daisy usually had good observation skills, which is why he asked the question. So he replied, "Not now, but in 3 days." Upon hearing the Lord's words, Daisy's gaze involuntarily turned to Lay, who was standing to the side, because in her performance just now, this female orc, although ferocious, was also very strong. Lay glared at Daisy, as if to say, "Human, don't look at me." Daisy was startled and immediately looked away. Bright didn't speak either. He didn't say who it was. Lay glanced at Bright silently. She didn't understand why this human would make such a meaningless bet. He clearly had the strength. Why not just kill him directly instead of going through all this trouble? Of course, she was also unaware of the Empire's laws, which is why she was puzzled. At the same time, she felt that this human had no hope, because she was the strongest orc in the territory, but even she couldn't possibly advance to the 4th rank in 3 days. She was only at the 1st rank and had just barely reached the 2nd rank. Lay hadn't seen Hugh. He'd been hunting in the forest for the past few days, and when he returned, Bright took her out for a practice run again. She hadn't seen Hugh yet, so she subconsciously assumed she was the strongest orc in the castle. Bright was unaware of all this thought from Ray. He was currently considering whether to bring some fruit back for Minus on his way, as Minus had almost finished the fruit he had bought earlier. Bright then decided to buy some, otherwise she would start nagging in his head again. As for cutting off Lord York's arm in the bet, he didn't care at all. York was just a stepping stone for him. At night, we returned to our territory. Lay returned to her room. Is that Ray back? She had just opened the door when a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Lay looked up curiously. In the moonlight, Heidi stood by the window, tears streaming down her face, sobbing softly as she spoke. You're back, that's wonderful. I thought Ray disliked Heidi. Heidi hadn't seen Ray for almost a day, and she was filled with fear and worry. She had finally found a companion to talk to, so she cherished her dearly. Lay's disappearance led her to believe that Lay disliked her and had left. At the door, Lay didn't know what to say for a moment. She could feel Heidi's concern for her, but she couldn't give anything in return. The next day, the entire small area was astonished by a piece of news. The disbandment of the Abe caravan, the death of slave Trader Beck, and the wager between the Lord of Violet and the Lord of York. In an instant, everyone knew that the Violet Lord had returned, and the first thing he did upon his return was to make a bet with the Lord of York. Those who knew the reason were not surprised. On the contrary, they were eagerly anticipating the bet 2 days later. After all, both men were slave traders with noble titles. The bet between them is quite a hot topic. Inside the castle, Daisy hurriedly dealt with the matter. Daisy, how many batches is this already? Brett appeared beside her at some point and asked, looking at the gifts in front of her. Daisy turned around and immediately said, reporting to my lord, the gift before us is a greeting from Lord Feely Mountain. So far, 9 lords have sent their greetings. Beside Daisy, the petite Heidi was also helping to collect the gifts. When she saw the lord approaching, she immediately lowered her head, but at the same time, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Bright out of the corner of her eye. Since news of yesterday's event spread, some of the local lords have begun to extend goodwill. They're so wise after the event. They didn't offer any help when the Violet territory was invaded. Bright thought for a moment and said, when you have time later, Daisy, could you write a thank you letter to each of the lords who gave us gifts? Thank you. No trouble at all. It's Daisy's honor to serve you, sir. Daisy said immediately and respectfully. Blythe nodded and left. Even though no one helped him, he felt he should still respond politely since the other party had given him a gift. Soon after, Bright found Hugh. Looking at the werewolf Hugh in front of him, he decided to properly enhance its strength. Hugh, this time I'm going to let you play in the bet. So, over the next few days, I will train you well and teach you new skills. Bright looked at Hugh and said. Hugh's eyes immediately lit up with intense light. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, my lord, Hugh is willing. Time passed. For the next 3 days, Hugh ate almost every moment, and Bright would also find him some high-grade meats. And Hugh did not disappoint him, perfectly digesting the meat in his body. On the morning of the 3rd day, in one of the castle's indoor training rooms, as usual, Bright opened the door. Splash! The room was filled with an overwhelming aura of blood. A blood-red mist filled the air, making it look like a crimson hell. All around the room were various kinds of white bones. In the center stood a 2-meter-tall figure, hunched over in the blood-red mist, his eyes a deep crimson. He was surrounded by an aura of violence. Roar! Low growls came from his throat. Then, those scarlet eyes looked in Bright's direction. Upon recognizing the person, the violent aura vanished in the next second, and a monster with a one-armed wolf's head and a human body emerged from the blood mist. He looked at the human before him, knelt down respectfully, and then a hoarse voice rang out. Greetings, Lord. Shio, it seems you've absorbed the knowledge very well and have already reached the 4th stage of awakening. Seeing the violent aura emanating from the werewolf in front of him, Blatt nodded and said, Chapter 181, Countess Lilith. This is all thanks to the adult's nurturing. Shio knelt on the ground and said respectfully. He could feel the surging power within himself, something that would have been completely impossible before. But now he has done it, even surpassing his brother, and has become the first to enter the 4th stage of awakening. The reason he has all of this is because of the person in front of him. Hugh raised his head and looked at the human in front of him. Even though he had advanced to the 4th rank, he still couldn't see through the Lord. The other party remained as mysterious as ever. Okay, let's get ready. We're going to the battle cage soon. Blythe nodded, offered a word of advice, and then left. In the room, Hugh clenched his fists. That afternoon, he would return to the battle cage once again and take the place of the Lord in battle. This time, he absolutely cannot fail. And later, if the opportunity arises, I'll see if I can rescue my brother from that iron cage as well. Xiao knew that his brother's talent was far superior to his own. If his brother could learn this amazing skill, the Lord would surely be satisfied. Besides, Bright had just returned to the castle. The maid Daisy came over, looking somewhat hurried, as if she were looking for something. Upon seeing Bright, Daisy's face lit up with joy, and she hurried over. "Sir, Earl of Thorns has arrived and is now in the living room." The Earl of Thorns? Upon hearing Daisy's words, Bright pondered for a moment. He hadn't heard of this name before. Perhaps he had been in contact with it before. Bright frowned immediately. If this person had been in contact with him before, then he had to be careful. After all, this is an earl, a true nobleman of the Holy Knight Empire, and of a high status. But why did she suddenly come here? With questions in mind, Bright entered the living room. His castle was always simple, with only a few seats in the living room. Now, on one of the seats, a woman dressed in a purple mink coat was sitting there, revealing her slender, fair legs. She had a delicate face and a beauty mark under her right eye. Well, overall she gives off a vixen-like vixen vibe. But Bright could not possibly say that. The man in front of him was an earl, several levels above him in status. It would be a bad choice to offend him rashly. Moreover, the area where Violet is located is under the jurisdiction of the woman in front of her. "Your Excellency Earl of Thorns, it is a pleasure to have you in the Violet territory," Bright greeted politely. Sitting in the chair, Lilith looked at the person in front of her, a hint of interest appearing in her beautiful eyes. This was her first time meeting Lord Violet, and she was slightly surprised upon meeting him. Just as she had heard, the Baron was indeed very handsome. Moreover, the fact that he wasn't surprised when he saw her, but instead greeted her calmly, made Lilith feel somewhat different. Of course, she came here because of the figs. After arriving, she happened to overhear about the bet between Lord Violet and Lord York, so she became curious. Since she was also looking for Bright, she came to Violet territory on the way. "It seems that you, Baron, love your people very much and are willing to hire magicians to protect this territory," Lilith said calmly, noting that she had sensed the difference between the Violet territory and the outside world as soon as she arrived. "Just simple protection," Bright said calmly, gesturing to the maid beside him to serve the Earl of Thorns tea. After taking a sip of tea, Lilith didn't dawdle any longer and directly stated her purpose. "Baron Violet, my men collected a fig and later heard that this item came from you. So, I came here today to ask if you still have this kind of material. If I had it, I would be willing to pay a high price to buy it. It certainly wouldn't disappoint you." "I'm sorry, I don't have any more here. I only obtained that one by chance," Bright replied immediately after Lilith finished speaking. Although there were only a dozen figs in his warehouse, he still said there were none. Who knew what the Count was up to? It was better to avoid trouble than to cause it. Opposite, Bright's quick response startled her slightly, so she took a sip of tea to escape the awkward atmosphere. Then Lilith said, "I heard that you, Baron, have a bet with another Baron. I happen to be heading to Small Town soon. Would it be possible to travel together?" "It's my honor," Bright said. After saying that he had other things to do, Bright left the reception room first. Countess Lilith said nothing, but let Bright do his own thing while she strolled around the castle. Therefore, Bright temporarily lent his maid Daisy to the Earl. Led by the maid, Lilith began to wander around the castle. She began to feel a little curious about this lord. Just then, a little girl walked past her with a broom. When the broom swept across the little girl's face, Lilith froze on the spot. Because that face was so familiar, although it was still very young, she could still see a sense of familiarity in it. "Your Excellency?" Seeing the Earl suddenly stop in his tracks, Daisy cautiously asked in a low voice. Lilith snapped out of her reverie, looked again in the direction of the little girl, and asked casually, "Who is she?" Daisy looked in the direction the Earl was pointing and then saw Heidi's back. "Her name is Heidi. She is a servant in the castle, and she is of mixed race." "Your Excellency, is it Heidi who has displeased you?" Daisy asked cautiously. "Heidi." Lilith murmured the name, then shook her head. "No, let's keep going." At the same time, there was something else Lilith kept to herself. That's because Heidi looks very similar to one of her acquaintances. In fact, when she first saw Heidi, she thought she was that person's child. After learning from the maid that she was of mixed race, she dismissed her initial thought. If Heidi were human, then the possibility would be much greater. But being mixed race is probably impossible. Led by the maid, Lilith continued her stroll. On the other side, Heidi quickly went into the castle, took out a broom, and began to sweep. She was humming an unknown song softly. After we finish cleaning, we can go play with Ray. After Shio finished tidying up, he put on a new set of clothes, and his previously gigantic body returned to normal. The blood energy on his body also dissipated considerably. Chapter 182, The Battle Begins. I never expected that you would have such a powerful slave in your possession. Sensing the werewolf's aura, Lilith said with some surprise. Because the information she received indicated that Bright didn't have a single useful slave by his side, the sudden appearance of a fourth-tier werewolf was somewhat unexpected. Then she thought of that matter again. Now that Bright has a fighting force by his side, if he wins today, then it might be worthwhile to invite Bright to participate in that matter. Of course, that's all predicated on Bright winning today. Lilith didn't say one more thing. Even a fourth-tier werewolf with one arm couldn't possibly defeat an opponent of the same tier. Thank you for your praise. After responding, Bright got into the carriage. Countess Lilith's carriage was ahead. Her carriage was very luxurious, twice the size of Bright's, but there weren't many people in sight, only 2 maids. After everything was ready, the two headed toward the town of Small. On the other side, in the training field, Ray was training diligently when Hugh's appearance surprised her. Surprised that the human possessed such formidable combat power, she grew increasingly anxious. These days, every night as she falls asleep, she appears in that mysterious place and then engages in endless battles. After waking up in the morning, the body will return to its peak condition and even improve. She could already sense that she was not far from awakening to the second stage, and perhaps she could advance today. At the same time, Lei also felt a vague sense of anticipation. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if that mysterious orc will reappear after I reach the second tier, and if he will give me the incantation for the next tier. Clang! While Lei was distracted, the wooden stake in front of her was broken by a casual blow. The sound of something falling startled Lei, jolting her back to reality. Looking at her arm, she was astonished to discover that she had actually awakened. She has reached the second stage of awakening. The power within his body was noticeably stronger than before. Wow! Just then, Heidi emerged from the corner and exclaimed in surprise, "Ray, you're amazing!" On the other side, inside the carriage, Bright was looking at the documents in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. Looking at the woman sitting across from him, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why would the Count sit in the same carriage as him? But he could not refuse the Count's orders, so he could only silently lower his head and look at the documents. Suddenly at this moment, Bright felt a sudden surge of power within him. He was already on the verge of the 5th rank, and the appearance of this force was like someone pushing him from behind. Bright felt himself stepping into another level, and the magic within him surged wildly. But he wasn't alone here. A strange Count was sitting opposite him, so he hurriedly suppressed the magic power that was about to surge out of his body. Opposite, Countess Lilith seemed to sense something, and her beautiful eyes involuntarily turned to Bright. The next second, a smile appeared on her lips, and she thought to herself, "It's truly amazing that the Violet Lord, who was rumored to be an ordinary person, is actually a 5th-tier system user." However, Lilith didn't say it aloud. Bright was clearly trying to hide it, so she didn't want to embarrass herself by saying it. However, she became even more curious about Bright. Figs have only ever appeared in the Devil's Forest, and the Violet territory is located nearby. And now, the Violet Lord is hiding his true strength again. TSK. It seems this Lord has a secret. I'm getting more and more curious. Time passed. After traveling for some time, they arrived at the town of Small again. It was already afternoon, but there were still many people in the city. Upon seeing Bright's carriage appear, someone in the crowd shouted, "Lord Violet has arrived." Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to them. They've been waiting all day just to see the wager between the lords, and it said that the 2 lords are betting all their wealth. That's going to be interesting. A considerable number of people had already gathered outside the fighting cage. The carriage stopped. Bright alighted from the carriage, but instead of closing the door, he stood to the side, extending his hand. The next second, an unexpected figure stepped down from the carriage. Lilith smiled and placed her left hand in Bright's hand before stepping down from the carriage. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the person, someone in the crowd recognized him, immediately knelt on the ground, and loudly proclaimed, "Greetings, Earl of Thorns." Only then did people realize the identity of the woman who stepped out of Bright's carriage. They all knelt on the ground to welcome them. Lilith smiled, raised her hand, and gestured for everyone to stand up. She then walked toward the combat cage, and Brett followed her in with Hugh. After the group went inside, everyone finally recovered from their surprise. What's going on? The Earl of Thorns actually came with the Baron of Violet, and the two of them were even sitting in the same carriage. Goodness gracious, they seemed to have discovered something incredible. Inside the fighting cage, York's face darkened immediately upon hearing his subordinate's report. Why did the Earl come with Bright? If the Count were to try anything to trip him up, he would be powerless to do anything about it. Damn it, Bright. York couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The next second, he saw the Countess of Thorns, with Bright following behind her. He immediately bowed to Count Thorns. Lilith nodded and said, Lord York, right? Don't worry, I won't interfere in this battle. I'm just an observer. After saying that, Lilith walked towards her seat. York, who was standing nearby, was overjoyed upon hearing this. The Earl will not interfere. As long as they don't interfere. Bright, how are you going to die? York looked at Bright, and at the same time saw the werewolf standing behind him. The orc behind York said, My lord, the opponent is of the same rank as me. Upon hearing this, in an instant, York's face darkened again. Damn it, when did Bright get this werewolf? He had no idea. But then, upon seeing that the werewolf only had one arm, his face broke into a smile again. What combat power does a werewolf with one arm have, even if it's at the 4th rank? It seems Bright has really lost his mind and is trying to make a last-ditch effort, isn't he? At this moment, a middle-aged man stood inside the iron cage and spoke loudly. The Lord of Violet and the Lord of York have both appeared. I am the referee for this event. We request that both parties verify the ownership of the slaves. Chapter 183 Showdown. Verifying ownership of slaves was an imperial regulation, the purpose of which was to verify that you owned the slave. Upon hearing the host's voice, Blythe nodded and glanced at Hugh. The next second, on Hugh's left shoulder, a chain mark appeared. At the same time, Hugh's expression changed slightly. When the slave mark appears, the slave will feel pain. Opposite, York snorted, and a chain mark appeared on the forehead of the orc behind him. After verifying the slave owner, the duel begins. The venue is already packed with people, all eagerly anticipating the duel. After all, a duel between two slave lords was extremely rare. Moreover, the arena is about to open, so most slave traders will hide their strength, since that will be the time for them to compete. I've met you before. Your brother is very capable. As soon as Hugh stepped into the iron cage, the orc he was fighting spoke up. If he awakens to the 4th tier, I will be no match for him. The orc sent by York had a long crocodile tail behind him, and some green scales growing on his shoulders. Hugh watched silently without saying a word. The crocodile men opposite him were the same. They are both beastmen, yet they are now slaughtering each other within the human empire. This is simply a situation they cannot escape. Here, only by killing each other will humans spare their lives. Both of them felt both sorrow and helplessness. There is nowhere in human territory for them to survive. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the metal plate being struck signaled the start of the duel. At the same time, a cheer rang out from inside the fighting cage. A look of sorrow appeared in the eyes of both Hugh and the crocodile man before they collided. Hugh used his left arm to block the crocodile man's tail swing. Bang! A huge, solid impact resounded inside the iron cage. Seeing his attack blocked, the crocodile man didn't hesitate. Having experienced many battles, he wouldn't pause for even a moment. Immediately, the crocodile man turned around along its tail, scales appearing on its arms, and attacked Hugh's position. But Hugh wasn't just standing there taking a beating. He was invisible in the cage before because his brother's brilliance overshadowed him. But no one knew that he had been training silently all along. A wolf tail appeared on Hugh's body, instantly increasing his speed to a new level. Even the crocodile man couldn't attack him for a while. The battle between the two quickly escalated into a fierce fight. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Battles between orcs are all physical clashes, which are extremely attractive to people who love power, especially ordinary people who are not part of the system. In the stands, Bright watched silently. Hugh tried very hard, and even though he only had one arm, Bright believed he would win. Everything he has done these past few days has been in preparation for today. If you want freedom, then prove it to me in this terrible era. On the other side, in a luxurious private room, when Lilith saw Hugh's performance, she couldn't help but glance at where Bright was. She was surprised. She obtained the information that this werewolf was only at the second level of awakening a few days ago. So how did it reach the fourth level of awakening in just a few days? What is hidden in this? Baron Violet, what have you done? Lilith whispered, her gaze fixed on Hugh, as if trying to find evidence that he wasn't a fourth-tier lord. But the battle between the two below answered her with absolute certainty. This werewolf was indeed a fourth-tier werewolf. It seems I need to make some preparations in advance. Kneel, go, and prepare. I need to see Baron Violet after this battle. Lilith spoke to a maid behind her. The maid named Neil lowered her head and asked softly, Count, should we try to win over Lord Violet to our side? Lilith glanced at Bright, then said, No, not for now. There are too many uncertainties surrounding him. Okay, the maid replied, then left the room. A long tail could be seen behind her, but it disappeared after she left. Damn it, what are you doing? Kill that wretched werewolf. York was getting impatient when he saw that his slaves hadn't been able to deal with a one-armed werewolf for a long time. Because he had voluntarily invaded Violet territory, he had to accept Bright's bet. That's all the money he has in gambling. And now, he can't even handle a werewolf with one arm. How could he not be furious? Inside the iron cage, the crocodile man wiped the blood from his head. Hearing Lord York's voice, he silently glanced at Hugh, who was also in bad shape opposite him. You are an excellent orc warrior. If your arm were intact, I might not be your match. Stop talking, just go all out, I'll beat you. Hugh twisted his slightly sore arm. Seeing this, the crocodile man nodded and also used his full strength. Roar! With a roar. In an instant, the crocodile man's head transformed into a monstrous head with a long mouth and a row of sharp teeth. The scales on its arms, tail, and all over its body were noticeably sharper and more pointed than before. Seeing this, Shio did not hesitate. After a wolf howl, he transformed into a monster with a beast's head and a human body, and even his body grew much taller. Roar! The crocodile man lunged, trying to bite Hugh's head. But Hugh dodged it, and at the same time, the next second, a tail with intersecting scales appeared in front of him. Bang! Hugh hurriedly stretched out his left arm to block, but the immense force still slammed him against the iron bars. Here you go! Bite him to death! Upon seeing this, Lord York was overjoyed. He exclaimed loudly. On the other side, seeing Hugh being knocked onto the iron railing, Bright didn't say anything, just watched silently, his fingers lightly tapping the handrail. Behind him, the maid Daisy nervously clenched her fists. That werewolf below absolutely couldn't lose. Cough! Shio coughed up blood, then stood up from the ground. At the same time, his aura was even stronger than before, and his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty aura as he stared intently at his fellow human beings opposite him, as if he had seen prey. This little bit of pain can't bring me down. The crocodile man felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that look. Hugh's eyes made him feel a little scared, as if in an instant he had turned from hunter into prey. Chapter 184 Victory. Boom! The next second, another loud crash echoed from inside the iron cage. The loud noise and the tremendous vibrations nearly overwhelmed even the specially made iron cage. The crocodile man's tail, arms, and head are all potential attack methods. But Hugh the werewolf only has his head to attack with, and he also has sharp teeth to attack with. With only one arm, he cannot use his full strength, so he abandons his weak arm and directly uses his strongest teeth to tear everything apart. No matter how many attacks he endures, he will get back up again and again. A short while later, the crocodile man looked at Hugh, who had stood up again, with great confusion. He didn't understand why Hugh was desperately trying to get up again and again, since the orcs had no hope left. Since becoming a slave, the crocodile man's desire for revenge has gradually evolved into the most primal desire to simply survive. The werewolf before him terrified him. Why get up again and again? Isn't it better to just survive? The crocodile man was enraged. With a thud, he stretched out his right hand and forcefully attacked Shio, roaring, Why are you still standing up? Isn't it better to just fail like this? If you get up again, I really will kill you. Bang! Hugh was sent flying again, using one hand to brace himself against the ground to keep from falling. He felt his body had reached its limit. Every muscle in his body was sending him dangerous signals. Have I reached my limit? Looking at his slightly trembling arms, Hugh thought to himself. At the same time, the words the Lord had said earlier flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but look at the Lord who was sitting there looking at him. He stood up again. I'm sorry, I really will kill you. I want to live. Seeing Hugh stand up again, the crocodile man said something in a low voice. Then all the power in his body surged. All the power reached his peak level, and he swung his tail to attack Hugh. The crocodile man knew that the exhausted Hugh could not withstand his attack this time. He would die, and he would kill another orc. Bang! Lord York watched this scene with excitement. He almost couldn't resist standing up from his seat. It was finally over, and he could finally go and kill the Violet Lord who had embarrassed him. Meanwhile, everyone inside the battle cage believed the outcome was already decided. Moreover, the fact that the werewolf could hold out for so long was already beyond their expectations. Although it was a bit of pity, it was still a considerable battle. Even Lilith, in her private room, thought the outcome was already decided. How could a werewolf with a missing arm possibly defeat an orc of the same level? Orcs and humans are different. You could say that their bodies are their best weapons. And how could someone with a defective body possibly defeat someone without one? Just as she was thinking about how to save Bright. Suddenly at this moment, with a loud bang, when everyone looked down, they were all stunned by what they saw. All I saw was the werewolf Hugh appeared before the crocodile man without anyone noticing, his body enveloped in crimson steam. At this moment, his arm seemed to have mutated, becoming 2 inches larger than before. The crocodile man's tail was held tightly in Hugh's hand. The crocodile man watched all this in shock. He tried to pull his tail back, but found that he couldn't. Hugh's arm was like a giant clamp, gripping his tail tightly, causing him intense pain. Puff puff. Crimson steam billowed from Hugh's face. His arms had been his weakness before, but now they were his most powerful attack. The battle has only just begun. With a roar, Hugh exerted force with his left hand, veins bulging on his arm. The next second, he lifted the crocodile man's body off the ground and slammed it heavily against the iron bars. Call! In an instant, because of Hugh's change, the iron cage was filled with people's exclamations of amazement. In the private room, Lilith's pupils contracted sharply as she observed the changes in Hugh. What kind of ability is this? She couldn't help but ask, because even she hadn't seen any ability on Xiao, which was why she was surprised. Impossible. Cheating. Referee, I suspect the Violet Lord is cheating. He used some forbidden magical item to forcibly increase the werewolf strength. Lord York, who was standing nearby, saw this scene, and his expression changed from one of surprise to one of fear. How is this possible? My orc was sent flying by this one-armed werewolf. This is impossible. He refused to accept this fact and suspected that Bright had used magical artifacts. Above, the referee frowned slightly upon hearing the sound and also glanced at the werewolf in the iron cage. It's important to know that magical items are not allowed in battle. You must rely on your own power. Just now, the werewolf's strength below clearly changed, and it happened in an instant. Therefore, he also suspected that the werewolf had used a magical item. Just as the referee hesitated, a servant walked up to him and whispered something in his ear. The referee nodded. The next second, the referee announced loudly in front of everyone, "The duel continues. No trace of magical items has been found." Wow! Everyone was immediately surprised. Lord York sat in his chair with a deathly pale face, clearly not accepting the answer. How is this possible? What else could this be but the use of a magical artifact? His power is clearly not coming from somewhere. Lord York continued talking, but the referee ignored him. He had almost been misled by Lord York before, but now that he realized it, he had indeed not found any trace of magical items, which meant that it was entirely the werewolf's own power, so there was no violation of the rules. Besides, upon seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Bright's lips as he politely responded to everyone's gaze. The results are in. Behind her, Daisy breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She had also thought the werewolves would lose, but seeing the situation before her, hope instantly returned to her heart. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the iron cage, the crocodile man, as expected of someone who had experienced many battles, was not immediately shocked by Hugh's performance. Instead, he quickly recovered and immediately went to fight. In a short time, the iron cage was filled with the sounds of bodies clashing, punch after punch, each one landing with a visceral impact. Final. Bang! Hugh bit down on the crocodile man's body, and with a snap, the crocodile scales were torn apart. His body slammed heavily against the iron bars, and he never got up again. The victory is assured. Chapter 185: The Death of the Lord of York. An unexpected event. Hee, that's incredible. The crocodile man felt he could no longer fight. He leaned against the iron bars, head bowed, accepting his fate of defeat. He failed. The Lord will no longer want him, and other lords are unlikely to want a defeated orc. If they were lucky, they would be bought by slave traders and then wander off. If they were unlucky, they would die. I hope you can live on, my kind. The crocodile man looked at Hugh, raised his head, and said something, then lowered his head. Knock, knock. At that moment, Hugh, covered in blood, walked over, bent down his massive body, and extended his left hand towards the crocodile man. The crocodile man stared blankly at the scene before him, completely bewildered by what the werewolf Hugh was doing. Hugh said to the crocodile man, "Get up. We still have a future." "Is there a future?" The crocodile man didn't understand. Beside, York roared angrily when he saw the orcs fail. "Get up, you bastard. Kill that werewolf. Do you have a death wish? I told you to stand up and kill that werewolf." York was furious. On a whim, he decided to kill the orc who had made him lose face. Inside the iron cage, the slave mark on the crocodile man's forehead reappeared, and the crocodile man let out a painful roar. He was taken aback by the crocodile man's actions, then reacted and angrily glared in the direction of Lord York. No one on the field felt sorry for the crocodile man's impending death. To be precise, for a defeated orc, death was probably the easiest thing for him. Suddenly at this moment, a cold, indifferent voice rang out. "Hugh, kill Lord York." Brett stood up from his chair at some point, picked up his hat, and casually gave command. Upon hearing the Lord's command, Hugh could no longer restrain himself and leaped out of the iron cage in a flash. Lord York stared in disbelief at the werewolf who had appeared before him like a small mountain. "Bright, are you going to kill me? How dare you? I am a nobleman. It's the Lord. What right do you have to let a slave kill me?" Lord York roared furiously in Bright's direction. But the next second, Hugh's left arm had already pierced through his abdomen. York looked down at his stomach. He turned his head and saw an angry, beastly face. He never imagined that this slave would actually dare to kill him. In the end, he died at the hands of an orc slave, and York closed his eyes in resentment. The orcs killed their lord, and chaos erupted inside the iron cage. People all stayed away from this werewolf. This orc dared to kill even a lord. Who knows if he might suddenly become savage and kill them all? Feeling the pain in his head disappear, the crocodile man stared blankly at the scene before him. The lord is dead? Was he killed by a werewolf? All of this left him somewhat stunned. The referee in the fighting cage did not stop it. From the moment the battle ended, Lord York was no longer under the protection of the Empire. "Tell the others who invaded my territory while I was away that I will pay them a visit soon." Bright's voice rang out again inside the fighting cage. After saying that, he left. Outside, "Lord Violet, please wait." Suddenly, a clear voice stopped Bright. A woman walked over. She was wearing a gray maid's outfit. Bright glanced at her briefly and immediately recognized her as Count Lilith's maid. Her presence indicated that the Count was present. Bright stopped. The maid respectfully asked, "Lord Violet, do you have a moment?" "Night." Within the territory. In front of the study, Bright was writing something down. He knew that letting the orcs kill your territory in public would have negative consequences, but he did not regret it. Killing is killing. As for what happens next, let it come. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have sensed Lay's awakening during the day. It seems I should give her the second stage skill incantation now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lay stayed on the training field. She didn't go back immediately because she didn't know if she would do anything wrong after the mysterious orc appeared. It wouldn't be good if it scared Heidi. The training ground was deserted in the pitch black. During the day, she had heard from Heidi about the human who had ordered the orcs to kill the human lord. Upon hearing this, Lay was also somewhat surprised. He had actually done something so bold. Wasn't he afraid that the humans would gang up on him later? But that wasn't something she should be thinking about. She fiddled with the iron sword in her hand. She advanced to the second tier during the day. But the mysterious orc never came looking for her. Lay waited a whole day for this, and she still is now. Looking at the cold, deserted castle around her, Lay silently lowered her eyes. It was time for her to go back. When did I start placing my hopes on that vague existence? Her long red hair obscured her face, and with her last remaining hope gone, Lay put down her long sword and slowly walked towards the castle. But, just as she turned around, Lay suddenly realized that her vision was changing, and in the blink of an eye, she was on a grassland. Lei looked at everything in front of her with surprise and hurriedly turned around as if she wanted to see a figure. The next second, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. As before, she still couldn't see his face, but for some reason, Lei felt a sense of joy and anticipation when they met again. "Senior, you've appeared." Lei walked over. Bright turned his head, stretched out his right hand, and a roll of yellowed parchment reappeared in his hand. "As agreed, I have arrived. This is the skill incantation for the second stage of awakening. I will reappear when your strength reaches the third stage." After saying that, Bright left. Training ground. Lei stared blankly at the roll of parchment that had suddenly appeared in her hand. The mysterious orc left. This time it was so fast. She didn't even have a chance to speak. She actually had many questions she wanted to ask. For example, why would the mysterious orc elder take care of her? Now, inside the castle, Bright snapped out of his hallucination. Chapter 186 Curse, Crisis. Just now, with the skull's help, he created an illusion. Actually, Brett also wanted to talk to Ray more. He had always felt that this little girl was autistic and carried a lot on her shoulders, so he wanted to talk to Ray to at least ease the burden in her heart. But suddenly, Bright felt a sudden discomfort in his body and immediately broke free from the illusion. In the room, Bright sat at the table, staring blankly at the blood on his hands. What's going on? Everything was fine before, but suddenly, he vomited blood. There was no pain or anything in my body, but I suddenly started vomiting blood for no reason. He sat in the chair, lost in thought. In the upper right corner of the desk, the skull huddled, trembling. It was almost terrified when it saw the big shot coughing up blood. I swear to God, its skull is practically a traitor to the world of the supernatural. It has never done anything to wrong anyone. The skull is now very worried that this big shot will blame it. Suddenly, Bright felt a sharp pain on the back of his right hand. So he took off his black gloves. All I saw was, on the back of his hand, the purple mark seemed to come back to life, with a strange light flowing across it, sometimes appearing as an eye, and sometimes as countless eyes watching him. Could it be that I vomited blood just now because of it? Bright hadn't forgotten that the eye mark was left on him by that mysterious demon that day. Curse? Bright, how could you be cursed like this? At that moment, Minus appeared out of nowhere, and upon seeing Bright, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Then, upon seeing the marks flowing across his hands, he immediately spoke. Curse! Upon hearing what Minus said, Bright looked at the mark on his hand and murmured something slowly. This is a curse. Although it is not a type of magic that I have ever seen, I can clearly feel the destructive aura contained within it. Minus came to the table and stared intently at the mark on his hand. Even I didn't notice anything when it wasn't working. Minus said in a low voice. Then she transformed back into her dragon form and extended her right claw to the mark. Bright watched Minus's movements silently. A short while later, Minus withdrew her claws. She didn't say anything, but silently ran to the side, picked up a piece of fruit, and ate it. After a long pause, she finally said, Bright, you're going to die. Upon hearing this, Bright's expression hardened, and he stared straight at Minus. Minus munched on fruit, grumbling, although I don't know the source of this strange power, but I can sense its essence. This is a forbidden curse. It will keep eroding your vitality. Although you may not feel anything on the surface, your body is actually being devoured by it. The day you feel it will be the day you die. Furthermore, as your strength increases, this curse will become stronger. With your current strength, you have a year left, but if your strength increases, perhaps, at most you only have 5 months. Bright, I can't break this curse. If it were Mom and Dad, they might have a way, but I can't find them now. Minus's voice grew fainter and fainter. Take a rest. We still have things to do tomorrow. Bright smiled slightly, as if he didn't care at all about his impending death. He smiled and patted Minus on the head, then gestured for him to go to sleep early. Aren't you afraid of dying? Minus looked up and asked Bright with curiosity. Bright shook his head, began tidying up the things on the table, and said, I'm scared. If I could, I wouldn't want to leave like this. But one must always look forward, right? Since it can't be changed, one must accept it. But according to you, I still have at least some time left. This is enough time for me to do a lot of things. Minus stared blankly at Bright. Night. After putting Minus to sleep, Bright went to the window alone and looked at the moonlight outside. He murmured, Death. What a short journey. Good morning, sir. Daisy brewed some black tea, as usual, and brought it to the table. Bright took a sip. Thank you, Daisy. Your black tea is still as delicious as ever. Upon hearing the Lord's praise, Daisy immediately lowered her head, her face flushed, and said, I'm glad you like it, sir. If I may be so bold as to say this, I feel that you seem different today, sir. You seem to be in a very good mood. Daisy looked at Brett, who was sitting at the table with a smile on his face, and mustered up her courage to say something. Yeah, Brett said casually. Then I started dealing with the things at hand. The 100 orc slaves acquired from the aid caravan have now been delivered to their respective territories. He handed these slaves over to Hugh to train. Currently, only the initial 15 orcs have learned the gluttony skill. Next, after these orcs have undergone 2 days of simple training, it will be time to teach them the gluttony skill. The inhabitants of the territory also had temporary places to work. Although York's territory had been reclaimed by the Empire, he could still send his people to work in his territory. The Empire has reclaimed the territory, so it will grant him certain privileges. After tidying up briefly, Bright looked at a red invitation on his desk. This is an invitation from Countess Lilith. He has to go today. In the room, what is Bright writing? Knock, knock. At this time, a series of knocks came from outside the door. Come in, Bright said, looking up at him. The next second, Daisy walked in from outside, looking hurried. Master, something terrible has happened. I just heard that William, Moses, and some other slave trader lord in the area have jointly challenged you to a death match. It's okay, just agree. Bright gave a casual reply and then went back to what he was doing. Daisy paused for a moment at the desk, not expecting the lord to remain completely unmoved and give such an answer. Although she was surprised, Daisy responded according to the lord's reply. In the room, after Daisy left, Bright put down his quill, looked up. He was not surprised by the actions of the surrounding lords. Chapter 187 Meeting, a changing hunting season. To be precise, he had this in mind from the very beginning. He had been waiting for this day since he had Hugh the werewolf kill Lord York. But to his surprise, these guys challenged him to a duel the very next day. It seems he's genuinely scared. However, although it was somewhat unexpected, it made no difference. It was just a matter of time. Are you trying to give someone a back massage with your weak body? Unfortunately, you're not even qualified to give me a back massage. Clang. Bright casually deflected Ray's attack and said something indifferently. Lay's eyes were filled with anger. She didn't say a word, but attacked forcefully, awkwardly swinging the iron sword in her hand. But no matter how hard she tried, her attacks were blocked by the human in front of her. Thump! The iron sword fell to the ground. Bright shook his head as he looked at Ray lying on the ground. Keep looking at me with those resentful eyes, because that's the only way you can vent your anger. Stand up and continue. Lay bit her lip, glaring angrily at the human in front of her, listening to his slander against her. She picked up her weapon and attacked the humans in front of her once again. A few hours later, Bright took the towel the maid handed him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He ignored Lay's disheveled appearance and left indifferently. After Bright left, Lay knelt on the ground in resentment, pounding her fists against the earth. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ray once again felt the weakness of her power. The human treated her like a toy. She felt humiliated once again. Afternoon. Inside the carriage. Bright was looking at the information he had on Earl Thorn. Lilith, also known as Countess Thorn, governs several southern regions, including the city of Smo and the surrounding towns, which are also within her jurisdiction. Rumor has it that this countess is somewhat eccentric, namely that she has never participated in the war between the Empire and the Orcs. Not a war between the Empire and the Orcs. Looking at this, Bright muttered to himself. The carriage slowly moved forward. They soon arrived at Elon City, the location agreed upon on the invitation. For this reason, Brett specially changed into a new suit. Master, we've arrived. The carriage stopped, and a maid's voice came from outside. Upon hearing the reminder, Bright also stepped down from the carriage, took out a black umbrella, and put on a hat. Seeing this, Minos jumped onto his shoulder. Look, it's Lord Violet's carriage. It really is him. How'd he end up here? I heard that many lords have sent him invitations to fight to the death. I wonder if it's true. As soon as Bright appeared, people around him recognized him. After all, because of what had happened before, the Violet Lord had already attracted a lot of attention. Killing a lord is not unheard of, but having orc slaves kill a lord is something only Lord Violet has done so far. It's important to understand that orc slaves held a very low status in the Holy Knight Empire, while their lords were nobles. To allow a slave, whose status was lower than pigs or dogs, to kill a high-ranking noble was utterly absurd. Not only in the city of Smo, but the entire southern region knows about this Violet Lord. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Bright walked toward the agreed-upon location. This was an upscale restaurant. He took out the invitation and went straight to the top floor. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the aristocratic restaurant, the sounds of singing filled the air, and the decorations were magnificent, making it seem as if it were a different world from the people outside. Far away, upon hearing the sounds downstairs, Lilith knew the other person had arrived, so she immediately spotted Bright and smiled and nodded at him. Bright saw that the other person had also walked over. On stage, the singers left, leaving only Brett and Count Lilith in the entire venue. Since we're speaking privately, I won't bother with formalities. I'll just call you Mr. Bright, Lilith said with a smile, taking a sip of her tea. Certainly, Brett said calmly, sitting in his chair. Lilith looked at the stage and said casually, Mr. Bright, you really surprised me. Because of what happened yesterday, quite a few people have come to me, and they are very dissatisfied with your actions. Bright took a sip of tea and said calmly, I don't regret the order I gave that day. Oh, Lilith was somewhat surprised by Bright's answer, then smiled. However, I stopped all of them. After all, you won the bet, so there's nothing they can do about it. I wonder what brings you here, Earl? Bright asked. Beside her, Lilith slowly placed her slender right leg on her left, with a sliver of white faintly visible through the gap. Lord Violet, I would like to ask you, what is your attitude towards orcs? Should we annihilate it like an empire? Or perhaps something else? Bright glanced at the Count before him and then said, They made their own choices, and perhaps one day in the future, the people of the Holy Knight Empire will regret everything their predecessors did. As for the orcs, things will turn into their opposites when they reach an extreme. Oh, Countess Lilith was once again surprised by what Bright said. She smiled, stood up, walked to Bright, and extended her right hand. What if I were to invite you to join me in overthrowing this corrupt empire? Looking at the Count who extended his right hand to him, Bright was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting the other party to say that. But the next second, Lilith withdrew her hand. Of course it's fake. I don't have the guts. Mr. Bright, you can't say what you just said, or I'll be in trouble. Lilith said with a smile, walking towards the door and giving a reminder as she left. Lord Violet, try your best to rank near the top in this arena, because this hunting season will be very different. Perhaps we will meet again in the future, on the return journey by carriage. Bright recalled his previous conversation with Countess Lilith. Will the hunting season bring big changes? He murmured. After the annual gladiatorial arena comes the hunting season. The hunting season, just like its name suggests, except that the prey has changed from wild beasts to orcs. The hunting season is when the Holy Knight Empire attacks the orcs. But Countess Ganglilith warned that this hunting season would be very different. What does that change? Chapter 188 Attenuate. The next day, Bright has returned to the Violet territory, while the outside world is in an uproar, with everyone discussing the bet that the 5 lords have made against the Violet Lord. After all, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. While the outside world was buzzing with discussion, Bright seemed rather indifferent within the Violet territory. Instead, he was having his servants prepare the carriage. He was going to Yorkshire. The bet had been settled, and naturally, all the property in Yorkshire would belong to him. He's now going to receive what belongs to him. With the help of the maid Daisy, the carriage was quickly prepared. On the training field, the 100 orcs delivered yesterday are all standing here. There are all kinds of orcs. At this moment, Hugh is training these orcs according to the methods taught to him by the Lord. But at this moment, he was clearly distracted, so much so that he didn't even realize when Bright walked up to him. My lord! Suddenly seeing the Lord standing beside him, Hugh jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt down. Blythe nodded, gesturing for the other person to stand up. You're doing very well, Bright said, praising the orcs who were training in an orderly manner. It's all thanks to the Lord's methods, Hugh replied immediately. Bright didn't say much. He had come to check on the orcs before leaving. At the edge of the training field, Ray was training quietly by herself. When she saw Bright appear, she turned her body to the other side. After taking a quick look, he looked away. Hugh, arrange for these orcs to be tested today. Tell Daisy the names of the top 3 orcs, and she will arrange the rest. Brett said to Hugh. He could teach the gluttony skill to all the orcs, but he won't. If something comes too easily, people won't cherish it or work hard for it. He didn't want that to happen. I can give them hope, but all of this is contingent on the orcs earning it through their own efforts. After saying that, Bright turned and left. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and casually asked Hugh, "Hugh, as I said before, you can also challenge that female lion woman. If you win, you'll have a chance to leave this place." Upon hearing this, Hugh's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, "My lord, you wouldn't dare. Since Hugh has become your slave, he will not betray you. I am willing to follow you, my lord, forever." Seeing Hugh kneeling on the ground, looking terrified, Bright chuckled twice, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Your brother's name is Joe, right? I want to check yesterday, and it had already been bought by someone else." Upon hearing the sound, Hugh paused for a moment, then stood up from the ground, looking incredulously in the direction where the Lord had just left. The Lord actually knows about his brother. Hugh had been distracted earlier because of his brother. He wanted to ask the Lord for help, but didn't know how to bring it up. Now that he knows his brother has been sold, Shio clenches his left fist, both out of worry for his brother and out of sorrow for his own powerlessness. Was that the Lord just now? They didn't lock us up. Instead, they let us move around freely. At this moment, the crocodile man Jade walked over. After yesterday, he was brought back by Bright. He was somewhat surprised when he saw Bright and the treatment the orcs received in the Violet territory. Back in the orc territory, even he was chained up, let alone able to move freely. No orc dares to cause trouble in the Violet territory, and I will stop them. Hugh withdrew his gaze and looked at the orcs in the training ground, replying, "The Lord has granted them a certain degree of freedom, so it is his duty to manage these orcs on behalf of the Lord. I heard that if you defeat her, you'll get a chance to challenge the Lord, and you will be free after the victory." "Really?" At this moment, Jade pointed to Ray, who was training in the corner. Shio glanced at Lei, who was training in the corner. Orcs are a race that values strength, and among them, some are born symbols of power. Among them, the Lion Clan stand at the top of the orc pyramid. They are the natural nobility of the orcs. Therefore, Shio instinctively respects Lei. "It's true. My lord never lies. But Jade, you can't challenge her. Your strength is far superior to hers. That's not fair, and I won't allow anyone to offend an adult." Hugh spoke quietly, glancing warily at Jade beside him, as if warning him. Seeing the warning look in Hugh's eyes, Jed smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, Hugh, I don't have any plans. I'm just happy to survive. Even if I gain my freedom, things will never be the same again." "Freedom," Hugh repeated softly. Inside the castle, Bright walked along, lost in thought. Daisy is basically in charge of the castle now. She has too much to do. Not only do I have to accompany him on his trips, but I also have to handle many other things. While Daisy is indeed very capable, this is perhaps a bit too tiring. It seems necessary to find another assistant. But where can we find an assistant? Just as Bright was deep in thought, suddenly at this moment, a beautiful song rang in her ears. The instant he heard the song, Bright felt as if he could see the vast blue sea. For a moment, he felt a sense of relief, and even he was momentarily stunned. Realizing what was happening, he walked toward the source of the sound. A short while later, in the castle corridor, he saw a figure sweeping the corridor with a broom, and a beautiful singing voice came from her mouth. Bright glanced at it, then walked over. In the corridor, Heidi was in a great mood. Everything in the territory had been getting better since the Lord returned. I also met a partner with whom I could communicate, so she couldn't help but hum along. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to make a sound in the castle. "Your name is Heidi, right?" Suddenly a voice sounded behind her. Heidi jolted awake, quickly stopped talking, and turned her head away. "Lord, no, master." Upon seeing the person in front of her, Heidi was immediately surprised and hurriedly lowered her head in fear. Upon getting closer, Bright recognized the other person. "It's that mixed-race little girl." So he said, "Don't be afraid. Also, you sing very well." Chapter 189, Receiving Property. Bright observed Heidi before him. Compared to their first meeting, the other person's appearance was noticeably better. Moreover, as a mixed-race individual, she also possesses certain advantages over humanoid races, with her physical growth rate being much faster than that of humans. Take Heidi, for example. She's 13 or 14 years old, but she's already 1.65 meters tall, which is considered extraordinary growth. Is it because she is a hybrid of deep-sea species that she can sing like that? Brett pondered that the voice he had just heard had somehow managed to intrude on his mind, making him feel somewhat more at ease. Then Bright realized what he had just thought, and that the other party was a mixed-race person. "Can you write and read?" Bright suddenly asked. Heidi paused for a moment, then replied, Yes, sir. She wasn't lying. When she was little, an older sister had taught her to write and read. Upon hearing this, Bright glanced at Heidi and then said, "Go to Daisy's place. From today onwards, you will serve as my personal maid." After giving the order, Bright left. In place, Heidi stood there, stunned, looking very surprised. She looked in the direction the Lord had left. Had the Lord just asked her to be a maid? But would a nobleman really want a maid who is half human and half animal? Heidi felt uneasy. At this moment outside, Daisy is arranging for people to set up the carriage. Just then, she saw Heidi walking toward her. Daisy was somewhat surprised, then glanced around and quickly went over. "Heidi, what are you doing here? Let's go back to the castle quickly. It won't be good if the master finds out," Daisy said to Heidi with some concern. Daisy treated the mixed-race little girl like a younger sister, so she cared about her a lot. Before the Lord returned, she offended many people and was ostracized by that group of maids in order to take care of Heidi. Sister Daisy was sent by the master to be Heidi, Heidi said softly. "Master?" Daisy was taken aback, then realized what she meant and looked at Heidi with disbelief. Then, Heidi said cautiously, "Sister Daisy, the master said that Heidi should be his maid." Upon hearing this, Daisy's eyes instantly lit up with surprise. But can Heidi really work as a maid? A half-orc becomes a maid. Heidi lowered her head and said with some self-consciousness, "In this empire where orcs held a very low status, half-orcs were even lower than orcs." So when Heidi heard the Lord's orders, she felt somewhat resentful and inferior. Will her becoming a maid affect the Lord? Moreover, she's clumsy and can't do anything right. At this time, Daisy placed her hands on Heidi's cheeks, straightening her face, and said with a smile, "That's really good news, Heidi. I'm so happy for you. Since the master has already said so, you can do it with peace of mind. The master is a different kind of Lord." Sister Daisy, Heidi looked at the sister in front of her who had been helping her all along, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. Daisy smiled and hugged Heidi, the girl who brought her hope and song during her most difficult time. Most things in the territory have been arranged. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, Daisy stayed behind. She had other things to do. Bright took the black umbrella and went to the carriage. All I saw was Heidi had changed into a black and white maid outfit. After being carefully dressed up, Heidi's beautiful face was revealed. "Master." Upon seeing the Lord approach, Heidi spoke somewhat nervously. Blake nodded and then got into the carriage. Meanwhile, on the other side, a slight smile played on Lay's face, which was hidden by her red hair. Just now, she made another step forward in her second stage, awakening strength, and she wanted to tell Heidi this good news. At the same time, she was also thinking about whether Heidi should also awaken. Otherwise, an orc without strength would be far too dangerous in the human empire. However, when she returned to her room, she found that Heidi, who should have been there at this time, was nowhere to be found. Lay was somewhat puzzled. At this time, Heidi should have finished cleaning by now. She wouldn't be wandering around. She should be in her room. So why isn't she here? Inside the carriage, Heidi stood with her legs together, feeling somewhat restrained. Although the unfamiliar clothes were comfortable, she still felt a little uncomfortable. More importantly, the Lord himself is sitting right next to us. She's actually sitting with the Lord. As afternoon approached, they had reached the territory of York, and York was just a short distance ahead. Bright was looking at the documents in his hand. "My lord, we are almost at Yorkshire." At this moment, Heidi whispered a reminder from the side. Because it was the first time, Heidi's voice was very soft. She was worried that if her voice was too loud, it might displease the Lord. Fortunately, Brett wasn't an ordinary person, otherwise he really wouldn't have heard Heidi's warning. "You can speak louder next time, it's okay." "Yes, sir." Hearing the Lord's reminder, Heidi immediately replied, sitting up straight. Outside the York territory, hundreds of orcs were driven outside. They had chains of different sizes around their necks, arms, and legs. Even the young orcs were chained. Some of the female orcs wore tattered burlap clothes, only able to cover themselves with their arms. "Get out, you filthy things." Humans were throwing stones at these beastmen. Some people were also complaining and cursing from the sidelines. "Damn it, the Lord is dead just like that. We have to leave the territory quickly." A human clad in armor looked at the orcs with disdain as he gathered his belongings. Orlando, the captain of the guard in York territory, is currently packing his things to leave the territory. "You come here right now." He reached out and pulled a female orc to his side. The female orc was a cat-like orc, and she was quite pretty. Orlando figured he was going to leave anyway, so he might as well take a slave with him. At least he'd have some fun on the way. With so many orcs here, even if he takes one away, the Violet Lord probably won't notice. The other warriors from York territory beside him, seeing their captain's actions, also had their own ideas, and so they all went to select orc slaves. Normally, these orcs are played with by the Lord alone, and they can only watch with great envy. They only get a chance to play with them occasionally when they perform well. But now, they can no longer suppress their inner thoughts. One of them spotted a decent-looking orc and walked over with a smile. Chapter 190. Ralph, the Guardian. What you up to? Ralph stood in front of his childhood friend, glaring angrily at the approaching human. What are you doing? Of course, I'll sleep with her. The guard, seeing an orc dare to block his way, immediately laughed and slapped the orc across the face, knocking him to the ground with a slight force. Ralph, the female orc cried out in concern when she saw Ralph get hit. She's all right looking. Come with me. The guard glanced at the female orc and immediately became lustful, reaching out to pull her towards him. The female orc screamed and struggled. Get out of my way. Ralph stood up and angrily charged at the guard. Seeing that the orc dared to block his way, the guard lost his patience, drew his long sword, and slashed at the orc. Immediately, a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Ralph's chest, and he was sent flying backward. Thump! He fell to the ground, raised his head, and looked up resentfully, watching his childhood sweetheart being harassed by that human. He frantically pulled at the chains on his hands, trying to break them and free himself from the chains that were binding his power. However, at this moment, he was completely unable to break free of the iron chains with his ordinary strength. Seeing his childhood sweetheart about to be dragged away by that human, Ralph stood up from the ground once again, roaring in resentment, and walked away again. Damn it, this is a ghost story. Seeing that the orc had actually stood up again, the guard felt a surge of murderous intent. Since he was going to escape anyway, he figured he might as well kill the orc before leaving. He picked up his long sword and walked towards Ralph's location. The guard recognized the orc. He was a second-tier awakened orc, considered a decent slave under the Lord's command, so he vaguely remembered him. The guard enjoyed this feeling. This orc is clearly much stronger than him, yet he's being toyed with like a plaything. These filthy orcs deserve to be played with. The guard walked in front of Ralph, looking at the orc who was staring at him with a face full of anger. He sneered, then raised the iron sword in his hand, ready to kill him. On the other side, Ralph stared intently at his opponent, showing no fear of the longsword in his hand, even though he might die at any moment. The guard brandished his longsword, but the next second, he stood there stunned. The guard stared at his hands in disbelief. The arm that had been gripping the longsword was now flying into the air. Puff! Blood spurted from the severed arm. A piercing pain caused the guard to howl in agony. He knelt on the ground, roaring in excruciating pain. You bastard! The guard saw that another orc had appeared in front of him at some point, and this orc was not wearing any chains. At that moment, an indifferent voice rang out. Kill him. Upon hearing this voice, the orc did not hesitate and directly pierced through the guard's body. A tremendous scream rang out. The sound also attracted the attention of those around. Orlando glanced over, but he was busy packing and hadn't paid any attention to the guys. So what was going on? Upon seeing the person's face, he felt a jolt of fear and immediately turned to flee. But before he knew it, an orc appeared behind him, blocking his way. Jed, you get out of the way. Upon seeing the orc blocking his way, Orlando immediately recognized him. This was the Lord's slave and also the strongest orc in their territory, the crocodile man Jade. Jade shook his head. You cannot leave here without the Lord's permission. Orlando's face immediately darkened. He saw that Jade was not bound by any chains, so he didn't dare to make a move. He was only at the 3rd level of the System Master, so how could he possibly defeat an awakened 4th-level orc? Damn it! Orlando cursed under his breath. Beside, Bright stepped down from the carriage and looked around indifferently. Hundreds of orcs stood outside. The male orcs had wounds of all sizes on their bodies, while only the female orcs were relatively unharmed, but their eyes were all numb. Even when humans pelted it with stones, it accepted it indifferently. Bright walked past the human corpse he had just seen. When Ralph saw the new human had arrived, he worriedly pulled his childhood friend behind him, even though blood was flowing from the wound on his chest. The female orc named Ralph covered her mouth, looking at Ralph's wound with concern and heartache. It's okay, just stand behind me. Ralph comforted her. Bright approached Ralph, glanced at the orc before him, and then walked away. At the same time, a voice came. Heidi, Have someone treat him. Yes, sir. Heidi paused for a moment, then hurriedly replied before rushing off to find someone. Beside, Ralph stared in shock at the human who had suddenly appeared before him, and at the strange hybrid. Moreover, judging from the other party's demeanor, it seemed that they did not intend to make things difficult for him, but instead simply walked over. At this time, a voice called out to Bright. That, hearing the sound, Bright stopped and turned around, his gaze fixed on the orc. Ralph looked at the human, his heart pounding, but he finally said, "Thank you for saving me." Upon hearing this, Bright nodded in response. He then walked away. He pushed through the crowd and stood before the captain of the guard. Orlando. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the person before him, Orlando immediately recognized him and hurriedly said respectfully, "It is an honor that you know my name, esteemed Lord Violet." Blake nodded. He only needed to confirm that the person in front of him was Orlando, a guard of this territory. According to the regulations, you should now organize all the properties in the York territory and wait for me to take them over. Judging from your expression now, it seems you're preparing to flee this place? Upon hearing this, Orlando instantly broke out in a cold sweat and respectfully replied, "Your Excellency, according to the bet between you and Lord York, I am also your property, so how could I possibly run away?" Bright glanced at the other person, then turned his head away. Seeing this, Orlando breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. After all, he was a level 3 human system user. How could he possibly be compared to those orcs? Although he made a small mistake, his new owner shouldn't make things difficult for him. Just as Orlando was thinking, at this time, Brett, who was already walking ahead, suddenly spoke. Orlando, the territory guard, failed to perform his duties, oppressed orc slaves, and stole his master's property. Jed killed him. The same goes for the other humans who attacked the orc slaves earlier. Yes, my lord, Jade replied respectfully, and the next second a bloodthirsty aura emanated from him. Chapter 191 Harvest, Settling Assets. Upon hearing this, Orlando was stunned. He hadn't expected the Violet Lord to suddenly kill him. My lord, it's my fault, but I don't deserve to die. I swear, from this day forward, I will be completely loyal to you. I will become a sharp sword in your hand. Orlando screamed wildly at Bright, trying to beg for his life. But no matter how pitifully he screamed, Bright did not respond. At this moment, the crocodile man Jade had already arrived in front of him. He was filled with rage, and the veins on his arms bulged. "Orlando, do you even know how many of my kin you have secretly murdered?" Jade said in a calm, angry voice. This man, taking advantage of his position and the Lord's trust, secretly manipulated and murdered countless orcs. Today, he finally has a chance for revenge. Orlando, seeing Jade's sudden outburst, sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to beg for mercy. However, Jade didn't give him the chance and attacked directly. With Jade's immense strength, his arm was instantly crushed. At the same time, several more orcs appeared, their target being the humans who had just attacked the orc slaves. A short while later, inside the castle, Bright sat on the sofa, looking at some documents in his hand. Meanwhile, Heidi was reporting on the Lord of York's property. Although he had reminded her to speak louder, Heidi's voice was still a little soft. "Reporting to your excellency. Lord York has 2 iron ore resources in his possession. 3 breeding farms. Orc slaves, 324. Ordinary citizens, 709. Castle warriors, 0. As she said this, Heidi secretly glanced at the Lord. Because of the order given by Bright earlier, all the warriors supported by the castle had been killed, as they all wanted to take away the orc slaves belonging to the Lord. Seeing that the Lord did not make a move, Heidi continued, "The number of servants in the castle is 32. Among them, there were 30 female servants and 2 male servants. Holy Knight bronze coins, 40,878 pieces. Silver coins, 865 pieces. Gold coins, 134. Excellent war horses, 15. After a short while, Heidi finished her report and quietly looked at the Lord. When Heidi stopped speaking, Bright put down the documents in his hand, rubbed his eyes, and then said, "Let's start preparing. Also, have all the orcs in your territory go to the square. I have something to say to them." "Yes, sir." Heidi then left the room. A short while later, in the square, more than 300 orcs stood here, a densely packed mass. Although the orcs in the story are of all kinds, they all share one thing in common. Their eyes are completely numb. Among the orcs, Ralph kept his childhood sweetheart close to him. Just look for what happened earlier. They were notified that their new owners had arrived and wanted to see them. So, led by humans, they arrived at the plaza. Previously, this is where Lord York publicly killed those disobedient orcs. The air here is thick with the scent of blood. The orcs were all waiting anxiously. They didn't know what their new master would be like, or whether he would be as cruel as the Lord of York. But they knew one thing, that they, the orcs, were destined for a tragic fate within the human empire. At this time, everyone saw someone walk onto the high platform. When he saw the man's appearance, Ralph was surprised because the man looked exactly like the person who had saved him before. Could he be their new master? Ralph felt a little uneasy, unsure whether it was from worry or something else. Upon arriving on the stage, Bright looked down at the hundreds of orcs below. These orcs will become his property, his slaves. He could decide the life and death of these orcs at will. Extra update. Please consider giving me some free gifts. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 192, New Territory. With just a thought, killing an orc is easier than crushing an ant. Standing on the stage, Bright handed his black hat to Heidi behind him, trying to smile as much as possible. He then looked at all the orcs and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Bright. In the near future, I will become your new master. Whether you believe it or not, in my eyes, there is no difference between orcs and humans. As long as you don't break the rules, you will be treated the same as ordinary humans, at least within my territory." No sooner had Bright finished speaking than a commotion arose from the orcs below. They all stared at the person on stage in disbelief, utterly astonished by what he had just said. Treatment no different from that of ordinary humans? This was something they never dared to even imagine before. In the human empire, the orcs were even less important than mindless pigs and sheep. Their only purpose was to provide entertainment for humans. And now, the humans standing on the stage said that they would be treated the same as ordinary humans. Is this possible? The orcs looked at Bright, their numb eyes filled with doubt. Bright glanced around and saw the disbelief in their eyes, but he didn't explain. He just needed to tell them his thoughts, and as for whether they believed him or not, time would tell. Beside, the crocodile man, Jade, still held a hint of emotion in his eyes after hearing the Lord's words. He hadn't believed it before, but now he did. The Lord did not imprison him. Instead, he granted him a degree of freedom, and the orcs of Violet Territory each had their own designated areas of activity. Even the Lord remembered his name after hearing it only once. This was the first time he had ever met a slave lord who was hostile to orcs. After giving a brief explanation, Bright left. "Heidi, have someone prepare some food for the beastmen. Also, when I reported earlier, I noticed there were quite a few spare clothes in the territory, so let's distribute them to the orcs as well." Behind her, Heidi quickly replied after hearing what the Lord said, "Yes, sir." Blatt nodded. At this time, on the other side, led by Jade, the orcs arrived at another place. There are many carriages here. The orcs will get on these carriages later and then return to Violet Territory. However, Jade did not let them get on the carriage immediately, but instead let them rest on the spot. "Brother Jade, what are you doing here?" When Ralph saw that the leader was Jade, he immediately walked over. Jade smiled when he saw it was his friend Ralph, and then said, "After losing that bet, I am now the Lord's slave, and I am fortunate that the Lord would take in a failed slave. Your lordship is a good lord." As Ralph listened to Jed's words, he learned more about his new master. However, he was still somewhat uncertain. "Brother Jade, will that lord really treat orcs equally?" Ralph asked, not because he was worried about himself, but because he was worried about his childhood sweetheart. Jade glanced at Ralph, thought for a moment, and then said, "Yes. At least that's what I see right now. Ralph, as a friend, I'd like to remind you of something. No matter where you are, your own strength is the most important thing. This was true for our original tribes and the human empire. Only by proving your own worth can you do what you want to do. If the Lord arranges for someone to test you, Ralph, you must make sure you are among the top few. Then you will receive the Lord's favor. Believe me, Ralph, that gift can change your destiny. I'll stop here for now. I need to make arrangements for the other companions. The Lord will be distributing food and clothing to you all later." Jade said something, patted Ralph on the shoulder, and then left. The top few. After Jade left, Ralph stood there and murmured softly. A short while later, Heidi then led a group of servants to where the beastmen were. "Thank you, this is the place." Heidi thanked the servants, even though she didn't need to do so at all, since it was the Lord's order. But she still couldn't get used to the change in such a short time. The orcs stared in disbelief as the half-orc carried pot after pot of porridge. The new owner even brought them food. A short while later, Heidi, along with her servants, brought over new clothes. All the beast men were astonished. This human not only gave them food, but also clothes. Could it be that, as he said, he would treat them beast men equally? Among the orcs, Ralph stared into thought at the porridge and clothes in his hands. Among the top few, then I definitely have to fight for it. He remembered what Jed had said before. He had been hesitant before, but now, Ralph had made his decision. Night. He handled all the matters, big and small, in the York territory in one day. Now it's time to return to our own territory. A long procession of horse-drawn carriages was slowly moving along the dirt road. Hundreds of orcs sat in the carriages, the chains on their hands jingling as the carriages swayed. They were about to head to an unfamiliar territory, and they didn't know what awaited them there. Inside the middle, an exquisitely decorated carriage. Bright was looking at the documents in his hand, while Minos was breathing on his shoulder, looking sleepy. Across from her, Heidi seemed oblivious to her indecent appearance, sitting there nodding her head occasionally. Brett smiled slightly upon seeing this. Heidi's current appearance was strikingly similar to his own experience of taking an airplane to school as a child. However, it's not her fault. After all, she is still young, and this is the first time she has done something like this. She also had to help him with so many things today, so it's normal for her to feel tired. After glancing at it, Bright drew back the curtains. The carriage was moving slowly, and snowflakes were falling steadily outside the window. Early the next morning, Daisy was waiting at the entrance to the territory early in the morning. Upon seeing a familiar carriage approaching from afar, her face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly went to greet it. "Welcome back, sir." Upon seeing Daisy, Blythe nodded and then said, "The new orcs behind us will be placed in the orc living area, just like before. Orcs who are related or friends can be assigned to the same room first." Chapter 193 Test. "Yes, sir," Daisy said respectfully. He then smiled and glanced at Heidi behind Bright before heading towards the orc's carriage. Heidi also smiled as she looked at Daisy. Inside the castle, Bright sat at the table, writing something on a piece of paper with a quill pen. On the table to the side, Minos was lying there eating fruit, although he doesn't discriminate between humans and orcs. However, humans treat orcs differently. Whether nobles or commoners, they all look down on orcs to varying degrees. Even when he, the Lord, gave the order, his subjects only outwardly obeyed, but secretly still looked down on the orcs. This idea has taken deep root in their hearts and cannot be changed in a short time. That's why Bright decided to separate the areas where orcs and humans lived. A special area was designated for the orcs to live in, which would at least reduce some of the disturbances. After a moment's thought, Bright noticed the envelope in the upper right corner. These were the bedding invitations sent to him by those lords, all 5 of them together. These 5 happened to be people who had previously invaded his territory. Now that they're all together, it saves him the trouble of searching for them one by one. At this time, on the other side, Daisy followed her instructions and led them to the Orcish territory. The rooms here are all newly built. They are houses constructed entirely of wood. If you're a couple, friends, or family member, come here and register. The Lord will arrange a special room for you. Daisy looked at the group of orcs and spoke loudly. Among the orcs, they were all incredibly surprised after hearing what the maid said. Instead of locking them in a dungeon, their new owner prepared houses for them. For a time, most of the orcs began to get restless. Later, Ralph glanced at his childhood friend beside him and whispered, "How about we go there?" Ralph was pointing in the direction Daisy was located, which was also the place where the record was made. Behind him, his childhood sweetheart nodded shyly after hearing what Ralph said. Upon hearing the agreement, Ralph immediately became excited, grabbed his childhood friend's hand, and headed towards Daisy's location. Looking at the maid in front of him, he said in a low voice, Can we?" Daisy looked at the 2 orcs, a man and a woman, and then smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. You 2 are a registered married couple, right?" Daisy sat down and began writing on a piece of paper. "Please tell me your names now, and we will arrange special couples' rooms for you later." Ralph hesitated for a moment. Then, seeing that his childhood sweetheart behind him hadn't refused, he quickly nodded. Okay, my name is Ralph. Her name is." I saw some orcs registering, and the maid was actually recording it. In a short time, those orcs who were hesitant and uncertain finally chose to accept it. Before long, a long line formed in front of Daisy. Night. Living in his brand new room, Ralph still felt like he was dreaming. After signing the contract during the day, the chains binding them were removed. And now, they still live in a house. It has a bed, a table, a door, and windows. Even within this territory, they didn't feel the cold. It felt like a dream. At this moment on the floor, Ralph clenched his fists, unsure how long this situation would last, or if it would only last a blink of an eye. But he knew he had to seize this opportunity, at least to survive here with his childhood sweetheart. "Ralph, are you going to bed?" Just then, a faint sound came from the bed. Ralph snapped out of his reverie and quickly said, No. This floor suits me perfectly, and it's much more comfortable than the cold floor I used to have. I'm more used to lying on ground." The next day, training ground. More than 300 orcs arrived here under Bright's arrangement. Bright stepped forward. Looking at the orc in front of him, he slowly said, "Next, we will conduct a test. Those with physical disabilities or elderly orcs can leave here. My maid Daisy will arrange suitable jobs for you." Among the orcs, Ralph's expression tightened immediately upon hearing about the test. Was it about to begin? Although he didn't know what the test would be, he was mentally prepared. Whatever it was, he was determined to be among the top few. A short while later, originally there were more than 300 orcs, but with the departure of the disabled, some female orcs, and old orcs, only 147 orcs remained in the training ground. Looking at the 147 orcs, BRYT nodded and said, "There is only one test this time. Fighting." Bright clapped his hands. The next second, a dozen orcs walked over from the side, led by a one-armed werewolf. These orcs were the original 15 orcs, all of whom had learned the gluttony skill. The leader, Hugh, has already reached the 4th rank. Behind him were several 3rd-tier orcs, and the rest were all awakened 2nd-tier orcs. And they also possessed a considerable aura of bloodlust. Upon seeing these fellow beastmen, Ralph's pupils constricted. Although he was a 2nd-tier awakened beastman, he was a bear, possessing inherently strong combat abilities. Therefore, even when facing some 3rd-tier beastmen, he would not be defeated. Just now, the instant he saw the leader of the werewolves, he actually felt a sense of unease from the bottom of his heart, as if he were being watched by something terrifying. On the other side, ignoring the orc surprise, Bright continued, "And the ones you are fighting are those standing right in front of you now. They will exert their full strength without risking their lives or physical harm. If any of you orcs can defeat the 2nd-tier fellow orc in front of you, you will pass the test and receive a reward. If anyone can defeat a 3rd-tier orc, I will give that orc a special reward. There's another small challenge. Whoever can hold out against Hugh for half an hour will be promoted to squad leader, and the food will be even more plentiful from now on." As soon as Bright finished speaking, the orcs all turned to look at him. In the past, the lords would never reward them for making them fight. Those who lost would be killed, and only those who won would survive. And right now, this new lord actually gave them the spoils of war. This seems to really be different. Chapter 194, Fusing Wings. Soon, the training field was divided into more than a dozen small areas. Hugh stood in the middle with his 14 orcs, waiting for the surrounding orcs to challenge him. Bright watched silently from a short distance away. At this time, a figure walked towards him. Bright looked and saw it was Ray. She was still the same as before, with her long red hair casually draped behind her back, and she didn't bother to take care of herself. Every day, she wore a brown knight's outfit. "I want to take on a challenge, too." Lay looked at the human in front of her and said calmly. Her gaze was fixed on Bright, her red eyes revealing a cold expression. "These past few days, the human in front of me has only allowed me to train on the training field. Apart from taking me out once last time, he hasn't bothered with me since. Of course, it still comes to bully itself every day." However, Lay was unwilling to be bullied like this forever. She found a new way to become stronger, so she urgently needed to fight. Only through battle can orcs truly awaken. Bright glanced at Lay, then shook his head, rejecting her request. "Why?" Lay looked at Bright and asked, her red eyes full of doubt. "Don't you humans wish your slaves were stronger? Why not let her participate in this test?" Bright offered no explanation, his gaze returning to the training ground. He had a different idea about this lion woman. There's no need for Ray to appear in the public eye so early. At least, he didn't plan to let Ray appear before the arena started. Upon seeing that this human had fallen silent again, as before, Lay bit her lip and then left indifferently. Training ground. At this point, orcs began to take on the challenge one after another. In front of one of the 2nd-tier orcs, Ralph touched the wound on his chest, and after confirming that everything was all right, he went outside. He clenched his fists. He must get one of the top spots in this test. If he could, Ralph's gaze involuntarily drifted to the one-armed werewolf standing in the first position. He silently thought to himself that if he could, he would like to challenge that werewolf. Time passed. Afternoon. As the sun disappeared. The results of today's test are also in. There were nearly 150 orcs in total. Only 12 orcs ultimately passed, and all 12 were at the second level of awakening. One of the orcs was at the third awakening stage. Ultimately, no one was able to challenge Hugh. In the castle rooms, Bright looked at the data Heidi had just handed him and nodded. Having 12 orcs is not bad. Although it's a bit few, these orcs are at least at the second level of awakening. After learning the gluttony skill, their strength will be greatly enhanced in a short period of time, at which point they will become a formidable fighting force. Turning his gaze away, Bright glanced at the gradually darkening sky outside and said to Heidi, who was standing beside him, "Well, that's all for today. You should go and get some rest." "Yes, sir." Heidi bowed respectfully and then left the room. Thump. The moment Heidi closed the door, she stood in the hallway and let out a heavy sigh. Working alongside the Lord was just too much pressure for her. Heidi stretched out her right hand, clenched her fist, and gave herself a little encouragement. Now that she had been given this opportunity, she had to do her best and not let the Lord down. In the room, after Heidi left, Minos leaped onto the table and then habitually lay down there. "Bright, that guy in the forest might be waking up soon. If you don't prepare in advance, it might cause some trouble." Bright knew what Minos was talking about. That guy in the forest is none other than that eerie creature that had been hiding in the Devil's Forest, and it's highly likely that he's a ninth-tier being. Bright got up, went to the window, and looked down at the Violet Territory. It's already late at night, and most people are already asleep. "Minos, could you keep an eye on things for me? Let me know if it does anything. Thank you." "A box of fruit. Good." Seeing Minos's satisfied expression, Bright smiled helplessly. This little guy was just too easily satisfied. If the outside world knew that the legendary dragon could be satisfied with just a box of fruit, they would be very surprised. Late at night, in the bedroom, Bright did not rest. Instead, he sat in a chair and closed his eyes. Since arriving in the Holy Night Empire, there has been one thing he hasn't done yet. Behind him, suddenly, a golden light appeared. The next second, a huge wing appeared behind him, almost covering the entire room, with golden light flowing over it, and the wings slowly expanding automatically. "These are the wings I received from that person before." After acquiring them, he did not fuse with them because Bright sensed that the changing bloodline within him needed time to integrate with the wings. And today, it was precisely the time when the wings had completely meshed. Bright closed his eyes, and his enormous golden wings began to flap slowly. At the same time, the veins on his face bulged, and his whole body instantly turned extremely red. He could feel his body churning like a raging storm, filled with madness and chaos. This situation lasted for about half an hour. After a while, feeling that his body had calmed down, Bright opened his eyes at the table. The golden wings behind him disappeared. At this moment, he had completely merged with the angel wings, and his body had undergone a complete transformation. At the same time, Bright could feel that his power had increased once again after fusing with the bloodline and the angel wings. His strength instantly increased to level 6. Furthermore, he could sense that his body was undergoing some kind of wondrous change, as if as long as he was given endless magic power, he could keep breaking through to new heights. Feeling the increase in his strength, Bright couldn't help but smile. He then got up to rest. But the next second, a sudden urge to vomit arose in his abdomen, and he bent over, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Vomit! Instantly, a pool of red blood appeared in his palm. Looking at the bloodstains on his hands, Bright remembered Minos's earlier warning. As his strength increases, the power of that curse will also grow stronger. If he continues to improve his strength, he might only have 5 months left. Bright frowned slightly, then wiped the blood off his hands with a handkerchief. As he passed by the mirror, he noticed a few white hairs at his temples. Bright glanced at it and plucked out a few strands of white hair. Chapter 195, Entering the Devil's Forest. The next day, invitations to a wager from several lords have once again arrived in the Violet Territory. This time they set a specific time. 3 days later, the Violet Lord can accept their bets one by one. However, Once a piece of news was released, everyone around immediately took notice. Because a message has spread from the Violet territory. The Violet Lord not only accepted the challenge invitation from the five lords, but also came all at once, without distinguishing between them one by one. In other words, on that day, the Violet Lord was to wager against 5 other lords. You should know, to become a slave trader lord, one must have at least one awakened 4th-tier orc under their command. The Violet Lord set the date for the event to take place within 1 day, which meant he needed to have 5 awakened 4th-tier orcs under his command. Upon hearing this news, the other lords immediately became unsettled. This is ridiculous. When did you, Lord Violet, get so many high-ranking orcs? Now, William's territory. A robust, middle-aged man sat in a chair, looking at the envelope in his hand, his expression constantly changing. He was the strongest of the lords, and had an orc under his command who was close to reaching the 5th rank. He had previously invaded the Violet territory, so this time, he joined forces with several other lords to send a challenge to the Violet Lord. The goal was to crush this energetic person to death. In the first few days, you can let the other lords hone the werewolf stamina and combat skills. He only played on the last day. Although William felt he didn't need to go up there at all, he figured the first few could probably take care of the opponent. However, after receiving the news today, William almost laughed out of anger. Will the Violet Lord eliminate them all within a single day? How dare he, with that one-armed 4th-tier werewolf? How ridiculous. At the same time, it wasn't just William who. The other lords also reacted differently upon receiving the news. But they all shared one thought. The Violet Lord had gone mad. If they weren't crazy, how could they possibly make such a mad decision? Somewhere, in a huge castle, Lilith looked at the latest news in her hand, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. She couldn't understand why Bright would agree to such an outrageous bet. He could have easily refused. But what puzzled Lilith even more was that Bright not only agreed to the bet, but also wanted to participate in it. Is he planning to take matters into his own hands? But the wager can only be fought by orc slaves. Lilith thought of when Bright hid and almost thought he was going to fight himself. But then she realized that wouldn't work. Countless people outside are talking about this. Meanwhile, in the Violet territory, Bright sat in his chair, occasionally taking a sip of black tea, seemingly unconcerned about the betting match 3 days later. Beside him, Heidi stood there quietly, a little anxious. She knew that her master was about to wager a war against 5 lords. In the past few days, she has also learned a little about the situation in the territory. Currently, it seems that only the werewolf named Hugh and the crocodile man Jade have reached the 4th level of awakening. Apart from these 2 orcs, there were no other orcs. But this time, the Lord is facing 5 lords. Even in a one-on-one situation, the Lord would need at least 5 4th-tier orcs. Heidi was worried, but she dared not say anything. After all, it was the Lord's decision, and, as servants, all they could do was listen. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Come in, Bright said slowly, setting down his teacup. Hugh entered and knelt respectfully on the ground. My lord, everything has been arranged. Everyone is now present. Upon hearing Hugh's report, Blatt nodded. In addition to the basic tests yesterday, Bright also had Hugh test some orcs. Then the 10 strongest orcs were listed. Among them was Xiao, Jade the Crocodile Man, and 2 3rd-tier orcs and 5 2nd-tier orcs. With limited resources at his disposal, it's unrealistic to expect dozens or hundreds of orcs to advance at once. That's why there are these 10 people. Okay, go ahead and make the arrangements. 3 days from now, I hope to see that you have all changed. I will not let you down, sir. Hugh replied immediately. After Hugh left, Bright got up and twisted his head, making a clicking sound. He planned to go to the Devil's Forest again. Firstly, Minos reminded him yesterday that the guy in the Devil's Forest was about to wake up, and he needed to check the details. Secondly, he needed to find the magical potion ingredients he needed to learn the true form of an orc. He hadn't forgotten this skill. If any orc could learn this skill, they would certainly become a powerful fighting force under his command. Immediately, after a quick packing, he set off. This time, Bright didn't have anyone follow him, only Minos, because he was going to a deeper part of the Devil's Forest. Even he wasn't sure what he would see inside. Sasa, stepping into the forest. The ground was already covered with snow, and the surrounding trees were all obscured by white. Occasionally, one could see the footprints of wild animals on the snow. Minos yawned on his shoulder and then laid down again out of boredom. There weren't many living things to be seen outside. But as you go further in, Bright noticed that the light inside was getting dimmer and dimmer, with huge trees blocking out the sunlight and making the place gloomy. Bright glanced at it, then exhaled a puff of white mist and continued walking inside. He can obtain most of the materials needed for potions. As for dragon scale powder, let's see if we can get it from Minos. Right now, he only has 3 materials that he doesn't have yet. Golden leaf, yellow sandskin, blood of crows. During this time, Bright had been looking at various materials and had roughly learned some of the information in them. Golden leaves are said to be leaves stained with the blood of some mysterious beast. They are an extremely rare material, and legend has it that if orcs eat golden leaves, their bodies will become stronger. Yellow sandskin is an anomaly that likes to hide underground. It is said to look similar to an earthworm, but it can transform into a monster several meters long in an instant and then devour you. The raven is an anomaly, said to have mutated from an ordinary crow and possessing a strange power. Chapter 196, The Strange Heart. The further you go in, the darker it gets. Gradually, the surrounding vision became increasingly blurry. He frowned slightly, and then, in the next second, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, which allowed him to barely see his surroundings. There was no trace of snow here. Everything was completely different from the outside world. The next second, Bright frowned and looked in one direction. In an instant, he saw a pair of eyes glowing purple in a tree. The owner of those eyes vanished into the darkness the instant he looked at them. In the dim light, you can even hear some mumbling sounds coming from the surroundings. The sounds were fragmented, noisy, and inaudible. With a thought, Bright banished these indistinct sounds from his mind. At that moment, he knew he had arrived at the heart of this devilish forest. He didn't need to turn around. He knew that countless eyes were watching him from behind. But none of these guys dared to approach him. They only dared to hide in the distance and secretly observe him. Minos, can you pinpoint its location? Bright asked, looking at Minos on his shoulder. Its location is the most mysterious place in that devil's forest. That's also the main reason I came here. Minos got up from his shoulder, stretched, and glanced around idly. Upon seeing Minos stand up, numerous sounds suddenly arose from the surrounding darkness. They were all terrified, fleeing and avoiding the creature that instinctively frightened them. Minos looked up and around, then raised his paw and pointed in a direction. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be there. Looking in the direction Minos pointed, Blatt nodded and then walked in that direction. The violet territory is nearby, so we absolutely cannot let that guy wake up before we've dealt with his strength. If he does wake up, no one knows what this being, who is very likely a 9th tier being, will do. Through the woods. During this time, as he went deeper, Bright could feel more and more eyes watching him. Even now, right in front of him, in the darkness, pairs of red eyes are hidden in the shadows, staring intently at him. But Bright didn't care, because Minos hadn't given him any warning signs. Moreover, besides Minos, he also has an absolute trump card. Stroll forward. Suddenly, after removing the huge leaf blocking his way, Bright saw what came into view was an open space. The surrounding trees seemed to be concealing the place. In the middle, there stands a huge ancient tree. Squeak. Bright went inside. The next moment, countless murmurs suddenly came from all around. They were driving Bright away, preventing him from going any further. Countless voices pierced his mind like sharp thorns. Even Bright was stunned and stood there dumbfounded when faced with so many attacks. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, clearing away all the strange sounds for him. Bright, come on. What are you doing standing there? Didn't we say we let that guy keep sleeping? At that moment, Minos's voice rang in his mind. Suddenly, Bright snapped out of his daze, his gaze returning to him. He took a deep breath. No one knew that in that very instant, he had already fought countless battles. Bright looked at Minos on his shoulder and then said thank you. He knew that if Minos hadn't helped him earlier, he might have been trapped for a while longer. Oh! Minos turned his head away and glanced at Bright with disdain, his eyes seeming to say, what a fragile human being. After regaining his senses, Bright then walked toward the enormous ancient tree. He knew that his goal was just ahead. After the surrounding sounds disappeared, he quickly arrived at the ancient tree. Knock, knock, thump, 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 thump. Unlike the strange sounds before, this time he heard a sound similar to a heartbeat. The sound was deep and heavy, one after another. Bright's eyes darkened, and he walked towards the back of the ancient tree. The next moment, he couldn't help but frown. because he saw a huge heart, a giant beating heart. Knock, 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 knock. It was right in front of me, throbbing again and again. The blood vessels coiled above, like blood dragons lying on top. Even the voice seemed to possess a certain magic, making people unable to resist becoming captivated. It is that eerie existence. Looking at the beating heart in front of him, Bright immediately knew that this was his goal for this trip. Yes, that's it. See this tree? When this tree withers, it will fully revive. At this stage, he should be able to recover in just 7 days. If you want it to remain dormant, all you need to do is plunge the sword in your hand into its heart. Bright looked at the black umbrella in his hand, frowned slightly, and asked, "Won't other weapons work?" Minus shook his head. "No, the weapon in your hand has a special magic power, and so far, only it can do that. Bright, make your choice. Once it revives, not only your so-called violet territory, but this entire region will be devoured by it." Looking at the black umbrella, the one Erica had made for him, which had been with him for a long time. In the end, he made his choice. Bright slowly pulled out the black umbrella and came to the heart, which was several times larger than himself. Thump, thump. Knock, knock, knock. It seemed to sense its arrival. Its heart was pounding, and it made noises as if trying to drive Bright away. But it failed. Perhaps because of Minus earlier, the murmurs no longer had any effect on him. The next second, Bright looked directly into the center of his heart and then plunged the sword in his hand directly into it. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire Devil's Forest seemed to have gone mad. A fierce roar resounded from the heart. In an instant, Bright seemed to see a monster bathed in black flames before him. It had the upper half of a human body, the lower half endless black flames, and 2 horns on its head. It is roaring wildly right now. Chapter 197 Reconnected Perception. One after another, sharp voices, imbued with a certain magical power, rang out all around. However, none of these voices had any effect on Bright. The sword in his hand went deeper and deeper. The eerie roar grew weaker and weaker. A moment later, when the sword in Bright's hand was completely plunged into that strange heart, the bizarre illusion before his eyes vanished, as did the muttering sound around him, which sounded like the low growls of a madman. In just a moment, Brett felt as if he had walked through hell. The black umbrella pierced the heart, and the enormous heart stopped beating. The heavy, resonant sounds never returned. At the same time, all I saw was the enormous heart visibly withered in an instant, its blood seemingly vanishing into thin air. At the same time, bursts of orange flames began to burn around the heart. Although the flames seemed harmless, he could sense that the orange flames were like a cage, imprisoning the strange heart inside. Only when he saw that everything around him had truly returned to normal did Bright breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, whenever something felt wrong, he would call out that name in his mind. But now it seems unnecessary. Minus was telling the truth. The only pity is that the black umbrella will have to stay here. You did it, Bright. Its awakening has been delayed, and it is estimated that it will take several months to fully recover. Minus leaned back onto his shoulder and reminded him. Bright replied, then turned to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed, right below that strange heart, a vine was wrapped around it, with a few golden leaves on it. Seemingly remembering something, Bright walked over. Previously, the heart was so large that it obscured the area beneath it, which is why he couldn't see it. Now that the heart has shrunk, the situation under the ancient tree can be seen. Is this golden leaf? Looking at the golden leaves in front of him, Bright recalled the information he had seen before. The marks on the surface of the leaves in front of him were exactly the same as those in the information. The only difference was the veins at the base of the leaves. The information described it as resembling a beast's tooth, but what he saw now was the shape of a flame. After careful observation and examining a piece in his hand, Bright was certain that what he saw was a golden leaf. The different patterns on the root were also documented in historical records. The patterns at the base will vary depending on the type of blood that has been stained with it. To his surprise, he actually encountered golden leaf here. He had originally planned to search for it thoroughly in the Devil's Forest, and if he didn't find it here, he would have to look for it in the human empire. Feeling a surge of delight, Bright quickly gathered up the few gold leaves at the bottom and wrapped them in a handkerchief. After removing them all, there are 5 pieces in total. After looking around carefully and finding nothing else particularly noteworthy, Bright left. As soon as he stepped out of the open area, the trees surrounded him from behind, encircling the ancient tree where his heart was, as if protecting it. Bright glanced at it briefly before looking away. He couldn't kill that strange being. He had previously considered killing the strange creature before it woke up, but after receiving information from Minos, he abandoned that plan. At least for now, he's only a level 6 system user, so he's not quite there yet. On the way back, Bright looked at the golden leaf in his hand, deep in thought. 5 golden leaves, which is the amount of 5 doses of medicine. Now I need to look for traces of the alien yellow sand skin, and then the alien jackdaw. He walked while pondering. Just as he was walking, about to leave the heart of the forest, Bright suddenly stopped and then took a few steps back. He turned his head and looked at the ground to his right. Now, on the ground, a creature about 5 centimeters long was partially exposed, seemingly crawling downwards and struggling to push away the soil. Upon seeing the creature, Bright's expression turned somewhat strange. What's going on? I just got a material. Before we could even take a few steps, we encountered yet another type of material. That's right, the little guy crawling on the ground is the strange creature called yellow sand. It looks like an earthworm, but it only transforms into a monster several meters tall during battle. The earthworms on the ground were still digging in the soil, completely unaware that they were being watched. Bright walked over. On the other side, the capital of the Iceni Empire. In a certain room, a small figure seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up from among a pile of machinery. Erica stood up and hurriedly looked in a certain direction, whispering, "Mr. Bright." Just a moment ago, she sensed Mr. Bright. She sensed the black umbrella again, which she hadn't been able to detect since Mr. Bright disappeared. However, that location is very, very far away. Mr. Bright seems to have gone to a very far place. Erica glanced silently at the mechanical arm in her hand. Then her eyes hardened the next second. It was already night when they returned to the territory. In the room, Bright rubbed his neck. There was a dead earthworm a few centimeters long on the table. Although the yellow sand monster wasn't very powerful, it was incredibly fast at running away, and even he spent a considerable amount of time catching it. After Huang Sha died, it instantly transformed from a monster several meters tall into an earthworm only a few centimeters in size. Golden Leaf and Yellow Sand Skin are available now. Now we only need the last Ravenblood. However, Bright had no idea whatsoever about Ravenblood. A few days later, during this time, Bright kept searching for information about the jackdaws. Unfortunately, there has been absolutely no news. These strange creatures are very secretive. Even if there is any information, it is from decades ago and has no reference value. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door and a voice came from outside. "Sir, the carriage is ready." This is Heidi's voice, and it's much louder than it was a few days ago. "Okay, I'll be right out," Bright replied, then stood up from his chair. He'd been so busy finding news of the crows these past few days that he'd almost forgotten about the wager, and today was the day he was to wager with those 5 lords. Chapter 198, The Betting Battle, Directly Killing. At this moment, a row of orcs was already standing outside the castle. Hugh stood at the front of the group, and from his body emanated waves of violent power. Hugh advanced. With the gluttony skill, he reached the 5th level of awakening with almost no obstacles. The only drawback is that he cannot fully control this powerful force yet. He needs time to gradually master it. Unfortunately, the limit for gluttons is reaching the 6th level of awakening. But now that I think about it, it makes sense. After all, the power gained by absorbing flesh and blood is not his original power, and the more power he has, the more likely the orc will go berserk. Reaching the 6th level of awakening is quite an achievement. After glancing at it, Bright looked away. These days, under his orders, the 10 orcs, including Hugh, feasted and absorbed endless blood energy. Among them, Shio reached the 5th rank. The Crocodile Man Jade has also reached the 5th rank. The other 8 orcs have also been upgraded to the 4th level of awakening. This is quite a force. Generally speaking, an awakened 4th-tier orc can achieve a decent ranking in the arena, and a 5th-tier orc has an even greater chance of competing for a top spot. And now, he has 2 orcs at the 5th rank. Not to mention, he also possesses a hidden potential. Although Durare Ray's power is still weak at the moment, Bright is certain that she will continue to improve and eventually surpass Hugh and the other orcs. He might even become the first orc to break the limits of orcs. After giving him some instructions, Bright boarded the carriage and headed to the battle cage. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the battle cage, All the lords who were engaged in the wager have arrived here. Their expressions were rather unpleasant. After all, it was the first time in decades that 5 people had been provoked by one person. If they win, that's fine, but if they lose, not to mention their lives, they'll lose all face. Even if they survive by sheer luck, they'll never want to live in this area again. Lord William sat at the head of the table, frowning as he looked at the other lords around him. If possible, he hoped that the people in front could take care of Bright so that he wouldn't have to do it himself. He glanced at the dog-headed man beside him. This is the strongest fighting force in his territory, about to reach the 5th level of awakening. Originally, he prepared these orcs for the upcoming arena, but this time, being naturally cautious, he brought these kobolds along. But for some reason, he felt uneasy, as if he was constantly worried about something. Perhaps it's because of Bright's mystery? Or is it because Bright's rise to prominence recently has been too strange? Or perhaps it was because of that mysterious order. Several months ago, on the day Bright disappeared, he received an order. It was because of that order that he, along with several other lords, invaded the Violet territory. But now, that person has disappeared, and the Violet Lord has suddenly returned. Everything happened so suddenly. Damn it, I should have asked first, William muttered angrily, though it was unclear who he was talking to. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Everyone inside the fighting cage looked over. You've arrived quite early. At the entrance, a man in a black suit, with a slight smile on his handsome face, had a small white animal perched on his shoulder. At the same time, 5 orcs followed behind him. But in the instant he looked at these 5 orcs, the lords on the other side immediately became uneasy. Their faces were filled with panic and disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't the intelligence report only about 1 Tier 4 orc? Now what's going on with those 2 5th-tier orcs and 3 4th-tier orcs? In an instant, the lords were all astonished by the orcs following behind Bright. Bet my ass, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. At this time, one of the lords suddenly said that he and his orcs were preparing to leave. But the next second, the crocodile man, Jade, appeared in front of him without him noticing. The lord, wanting to rebel, ordered his orcs to resist Jade. But it was completely useless. Jade, who was already at the 5th level of awakening, slapped the 4th level orc against the wall. The bet has been made. Anyone who runs away without permission will be considered to have surrendered. Referee, am I right? On the ring, the referee felt sweat beading on his forehead after hearing what Bright said, but he had no choice but to nod. All right, Jade, kill him, Bright said with a light laugh. Bright, how dare you? Upon hearing this, the lord's eyes widened instantly, and he stared at Bright with disbelief. It seemed as if they thought they had misheard. How dare Bright let a filthy orc slave kill him? But the next second, Jed's actions gave him the answer he wanted. Jade grinned maliciously. This was a human nobleman, after all. He walked towards the lord. When the lord saw the orcs approaching him, he ran back in fear, trying to escape into the crowd, but the humans around him also scattered in fear. The next moment, a scream rang out. The lord's body was pierced through by the crocodile man's hand. Another noble lord has died at the hands of orc slaves. Upon seeing this scene, the other lords couldn't hold back any longer either. When they saw the orc slaves behind Bright, they knew that the bet had failed. At that moment, the others prepared to take advantage of the chaos and sneak out. However, they were unaware that Bright had already seen through their every move, and just as they were about to take action, several orcs appeared in front of them. A short while, the battle cage was filled with the wails of humans. 4 out of 5 lords died instantly, an event that was enough to shake the entire Smo region. On the stage, the referee, dressed in a suit, swallowed hard as he looked at the bloody scene around him. Although he knew that bloodshed was inevitable today, and that someone would die regardless of whether the Violet Lord won or lost, he hadn't expected. Before the betting battle even started, 4 out of 5 people had already died. Your name is Lord William, right? Shall we have a wager? Or do you also want to die before you even begin, just like them? Bright smiled as he looked at the lord who was still seated. Now, William sat in his seat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 199, Unknown Dangers. Mysterious organization arrives. His legs were trembling, and his arms wouldn't obey his commands. The Violet Lord has some nerve. Looking at the strikingly handsome man in front of him, William felt fear for the first time. He is by nature inclined to seek stability. This time, when he challenged Bright to a wager, he summoned everyone at once, a total of 5 lords, because he wanted to leave himself a way out. Even if he loses the bet, that will be considered a loss. It's impossible for Bright to kill 5 lords at once. The previous incident already sparked considerable discussion. In the Holy Knight Empire, allowing orc slaves to kill their lord was, in a sense, a taboo. That's what William thought. He dared not kill the 5 lords. But this time he miscalculated. Not only did Bright dare to kill, but he did so casually. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 5 people were dead. How dare he, Bright? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of provoking the anger of the slave trader lords? William's heart was screaming wildly, desperately searching for that last glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Beside, Bright casually found a seat and sat down. Because of the recent carnage, almost everyone who had been watching the fight from inside the cage had fled. I'm sure what he does here will soon attract some attention. However, he didn't care. His gaze fell upon the last lord, who was waiting. Whether it was a gambling battle or his attempt to escape, this person's ultimate fate was death. After dealing with this, he'll still have a lot to do. The wealth of 5 lords is no small sum, and the Violet territory will suddenly become much richer. Lord Violet, perhaps we can have a talk. At this moment, William walked towards Bright's location and said in a low voice, "Actually, I didn't want to invade your territory either. All of this was something I had no choice but to do. If you promise to let me leave here, I can tell you everything." William, his arm trembling, spoke with utmost respect. He no longer cares. As long as I can survive, I don't mind revealing everything. At worst, I can escape the Holy Knight Empire later. Bright narrowed his eyes. He originally just wanted to kill them all quickly, but now it seems he might be able to learn some secrets. Then, with Bright's nod, he and William went to a room alone. In the room, William let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had succeeded. After telling Lord Violet what had happened, he had to flee the Holy Knight Empire as quickly as possible. Although the mysterious man had been missing for a long time, William was still afraid that the other party would find out that he had leaked the secret. Bright sat on the sofa, took a sip of the tea from the battle cage, looked at the person sitting opposite him, and said calmly, "Now that there's no one around, you can speak." William took a deep breath, looked around again, and then said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, Lord Violet, I truly did not mean to offend you. I'm glad that you can forgive my mistake. You are an excellent nobleman." After offering some compliments, William then spoke. "All of this happened a few months ago, shortly after you disappeared. A man has come to me and asked me to invade your territory. He also has the Imperial Seal in his possession. If it weren't for this, I would never have dared to offend your territory." Upon hearing this, Bright narrowed his eyes. The seal of the Empire? Only a select few can possess the Imperial Seal. First, the king of this empire. Secondly, those dukes. Finally, there are those marquises or earls who have made special contributions. Is someone in the Holy Knight Empire trying to get me? Is it because of something the previous Bright did? Or is it because of something else? Bright was unaware of this. It was the first time he had heard of it. Seeing the Violet Lord deep in thought, William waited anxiously across from him. A short while. The referee paused slightly as he watched Bright emerge from the room. "What about Lord William?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lord William lying in a pool of blood. "William's leader tried to bewitch me, so I killed him directly. Is everything all right?" Bright said to the official. After a moment of hesitation, the referee said, "No, no problem. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lord Violet was bound to win this bet, so it wouldn't matter if Lord William died. The gambling wars came quickly and went quickly. The only difference was that there were 5 more Lord corpses in the battle cage, and 4 more 4th-tier orcs in Bright's hands. To be honest, plundering is always the fastest way to acquire resources. Unfortunately, the others couldn't do it. These 5 lords were able to engage in a mandatory wager because they had previously invaded their territories. This was not the case for other lords who had not invaded their territories. According to the rules, they could simply refuse to participate if the other party had not invaded. Inside the carriage, Bright crossed his arms on his lap, his gaze thoughtful. William must die, whether he says it or not. However, he received unexpected news. Someone in this empire wants to harm me, and that person is not of low status. But what did the previous version of myself do to arouse someone's murderous intent? Bright fiddled with his fingers, deep in thought. He attributed the reason why the other person would harm him directly to his previous self rather than to him. After all, this was his first time in the Holy Knight Empire, and he hadn't met many people yet, so how could he afford to offend those of high status? The carriage moved along, occasionally jolting due to the uneven ground. It was already late at night when we returned to the territory. Bright yawned and decided to get some rest early tonight, since he had to take over the property of 5 lords tomorrow, which was a huge undertaking. Just as he returned to the castle, Daisy walked over at that moment. "Sir, a man has come to the reception room. He says he is your friend. He arrived at noon and is still waiting there." "My friend," Brett murmured, then nodded and walked toward the drawing room. All I saw was, in the reception room, Brett saw the man, but he had no memory of what he looked like. However, upon seeing Bright, that person immediately squatted down on the ground. "Number 1098 greets, Your Excellency." At the same time, Bright also noticed the pattern on the back of the other person's hand. It has a flame printed on it, and on the flame there is a human hand that seems to be trying to steal the flame. He had seen this pattern before. I saw it in that room, at the meeting of that mysterious organization. Chapter 200, The Rules of Change. Bright silently withdrew his gaze and sat down in his seat. At this time, the man opposite hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, sir. I only recently learned about your situation. Through special channels, I have conveyed the news of your presence in the Holy Knight Empire to those above, and they also know that you are still alive." Bright listened silently, lost in thought. He had previously considered writing to the Empire of Isani, but then he abandoned the idea. Because it won't work. The Holy Knight Empire is currently under lockdown. Those outside cannot get in, and those inside cannot get out. It cannot transmit any messages at all. The reason this person was able to pass on the message is probably because they smuggled themselves out of the country in some way. "I'm planning to get in touch soon, but I've been too busy and forgot," Bright said casually. The person opposite nodded quickly. "Yes, sir, you have done many amazing and awe-inspiring things, and they are very satisfied with you. I came here today to convey their message." Bright looked over. The man continued, "You're being told to seize this opportunity during the hunting season. We have received information. This hunting season will be different from usual. As long as you have enough powerful orc slaves, you can monopolize all the resources. And this hunting season will grant new noble titles." After listening, Bright stroked his chin with his right hand, his eyes deep in thought. Based on his current understanding, hunting seasons are generally conducted on a first-come, first-served basis. This means that if an orc tribe is occupied by another lord, no other lord can occupy it because it already belongs to that lord. Now, after hearing what the person in front of him said, he thought of a possibility. Even during the hunting season, can we still plunder lands that have already been occupied? Bright asked the man calmly. Upon hearing Bright's question, the man immediately replied, "Yes, sir." After saying a few things, the person left. Before leaving, Bright gave the other person a piece of advice. "Tell him to send a message over there and bring Joel and the Dark Mage over." After the man left, Brett remained seated in the living room, gazing ahead, his right hand lightly tapping on the armrest. The Empire broke the rules. What is the Holy Knight Empire trying to do? In other words, during this hunting season, he can not only plunder orc territory, but also plunder slave trader lords. Bright was certain the Empire knew what loosening the rules meant. If he had enough power, he could plunder all the slave trader lords and then hunt all the orcs by himself. At that time, he will have more and more power. The Empire probably also believed that this was something that could not be accomplished by one person, nor did it have enough powerful orc slaves to serve it, which is why it made this decision. Bright stood up from his seat, looking into the distance. He can do things that others cannot. With the gluttony skill, he could easily acquire a powerful force in a short time. By using war to fuel war, he would have even more powerful orc slaves under his command. If you can. Without giving it any further thought, Bright left. Now that I have received this news, I should make preparations accordingly, whether it's for the truth or something else. The next day, Bright's killing of 5 slave trader lords in the battle cage caused a huge uproar throughout the entire small region. Many slave trader lords stood up and openly denounced Bright, saying he had broken the rules. There were even some anti-Violet Lord alliances. The loudest noise here naturally came from the slave trader lords. But strangely, the Empire did not express any opinion, and even the true nobles of the Holy Knight remained silent, saying nothing. Inside the castle, Daisy, dressed in a brown maid's dress, held several letters in her hand. Looking at the room in front of her, she paced back and forth outside with a bitter expression, unsure whether to go in or not. Since their master's actions were leaked yesterday, in just half a day, they have received numerous defamatory and abusive letters. At this moment, he held some letters from slave lords, and it was easy to guess what they contained. Nothing more than slander against their masters. At this time, with a click, the door was opened from the inside. Bright came out. Seeing Daisy at the door with several letters in her hand, he smiled slightly, then walked over and took the letters from her. Take the top one and open it. Beside? Daisy exclaimed and turned around to see the master. She quickly covered her mouth and looked over with worry. It would be bad if the master was angry because of these letters. Bright glanced at the letters in his hand, then smiled and shook his head, continuing to open the second one, and then the third. Finally, he handed the letter to Daisy and said, "Keep it, and make a note of the Lord who sent it." After saying that, he left. Daisy stared blankly at the several opened letters in her hand. She had thought that the master would be angry after reading their contents. But now it seems the master isn't angry. If Brett knew what Daisy was thinking at that moment, he would definitely laugh. Little did she know, he was a veteran of cyber warfare, and she thought a few letters would break his defenses? How could that be? In the following days, while collecting the other lord's property, Bright also organized the orcs. Over the course of a few days, the territory had nearly 2,000 orc slaves, which was a considerable number. Among them were 1,300 orc slaves capable of fighting. The vast majority of them were first-tier orcs. Only a small number of second-tier orcs exist, and a small number of third-tier orcs. As for fourth-tier orcs, they are very few, with only 7 at present. There are also 2 Tier 5 orcs, the Werewolf Hugh and Jade. As for other ordinary citizens, there aren't many. Some lords' territories generally employ orc slaves. Now, there are only 2 months left until the arena opens. In the Violet territory, a notice was issued. Lord, you are recruiting castle guards and warriors. Requirements: 18 years and older, under 35 years old. Age limit can be ignored if you are a member of the system. Reward: 3 meals a day, plus 5 Holy Knight copper coins per day. Reward can be increased based on strength.